Every time you draw a card, your superpower changes randomly. But after drawing for 16 years straight, not only did you fail to obtain the legendary S-Class ability, you remained stuck with the lowest tier F-Class Fire ability. This made you, already seen as useless, even more worthless, until this day. During the awakening ceremony at 3rd high school, when your hand touched the awakening stone, the long-awaited voice finally rang in your ears. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the ultra-rare SSS class Spacetime Holy Law Origin. Before you could even begin to process the shock, an overwhelming surge of energy violently flooded your body. Your eyes widened, and your breathing became rapid. It's finally here. After 16 long years, you've finally drawn the peerless ability befitting a protagonist in a power fantasy. But before you could finish celebrating, the awakening stone before you began to mutate, its colors shifting continuously, first white, then blue, purple, and finally red. Staring at the stone glowing crimson, the dean's pupils contracted sharply. In his over 10 years of teaching at 3rd high, he had never seen a red awakening stone, not even a purple one. Just as he stood there in shock, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was the principal of 3rd high. The principal's eyes were locked onto the awakening stone, and after repeatedly confirming there was no malfunction, he looked at it as if gazing upon a priceless gem. Then, with a wave of his hand, the principal shielded certain areas. Instantly, within the obscured crimson glow, the words SSS Spacetime flickered into view. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, right? You're quite impressive. You've awakened an SSS class ability, Spacetime Manipulation. Upon hearing the principal's words, you showed little reaction, as you knew deep down that your awakened talent wasn't merely SSS class, it surpassed it entirely. It was like scoring 100 on a test, not because that was your limit, but because the paper's maximum score was only 100. Still, out of respect for the principal, you gave a slight nod, as expected of an SSS class prodigy. This unshaken composure alone sets you apart from ordinary people. The principal studied you with growing satisfaction before asking, "So, do you wish to make your talent public?" He paused, as if offering a warning. Beyond our Dragon Nation, there are formidable forces like the Mutant Beast Alliance and the Cosmic Factions. This ability of yours will bring you unparalleled glory, but also deadly danger. Think carefully before answering. Truth be told, during his tenure as principal of No. 3 High School, he had encountered prodigies before, but the strongest had only been S-Class Violet ability users. He understood the monumental significance an SSS-class talent held for the entire Dragon Nation, a strategic-level asset. So, out of personal concern, he hoped to shield a rare genius like you until you matured enough to stand alone against the world. You naturally understood the principal's implication and began to ponder deeply. Just as you were torn with hesitation, the system notification chimed again. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the beginner's gift pack and gaining a permanent tenfold cultivation speed boost. Hearing this, your hesitation vanished instantly, replaced by a resolute gaze as you declared, "Principal, the word cowardice has never been in Ling Zhao's vocabulary." Good, very good. Upon hearing your words, the principal waved his hand, revealing the previously obscured area. When the words SSS Spacetime appeared before the crowd, the entire playground erupted in excitement. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? It's an SSS class ability. Which class does this top-tier expert belong to? Big boss, do you still need a sidekick? The guy on stage is so handsome. I'm Lu Ruyan, the class flower of class 4. Can we get to know each other? Feeling the overwhelming gasps from the crowd, you stand on stage expressionless, but inside, you're absolutely thrilled. Meanwhile, your best buddy Fatty is so shocked his pupils dilate, thinking, what's going on? Who am I? Where am I? How could my ordinary best friend awaken an SSS class ability? At this moment, his heart is filled with mixed emotions, worried that his friend might face danger and hardships in the future, yet also a little envious of such an extraordinary opportunity bringing him immense happiness. After this is over, come to my office, Ling Xiao. After saying this, the principal gently pats your shoulder and then vanishes without a trace. After bowing to Director Lu, you stepped off the stage. At that moment, the entire playground seemed to split into two, revealing a remarkably wide path before you. Though the crowd on either side was bursting with excitement, not a single person dared to approach you. The only sounds were the screams of young girls and their trembling, exhilarated figures. Wang Yi looked at you with a pained expression as you approached him and said, "We agreed I'd get the meat, and you'd have the bone broth, didn't we?" Unfazed, you laughed heartily and replied, "What nonsense! From now on, when I get the meat, you'll still get to gnaw on the bones." "Ha, sounds good to me." Wang Yi immediately beamed. Joking aside, this was one thick thigh he absolutely had to cling to. In his mind, he was already thinking he might need to discuss stepping down early with his father tonight to invest in you, the future powerhouse, as soon as possible. "Hey, chubby, stay here for now, I've got something to take care of." Without waiting for Wang Yi's response, you dashed off. Soon, you arrived at the principal's office. The principal was smiling at you when you noticed another person in the room. Upon closer look, it was a stunning woman. Ling Xiao, let me introduce you. This is Director Lin, the main person in charge of the Western Prodigy Training Camp. Director Lin, this is Ling Xiao, the top prodigy of our third high school I mentioned earlier. The principal introduced. Director Lin slowly walked up to you and said, "Hello, Ling Xiao, nice to meet you. I'm Lin Yanran." "Hello," you replied, shaking her warm hand, but in your mind, you wondered, the Prodigy Training Camp, could this be the first instance? Sensing the extraordinary qualities of the young man before her, Lin Yanran gently adjusted her glasses and said to Principal Chu, "Principal Chu, it seems I must congratulate you in advance. This year, you've produced such an outstanding talent. Ha ha ha, you flatter me." Director Lin, the principal replied, clearly pleased. As the head of the entire Western Prodigy Training Camp, Lin Yanran had seen countless prodigies, and few earned her praise. Just as you were about to ask the principal why he had called you to his office, he suddenly explained. The Prodigy Training Camp was established by the Dragon Nation's government as a place dedicated to nurturing prodigies. Only the most outstanding talents from various regions are admitted. Every year, the Dragon Nation invests vast resources into training these prodigies. Of course, where there are people, there is competition, especially in a place like the Prodigy Training Camp, where everyone is a genius, but resources are limited. At this point, Principal Chu paused. You immediately responded, "Principal, I'll go." Before the principal could even finish speaking, your straightforward reply made him smile and say, "Such determination, truly worthy of being a student of our third high school." Director Lin, what do you think? Lin Yanran gave the principal a slight nod and then said, "Ling Xiao, a specialized team will come to pick you up in a month." Principal Chu, since the matter is settled, I won't stay any longer. Farewell. With that, she turned and vanished on the spot, leaving no trace behind. Watching Lin Yanran disappear, your heart stirred with waves of emotion, finally experiencing firsthand the wonders of an ability user. Principal Chu, however, seemed entirely unfazed. He then pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to you, saying, "Ling Xiao, this is the school's reward for you, 2 million. I'll personally add another 500,000, making it 2.5 million in total." Hearing about the reward, your eyes lit up, and you eagerly accepted it with a grin, saying, "Thank you, Principal." Seeing your sudden change in demeanor, Principal Chu was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head with a smile. "Do you like money that much?" As if struck by a thought, he pondered for a moment and added, "Ling Xiao, if you manage to rank in the top 10 at the Prodigy Training Camp, I'll personally reward you with another 5 million. Do you have the confidence? Top 10? Does the principal keep his word? What if I take first place? Ha ha ha, if you can pull that off, I'll personally reward you with 10 million. On top of that, I'll apply for an additional 20 million from the third high school, totaling 30 million. It all depends on whether you've got what it takes. 30 million it is." With that, you cheerfully bid the principal farewell and left the office. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Meteorological Bureau, a middle-aged man sat in his seat, staring intently at the contents of an envelope and murmuring, "Has another SSS class ability user appeared in our Dragon Nation?" Ling Xiao from Ping'an District No. 3 High School. Space-time ability. After muttering for a moment, he dialed a number. A somewhat weathered voice came through the phone. "Old Jiang, what's the matter?" The middle-aged man relayed the information from the letter. There was silence on the other end of the line, followed by a response, "I understand." Unfazed by the abrupt hang-up, the minister lightly pinched the envelope, causing it to vanish instantly. He muttered under his breath, "I'm really looking forward to this. Those beasts from the Mutant Alliance, I've wanted to kill them for a long time." At this time, the protagonist Lin Xiao had already returned to his home, immediately locked the door handle tightly, entered his room, and once again put on a layer of locks. Trot collapsed onto his bed and inwardly mumbled, System, ding, what's the matter with the host? Not a dream, really not a dream, ha ha ha, the novel is sincere, not deceiving me, ding, please don't be epileptic host, Brother Ben Tuzi doesn't play with cuties, play, System, tell us about your ability? For these mocking words, Lin Xiao didn't even put it on his mind. What to endure or not to endure. Request SB to do STH. It's a system. It's the golden finger that's going to take me flying. So what's wrong with letting it say a few words? Ding. This system is a divine cultivation system. There are currently 3 main functions. 1. Passive divine cultivation system stage 1. Increasing the host's cultivation speed by 20 times, stackable and upgradable. 2. Daily check-in function. Hosts can obtain rewards such as merit techniques and cultivation resources through daily check-ins. 3. The function of adding points. The host can add points to enhance their abilities through the cultivation points. The whole process without side effects. The system produces. Must be a fine product. Please rest assured that the host to add points. Ding. Current host cultivation points, 0, exchangeable amount 250W, ratio 1 to 100. Ding. Please ask the host if he wants to exchange it. Listening to the introduction of the system, Lin Zhao's mouth couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. It's so bullish. This system of his, 20 times the cultivation speed. So I'm not just taking off? The sign-in feature, based on my past experience, should be able to sign in quite a few goodies. Add-on features? It's not going to be the kind I'm thinking of, is it? System, open my personal panel. Ding, the host panel has been opened. Name, Lin Xiao. Sex, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade alien spacetime, super SSS grade spacetime sacred law origin, awakening level 1%, grade, 0, blood gas, 10 points, a weakling, mental strength, 5 points, a value that even a dog would hate, technique, none, cultivation points, 0 inch, ding, it has been detected that the host is currently redeemable for 5W cultivation points. Please tell me if it is redeemable? Looking at the 2 columns of his panel blood chi and spiritual power, Lin Xiao had the urge to curse, in order to verify his guesses. System, redeem 1W cultivation points. Ding, redemption complete. Detected that the host is currently still able to redeem 5W of cultivation points. Make yourself strong as soon as possible, slutty. Money is something outside the body. Ignoring these words, Lin Xiao looked carefully at his panel, and sure enough, a plus sign appeared after each of the 3 rows of rank, blood chi and spiritual power. Right, that's it. Ha 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 ha, Watson, you found the blind spot. Lin Xiao knew that there was one less stone on his path to being strong. System, blood and chi add up. Ding, the addition was successful. Wishing the host to become a strong person soon. With the system's addition, the blood and chi bar went from the original 10 points to 110 points, and the cultivation points were reduced by 1000 points. That means for now, the blood and gas additions are 1 to 10. Feeling that his whole body had inexhaustible strength, Lin Xiao only wanted to find a beast to do a fight at the moment. After doing 10 sets of 100 sit-ups in place, barely able to calm himself, but his body still had an inexhaustible strength. Hua, that's a hell of a way to spend $100,000. System, Spirit Plus. Ding, the addition was successful. Cultivation points were reduced by 2,000 points this time, and mental strength was raised by 20 points. 1 to 100. Black. After the mental power boost, Lin Xiao only felt like the whole person was enlightened. His mind was instantly enlightened, and even the side effects of the blood chi boost disappeared. He looked at himself, and to say the most immediate change, he felt like he could beat the out of the person he was a minute ago. Finally, he looked at the level bar. System, level up. Ding, the addition was successful. Cultivation points have been zeroed out. However, feeling the powerful strength within his body, the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth rose once again. Is this the power of a martial artist? That was awesome. Chapter 4, The Void Scripture. Ding, it has been detected that the host is still able to exchange cultivation points. May I ask whether to exchange them? Lin Xiao, on the other hand, looked at his panel. In the level bar it has changed from level 0 to 1 rank early. This addition allowed him to successfully step into the stage of a first-ranked martial artist. It's just that the cultivation points spent are a little high, a whole 7,000 points, which translates to 70W. I'll go. System, is there any other way to obtain this cultivation point? If it can only be exchanged for gold coins, then he'll have to do whatever he can to make money. Ding, the host can also obtain cultivation points through resource exchange and killing foreign beasts. This system is priced to sell, and you deserve it. This system, more than a little strange. Manhwa always thought that the system should be rather rigid and mechanical, but don't really care. Oh yeah, and you can sign in right. System, sign in. Ding, signing in was successful. Rewarding the Emperor level technique, Void Scripture. May I please receive it? Void Scripture. Receive. Lin Zhao's pupil shrunk slightly, and soon, a sharp pain came from his mind as a huge amount of gongfu was being instilled. He gritted his teeth and gripped the edge of the bed with both hands in a death grip. Phew. Ding, the reception of the gong method is complete. Please make an effort to cultivate the host and get rid of the title of Happy Color as soon as possible. Lin Xiao shook his head. It was worthy of being an Emperor level technique. He felt that if it wasn't for the help of the system, he wouldn't have been able to receive the complete Void Scripture with his current abilities. It really is the Void Scripture. He silently recited the gong method, only to feel a shadow floating in his mind. Its magnificent posture, with its back to the living beings, does not retreat a step even though millions of enemies are in front of it. As if to say, he was not weak in this life. The next morning, Lin Xiao came to the classroom early. After yesterday's fiddling, he has a tentative plan for his future. The SSS class supernatural time and space is still under development. According to the textbook method, a person's psychic talent was something that needed to be constantly explored at a later stage, and it depended on the individual's ability as to how far they could explore it. He looked at the plus sign on his panel, and I don't know how much of it I can really develop with my abilities. And the divine cultivation system brings more than just that. The most basic cultivation efficiency is 20 times that of an ordinary person, plus 10 times that of the system's gifts. That's 30 times the speed of cultivation. With just 1 day's cultivation yesterday, Lin Xiao had already vaguely felt his alien energy filling up a lot more. The Heaven's Pride training camp. Now that's something to look forward to. It was as if he had seen 3000 W beckoning to him. And in hindsight, that was 30 W of cultivation points. One by one, the other students in the classroom began to come in, and soon the teacher walked in. Classmates, after yesterday's awakening, there are 8 students in our third class who have successfully awakened. They are Lin Xiao, Wang Yi, Li Meng, Z1. First of all, congratulations to the above students. There were a total of 50 students in the entire third class, and only 8 had successfully awakened. So the difficulty of awakening was evident. Those students who hadn't awakened had a look of envy on their faces, because they know that they are now classmates during the school period, and when they get out of school, they are a world away from each other. Students who have successfully awakened, you will be assigned to the special training class. That is a class created by the school specifically for awakened people. Teacher wishes you that the rock rises with the wind one day, and rises 90,000 miles. Treating the awakened, nurturing is different. Thank you, Sensei. Lin Xiao and the others bowed to the teacher, and then, led by the others, they arrived at their new classes. Special training classes. Is he Lin Xiao? That's right, it's him, the superhero who has awakened SSS class psychic abilities. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I, Ruyan Lu, have awakened the B-class supernatural ability demonic metamorphosis, and I think I'm qualified to be his girlfriend. So handsome. Seeing Lin Xiao and the others come, the other students immediately discussed in a thin voice. There's no way around it. The dude is so fierce. The third middle school this year. Besides Lin Xiao, the other most powerful ones have only awakened A-level psychic abilities. The kind of plot where the villain looks the other way and the lapdogs come to the door to cause trouble is underdeveloped straight from the source. The gap is too wide. Zhang Tianran in the crowd, the former class president of Class 1, has awakened greatest psychic ability reinforcement. If Lin Xiao hadn't come out of nowhere, he would have been one of the strongest heavenly prides of this year's third middle school. But at the moment, he only silently watched the star-studded Lin Xiao from afar, and didn't have the slightest heart at all. You're asking him, an A rank, to go after an SSS rank? I'm sorry, he wants to live a few more years. Lin Xiao, your kid is really envious of me. Buddy, I'm also considered a jade tree. Why don't I have a sister to look at me? Wang Yi stood next to him, looking at the eyes of quite a few of the sisters in the class that had never left Lin Xiao's body from the beginning to the end. A pang of sourness came over him. At least we've awakened our B-class psychic abilities, and we're one of the best in the entire third grade. No, tonight's a white romance. I'm going to revitalize. Lin Xiao was speechless. You take it easy. Everyday white romance. Just your thin branches and willow. Don't get thinner and thinner. What do you mean? You despise me? Don't think you can humiliate me with impunity just because you've become a thigh. Lin Xiao found himself an empty seat and sat down. Wang Yi cursed all the way to its side. Just then, a cold middle-aged man walked in, with sharp eyes, well-defined angles, and the whole thing was full of aura. The left side of his face has a scar that makes you afraid to look at him. The class, which had been quite lively, instantly quieted down. The middle-aged man swept his gaze. Hello class, I'm your teacher. My last name is Chi. You can call me Mr. Chi. Meanwhile, I'm Squad 3, Northwest Sector Pointy Blade Battalion, Lieutenant. That's why I prefer the title of instructor. You can also call me Instructor Chi. For the rest of the time, I will be the one to train you for 6 months. When he finished speaking, he looked at the stage and shook his head. I have to say, there was some anticipation. Only, after seeing it, I realized, you guys, truly the worst class I've ever led. The students on the stage immediately became unconvinced by this statement. Teacher Chi? No, Instructor Chi, it's only the first day you've met us. What gives you the right to say such things? That's it. And I said you were one of the worst instructors I've ever seen. That's right, we're not convinced. I've always gotten top grades since I was a kid. Can I take this? Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was looking at this scene with amusement. As a person who had been here before, this kind of trick could fool these people. But not him. Isn't it just an aggravating tactic? And Instructor Chi wasn't angry when he saw someone contradicting him. A bunch of hairless little guys. Just talking won't change the fact that you're bad. Today is my first lesson for you. Never mind. I don't put down anything too heavy. I'm really worried about crushing you guys. 30 minutes, 20 kilometers. I don't suppose there's anyone who can't even do that? If you think you can't do it, you can bring it up now, and I won't laugh at you for being a loser. When he finished, he waited quietly for a minute. At this moment, no one would even venture out. The boys had long been stirred up by this chi instructor and had to prove themselves, and the girls were all pumping their fists. After all of those here were successfully awakened. Their physical qualities had long since surpassed those of ordinary people. Not bad. All rise, playground 20 kilometers. Now go. Once the instruction was given, the class instantly got up, and Lin Xiao followed closely behind. Sports field. When everyone had assembled, Instructor Chi, once again, inquired, "Is there really no one to quit? Even though you're awakened, you haven't had the chance to be trained yet after all. Running 20 kilometers in 30 minutes isn't that easy. Stop nagging, instructor. Give the order. Some pricks don't buy it." Oh, then the clock starts. As soon as the words left their mouths, the crowd started running. It didn't take long for the gap to open up. Lin Xiao is ahead of everyone and has now led 2 laps. The second tier is 3 A-listers led by Zhang Natural. Normally, if you insist on training people 30 minutes to run a 10 kilometers is not so difficult. 20 kilometers of ordinary people cannot do. Only those who have been through rigorous training for a long time can do. Instructor Chi took one look and had an internal account. At this moment, Lin Xiao, who was running in the first place, after yesterday's improvement, this area of 20 kilometers was really not challenging. He's still accelerating. The final run of 20 kilometers took less than 10 minutes. Instructor Chi looked at him with some surprise. Not bad. Physical fitness is fine. What's your name? Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? The morning class is over. You can go now. 2 p.m. Don't be late. Lin Xiao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. If it was just this level of training, it really wasn't as fast as if he practiced at home by himself. When we get home, system, sign in. Ding, sign in successfully. 1 bottle of alien energy Dan. Altered energy pills? Lin Xiao looked at the elixir that appeared in his hand. System, what does this elixir do? Ding, host, this elixir can help the host to raise his alien ability cultivation as soon as possible. So it is. With one in his mouth and running his gong method, Lin Xiao began his cultivation. 2 hours passed, and there was a loud noise coming from its body. A breakthrough? Looking at the foreign energy filling his body, he had broken through to the middle of the first rank so simply. I'm such a genius at cultivation. There's still time. Keep practicing. Chapter 5, Battle Against Instructor Chi. Afternoon class. Lin Xiao realized that many people were wilting, lying peacefully on their desks. Why did you put me through such agonizing torture? Sitting next to him, Wang Yi was so hopeless that running was never in his vocabulary, as he usually just ate, drank, and had fun. This morning's training didn't just him up. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Yi, who kept rolling his eyes and also shook his head. I told you to pay attention to exercise on weekdays, and look at you all fat. What do you know? Man, I call that stout. People white romantic little girls like me like that, and they rely on me every time. Do you understand the charm of men? Forget it, you fledgling. You don't understand even if I tell you. Pity. For nothing. Wang Yi, a burst of output. The morning training really tired enough. The back do not know how many tribulations waiting for him. God, could it be that you are not happy with my suave behavior either, and this is to punish me? Damn fatso. Don't talk. It's because you're dragging your feet that caused a few of us to run a few extra laps with you. A man sitting in front of him turned his head violently and looked at Wang Yi with hatred and resentment. They all belonged to the last echelon. Only after all, they still pressed the line within the stipulated time. It was this dead fat guy who looked like he was going to die, which led to a few of them running a few more laps at the instructor's request. Wang Yi also knew that he was at a disadvantage, so he hemmed and hawed and buried his head. In the entire classroom, only Lin Xiao and the 3A class psychic ability possessors were still calm. A voice came from the distance. Special training class, meet in the playground. 30 minutes and 20 kilometers for anyone not there in 1 minute. Hearing that it was the instructor's voice, all of them couldn't care less about their physical discomfort, and all of them hurried to the playground. Before the time was up, everyone gathered in the center of the playground. For this Instructor Chi, there were already quite a few students who had developed a hint of fear. Instructor Chi looked at the group of students in front of him. This morning is my first lesson for you. It should be clear to yourselves how it turned out. Is there anyone left to contradict me when I say you are the worst class? At this statement, most of the people held back their red faces, as they could barely pass the test. However, there were still several dissenters who raised their foreheads and stared intently at Instructor Chi. Lin Xiao was also a bit speechless. No, man, just say it once. Man. What? And you're addicted to talking about it? He wasn't a soft touch either, and was worried that after his cultivation breakthrough, he wanted to find someone to practice with. Therefore, instructor, I'm not convinced. Here we go. Hey, someone is finally being this outgoing. The corners of Instructor Chi's mouth curled up slightly. Why did he irritate the students so much? Wasn't it because he wanted to make an example out of a thorn in the side? Then show how powerful they are and then give them a sweet date. That's one thing and one thing at a time. So, he looked at Lin Xiao. Oh, it's you? I know. You were top of your class in the morning running workout. What? Won first place and you're satisfied? One of the most basic running drills and it makes you float? You know what, kid? Just the way you are. You don't look any different to me than anyone else. It's all garbage. When we get to the battlefield, if you guys like you can survive more than a day, I'll write the word chi backwards. A district of 20 kilometers has put you all in this state. When you go out, don't say that you are my students of someone chi. I can't afford to lose this person. The other students, trembling all over, had grown up basically belonging to the ranks of children in the eyes of others. Everywhere you go, you're the object of compliments. When did you ever experience such humiliation? Some of the thin-skinned girls have even burst into tears. Lin Xiao was silent. He wasn't angry. It was just that regardless of his previous life, he hadn't really experienced the so-called battlefield and wasn't clear about just how cruel it was. But in this life, he's not afraid of anything. The reason why, Instructor Chi, doesn't even the most powerful existence walk up from weakness step by step? Perhaps at the moment, it's true that we're not as powerful as we could be. But who's to say what will happen in the future? Besides, how do you know what I'm really capable of if you haven't even tried it? After saying that, Lin Xiao looked provocatively at the instructor in front of him. The other students, however, looked at him with stunned faces. Biggie, you're really brave. How dare you? Instructor. It was true that Instructor Chi had been verbally attacking, but they didn't have the slightest idea of going against each other in their hearts. There's no other reason. You can't really beat it. Instructor Chi also laughed. He was just thinking of a reason to make a move. Good boy. Got balls. You're right. Strong people kill their way up one step at a time. Tell you what, you just awakened yesterday. I won't use my supernatural abilities and fight you. If you win, I'll take back what I just said. If you lose, hey, then get back to me honestly and double your volume for the rest of the training. Catch? I'll take it. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Xiao directly agreed. But coach, you'd better use your powers. After saying that, he ignored the other party's puzzled look, and with a tremor around his body, the energy fluctuations of a mid-first rank spread out. Instructor Chi's pupils tightened. This aura, a mid-first order martial artist. Something is wrong. He should have only awakened his powers yesterday. How could he have broken through to mid-first order today? The powerful fluctuation of alien energy caused the breathing of the other students in the surrounding special training classes to be suppressed, and each of them couldn't believe their eyes. This is the fluctuation of a martial artist? Lin Xiao he broke through to martial artist? Can someone hit me? Pop. Asterisk. It's you son of a again. Old me's just raised face is swollen by your slap again. Also, say, asterisk. Lin Xiao really broke through to a martial artist? Zhang Tianran, who was standing in front, looked at Lin Xiao as if he was looking at a monster. He was also considered to be the first echelon of the senior class of the third high school. How could he be so much like a waste when compared down with Lin Xiao? He's already broken through to martial artist, but he's still trying to absorb foreign energy from heaven and earth into his body. Are people that different from each other? And Instructor Chi finally confirmed that it had indeed reached the mid-first stage realm. I have to say, Lin Xiao, you made me look away. I don't care how you broke through, but I take back that sentence just now. You are indeed different from them. Since that's the case, then I will similarly make use of my mid-first rank level to fight against you. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, the other students dispersed as much as they could, leaving the field to the two. Instructor Chi looked at Lin Xiao and felt some emotion within his heart that such a place had allowed him to run into a heavenly pride. Strike! He did not strike first, although his realm was the same. He had been fighting on the front lines for years and had a deep background, so he could be invincible with his fighting skills alone. Instructor Chi, then I'm offended. As soon as the words came out, Lin Xiao's feet kicked in, like a cannonball catapulting, and he swiftly attacked towards his opponent. Punch! Instructor Chi extended his own palm to catch the punch. Fists and palms clashed, and the strong impact caused a stunned look to appear on Instructor Chi's face once again. This kid's power, why is it so fierce? With one punch, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He wanted to act 13 but didn't expect to be punched in the face. Instructor, please also take it seriously. Lin Xiao stood in place with a serious and grave expression. He was curious to know what kind of level his current self was at. Good boy, I really underestimated you. Strike! After saying that, the two people once again collided. Fists clashed. You punched. I kicked. For a moment it was surprisingly difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiao, is he even this awesome? Fighting the instructor to a draw? I've heard from my family that this instructor Chi is not a small person, and that he has a full late third stage cultivation. Nima, late third stage? So dangling? I'll be satisfied if I can break through to the third rank in my life. And you're telling me that Lin Xiao is fighting the third ranked instructor Chi right now? Can't you see? Instructor Chi has suppressed his own cultivation level and is in the middle of the first rank just like Lin Xiao. So what? Are you good? Got it? Gotcha. You gotcha again? Wang Yi looked at Lin Xiao in the field with a pair of big eyes. Developed. This is really developed. My brother so fierce? No. Tonight say anything to get the old man to step aside. This thigh must be hugged to death. I have to think about what Lin is lacking right now. To be a little brother, we have to have work in our eyes. The fierce battle continued. Gradually Lin Xiao fell into the wind. In terms of fighting skills, he was too weak. This was the first time he had ever fought someone. Of course Instructor Chi was also having a hard time. This kid's strength was too strong, almost catching up to a late first rank martial artist. And also, why was he so sensitive? Every time he was about to hit, he always managed to dodge it. Moreover, he had discovered that the kid's battle sense was improving. What a terrifying talent. After hedging again, the two separated. Lin Xiao was a bit out of breath at the moment, but it was exhilarating. Chi instructor is also tired enough. He must always be careful not to be the other side of the fist smashed. On the boy's strength. Take that one cannot be light. Instructor, I have one last move. Watch out. After saying that, Lin Xiao gathered the foreign energy in his body and the originally calm void suddenly cracked open. What? Seeing the void rift in front of him again, Instructor Chi couldn't dare to imagine his eyes. What is this kid planning to do? What kind of move is this? It's so scary. The blade of nothingness. Countless fragments flashed out from the shattered crack, and these fragments converged into a sharp blade under Lin Xiao's manipulation, carrying a terrifying fluctuation as they attacked Instructor Chi. Feeling the strong fluctuations in it, Instructor Chi's scalp tingled, and not being able to care about anything else, he immediately exuded all his strength and formed a defensive wall in front of his chest. Bang! A huge cloud of smoke filled the field, and the sound of clicking could be heard. After this move was unleashed, Lin Xiao's entire body sat down on the ground. This was a skill he had learned in the dark after awakening his temporal and spatial abilities, which he called the Blade of Void. And at the moment, this move consumed too much, and it could only be utilized once in a battle against someone. His eyes stared ahead. With Instructor Chi's strength, it would definitely be no problem to take it. He just didn't know what kind of strength stage this move was at. It wasn't long before the smoke cleared and a figure stood in it. The other students didn't dare to make the slightest sound. They were really scared just now. Lin Xiao, terrifying as it is. Who won? Wang Yi also stuttered a bit. Lin Xiao, you win. Instructor Chi's voice came from the distance, and standing in place, he looked at a wound in his right palm for a long time. It's Lin Xiao who won. Nyo bai. Somebody hit me. I'm not dreaming. Pop. Hey, I missed. I knew you boys were going to do it. Pop. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are you hitting me again? I looked to see if I had dreamed it, and I didn't realize it was real. Naya. Lin Xiao slowly stood up and walked to the instructor with a slight bow as he heard the words. Thanks, instructor. He knew that he couldn't win if he was based on real skill. And, during the bout, the instructor was consciously guiding himself, which he was grateful for, and Instructor Chi was silent. He didn't know what to say. That move you just made was fierce enough. If we're only talking about killing power, it's already at the level of the third rank. You kid is really a demon. Third order? Hearing the instructor's words, Lin Xiao also sort of had a preliminary judgment of his strength at the moment. Alright, you don't have to participate in today's training, go back and rest. Instructor Chi waved his hand. Obviously, he was shocked by Lin Xiao's demonic talent. Then instructor, the student will go back first. Lin Xiao slightly arched his hand before leaving the place. Looking at the departing Lin Xiao, Instructor Chi felt some emotion. Then his expression changed. What are you looking at? Bunch of trash. Everyone run 50 kilometers with weights this afternoon. If we don't finish in an hour, we'll add another 10 kilometers. Aha. Instructor. No, I was wrong instructor. I'm trash. Give me a break. The remaining students were instantly miserable as soon as they heard about the training. Chapter 6, Check-in. Spacetime God's Eyes. Come home. System, open the personal panel. Ding, personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Sex, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade alien spacetime, super SSS grade spacetime sacred law origin, awakening level 1%. Level, middle first order. Blood gas, 320 points, weaklings gain weight. Spirituality, 25 points, the dog ate a lot of hot ones. Technique, Void Sutra, first glimpse. Martial art, Blade of Void, introductory. Cultivation points, 0, exchangeable for 1. 5W cultivation points. Ding! It has been detected that the host can exchange 1. 5W of cultivation points. Please ask if you want to exchange them? After thinking about it for a while, Lin Xiao decided to leave 10W in case of a backup, and the rest should be exchanged for cultivation points to increase his strength. System, exchange 1. 4W. Ding! The exchange was successful. Congratulations to the host for being one step closer to being strong. When I sparred with Instructor Chi just now, I realized that my control over myself is still a bit weak. System, mental power plus. Ding! The addition was successful. A refreshing sensation. This deep sublimation of the brain made Lin Xiao enjoy himself. At this time, his spiritual power has reached 50 points. The control of the body is clearly on a whole new level. System, blood and chi add up. Ding! The addition was successful. A powerful energy erupted out, and the blood chi value came to 500 points. Powerful feeling. System, what does this degree of alien ability awakening mean? Ding! The degree of alien ability awakening represents the degree of the host's development of the alien ability at the moment. The higher the degree of awakening, the greater the host's control over his powers. Ding! May I ask if the host is adding points to his supernatural awakening? Is that so? Currently only 1% developed by myself, which is really too low. Space and time and space, so-called space is honored and time is king, must be added. System, talent addition. Ding! The addition was successful. In the dark, Lin Xiao felt as if the space around him was clearer, and reaching out to touch it had a different feeling. Looking at the panel again. At this point, the level of awakening came to 3%, and the cultivation points had gone to 0. He pulled at his mouth. Poor. Too poor. System, you said before that killing foreign beasts can also obtain cultivation points? Ding! That's right. The host can obtain the corresponding cultivation points by killing the ferocious beasts of this world. If you want to become stronger, young man, then fight hard. Kill the beasts. You don't mean to say work hard, do you, my dear system? Lin Xiao was speechless. However, in order to become stronger, the only thing that could be done at the moment was to find a way to ask the instructor tomorrow. Then, keep practicing. There were still 2 more exotic energy pills, so Lin Xiao swallowed them all in one breath and cultivated 30 times the cultivation speed. With the aid of the elixir, the growth rate of his alien ability could only be described in 2 words. Terror. The night passes and the day dawns. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his bones crunching all over his body. After a night of cultivation, the alien energy in his body was close to saturation. I think we'll break through today. This feeling, it's awesome. System, sign in. Ding! Signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the 10 great divine eyes of the heavens, time and space divine eyes. May I ask whether to receive it? Hearing the reward for signing in, Lin Xiao froze in place. The time god's eyes? The name alone is dangling. Receive. Ding! Fusion is underway. This divine eye contains the greatness of heaven and earth. Please be patient, host. Ding! Interception of the rules of this world has been detected. The system has blocked it. Ding! Fusion in progress. Please wait. Lin Xiao's entire person was sitting in place. His eyes were tightly closed, but he kept frowning between his eyes. Even with the help of the system, fusing such divine objects was a challenge for him. His eyes burned while a touch of divine luster faintly shone. Ding! Fusion successful. The moment he succeeded, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, and his pupils, which were originally pitch black, were now shining with a light that was impossible to look directly at or speculate on. Congeal. Lin Xiao looked ahead and whispered softly. Its eyes flashed, and powerful rule power filled the air, forming a spatial barrier. Stop. Speaking out again, his eyes glowed a little red, and a terrifying rule power overflowed, and Lin Xiao realized that the air around him did not circulate anymore. Like time was fixed at this point. A second later, it was back to its original form once again. Lin Xiao panted heavily. He had just consumed a bit too much, and just after saying 2 words, the alien energy in his body had directly bottomed out. But, despite the consumption, this is too awesome. He was genuinely a bit excited. Temporal God's eyes. Temporal God's eyes. Truly worthy of being one of the 10 great divine eyes. Just now when he simply manipulated it, he was able to solidify space and also stop time. If this were to fight against someone in the future, wouldn't it be directly invincible? System, what other functions does this space-time god's eye have? He was incredibly excited. Hanging on is really cool. Always hanging on is straight up cool. Ding! This god's eye can break through all illusions. possesses the power of supreme rules, and contains endless greatness. Can you break through all illusions? Lin Xiao thought for a moment as he looked at his panel. The panel bar has an extra line. Talent, SSS rank alien spacetime, super SSS rank spacetime sacred law origin, awakening level 3%, time and space god's eyes, the 10 great god's eyes of the heavens, awakening degree 1%. He tugged at his mouth. I'm so poor. Today's lesson is mainly to teach you all how to effectively communicate with the alien energies between heaven and earth. In the classroom, Instructor Chi is telling what the class is teaching. After yesterday's torture, there was no one in the class other than Lin Xiao who had any other thoughts of resistance. Lin Xiao, you've already broken through to martial artist. Come up here and give a demonstration. Instructor Chi looked at Lin Xiao. The exact method, he had already said. Since there was Lin Xiao, a deviant, let him demonstrate it. Yes, instructor. Hearing this, Lin Xiao also walked up to the podium. He closed his eyes, and in an instant, the alien energy around him was like a 3-day hungry wolf bumping into a roasted lamb sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. Crazy surges were directed towards Lin Xiao's direction. Instructor Chi stood silent, incredibly silent. He felt it was a mistake to let the kid come up and demonstrate. Can't you see the other kids down there all staring at him like they're asking him a question? Is this right, Instructor Z? Bang! Powerful fluctuations emanated from Lin Xiao's body and his aura became even more powerful. What? Suddenly, a breakthrough? Instructor Chi exclaimed once again. He didn't dare to imagine his eyes. Right under his nose. This kid who had just awakened for the second day had broken through to the late first stage? It seemed like he had to have gone through half a year before and after from awakening to breaking through the late first stage in the first place. This kid right here. Just 2 days? And hearing the instructor's words, the class once again boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What does it mean? Big brother Lin Xiao made another breakthrough? Seriously? Which hit? Air. Never mind. I'll do it myself. Pa, WOJ, that hurt. Naya not dreaming. Gigantier, are we allowed to live? Everyone was staring fixedly at the scene in front of them. They were now struggling to even inhale their alien energy. And someone else, Lin Xiao, had already broken through to the late first stage. Wang Yi also shook the 3 tails of flesh on his body. After last night's reasoned argument, his old man gave him a bank card for 200 W and told him to look after himself. 200 W is also an astronomical amount for him. In the past, when he asked for money from his family, he only gave a few thousand or so each time. It was also the old man who was moved by his words, and truthfully Lin Xiao's talent was too terrifying and worth investing in. He was thinking about how to give this money to Lin Xiao. Give it directly. It would seem like he had too much purpose. Think of something. With his brain, he couldn't really think of anything good. Forget it, just showdown. No one can stop me from hugging this thigh anyway. When he finished speaking, he made some sort of determination that a happy life was ahead of him in the future. After a short while, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, not expecting to break through so quickly. He saw the silent instructor on the sidelines and stood up. Instructor, I'm done with my demonstration, so I'll go down first. Ha, oh, okay, you go down. Nice demo. Reacting. Instructor Chi briefly complimented him. The other students were still looking at Lin Xiao adoringly, and the lady was even glowing. If not for the fact that there were other people at the scene, it was estimated that they couldn't help but directly pounce on him. Lin Xiao, who had returned to his seat, realized that Wang Yi next to him had been looking at himself and giggling, and frowned slightly. Fat ass, what are you thinking? Hey, Lin Xiao. Ah, there's a good thing. What's good? Hey, I begged the old man of the house last night for a long time. I said I have a deadbeat brother with amazing talent. He'll be a loud and powerful man in the future. Guess what? The old man gave me 200 W. He. Lin Xiao, still a brother is good enough. With that, Wang Yi took out a bank card and threw it directly to Lin Xiao. Looking at the bank card in front of him, Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. As his only friend, he never thought of asking for anything from him. Coming into this world, he'd actually maintained a sort of isolation, a sense of distance from everything that was going on. Wang Yi was considered the only friend he could talk to, and, right now, he was really short of money. He put away his bank card. Then I won't be polite to you. In fact, even without this incident, when he grew up in the future, he would still give a little help to those he recognized within his ability. He was born that way. Hey, who's with whom? Tell me when you don't have enough. I'll go back and ask the old man for it. Wang Yi also said with a smile. Steady. After a class, most of the twins had already succeeded in absorbing the foreign energy into their bodies, and after the initial experience, everyone was happy to do so. This was because they realized that after their bodies absorbed these supernormal abilities, the fatigue from yesterday's intense training was much less. That concludes today's lesson. Here's an after-school assignment for you. when you get home, all of you channel your psychic energy into one big cycle through your body. I'll check tomorrow, and those who didn't finish will run 100 kilometers underweight. Class dismissed. And the students who got a taste of it waved goodbye to their instructors. Ha, Lin Xiao, is there anything else you want? Instructor Chi couldn't help but ask with some curiosity when he realized that Lin Xiao was still sitting in his original position. Instructor, there's something I want to ask you. Chapter 7, Wasteland Forests. Oh, you want a field trial? When Instructor Chi heard this, he was a bit surprised, but not too surprised. In his eyes right now, Lin Xiao was a demon. Moreover, his strength was not bad. Just kidding. Have you ever seen the guy in the middle of the first rank who could explode a third rank attack? That's right. Strong people are killed step by step. I want to grow up as soon as possible. Lin Xiao nodded. Well, you're right. It's rare that you have such a realization. Instructor Chi was now more and more satisfied with Lin Xiao the more he looked at him. Later on, I have to talk to the boss. Such a heavenly pride. See if I can pull it into my camp. Tell you what, you come with me and I'll take you to a nice place. After saying that, Instructor Chi led Lin Xiao towards the outside of the school. Soon the two came to a stop. Savage Plains Forest? Seeing the standing sign in the distance, Lin Xiao pondered. Go! Instructor Chi pulled Lin Xiao into a hall in front of him. Coming to a window, Instructor Chi faced the other side and said, "Get this kid an identity token." The staff member looked at Lin Xiao and frowned. "Hello sir, the identity token must be a first-rank martial artist to be processed." In his opinion, Lin Xiao's face was too youthful, and he hadn't seen such a young martial artist after working here for so long. While Instructor Chi looked at Lin Xiao with a smile after hearing this, Lin Xiao, on the other hand, shook his shoulders and his body shook as the aura belonging to a first-ranked martial artist permeated his body. The staff member was surprised, and then also reacted immediately. "This Mr. Martial Artist, I'm very sorry. I'll handle your identity token for you now." With that, he started registering the information. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 16. Cultivation level? Lin Xiao considered it for a moment, but decided not to hide it. Late first order. Hearing the cultivation level of late first rank, that staff member was once again shocked. A 16-year-old late first rank? Which family is this demonic pride hidden in the snow? He didn't dare look up at the other man, and his hands moved more and more quickly. Well, this is your identity token. Please keep it. He respectfully handed over his identity token with both hands. Such a demon must be the son of a family. He didn't dare to move anything. While Lin Xiao's voice was not too loud and not too small, the people in this hall had basically stepped into the level of a martial artist and had good hearing. A 16-year-old late first rank. No kidding? This is genius. Old me struggled to communicate my powers when I was 16. Khan, this teenager looks like a young master of a worldly family. We can't compare. Many people were surprised. Such a heavenly pride. They had never heard of it. It must be the son of a worldly family who came to practice. You remember to keep the identity token. It's considered your proof of martial arts, and it will also record something about you, Instructor Chi said while pulling Lin Xiao around. This is a branch of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Artist Association. There are some missions over there that you can pick up, and you will be rewarded accordingly upon completion. Lin Xiao looked at the quest bar on the wall not far away, which was labeled with quite a few quests as well as rewards. There is a cultivation room there, which can be supplied to martial artists for their daily cultivation, and there is plenty of foreign energy inside. Of course, you have to pay if you want to go in and cultivate. Next to it is the test pile, which can test various indicators of martial artists. Speaking of which, he was quite curious about the physical quality of this Lin Xiao kid. In the last sparring session, he found that this kid's power was quite amazing. In the middle stage he possessed no less than the power of the late stage, and now that he was in the late stage, he should be even more terrifying, right? I don't know how this kid was trained. Born with God's power? You should have noticed it when it came. The Wasteland Forest? That's right. Didn't you ask me if there's a place to try out? The Wasteland Forest is a very good venue to try out. There are quite a few first-order ferocious beasts infesting the outer region. With your strength, as long as you are careful, there shouldn't be any major problems. Instructor Chi looked at the student in front of him. A late first-rank cultivation with third-rank level attacks. As long as he was careful, those ferocious beasts in the periphery were not much of a threat to him. Lin Xiao nodded as he slowly walked over to the taskbar. Level C quest. Kill the early first-stage Song Yuan wolf and take its claws, skin and other materials. Reward 10W. Class C mission. Find 10 plants of 100 herbs. Reward 12W. Level B quest. Kill a mid-first order Flamer Slayer lion. Take its entrails and lion's paw. Reward 50W. Class A quest. Kill the late first stage peak rattlesnake king and take its snake bile. Reward 100W. S-class quest. Searching for the second order elixir flavored Ganoderma. Reward 500W. Note, there are powerful beasts lurking around this kind of elixir. Please be careful, warriors. Looking at the wall full of quests, Lin Zhao's eyes were glowing. It was all money in his opinion. He looked to the staff at the side and inquired, "May I ask, are there any requirements for taking these missions?" The staff member glanced at him. "There is no requirement. You only need to submit the appropriate supporting documents." "Got it. Thanks a lot." Lin Zhao nodded as he returned to the instructor's side and looked at him. "Instructor, I'm going to head to the wasteland forest to practice for a few days. And at the school, I'm going to trouble the instructor to ask for a leave of absence for me." "Oh, your kid is quite anxious. Okay, I'll help you out on the school side. It's good to see blood." Instructor Chi waved his hand. He could sort of see that this kid was indeed a bit fierce and a bit rash. "Thank you, instructor." Then the student will leave first. After Lin Zhao said goodbye, he arrived at the entrance of the wasteland forest alone and just walked in. What anticipation! Instructor Chi looked at the disappearing Lin Zhao and then also left this place. He had other things to do. After appearing in the forest, Lin Zhao's nerves had been taut, and he couldn't afford to be in the gutter for his first experience. It didn't take him long to walk before he ran into a ferocious beast. Looking at this aura, it should be an early first stage ferocious beast, the Earth Spirit Mouse. Lin Zhao looked at the Earth Spirit Mouse that appeared in front of him. Two incisors were huge, covered in hair, and had a pair of blood-colored pupils. Obviously, the ferocious beast had also discovered Lin Zhao and showed its teeth at him. Early stage of the first rank. I wonder if I can take a punch from me. Bang! After a loud sound, a huge hollow appeared in the center of the Earth Spirit Mouse's body, and Lin Zhao's punch directly pierced through its body. Weak. Ding! Kill a first-order primary ferocious beast, gain 100 cultivation points. Is there only 100 points at the beginning of the first rank? Hearing the voice coming from the system, Lin Zhao frowned and frowned. So stingy. Forget it. A mosquito's leg is meat. System, can this ferocious beast corpse be exchanged for cultivation points? Ding! Possible host. Detected redeemable ferocious beast corpse early first stage Earth Spirit Mouse. Redeemable for 200 cultivation points. Is it redeemable? So little? Forget it. Redeem it. Ding! Exchange successful. At the same time, the corpse of the slain Earth Spirit Mouse disappeared, and after successfully killing a ferocious beast, Lin Zhao didn't feel much. He was also a bit puzzled. When did his heart get so cold? Keep going. After most of the day had passed like this, Lin Zhao had encountered more than a dozen ferocious beasts before and after. Basically all of them were at the early stage of the first rank, and couldn't even carry one of his punches. At this point, the number of cultivation points had grown to 500. Not bad. That's not bad for efficiency. Lin Zhao nodded. Just then, he heard movement coming from the front, as if someone was fighting. Sensing that there were humans and ferocious beasts, he went over to take a look and see if he could pick up a leak, and in a clearing in front of them, 3 martial artists were fighting hard against a ferocious beast. "Boss, no, this skin is too thick. Our attacks can't even break its defense." "Yeah, boss, why don't we just give up? I'm about to run out of my powers. It's going to be dangerous if we drag this out." 2 of the mid-first rank martial artists shouted at their bosses as they struck out to attack the ferocious beasts. The one who attacked the most fiercely, that boss was also full of powerlessness. He also used his full strength, just that this dam is too hard, and the attacks of the 3 of them can't hurt it at all. He had no choice but to give up. Second and third, prepare to retreat. Yes, boss. The 3 brothers immediately retreated towards the back after blasting out another hard strike. They gave up. On the other hand, the ferocious beast that had been fighting with them for half a day stood still and had no intention of chasing after them, and it was also relying on its high defense. Damn! I didn't expect this shell to be so hard. I lost my head this time. It's okay, the 3 of US brothers stay in the mountains. Ahem, since you guys have given up, then this ferocious beast will be mine. What person? The 3 brothers looked startled and immediately looked at Lin Zhao who was standing on the side. Just now they didn't even notice that someone was on the side. If this person sneaked out, then... Thinking about this, a lot of cold sweat had broken out on the 3 of their faces. What I mean is that since you guys are giving up, the ferocious beast will be mine. The person who spoke was Lin Zhao, and after he finished speaking, he no longer cared about what these 3 people thought and walked straight forward, staring at the ferocious beast in front of him. The ferocious beast's eye showed a fierce light when it saw Lin Zhao. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt," Lin Zhao said with a smile. This was a mid-first stage mountain-piercing armor, characterized by its high defense. But it was a pity that it ran into him. Bang! The pangolin armor died in peace. It did not expect that its proud defense could not block the other party's punch. Not far away from the 3 people who have not yet gone far, saw this scene have been scared out of their wits. The leader of the boss hurriedly greeted the other 2 people to leave this place. Second and third, go! After saying that, he ran away first by himself. fearing that he would be killed by the other party if he went slow. After running for some distance, he dared to stop and catch his breath. "Boss, what kind of path did that person just take? It was also too fierce," one of them said with a palpitating heart. The three of their brothers fought for half a day with no progress. The other party ended the fight with a punch. If the other party moved to kill the other party, one of the three of them could not run away. "I'm not too sure. I haven't heard of this character in the past. Recently our brothers have to be more careful. This wasteland forest looks like it's going to be uneventful." Lin Xiao, who had killed the mountain-piercing armor, didn't care about the three people fleeing in the rear. Ding, killing a mid-first stage pangolin, gaining 300 cultivation points. Successful corpse recovery, gaining 300 cultivation points. A mid-first order ferocious beast is quite a bit higher. Lin Xiao nodded and continued to walk forward. In the evening, Lin Xiao's figure appeared at the entrance. The whole day's killing had allowed him to gain nearly 2W cultivation points. He walked over to the quest bar and after turning in some quest materials, he once again gained around 80W of gold. That's enough to get him an extra point or two for the rest of the day. "I think, come home. System, open the panel." Ding, the host panel has opened. Looking at his panel, Lin Xiao finally decided to raise his spirit once again as he realized that the higher his spirit power was, the more control he had over all aspects of his life, and the rest, if it was enough, he would raise the awakening level of the spacetime god's eyes. System, give me some spiritual power in temporal divine eyes. Ding, the addition was successful. While comfortable, once again experiencing the feeling of being in control, Lin Xiao was satisfied. At this time, his spiritual power had already reached 100 points. And the awakening level of the spacetime god's eyes had also reached 2%. Cultivation points are already 0. I can't help but spend. So I'll continue tomorrow. Chapter 8 Breakthrough. Late Second Order. For the next few days, Lin Xiao killed ferocious beasts during the day and cultivated at night. But control over itself is becoming more and more perfect. Well, that's enough for today. Looking at the ferocious beast in front of him that no longer had any breath, Lin Xiao greeted the system very skillfully. Ding. Killing a mid-second stage ferocious beast saber-toothed tiger, rewarded with 1000 cultivation points. May I ask whether to recycle the ferocious beast's corpse? Recycle. Ding, recovery successful. Reward 1000 cultivation points. After so many days of killing, his cultivation points had come to 8W, plus the nearly 500W gold coins he had gained from completing the quests. That's 13W if you redeem them all. Tonight is the night I reap the fruits. Returning to the hall of the Martial Artist Association, Lin Xiao skillfully handed some mission materials to the staff, and after so many days, that staff member's attitude towards Lin Xiao was becoming more and more respectful. This kind of second-order martial artists were already considered number one, but the teenager in front of him had turned in a lot of mid-second order ferocious beast materials alone, when really, it's a demon. Please wait a moment, Lord Lin. I'll immediately help you with the accounting. Lin Xiao nodded. He was lucky today and stumbled upon a lot of things that were needed on the mission. The hall had gathered quite a few martial artists at this time. Many of them were regular visitors to this place. They had little background and could only exchange their daily cultivation needs by killing ferocious beasts. It's him again. Every time he comes these days, there are so many quests on the quest bar that he's completed. There's even no shortage of S-rank quests. That one must possess a martial artist with at least mid-second stage strength to qualify for. What a terrifying teenager. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let people hear you. Last time I ran into him in the middle of the wilderness. Guess what? What? Robbed you? That's not true. But he directly punched a second-ranked ferocious beast in a second, which didn't scare the old man to death. Asterisk. Really? One punch second rank? Really? He's looking our way. Keep it down. A few of the people who were discussing realized that Lin Xiao's gaze swept over and immediately didn't dare to squeak. All of them lowered their heads, as if there were white-blossomed beauties lying on the ground that attracted their eyes. Lord Lin, long time waiting. The materials you provided this time including the mission reward is 1,930,000 in total. I've fought for you to take a round number, 200W. The gold coins have been credited to your identity token. Please check it. The tone of the staff was respectful. Lin Xiao looked at it. Thanks a lot. I'll look for you if I need you in the future. It wasn't much for 7W, but the other guy was kind, and he took it in stride. The staff member was delighted at the sound, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain, and he became more and more respectful. By the way, is the cultivation room over there free right now? Yes, there is one that just happens to be vacant at the moment. It's an Earth character cultivation room, and the rate is 10W gold coins an hour. The staffer immediately brought the situation to light. 10W an hour. Here's 500W for you to drive for me for 2 days. Alright, Lord Lin, wait a moment. I'll help you with that. Lin Xiao nodded. It did not take long for that staff member to complete the formalities and lead Lin Xiao to an Earth character cultivation room. This is the room access card. 50 hours of cultivation have been saved for you. When the time is up, a beep will prompt you. Good luck with your cultivation. With that said, the staff retreated. Lin Xiao took the door card and walked in to find a card slot. After he inserted the door card into it, the entire room instantly filled with a dense foreign energy. Hua! The foreign energy in the air is really thick. This 500W is not a bad thing to spend. Feeling the energy fluctuations coming from all directions, Lin Xiao sat up in his seated position at that moment. System, open personal panel. Ding! The personal panel has opened. Name, Lin Xiao. Sex, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade alien spacetime plus, super SSS grade spacetime holy dharma origin. Awakening level 3%. Time and space god's eyes plus, the 10 great eyes of the heavens. Awakening degree 2%. Level, early second order plus. Blood and gas, 580 points plus, barely out of the lowlife. Mental strength, 120 points plus, Tai. Technique, Void Sutra plus, first glimpse. Martial art, Blade of the Void plus, introductory. Cultivation points, 83, 500, exchangeable for 2W cultivation points. A few days. His own cultivation has already broken through to the early stage of the second rank. He cannot need to be raised through the addition of points. But it is the talent supernormal ability. These days is no progress at all. He is a real waste but it's okay. System, add points to my alien talent. Ding, may I ask which item the host chooses to add? All plus. Ding, the addition was successful. The cultivation points dropped from over 80,000 points to less than 10,000 points in one fell swoop. Lin Xiao's heart ached as he looked at the reduced number of cultivation points, which he had redeemed from killing ferocious beasts nonstop for so many days, and all of a sudden so many were gone. However, he hadn't been heartbroken for long before a strange change came from his body and eyes. Powerful. Unspeakably powerful. Like the level of life was rising. As the protagonist, he had the most intimate intuitive feelings, clearly feeling that his understanding of space and time had become even more profound. And as the degree of development of his natural supernatural ability increased, the amount of energy he consumed when using it would slowly become less. Glancing at the panel once again, his two major talents had reached 7% and 5% awakening levels respectively, and at the same time, the natural martial skill, Void Blade, had also reached the stage of minor accomplishment from its original introductory level. System, redeem 2W cultivation points and at the same time fill up my blood chi and spiritual power. Ding, the exchange was successful. Ding, the addition was successful. Powerful energy came from the body again, while the brain was racing. How cool is that? Lin Xiao pulled out a bottle of exotic energy pills, threw a few of them, and began to sink his teeth into cultivation. The moment he closed his eyes, the alien energy of the entire cultivation room felt some kind of summoning in the darkness and surged madly in Lin Xiao's direction. At the same time, the blood void on the surface of Lin Xiao's skin was absorbing recklessly. Several days of killing had caused this body of his to not absorb foreign energy like this for a long time. It's a real feast for the eyes. Give me food. Directly above it, a small vortex was formed, and a steady stream of foreign energy entered Lin Xiao's body, and its cultivation level was also rapidly rising under this terrifying fluctuation. Surface. A staff member in charge of managing the cultivation rooms noticed that something was wrong, and he detected that one of the Earth character cultivation rooms was depleting its exotic stones at a very fast rate. It was thought that there was a malfunction. However, after some testing, there was no problem, and seeing the increasing consumption, he immediately reported the matter. What do you mean? Excessive consumption? A middle-aged man with a country face frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. Yes, supervisor, that one Earth character cultivation room costs an average of nearly 10 alien energy stones per hour based on current consumption. The staff member carefully reported. What? Consuming 10 exotic stones an hour? How is that possible? The middle-aged man was shocked. The exotic energy stone was a hard currency among martial artists, and also an exceptionally precious kind of crystal stone, containing very rich exotic energy. Martial artists could directly absorb the energy in it for cultivation. However, the stock of the ability stone is not much, which leads to its exceptionally precious. The market can be traded on the ability stone. The cheapest one is also nearly 10W or so. The middle-aged man was somewhat unable to sit still and immediately asked his subordinates to take him to the scene to see the situation. Checked it out and it didn't appear to be a problem. Since it's not our problem, the problem is with the people inside. Pull up the profiles of the people in there for me. The middle-aged man frowned and yelled to the side while he contemplated whether or not to force the people inside out first. At this rate, he's got a lot to lose. It was only that it was most taboo for a martial artist to be interrupted during cultivation, and he didn't want to do so until it was absolutely necessary. Supervisor, look, A staff member quickly handed Lin Xiao's personal information, which was written on the information of the rank when he first arrived, as well as the memo of the suspected son of a family. 16 years old, late first stage, suspected to be the son of a family? After reading it, the middle-aged man was even more confused. Where is this living ancestor? Not to mention the suspected son of the family, just 16 years old, the strength of the late stage of the first order. Let him be shocked. As the person in charge of this place, he had seen quite a few geniuses, but he had never really seen such a genius. At this time, the staff member who had been receiving Lin Xiao walked up and said a few words in the supervisor's ear. The middle-aged man was even more surprised. Possessing at least a mid-second stage strength? Where is this a genius? This is simply a demon. Now, he was excited instead. Such a demon. Unexpectedly let him meet. Then must seize the opportunity. Supervisor, then how do you see this matter being handled? The person in charge of the cultivation room asked softly. Whatever he uses, don't care, fill me up. By the way, exactly how long will he be practicing this time? Back to the supervisor. There are 50 hours in total, and at the current 10 blocks per hour, it would take almost 500 zenoliths. Hearing this figure, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. 500 pieces of exotic stones, converted into gold coins, that would be worth 5,000 W. Once you bite the bullet, you can't afford to give up the child. You keep a special eye on this place for the next 2 days, and whenever there's not enough, add it for me. Let me know immediately when it's almost over. The middle-aged man held back his heart, which was dripping blood, and disappeared after saying his words, fearing that he would regret staying there any longer. In the Earth Character Cultivation Room, Lin Xiao was still cultivating with his eyes closed. The energy within his body had reached the peak state of the early second stage. Bang! It's a breakthrough. Middle of the second order. But he didn't open his eyes and continued to cultivate. After waking up briefly once in the middle, performing a systematic check-in and signing in a bottle of exotic energy Dan, he closed his eyes once again and immersed himself in cultivation. 50 hours came quickly, at which point a mechanical voice sounded in the room. Dear Mr. Lin Xiao, your cultivation time is about to expire. Please ask if you want to increase the length of time. After hearing the sound prompt, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and felt the surging energy in his body. He shook his head. No increase. The effect of the cultivation room here was really good. The foreign energy was quite dense. Just in these 2 days, he had already broken through to the late second stage. It's also time to get out and about. After walking out of the cultivation room, he noticed that there were a few silhouettes standing in front of him, as if they were waiting for him. May I ask if it's little brother Lin Xiao? The middle-aged man at the head of the group immediately walked forward with a smile after seeing the silhouette that appeared. I'm Lin Xiao. May I ask who you are? Little brother Lin Xiao. How are you? I'm the person in charge here. San Xian, if you don't mind. You can call me elder brother Sun. The middle-aged man briefly introduced himself. The words are very friendly, like bumping into a long unseen comrade in arms, without the slightest frame. Elder brother Sun. Ha ha ha, little brother Lin Xiao. There are many people here. In that case, why don't we go to my reception room and have a seat? Hearing Lin Xiao's address, Sun Xian was very happy and walked forward to pat his shoulder. Lin Xiao didn't sense any malice from the other party, and since he was the person in charge here, it wasn't easy to refuse. So he agreed. This way then, little brother Lin. Sun Xian immediately walked ahead to lead the way. It was only after they had gone that a good deal of talk came from the halls. If I'm not mistaken, the one just now was Lord Sun. Right, yes, that's him. What is that youngster? How could he make Lord Sun personally greet him and even call him a brother? I'm curious as well. Lord Sun is the chief in charge here, holding a lot of power, and I heard that he's also a 5th-ranked powerhouse. Hiss, then I'm even more curious. Is that teenager not the son of a worldly family? Who cares who he is? Old me is most displeased with this kind of person, relying on the shade of his ancestors, really fighting all flowery. Keep your voice down, don't let people hear you. Watch your head. Chapter 9 $100 million. A simple house with a common room for guests. Lin Xiao sat slightly sideways with some fruits in front of him. He had some vague guesses, but wasn't certain. Sun Xian then opened his mouth and said, there's no need to be nervous, little brother Lin. In fact, inviting you here was also my humble self's whim to meet you at first sight. Just now, I heard from the people below that there is a teenage heavenly pride at our site. Now that I look at it, little brother Lin is truly a dragon and phoenix among men. If he hadn't perceived wrongly, the teenager in front of him was not in the late first stage, but had clearly reached the strength of the late second stage. 16 years old, late second stage. He had never seen such a demon in his life. As long as there were no surprises midway through the process, this teenager would definitely be a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom's existence in the future. Elder brother Sun is joking. I am also just an ordinary person. Lin Xiao was not humble. he felt the other party's goodwill. It seemed like it should be similar to what he had expected. No arrogance. If old brother had your mentality back then, he might have been able to go farther. There was a hint of emotion, and without beating around the bush, Sun Hyun pulled out a black card from his sleeve. This is the black and gold membership card for our Budo Association. It entitles you to a 30% discount at any branch of the Martial Arts Association in the Dragon Kingdom. Also, there's a $2,000 credit exemption every month. It's a gift from my oldest brother. Looking at the black gold card in front of him, Lin Xiao didn't accept it at first. Older brother. What are you? Little brother Lin is being overly concerned. Since you call me old brother won't harm you. This card is simply a token of my brother's appreciation. Nothing more. Sun Xian smiled and looked at the other party. This kind of juvenile pride, the heart of the Qianquan, only need to be treated sincerely. If that's the case, then Lin Xiao won't push it off. Thank you, elder brother Sun. Lin Xiao received the black gold card and had to say that this other party's means of dealing with the world didn't make him feel a single bit of resentment. Elder brother Sun, the amount. I wonder what that 2000 W monthly credit exemption amount means. At this moment, he was a little embarrassed. He had just accepted the other party's goodwill, and then he asked for money. Wasn't it a little bit too good? Sun Xian then smiled and said, it means that by holding this card, you can claim a funding amount of 2,000 W from the Martial Arts Association every month, with a maximum amount of 100 million per year, and all you have to do is pay it off over the next 3 years, and there's no additional interest. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. 100 million per year. That's a good sentiment. As for paying off the debt in 3 years, after 3 years, with his strength, paying off the debt should not be a big problem. Appearing to have thought of something, Lin Xiao looked at Sun Xian with some embarrassment. There's no harm in speaking up. Xian Bei Lin. Sun Xian revealed a smile. Since he chose to befriend the teenager in front of him, he was happy to help the other party when he could. Elder brother Sun. I wonder if I can apply for a year's worth of credit at once. After saying this, Lin Xiao himself felt a bit shameless. A slight reddening of his face showed his embarrassment. Sun Xian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the other party's first opening to ask for so much money. Thus, he looked at Lin Xiao with fixed eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Lin Xiao raised his head and knew that his request might have made it a little difficult for the other party, but he would love to fight for it if he could. 100 million was 100 W cultivation points. With these 100 W cultivation points, he'll become stronger in a short period of time. It seems that Sage Brother Lin's vigor is also not comparable to ordinary people. After some observation, Sun Hyun had an idea. As the head of a site, he still had some rights. Since that's the case, old brother, I'll also help Sage Brother Lin. Hearing the other party's opening, Lin Xiao spoke with inner joy. Please don't worry, old brother Sun. Lin Xiao will keep today's favor in mind. In response, Sun Hyun also has a smile in his eyes. Life is never goodwill for no reason. There is only the exchange of interests. I've had $100 million credited to your token. Lin Xiao immediately thanked this again and left. Sun Hyun is sitting in the same place. Truly the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. 16 years old at the late second stage. Even though sons of the imperial capital's powerful families aren't this demonic, Lin Xiao ran all the way back to his little house. The breakthrough in his cultivation making him extremely fast. System, give me $100 million to convert all of it into cultivation points. Ding. Exchange successful. Currently available cultivation points 100 W. That's a lot of money. Looking at the full 100 W of cultivation points, Lin Xiao said that he had never fought such a rich battle before. Well, the feats need to be upgraded and improved, and talented abilities. This one is a priority and needs to be upgraded as well. Mental power is also important. I've found it to be the equivalent of CPU. Plus, for blood aura, I like the feeling of dry humping everything with one punch. Plus, martial arts. Needless to say, add, cultivation, check it out. If there's any left, add it. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction, expressing his satisfaction with this planning of his own. System, follow my program and add points. Ding. Addition successful. The cultivation points were instantly zeroed out. Not a single one left. Looking at Lin Xiao was very skeptical. Every time he didn't leave a little bit for him, he had a very good reason to suspect that this system was secretly selfish. Ding. Please don't insult this Tuzco brother. Ding. This system is a divine cultivation system. 3 melons and 2 dates. Why is that so? In this regard, Lin Xiao was not convinced at all. Still, it's a great feeling to be this powerful. Feeling the changes in himself, he felt invincible. System, open the panel. Ding. The host's personal panel has opened. Name, Lin Xiao. Sex, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade alien spacetime, Super SSS grade spacetime holy law origin, awakening level 12%, time and space God's eyes, 10 great God's eyes of the heavens, awakening level 10%, level, early third order, blood gas, 10, 000, oh, a toad in a chicken's hair, mental power, 1, 000 points, come on, you'll catch up with the blind soon enough, technique, Void Sutra, introductory, martial art, Blade of Void, peak of minor accomplishment, cultivation points, 0 inch, are these my current numbers? Lin Xiao clenched his fists, right now he was very eager to find someone to go to the school tomorrow and see the instructor. Phew, good night's sleep tonight, simply washing up. Lin Xiao lay down on his own bed and quickly entered dreamland. These days he hadn't let his guard down for a single moment. His nerves were continuously tensed, and it was really time to relax and unwind. Since realizing he had crossed over, he had been unusually careful with every step he took, just feeling out of place in the world. Very insecure. All my life, I've been walking on thin ice. Perhaps, this was the root cause of his eagerness to improve his strength. Only a strong strength could give him a sense of security. This sleep lasted until the afternoon of the next day. Lin Xiao rose sleepily. After such a long period of rest, his entire body had relaxed a lot. System, sign in. Ding. Signed in successfully. 1 copy of the Sense of Patriarchal Combat skill. Please ask if you will receive it. Good stuff again. Lin Xiao was delighted. Receive. Soon. Many images came to his mind. Images of the life of a middle-aged man who possessed the fighting skills of a grandmaster. Ding. Reception successful. With the help of the system, Lin Xiao completely absorbed that patriarchal sensation. At this moment, his eyes were sharp, and his whole body stood still, so that if a fighting master were here, he would have exclaimed. It was clear that the person in front of him looked all broken, yet there was nothing broken about him. This was a clan-level fighting skill, one that didn't belong to what he should have at his age. Is this the fighting skill of a grandmaster? Lin Xiao silently experienced, suddenly realized that his original self was that stupid, fighting with people without any skills to speak of. Reckless 1. Generally speaking, combat skills are categorized into 5 levels: subtle, dawn, master, grandmaster, and grandmaster. A 16-year-old with grandmaster-level combat skills was unprecedented in the entire Dragon Kingdom. It's time to go practice with Instructor Qi. 3rd Middle School. At the back of the hill, Instructor Qi suddenly sneezed. Ha ha, strange, it's so hot. Can't it be that some guy is cursing me behind my back? Instructor Qi sniffed his nose, then shouted, little brats, catch up. Those who are not at the top in 30 minutes will have extra practice tomorrow. And the student who was chided by him dared to be angry, but could only clench his teeth and make every effort to keep up with the large group in front of him. Instructor Qi chided as he walked. All of you hurry up, all of you hurry up. Look at you guys, after so many days, not a single one has broken through to martial artist. I've never led a class as bad as yours. In the future, don't ever say you were brought up by your old man. It's so embarrassing. A bunch of students were scolded and their faces turned purple, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't dare to resist. 2 days ago, Zhang Natural in the class couldn't take it anymore, and as an A-ranked alien talent, he also had the arrogance of being a genius. As a result, he was restrained and now trains twice as much as anyone else every day. Can't you see that they are all carrying 50 kilograms? While Zhang Tianran is carrying 100 kilograms. Rather, I haven't heard from that Lin Xiao kid for many days now, and I don't know how the adventures are going. Instructor Qi stroked his chin, for such a heavenly pride. He had reported it to his leader long ago. What the leaders meant was that Lin Xiao was not related to them. The words were revealing a message that Lin Xiao had already been noticed by people at a higher level and that they had no chance. At this, he was a bit disappointed. It was rare for him to stumble upon such a heavenly pride. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hey, it's Zeno. Hello, is this Instructor Qi? Lin Xiao's inquiry came from the other end of the phone. Oh, it's you brat Lin Xiao. The training is over? Yes, Instructor Qi. I wonder where you are now with the rest of your classmates. I came to the school and found none of you there. Oh, I brought them here to the back of the mountain to train their physical fitness. So come straight over. Okay, Instructor Z. After the phone hung up, Instructor Qi smiled. But there are many days have not seen this kid. I do not know how much this training has increased the ability. Before long, a figure appeared in front of him, and it was none other than Lin Xiao who had come. Looking at the teenager in front of him, a hint of surprise passed through Zeno's eyes. He realized that after a few days of not seeing him, he was a little blind to the kid. Instructor Qi, Lin Xiao greeted politely. Lin Xiao, are you looking for me for something? These training contents of mine are not very useful to the current you. He thought that Lin Xiao was looking for him because he wanted to join the training. Lin Xiao shook his head. Instructor, I would like to fight you again. Chapter 10, Lin Zhao's Strength. In a clearing, slightly tired from the special training class sitting around them. Who do you think will win this time? Must I Ringo? YYDS. I have a feeling that Instructor Chi can win this time. Last time Lin Zhao was able to win because the instructor let go of the water. Otherwise, do you really think that an instructor can't beat a senior student? Zhang Tianran is surprisingly supportive of Lin Zhao this time. I think Lin Zhao can win. Brother natural? Zhang Tianran, on the other hand, pursed his lips as he noticed an extra hint of seriousness on Instructor Chi's face this time. Wang Yi, who was lying on the ground and panting heavily, wanted to cheer loudly for his dead friend at this moment, but his energy did not allow him to do so. He can only deliver his point of view intermittently. Lin Zhao surely can win. The duo they were talking about were then facing each other, and Instructor Chi had noticed something was wrong. It's too subdued. And what's the deal with all this brokenness? With the peak of Dawn's combat skills, he found more than a dozen breaks with just this sweeping glance. This is even more than the first time the two fought each other. Instructor Chi, the student has an ungrateful request. I ask the instructor to show his true strength. Lin Zhao looked at the other party. The current him was not like the teenager he was back then. He was afraid that the instructor was still preserving his strength. In that case, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control one of his forces and would just blow up the instructor. After saying that, the fluctuations of the early third stage spread out. Zeno suddenly froze. Third order? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Instructor, are you ready? Hearing Lin Zhao's serious tone, Manhwa immediately adjusted his mindset. He at least came from the pile of dead people. What kind of scene hadn't he seen before? Good boy. Come on. Bang. Punch. In the eyes of the crowd, a silhouette cut through the sky, flashing like a meteor, and smashed into the opposite mountain. If I'm not mistaken, that's Instructor Chi, right? Should be. Asterisk. The scene stunned them all. What had happened? Lin Zhao had sent their instructor flying with one punch? This was Lin Zhao who had awakened with them. Wang Yi didn't know where he got the strength from and directly got up and ran to Lin Zhao's side, groping him up and down. Asterisk. Lin Zhao, Brother Lin, Master Lin, you'll be my Wang Yi's only grandpa on earth from now on. Lin Zhao was so uncomfortable being touched by one of his hands that he directly picked up the back of his collar with one hand and just suspended Wang Yi's entire body in the air. Don't you disgust me. Wang Yi, on the other hand, was hugging Lin Zhao's arm to death. Even if Jesus came, he couldn't separate the two of them. Ahem. Not far away, a silhouette came wobbling. It was Manhwa who had been blown away by Lin Zhao's punch. The top half of his clothes were in tatters. His hair was disheveled, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lin Zhao was a bit embarrassed to see the scene. He didn't expect Instructor Chi to be so weak. He had even collected a large portion of his strength. Cough. Zeno looked at Lin Zhao with a complicated face. He didn't know what to say. What a long way to go. Instructor Chi, are you okay? Oh, you want to care about me now? Don't worry. Old me, I'm not that pretentious. This injury is nothing at all. Only, you do seem a bit perverted. Being called a pervert by his own instructor, Lin Zhao didn't know how to reply. After Manhwa coughed again, he looked at Lin Zhao after suppressing the agitation in his body. Your kid is the most demonic I've ever seen in my entire life. And it's only been a few days? Full of about half a month's time. A student who had just awakened was now giving himself away with a single punch. If anyone else had told him this, he would have cursed that person to death. Bragging? You have some logic. Okay, alright, do what you need to do. You can stop coming to the special class training. He waved his hand. This kid, he couldn't even teach. Lin Zhao nodded. He had come today simply because he wanted to spar with his trainer twice. It was still the wilderness-killing ferocious beasts that was more suitable for him right now. After saying goodbye, Lin Zhao left this place amidst a crowd of envious looks. Master Lin, you're my grandpa. Don't forget you have a god-grandson here. Wang Yi ignored the eyes of the bystanders and yelled in the direction Lin Zhao had left. Inside is very disdainful. A bunch of rats and mice. In the future, we will watch how the little master I follow my big master to eat and drink. Lin Zhao was also speechless. This Wang Yi, he was sick again. However, this match with Instructor Chi was too scribbly, and it was impossible to detect exactly what one's current level of strength was. By the way, the testing ground of the Budo Association. Thinking of this, he once again came to the site of the Martial Arts Association's peace zone. The one who received him was the staff member in charge of the taskbar that he had been interacting with before, but now he had become the lobby manager here. Lord Lin, hello again. He looked respectfully at the honorable man who had brought about a great change in his life. It's you. I wanted to test my strength this visit. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow and realized that the other party's work clothes had become classier than before, so he immediately stated the purpose of the trip. Alright, this way please, Lord Lin. He led the way in front while introducing the specifics of the test here to Lin Xiao. Simply put, we have two modes of testing here. One is a direct attack on the gauge, and the other is piling on. This sight meter of ours can detect up to an early 5th order strength level. Staking, on the other hand, involves picking out stakes of the appropriate level of strength for sparring, a method that is much closer to the true level of actual combat, because these stakes have been treated to possess a considerable strength of fighting skill. Lin Xiao nodded. In that case, I'll test the first and then the second. That staff member nodded and immediately arranged for someone to prepare the relevant instruments. Normally, there is a fee for the test, but he did not ask for this fee. Lord Lin, the instruments are ready. Please come this way. Lin Xiao walked to a secret room in which a set of very precise instruments were placed, while in the center there was a thick strike plate. Lord Lin, just attack this wooden board with all your might. This board can withstand up to an early 5th stage attack. No longer speaking, Lin Xiao raised his own right fist and gathered the blood chi energy of his entire body to converge on the center of his fist. Punch! A loud, deafening sound echoed through the chamber. The instrument next to it immediately went into calculations, from time to time emitting the sound of ZZZ. There is a feeling of overload. The staff member stood on the sidelines with his heart pounding as he realized that a crack had vaguely appeared on top of the wooden board that could block a 5th order attack. Zip, zip. In a highly loaded state, Lin Xiao's data was calculated. The final data showed that the blood chi value had broken 10,000 points, and the fist power attack was comparable to the peak of the 4th rank. This data didn't scare the staff to death, and he stammered as he told Lin Xiao about it. Since that's the case, then for the second test you can directly help me choose a 5th order stake. Lin Xiao didn't say anything and immediately conducted the next test. Okay. Another empty room. Lin Xiao looked at a cool humanoid wooden stake in front of him. It's pretty decent. With a slight smile, he didn't wait for the other party to strike. He flew forward and directly started to fight. His fists clashed with each other, and you came and went. The stakes of the 5th rank had quite a hard skin, hitting Lin Xiao's fingers. Good guy, made of a 1,000-year-old tortoise shell. Right, so hard. Lin Xiao shook off his sore hands. Relying on physical strength alone was not a good fight. Outside the room, the staff member reported the scene to Supervisor Sun. When Sun Xian heard the news, he only felt that it was a bit heavenly. He put down the documents in his hands and immediately went to the scene. This Sun is truly as terrifying as he is. Upon seeing the scene in the room, he let out this sentiment. The slightly thin silhouette was currently pressing against the humanoid stake in all directions. That wasn't an ordinary stake. That was the arguably strongest stake in their sight. A humanoid stake that possessed a 5th order strength level. Being pinned down by a 16-year-old at the moment is something no one would believe. An early 3rd stage cultivation rank, a blood chi value that breaks 10,000, and possessing a strength comparable to the 5th stage. He was a bit confused. This kind of demon, he actually didn't know how to treat it for a while, not to mention the other things. A blood chi value of breaking 10,000. This was simply not something that a 3rd rank martial artist could do. Not knowing that the middle of the 5th rank, his pure blood chi value was just a little over 10,000, and the battle in the room slowly came to an end. That wooden stake was hard, but it was no match for Lin Xiao. Bang! After carrying another punch, the wooden stake was completely scrapped. There was no longer a good spot on his body, and many important organizational structures had been hardened by Lin Xiao. Phew! This is a good fight. Lin Xiao shook his fist. This pure confrontation between flesh was very comfortable. And this time the stake was a very good test subject, with thick skin that could eat his attacks. Only, upon realizing the pieces scattered on the ground that had been completely scrapped, he became a little frightened. You shouldn't have to pay for breaking something. This thing doesn't look too cheap. He's pretty poor right now. He can't afford to pay for it if he really has to. It's bad. It's too heavy-handed. The door to the room was opened and Sun Xian walked in. Not waiting for him to speak, Lin Xiao took the lead and walked to him. That, old brother Sun. There is a matter. Sun Xian was flabbergasted by Lin Xiao's actions. Elder brother Lin has something to say. But say it. It's just that. Do I have to pay for the damage I accidentally did to that guy? Lin Xiao pointed his finger at the human-shaped stake that was shattered beyond recognition on the side and posed with a very innocent look. I really didn't mean to break it. I don't think you'll let me pay for it. Mr. Sun Hyun reacted to this. Well, don't tell me. That stake is really valuable, but it also divides people. Lin old brother said this is a little out of the ordinary. A stake is just, broken is broken. Old brother, I'm not so bad as to make old brother you compensate for this and other things. That's not a slap in my face. Sun Xian waved his hand and acted quite broad-mindedly. A mere 5th order wooden stake is not worth mentioning in front of my old brother Lin. After hearing that there was no need for compensation, Lin Xiao immediately changed his expression. It's still elder brother Sun. I knew it. He he he. Since that's the case, then I won't stay much longer. Old brother son stay. No need to see you off. I'll come back to visit next time. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiao slipped away and the person ran away, as if he was worried that things would go wrong. Sun Hyun looked at the disappearing figure and held back the words that had just reached his mouth. Eyes swept aside the debris, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Chapter 11 Departure. Heaven's Pride Training Camp. For the rest of the time, Lin Xiao kept himself buried inside the barren forest. His name had even spread in the circle of ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the wasteland. Incomparably ferocious, more ferocious than a ferocious beast. That's why sometimes you don't meet one for half a day. After finishing off the second-ranked ferocious beast in front of him with a single punch, the mechanical voice of the system resounded in his head. Lin Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky. It was time to go back. Tomorrow is the 1-month deadline. So that's it for today. Go back early and rest and relax. He hadn't forgotten that on the day of his awakening, the principal had given him a spot in the Heaven's Pride training camp, and tomorrow was the last day. After exchanging some quest materials into gold coins, Lin Xiao ended this month's trip to the wasteland. Finally gone. With him around, we can't interfere with this mission at all. You don't say. I haven't even seen the shadow of a first-ranked ferocious beast during this period of time. What a living hell. Don't you realize? It's all being killed by that guy who's almost extinct all the time. TSK. Returning to his shabby little house, Lin Xiao looked at the panels. Cultivation points, 43,548, exchangeable for 18,354 cultivation points. After working so hard for so many days and only getting this much, Lin Xiao wasn't very satisfied. Only he shook his head. The ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the wasteland forest are close to killing off the species, and the depths are sealed off. He had wanted to go over to the depths to strike, but there was a mysterious seal that stopped him. The system said that this was the power of the formation, and that it could not be breached with his current strength for the time being. He scratched his head, wondering what was happening in the depths. System, exchange cultivation points. Ding, exchange successful. Cultivation points have become 61902. After thinking about it, I'd better continue to use it on my natural powers. System, add some talent. Ding, the addition was successful. Talent, SSS rank Alien Spacetime, Super SSS rank Spacetime Holy Law Origin, Awakening level 14%, Spacetime God's Eyes, the 10 Great God's Eyes of the Heavens, Awakening degree 12%, so little? After consuming 6W, one's two major talent abilities together were boosted by less than 5%. System, you're not going to cut corners. Lin Xiao's tone was a bit off. He had worked so hard to kill the ferocious beasts for so many days, and it always felt like he was working for the system. Ding. This system is fair and impartial. This kind of despicable and underhanded behavior. This Tuanzi brother disdain. Suddenly, a knock on the door disrupted his thoughts. A familiar voice came from outside the door. May I ask if this is the third middle school, Lin Xiao's home? Aha! It sounds like the principal. Lin Xiao opened the door and saw that it was really the principal. Lin Xiao, it didn't disturb your rest, did it? Principal Chu looked at Lin Xiao with a smile. At the same time, he sidled up to the middle-aged man at the side and introduced himself. District Governor Ma, this is a student from my third middle school, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's gaze looked toward the middle-aged man whose facial features were decent-looking. A Zhongshan suit, and a backpack head. Well, right on the money. Hello Mr. Lin Xiao. I'm the District Governor of Ping'an District. My last name is Ma. District Governor Ma extended his right hand. Lin Xiao hurriedly stretched out his own right hand to lift his step forward. Good day, District Governor Ma. You don't need to be formal. I also heard from your Principal Chu that his third middle school has produced a heavenly pride with outstanding talent. Now it seems that you are not telling lies. Old Chu, standing next to him, Principal Chu hammed and hawed. These days he had almost spread this matter throughout the upper echelons of the peaceful district. This also led to the entire region's top brass knowing that this year's third middle school had produced a teenager with SSS class psychic talent. Lin Xiao looked over at his principal, not expecting him to publicize himself so vigorously. District Governor Ma, Principal, please come in. We won't be going in. I also came today because I personally want to meet the number one heavenly pride of our peaceful region. District Governor Ma did not go in. As the person in charge of the entire Ping'an district, his own jurisdiction in addition to such a gifted celestial pride, he definitely had to take a look at it. Lin Xiao, first time meeting, but I didn't prepare too much. You've just awakened. Here's 1000 W. It's considered a reward from the government. District Governor Ma took out a bank card. Lin Xiao's background he had already seen. It was very clean. For such a humble heavenly pride, their local government had a special reward system. It was also hoped that it would help these cold geniuses to grow up faster. Lin Xiao's eyes glowed as soon as he heard about the money, and he hurriedly accepted the bank card with both hands. His mouth kept thanking him. Thank you leadership. Thank you government. Old Chu, it's really by you. This kid doesn't look like he's still a money addict. Seeing this, District Governor Ma turned his head to look at his old friend on the side. He's the one who suggested that he just give the money himself. Oh, this child is good at everything. It's this greed for money. The two of them, Principal Chu and District Governor Ma, have been old friends for many years, having been on the battlefield together, and have a very good relationship. Then Lin Xiao, District Chief Ma, and I won't delay your rest. Right, remember to come to school tomorrow. The people from the Tianjiao training camp will come to pick you up tomorrow. After Principal Chu finished speaking, he and District Governor Ma left. In the distance, you can still hear the two men discussing. How about it? Old Ma, my student is not bad. Right, dragon and phoenix among men. Old Chu, where the hell did you get lucky? As the head of the entire peaceful district, District Chief Ma possessed a peak 5th order psychic cultivation. He was surprised to find that the student's body contained quite a large amount of energy. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was looking at his balance beautifully as he prepared to save up to 100 W of cultivation points again before making a full upgrade. The Moro system, sign in, ding, signing in successfully, rewarded with 10 alien energy stones. Aha, the alamatic stone? What's that? He looked at the stone emitting a strange luster in the system space, and with a thought, an exotic stone appeared in his hand. What a rich foreign energy! Lin Xiao realized that this stone contained a very rich foreign energy, and when he tried it, this foreign energy could be directly absorbed into his body. Isn't this equivalent to something like the spirit stones mentioned inside the novels of the previous life? Great stuff! Good luck with the mood. After simply packing up, Lin Xiao set off in the direction of the school. In front of No. 3 Middle School, Lin Xiao approached and found the principal waiting for him at the doorway. Hello principal. Lin Xiao, you're here. Your pickup will be here soon. Let's wait here for a while. Principal Chu looked at his favorite student and greeted him as he stood beside him. Okay, principal. It wasn't long before a black extended bus drove over, and a plainclothes martial artist stepped down from inside the door. May I ask which one is Lin Xiao? I'm the staff in charge of transportation to and from this Heaven's Pride training camp, so please ask Lin Xiao to go to the Heaven's Pride training camp. Here's my work card. The plainclothes martial artist pulled out a staff ID for the Heaven's Pride training camp that was stamped with the genus seal of the Dragon Kingdom. Principal Chu glanced at it and nodded toward Lin Xiao after confirming that it was correct. Lin Xiao looked towards the black bus with other figures on it. He turned his head towards the principal and walked onto the bus after a brief farewell. The bus started up and set off towards the current destination. Lin Xiao chose a seat by the window and sat down. The whole bus had almost nearly 100 young people including him. He swept it roughly with his mental powers. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly fierce there. The others in the car saw the newcomer arrive and looked at Lin Xiao curiously. They all came from various regions of the Heaven's Pride, with strong family backgrounds and extensive resources and connections. And in the past, the Heaven's Pride training camp was basically a training ground for the children of the world's families. However, I heard from the elders of my family that there was an oddball in this session with a very powerful talent, and was directly internalized by the head of the Heaven's Pride training camp. And which one of them is not a heavenly pride? For this cold sect pride, some of them showed disdain and mocked in low voices. Some were in a wait-and-see position, and some were indifferent. Lin Xiao didn't know that his reputation had spread so much among these 100 people. Dude, mind if I sit here? A skinny teenager sat down next to him and, to introduce myself, I'm Morong Yun, from the Morong family of the Northwest Velvet region. Lin Xiao turned his head to look at the teenager. Lin Xiao, Ping'an District No. 3 Middle School. So your name is Lin Xiao, long time no see. Morong Yun revealed a curious gaze. What does Brother Morong mean by that? Lin Xiao frowned slightly as he heard a different tone. You didn't know? Know what? It seems like you really don't know. What a lucky guy. Morong Yun saw that Lin Xiao did not look like he was faking, so he explained at that moment. It turns out that this Heaven's Pride training camp is not something that anyone can get into. Generally speaking, throughout the West, there are thousands of geniuses recommended every year, and finally through a series of screenings, only the top 100 can truly enter the Heaven's Pride training camp. And Lin Xiao, a small place from a humble family, with no background to speak of, was even given a spot inside. If it wasn't for the fact that the person in charge of the Heaven's Pride training camp had an unusual background, which made those powerful families quite jealous, it wouldn't have been so simple for a small child from a humble family to want to enter the Heaven's Pride training camp. But even so, many of the higher echelons of the world families had already given quite a few orders, all of which were directed at Lin Xiao. The dignity of the gentry is inviolable. I see. Lin Xiao hadn't thought that there was such a thing. How's it going? Flustered yet? Morong Yun had been observing Lin Xiao's change in demeanor. Because you were directly internalized, you missed out quite a bit. This selection ends up competing for individual strength. we've produced a lot of fierce people this term, Morong-yun said while observing, and he suddenly realized that Lin Zhao's face was extremely calm. He was a little puzzled. This kid was faking it? See that guy sitting at the end? He's from the Northwest's #1 family, the Tuoba family, called Tuoba Sure, S-class alien talent born with divine strength. In less than a month's time, he's already broken through to the peak of the late first stage, and his pure physical strength is comparable to that of the early second stage. There's also that one, named Gonsun Chin, S-class alien talent, Spectre, also late first order alien cultivation. The most terrifying one is that one, the SS-ranked psychic talent, Frost, with a military background. Some people speculate that she may have broken through to the second rank. Oh, Lin Zhao's gaze slightly looked towards the young girl. SS grade ability, Frost? Pretty good. He interrupted Morong Yun, who was getting more and more excited for a moment. Brother Morong, you know them so well. I guess you're not an ordinary person either. Morong Yun froze. Good guy, you even poked around me. Brother Lin is joking. If compared to them, Yun, am not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. After saying that, Morong Yun stopped speaking. He also realized that this Lin Xiao was particularly capable of pretending. He purposely told the background of the strength of those demons, just to intentionally shock the kid in front of him. I didn't realize he was pretending to be quite so stable. Lin Zhao's brows suddenly furrowed as his eyes looked into the distance, a hint of divine luster faintly flickering in his pupils. Meanwhile, the driver of the car and the plainclothes martial artist exchanged glances and suddenly disappeared inside the car. Sure enough, without a few surprises, I'm wondering if I'm a protagonist or not. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. Unexpectedly, if nothing else, accidents happen. Chapter 12, Ice Chinru. The group of students in the car hadn't realized that the driver of this car, including the plainclothes martial artist, had already disappeared. The black stretch bus seemed to have gone into driverless mode and kept moving forward. Suddenly, the young girl who had awakened her SS-class psychic ability realized something was wrong. Ice-cold face, a pair of glazed eyes exuded a faint coldness that made people not dare to approach. She stood up and looked sharply ahead. Obviously, having noticed something was wrong, Tuobashir and Gonsun Chin also noticed the problem, and they followed closely behind, appearing behind the young girl. Ding Chinru, what did you notice? Gonsun Chin was the first to speak. He looked at the young girl in front of him. As an S-class specter, he had a keen sense that was different from the norm. It just feels like something bad is going to happen up ahead. Ice Cold Ru is her name. She shook her head. She too just sensed something was wrong, but she wasn't quite sure what was waiting for them up ahead, and the crowd inside the car finally reacted. What's wrong? What happened? Where's the driver? Why is the driver gone? Not only the driver, that martial artist who was in charge of picking us up has also disappeared. What a living hell. The scene was suddenly a little chaotic. Although they were all geniuses selected from all over the world, they were all a group of 15 or 16-year-olds, immediately agitated by the suddenness of the situation. Quiet, Ding Chinru coldly said to the crowd as she sensed a crisis. Everyone, get out of the car now. Under the pressure of her powerful aura, the people inside the car could only obey her. The car was forced to stop where it was, and everyone except Lin Xiao got out of the car. Lin Xiao's actions were seen by them. Some of the people who already had a problem with him jumped on it. Kid, what are you doing in the car? Can't you see everyone's getting off the bus? What? Do you want to hide in the car? This kid is just a lower class person. I don't know from which nook or cranny he came out. He has never seen this kind of scene. I guess he has been scared to pee. Ha ha ha. You don't say. You don't say. The more the teenagers talked, the more excited they got. They'd been looking at this kid for a long time. What grade? You deserve to ride with them? Nobody talk. Tuobashir voiced out to stop them, and at the same time, he also turned his gaze to Lin Xiao, who was still sitting in the car. He pursed his lips, but spoke anyway. Classmate, we're all in the same boat now. We must know that there's nothing left of the nest. He was reminding his opponent not to play small at this time and follow the main group. Only Lin Xiao still didn't move and was still sitting leisurely in the car, which made him feel like he was losing face. So he also snorted coldly and stopped paying attention. Gonsun Chin glanced at him without saying anything. Ding Chinru did not even look. Her gaze never focused on Lin Xiao. Just like her supernatural ability Frost, she was born to be an extremely cold person. Just as the crowd was at a loss for words, there was a loud noise coming from the ground. It was accompanied by a violent shaking, as if there had been an earthquake. What's wrong? Why is the ground suddenly shaking so much? Does it mean there's been an earthquake? It's not an earthquake. It's a swarm of ferocious beasts. Gonsun Chin let out a gravely voice. Just now, he unleashed his supernatural ability, Spectre, and through his shadow perception, he sensed that a large group of ferocious beasts were coming towards them in front of them. Fierce beasts? Why are there ferocious beasts here? Where's our mentor? All are a bunch of flowers living in the greenhouse. from childhood are held in the heart of the existence. Where to run into this kind of scene? There are a lot of them. There must be almost hundreds of ferocious beasts. Moreover, I sense that 2 of the ferocious beasts were exceptionally powerful. I'm afraid they're at least of the 2nd rank or above. Gonsun Chin murmured again. The pupils of Tuoba Shur on the side shrunk slightly. So many ferocious beasts? He looked towards the young girl standing at the very front. To be honest, this was also the first time he had seen this kind of scene, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicking. Bing Chinru, what can you do? Bing Chinru was the most powerful among them, and also had a military background, so they wanted to listen to each other's opinions. Everybody don't panic. Bing Chinru spoke coldly. Every 2 people in a group, hold the group. Don't fall alone. You're all geniuses. Show the strength that belongs to geniuses. Weaklings don't deserve to enter the Heaven's Pride training camp. After saying this, she stopped speaking. Having grown up in the military camp since she was a child, she had seen many such scenes. She was more subdued than the others. And in the clouds hundreds of meters above, several figures appeared here. 2 of them are none other than the bus driver and the plainclothes martial artists. TSK, I wonder how many ferocious beasts the session's little ones will be able to kill in the end. A man in a black leather jacket stroked his chin, somewhat playfully. It's hard to say. This term is stronger than the previous one. The female doll at the head is called Bing Chinru, right? It's not bad that she came out from there. She controlled the scene in a few words. The middle-aged man next to him thought for a while. He personally was quite optimistic about this session. Alright, pay attention later. They are those guys' precious pimples. If something really goes wrong, those guys will have to come after us for their lives. The middle-aged man at the head of the group said in a deep voice, while his gaze glanced at Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the car. Just now he vaguely sensed a spiritual power sweeping towards them, but there was no one else here. Spiritual power has to be externalized by a martial artist of the 4th rank. Who could it be? Could it be that it could be this kid? The middle-aged man shook his head. He was really confused. How could a 16-year-old be a 4th-ranked martial artist, even if he was an SSS-ranked alien ability possessor? Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the bus, inwardly said that this was really the case. That's a cheesy routine, but I didn't realize it was a ferocious beast. Should I just kill them all? Through the space-time god's eyes, he took in all of those ferocious beasts. Too weak. The strongest is only a late 2nd order and a middle 2nd order, and the rest are all 1st order ferocious beasts. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment and didn't strike immediately. There were quite a few people who had just spoken out to mock him, so let them suffer. What a grade! And with some mobilization, many people have gathered the courage to hug each other. After all, they were geniuses who had managed to be selected for the Heaven's Pride training camp, and they were not yet capable of backing off when they ran into danger. Coming! I don't know who shouted it out. Only dust was seen flying ahead. Countless surrounding trees snapped, and the massive impact caused the wind to change direction. Hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed towards them, and the leading 2 ferocious beasts emitted powerful fluctuations from their bodies. Ice Chinru's cold face was a bit serious. Leave the 2 2nd-ranked beasts to me, and watch out for the rest of you. After saying that, the early 2nd order alien energy spread all over his body, and the cold aura enveloped those 2 2nd order ferocious beasts, and the great battle was about to start. Let's go too! Tuoba Shur hissed and roared. His supernatural ability was born divine power, and he was born with a strength comparable to that of a ferocious beast. Without saying a word, he directly charged up and found a late 1st stage ferocious beast to blast against. Gonsun Chin also quickly dodged, his psychic ability leaning more towards the bizarre, constantly harassing. The rest of them are hugging each other. A human-animal war has begun. The scene was very chaotic. The ferocious beasts were outnumbering them. Their general cultivation was at the early stage of the 1st rank. There were less than 10 people in the middle stage, and only 2 in the late stage. Soon, the human side fell into a corner. The ferocious beasts fought harder and harder. They had thick skin and flesh. Some attacks were simply scratching an itch for them. On the contrary, on the human side, there were already quite a few people with colors hanging from their bodies. Damn, how come these are so hard? They can't be hit at all. I can't hold out any longer. Some people are clenching their teeth and still hanging on for dear life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll fight these ferocious beasts. Some people were so red-eyed with killing that they ignored the injuries on their bodies and desperately tried to trade wounds with the ferocious beasts. Although they were now on the weaker side, none of them backed down. All of them were geniuses of 1 in 100, turned upwards for 3 generations, and all of them contained a blood feud against the ferocious beasts in their bloodline. Well, not bad, quite bloodthirsty. The several middle-aged men hanging in the air nodded. At least for the time being, the character of these brats was not bad. There was no abandoning their teammates to escape. All pay attention. Don't kill anyone. The middle-aged man at the head of the group once again spoke out. The following were the future seeds of the Dragon Kingdom. If they died here it would be a loss for the entire country. Bing Chenru was dragging the two ferocious beasts by herself, and the air around her was abnormally cold as her powerful alien energy was constantly being released. Her hands kept making seals and countless ice blades coalesced, dragging the two ferocious beasts to their deaths. The two ferocious beasts she fought with were hardened by their strong cultivation and hard shells, but it could only go so far. Her current mastery of SS-class supernatural abilities was still too low to be able to exert too much strength. Facing two ferocious beasts whose cultivation levels were both higher than her own, she could only stall to death. With his powerful physical body, Tabeshi hardened a late first-stage ferocious beast to death. Before he could catch his breath for a moment, another beast had set its sights on him, and his powers are depleting. He won't last long. Gong Sun Qin killed two ferocious beasts with his flexible positioning and bizarre fighting style, but at the moment, his face was indeed getting worse and worse. The entire battlefield was becoming more and more unfavorable to them. The ferocious beasts were fighting harder and harder, but many of the people on their side were about to run out of alien energy. Something had to be done or we were bound to lose in the end. But what can be done about it? He looked at Bing Chenru. The most powerful person in the entire team was entangled and could not be counted on. What to do? How can I break the game? Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Even he didn't have much alien energy left inside himself. Suddenly, his gaze went to Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the car. After thinking about it, he said something he couldn't even believe himself. This friend, if you can, please make a move to break the game. Such loud words naturally reached Lin Xiao's ears. He looked towards Gong Sun Qin who was looking at him and felt the determined look contained in his gaze. It was as if they were saying that they couldn't lose this battle of man and beast. Lin Xiao felt this inexplicable conviction from his gaze, and he froze for a second before getting up. Yes, it's as if God's might is coming down from heaven. Lin Xiao instantly appeared on the battlefield and punched a late first-stage ferocious beast on the spot. Everyone was stunned, even stopping the attacks in their hands. Even the fierce beast's side froze up. What happened? What did they see? Chapter 13 The Rules of Heaven's Pride Training. Lin Xiao didn't stop attacking and quickly wandered throughout the battlefield. Every time we pass by, a ferocious beast will be smashed. Looking at the dead body in front of him, many students showed skepticism. Was this really the ferocious beast that he had just fought with himself? How could it be killed so easily? After Gong Sun Qin was shocked, he immediately revealed a look of excitement. Admittedly, he hadn't expected the other party's strength to be so terrifying, but the battle, in the end, was theirs to win. In response to this, he felt more favorable towards Lin Xiao. Bang! A simple and unadorned strike exploded the head of a late first-order beast. Bloody bursts of juice sprayed Takashi's face, and his dancing arms froze in midair. There's shock in his eyes. Is he that strong? The ferocious beast that he had tired to fight for half a day was not even a match for one of his punches? His face was a little hard to see, and his fists were clenched tightly together, and then loosened up after not a moment. Under the crushing force of Lin Xiao's absolute strength, the battle quickly drew to a close. Everyone's eyes looked toward the upright figure. Perhaps before that, a number of them had some small-mindedness. However, when Lin Xiao displayed some of his strength, these small thoughts of theirs were immediately hidden very tightly. This is the absolute shock of strength. The last place left in the entire battlefield is the direction of Bing Chenru. Such a drastic change. Bing Chenru and the two ferocious beasts had discovered it. Bing Chenru didn't know what she was thinking under her ice-cold face, but the attacks in her hands were getting more and more intense. The two ferocious beasts fighting against them no longer had any fighting spirit. They only wanted to escape from here. The battle is over. If you stay any longer, I'm afraid you'll have to take your own little life here. Do you need help? A very flat tone came out from Lin Xiao's mouth, and he could see that with Bing Chenru's strength alone, dragging the two ferocious beasts was already the limit. And please give me a hand. Brother! Gong Sun Qin stepped forward and bowed his hand slightly. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to kill every ferocious beast. Lin Xiao looked at him and then at the young girl who was still fighting. I didn't realize it was still a stubborn stick, he thought inwardly. The young girl did not open her mouth. Still deadlocked the two ferocious beasts. Only gradually, her physical ability declined so much that she was on the verge of losing her strength. Lin Xiao also stopped waiting and quickly drew himself forward. You stay back. I'll do it. He appeared in front of the young girl and blocked her behind himself, leaving behind only a slightly resolute back. Bing Chenru still wanted to say something, but she realized that there were quite a few places all over her body that were torn, and her snow-white skin was revealed. Her cheeks reddened slightly, and her beautiful eyes once again looked ahead at her back, her shell teeth gently biting. You be careful, their skin is a bit hard. After saying that, the entire person withdrew from this battlefield. Gong Sun Qin and Tuoba Shi, who were standing in the crowd, walked forward and greeted them softly. Is everything okay? I'm okay. When they finished speaking, their gazes looked in unison at the teenager not far from them. Under the sunlight, That slightly thin figure looked a bit blinding, not expecting this unexpected battle to be ended by him alone. Fig, high in the clouds. I didn't expect it, but a fierce dragon has come this time. Indeed I didn't expect it. This kid called Lin Xiao is somewhat unexpected. She had also wanted to pass these to the following cubs to give a downward spiral. This is a fizzle. Some of them were surprised, not realizing that the student below was so strong. The middle-aged man at the head of the group then narrowed his eyes as a flash of an image came to his mind. Boss, if our West is at the bottom of this year's Supreme Celestial Pride Tournament again, we'll be at the bottom for 5 years in a row. In a dark space, the middle-aged man looked helplessly at the woman in front of him, hoping to see something in each other's faces. The mysterious woman, on the other hand, was sitting leisurely in a chair, her right leg resting on her left foot, and smiled faintly as she said, "Don't worry, I've got it in mind. It's rather like a tent in a tent." The middle-aged man looked back at the teenager who, "Boss, is he your bottom?" Lin Xiao in the middle of the field was calmly looking at the two ferocious beasts. He now had some heartache in his heart. The corpses of so many ferocious beasts that had just been killed could only be watched dryly, which were all cultivation points. He wouldn't dare let the system recycle it with so many people around. You too, forget it, and remember not to come to Earth in your next reincarnation. Lin Xiao shook his head. He didn't make a move, but instead his gaze was slightly condensed. The two ferocious beasts were still on guard at this moment, their underlying consciousness telling them that this human was dangerous. Suddenly, they seemed to see their bodies. What's going on? I'm a little dizzy. Why is the sky turning? Gradually, the consciousness of the two ferocious beasts blurred until they disappeared. The scene was dumbfounding to the others who were not far away. Someone rubbed their eyes. What just happened? And I didn't blink? How come the head of the ferocious beast fell off by itself? Pop, what are you hitting me for? I'll see if it's a hallucination. Then why don't you hit yourself? I'm afraid of pain. You. Gong Sun Qin was surprised. Tuo Bashir was shocked. Bing Qinru's beautiful eyes stared at the teenager. She hadn't been overly concerned earlier, but now she always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. Holy, what happened? Above the clouds, one of them spits out a fragrance, and he stares in disbelief, as if he just froze for a second. And then, there's no more. The others didn't speak, but they all wore the same look. The man in the lead was silent. He couldn't say he didn't know either. That would be a bit embarrassing. Alright, since the ferocious beast is dead, we should also go down. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. Immediately afterward, it appeared in front of a crowd of students. You're willing to show up? Old Den. Lin Xiao looked at the figure that suddenly appeared and muttered in his heart. Hello class, introduce yourselves. My name is Xiao Maniac. I'm the general supervisor of this Heaven's Pride training camp. At the same time, two more silhouettes appeared on both sides of Xiao Maniac, one on the left and one on the right. My name is Mad Knife, and I'm the instructor in charge of your physical training. My name is Xia Qingtian. I'm in charge of your psychic training. Xiao Maniac is at the front of the line. First of all, congratulations on successfully passing this Heaven's Pride training camp's initiation ceremony. Your every move has been recorded in our files, and none of you have flinched in the face of the ferocious beasts coming at you, barely passing. When the students heard this, every one of them puffed out their chests and waited for the accolade from this general superintendent. But, courage alone is not enough. Your level of strength, too low. All of them are heavenly prides from all sides, and some of them have very deep backgrounds. I had thought that your strength should have caught my eye, but, the truth is a mess. I ask you, if this were a battlefield, what should you do? With such fragile strength? Or do you take a chance and expect someone to rescue you every time? Our Heaven's Pride training camp only cultivates true Heaven's Pride. The next 3 months will be an incomparably horrible nightmare for normal people. And even if you're not careful, you'll lose your little lives here. I'm giving all of you a chance now. You can choose to go or stay. If you can't take the pressure, you can choose to leave and I'll let you go. Xiao Maniac's expression was very serious, and his words were like sharp knives that ruthlessly penetrated into the hearts of this group of people. All geniuses, all with arrogant hearts. They were unconvinced, but there were very few whose eyes twinkled when they heard that their lives might be in danger. Only, no one made a sound. Backing out at this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to return home if my family finds out. After waiting for a few moments, Xiao Zhan swept towards the crowd, and seeing that none of them retreated, he nodded his head indifferently. Great. However, as your general supervisor, I'll remind you one more time in friendship that the Heaven's Pride training camp is not child's play. After saying that, he rose up in the air. Berserk sword. Xia Qingtian, I'll leave it to you guys next. Looking at Xiao Maniac, who was flying into the distance, the crowd in the arena revealed a hint of yearning. Flying in the air, that was the mark of a 6th-ranked powerhouse. Their Lord Supervisor. was actually a powerful 6th-ranked martial artist. Lin Xiao was also envious. He also wanted to experience the feeling of flying. Don't look away, little ones. The gruff voice drew all eyes to him. The Mad Blade was as his name suggested, with a hideous face, and a not too deep but not too shallow scar on his forehead against his eyebrow. Welcome to the Heaven's Pride training camp. He squeezed out a small smile, but the stiffness of it paired with his unintentionally exposed teeth was a little chilling. Come with me. With that, he walked forward on his own, and the other mentor turned forward similarly. Lin Xiao pursed his lips and followed him up. The eyes of the others went to the 3 men at the front of the room. Go! Bing Qinru looked at Lin Xiao's disappearing back and took the same light steps. Gong Sun Qin and Tuoba Shi are right behind him. Asterisk. It's just training. Who's afraid? The rest of them looked at me. I looked at you, and all of them followed. The people came to a flat area surrounded by trees and branches. I'll start with a brief introduction. Mad Knife reaches out. Everybody listen carefully. This Heaven's Pride training camp will last for 3 months, during which time, Instructor Xia and I will train you in both physical abilities as well as psychic abilities. A 1,000-mile radius can be used as an area for your activities. There is no shortage of ferocious beasts within it. That is to say, during your training period, the possibility of encountering ferocious beasts cannot be ruled out. Instructor Xia and I will tell you on the first day of each week what and how to train for that day, and for the next 6 days, you will be required to practice independently on your own. At the same time, every month, there will be a ranking competition, which will be based on everyone's overall strength. The ranking tournament will have very rich cultivation resources. The higher the ranking, the more resources you get, and so on. There will be a final examination near the end. Well, that's about it for the rules. So what if you have questions? You can mention them now. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Gong Sun Qin raised his hand. This student, please, dare I ask mentor, during this period of time, how are our accommodations arranged? Gong Sun Qin looked around. Nothing but trees or trees. He had a bad thought. Upon hearing this question, that wry smile once again appeared on the face of the Mad Sword. This student, have you ever heard that the sky is a quilt and the earth is a bed? When these words came out, Gong Sun Qin broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. It's kind of fun. Some of the girls couldn't help but speak up. Mentor, why isn't there even a place to sleep? Isn't it too much? They're from a wealthy family. Let them sleep on the floor? All the dogs in the house have their own kennels. As masters, they're worse than dogs? Too much? There's more. Mad Knife glanced faintly as he waved his hand. Any other questions? The girls were about to open their mouths, but were deterred by a look from Mad Knife. May I ask Tutor Mad, what is the highest level of the ferocious beasts around here? Lin Xiao opened his mouth and asked. To be honest, he kind of likes this model. I feel like I'm back in the wilderness forest. It's not like you're giving yourself training points. Wow. There seems to be a few peak 5th-ranked ferocious beasts in this area. Mad Knife looked at Lin Xiao. It's this kid. He's really confident. Peak of the 5th order? Lin Xiao was also shocked. A ferocious beast of this tier was currently not a match for him. The other students shivered even more when they heard it. They were generally around the early 1st stage, mid-1st stage. If they ran into a 5th order ferocious beast, they wouldn't even be able to run away. Even Bing Qinru and the others looked grave. This kind of great evil was not something they could deal with at all. They only expected not to run into it. No problem. If there's no problem, then this Heaven's Pride training will officially begin. Chapter 14. The Shocked Crowd. There was a sense of unknown tension that permeated the hearts of all the trainees. Berserker and Xia Qingtian were silent for a moment, making the feeling even more exciting. The person whose name I call comes forward. Berserker pulled out a set of manuals, and the person whose name was called stepped forward to receive a pair of bracelets, along with a set of clothes. It's a heavy weight. These are weighted training suits customized specifically for each of you, and from today on, all of you will be required to wear them. Of course, you can take it off if it's too heavy, but the moment you take it off, your current trip to the Celestial Pride training camp will be over. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately put them on. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys, this weight training suit has an automatic adjustment function. What if someone feels that it is too light? It is possible to adjust it through the bracelet. Someone actually tried it. It's true. I just added 10 kilos and I do feel heavier. That student was about to turn the weight down when he realized it wasn't working. Ahem. There's something else I forgot to mention too. It's that it can only be raised, not lowered. Mad Knife had a smile on his face, but it was this nonchalant attitude that made many people hold their breath. They all just tried it, and now you're telling me this? Lin Xiao sensed it. 100 kilograms of weight bearing, with his current blood and chi value of over 10,000. This weight can't be said to be useless. Let's just say it's not working. He pulled the value straight to the maximum. 9,999 kilograms. The whole person instantly sank quite a bit, his feet sinking into the ground. Ha! That's strong enough. Nearly 20,000 pounds of weight. That moment just now suppressed the blood in his body to flow up smoothly. This kind of commotion has attracted a lot of people's attention. That guy's aggravated too. I don't know how much has been added. It looks like it mustn't be less. Like a start. Bing Chinru, Tuoba sure. Gonsun Chin and others raised their values up, not to be outdone. Some of the others, not wanting to be too far removed from them, also raised their own weights. Mad Knife nodded. Come on, I'm in charge of your physical training this morning. Let's just take it easy on the first day of training. Then the crowd came to a river. There are a lot of human stakes on the shore. I have arranged corresponding stakes according to each of your strengths. You only need to practice against your corresponding stake. Remember, only attacks using purely physical force are allowed. I require you to reach the physical limit of exertion at least 5 times in one morning. Of course, if it feels like it can't be done, I can help on your behalf. Oh, you don't have to worry about needing time to regain your fitness after reaching your limit. After saying that, Mad Knife pulled out several bottles. The bottle contains pills that can quickly restore your physical abilities. After you break through the limit, come to me to receive the pills back. Take them and meditate in place for 3 minutes to recover. Don't think you can be lazy. Oh, I'll take notes on each of you. When he finished speaking, Berserker waved a roster in his hand, his somewhat gentle words still passing through the air. No more then. The gazes of all the students looking at him had changed from the initial panic to the current horror. Is this to train them to death? Didn't they say the first day would be easier? You call this effort relaxing? Those stakes know at a glance that the skin is thick. How much it must hurt to hit this fist. Even Bing Chinru, who has always lived in the army, is frowning at the moment. Apparently, the first day of training surprised her as well. So, let's get started. Everyone immediately went to their stakes. Asterisk. It's not just piling. Watch me. A teenager looked at the wood standing in front of him. Already holding his breath, he took it out on this stake first. Ha! The full force of the blow hit the stake solidly, and suddenly a force of recoil was returned to him along his arm. Put! This teenager instantly took several steps backward, with blood at the corners of his mouth and a pained look on his face. Oh, yeah, look at my brain. I forgot to remind you that we've added a new feature to the stake that allows it to bounce back. Unless your hard power can instantly break the stake, it will all bounce its power back to you one for one. Mentor Mad, may I ask if there's anything else you forgot to mention? The student who had been bounced looked at the tutor with a grudging face. If his strength allowed it, he would definitely rub this mad sword on the ground. Well, there shouldn't be any for a while. I'll talk to you guys when I remember. Haha. Mad Knife laughed out loud. A bunch of little brats. Let's see if I don't practice you to death. I didn't realize it could be countershocked. Tabashi's expression was ugly. His talent was natural divine power. He had an inexhaustible amount of energy, and just pushing his limit 5 times in one morning made him very hard to bear. Now you're talking to him and eating your own damage? This is not training. This is not a pure and simple injustice. He tried it and blasted out a fist, and the force of the recoil was immediately returned through his arm. Asterisk. That hurt. He took a small step back. The look on his face became even more ugly. After a few moments of reflection, the old man put up a fight. Immediately after that, sounds of agony came from time to time over the entire training ground. Mad Knife was looking at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. He had a nickname besides the name Mad Knife. This nickname was given to him by his former students. It's called the Devil's Knife Maniac. Suddenly, his gaze went to Lin Xiao, and he realized that the other party had been standing still, not moving at all. Lin Xiao, why haven't you done anything yet? He curiously walked over. Through his previous observation, this kid should not be the kind of master who was afraid of things. Lin Xiao said something that made him choke on his words. Mentor, this stake is so trashy. I don't want you to lose it for nothing. Mad Sword froze in place. He didn't expect it to be for this reason. How dare you dislike the stakes found for him for being too low in strength? One should know that it was because of his previous performance during the Ferocious Beast that he had deliberately changed Lin Xiao's stake to the mid-3rd stage level, and its defense was even comparable to the late 3rd stage. How dare this kid think it's too trashy? Can't you see that your other companions are already screaming one by one? What did you say? Berserker pulled out his ears, thinking for a moment that he had misheard. Mentor, I mean, this stake is too trashy in my eyes. Can I request a more powerful one? Lin Xiao looked at the Mad Sword without humbling himself, but this look was a bit of a provocation to Mad Sword. Come, Mr. Lin Xiao, you don't have to worry about the loss. If you want to change to something more powerful you can. First take down this stake in front of you. He was a little pissed off and laughed back, just feeling like the kid was blowing off some steam. You're a 16-year-old boy. I'll admit you're a little more special than the others, and a little more powerful in strength. But you said you were 16. It's just a few days after awakening. He has the strength of at least the late third stage. Do you think I'll meet? Bang! Suddenly, Mad Knife's eyes widened. With that simple punch, Lin Xiao exploded the stake in front of him on the spot. One of the broken faces also hit him in the face. A silent punch in the face. The other students who were training also stopped and looked at Lin Xiao. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell kind of giant is this? Some of them looked at their red and purple fists, and some of the wounds that appeared on their bodies, and suddenly felt a little ridiculous. The force of Bing Qinru's strikes became even heavier, no longer caring about whether it was a shock or not. At the corner of Tabashi's mouth, blood was still staying, but he didn't dare to stop attacking for fear of what would happen to his heart. Gongsun Qin instead looked at Lin Xiao and showed contemplation. Mentor maniac, can we bother to change to a more powerful one now? Lin Xiao's fist was still parked in the air as he cocked his head and looked at the tutor on the side. This is what you told me to hit. I don't have the money to pay for it. Mad Knife brought out another stake from nowhere. This is the early fourth stage. Before he could finish his words, he heard Lin Xiao stammering again. Mentor, is there anything more powerful? This one is still a bit too weak. Berserker was a bit confused. The fourth rank was still too weak? He couldn't help but speak. Kid, this is the fourth rank. The pure defense is at least higher than the one just now. Bang! Shattered and broken. Not even 3 seconds out of the gate. This early fourth order stake ended its life. Lin Xiao tilted his head again. Is there anything stronger? The wild sword is in disarray and the crowd is speechless. Mad Sword's mouth was a little dry, and at this moment he still could not believe his eyes. He took out his stake again. Kid, this is a fourth order middle stage if you still. Bang! Heartache. Incredibly heartbreaking. Berserker finally reacted to the fact that this kid just wasn't human. Why are you so angry with him? It's hard to save all this family money, and all of a sudden this kid has squandered so much of it. He looked at the broken limbs and silently put them away. Even if it breaks, the material can be worth a little money. That, mentor, is there anything better? Lin Xiao still cocked his head and quietly looked at the tutor in front of him. The corners of Mad Blade's mouth twitched up. He did still have a peak fourth order stake, but that was the last of his family's assets. If he was scrapped by another punch from this kid, he wouldn't have a place to cry. These high-grade stakes don't come cheap. Kid, tell me the truth. What power level are you currently at? Pure physical strength. Mad Knife got serious. It should be around the early fifth stage. Lin Xiao considered for a moment. Although he had gotten a little stronger again these days, he could still be carrying 999 kilograms on his body right now. With so much weight on your body, it does suppress no small amount of strength. But even so, it still shocked the crowd. Mad Knife went up and down a great deal. You kid wouldn't be some old guy who intentionally pretended to be young and ran here to pretend to be 16 years old. Pure physical strength fifth order. The Fey Realm Royal Cubs are not as daring as he is to blow. On the other hand, Bing Qinru on the side was suddenly deflated like, without the recklessness of the party, it should have figured out some things. Takashi was completely silent, and his face had a hint of fear on it. He thought of how not long ago he had looked down on the other man and felt that he was not giving him face. Now he just wants to give himself 2 big smacks. Who the hell are you? You want people to give you face? Gongsun Qin was uncharacteristic. His eyes brightened up as if he had found light. Lin Xiao was shocked. Could he see that I'm a traveler? You don't think so? Forget it. You come with me. I'll personally spar with you. After giving it some serious thought, Mad Knife decided to take the field himself. After saying this, he had an inexplicable feeling inside of him. Seems like now is the last time he can step in and squash this kid. It's a nonsensical feeling, but it's getting stronger. He turned his head once again and looked at Lin Xiao who was following behind him. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, looked at him with an innocent face. Old Den, don't expect me to pay you back. Chapter 15, Lin Xiao is not a human. He is a god. Xia Qingtian didn't leave. He still had to supervise the dolls, but it didn't stop him from being shocked, and he pulled out his cell phone. Boss, this time, we seem to have a fierce dragon in the west. The tone of voice that doesn't hide his excitement is just too intimidating. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Maniac is now standing in an office. He listened to the excited voice in his ear and asked, what's going on? Boss, that kid. Yes, Lin Xiao. His name is Lin Xiao. Boss, you don't know. Just now, that kid blew up the 4th rank wooden stake in Mad Sword's hand with a single punch. 4th order. Simply inappropriate. That's not the most shocking thing. Afterward this kid said that his strength from blood chi alone reached the 5th rank. Boss, do you remember when you broke through the 5th rank? Xia Qingtian said more and more vigorously. Asterisk. He's only 16. What kind of talent does this kid have? This is too demonic. Xiao Maniac was silent as he looked at a file on the table. The name on it was none other than Lin Xiao. The gifted column on the file is dedicated to notes in red lettering. SSS grade ability time and space. He hung up the phone, his mind drifting back to the scene when he was talking to his own boss about the boss. Where did you find this demon from? He sighed a little, finally realizing why the boss didn't care about this year's Heaven's Pride contest. TM with this kind of absolute heavenly pride around. What's the point of worrying? Training camp. All the students were all lying on the ground in one piece, and the girls who had been clamoring for cleanliness couldn't care less about being dirty. In the course of the morning, almost half of his life was lost, and his body was covered with wounds. Even some in the back just couldn't hold out any longer and were ready to strike. For such a good thing, Xia Qingtian said that since the mad sword wasn't here, he would be the one to do it. It's been a long time since I've moved my muscles. Everyone, including Bing Qinru, was like a puddle of mud, falling on all fours. At that moment, Mad Knife walked over expressionlessly, and Lin Xiao followed behind him, also slightly exhausted. Xia Qingtian nodded to him. Mad Knife didn't say a word. No one knows what just happened. Although Lin Xiao was tired, there was a hint of satisfaction in the depths of his eyes. The fight was great. Everyone rest in place for an hour, and there will be Instructor Xia conducting alien energy training in the afternoon. After saying that, Mad Knife took a flying leap and disappeared. Sixth Order. This Devil Blade Frenzy was likewise a Sixth Order powerhouse. Time for leisure is always short. Ahem. All stand up. Xia Qingtian wore a smile on his face and tried his best to show a friendly-looking expression. If you know him well, you'll get the creeps. Students, after the morning's physical press, the blood circulation in your bodies is even stronger today compared to before. This is quite useful for the awakening of the next psychic ability. A gentle frown on your face. This is a special instrument to test the degree of development of each of your psychic abilities. Now the students whose names are red come up and do the basic test. He took out an instrument. It is an instrument specially developed by the relevant department of the Dragon Kingdom that researches psychic abilities, which can detect the degree of the human body's development of its own psychic abilities. Spruce, Awakening Level 0, 8%. Bai Ningshi, Awakening Level 0, 9%. Gongsun Qin, Level of Awakening 1, 7%. Xia Qingtian took a look at it. It's not bad. Topaz Stone, Awakening Level 1, 6%. Tuobashir didn't realize that his own supernatural awakening was still inferior to Gongsun Qin's, and his fists were clenched. Ice Qinru, Awakening Level 2, 2%. Xia Qingtian looked twice more. This nymphette, it was worthy of being a genius of the military. Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao's name was read, all eyes looked over. Xia Qingtian was also curious. A guy with such terrifying physical strength at this age shouldn't be too high in his awakening level, right? Otherwise, it's too much of a stretch. Awakening Level 10%. ZZZZ. Awakening Level 14%. Eventually, the instrument stopped at 14%. Lin Xiao was inwardly surprised. I didn't realize that this instrument was really something. It should have detected the two psychic abilities in my body. He was currently at 12% of Spacetime Divine Eyes Awakening, and the Spacetime Sacred Dharma Origin was just shy of 14%, which was slightly higher. The experts in this world research things much more reliably than those in his previous life. After he came back to his senses, Lin Xiao realized that everyone was looking at him with dead eyes. He scratched his head. Dude is kind of cute. It's just that the girls are staring at me. What are you guys staring at? Aren't you afraid of bending yourself over? Xia Qingtian looked at Lin Xiao, who was constantly scratching his head in front of him, and he suddenly understood how Mad Sword felt just now. I couldn't hold back my foul language. Lin Xiao, Awakening Level 14%. He wondered if the instrument had malfunctioned, and put his hand on it himself. Xia Qingtian, Awakening Level 33%. Yes, that's true. He did develop 33% Ophi's powers. Ha, mentor, you've developed your psychic abilities to such a high degree? Lin Xiao was surprised to see the other party's progress of 33%. It was almost 20% higher than his own. Not bad for a mentor. This tone of praise only felt rather harsh in Xia Qingtian's ears. How long has he been practicing? How long has this kid been practicing? He was 38 or 19 this year, almost 4 years old, and had been practicing for almost 20 years, getting up early and often fighting on the front lines, experiencing life and death many times, before he had developed his supernormal abilities to the point where they were now. What's this kid doing? If I remember correctly, he's only 16 this year, and it should have just been awakened a month ago? And then you tell me he's developed his powers to 14%? How can people be so different from each other? He doesn't want to talk. None of the other students said anything either. They were already numb. Or rather, they no longer took Lin Xiao into consideration. You're asking me to compete with Bing Qinru? She's a celestial pride. You're asking me, a rookie, To compete with a celestial pride? What? Comparing with Lin Xiao? You're okay. Why are you talking nonsense? Lin Xiao is not a land god that you can call him by his name. Can you catch this kind of karma? That's right. In their hearts, they already treated Lin Xiao as a god. Instructor Xia, when do we start the alien training? Ding Qinru spoke coldly. She only wanted to make herself a little stronger now. Her appearance was absolutely unique. With fair skin, a pair of blue siren-like eyes hidden under her double eyelids, a small cherry mouth, and blown cheeks, a living ice beauty. Because of her training clothes, her hot body was on full display, rounded and full, towering over her, with near-perfect curves. It's a beautiful thing to hold. Maybe it was because she grew up in the military, but she wished she was male instead. Drunkenness and swagger. Xia Qingtian shook his brain, put away the detector, and walked to the river. He calmed his heart. Class, your psychic development is moderate so far. As a normal martial artist, it can be, but being a genius is not enough. What I say next about the method, you must keep it in your minds. Next, Xia Qingtian told everyone about his many years of experience and how to effectively develop his supernatural abilities. Everyone's psychic ability is innate, and how to go about raising the level of awakening is more dependent on each person's own efforts. The help of those who came before us can only be the icing on the cake. Alright, all of you this afternoon, follow the method I taught you just now and go for cultivation. Remember, meditation and concentration. Perception is important. All of them sat in a seated position and mouthed the words. Lin Xiao also followed the group and sat down. System. Ding, host I am. Open the personal panel. Ding, the panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Sex, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade alien spacetime plus, super SSS grade spacetime holy law origin, awakening level 14%, time and space god's eyes plus, the 10 great eyes of the heavens, awakening degree 12%, level, early third order plus, blood gas, 10, 483 plus, oh, a toad in a chicken's hair? Mental power, 1000 points plus, come on, you'll catch up with the blind man soon. Technique, Void Sutra plus, introductory, martial art, Blade of Void plus, peak of minor accomplishment. Auxiliary sense, patriarchal combat skills, cultivation points, 7854, exchangeable for 10W of cultivation points. The morning sparring session had increased his blood and chi value by 483 points, which wasn't bad. System, exchange cultivation points. Ding, exchange successful. Lin Xiao realized that there was no plus number after the patriarch level combat skills. System, has the combat skill cleric level already reached the top? Ding, there is an O. There are Grand Masters above the Patriarchs. So what? Ding, it has been detected that the host's cultivation point balance is insufficient. Unable to add points to the sense. Please reflect on yourself. Has the host made any effort to earn cultivation points recently? Amount. There's something inexplicably familiar about it. Lin Xiao surfaced a black line. Not enough is not enough. Who are you mocking here? Forget it. Let's keep it for now. I said earlier that I would save up to $1 million before spending it. For the rest of the day, Lin Xiao was immersed in cultivation. Perhaps it was the increase in mental power that made his brain more flexible than before. It's like it's so much easier to feel. After an afternoon of dedicated cultivation, he relied on himself to successfully increase the progress of each of the two major natural-supernatural abilities by 0.1%. That's pretty good, I'd say. Be getting dark. Many of the students also opened their eyes, physically and mentally exhausted from the extremely intense training all day today. Ding Qinru opened her beautiful eyes, a light blue luster flickering as she improved through the afternoon's enlightenment. Okay, class, that's the end of today's training. Xia Qingtian looked at the crowd smilingly, still as gentle as ever. This in turn caused many people's hearts to relax. In comparison, this tutor Xia was quite gentle. Only what Xia Qingtian said next made them instantly throw this unrealistic fantasy far away. Students, I declare this the end of the first week of course training. This is the end? Isn't there 7 days in a week? So what do we do for the next 6 days? Xia Qingtian's words puzzled them. Only a small number of people might have sensed something, and they looked around with an ugly expression on their faces. Class, take it easy, hear me out. I mean, that's the end of the course training. Next, a practical exercise. In a nutshell, that is, for the next 6 days, you need to survive in this crisis-ridden mountain range through various means. The mountains here are filled with ferocious beasts, so it's up to you to decide whether to kill or flee. Of course, runaways. Your behavior will be recorded by me and will be used as a point of reference when you graduate. Seeing that the many students were looking increasingly ugly, Xia Qingtian revealed some favorable news. Our Heaven's Pride training camp has also prepared quite rich cultivation resources for all the geniuses. As for where this cultivation resource is and how to obtain it, it's all up to you. After a pause, he said his last words. Each of you has a blue button on your bracelet. Press it when you run into a life or death crisis and we'll show up. Which, of course, means that this is the end of your current training trip. There, class, we'll see you next week. After saying these words, Xia Qingtian's legs fired up, and his entire body flew toward the sky and disappeared. He was likewise a sixth-order powerhouse. Chapter 16, Second-Order Spiritual Fruit. Heavenly Fragrance Cardamom. There was a slight commotion. What are we going to do when the mentors are gone? What else can I do? Just keep practicing where you are. I'll stay here for the next week and not go anywhere. Someone's eyes lit up. This might be a good idea. There are mountains all around us. If we wander around, we'll easily run into ferocious beasts. What about cultivation resources? Someone asked the question. Without cultivation resources, it's too slow to simply absorb the supernatural energy in the world. It's easy to pull away from the others, and as geniuses, they don't allow that to happen to them. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and sensed it slightly. Well, there's a lot of ferocious beasts in this place. Under his senses, there were already quite a number of first-order ferocious beasts within a 100-meter radius alone. A mosquito's leg is also meat. With his current strength, the cultivation points given for killing a first-order beast became much less, but a little was a little. In that case, let's get started. He walked off in a certain direction and disappeared from the gaze of the crowd. After he left, Ding Qinru pursed her lips and immediately left this place as well. She was still a bit reluctant, wanting to see if the man was just truly unsurpassable. Immediately afterward, Gong Sun Qin, Tuobashir and most of the others also left one after another. They came here to improve their strength, not to hide and cultivate. What's the difference between that and staying at home and cultivating? Of course, there was still a small number of people who stayed put and were still struggling. They were weak and didn't want to take risks. Everyone has their own aspirations. As long as they could successfully cross the Heaven's Pride training camp, leave this place, and return to the original place, they would still be geniuses. In the air, a mic robot was flickering, recording the images of the place somehow. Inside an office, several people were staring at the screen in front of them. It was Lin Xiao and the others who were broadcasting live. When you look at it that way, this class as a whole is really higher quality than the last 1 inch. One of them has a scar between his eyebrows. It's the Mad Sword. After he finished speaking, he looked excitedly at Xiao Maniac sitting in the center again. Boss, that Lin Xiao is just a bit too overly demonic. Can this kind of heaven-defying demon be pulled over to our side? The power behind them was not small. For this kind of demon, absorbing in and waiting for it to grow up, it would definitely be a peak powerhouse. This has huge benefits for the entire force. Xiao Maniac shook his head. This was something he had reported to his boss back in the first place, but all he got was a gesture pointing to the top of his head, which meant that Lin Xiao had long been seen by the people above him. As for which of the bigwigs is looking at it, it's none of his business. Mad Knife had a look of pity on his face. He was really quite optimistic about this Lin Xiao kid. He didn't realize how much Lin Xiao had shocked him when the two of them practiced against each other. Xia Qingtian also added, "This kid is indeed an unprecedented demon. Boss, you don't even know how big of a shock it was to me when it was detected that he had developed his supernormal ability to 14%. The two of them are talking to each other. Obviously, by status, they were Lin Xiao's mentors, but how did they feel more like Lin Xiao's fanboys instead? Well, Lin Xiao has already been looked at by the people above and has no chance with us. Xiao Maniac can only tell the result." Upon hearing this, Mad Sword and Xia Qingtian quieted down and only sighed at the creation of the world. Look at this kid. Why does he feel like he's strolling through his own backyard? They began to critique it, only to see Lin Xiao in the middle of the picture walking in the middle of the jungle in an incomparably leisurely manner. This practical training is really not that difficult for him. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to mess with those few fifth-ranked ferocious beasts, he can basically walk sideways. Who would have thought such an oddball would appear? On one of the darker roads, Lin Xiao was very leisurely. It was really like he was shopping. Well, if my senses are correct, there are ferocious beasts nearby, numbering around 7. Of course he wasn't really shopping. He was looking for ferocious beasts. Right up ahead, not far ahead of it, there was a cave, outside of which were scattered a lot of white bones, which should be the works of those ferocious beasts. Tap tap tap. Lin Xiao didn't hide his footsteps and walked up in a dignified manner. Roar! A loud roar pierced out from the cave, followed by the appearance of 3 ferocious beasts. So it's a great ape. To be precise, it was the barefoot mass ape. These 3 mass apes were in the middle of the first stage from the breath they exuded. If other people bumped into them, it would really be quite a problem. Unfortunately, the person they ran into was Lin Xiao. "Hey, you 3, get the rest of your buddies out here. You are surrounded by me." Lin Xiao took a step forward and placed both of his hands on either side of his mouth as he said loudly to the me-ape. First-order beasts already have a certain level of intelligence, and they hear what the humans are saying. the three-headed ape roared to the sky. This ickle human dared to look down on them. One of them attacked with great vigor. It leapt up and pressed its huge fist downwards, bound to smash this human who didn't know the heights of heaven into a meatcake with one punch. Why bother? Lin Xiao shook his head. Bang! 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 The three ape lay on the ground in unison as their lives and deaths were unknown under Lin Xiao's attack. It's broken. The force is still too much. A couple of guys in there aren't going to slip, are they? Lin Xiao secretly said that it was bad. He purposely tightened his force towards being able to get a clean sweep, but he was clearly more worried than. A terrifying roar once again came from within the cave, and all the remaining 4 Messiah apes appeared, with the leading barefooted Messiah ape exuding a second-order aura, and should be the boss among them. It sensed that 3 of its men were out of breath and was very angry. Its gaze was dead set on the human in front of it. It was this damned human that dared to kill its people. Coming, old buddy. Lin Xiao extended his hand in greeting. Hey, 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 don't worry, soon I'll send you to meet with those 3. Lin Xiao pointed his finger at the three-headed May ape next to him with a smile in his eyes. Roar, 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 roar. The second rank roared angrily and led the remaining 3 to launch an attack. Bang, ding. It has been detected that the host has killed 1 second-order ferocious beast and 6 first-order ferocious beasts, gaining 500 cultivation points. May I ask if the corpses are recycled? Recycle. Ding. Recovery successful. Gained 500 cultivation points. Lin Xiao suddenly felt a bit of a loss. If he dragged out the corpses of these 7 ferocious beasts and sold them, he should be able to sell them for a good price. Definitely more than the system gives anyway. System, can these ferocious beasts I killed be saved amongst the system space? This system of his own had a large space in which he could store things, and if he could, he would store these ferocious beast corpses first in the future and sell them for a good price. Ding, back to the host. The system space does not support storing external items for the time being. The host can consume cultivation points to open the corresponding authority. It only requires 1 W cultivation points. Please ask if you want to open it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. System, you're poor and crazy, aren't you? Lin Xiao couldn't help but burst out inwardly. This system was obviously deducting his cultivation points on purpose. Ding, please civilize your language. This system has specialized in being a system for many years and is fair and impartial. Please open it? Not open. Lin Xiao is angry now. Doggone it. He had the impression that no author in his previous life had penned a system so pitiful. Do you really think I'm a wage earner? A wage earner with no temper? Must kill a few more ferocious beasts to take the edge off. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and a spiritual force escaped, sensing a ferocious beast in the eastern direction. A herd. It's decided that it's you guys. Opening his eyes, Lin Xiao quickly flew in the direction of the east. Not far away, unaware of the impending catastrophe of their race, the beasts were now gathered around a tree. There were a few crystalline fruits hanging from the trees, giving off an enticing aroma, and the fruits were about to ripen. The gazes of several ferocious beasts were dead set on these fruits, their eyes filled with anticipation. Boom! There was a loud noise from outside. Sorry for the heavy hand. Lin Xiao had an embarrassed look on his face as he looked at the ferocious beast that had already had its head blown off by himself and said an apology. He was really a bit sorry. He had wanted to hit its heart area, but he didn't realize that he had accidentally hit the wrong place. Seeing this, the entire group of ferocious beasts immediately boiled over and charged at Lin Xiao in unison. Hey, 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 I said I'm sorry. You guys don't talk about martial arts. Lin Xiao said sorry words on his lips, but his fists never stopped attacking. Under the powerful strength, the ferocious beasts fell one after another. In no time, the entire group of ferocious beasts was killed by Lin Xiao alone. Lin Xiao has also lost his temper. Ding! Detected that the host killed the ferocious beast herd and gained 1,000 cultivation points. May I ask whether to redeem the corpse? The system's voice came again in my head. Lin Xiao looked at the corpses all over the ground. A rough count was almost 20. System, how many cultivation points can be exchanged for so many corpses? Ding! Redeemable for 1,500 cultivation points. 1,500, which translates to 15 W gold. A loss. Too much of a loss. System, open space access. Ding! Space permissions have been opened. The space can currently hold external items with a space of 100 cubic meters. Ding! The capacity of this space can be permanently increased through cultivation points. Lin Xiao was speechless. Are you playing VIP with me? System, recycle these ferocious beast corpses into space. Ding! Recovery complete. In just a moment's time, all the corpses of the ferocious beasts disappeared into thin air. What a dog! Lin Xiao couldn't help but spit out another sentence. He didn't think there'd be a follow-up. 100 cubic meters may not seem small, but the 20 ferocious beasts at eye level alone almost took up half of the space. His heart is bleeding. ING capitalists. That's right, the system at this moment is the capitalist in Lin Xiao's eyes. What's that smell? It smells good. A fragrance suddenly drifted in the air, and Lin Xiao followed the direction of the odor to a fruit tree. His eyes went to the fruit on the tree. Is that what this fruit smells like? System, what kind of fruit is this? Ding, back to the host. This fruit is a second-order spirit fruit, heavenly fragrant cardamom. After taking it, it can increase one's blood chi value. Ding, second-order spirit fruit detected. May I ask if it is recycled? You are anything if it. Lin Xiao was really laughed at by this system. It can increase one's blood chi? This kind of good stuff can't be cheap to the system. Sensing that the fruit had ripened, Lin Xiao picked it off right away. Sitting with his legs crossed, he ate all of the several fruits. The spirit fruit was sweet and refreshing, and the delicate flesh instantly dissolved in Lin Xiao's body, turning into a rich blood energy that flowed down his blood and all around him. Lin Xiao silently refines. Soon, these heavenly scented cardamoms were refined. His blood chi value came to 11,000 points. Standing up and shaking the dirt from his body. This should be the resources the tutors are talking about. Lin Xiao pondered. That's pretty good. Chapter 17, The Eye of the God's Eye. A second-order spirit fruit. So easily? Berserker looked at the scene in the screen. This resource was one of the higher-end resources that he had put up. I didn't expect such a strange one to come along. This kid has gotten stronger again. Xia Qingtian exclaimed. With so many fruits going down, the blood chi would have to be raised by several hundred at the very least. For them martial artists, their own blood chi value was very important, which somehow determined how far they could go in the future. At this stage, the lowest rank of a martial artist is the first rank, the highest is the 9th rank, and there are 2 thresholds when a martial artist breaks through from the 6th to the 7th rank. One of them is one's own blood. If one wanted to successfully break through to a 7th order martial artist, then the person making the breakthrough must have at least 50,000 blood chi of their own. But that stopped many martial artists who claim to be geniuses, because the later the bloodline gets, the harder it is to grow. Therefore, the value of this second-order spirit fruit at the moment was quite substantial. Lin Xiao himself didn't know what kind of value the heavenly fragrant cardamom he had just eaten had, and if he did, he most likely wouldn't have eaten it. Instead, they chose to sell them for cultivation points. The strength of the ferocious beasts in this area are all too low, adding a bit too few points. Lin Xiao was a bit torn as he wondered if he should go for the big guy or clean up these stray fish first. Let's the big guys first. After making up his mind, Lin Xiao's eyes condensed slightly, and the spacetime god's eyes radiated a divine luster this night. Suddenly, in the sky above the entire mountain range, a fuzzy eyeball appeared with light emanating from its circumference, and its appearance caused the surrounding space and time to be slightly disoriented. A certain mysterious wave emanated from the eyeball, enveloping the entire mountain range. What was that? On the ground, some people looked up, horrified, at the huge eyes in the sky. What the hell? Why is this in the air? Some people pointed their fingers to the sky and kept backing up, accidentally stumbling, but their legs were still stomping hard backward. The mysterious and huge eyeball enveloped the entire mountain range and existed for only a moment before disappearing and dissipating into nothingness. What's wrong with you guys? What's that look? Some of those who came later saw their companions lying on the ground like dogs, with their legs flailing and their eyes in horror. He looked up at the sky. The moon was pretty full tonight. Hey, what's wrong with you? What happened? The frightened man hears the voice of a companion and calls out in a hurry. Hurry, there's a great terror. After saying that, he grabbed the other party's hand and exerted a deadly force before pointing above the sky. Look, a very large eye has appeared there, as big as 50 stories high. Let's run away. The man's face was horrified, and he buried his head, not daring to raise it, thinking only of how to escape. The latter was flabbergasted as he looked up once more and there was nothing but the moon. Are you out of your mind? If you're scared, just say so, don't pretend. He shook his head and left. Such cowardly people he could not afford to look down on. What was that I just now? There were little mice? Xia Qingtian suddenly stood up. His eyes were dead set on the image. The fleeting glimpse of the god's eyes just now was definitely not an illusion. You two immediately go to the site and conduct a sweep. If you find that a small mouse has really appeared. Xiao Maniac gave the order that the teenagers in the picture were the future of the Dragon Kingdom and could not afford to fail. Yes, understood. The two of them immediately disappeared into thin air. So it is. Lin Xiao was reminiscing. Just now was the first time he had used the awakened ability of the timeless god's eyes of the god's eyes. This ability is, how can I put it, rather oxymoronic. In just a short time, everything in the entire mountain range was clearly seen by him. Where are the ferocious beasts? How many of them are there? And at what level of strength? Even saying where to hide the cultivation resources. All of these were completely exposed to his pair of eyes. What an outlier. His heart was a little excited. But even though this eye of the god's eye was more heavenly, the movement wasn't small yet. A vision appeared in the sky. He noticed, and the guy startled himself. He thought for a moment, and spoke to the armlet in his hand. Tutors, I'm Lin Xiao. The giant eye vision that just appeared in the sky was accidentally caused by my cultivation. Sorry. When he finished, he glanced at some small black dot in the sky and beckoned. With his spiritual perception, the probe robot in the air had long since been discovered by him. Unsurprisingly, that one should be used to monitor them as students. And not far away, the Mad Sword and Xia Qingtian, who were dashing towards this place, immediately stopped in the air. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. Lin Xiao's voice, the two of them were not deaf. They both heard it. So, this kid is the one making all the noise? What to do? Do we still need to check? Xia Qingtian asked quietly. Check? Check P. I knew this kid was not honest. Mad Knife was speechless. If he could, he really wanted to fly to Lin Xiao's side and ravage him again. And inside the office, Xiao Maniac looked at Lin Xiao, who greeted him in the picture with a somewhat stunned expression. Flash. This kid. I didn't realize it was still a dishonest master. He had already sensed that the commotion that had just appeared should have been caused by this kid, who was now greeting them. Don't be nervous. Everything's fine. After you say hello. Lin Xiao followed the memories in his head and started the treasure hunt. Right. It's a treasure hunt. With the current strength and understanding of how everything is deployed, it really is a treasure hunt. The other side. Ice Chinru was moving alone in the forest, and she's acting normal. The whole person was quite grave, with a serious expression, and the two light blue beautiful eyes kept checking the surrounding movements. Suddenly, a bloody moth swooped out of the bushes on its left side. It's a late first-order bilberry snake. It's been hiding here for a long time. Its scarlet eyes are staring at the target. Look at the right moment and strike for the kill. As a second-ranked martial artist, Ice Chinru certainly wouldn't be attacked so easily. With a boost of speed, she immediately dislodged the sneak attack from her left. After stopping, a strong fluctuation emanated from his body. A cold aura emanating. SS grade ability, Frost, unleashed. Bing Chinru operated the foreign energy in her body. Her expression was cold and indifferent, and there was not a trace of panic on her face in the face of the ferocious beasts that suddenly attacked her. Raising her jade arm, the powerful foreign energy condensed into countless ice cones in the air, enveloping the bizarre spotted snake's surroundings, surrounding it to death and leaving no room for it to escape. Drop! Just listening to its lips lightly, countless ice cones impacted towards the ferocious beasts in the encircling circle. The air continues to be extremely cold, coupled with countless attacks on the snake didn't last long. It died. Seeing this, Bing Chinru retracted her powers, raised her leg forward, checked it out, and after confirming that she was really dead, she continued to set off forward. This was just a small hiccup. She had already killed several first-ranked ferocious beasts. As an SS-class psychic with a second-order cultivation, this wasn't much of a challenge to her. She was targeting those ferocious beasts of the middle to late second stage, or even the third stage. She needs to be strong as soon as possible. She had thought that with her own natural strength, she stood at the tip of the pyramid among the current generation of youngsters in the Dragon Kingdom. That's what the uncles in the army say. But the appearance of that teenager shattered this fantasy of hers. Absolute crushing strength, unparalleled talent. She had no reason to be proud, being naturally aloof. She's even worse at talking to people, but that doesn't mean there's no curiosity inside her. She wondered how that teenager had managed to do this. If she could, she'd like to make friends with the other person, except that her current self might not be qualified to do so, so she had to get stronger, get strong enough, get worthy to walk up to him, shake a little hand. Can we be friends? Whenever she thought of this, a faint color of embarrassment would always rise on Bing Chinru's cheeks. I can't say why, but she's always been a strong person, and she doesn't reject this feeling. At this very moment, she is working hard to achieve this goal for herself. Here grows a tree of great size, whose branches are luxuriant. There was a dark shadow on the trunk of the tree. The shadow was saying something to the trunk, and then, in a bizarre scene, a shadow swam along the surface of the trunk to a certain spot. It didn't take long for a roar to come. It was a mid-first stage ferocious beast hissing as it was deadlocked by a black shadow, unable to move. Immediately after hearing the voice, the black figure on the tree trunk moved. Bang! A knife! The head of this ferocious beast made a separation from the lower part of its own body under this cut. This parting is permanent. The black figure slowly revealed its true colors. Gonsun Chin, S-Class Alien Ability, Spectre. Sure enough, it's still true that actual combat is good for the enhancement of psychic abilities. He silently felt that his supernatural awakening had improved a little bit more. Immediately, he looked into the distance, as if searching for something. Takashi was depressed. He swore that he really just wanted to show himself off at first. I didn't realize that guy was so fierce. This is good. In terms of strength, the other side can rub against him. In terms of talent, although he didn't know what level of psychic ability the other party had awakened, he felt that he still wasn't a match. This was his sixth sense. And on background. Or don't talk about background. If this were to spread to the family, he would be scolded to death by the family, who never cared about the younger generation in their family. Even his father had a preamble. How the younger generation fights. How they fight. The family won't ask a single question. And don't expect your old man I'll do anything for you. Meaning, he can't count on any pressure from the family in this case. Ugh, never mind. Find a chance to bow your head and apologize. Tuoba sure thought about it. It could only be so, although he lost face, but it was better than this inner torment now. Just then, a brown bear appeared in front of him, dark-colored fur, 2 palms larger than his head, mouth split at the corners, 4 sharp teeth exposed. This brown bear has been starving for days, and it sees the human in front of it as food. Bare your teeth and prepare to attack. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even alike you come to bully me? Tabeshi sensed that this ferocious beast was only in the middle stage of the first rank, but it was so provocative to him. Can't stand it at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. See if I don't beat you all alive. After saying that, without waiting for the brown bear on the opposite side to make a move, Tabeshi's arm muscles exploded with energy, and his supernatural energy spread all over his body. S-class ability, innate divine power, which can substantially increase one's physical strength. He's going to kill this head. This brown bear doesn't know what kind of attack he's about to receive. Chapter 18, Fistfulness. A few days go by. The talent throughout the camp has improved dramatically. Those who boasted of their strength began their training alone in the middle of a huge mountain range. After fighting with the ferocious beasts, and with the cultivation resources found, there was a significant increase in strength. Some even broke through their original cultivation level and went to the next level. There is also a part of the strength of the relatively weak. Also 2 or 2 groups, although the promotion is not as much as those solo travelers, but the victory in the safe. Overall, the current Western Pride camp can be roughly stratified into 3 echelons. First echelon, Ice Chinru, SS class psychic ability, early second stage full circle cultivation. Tier 2, Gongsun Chin, S ranked psychic ability, full circle in the later stages of the first order. Topaz Stone, S ranked psychic ability, full circle in the later stages of the first order. Wu Lei, S class psychic ability, late first order cultivation. The rest of them were basically at the middle of the first rank. Considered the third echelon. Nothing. What echelon would you say Lin Xiao is in? Sorry, Lin Xiao himself is not involved in this latter ranking. Xia Qingtian looked at an organizing document in his hand. He looked up from time to time to look at the picture in the screen. The 3 echelons on the top were a preliminary classification made by both him and Berserker. No matter where you are, there's always competition. The strong will only ever be strong. Just like Lin Xiao at this moment. Looking at Lin Xiao's movements on the screen, the 2 tutors went from being worried at the beginning to being speechless now. Why worry? This was because Lin Xiao was within the territory of a late 5th stage ferocious beast. At this moment, Lin Xiao was lying next to a small stream. His clothes were a bit dirty and there were a few faint marks on his elbows. This is a bit of a bad idea. On the 4th day, he arrived here, knowing that miles around were the territory of a certain ferocious beast. And the moment Lin Xiao approached, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the mountain range, and this sound spread throughout the 4 fields, and many of the nearby ferocious beasts were anxious at the sound of this roar, and lay down on the spot, not daring to move. There is a strong hierarchy among the beasts, and they serve the laws of the forest even more. The owner of this roar was one of the several 5th-rank beasts in the mountain range here, and could be described as a dominant beast of the party. Lin Xiao immediately felt bad. With his current strength, he couldn't fight a late 5th stage beast head-on, but that ferocious beast had already been speeding towards him. There's no choice but to fight. Sure enough, it didn't hit. This was a late 5th stage fierce tiger king. Fierce beasts could spit out human words when they broke through the 4th rank. Lin Xiao could only launch his spatial ability means in the end to escape from this place. He was upset when he left. I haven't been in this much trouble since I got the system. So, in the following time, he slipped into the Manticore King's territory every now and then. Sometimes, it will use some grass and trees to create a slag to erase its own meaning and give the opponent a sneak attack. The Manticore King is very annoyed by him. Damn human. Don't run if you have the guts. Watch me tear you apart. It raised its voice to the sky. As the dominant ferocious beast of this place, it had never been insulted like this before. It was unusually angry. That damned human was no match for itself at all. But every time the other party comes, they don't even fight with themselves. They just play some small tricks and then run away. The point is, he can't catch up, and every time he does, that damned human suddenly disappears. And Lin Xiao wasn't having a good time either. The late 5th stage ferocious beasts were more powerful than he had imagined. One's attacks can't even break the opponent's defense. This skin is really hard. Something has to be done. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successfully. 1 fist in 10 cents. May I ask if you will receive it? Another good one? Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. The signatures of the past few days were all exotic stones. I didn't expect my luck to break out again today. System, receive, ding, fusing senses in progress. Fusion successful. Lin Xiao closed his eyes tightly. A backdrop appeared in his mind. A robed old man stood in the void. His demeanor was calm, his eyes were firm, and a pair of fists were filled with a powerful intent. Out of the punch, shocking the heavens and the earth. Those fists seemed to break the vast emptiness. Powerful fist intent filled the surroundings. One way to lift the world. I have my own fist. It can break down all the enemies of the world. Immediately afterward, this shadow disappeared while a mysterious aura appeared on Lin Xiao's fists. He closed his eyes and waved his fists in his hands, making the simplest moves in all directions. Hit the punch, punch out. So simple, but it exploded into an unbelievable killing spree. With every punch he threw, the air was filled with powerful intent. It's boxing. The ferocious and incomparable fist intent rubbed in the air, breaking all the trees around it. Phew! Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes as he looked around and glanced at one of his hands. Is this the fist intent? Very strong. Lin Xiao could feel the power of the fist intent. His own punching power had increased its killing power by at least 10% with the added power of the fist intent. And that's if he's just realized it. As he continues to add points. It should be said that as he continued to improve his senses, the increase of this fist intent on himself would become more and more terrifying in the future. Get some practice with that guy. Lin Xiao's expression moved as he lightly headed out in a certain direction. Kitty, come on out. Damn human. You won't be able to escape today. The fierce Tiger King immediately ran out from its burrow, and it stared dead at a figure on a rock not far from it. It's Lin Xiao. Hey, Kitty, don't be so angry, okay? We're all old friends. What the hell do you want, human? The Manticore King looked at the other party. It was now in a very irritated mood. The human in front of it couldn't beat itself though, but it couldn't do anything about the other side, and it was getting more and more irritable as it came over and over again to find trouble with it like this. I don't want to do anything. I miss you. Lin Xiao stood still and looked at the other party with a smile on his face. Damned fellow, do you think that I, the mighty Tiger King, really can't do anything about you? As the fierce Tiger King listened to the other party's taunts, it was extremely angry and instantly leapt towards the other party. Roar! It's its claim to fame. The tigers whistling at the mountains. The powerful sound waves shattered all the surrounding trees, cracked the ground, and splattered the stone and sand. If you're not careful, you'll be shocked to death. Lin Xiao also immediately jumped into the sky. He'd suffered the loss of this before. It was fortunate that his own spiritual power was strong enough at the time, or else he would have been in danger. In the air, his eyes glazed over. An invisible space coalesced at the soles of his feet, and he stepped and shifted continuously while, at the same time, aiming at the mighty Tiger King below. He used the fist intent he had just comprehended. Kitty, here's a present I brought you. Take that. Bang! The powerful punch became even more terrifying with the addition of the fist's intent. A peak fourth-ranked ferocious beast couldn't even carry this punch. Hiss! After taking a few hard punches, the Manticore King took a few steps back in some pain. It inwardly wondered. This human's strength seemed to have gotten stronger? Human, you've gotten stronger? It inquired as it opened its mouth. Oh, Lin Xiao looked down below. It seemed that after being empowered by his fist intent, his attacks had been able to bring a little damage to the cat below him. Of course, this doesn't mean that his strength has reached the late 5th stage level. Didn't you see that the late 5th order kitten in front of you ate several of your own punches and didn't have any trouble at all? Even its skin didn't crack. Human, why don't we talk? The fierce Tiger King looked up at Lin Xiao in the sky above, and it spoke hesitantly. This stalemate is a little bad for him. What do you want to talk about, kitty? Lin Xiao put away his psychic abilities and landed on the ground. Human, how about I make a deal with you and from now on you don't bother this king anymore? Oh, what kind of deal? Tell me, Lin Xiao inquired with some curiosity. King Manticore pulls out some rings and throws them on the ground. Human, these are called storage rings according to your human world. There should be quite a lot of good things inside. If you agree not to bother this king anymore, then these will be considered as a gift from this king. How about it? Lin Xiao looked at the several storage rings on the ground with some surprise. He narrowed his eyes. Where did you get these, kitty? Hearing the other party address himself, the mighty Tiger King grimaced a bit. Human, this king is a fierce Tiger King, not a kitten. Okay, kitty, you. The Manticore King has some broken defenses, and as a ferocious beast, it doesn't know much about verbal attacks. Just say yes or no. All it wanted now was for this human to leave its territory and never be seen again. Ugh, kitty, I can't let you go. Humans, there is a limit to this king's patience. The fierce Tiger King resisted the urge to strike. If possible, it would definitely shatter the human in front of it into pieces. Lin Xiao considered for a moment. Alas. Well, Murong Yun, agree. After saying that, he pointed at the Manticore King and waved his small hand. The Manticore King looked at the other party's gesture and snorted coldly. Human, I hope you can keep your word. After saying that, it turned its head and returned to its cave. Lin Xiao waited for the other party to leave before walking forward and collecting the storage ring on the ground. What does Murong Yun's consent have to do with me? Lin Xiao? Not to mention the cultivation points. From the other party's demeanor alone, that ferocious beast definitely wouldn't let itself go if given the opportunity. It's just that the current strength doesn't allow it. Otherwise Lin Xiao would have gone up and done it long ago. Kitty, wait for me. It won't be long. With the loot, Lin Xiao left this place. He scanned the storage ring in his hand. How was this thing used? He hadn't really seen anything like this before. Did it depend on intent? Spirit power sensed it. Ouch. It's not bad. Under the sensing of his spiritual power, Lin Xiao could detect everything in the storage ring, and even with a single thought, he could take out the contents. Let's see what's in store. He swept through them one by one. So poor. Nothing but clothes. There's a couple of other stones in here. This looks like it's got an E? Or is it purple? Is this a kung fu? Grade B technique tackling hand. Lin Xiao silently put it away. It didn't seem to be of much use to him. Scanning around, he found nothing but a small amount of cultivation resources. Lin Xiao feels like he's losing blood. After this incident, Lin Xiao felt that he really wasn't the legendary son of Qi. At that moment, a familiar voice came from its bracelet. Students, this week's practical exercises end at midnight this morning. Chapter 19. My name is Murong Yun. Many students were already waiting at the initial lake. Some of them got together to tell the story of the week. You don't know. That day I was walking and suddenly a beast rushed at me. I can stand it? I immediately pulled out the big knife I took 5 meters long and swore to die to end life and death with that head. A few teenagers gathered together. One of them describing his experience in colorful detail. Always liked to show off at that age. Suddenly, the temperature of the air around us got a little colder. Bing Qinru is back too. She sat down alone at the edge of the lake and cupped her hands in the lake's water, briefly cleansing herself of dirt. The scene had been a bit noisy and quiet because of her appearance. With the return of one bit, 2 mentors emerged. Mad Knife clapped his hands. Students, this is the official end of the first week's training content. There wasn't much of a response from the stage. A week of life and death fighting had made these little guys grow up quite a bit. Mad Knife nodded secretly. As a reward, each of you will be given 100 points. And as for what these points are for, I will explain it to you later. Next, I will bring you to the location of the Real Heaven's Pride training camp. As an official institution specializing in training geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom, it certainly wouldn't be so shabby. And these geniuses weren't surprised that the family should have been greeted ahead of time. Lin Xiao also did not change his face. Don't ask. Asking means not knowing. Soon, several helicopters appeared in the sky, and the students boarded the plane in an orderly fashion, heading to the Real Heaven's Pride training camp. Here it is. Is this the Heaven's Pride training camp? Many people looked at the scene in front of them and said faintly, there's not a lot of opulence. There's just depth. Inscrutability. A stone gate with a huge stone next to it, on which were engraved the 5 big words Heaven's Pride Training Camp. Welcome to the Heaven's Pride Training Camp. Mad Knife smiled at everyone, only because of his previous experience. His smile didn't bring much warmth to this group of students. From today until the end, you will be here for the most important time of your lives. He said this while leading this group of students to observe There are several areas in the Heaven's Pride Training Camp. This is the Central Plaza, which will provide you with your daily training bouts. To the east is the Sumeru Mirage Realm. In the Secret Realm you can speed up your cultivation. To the north is the Aurora Tower, and to the west is the Mission Hall. There's also the South Side. The South Side is a treasure trove with countless cultivation resources, techniques, and martial arts. May I ask, mentor, can we use all of these? A student raises his hand. Mad Knife stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the student and smiled slightly. Of course, as long as you have enough points, you can use all the resources within the Heaven's Pride training camp. Points? Lin Xiao almost had a clue when he heard that. Yes, it's points. Points are the hard currency in the Heaven's Pride training camp, and the key to determining whether or not you'll be able to rapidly improve your strength in the next period of time. Now each of you has 100 points, which are considered initial points. At that moment, a young man came over and he bowed to the Mad Sword. You're here, Mentor Mad. Oh, it's Mac. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Berserker glanced at the visitor and nodded his head, and then it disappeared into thin air. His name is Makoto. He's an old man here. He looked at the 100 young men and women before him, and briefly straightened his own makeup. Greetings, fellow students. My name is Mu Yuan. Welcome to the Heaven's Pride training camp. let me show you to your dorms first. After a bit of dancing around, the session sort of settled down. During this time, Mu Yuan had already contacted and familiarized himself with quite a few of them, and a general idea of what's in store for this session. As of now, the ones worth befriending on their own are those few. Makoto stuck his hands in his pants pockets. There were other people here besides him, and there wasn't really any benefit to a job like hosting new students, but he'd volunteered just to see if he could hook up with some of them. His own background is not very strong. On the contrary, that Lin Xiao, I've heard that he's very strong, but unfortunately he's from a cold family. He shook his head. In his concept, strong strength was not as strong as a strong background. How much stronger can you be than someone else who has worked hard for generations to build up their heritage? Of course, he wouldn't go out of his way to offend the other side. Lin Xiao was in his dormitory. He looked at the dormitory assigned to him. It wasn't bad. It was much better than the one he had at his home in Ping'an district. First-timers need to figure out exactly what's going on here. He was ready to go out and see if he could poke around the place. I just opened the door and found a figure standing in front of me. You are? Lin Xiao looked at the man who appeared in his doorway and thought for a moment. You're Tuoba Sure? It's me. The person who came was none other than Tuoba Sure. He was a little short of breath, and when he really faced Lin Xiao in person, he felt that his breathing was a little suppressed. What's the matter with you? Lin Xiao was a little curious. He hadn't crossed paths with the other party. Lin Xiao, I came today to apologize to you specifically. Tabeshi inwardly crossed his heart and told what happened. Lin Xiao, I didn't mean to take the wind out of your sails in the first place. Please don't take it to heart. When he finished, he lowered his head and bowed deeply. Lin Xiao was stunned. He didn't even think that the other party had come to apologize. Stroking his chin, he pretended to think for a moment, then patted the other man on the shoulder with a pretense of composure. Since you have such sincerity, and I am not a small-minded person, that matter ends here. Tuobashir shivered inwardly at his slap, only to finally breathe a sigh of relief even after hearing Lin Xiao's words. The stone that's been weighing on his heart for a week is gone. He looked up at the teenager in front of him, who was about his own age, and said somewhat gruffly, thanks. If anything happens, I, Tuobashir, will definitely help you find a way out. As soon as he finished saying this, he himself blushed a little. With Lin Xiao's strength, if he wanted to help the field it would be him helping himself. Hey, brother Tuoba, there's really something I want to ask you right now. Brother Lin, please, about this Heaven's Pride training camp. Lin Xiao asked Tabeshi about the specifics of the Heaven's Remarks training camp. As the Tuoba family, the number one family in the entire Northwest, Tuobashir was well aware of the Heaven's Pride training camp. He informed Lin Xiao of all the news he knew. It turned out that in addition to them, the Heaven's Pride training camp, those who had just awakened, among them there were other old men from the past. Because of the richer cultivation facilities here, under the operation of the lineage, everyone who came here could stay for a maximum of 3 years, and over a long period of time, the place has slowly been divided into classes, and there are even people who have created their own forces. The senior management of the Heaven's Pride training camp also turned a blind eye to this. Where there are people, there are fights. Are you saying that the old men will bully us newcomers? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's actually kind of a tradition that no matter what your background is out there, it's useless when you come here, Tabeshi explained in a naive manner. There were also people from his Tuoba family among the old people here, but with the Tuoba family's family style, the other party would not go out of their way too much to help themselves. How is it bullying? Does it mean staring at the points in our hands? Yes, points are very important inside the Heaven's Pride training camp. Without points, it will be difficult to move around here. So it is. Lin Xiao sort of understood. That, Lin Xiao, I have a cousin who is also here. He's in the Divine Wind Hall. I've already joined the Divine Wind Hall. Do you want to come along? Tabeshi looked at the other party with some anticipation. Lin Xiao was the strongest among the newcomers of their session. If you can enter the Kamikaze Hall with yourself, the rest of your life will be much better. Thanks for the kind words. I'm not thinking about that for now. Lin Xiao shook his head. He didn't like the feeling of being tied down. Alright, Tuobashir didn't insist. Since the matter had been resolved, he didn't stay much longer. After Tabeshi left, Lin Xiao closed the door again. So much for that. He raised his eyebrows slightly. For the rest of the day, he had been practicing in the house, and it just so happened that the system had recently signed up for quite a few exotic stones. On the third day, Lin Xiao walked out of his house. As he passed through the central square, some sounds from the direction of the fighting ring attracted him. Waste thing, do you dare to clamor next time? Only a man on the stage was stomping on another man with his foot, constantly kicking. The one who was kicked was spitting out blood, and a lot of wounds appeared all over his body. He was beaten without the ability to fight back, and could only lie on the ground and let the other party wantonly abuse and trample on him. After venting a bit, The man felt bored and kicked his opponent out of the ring with force. Kid, in the future, keep your head down in this Heaven's Pride training camp. After saying that, he turned his head towards the side, which was a container for storing points. He reached out and put his bracelet in, and within a few moments, it showed 200 more points. 100 points in hand. Looking at the points in hand, he revealed a smile. Lin Xiao realized that the person who had been kicked out of the ring looked somewhat familiar, as if he was one of the same group of people who had come in as himself, but he wasn't about to back the other guy up. In his heart of hearts, nothing in this world has much to do with him. Just as he was about to leave, the man who had just won the match inadvertently spotted him. "Ha, you look familiar, don't you? This schoolmate, are you new here?" He walked forward in a very friendly manner and blocked Lin Xiao's way. Yes, senpai, what can I do for you?" Lin Xiao suddenly became a bit formal. He took a slight step back with his left leg, his face showing a hint of trepidation. These little gestures were seen by the other man, and he spat inwardly, softly, "But I like it. Oh, since you're new here, you must not be familiar with this place yet. How about this senior? It just so happens that senior is free right now and can take you to familiarize yourself with the situation here. You only need to give senior 90 points. The man looked at Lin Xiao with a smiling face. Although it was a smile on his face, it only looked a little stiff. 90. Ha, senior, isn't it a bit too much? How much? Not much. You've just arrived after all. The points will be earned soon enough. And you spend those 90 points. Not only do you get a quick overview of what's going on here, but you also get one more friend. If anything happens in the future, you come to me, senior, and I'll fix it for you. Well, while saying that, he approached Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, couldn't stop backing up, and a cold sweat seemed to appear on his forehead. Then that, senior, these points I want to use it to improve my strength. You see, so you mean you don't want to call senpai your friend? The voice was a little cold. No, that's not what I meant. What does that mean? Just, that is, senior, do you want to give me some pointers? Lin Xiao's face twitched a bit. Pointing? The man froze in place for a moment. After a long time, he reacted, and he carefully looked at Lin Xiao. Is this kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Very eye-catching indeed. Definitely a newcomer without a doubt. According to what he knew, there were only two people among the newcomers who were stronger. One called Lin Xiao and one called Bing Xinru. What's your name, schoolboy? Senior, my name is Morong Yun. Chapter 20, Zhang Shen. You really want me to instruct you? Dang. Of course. After thinking about it again, the senior nodded his head. That's just right. There's a ring here. Except that both sides of the match have to press a minimum of 100 points each. He pointed to the ring next to him. Then listen to the senior. Lin Xiao nodded and followed his opponent to the ring. Both of them left 100 points at the points container. At this point, Lin Xiao let out a soft sigh of relief, finally taking the bait. School brother Morong, since it's an instruction, then you make the first move. This senior showed a pretty good demeanor. He had already taken the freshman in front of him as a long-term meal ticket, and would come to glean every so often in the future. Senior, after you. Lin Xiao stood faintly in place, his eyes calmly looking at the other party, his attitude having changed dramatically from just now. This unknown senior frowned as he realized something was wrong. The other party seemed to have changed into a different person. Senior Morong, you, please don't talk too much. Senpai, cold, flat. This tone of voice, this look, made this senior's face embarrassed. He grunted coldly. In that case, don't blame him for showing no mercy. As expected, newcomers need to be cured before they are honest. Thus, he exploded his own cultivation. The late second stage. Kid, are you pretending to be a ninny? He stopped pretending and went straight for it, bursting into a rush and rushing towards Lin Xiao, ready to settle the fight with a single punch. Lin Xiao slightly sidestepped, and at the same time, his left foot lifted up, aiming at a certain place, and gently kicked it. The student couldn't dodge in time and was hit right in the face. Although Lin Xiao didn't use too much force, it was still a very painful blow to him. Senior, is everything okay? Lin Xiao walked up and pretended to greet him. This student clenched his teeth in death and looked at Lin Xiao ferociously. Damn it, you've completely pissed me off. The ability he awakened is the A-class ability Raging Inferno. Huge flames coalesced in the palms of both hands, fusing into a fire lotus under the manipulation of his supernatural powers. Inferno Blast. With a commanding cry, the fire lotus erupted with a sparkling light and attacked Lin Xiao. This is your own way of seeking death. The senior's face blanched as he was extremely angry that this damned newcomer dared to humiliate him like this. Bang! There was a loud explosion in the ring, drawing many people to the ring. Isn't that Zhang Hong from the second year? Who is he competing with? Who else could it be? It must be bullying the newbies again. This guy has been picking on the newbies in recent times. It's a disgrace to our second year. This newcomer has 2 tricks up his sleeve. He was able to force him to use his powers? Some of the older students were surprised and recognized the person on the stage. Similarly, there were newcomers here. While they looked worriedly in the other direction, they had been bullied by these old men these past few days. Many people with low strength and little background can't fight back at all. They can only be slaughtered. There were also some who tried to resist, but the end result was the same. And just being beaten and spitting out blood was one example. They were suffocating inwardly, but their strength was inferior, so they could only hold their breath in their hearts. The smoke dissipated and Lin Zhao's figure disappeared. Zhang Hong was inwardly shocked. He wouldn't be given a second of bone crumbs by his move. That would be a problem. Senpai, I'm here. Suddenly, Lin Zhao's voice came from the air, and Zhang Hong raised his head and looked at Lin Zhao's pupils shrinking as he stood in the void. Can fly? Could it be that he's a 6th order powerhouse? This thought really startled him. It couldn't be. There was no way he could be 6th rank. It should be because of his powers. Zhang Hong did not feel the powerful pressure from the other party. The fire flames in his hand condensed again and sent out constant attacks into the air. And in a moment, the air was filled with countless fire flames, and there was no way for Lin Xiao to escape under the thick shroud of fire flames. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the air. Sparks are shooting in all directions. It's gorgeous. Zhang Hong was panting slightly. His supernatural energy was depleting rapidly. Controlling so many flames was a great drain on him. Now, that should settle it. He kept his eyes in the air, and suddenly a hand was at his shoulder. What are you looking at, senpai? Zhang Hong turned his head in shock, and the one who appeared behind him was Morong Yun. He immediately backed away. At this moment he had realized that the other party was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Damn you guys! Feeling the small amount of alien energy in his body, he immediately made a seal. A fire that was several times more massive than the party appeared in the sky above his head. The Great Fire Inferno technique. The low voice was mixed with Zhang Heng's anger, and that huge fire flame enveloped the entire ring, encircling Lin Zhao's entire body. I'll see how you escape this time. The power of the fire was terrifying, as if it could dissolve everything in the world. The people outside couldn't see what was going on inside. They didn't realize that Lin Xiao was standing unharmed in the same place. There was an invisible barrier around his body, blocking the flames to the outside. Unable to get close to him. Ho, how handsome. Lin Xiao looked at the fire around him. He remembered some bridges. Arsonist boy. The flames slowly dissipated. At this moment, Zhang Hong was panting heavily. The consumption of this great flame inflammation technique was very great. At this moment, the alien energy in his body had already bottomed out. Kid, I'll finish you off even if I have to take the punishment. Zhang Hong was already a bit impulsive on his head. He felt that he had been insulted. No one had dared to do this to him since he was a child. He looked up ahead as a silhouette slowly appeared in his eyes, gradually solidifying. He slowly opened his mouth wide. No, this can't be. He only saw the figure walking slowly towards him. Each step seemed to strike his heart, making him fearful and uneasy. Senior, your instruction seems to be quite average. Lin Xiao looked at the other party. He just stood quietly, his head lowered as he looked down at this senior. The blinding light stretched his silhouette long, so long that it filled Zhang Heng's heart. Since the senior has finished giving instructions, it's my turn to be a senior. After saying that, Lin Xiao lifted his own right foot and kicked at his chest. Put! Zhang Hong was unable to dodge in time, and the violent impact destroyed all 5 of his organs, and his entire body flew out of the ring and fainted under the kick. Lin Xiao looked at the fainting Zhang Hong. He actually wanted to kill the other party. The power of that fire inflammation just now was clearly aimed at killing him. Only, forget it, give you a chance. Taking 200 points, he felt slightly better. Having just gone out and earned 100 points for nothing. Life is getting better. Looking at his departing back, a number of elderly people at the scene exclaimed, this kid looks like a newcomer, right? His strength is quite fierce. I didn't expect Zhang Hong to be defeated by this kid. A bit of strength, only to be in trouble. This Zhang Hang is relying on the fact that he has a real brother in the 3rd grade, and he always asks for 3 and 4 on weekdays, but this time he didn't expect to kick a hard bone. Just wait and see. This kid is about to have bad luck. 2 men carried the unconscious Zhang Hong away. At the same time, in a certain luxurious cultivation room, there was a silhouette sitting cross-legged in it, with several exotic energy stones placed around it. These alien energy stones were constantly emitting alien energy, supplying the figure in the center with cultivation. Gang Master, something has happened to your brother, Zhang Hong. At the sound of the voice, the silhouette slowly opened his eyes. He stabilized the cultivation within his body, and then looked at the visitor indifferently. Don't you know that being disturbed while one is practicing is enough to turn one into a life and death enemy? As soon as these words came out, a terrifying pressure immediately filled the space here coming from this silhouette. The man who delivered the message, all of a sudden fell to his knees. He kept kowtowing and apologizing. His back was already soaked with sweat. "Forgive me, gang master. Forgive me. Humph. Forget it this time. I won't spare you if there's a next time." The silhouette spoke indifferently. "Say, what's got you so flustered?" After the visitor explained the situation. "Murong Yun?" The figure looked at the message without a flicker. "Let Tang Chen handle it. My brother may be useless, but you have to look at the master when you beat a dog." After saying that, he closed his eyes once again, as if this matter could not arouse his interest at all. This man is Zhang Heng's brother, Zhang Xian. Chapter 21, Breaking into the Aurora Tower. Lin Xiao went all the way to the north, with the impression that the north seems to be a tower. It didn't take long for a towering tower to appear in front of him. Aurora Tower. Lin Xiao raised his head and looked at this tall tower in front of him, surrounded by a lot of people standing around it. "I wonder if I can ascend to the 30th floor this time." Some people clenched their fists, having worked hard for quite some time and increased their strength a lot more, wanting to break through their scores. This tower isn't that simple. The 30th floor must at the very least have the strength of this early third stage. Lin Xiao realized that there was a list on the side of the tower. There are quite a few names branded on the top of the list. Li Qing, 40th floor. King Dragon, 40th floor. Zhang Xian, 43rd level. North Ao, 44th floor. The lowest also on the list had a breakthrough tier of 40. As he gazed upward, the top three: Phoenix Ice, 52nd floor. Hegemony, 53rd floor. Himiko, 57th floor. Senpai, may I ask what this list is? Lin Xiao spoke out to a man at the side and asked. "Oh, a newcomer?" The man sniffed and swept his gaze at Lin Xiao. "Greetings Hokage. Hokage is new to the city. Please explain." "So it's a rookie." The man was unapologetic, a hint of condescension in his eyes. In response, Lin Xiao wasn't annoyed. "Just as well. I'm in a good mood today, and you're in luck. This tower in front of you is the Aurora Tower, with 60 floors. Lin Xiao nodded and listened carefully. The man continued. "Every 10 floors of this tower corresponds to one of our martial artists class. 1 to 10 floors corresponds to one class, and so on. Each floor will encounter ferocious beasts, and you can go up if you successfully kill them." "I see. It's a break-in. Of course, those who successfully break through for the first time will be rewarded with a certain amount of points." "Oh, yeah, that's not bad. Senpai, I wonder what that list next to it is." "Oh, you're asking about that Aurora list. That one doesn't have much to do with you." The man shook his head as he looked at that list, a hint of awe and a touch of envy flowing from his gaze. The Aurora ranking can only be touched by the true pride of heaven. As you can see, the minimum requirement to get on the list is to ascend to the 40th floor. Do you know what the concept of the 40th floor is? It means that the individual strength should be at the level of the 4th order at the very least. The 4th rank. This kind of strength was at the upper level amongst the entire Heaven's Pride training camp. Moreover, once you're on the list, you'll be rewarded with a fixed amount of points every day. After saying that, the man stopped looking at the list. His last result was 26 layers. Today he came to see if he could go up 2 more layers. Lin Xiao nodded and said thank you. He was going to give it a try. "Hey, I say, are you getting ready to go up there?" The man was a little taken aback, with a hint of understanding. "As a person from the past, I would suggest that you don't need to be in such a hurry. Every newcomer has a chance to climb the tower for free. You can wait for a while and come back to create the tower when your own strength is stronger. Because, when you run out of free chances then you need points to create the tower again, and it takes a full 50 points to climb the tower once." From his words, one could hear that the 50 points was not a small number. "Thank you, senior. I still want to give it a try." Lin Xiao didn't stop his steps and walked into the tower under the man's gaze. "A newcomer is a newcomer." The man shook his head. He estimated that this newcomer rookie would be at most a dozen layers tops. It was the same when he first came here, and he ended up only hitting the 13th floor, wasting a free opportunity for nothing. Stayed back long enough to realize how valuable points are here. Lin Xiao went in and realized something was wrong. Is this a false shadow? He looked at his body. The tower didn't seem to be a real live battle, but a virtual sparring match. And as soon as he appeared, a first-ranked ferocious beast silhouette also appeared opposite him. Early stage of the first rank, with a very weak aura. Although it was a shadowy presence, Lin Xiao could still feel the strength of the ferocious beast in front of him, which was amazing. He's not slowing down and he's swinging for the fences. This tower can actually replicate 100% of its own abilities? Lin Xiao was a bit shocked. He had just checked and realized that he could do anything in his current state. System, are you there?" No one responded. He was relieved. Thankfully, the system was his biggest card. If even the system was copied 1-to-1, it would be truly terrifying. In that case, let's try it. Bang! First level, pass. Bang! Second level, over the top. The strength of the ferocious beasts in the previous tiers were all too weak. and Lin Xiao broke through the barrier very quickly. Bang! 10th floor. Pass. Congratulations, passing the 10th floor for the first time. Rewarded with 100 points. Cheers, future auror. When Lin Xiao broke through the 10th level, there was a sweet beep. Breaking through 10 floors only gives you this many points? So stingy. Continue. Bang. 11th floor. Pass. Bang. 12th floor. Pass. Basically, at every level he swung his fist over, and the ferocious beasts that appeared were exploded on the spot, unable to withstand the force of his punch. At this moment, a lot of people have gathered outside the tower. Ha! Who is this breaking into the tower? It's so fast. Someone made a noise. He realized something was wrong. Look, you guys, this guy is so fast. 18 now. Holy, 20. Is he a second man? It should be the ones from the third year. Their strength has generally reached the 30th floor or above. These in front of them are still easy for them. Holy, breaking through 30. What? That's breaking 30? Now, more and more people were staring at the Aurora Tower as they looked at the number that kept flashing. The number that represented the tier that the intruder was currently in. 35 floors already. Which big guy is this? Could it be those guys? But, even those guys aren't that fast. Holy, he broke through 40. Someone yelled, reaching 40 from 0 in less than 10 minutes before and after. Scary as hell. At this moment, there was a man with a cold face who looked at the Aurora Tower with a grave expression as he looked at the numbers that were still rising. Who the hell is it? There's no way those guys have this kind of strength. A man happened to pass by him, and suddenly, as if he had realized something, pointed at the man. You're Bao? The man glanced lightly, scaring the man into silence. North ovation. The person on the Aurora list has a score of 44 tiers. It could be said to be the top group of people in the Heaven's Pride training camp. I didn't realize he was here. After a period of cultivation, Bao felt that his strength was another notch stronger than before, and wanted to come and try to see if he could break through the historical achievements. I never thought that he would be the one to encounter such a thing. Look at 48 floors already. Some people had their hands over their mouths, looking up incredulously. Bao's pupils shrank and his gaze looked upwards. 48 floors. No, it's 49 floors already. His face was covered in concentration, his mind going over everyone he could think of, and he still couldn't think of who was in there. That Aurora list was all above the 50th floor even though the list was all above the 50th floor, but those people were no longer there. In other words, this list was a record of all previous Heavenly Prides above the 40th floor. Currently within the Heaven's Pride training camp, no one had the strength to break through to the 50th floor. Who the hell are you? Bao stared at the Aurora Tower in death, not daring to believe the images he had seen today. Brothel, old. Lin Xiao had arrived at the 50th floor at this moment. On this level was a ferocious beast of the early 5th stage. A human-faced male lion. Human, your strength is good, but that's where it ends. The ferocious beast with the face of a human showed its face. It stood in place, arrogant, its body covered in hairs. Among the ferocious beasts, the 7th order is a watershed. Above the 7th order is the king, and below the 7th order is the king. As a ferocious beast of the early 5th stage, it was strong enough to serve as a demon general under a demon king. At this moment, the majesty of a generation of demon generals is undoubtedly displayed. Its tall stature allowed it to look down on the humans that appeared in front of it. What a small and treacherous race. This tower is really something. Lin Xiao sighed as he looked at the ferocious beast in front of him. This tower had visualized the ferocious beast so wonderfully that it was not too much of a stretch to say that they were real. Don't you be straightening up, Kitty. The models down there are so small it's embarrassing. The Sphinx froze. It literally looked down for a few moments before noticing that it was being humiliated by the other side. Human, how dare you humiliate this king? It was incomparably furious, opening its huge mouth and teeth and letting out a terrifying roar. The pressure of the 5th rank came towards Lin Xiao. This human made it angry and it wanted to let the other party die without a burial place. Ooh-hoo? Still shaking when you run, aren't you shaking? Lin Xiao stood still and opened his mouth in surprise, and his gaze really did look toward the other party's underside. This made the human-faced male lion even more out of control, recklessly attacking Lin Xiao. Generally speaking, the main means of attack for ferocious beasts came from great strength and hardened defense. However, this human-faced male lion possessed a certain amount of bloodline power, and it could stimulate its own bloodline to launch a terrifying attack. At this moment, it was urging the bloodline power within its body, and bright red blood chi surfaced on its surface, gradually becoming larger and larger, coalescing into the appearance of an ancient lion ancestor, distorting the space around it. Humans, die! It hissed angrily, and the sound enveloped the entire 50th floor for a long time. The devastating attack seemed as if it was going to shatter the entire space. This was the strength of a 5th order fierce beast, as the human-faced male lion was the gatekeeper of the 50th floor. Its strength was enough to rank amongst the early 5th stage. To be honest, if it was a week ago, Lin Xiao would only be able to fight a draw at best when facing this kind of ferocious beast. But now is not the time. The smoke dissipated and a silhouette appeared. It was Lin Xiao. He exhaled softly, and the void in front of him flashed with a crack. With that attack just now, he chose to take it head-on. The SSS class supernormal ability spacetime was quite powerful, forming a spatial barrier in an instant and blocking the fierce attack. A crack appeared, but it was well blocked. Some strength. Lin Xiao waved his hand and the barrier disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing above the void, his eyes emanating a divine luster. Second natural ability, temporal divine eyes. The great eye of God emerged, mysterious, inscrutable, like a high-latitude strike. The human-faced lion felt a life-level suppression, as if it had encountered a real god or goddess. Fear filled its brain, and the bloodline power in its body was like a rat eating a cat, dissipating without a trace. It coiled and shrank, and its whole body knelt motionless on the ground. The blade of nothingness. The invisible blade appeared as if it had traveled through space and chopped at the human-faced male lion. 50 floors, pass. Congratulations, you have passed the 50th floor for the first time, rewarded with 1,000 points. Go for it, Aura. Chapter 22, 51 layers. Fourth on the Aurora list. Just as Lin Xiao passed the 50th floor, the people outside the tower went crazy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 50 floors over. The Munchers were unusually agitated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was the first time they had seen someone break through the 50th floor since they arrived at the Heaven's Pride training camp. It's kind of a miracle to witness. The man who had previously solved Lin Xiao's puzzle also looked up at the number that symbolized glory. Truly, to think that I've stumbled upon this kind of heavenly pride. If I had the chance to speak to such a character, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Bei Ao looked at the string of numbers. His tense expression loosened a bit instead. He knew that whoever was inside was no match for him, at least for the moment. I hadn't thought that there was such a character hidden. He subconsciously thought that this person should be in the same class as his own, just that he hid it rather deeply on weekdays. It's almost time for the entrance exam, so is that why you're exposing yourself? He murmured. In fact, those of them who were still staying at the Heaven's Pride training camp were trying to use the cultivation resources here to bring their strength to the next level so that they could have a good performance in the college entrance exam. This year's college entrance exams are just over 2 months away. The numbers, coming to 52, meant 51 layers. Over. His eyelids fluttered. Above the 50th floor. The beasts on each floor are very strong. Lin Xiao also felt the pressure. His own current level was still at the early 3rd stage, and now he was completely relying on the power of his natural supernatural ability. Coming to the 52nd floor, he realized that his attacks could no longer have any useful effect on his opponent's body. The ferocious beast on this level was the green sky python, whose strength was infinitely close to the peak of the early 5th stage. There was a thick layer of snake scales attached to its body, which gave it extreme defense, and even with the added power of the fist intent, Lin Xiao's attacks couldn't produce much damage to it. The blade of nothingness, an invisible blade sliced through its epidermis, and the powerful void blade only managed to break one scale. This made Lin Xiao speechless. Looks like it stops here this time. After this time of breaking into the tower, he perceived that his means of attack were too few and, moreover, his use of his own natural supernormal abilities was a bit rough. The green sky python opened its bloody mouth and terrifying green flames shot out from its mouth, annihilating Lin Xiao's entire body. This time Lin Xiao had no defense and dissipated under this attack. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, and the moment of death just now was a bit of a heartbeat away. Lin Xiao successfully passed the 51st floor. Look at the points in the bracelet. The 10th floor rewarded 100, the 20th floor 200, the 30th floor 500, the 40th floor 800, and the 50th floor 1,000, plus his own original 200. It now totaled 2,800 points. That's still a pretty significant amount of points. Outside the tower, Lin Xiao's breakthrough level was finally fixed at 51, and that Aurora list has changed at this moment as well. The original 4th place was squeezed out and Lin Xiao's name appeared in 4th place. Lin Xiao, 51 layers. Tianzhizhan, 50th floor. Look, the Aurora ranking has changed. Lin Xiao. It's Lin Xiao. Who is Lin Xiao? Does anyone know this big brother? Lin Xiao? I haven't heard of such a giant in our term. Quite a few people lowered their heads in contemplation. They were all veteran students of the 3rd year here, and as far as they could remember, there didn't seem to be anyone named Lin Xiao in their term. Lin Xiao? Bei Ao also scratched his head. If he remembered correctly, there was really no one named Lin Xiao in their session. Like a bomb thrown into the abyss, a 3rd-year veteran said incredulously. Difficult. Could it be that Lin Xiao is a 2nd year? After saying that, he was a bit disbelieving himself, but no matter how much he thought about it, there wasn't a single one named Lin Xiao in his own session. Second grade? The other third-year veterans also had their bodies trembling slightly. They also couldn't believe that this was true. A second year had actually reached the 51st floor. Nope, not our second grade. But it wasn't long before several voices came from the crowd. All of them second years. They were the ones who just spoke. In unison. There's no one named Lin Xiao among us second years. They also hoped that this kind of fierce person was from their own class, so that they could also have a good face when they said it. Not your second year? The third-year veteran was stunned. It wasn't their third year. It wasn't their second year. Are you going to tell me it's from the new gang of rookie grades? Throwing away the unrealistic fantasy that he'd rather believe a sow could climb a tree. He couldn't believe this was going to happen. As if, at the moment, sows can really get up trees. At that moment, a faint voice spoke up. Among our freshmen, there is indeed one named Lin Xiao. He was Morong Yun, who had gone out today with the intention of strolling around a bit, and happened to come here. At this moment, his heart was very shocked, and the figure in his memory came to mind. Lin Xiao, third middle school. This was the first time he had spoken to Lin Xiao back then, and the other party's flat tone had given him a not-so-small impression. Because of the matter of the internalized quota, there were quite a few people in that circle of theirs who had scorned Lin Xiao back then. What's your name? What did you just say? Speak up. The piercing sound pulled him back to reality. A number of people were surrounding him, some second and third year veteran students. Their strength is generally in the second and third orders. Being stared at by so many people, Morong Yun was a little frightened. He was now at the middle of the first rank and was afraid that something horrible would happen. Kid, asked you a question. Someone got impatient and prodded. Kid Morong Yun, a first-year freshman. Morong Yun's posture was put very low. Didn't ask what your name is. Did you just say there's a Lin Xiao in your class? A third-year senior student waved his hand. Back to senior. There is indeed a freshman named Lin Xiao among our freshmen. What do you mean? This Lin Xiao is him? Some people poofed and squelched. Freshmen. They all came from this stage. A bunch of rookies who hadn't been awakened for long. You tell them that someone in this group of newbie rookies has only been practicing for a month or so and crushed those of them who have been practicing for 2 or 3 years? It's true. Senior. There really is a person named Lin Xiao amongst our class, and he is extremely strong. Morong Yun was a little anxious. He was now very sure inwardly that the Lin Xiao who had broken through the 51st floor was the Lin Xiao he knew. Little rookie, do you have any idea what this means? Someone disdained. This means that someone who has only been awakened for less than 2 months has crushed those of us who have been practicing hard for 2 or 3 years. Are you trying to say we're all losers? Hearing this, Morong Yun shrunk his head in some fear. Although he was certain in his heart and was very eager to prove it for Lin Xiao, he was afraid of being beaten. From time to time, people came out of the exit of the Aurora Tower, some of them unsure and asking their friends about the situation. Shocked on the spot when I found out, because this tower could accommodate many challenges at the same time. The crowd did not know exactly which one was called Lin Xiao. While they were still looking around, searching for target candidates in the crowd, Lin Xiao had long since left the area. This matter had already caused a big stir in the Heaven's Pride training camp after the constant publicity and fermentation, and Lin Xiao's name had completely spread. Under the layers and layers of probing by people with an interest, the identity of Lin Xiao's newcomer was finally confirmed. 51 layers, representing that this person's true strength had already reached the level of the 5th rank, and could be said to be the current number 1 amongst the Heaven's Pride training camp. This was a blow to those who used to think they had extraordinary strength. On the edge of a cliff, there was a green-robed man with a grave expression on his face as he raised his head to look up at the starry sky and was silent. His name was Lei Zhenzi, S-class ability, Thunder Punishment, peak mid-4th rank, and his true strength had reached peak late 4th rank. Aurora Tower. He was on the 49th floor. Originally, he thought that he no longer had any enemies here, and his gaze had long since departed from this place, facing the entire Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, an abyssal dragon had come. Bing Qinru was sitting in meditation inside her house. She had heard about Lin Zhao's Aurora Tower breaking through the 51st floor. When will I be able to catch up with such a wonderful you? It's really hard to be friends with you. A touch of annoyance appeared on her ice-cold face, as if she was angry that her strength had risen too slowly. Chapter 23, The Spirit World. It's true. I told you that this Lin Xiao kid is not a peaceful master. Business premises. Mad Knife was sitting on a chair at the moment, holding a cup of tea in his hand, savoring it. Lin Zhao's kid broke into the Aurora Tower as soon as he arrived, and he even hit the 51st floor, which was expected, because he knew Lin Zhao's strength very well. 51 layers, those old students are under a lot of pressure. Xia Qingtian was sitting on the side, and he also had a smile on his face. That can only be blamed on their own lack of effort. After cultivating for such a long time, their strength is still inferior to that of a freshman. If I were them, I wouldn't even have the face to stay here. Mad Knife revealed a hint of playfulness. Indeed, Lin Zhao's appearance had given all the older students a very great pressure. They had never expected such a day to come. Many old students have already made up their minds and started to go into seclusion, not coming out of seclusion until their cultivation breaks through. It could be said that because of Lin Zhao's move, the Heaven's Pride training camp had actually set off a wave of cultivation frenzy. When this wave of frenzy passed, many of them saw a significant increase in strength. At the end of the day, whoever made it here isn't a genius anymore. Lin Zhao has come to the east at this moment. Sumeru illusion? You need 10 points per hour? Lin Zhao noticed the note next to alien space, 10 points per hour, can increase the speed of cultivation by 3 times. Blood aura desert, 10 points per hour for a substantial increase in blood aura value. Spirit world, 10 points per hour for a substantial increase in mental power. The Sumerian illusion realm was divided into 3 secret realms that corresponded to supernatural ability, blood chi and spiritual power, and could be considered one of the underpinnings of the Heaven's Pride training camp. In terms of cultivation speed, I'm currently already 30 times the cultivation speed, so this alien space is not very helpful to me. Lin Zhao pondered. The first alien energy space didn't mean much to him. With the divine cultivation system, his cultivation speed was already quite terrifying, not realizing that a 16-year-old third-rank teenager, the entire Dragon Kingdom did not have at least one on the surface. Let's see how this spirit world works first. Among the Blood Chi Desert and the spirit world, Lin Zhao chose to explore the spirit world first. He felt that the stronger his spiritual power was, the better he would be able to control himself in all aspects of his life. 10 points an hour. That's 240 points a day. That's not cheap. Without the Aurora Tower's point rewards, the points he had on him wouldn't even be enough to cultivate inside for a day. Lin Zhao paid 240 points and walked in. The cultivation of spiritual power was different from others, focusing more on some sort of ideological refining. In the spirit world, Lin Zhao was somewhat similar to what he had been in the Aurora Tower. Not in his main body, but in a virtual shadow. Only now it might be more apt to say that it was a soul, and that the shadow had a consciousness of its own, only it seemed to be more fragile, like a flower in a greenhouse. This place was like an independent space, and Lin Zhao realized that there was no one else in this place besides himself. His appearance was like a trigger, and the originally calm space suddenly became furious with wind and lightning. Endless cold and heat came. In a short moment, Lin Zhao looked like he had gone through 4 seasons. And this virtual shadow was vaguely a little blurred. Is this the spirit world? Lin Zhao felt a kind of spiritual grinding, different from the physical pain, but a little empty and lackluster. He had gotten all of his mental power through the system's additions, and although he said that there were no side effects, it was like having a feeling of futility. So it is. Lin Zhao gradually felt it. He closed his eyes and felt the pressure from all directions and let go of all his defensive powers. This assemblage that contained all of one's spiritual energy began to solidify in this environment. And so, a week passed. When the time came on the first day, Lin Zhao extended it because he felt that this spiritual world could bring him no small benefit. These 7 days had cost him 680 points, half of which had been consumed. But it works well. Lin Zhao only felt that he had never been so refreshed as he was now. During these 7 days, this shadow had gone from blurry at the beginning, to solidified and then to now. It really has changed so much. It's time to get out. The time was almost up. Lin Zhao wasn't going to continue cultivating. The mental energy was in a tense state for a long time. It was always necessary to take a break. After exiting the mental space. System, open the personal panel. Ding, personal panel is open. Name, Lin Zhao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade alien spacetime plus, super SSS grade spacetime holy law origin, awakening level 14. 1%. Time and space God's eyes plus, the 10 great eyes of the heavens, awakening level 12. 1%. Level, early third order plus, blood gas, 11. 000 plus, see that plus sign? How long has it been since you took care of my business? Mental power, 1179 points, average. Technique, Void Sutra, introductory. Martial art, Blade of Void, peak of minor accomplishment. The Eye of the Gods. Auxiliary sense, patriarchal combat skills. Kung Fu idea, introductory. Cultivation points, 97. 854 inch. Spiritual strength had risen by 179 points. After 7 days of sleepless hammering, Lin Zhao knew that it wasn't just the increase in numbers. He clearly felt that his level of control over his body was even stronger than before. Moreover, he sensed that something was being nurtured in his mind. The mental cloud was gathering and shrinking, which made him a little curious. Returning to his own section of the dormitory, Lin Zhao simply washed himself and lay down on the bed and hooted and hollered. In front of the Aurora Tower, a silhouette appeared here. It was Bing Qinru. She raised her face, her crystal blue eyes looking at the Aurora ranking that symbolized glory, and its gaze stopped when it saw the 4th place. Looking at that name, her expression, which had always been cold, wavered a bit. This beautiful woman. My name is Chen Tian. Courteous. A slightly clean-cut looking man dressed in a more fashionable ensemble with a 2/8 haircut made what he thought was a gentleman's gesture and stepped forward. His eyes carried a hint of tenderness, and his words were as jaded and high-end as they could be. I didn't expect there to be this kind of stunning color. Let's see how I'll take it down. Chen Tian looked at Bing Qinru's stunningly beautiful face. The surface remained the same, but deep inside he was quite excited. Already fantasizing about late night, male bonding. I still don't know the name of the beautiful woman. Meeting is fate. I wonder if I can make a friend. Chen Tian revealed a smile, and very skillfully stretched out his right hand, waiting for the beautiful person in front of him to respond. Bing Qinru, on the other hand, looked as if she hadn't heard, and walked in the direction of the tower on her own, not even noticing Chen Tian behind her, who had his hand raised in mid-air. As if in response, the air was caressed by a light breeze that ruffled the corners of his coat but not her hair. He was a little embarrassed, and without moving, he withdrew his hand, his gaze dead set on the silhouette in front of him. Humph, slutty hoof, playing high and mighty in front of me. Wait for it. With a cold snort, he didn't go up to entangle himself and decided to go back to find out the background of the other party's identity first. If the background is average, then don't blame him. It wasn't long before Bing Qinru came out of the tower. 31. Under this period of frantic cultivation, she had not only broken through her cultivation level and arrived at the middle of the second stage, but her control over the supernatural power ice and snow had also become stronger. The true strength had come to the level of the third order. Without a word, she turned her head and left the place. It's not enough. There's still a little distance to go with him. She still had to work on it a little bit. Chapter 24 Sequence Plan. This is the northern desert. The center of the desert is separated by a long river that runs through the poles, and darkness pervades the other end. Dark forest. This was the border between the Dragon Kingdom and the Fey Alliance. Since the Great Catastrophe, the Dragon Kingdom has signed some sort of treaty with the Alien Beast Alliance and the Starforce together. During the period of the agreement, the Fey Alliance shall not invade the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. But there is something unsettling about the junction at the moment. Minister, that's the third mania this month. A border guard approached a middle-aged man, who raised his right hand in a military salute, and then immediately reported today's intelligence. According to the probing of the frontline personnel, the dark forest across the street had erupted several times this month, and the instruments they detected often prompted red warnings, and many of the border guards were staring at each other in disbelief. The middle-aged man was the Minister of Border Defense here, Takumu. At this moment, Takumu had his hands behind his back and stood in front of the window, his gaze looking into the distance. Countless clouds drifted above the sky, and in the distance, dark clouds shrouded the sky, with hidden flashes of electricity piercing the sky. His eyes were calm and he nodded gently. Notify them to step up the vigilance of all parts in the near future. Notify the intelligence department to have all detection squads set out, and report any news as soon as it comes in. Yes, there's a lot of rain on the mountain. Imperial capital. This is the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. What the hell do they want? A slightly angry voice rang out in the synagogue. This was a meeting of the Dragon Kingdom's supremacy, and those involved had to be at a minimum of the 9th rank power level. The one who spoke was an old crone, an extremely terrifying fluctuation emanating from her body. Her every move made people not dare to look directly at her, and at this moment, she had heard news that made her very angry. That's right, Chief, it's simply Seema's intention for him to make such a request. Do they really think we're soft? Another man also slapped the table angrily and stood up. Aside from the two of them, the rest of their faces were covered in gloom and were holding back. At the head of the group was an old man with a kind face, but his slightly aged eyes had an incomparably determined demeanor. This is a joint message from the Starforce and the Alien Beast Alliance. His left hand tapped the table. They want to have us open up an exclusive lane for their sons and daughters to participate along with them in the NCAA tournament soon. Humph, what do they want? Chief, if you ask me, since they have the guts to do this, let them come. None of our Dragon Kingdom's cubs are cowards. This man's face was cold. He was a big shot in the military, and he was covered in a fierce aura, which was killed in the battlefield. I don't think it's right. For so many years our three parties have barely maintained a balance. This year these two forces are suddenly so. It's too much of a coincidence. I'm afraid there's a conspiracy. Qin Shao, also a peak 9th rank powerhouse, was the contemporary head of the imperial capital Qin family, and his entire family had a rather large estate in the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Shao, I think you're being a bit too careful. So what if there are two major forces? Our Dragon Kingdom is no longer the time when we could only be passively beaten. Someone spoke up, and he advocated a strong faction. I don't think it's anything. The National High School League is in our territory. Even if something happens, we're capable of dealing with it, so we might as well take this opportunity to explore the depths of his strength. Everyone voiced their opinion, most in favor, a few against, and a very few silent. The old man at the head of the group listened quietly and waited until everyone had pretty much said their piece before he raised his hand. In that case, we vote on this matter. Raise your hand if you agree to let the two powers send people to participate in this national joint examination. Most of the people in the room raised their hands. Minorities follow majorities, then send back a letter later, saying that the Dragon Kingdom has answered. Second thing, I'm ready to start the sequence program again. There was a sudden silence. Sequence plan. Most of the people present had experienced the darkest period when the Dragon Kingdom was struggling, faced with unprecedented fusion. This plan was proposed at the time. The ultimate goal of this program was to cultivate an extreme peak powerhouse, and during that period of blood and tears, only the Dragon Kingdom was left holding on in the entire Blue Star. They had to follow the current of the times, and to continue to survive in the midst of this change, the Dragon Kingdom needed an invincible powerhouse to lead them in their conquest. As a result, the sequence plan appears. The last program was 400 years ago, and at that time there were a total of 10 participants in the program. All of them were the most top-notch characters of that era, and they had talents that far exceeded those of their peers, as well as strong beliefs as well as perseverance. They have accomplished countless feats that seem unbelievable to ordinary people, and they are symbols of miracles. Only this path was exceptionally difficult. In that era, there was no one in the Dragon Kingdom to guard them. They could only rely on themselves. Happily, one of them worked out in the end. That person surpassed himself in adversity and achieved an incredible breakthrough, reaching above the 9th rank and being honored as a martial emperor. Above the 9th order is the emperor. Eventually, under the leadership of that martial emperor, the Dragon Kingdom had room to breathe. Now, is it time to start the sequence program again? Many are still recalling the years that were once their dusty memories, when many of their brothers from the same time period died on the battlefields of that time. Chief, why so sudden? It was queried that the sequence program was extremely involved and the process was extremely resource-intensive. The chief shook his head. I have a bad feeling that sometime in the future, something bad will happen. He was very deep, and sitting in this position, what he thought about every day was how to make the Dragon Kingdom survive. The Star Force, this civilization from outer space, they simply didn't know much about it. He had no idea what kind of depth the other side had. It's a battle of civilizations. It's either you or me, right now. Although the Dragon Kingdom was much stronger than it was back then, he was still worried. It was because they lacked an invincible powerhouse when, as in the case of that martial emperor who led the Dragon Kingdom, he had already left. The final limit breakthrough had depleted too much of his life essence. Today's Dragon Kingdom lacks peak force, and once the peace agreement is torn up, it will be too late to think about that then. Well, the sequence program remains at 10 slots this time, and this is something that requires all of you to be united. The old man looked around. All may nominate candidates. This matter is classified as a first-class secret. Do you all have any other business? If there is nothing, then this meeting will end here. Tianjia Training Camp. It's almost time to prepare for the big competition. I haven't relaxed at all in this month's time. I'll definitely get a good result in this grand competition. Me too. I stayed in my house and practiced every day just for this big competition. I'm aiming for the top 10. A month's time was coming up, and the Heaven's Pride Training Camp was about to usher in the first monthly competition for newcomers. All of the freshmen were each pumping their fists amongst themselves in anticipation that they would do well in this competition. Where's Lin Xiao? At this time, Lin Xiao was no longer at the Heaven's Pride Training Camp. Instead, he took a quest to run to a territory called the Fuzhou District. Chapter 25, The Divine Destiny Cult. I think the mission said this was the place, right? Lin Xiao double-checked that he had seen a highly remunerated quest in the quest hall that day. The location is in Fuzhou District. It's relatively remote, and if you go by the rankings, it's even behind your own old home district of Pingyang. Is the odd population disappearing? It was a place where many heavy factories were erected because the terrain was very flat and it was not a source of scarce resources because of the small population. Walking down the street, heavy industry is visible everywhere, and dark clouds hang over this area all year round. Lin Xiao followed the instructions on the mission to an office building. Hello, I'm a student from the Western Heavens Pride Training Camp and have come to report for duty. Lin Xiao showed the proof. Sitting at the front desk was a woman who held her eyes, took the certificate, looked at it carefully, and returned it to Lin Xiao. Hello, esteemed Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. The reply was quite formal. After saying that, she picked up the phone next to her very skillfully. Boss, there is a Mr. Lin Xiao from the Western Tianjia Training Camp who has come to. Hanging up the phone, she stood up. Mr. Lin, please come this way. Lin Xiao nodded. Young warrior Lin is truly young and talented. My name is Wu Hao. I'm the boss here. Inside the rather open office, A greasy-looking man grinned and held out his hand. Young warrior Lin, please sit down. Lin Xiao was quick to speak and immediately made his intentions clear. That's right, this mission was indeed applied by me. Speaking of this, Wu Hao had a sad face. He is more than 40 this year, and did not awaken the supernormal ability. The back took over the family business, opened a not too big and not too small factory in the local area. In the local area is also regarded as living more nourishing. However, not long ago, the person in charge of one of his branch factories sent word that several workers had suddenly disappeared from the construction site. This was not a small matter for the ordinary man, and he had deliberately spent a lot of money to ask two local awakened to go and check out the situation. A quick check didn't turn up anything, but the person literally disappeared. Originally thought that things would end here, but the back of the successive disappearance of a number of people, which can be the remaining workers, were scared, and immediately dumped the work. He also reported the situation to the local authorities, but to no avail. Big living people suddenly disappearing into thin air? Lin Xiao frowned tightly as his gaze looked at Wu Hao in front of him. There was a flash of luster in the depths of his eyes. Then it disappeared. Where exactly is this factory located? I need to survey the site. Young warrior Lin has traveled a long distance. Why don't we rest for a day first and we'll head there tomorrow? Wu Hao didn't answer. Instead he was very polite. No need. It's urgent. Let's go now. Lin Xiao shook his head. Wu Hao had to stop. It didn't take long for the duo to arrive at a chemical industry factory that looked a bit deserted because it hadn't had any workers running it for many days. Young Master Lin, this is the place. Lin Xiao looked carefully at the factory, a faint silver glow flickering in his eyes as the corners of his mouth gently curled up. Young Master Lin, the place where the workers disappeared is on the second floor. Why don't we go up and take a look? Wu Hao walked up and pointed his finger at a certain area. Yes, second floor. There was a jumble of materials on the floor, all over the place, as well as some chemical pools next to machines that had all but stopped functioning. Lin Xiao strolled to the center of the room and suddenly spoke out. Mr. Wu Hao, I remember you said that you didn't awaken any psychic abilities yourself? Wu Hao froze and nodded. That's right, young Master Lin. I really haven't awakened my supernormal abilities. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. I used to be envious of you awakened ones. When he finished, he laughed to himself. Some things were born unfair. Lin Xiao spoke again. If that's the case, then why is it that after coming here, you've been constantly transmitting information through some means with your supernatural abilities? As soon as the words fell, there was a brief calm around them. Never had the wind felt so loud. Snap, worthy of being a genius of the Heaven's Pride training camp. It's really different from the others. Wu Hao kept clapping his hands. At this moment, he looked like a different person. The polite look on his face had disappeared and instead became somewhat playful. I guess the flesh and blood of a genius like you should taste better than ordinary people. Naked provocation. Bang! In an instant, Wu Hao's face showed horror, his two eyes dramatically outward, his face suffocated in red, his entire body was held up in the air by one of Lin Xiao's hands, and his neck was strangled to death. You, I ask, you answer. Lin Xiao's left hand was faintly indifferent. A pained look appeared on Wu Hao's face as he tried to struggle to break free, but he couldn't make any effort at all. Who are you? What's the purpose? Don't think, don't even think about. I know anything from my mouth. Although Wu Hao was being strangled by Lin Xiao in the air, he didn't seem to be afraid of death at all. Ka-ching! Lin Xiao directly snapped his neck. Wu Hao, die! Throwing it casually, Lin Xiao stopped paying attention and stood still, not even caring about the death of your companions. I'm really a bit curious about the purpose of you people. The sound echoes from floor to floor. Swish swish swish. Steeply, several silhouettes appeared in front of Lin Xiao. They were all dressed in black robes and covered themselves very tightly. Have you finally bothered to show up? As early as the beginning, Lin Xiao had sensed that these people were hiding in the shadows. That dead Wu Hao. Lin Xiao had discovered through the eyes of time and space that there was some sort of black alien energy flowing within his body. It just doesn't jibe with his presentation of himself as an ordinary man. The eye of God's eye was activated, and in Lin Xiao's field of vision, all of these black-robed men in front of him had the same black alien energy flowing within their bodies as in Wu Hao's body. Who are you? The man in black across the street didn't say a word, but the air was filled with terrifying black alien energy. What the hell is this? Lin Xiao was accidentally touched by this foreign energy. He frowned slightly as this strange black foreign energy entered his body along his pores. The black alien energy split all around his body, flowing down his blood toward his entire body, and one of the glimpses of it flowed to a certain area and found a mysterious mass of light. Excited, unusually excited, the black alien energy rushed straight up. That mysterious ball of light had a great power of attraction for it. Just as it attached itself to the surface of the light mass, that mysterious light mass suddenly emitted a dazzling color. A kind of supreme fluctuation that seemed like a creation godlike rule directly dissolved the smudge of black foreign energy, and at the same time, This luster sublimated Lin Xiao's entire body in its entirety. All the black alien energy instantly turned into nothingness under this fluctuation. Surface. Lin Xiao stood still as he quietly felt the movement within his body. At first he was unusually annoyed by what the hell this damned black alien energy was, but right after that, he got excited. How dare you touch it? The origin of the sacred law of time and space. The supreme origin that transcends this realm. It was also because of this stimulation that Lin Xiao's level of alien ability awakening had risen once again. Just then, another silhouette appeared, and as soon as he appeared, the original black-clothed men bowed their heads and stood behind him. I didn't expect that it would attract a genius. He looked at Lin Xiao, who was standing in place with some excitement. I didn't expect you to be so careful either. The man stepped back instantly, his face showing doubt. How is it possible? You've obviously been hit by my source of heavenly fate. How can you still have your own consciousness? So you call this ebony thing the source of heaven's destiny? Lin Xiao looked at the figure. Who are you? Worthy of being a genius of the heavens' remarkable training camp. He could only attribute this to the fact that the Lin Xiao in front of him had some sort of incredible means. I am a white-robed cleric from the Heaven's Destiny cult. You can call me Cleric Dream. This man dressed in white had a face full of sincerity as he mentioned the Heaven's Destiny cult. The Celestial Destiny cult? That's right. Young man, are you willing to come to the Heavenly Destiny sect and create a great cause with us? The white-clothed cleric became excited as he kept dancing with his hands, telling Lin Xiao that they had a great ambition. Not interested? That's a pity. But you found me, so I can only turn you into my heavenly destiny. The white-robed cleric shook his head with some regret. As he spoke, the white-robed cleric mumbled under his breath, and many more black-robed figures appeared on the grounds. Lin Xiao looked at so many people, and the same fluctuation was within all the black-clothed figures. Come, enjoy the great feast given to you from the divine order. The white cleric wrapped his hands around the sky. At his command, all the black-clothed men all launched themselves towards Lin Xiao. These black clothes were generally at the first and second order of strength, and they were not a threat to Lin Xiao at all. Bang! Bang bang! One by one, the black-clothed silhouettes fell one after another, revealing their bodies without a trace of flesh and blood. All of them were white skeletons. Lin Xiao's heart fluctuated. After the last black-robed man also fell, only two people, Lin Xiao and the white-robed cleric, were left in the field. Oh, not bad for a man of destiny I've got my eye on. The white-clothed cleric looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes not caring about the fallen black-clothed figures. I'll give you one more chance to join our Heaven's Destiny sect. This is the Lord's last mercy for you. He's on top. He's the order of the day right now. Bang! The white cleric was blown away. Are you pretending to be your M? Chapter 26, the monthly competition begins. Lin Xiao hates it when someone pretends to be 13 in front of him. The powerful and forceful attack blasted the white cleric directly into the air, collapsing walls along the way. The smoke was so thick that the whole floor became hazy and blurred so that one could not see the. Lin Xiao stood in place, his pair of eyes emanating divinity at all times. The surroundings couldn't do a thing to him. Ahem. In the distance, the white-clothed cleric who had been blown away stood up from a pile of rubble. The elegant appearance of the party had disappeared. His head was puffed up and his white robes were in tatters. There was a very strict class system within the Heaven's Destiny sect, which was divided into gold clothes, purple clothes, white clothes, and yellow clothes. He already had a position of power as a white cleric as well. Damned slave! How dare you commit the following offense? I will grant you a passage to eternal life on behalf of the God of Heaven. He was very angry. A person he treated as an inferior slave dared to strike at him, which made him lose face. After saying that, he pushed his alien energy with all his might, and a majestic black alien energy immediately appeared in the field. This strange energy known as the source of Heaven's Destiny actually dissolved the surrounding walls and stone bodies. Lin Xiao didn't dare to be too careless about these bizarre heavenly fate sources, and the foreign energy in his body was unleashed to form a spatial barrier to protect himself firmly. At the same time, his gaze cut through the layers of fog and looked straight at the white-clad cleric. Set. Caught off guard, the white-robed cleric was frozen in place, his face showing a touch of shock. What kind of psychic ability is this? Why can't I move? The white-clothed cleric frantically pushed his cultivation, trying to forcefully break through this shackle. Lin Xiao didn't have time to think about it. He made a seal with one hand and countless fragments appeared in the void before slowly forming a blade. Go! The blade of nothingness traveled through space and cut straight towards the white cleric's neck. In the nick of time, the white-clothed cleric broke through Lin Xiao's spatial fixation and forcibly moved his neck out of the way, dodging the fatal blow. However, he was still left with a deep bloodstain at his neck, and the blood couldn't stop flowing out. He stopped the wound in time and covered his neck with one hand while his eyes looked at Lin Xiao, who was shrouded by the source of heavenly fate. In death, the walls around them were fast being melted away, and the spatial barriers Lin Xiao had condensed were somewhat blurred. What a pain in the ass. Lin Xiao didn't think that this bizarre black mist could even dissolve space. This can't go on. he gathered his powers and disappeared in an instant. The white-clothed cleric was immediately alert, and in his perception, that kid had unexpectedly disappeared. Suddenly, he felt a fluctuation at his rear, and without thinking, he directly turned around while protecting his arms in front of him. Boom! Another extremely violent punch. Lin Xiao appeared behind the white-clothed cleric, clenched his right hand and directly blasted up. The white cleric was once again blown away by a punch in the face. Set. The spatial ability was unleashed, and at that moment, before the white-clothed cleric could react, his entire body was once again immobilized. Lin Xiao disappeared once again and arrived directly in front of the white-clothed cleric. He looked at the white-robed cleric who was lying motionless on the ground, with a touch of madness still showing on his face. Bang bang bang! Lit! Punch to the flesh. The whole body's blood chi surged and broke the white cleric's limbs. The intense pain coming from his body caused the look on this white-clothed cleric's face to become more and more insane, and his mouth kept cursing. Humble mole, how dare you do this to me? I am the chosen one. I am the savior chosen by the Lord. The world needs me to save it. You ignorant and lowly slave girl. I am your master. He was shouting frantically as the source of heaven's destiny that filled the surroundings slowly dissipated, and the entire venue had shattered beyond recognition. Lin Xiao swings again. The punch directly deflated the white cleric's mouth, making it impossible for him to utter a word. He pulled out his ears. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a load of crap. Full of firecrackers. Aha. The white cleric's mouth was split in two. His teeth splattered. His jaw dislocated by the blow, but he continued to fight back. To speak in a silent voice, I gotta say, he's pretty beatable. Hardly had eaten several punches from Lin Xiao and was still so energized. This guy, what to do with it? Lin Xiao was thinking about whether or not he should just exterminate the other party. Tianjia training camp. The first monthly competition has begun. In the center square, it was packed, with many second and third year veterans coming to watch the newcomers in this class. Some are curious, some are here for the fun, but all of them had one idea, and that was to come and see what kind of god that named Lin Xiao was. Look, that's Bei Ao, a powerhouse on the Aurora ranking. I heard that he rose a little bit last time, reaching the 46th tier. Some people exclaimed, not expecting Bei Ao to come. Zhang Xian is here too. He's Zhang Heng's elder brother. His strength is definitely a top existence in the third year. Not far away, a figure appeared. His face was calm and intimidating. The people around him didn't dare to approach. Li Qing is also here, but you don't see him on a normal day. Many people looked at the heavenly pride that kept appearing around them. They also called themselves heavenly pride, but compared to these people it was a bit too much. Suddenly, a commotion came from the crowd. Many people were shocked and some even covered their mouths. He's Thunderclap. This person who drew gasps from the crowd as soon as he appeared was the third-year Leijianzi. And as soon as he appeared, the gazes of Bei Ao, Zhang Xian and the others were also directed towards him, and there was even a hint of scorn in the depths of their gazes. I didn't realize even this one was here. At that moment, a figure appeared in the air. Silence. The mad sword appeared in the sky above the central square. I will preside over this freshman monthly competition. This tournament is based on a point system. Winner plus 1 point, loser 0 points. There are 3 rounds, and at the end, 4 players will be chosen to compete for the top 3. I declare, the game is on. With a wave of the mad sword's big hand, all the martial arts rings in the arena instantly turned on some sort of protection mechanism. All the new students came up to the stage after hearing their names. They had been practicing hard for a month for this day, just for this day to shine. Bing Qinru versus Wang Biao. In a ring, Bing Qinru stood on the left side, while her opponent had a lifeless face. How could this be? Meeting her in the first match, Wang Biao was very upset. He had been practicing hard for a month. Originally, how could he have played a medium to high ranking? I didn't think that my luck would be so bad that I would encounter Bing Qinru in the first match. Game on. Wang Biao immediately took a defensive stance. His alien talent was a B-grade alien ability Earth, which could absorb the natural energy of the Earth to enhance his defense. Ice Qinru Qianfine raised his hand. The field immediately cold air in the air. The temperature instantly dropped to 0 degrees. The people watching from the side of this ring immediately yawned and shrunk themselves. It was cold. Ice seal. As soon as the words fell, the entire ring quickly froze into ice. Along with that Wang Biao, who also froze into a humanoid ice sculpture. The iced Wang Biao's face turned purple. He wanted to open his mouth to admit defeat, but being iced he couldn't open his mouth at all, until his breathing became weaker and weaker. With a wave of Bing Qinru's hand, the ice on the field melted, and Wang Biao instantly paralyzed on the ground, opening his mouth with a trembling gesture. I admit, lose. Hiss. What a terrifying alien ability. Just now the temperature of the entire space instantly dropped to a terrifying level. It didn't give me a cold. Goddess. Not only is her strength overwhelmingly strong, can't you see that she looks really stunning? Many of the older students on stage spoke excitedly. Bing Chenru's appearance really fascinated them. Exquisite features, light blue pupils, long flowing hair spread out, and that dauntingly cold face was a plus. This woman is not simple. Lei Zhenzi looked in Bing Chenru's direction, and he was slightly shaken. The alien energy just now was very strong. He felt it was even stronger than his own. Could it be an SS-class alien energy? Gong Sun Qin vs. Dawn. In the rest of the ring, Gong Sun Qin stood still and didn't do anything. His opponent, Dawn, on the other hand, was already sweating coldly, and after facing his opponent directly, he felt a powerful sense of oppression. Suddenly, he felt his body go out of control, walked to the edge of the ring, and then leaped. He froze when his feet hit the ground, and so did the spectators observing this match. Gong Sun Qin wins. Gong Sun Qin in the arena left the ring very calmly, as if this was expected. This guy isn't easy either. There were some venomous-eyed old students who noticed that something was wrong, and their gazes looked towards the departing Gong Sun Qin. Lin Xiao vs. Chen Ming. Here we go. Many people's eyes flickered. The main purpose for them, the older students, to come here was to take a look at what this Lin Xiao was really like. In the ring, Chen Ming had a bitter face as he had already planned to surrender directly. Did the old man step on? I didn't think I'd let myself run into the slugger in the first game. However, he realized that after coming over for a long time, Lin Xiao still hadn't come on stage. Everyone else is looking around. Where's Lin Xiao? Why don't you go up? Did he not come? Doesn't he know that today is the big competition for their freshmen? It's not like you're afraid to come, is it? There were many different opinions, and there were some black people who took advantage of the opportunity to smear Lin Xiao, saying that there was something fishy and speculative about his Aurora ranking, or else why he didn't dare to show up. Bing Chenru was somewhere in the middle of something, in the sky. Berserker also noticed this place, and he was a little helpless inside. This brat told him it was going to be a big competition and had to go on some crappy mission. When Lin Xiao was about to go out on a quest, he had even made a point of coming to the door to tell Lin Xiao. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao didn't really care. Don't worry, tutor Mad. I'll be there during the grand competition. Bunny, snubbing me. Let's see what I'll do to you when you come back. Mad Knife grunted coldly, then declared, Lin Xiao is absent. This match, Chen Ming wins. When Chen Ming heard this, he was also a little joyful inside. He didn't expect there to be this kind of reversal. He originally thought that he would definitely lose, but he didn't think that Lin Xiao wouldn't come. Lei Zhenzi and the others, on the other hand, were a bit puzzled. They had given up their seclusion to come and watch just to find out what was going on. This Lin Xiao is really a wonderful person. Chapter 27 Lin Xiao's Touch. Hello, I'm Wang Tianming, captain of the 3rd team of the Fuzhou District Security Division. Were you the one who reported the party? An armed police officer in plainclothes asked Lin Xiao about it. Hello sir, it's me. Lin Xiao reflexively raised his hand and made a salute. After Wang Tianming returned his salute, he signaled Lin Xiao to give a detailed explanation of what had happened, while the other guards conducted a sweep of the entire chemical plant. Little brother Lin Xiao, are you saying that this person claims to be a white-robed cleric of the Heaven's Destiny sect? Wang Tianming suddenly interrupted Lin Xiao and looked at him with some shock. That fellow did say that. Lin Xiao thought about it and nodded his head. The two came to the place where the fight had just taken place. The white-clothed cleric was still lying in the same spot. His breath was, if anything, all the bones in his body were broken, and his mouth was crooked. The only good thing about it is probably just the eyes and nose, which are truly miserable. Wang Tianming went up to confirm and eventually confirmed that this person lying on the ground was indeed a white-clothed cleric of the Heavenly Fate sect, and at the same time, this white-clothed cleric was also a member of their official wanted list. Little brother Lin Xiao, I'm very sorry. This person is a matter of great importance. I need to report upwards. Wang Tianming was a little shaken. At your service, Officer Wang. In this regard, Lin Xiao didn't have any objections. Yes. Wang Tianming walked to the side and pulled out his cell phone. Director, the matter is like this. A calm voice came from the other end of the line. I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Wang Tianming walked over to Lin Xiao's side. Little brother Lin Xiao, I've already contacted the head of our security division. Director Li, he'll be here later. Lin Xiao shrugged. Anyway, the person had already been handed over to the other party. He didn't care much about how it was handled. The two came to the top floor of the chemical plant, and just after arriving here, Lin Xiao felt a wave of nausea. There were bloodstains everywhere, and the air was filled with the putrid odor of corpses, making him extremely uncomfortable. Captain Wang, look here. One of the guards was trembling and excited. Wang Tianming and Lin Xiao walked up. This is a dark cabinet with many instruments and countless experimental bottles inside. It is. Lin Xiao's voice also took on a hint of trembling. as if he had seen certain scenarios that had destroyed all three of his views. I only saw that the instruments here were all filled with babies and young children, both male and female. Their bodies were dried up and exposed. They had no breath left, and some of them even had broken arms and hands, which made people not dare to look at them directly. The lab bottles held bloody organs and the heads of some toddlers. Lin Xiao looked at these shocking images and only felt extremely depressed inside. There is also a pool of blood in the house. The pool was full of scarlet blood and reeked of gore. Lin Xiao resisted the urge to vomit. His eyes filled with blood and his body trembled a little. He had never seen such a picture before, and was under the impression that this was not the world he knew to be right. In contrast, Wang Tianming was much more calm, but he was also still very angry. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared, and with a calm and steady pace, he walked up and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. What's the feeling? Lin Xiao didn't know how to answer. He clenched his fists in death. Why was he so angry? These kids didn't have anything to do with him, so it was only logical that he shouldn't be so angry. However, why was it still very depressing deep down, even to the point of wanting to kill the person behind the curtain? It was as if the figure sensed Lin Xiao's thoughts. You've avenged the people here, and they'll thank you for it. Lin Xiao's body trembled slightly as he slowly turned around and looked at this unfamiliar silhouette. To introduce myself, I'm Li Daoran, the chief of the Fuzhou District Police Department. Mr. Lin Xiao, I'd like to thank you for your outreach on behalf of these children in the Fuzhou district. After saying these words, Li Daoran actually bowed towards Lin Xiao, which caused Lin Xiao's heart to be touched once again. He rushed forward with both hands to help the other man up. Director Li, you don't have to be like that. It's just by chance that I've actually come mainly to do a mission. Li Daoran had already understood what happened clearly, and he looked at the teenager in front of him. His heart was not calm. Mr. Lin Xiao, I wonder if you know anything about this Heaven's Destiny sect? Originally, Lin Xiao didn't want to pay attention to this whatsoever Heaven's Destiny sect. As long as it didn't come to provoke him, it didn't have anything to do with him. I don't know. It's a bunch of pretentious, stupid, mean, dirty and pathetic people who call themselves saviors. Li Daoran's eyes flashed with thick killing intent as he said this. With the slogan of saving the world, they go around demagoguing people, but secretly they do some extremely vicious and dirty things. Don't the officials of the Dragon Country care about this group of people? Lin Xiao was puzzled. To his understanding, the Dragon Country's officials had the strength to solve these rats. Li Daoran shook his head. There are shadows of other forces behind the Heaven's Destiny cult. It's not easy to uproot them. When the conversation came to this point, Li Daoran no longer recounted the topic, and this time he brought a hint of a smile instead. This time it's thanks to you being there. I've already declared to the district and applied for a generous reward for you. It'll be applied for almost tomorrow or so. Mr. Lin Xiao, if you don't mind, you can stay at our guard's office for the night. Li Daoran was conveying his goodwill. Such a young teenager seizing a white cleric of the Heaven's Destiny sect alone. Let's just say horrible as hell. Would it be intrusive? Lin Xiao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He hadn't been to the police station yet when he grew up. It won't be. Wang Tianming, you hurry up and arrange a residence for Mr. Lin Xiao. You can't afford to treat him poorly. Understood, sir. Wang Tianming also smiled and went to arrange it. This kind of heavenly pride. He also very much hoped to have more interactions with each other. Student Lin Xiao, let's leave then. Li Daoran looked at Lin Xiao and said, and here? We'll have specialized personnel here, and those bodies, we'll bury them all. Lin Xiao looked at the shocking images, and without squeaking, he followed the other party out of here. Police force. Mr. Lin Xiao, I heard that you are a student of the Heaven's Pride training camp? Li Daoran smiled as he sat in his seat, and he looked at the young to excessively young teenager in front of him. Yes, Director Li. There's no need to call me Director Li. It's too formal. If you don't mind, call me Brother Li. Li, ha ha ha. That sounds very kind. Li Daoran laughed happily. Lin Xiao was also infected by this smile, and there was still a trace of nervousness that had disappeared. The two also talked and laughed and got to know each other quite a bit. Little brother Lin, your strength has really opened my eyes. Brother Li, speaking of strength, Li Daoran was also a bit shocked. Brother Li is flattered. Lin Xiao was modest. Not true at all. Do you know the strength of the white cleric you captured? To be able to single out a white cleric in the Heaven's Destiny sect requires at least the strength of a fourth-ranked martial artist. And this white-clothed cleric we've been eyeing for a long time. Not only are his movements strange, his own strength is at the peak of the fourth rank, but he's been giving us a headache for a long time. It's really thanks to your outburst this time. Li Daoran sighed. He had learned from the party's chat that this Lin Xiao was actually only 16 years old. What a horrible teenager this is. Oh, luck. Lin Xiao only responded to that. Just then there was a knock on his office door. Come in. One of the interrogators handed him a piece of information that they had gotten from the white cleric's mouth under severe torture. What? Li Daoran looked at the message on the paper. His pupils tightened, and a trace of panic even appeared on his face. What happened? Lin Xiao was overwhelmed by this sudden scene. This bunch of from the Heavenly Destiny sect. They want to blood sacrifice our entire Fuzhou district. Chapter 28 Locked Dragon Heaven Devouring Grand Formation. The room was awfully quiet, and Li Daoran could no longer remain calm. According to the white-robed cleric's dictation, they only knew that the Heaven's Destiny sect was preparing for a blood sacrifice, but nothing else. Li Daoran quickly dialed the red dedicated phone number on his desk. Hey, Daoran, what's up? A voice came from the other end of the phone. Something's wrong. Li Daoran tried his best to control his emotions and told the other party the beginning and end of the matter. A moment of silence. Li Daoran, I am now ordering you to immediately send out all the police personnel. You have to survey the entire Fuzhou district, remembering not to cause any unrest. Yes, Li Daoran replied seriously, then immediately called Wang Tianning over and arranged it. All of you set out at once, and scrutinize the entire Fuzhou district for me in the dark. Understood. Wang Tianning sensed the seriousness of the matter and was very efficient. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, stood on the side as he was somewhat eager to speak. Li Daoran noticed Lin Xiao's demeanor. He turned his head. Little brother Lin, the situation is urgent, so I won't entertain you any longer. You now immediately return to your Heaven's remarkable training camp, and regarding your rewards, I'll send someone to send them to you at that time. This operation of the Heavenly Fate sect was too dangerous. He didn't want Lin Xiao to stay here. If something happened to such a genius, then he would feel extremely guilty. Elder brother Li, there's no point in saying such things at this time. Lin Xiao shook his head. He was not a coward. Not to mention, the scene from that chemical plant still appeared in his mind from time to time. Little brother Lin, Li Daoran wanted to persuade him a little more. In fact, he hoped that Lin Xiao could stay. This teenager was very powerful, and now that the situation was urgent, they were in desperate need of strong people in Fuzhou district. Elder brother Li doesn't need to say more. I definitely won't leave. Lin Xiao's face was unusually determined. A teenager is very low-key, but still a teenager at heart. Who says that youth is not frivolous? If the time comes, even the sky can be broken. Good, then I won't be pretentious. In a space where you know what you're doing, there are white bones all over the place, laid out in piles. Whoa. Mommy, I want mommy. A black-robed man threw the child who was crying in his arms into a pool of blood, and in less than a second, the child's voice came to an abrupt end, and his body melted away, fusing with the pool of blood. There was a long line behind them, each black-robed man holding a child of about the same size in his hands, repeating the actions they had just performed. The cry goes on and on. My lord, the white-coated toff in the direction of the north of the city can't be contacted. It's possible that they've been exposed. The man in white robes bowed, and in front of him sat a figure. This silhouette was purple-robed, and his body emanated a powerful pressure if nothing else. Waste stuff. This purple-robed face was expressionless as he counted on his fingers and then frowned. No, there can be no more delay. Notify everyone to move at dawn 3 days from now. Yes, my lord. The white robe retreated, leaving the purple-robed martial artist in place. He's the purple bishop of the Order of Divine Providence. Hakumo, it's almost done. Heavenly Lord, your most sincere devotee Hakumo will see you soon. There was a strange glow in his gaze. Holy, yearning, chemical plant. Lin Xiao came to this place again after bidding farewell to Li Daoran. Here was his first exposure to the people of the Celestial Destiny cult, and his first exposure to the darker side of the world. It's bloody, it's scary, it's like he's in a different world. Walking to the dark cabinet of blood and sin, the putrid stench in the air was still there, and Lin Xiao slowly walked in. He unleashed the space-time god's eyes, and the entire space immediately changed its appearance. In his vision, everything was all granulated. Everything in time is made of different substances, and at the present time of the space-time god's eye, all falsehoods do not exist. Lin Xiao carefully explored this place. It kinda made him notice a hint of something wrong. There's something in the ground. A fist blasted into the ground, and the powerful impact smashed a large hole in the otherwise flat ground. Lin Xiao continued to swing his fist and kept slamming it downward. Almost after deriving almost 100 meters downwards, Lin Xiao felt a resistance when he threw his fist again. It is? He stopped his attack, and within his field of vision, a protective film seemed to have appeared, blocking his fists. Spacetime god's eyes. He opened his eyes once more, the luster of his divinity sweeping below, and suddenly, a massive formation-like pattern appeared in his eyes. It is? System. Ding. Host I am. What is this? Ding. What the host is seeing is a foot of a formation. One of the components of the formation. This formation can be activated to encompass everything within its shroud. and the power to activate the formation can be sacrificed in blood. The name is the Locked Dragon Heaven Devouring Formation. What? Hearing this, Lin Xiao's pupils tightened. So it was like this. He recalled the blood sacrifice that Li Daoran had said at that time, and it turned out to be through an array system. May I ask if this formation can be broken? Ding. This formation has not yet finished forming. It can be broken. Great. System, quickly tell me how to break this formation? Ding. It has been detected that the host has encountered the Locked Dragon Heaven Devouring Formation. The system can provide a copy of the Patriarchal Formation Dao Sense for only 100,000 cultivation points. Please accept? Lin Xiao immediately froze in place. This damn system. Is this trying to take advantage of the fire? Ding. This system is professional and reliable. The price is just and fair, and the host can easily solve the problems encountered at the moment under the Patriarchal Formation Sense. Lin Xiao sensed the cultivation points he possessed, barely just about 100,000. Now he was even more depressed. System, are you sure you didn't mean it? Ding. This system aspires to protect the host and solve all of the host's troubles. Then give me 100 million cultivation points. Ding. This system is a divine cultivation system, not a wingbang in a wishing pool. Please don't joke about it. Ding. Does the host accept? After thinking for half a day, Lin Xiao had to accept this unequal deal that made him feel like he was just taking advantage of the fire. Ding. The Patriarchal Formation Dao Sense is being fused. Ding. The fusion is successful. Congratulations to the host for becoming stronger. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged in place. The vast array of sensations filled his nerves, and his entire being was immersed in the vast array of mysteries. It wasn't long before Lin Xiao opened his eyes. He stood up. His gaze looked up to the sky. His left hand stood behind him. His straight figure unexpectedly had a hidden hint of a master's aura. One of the paths of formations is subtle to the extreme. It's the lifelong realization of a grandmaster formation master. A young man grew up in the rice fields, accidentally at sunrise to watch the dawn of the breath, sense of heaven and earth, the array into the Tao. Heaven and earth for the Qiankuan, the line of the gentleman's kinder, the array of the Tao of the great success. Wonderful, wonderful. The huge formation path enlightenment had been engraved deep within Lin Xiao's heart, which was something that needed some time to slowly digest. No more than a mere dragon locking in heaven devouring grand formation. I don't know which crappy piece of trash laid it down. It's simply crude to the extreme. At this moment, Lin Xiao looked at the foot of this dragon locking heaven devouring grand formation in front of him. His eyes revealed a touch of disdain, and even a hint of anger. This kind of crude maneuver was worthy of playing with formations? Lin Xiao quickly found several loopholes, and he directly shot out to break them. Ha! The Heavenly Destiny Sect? Let me teach you what the true dragon-locking heaven-devouring formation is. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth suddenly smiled. Then he slowly formed a seal in his hands and melted into this grand formation. Chapter 29, Goodbye Lin Yanran. Reporting to the captain. No abnormalities found on the east side. Captain, there's nothing unusual to the west either. Nothing out of the ordinary happening to the south. Listening to the news from his men in all directions, Wang Tianming's complexion became even more grave. The lack of abnormality was the biggest problem. He didn't believe that what the white-robed cleric said was teasing them. There could only be one explanation, and that was that the other party was hiding extremely deeply. Inventory me again. Don't spare every corner. Wang Tianming rubbed his forehead. In the past 2 days, everyone in the entire security division had worked tirelessly, and had already checked the entire Fuzhou district inside and out so many times that they were close to digging up the ground, but still nothing substantial. Wang Tianming suddenly felt as if he had missed something. He thought carefully about it, and in the end, he had missed that detail. Well, any breakthroughs? Li Daoran appeared behind him. He had also been observing the movements around the area for the past 2 days, fearing that he would miss something. Wang Tianming shook his head. He looked a little ugly. This group of people are hiding too deeply. Our people can't even trace them, and not even a single accident happened to our people. This is too abnormal. As a man with a lot of experience, the situation was already very dangerous, which meant that the enemy should be about to strike. This was the last calm before the storm. Where is little brother Lin Xiao now? Wang Tianming asked, knowing that Lin Xiao had stayed behind as well. Li Daoran had a hint of uneasiness in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Wang Tianming. Regardless of what happens to Lin Xiao, this is the Fuzhou district. It's our homeland, and we're going to pay for everything. Li Daoran already had the idea of trying to evacuate the civilian population at this moment. He had no bottom. Elder brother Li, elder brother Wang, it's Lin Xiao. Little brother Lin, you've come. Seeing again that the visitor was Lin Xiao, a smile appeared on Li Daoran's face. This youngster was the future of the Dragon Kingdom. He would definitely be an extremely shining fiery sun when he grew up. Wang Tianming also said hello. Why, it looks like the two old men are gloomy. Lin Xiao sensed the annoyance within the two people in front of him. He thought about it and told the other party about his discovery. What? You said you found a formation in the north. Li Daoran looked at Lin Xiao in shock. Yes, elder brother Li. Quickly take us there. An anxious look appeared on Li Daoran's face. That's right, elder brother Lin. Wang Tianming was also impatient. Don't get excited. Two old brothers. I've already taken care of that formation. Lin Xiao calmed the two of them down and then told the other party about his movements. Li Daoran's face once again revealed a look of incredulity. Little brother Lin, you mean you cracked that formation? And also counter-controlled the main formation through that what's-his-name formation corner? When he finished, he only felt like he was dreaming. Formation. He'd heard of it, and had seen others cast it before. But what were those people? Those were people who had immersed themselves in this path for countless years, and they had strong talent, coupled with unremitting efforts in the afterlife, to achieve something. But, that's right, big brotherly. Lin Xiao nodded, oblivious to how shocking his words were. Little brother Lin, this matter is of great importance. I must be there to see the situation. Li Daoran was very serious, even though he thought highly of Lin Xiao and knew that the other party was a powerful teenage genius. But with the entire Fuzhou district at stake, he had to make sure that nothing went wrong. Then let's go to the scene. Brotherly. Lin Xiao didn't think much of it. Li Daoran glanced at Wang Tianming, who understood, and he immediately gathered several squads and headed to that chemical plant together. Northern chemical plant. It really does look like a formation. Li Daoran stood within a deep pit. He looked at his feet. There was a layer of protective membrane. The membrane flashed with countless complex patterns. He couldn't understand it, but it was indeed very similar to the formations he remembered. Without any further hesitation, pulling out his cell phone, Li Daoran contacted his supervisor. Hey, Li Daoran, did you find something? Without waiting for Li Daoran to speak, the other party had already opened his mouth to inquire. It was obvious that the other end of the phone was also extremely concerned in this matter. Here's the thing. Half a dozen times, two words came from the phone. Wait for me. Li Daoran put away his cell phone. He was really looking at Lin Xiao somewhat like a monster now. Little brother Lin, how did you discover this formation? If he hadn't perceived it wrongly, this formation had to be hidden underneath the ground for almost 100 meters. How was this done? Elder brotherly, at that time, I just felt something wrong under my feet. Then I tried to check. Lin Xiao was a bit vague. He couldn't say he saw it. The temporal divine eyes were considered his second natural ability, and he didn't want to expose it until he had to. Li Daoran didn't ask any further questions. Everyone has their own secrets. This teenager is the Dragon Kingdom's pride. It's normal to have some secrets. But, this is a little too demonic. A 16-year-old with at least peak 4th rank strength. A genius of the Tao of formation. Has he been practicing since he was a baby? After comparing them, he only felt that he was practically useless. Apart from his strength at the beginning of the 5th rank, he couldn't hold anything else at all. Well, at least, I was considered a genius in the eyes of regular people back then. Of course, these words were only sighed inwardly by Li Daoran. Right at this moment, two silhouettes suddenly appeared without any fluctuation, giving Lin Xiao a fright. Lin Xiao realized that one of the silhouettes was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it before. It's a man and a woman. The man arrived in front of Lin Xiao with a steady pace and a smile on his face. You're Lin Xiao, aren't you? It's true that you are worthy of being my dragon country's teenage pride. The sudden compliment made Lin Xiao not know how to reply, while Li Daoran, who was on the side, smiled and explained to Lin Xiao, this is our district governor of Fuzhou district, Qi Tian. Hello district governor Qi. Student Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao understood that it was another big shot, unassuming and powerful Qi in blood. Yanran Lin, you're really lucky. Lin Yanran? What a familiar name. Lin Xiao's heart stirred a little. He must have heard this name somewhere. Lin Xiao student, we meet again. A magnetic voice came. Looking at the woman walking towards him, Lin Xiao looked back. It was her, the imperial beauty that appeared when she was in the school principal's office. This person was none other than Yanran Lin. This time, the dress is not as formal as the first time, but wear some casual, loose top with casual jeans. Exquisite makeup, looks very feminine. Hello, Director Lin. Lin Xiao did not change his face, and inwardly, he felt that this woman was definitely a ceiling if she could see OS. After a brief exchange, the two of them, Qi Tian and Lin Yanran, carefully examined the formations here. That's right, this is indeed a formation corner. Qi Tian's face was grave as he and Lin Yanran, who was on the side, exchanged a glance to make sure. Student Lin Xiao, I heard from Xiaoli that you improved this formation corner? Qi Tian looked at the slightly youthful teenager on the side and asked with some uncertainty. Yes, Mr. District Governor. Amount. Qi Tian was a bit at a loss as it involved the formation piece, which he didn't really understand. Lin Yanran's pair of beautiful eyes, on the other hand, looked at Lin Xiao, her mouth smiling, not knowing what she was thinking. Mr. Lin Xiao, is it convenient for you to tell us about the exact situation? Qi Tian was very attached to this matter, which involved the safety and security of the entire Fuzhou district. Lin Xiao told all the details of this formation, including how it was composed, how it was manipulated, and the details of it in succession. A bunch of people listened to Lin Xiao there as if they were listening to a heavenly book. Speaking, Lin Xiao even got addicted to talking, even chatting about the subtleties of the formation method, telling about the way of heaven and earth, the way of Qiankuan, the way of formation, which contains heaven and earth and Qiankuan. Ahem, student Lin Xiao, we almost understand. Qi Tian interrupted Lin Xiao in embarrassment. He kind of felt the mood of Li Daoran just now. After living most of his life, he couldn't understand what a junior said. If he said it, it would be a big shame. Lin Yanran's smile grew even bigger. Her eyes grew brighter as she looked at Lin Xiao, and there was a hint of curiosity between the flickers of her eyes. She was really curious about how this young little guy did it. Since the formation here has already been cracked by Mr. Lin Xiao, the next thing will be much better. Qi Tian pondered for a moment. The enemy is in the dark. We are in the light. Let's give them what they want. A backstabbing. Chapter 30, the riot begins. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. 100% progress time and space sacred Dharma origin experience card. Duration 1 minute. Lin Xiao sensed a card appear in space. System, what is this card for? Ding. Host, after using this card you will completely master the origin of the spacetime sacred law within 1 minute. You can appreciate the wonders of spacetime, master the rules of spacetime, and can be called invincible in this realm. Lin Xiao only heard the sentence that followed. This realm is invincible. Great stuff. His eyes were glowing. This card could be said to be the strongest life preservation card. It was rare for the system to be generous for once. Suddenly, Lin Xiao sensed a strange movement coming from the formation in the north. Looks like he can't help himself. Is this a move? Lin Xiao immediately contacted Li Daoran. Li Daoran received the news. At the same time as also an emergency mobilization. The recent times, the entire security service, everyone's nerves are in a tense state, just waiting for this moment. District Governor Qi, they did it. Yes, the phone had just hung up when there was a knock on his door. Report, an explosion in a bar to the east. 5 civilians dead and many injured so far. Report, there's a disturbance on the west side of the street. There's a gang of people committing murder on the street, with extremely vicious methods, and several people have already died. Report, there are awakened ones massacring civilians indiscriminately in the south. In an instant, the entire Fuzhou district was in turmoil in all 3 directions. Coincidentally, as if it was premeditated, Li Daoran's eyes were stern. He knew that this was the other party's use of a tiger to get away from the mountain. Merely, your calculations are not bad, but unfortunately it is still too early to tell who is the hunter and who is the prey. Immediately arrange for manpower to evacuate the general public at the first opportunity to ensure safety and control the situation. Roger that. Wang Tianming. You are in charge of coordinating all the departments. Where something happened, immediately arrange for people to handle the situation nearby. The situation cannot be chaotic. Yes, the entire police department all moved in. My lord, all of our men have begun to move, and now the entire Fuzhou district is in chaos. The white robe bent respectfully. Well, what was the official reaction of the Dragon Kingdom? My lord, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom seem to have anticipated this. Their manpower quickly appeared at the location of the incident. My subordinate feels that it must have been NATOs who leaked our information. Stupid thing. A hint of killing intent flashed across the purple-robed face. Inform down there and tell them to move more. They can blow themselves up if necessary. A cold voice resounded in this space, and the white robe nodded, not surprised. The purple-robed white Mao opened a secret compartment to an even more hidden space. The space here was filled with mysterious patterns, which were arranged in the air in a disorderly and dazzling manner, and there was a compass on the ground in the center. All the ripples use this compass as the starting point and hover continuously around. If Lin Xiao was here, he could tell at a glance that this compass was the main base of a formation. After arriving here, Bai Mao was unusually cautious as he continuously activated his spells, and seal after seal flew into the air. At the same time, a mysterious fluctuation similarly lit up somewhere under the ground in the entire Fuzhou district in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north. They were connected across the air, forming an induction with each other, vaguely enveloping the entire Fuzhou district. Tremble, weak human beings, the Lord of Heaven is about to descend, and he will lead us to that cosmic supremacy. Baek Mao's face grew frantic, his eyes full of excitement, his hollow pupils flickering with white light. Under his urging, the dragon locking and heaven-devouring grand formation was activated. Ha 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 ha, I finally waited for this day. I, Bai Mao, am the one destined to be the one standing above the pinnacle. At this moment, he was already a bit deranged and laughing in spite of himself. Suddenly, he sensed a number of familiar auras appearing outside. Oh, is this a discovery? Then let's play with you guys. After saying that, he waved his big hand and his entire body disappeared into thin air. This is the center of Fuzhou district. It was also the place where the police department dropped their residents. Qi Tian, Lin Yanran and others immediately rushed here after receiving the news. These ING guys. Li Daoran's face had turned into a pig's liver color in anger. He never expected that there was an opponent's lair hidden near his police station. Qi Tian's face was also a bit unsightly. He and Yanran Lin stood above the void, and in the moment he had just arrived here, he had already discovered that something was wrong with this place. Just then, a figure appeared opposite him. Old friend, long time no see. The purple-robed White Mao looked in Qi Tian's direction and reached out to greet him, the two of them acting as if they knew an acquaintance they hadn't seen in a long time. So it's you, Baek Mao. Qi Tian looked at the other party morosely. He had exchanged blows with the other party a few times and did not take any advantage. Bai Mao, you people of the Heavenly Fate sect are really heartless. How can you do such bloody behavior? Old friend, I'm doing this for the sake of the bright future of our humanity. Isn't it good to sacrifice these useless trash for our great future in the future? Qi Tian looked at the other party dead on, while Lin Yanran beside him took her own left foot and stepped forward. Her eyes were calm, but the depths of her gaze contained a chill that made people shiver. I don't care what your purpose is, today is the day you die. Unbelievably domineering and condescending. The purple-robed White Mao did not retort, but instead made seals with both hands. In a flash, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the entire Fuzhou district, which was filled with blood filaments, of which the four directions of southeast, west, and center were constantly filled with blood qi. Li Daoran couldn't help himself. He exploded out of his body, his entire body's supernatural energy surging crazily, and an incomparably strong attack blasted towards this light curtain that covered the sky. Immediately afterward, he became even more ugly. The light curtain ate his attack without even a ripple. At the same time, this curtain of light that covered the sky was continuously coalescing. A terrifying pressure filled the air, and a large amount of blood-colored mist appeared in the air that was escaping in all directions. Wang Tianming reached out and touched it, realizing that his heart was actually affected by this blood mist. Becoming extremely furious, his eyes filled with blood, wanting nothing more than to kill, he took several steps back in horror, forcing down the riots in his body. Ha ha ha, don't waste your energy. Join me in welcoming the new century to the Honorable Lord of Heaven. Bai Mao stood in the air, and he laughed at the sky. Aren't you happy too soon? At this moment, Lin Xiao, who was standing on the ground, suddenly opened his mouth. Bai Mao followed the voice and looked at Lin Xiao who was on the ground. He fixed his mind and then laughed. That useless piece of crap Toth was defeated by you, wasn't it? Without waiting for Lin Xiao's reply, he spoke again to himself. Little fellow, I do have a trace of appreciation for you. Follow me and together we will welcome the descent of the Heavenly Lord, and I will speak favorably of you in front of the Heavenly Lord, so that you will be favored by the Heavenly Lord. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and threw out an olive branch towards Lin Xiao. The flesh and blood of such a genius must be even more delicious. God has just come down and needs such fine cuisine. Just then, Wang Tianming received news from his men. The riots that have appeared in various places so far have been fully stopped by our people, and a few of the white suits have escaped. Li Daoran nodded. He looked at Qi Tian and nodded similarly. It's finally time to make a move. A flash of excitement appeared on Qi Tian's face. He had just been talking nonsense with the other party for so long, he wasn't really chatting. Lin Yanran, let's strike together. Today is the day he dies. Lin Yanran nodded. Both she and Qi Tian were at the peak of the 6th rank, and although Bai Mao was at the same strength, he was only one person. The three people immediately had a big battle. All kinds of attacks, martial arts in the air, constantly collision. Fire and light in all directions. Powerful fluctuations trapped the surrounding buildings. District Governor, let me help you. Li Daoran borrowed the supernatural energy within his body to briefly suspend himself in the air, and he found the right moment to strike a big blow at Baek Mao. Caught off guard, Baek Mao took a stifling loss, and Qi Tian and Lin Yanran seized the opportunity to frantically output, pinning Baek Mao down. My lord, we're here, not far away. Four clerics wearing white robes quickly came towards the battlefield. Kill them for me. Bai Mao was resisting with all his might as he hissed at the white-robed clerics, killing all of them in this place. The strength of the four white-robed clerics were all very powerful. Two were at the peak of the 4th rank, one was at the early 5th rank, and one had already reached the strength of the peak of the early 5th rank. Seeing this, Li Daoran immediately left the battlefield in the sky above, and he kept on activating the supernatural energy in his body while stopping the two 5th-ranked white clothes. the battle is on. Wang Tianming similarly pulled a white to launch an attack. The one remaining white coat launched himself toward the rest of the guard's office. The others were no match at all, and the first time they took a look at each other, they were spat out blood by the white-clothed cleric and kept retreating. No good. Seeing this scene, Li Daoran became a bit flustered. He wanted to go forward to help, but the 2/5 steps on the opposite side of the room were deadlocked on him. A bloody grin appeared on the white one's face as he was about to prepare for a killing spree. Hey, your opponent is me. Suddenly a fist appeared in front of him. Bang! It hit him squarely in the chest, and the force of the punch deflated his chest a little bit. The powerful impact shattered the ground and splashed stones everywhere. Ahem! That white coat spat out his bloody son and stared at Lin Xiao dead in the face. He sensed danger from the other party's body. Set. White was horrified to realize that he couldn't move anymore. Bang! Another punch, this one directly to his head, almost getting blown away. Lin Xiao didn't give the other party any space to cash at all. His supernatural abilities were unleashed non-stop, controlling by E to death, and then it was a frantic thrashing. Die! The last punch directly pierced his body, and the white clothes also finally lay on the ground with incomparable suffocation. He didn't have the slightest bit of resistance during the entire process. He could only passively take the beating, and he couldn't undo that horrible fixation. Lin Xiao found more and more blood mist in the surrounding space after killing this person again. It can't wait. After saying that, he immediately pinched his fingers, and immediately afterward, densely packed runes appeared in the air above him before glancing upwards and melting into that curtain of light. Scatter! Lin Xiao shouted. With a single command from him, the light curtain instantly trembled and began to absorb the blood-colored mist in the air, while its blood-colored patterns gradually dissipated. What have you done? Suddenly, an unbelievable fury came from the sky. Under the combined efforts of the two, Bai Mao was beaten back. But what made him even more furious at this moment was that he sensed that the formation he had laid was out of his control. Locked Dragon Heaven Devouring Formation. Rise for me. After he barely repelled the two with a full force strike, he kept making seals in his hands, wanting to control the grand formation once again. Rise, rise for me. Hissing and roaring, Bai Mao roared angrily, and suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao. It's you damn guy who moved. I'm going to kill you. After saying that, he rushed towards Lin Xiao without any regard. Not with me around. You won't. Lin Yanran immediately flew to stop the other party. Her face covered in frost. Her killing intent had reached its peak in the moment just now. Qi Tian followed suit, and the three of them fought once again. Lin Xiao was continuously making seals, and as a pattern appeared and merged into the dragon locking and heaven devouring formation was slowly dissipating, its curtain of light becoming more and more blurred until it disappeared. Chapter 31 The Supreme God of Time and Space. Bai Mao, who was fighting, could no longer control himself when he sensed the failure of the formation. Damn kid, I want you dead. I want all of you to be buried with me. Ignoring Qi Tian's threat, he blasted a full-force blow at Lin Yanran, who was struck with a muffled sound by the other party and her body retreated towards the back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Baek Mao immediately came down below. The three white clerics who were still fighting also stepped back and stood behind him. Bai Mao's gaze was dead set on Lin Xiao. If his eyes could kill, then he had already ravaged the other party countless times. At the same time, Qi Tian and Lin Yanran also appeared here, and they protected Lin Xiao behind them. Bai Mao, don't struggle. Today is the day you die. Qi Tian fixed Bai Mao to death, bound to cut the other party down here. Qi Tian, do you think you're going to win? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Baek Mao's eyes. Hearing these words from the other party, Qi Tian was suddenly a bit uneasy. What's the point of wasting words with him? Lin Yanyan activated the supernatural energy in her body and was about to prepare to strike again. You guys are forcing me to do this. Suddenly, Bai Mao closed his hands together, and the three white-clothed clerics standing behind him all burst into flames, all the energy being sucked into his body. Blood God technique. No good. Seeing this scene, Qi Tian immediately launched an attack. Feeling a strong sense of unease, Lin Yanyan also activated her supernatural energy, and two extremely powerful supernatural energies appeared in the sky, and they launched themselves fiercely in Bai Mao's direction. Bai Mao's cultivation level was now rising crazily after he had absorbed all the energy of the three whites. He's broken through to the 7th level. Not enough. Blood God technique. Charge me. He bellowed once again, consuming his own origin. Mid-7th stage. Peak late 7th stage. It stopped when it reached the peak of the late 7th stage. With just a flick of his hand, the two strikes that had gathered the full strength of Qi Tian and Lin Yanran were easily blocked. Looking at this scene, Qi Tian and Lin Yanran backed up in unison, and Li Daoran and the others also gathered around. Damn, this is bad. Qi Tian was a bit reluctant. Just one last step away. I said you're all going to die today. Bai Mao felt the powerful energy in his body. He was immensely enjoying how powerful he was at the moment, but it didn't change his heart to kill everyone on the other side of the room altogether. Kid, you're the one who spoiled it, so I'll kill you first. Bai Mao looked his gaze toward Lin Xiao, who was at the very back of the position, then pointed his finger. 7th-ranked martial artists already possessed extremely terrifying strength, and their every move and style was not something that others would dare to imagine. Right now, Bai Mao's strength had reached the peak of the 7th rank after being empowered by the Blood God technique, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that his full force strike could wipe out the entire Fuzhou district. Lin Xiao felt a strong crisis of death. That attack was rushing in his direction to kill him, and a strong desire to survive surged madly within him. Not good. I'll die from this blow. This blow was literally going to kill him. Just as he was about to use the experience card in the system space, a figure appeared in front of him. It's Li Daoran. Li Daoran's appearance protected Lin Xiao behind himself, and that terrifying attack directly pierced through his body, and blood rose in all directions, staining Lin Xiao's entire face red. Lin Xiao, quickly, run away. Oh, want to die so badly? No need to rush. One by one. Bai Mao frowned as the blow was blocked, but it didn't matter. He once again raised his right hand and launched himself towards Lin Xiao. Everyone present, he will kill this kid. Li Daoran. Director Li. This sudden scene was so fast that no one reacted to it. Qi Tian's heart fluttered viciously, while Wang Tianming quickly ran to Li Daoran's side and hugged the corpse that had lost its breath, crying non-stop, "Damn it guys, I'll fight you." Qi Tian's entire body couldn't stop trembling. He was ready to die with the other party as his powerful alien energy coalesced within his body. Trying to die with me, my great district governor Qi. Get down. Bai Mao slapped his left hand towards Qi Tian's position. A huge palm print appeared in the sky, directly pressing Qi Tian to death above the ground, unable to move. This is the 7th order. Lin Xiao had not yet recovered from Li Daoran's death at this moment, and his body was once again tense. Danger! Danger! Bang! Lin Xiao realized that another figure had appeared in front of him. It was Lin Yanran. She was much stronger than Li Daoran and didn't die on the spot, but the powerful attack destroyed all of her 5 organs, and the clothes on the upper half of her body were also destroyed, revealing her tantalizing snowy whiteness. She was a little unable to stand, and her supple body fell backward. Bang! Lin Xiao immediately caught it, sensing the softness in his arms. He looked at Lin Yanran, who kept spitting out blood. Her originally stunningly beautiful face was now incomparably haggard. The torn strands of hair were covered in blood and hid her face. Run! Lin Yanran's body trembled a little. She was too heavily injured. The peak of the 7th rank was simply not an existence she could fight against. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's gaze changed and an extremely bright divine light erupted. He put one hand around Lin Yanran's waist and one hand on Lin Yanran's breasts. Director Lin, I'm sorry. At this moment, Lin Xiao didn't have the heart to feel the soft and lingering feeling coming from his palm. Backtrack. Lin Yanran thought that the young man wanted to make light of her, and her face flushed with a hint of flushing, but immediately afterward, an incredulous look appeared in her eyes. In her perception, a sea change was taking place within her own body, and all the injuries had all disappeared as if they had not been there. At the same time, Lin Xiao's gaze looked toward Li Daoran, who had lost his breath, and his mouth spoke again. Back in time, Wang Tianming only felt that the body of Li Daoran that he was holding was suddenly weightless, as if space and time had stopped at this moment. He was obviously holding the other party's body, but it felt as if he was separated by endless space and time. Li Daoran's body was changing. The chest that had been pierced through was reversing in an incredible form. Ahem! Suddenly, Li Daoran opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Tianming, who was hugging him, and Wang Tianming also looked at him with his eyes in a daze. That, can you stop touching your hand? An extremely delicate and soft voice came out from Lin Yanran's mouth, who was still in Lin Xiao's arms. The softness of her own chest was being covered by one of Lin Xiao's hands. To add to her shyness, the hand had been contracting non-stop. Lin Xiao didn't move and put his hand back as he turned around as if he hadn't heard anything. Just inside, I'm thinking, so big, so stiff, so soft. 10 seconds left. Lin Xiao had just decisively used that experience card. The moment he used it, Lin Xiao felt like he was the omnipotent god. He was able to grasp the supreme rules of this world, and he had just used time to go back in time, returning Lin Yanran and Li Daoran to the state they were in before they were injured. It's an unimaginable tactic. Even heaven and earth made concessions at this moment, and he was the supreme god in charge of space and time. Bai Mu looked uncertain. He looked at the kid in front of him in shock, sensing that something was wrong. However, the powerful strength of the peak of the 7th rank gave him enough confidence again. Kid, I'll make you beg for life and death. He dragged the dead-resisting Qi Tian with one hand and grabbed toward Lin Xiao with the other. The strength of the peak of the 7th rank was really strong, and under this grab of his, cracks appeared in the entire space, as if it had pierced through the void. The powerful attack instantly arrived in front of Lin Xiao. Look out! Lin Yanran stood behind Lin Xiao, her gaze looking at the teenager standing in front of her with some worry. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Xiao didn't turn around, but an extremely confident voice came from his mouth. It was such an unbelievable scene that the sun's rays stretched his shadow long. The teenager's back was indeed extremely shining at this moment. Set, like the word of a supreme god, this space is frozen, and no one can move. Bai Mao's face showed a look of extreme terror. He wanted to speak. He looked at Lin Xiao who was walking towards him step by step. He wanted to exit and beg for mercy. Lin Xiao walked up to him. Solve, a simple and plain word, but it made Bai Mao even more terrified as he realized that his body was constantly disappearing. From the feet, to the waist, to the head. It just disappeared into the air without leaving even a speck of dust behind. Ding! Experience card time. Just in time. The space around us is once again as it was before. Lin Xiao also sat on his butt on the ground. Just now. Although it was very refreshing, this short period of time made him feel incredibly tired. And all eyes are on him at this moment. There was shock, disbelief, joy, and shyness. In the end, it was Qi Tian who climbed up his body. He patted the mud on his body and pretended to walk calmly to Lin Xiao's side. Lin Xiao student, are you alright? District Governor Qi, I'm fine. Looking at District Governor Qi's application that wanted to speak, Lin Xiao knew what the other party wanted to ask. District Governor Qi, just now, just as Lin Xiao was inwardly considering how to round it off, Qi Tian was the first to speak out. Mr. Lin Xiao, you're being overly considerate. I just want to thank you on behalf of all our compatriots in the entire Fuzhou district. After saying that, Qi Tian bowed deeply to Lin Xiao, Li Daoran, Wang Tianming, and the rest of the personnel followed suit and bowed in salute. If there was no Lin Xiao today, then the whole Fuzhou district would be finished. AI. District Governor Qi, Elder Brother Li, Elder Brother Wang, and all of you, hurry up, don't be like this. Lin Xiao immediately stood up. He ducked elsewhere. He felt like he couldn't bear this big gift. Qi Tian lifted up and saw the scene, and inwardly felt some emotions. This teenager, truly a dragon among men. Lin Xiao, magnetic voice came. Lin Yanyan stood not far away. Looking at the teenager, fine and soft opened his mouth. There was a trace of alienation in his voice. It's over. After Lin Xiao heard the owner of the voice, he kind of regretted what he had just done. He looked at Lin Yanran with some embarrassment. Director Lin, that your body is very soft, pa. Lin Xiao immediately slapped himself. No, ugh, I mean, are you in good health? Chapter 32 New Mission, Heaven's Pride Competition. Qi Tian froze and stood in place coughing slightly. The palm of Bai Mao just now had done him quite a bit of damage. Lin Yanran's easily smooth mood rippled again because of that sudden sentence. The breeze was just right, blowing a few strands of her hair and barely covering a blush. She shouted angrily, come here, you. Lin Xiao reluctantly walked over. He now somewhat missed his shabby house. Lin Yanran turned around and walked to a place where no one was around, and stopped in her tracks. Lin Xiao was like a student who had made a mistake, staying still, his face hiding his aggression, just waiting to be scolded. His appearance gave Lin Yanran a look of anger. His chest trembled up and down constantly. Why does it look like I'm turning into a bad guy? Who's really losing out? Lin Xiao, you really surprised me. After 3 days, I'm impressed. You flatter me. Director Lin, the student just doesn't dare to slack off. Looking at Lin Xiao's current honest appearance, Lin Yanran somewhat wanted to laugh. Well, you don't have to pretend. You're wanted for something. Director Lin can say anything, as long as the student can do it. He will certainly do his best. Lin Xiao continued to act like an honest man, honoring his teachers and being simple and honest. I've heard that you're here on a mission this time, so now that the mission is complete, when are you going to go back? Lin Yanyan had already adjusted her posture. Possessing the peak strength of the 6th rank, she was an unattainable big shot in the eyes of ordinary people. The student is preparing to return tomorrow. Lin Xiao replied truthfully. Originally he did plan to return tomorrow. The time-consuming nature of this mission had exceeded his expectations. After a moment of silence, Lin Yanran suddenly faced Lin Xiao, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Lin Xiao's face, causing Lin Xiao to become somewhat embarrassed. I have a mission here. If you can complete it, I'll reward you with 5,000 points. 5,000. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. This reward couldn't be said to be small. It was simply very large. To realize that he had only taken on this mission with 500 points, and just like that, there was an accident in the middle of it, and he almost lost his little life. 5,000 points. Director Lin, the student would like to know what the task you are talking about requires the student to do. If it's very dangerous, then Lin Xiao might just, don't worry, this mission will be easy for you. Lin Yanyan thought of something, and her pair of large Kazran eyes curved slightly. In 2 days' time, the Heaven's Pride training camps in the 4 regions of the southeast, northwest, and North will be hosting the Heaven's Pride competition, and I need you to win the title. As long as you succeed, I'll personally reward you with 5,000 points in addition to the rewards given to you in the camp. I have only one request. A teenager should have the arrogance of a teenager. I want you to absolutely crush your way to the top. Well, can you do it? Lin Xiao listened quietly. That's it? When he first heard that the reward was 5,000 points, he was shocked and thought it was a dangerous mission. The result is that he'll be asked to enter a competition and take first place, right? No? He also asked with some uncertainty, as if to say, this is it? Lin Yanran didn't know why, but she only felt that the current Lin Xiao was very much in need of a beating, and her brows furrowed slightly. Lin Xiao's observation was very delicate, and immediately, without giving the other party a chance to open his mouth, he immediately raised his hands. This mission, the student takes it. Please don't worry. Leader, I promise to fulfill the mission. Lin Yanran's words reached her mouth, but she forcefully swallowed them back, her beautiful eyebrows staring fiercely at Lin Xiao. Then, once again, there was silence on both sides. In this kind of environment, Lin Xiao had the feeling that days were like years. It was neither a good idea to go nor a bad idea not to go. His thoughts were already drifting. Suddenly, Lin Yanran came in coldly. Am I scary? Ah, no. Director Lin is powerful and treats people gently. Lin Xiao immediately took a stand. While inwardly dissing himself fiercely, he quickly stated that he was determined to complete this mission and left the area. Lin Xiao ran furiously all the way to the police department, inside Li Daeran's office. Before he stopped, phew, worthy of being a peak 6th ranked expert, the sense of silent oppression is just strong. Lin Xiao sighed slightly. System, open the personal panel. Ding, personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Sex, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade alien spacetime, super SSS grade spacetime holy law origin, awakening level 14. 1%. Time and space God's eyes, the 10 great God's eyes of the heavens, awakening degree 12. 1%. Level, peak of early third order, blood gas, 11. 047, oh, a toad in a chicken's hair? Mental power, 1,183 points, come on, you'll catch up with the blind soon enough. Technique, Void Sutra, introductory. Martial art, Blade of Void, peak of minor accomplishment, the Eye of the Gods. Auxiliary sense, patriarchal combat skills, Grandmaster level formation master. Kung Fu idea, introductory. Cultivation points, 54 inch. When he saw that he only had a pitiful double-digit number of cultivation points on him, Lin Xiao's mood suddenly went bad. In my last life I worked for capitalists. In this life I work for the system. Am I destined to be a laborer? Lin Xiao looked up at the sky and wondered if he was complaining to the heavens. In the middle of the battlefield, Lin Yanyan and Qi Tian have left. The two people this battle consumes a lot. Lin Yanyan does not say. Qi Tian is the actual bear, the 7th level of the martial artist slap, pinned to the ground by death. He was badly injured. Li Daoran arranged the whole work in an orderly manner, and Wang Tianming implemented it one by one. This fuzzy hijacking is kind of a thing of the past. In the office, ha, old brother Lin Xiao, this time it's really thanks to you. Li Daoran's face was filled with smiles. He was glad that Lin Xiao had taken the initiative to stay back in the first place. What did Brother Li say? As awakened ones, we should guard the lights of all families. Lin Xiao was also genuinely looking at this Li Daoran whom he had known for only a few days. A friend in need is a friend in need, not to mention life and death. Li Daoran defied all odds to block the blow for himself, even though he himself had literally died once. This favor is remembered forever. Next, does old brother Lin Xiao have any plans? Li Daoran liked the young man in front of him more and more the more he looked at him. Brother Li, I may have to stay here for another day or two. The Heaven's Pride competition would begin 2 days later, and Lin Yanyan would bring Lin Xiao along with her at that time, so she wouldn't return to the Heaven's Pride training camp. Good. Elder brother Lin, treat this place as your own home and stay as long as you want. Li Daoran clapped his hands and immediately recruited manpower to come in, arranging everything for Lin Xiao in a proper manner. Elder brother Lin, let me know if there's anything you need from old brother. Then thank you, brother Li. Chapter 33, Pre-Match Mobilization. System, sign in. Ding, signing in successfully, rewarded with 100 alien energy stones. It's the alien stone again. Looking at the crystals that had been piled up into a small hill in the space, Lin Xiao was helpless. Can I take out these exotic stones and sell them for gold coins and then for cultivation points? It seems that this ability stone is quite expensive. Lin Xiao suddenly felt as if he had discovered a path to heaven. Ding! Detected. The host has a behavioral idea of stuck bugs. This system only supports the host's personal efforts in exchange for results. Ding! Please host, don't make unnecessary thoughts. There is no shortcut on the road to the strong. There is only fighting. Fight monsters and work hard to gain cultivation points. Lin Xiao, who had been spat out by the system for a while, was a little embarrassed. He had only slightly mentioned it. It wasn't like he really wanted to do it, just a casual remark. Brother Tuzi, don't take it seriously. I am a good young man, since I won't do this kind of sneaky thing. It's just that deep down he's madly dissing the system. What a naked capitalist. In his previous life, he read those novels and the system is eager to give the protagonist to send this and that. How do their own here change the flavor? Is it hard to believe that you are really the chosen beater? Ding! Checking the host's mood of disappointment towards the system. The system will enter an autonomous upgrade. This upgrade cycle will take 72 hours. Please be patient. Dropping. Upgrade in progress. Ha! What's the situation? Lin Xiao was a bit confused as he listened to the news coming from his mind. What is this? A system upgrade? Irritated by yourself? Is the system so glassy-eyed? I didn't say anything. System? System? Well, it looks like the system has really been stimulated by himself, and even got into this whole thing. 72 hours, or 3 days. I wonder what new features will be available after the upgrade. Don't say it. Lin Xiao was looking forward to it. The more powerful the system was, the better it would be for him. As for now, practice. He suddenly missed the Heaven's Pride training camp, the central plaza of the Tianjia training camp. Mad Knife suddenly sneezed, and he touched his nose, a little strangely. Got a cold? Don't mess with. Lao Tzu was 6th order. He was suddenly in the air, and his voice was like thunder. Quiet, everyone. The crowd in the arena fell silent, and all eyes were set on him. 2 days later, a Heaven's Pride competition will be held, and the participants will be the same as you. All geniuses from various regions. They're all first-year students at the Heaven's Pride training camp. There is only one thing I ask of you guys in this tournament, and that is to give me the fight of our Western Sky Pride training camp. Anyone who embarrasses me in a match, a naked threat, only for all the students to shrink their heads. This mad sword tutor's methods they had already learned and memorized. All of them secretly made the decision that even if they got out of the ring lying down, they would never take a step back. Of course, for the top-ranked ones, we have prepared extremely generous rewards for you. Anyone who can place in the top 100 will be rewarded with 800 points. The top 50 will be awarded 200 points, 2,000 points for the top 10. Wow! Someone in the arena immediately screamed, 800 points for the first 100? Some of them had come to the Heaven's Pride training camp for almost a month and had yet to earn so many points. Mentor mad. What if it's number 1? Someone asked excitedly. After asking, he regretted it and realized that all the people around him were staring at him, and he lowered his head in some shame, simply because in the monthly competition a few days ago, he was ranked second to last. He was really just surprised by the reward, with an inexplicable sense of excitement. First place? First place is rewarded with 3,000 points, as well as another S-ranked martial art. Holy! In a flash, a mountain of voices rang out. S-class martial arts. This was a martial art that only martial artists of the 4th rank were qualified to cultivate. Although it was said that the family backgrounds of most of the people in the arena had the ability to get them an S-ranked martial art, no one would have too much of this good thing. Damn yeah, I'm still using a B-ranked martial art, and the first place is directly rewarded with an S-ranked martial art? Asterisk. I only hate myself for not working hard enough. Is it too late to cultivate? It's not too late. You grab your hips and work on them. You might have a chance. Practicing your hips? Brother, is there something to this? Let's see if we can PY with the referee then. Get out. Seeing that the atmosphere was mobilized, Mad Sword also nodded his head as he looked towards the several players in the field. There are still a few good little guys in this class. Ding Qinru, Gonsun Qin, and the others who were in his eyes were not weak. And the kid. Mad Sword had already gotten word that Lin Xiao would be brought directly to the scene by his lord, and he was still a bit puzzled as to when that kid had been with his own lord. And everyone in the arena began to rub their fists together, determined to achieve a good ranking in this Heaven's Pride competition. Ding Qinru looked around. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but it disappeared in a whirlwind. During this period of time, her strength had progressed greatly, and she had already reached the peak of the middle stage of the 2nd rank and was about to break into the late stage. That's a pretty sick speed. You're going to be there for this competition, aren't you? Ding Qinru thought silently inwardly as she wondered how she should greet her opponent if she ran into him in this competition. When she thought about it the other day, she suddenly realized that she hadn't even said a word to the other person, which made her a little aggravated. She even locked herself in her room countless times to simulate the first exchange between the two because of it. I should qualify as your friend now, right? Ding Qinru tilted her own little head. She was a little worried, afraid that her strength was too weak to be worthy of being friends with the other party. Posting another chapter later. Chapter 34, Departure. Heaven's Pride Competition. 2 days later. Everyone, get in the cars and go. Meanwhile, the same group of people in all 3 regions, East, South, East, and North, who are full of fighting spirit, who are full of vitality. Everyone's passionate. They all have the same goal. Heaven's Pride Contest. Lin Xiao. Time's up. Lin Yanran stood in the air above the police station and looked at Lin Xiao below her. Director Lin. Lin Xiao looked up. He spread his hands. He couldn't fly himself. Therefore, under the gazes of Li Daoran and the rest of the crowd, Lin Yanran carried Lin Xiao in one hand and flew off into the distance. Brother Lin Xiao, go for it. Li Daoran gave a distant word of encouragement and gazed into the distance. Brother Lin Xiao is a true submerged dragon. This time he will definitely be able to soar above the 9 heavens. Lin Xiao was being carried in the air by one of Lin Yanran's hands. His gaze glanced downward and he immediately exclaimed in surprise. I'm afraid of heights. It's too high. I'm scared. Subsequently, not waiting for Lin Yanran to open her mouth, directly aside, the whole person buried in front of Lin Yanran's body, 2 hands dead ring around the other party's slender waist. Bury your face deep between the peaks. He also trembled from time to time, showing that he was really afraid of the. Lin Yanran wore a set of clothes that showed her figure today. Most of the peaks of the mountains were clearly exposed in the eyes of the world, and she didn't expect that the first climber would be Lin Xiao. Lin Yanran's face was reddened by Lin Xiao's actions. Lin Xiao, let go of me. With a red face, she tried to tear Lin Xiao off her body. What was strange was that the hallowed 6th-ranked powerhouse couldn't even tug on a 3rd-ranked martial artist, who at this point in time still had no strength at all. After a struggle, Lin Yanran also gave up. She tried to convince herself that Lin Xiao was really afraid of heights. I don't know if I'm afraid of heights or not, but Lin Xiao feels like he's a little out of breath right now. Nothing else. I'm just bored. One can only keep bobbing one's head, using the space to take in fresh air. Now, Lin Yanyan's face turned even redder. Wasn't this guy getting a bit ahead of himself? When she was about to arrive, Lin Yanran gave a hard pull and Lin Xiao was once again held in the air with one hand by her. And Lin Xiao, who was lifted up in the air, once again unleashed his movie star level acting talent. With a churlish and pitiful look on his face, Lin Yanran felt the warmth coming from her breasts. She was angry and furious. I'm mad at this guy for being so bold. Angry that this guy is playing pathetic again. She looked at Lin Xiao, who was very aggrieved at the moment, and directly said viciously, "Stop pretending. Let's see how I'm going to fix you when this competition is over." She raised her own hand, 5 fingers together, her showy fist waving in front of Lin Xiao's eyes, which was an explicit threat. Lin Xiao didn't say a word. The situation is stronger than the people. This time cannot show off. The time to concede must decisively concede. Lin Yanran half turned to straighten her chest a little. For the next short distance, Lin Xiao no longer clamored that he was afraid of heights and was quietly carried. This little guy, Lin Yanran didn't know at this moment that Lin Xiao wasn't afraid of heights at all. When she thought about how he had just been so close to her chest, Lin Yanran couldn't wait to find a hole to bury herself in. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she kicked Lin Xiao as hard as she could. This kick really hurt Lin Xiao, and he wailed and apologized. Only then did Lin Yanyan lose her temper a little bit. Here it is. Lin Yanran slowly landed on the ground as she looked at a very spacious boundary in front of her. Go in by yourself. I have things to do. After saying that, she directly flew in, looking at Lin Xiao, who said dashingly, I don't know when I'll be able to break through the 6th rank. It feels so good to fly. The entire space of the venue was very large, and the audience seats alone could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Except that for this kind of competition, ordinary people could not normally come. Lin Xiao quickly found the large group. It's been a long time. Tutor Mad Knife also looked at him and nodded. Lin Xiao walked up and he saw a number of familiar faces. Bing Qinru, Gong Sun Qin, Tuoba Shi, Oh, and Brother Morong Yun. There were quite a few people who took the initiative to say hello to Lin Xiao. Although there was not much interaction on weekdays, but we were all in the same term, and there was always an inexplicable sense of familiarity when they were out and about. Lin Xiao student. Hello, my name is Bing Qinru. A cold voice reached Lin Xiao's ears and he turned his head to look at a young girl at the front of the line. The young girl was wearing a set of azure-colored fairy dress today, her long, flowing hair naturally resting on her back shoulder. Her unusually delicate features, coupled with her light and elegant makeup, made people fall in love with her at a glance. Lin Xiao was inwardly surprised. He didn't expect this cold young girl to take the initiative to greet him. On the first day they met, that feeling of rejecting people was still fresh in his mind. And when Bing Qinru on the opposite side saw that Lin Xiao on the opposite side was slow to respond, she was very disappointed inwardly. As a matter of fact, I'm still not qualified to be friends with the other party, so I'm angry. Hello, I'm Lin Xiao. The sudden response interrupted her rambling thoughts. Looking at the hand that reached out to her, Bing Qinru stretched out her own small hand to shake it somewhat dully. So warm, so cold. From 2 different hearts. It was a sight to behold for the rest of the world. Quite a few people whispered, ********. What did I see? The high cool goddess Bing Chenru actually took the initiative to hit on Lin Xiao? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiao is bullish, worthy of being my brother Xiao. Little Bing Chenru, take it directly. On weekdays, Bing Chenru saw anyone with a cold face, not to mention having any physical contact with the other party, not even a chance to speak. Not many of the 100 people in their cohort had really said a word or two to her. Is this the charm of my brother Xiao? Simply invincible. There were also quite a few people who were secretly hurt, not realizing that their goddess had been taken down by another man just like that. The worst thing is this man. They can't beat him. So far, no one on the Aurora ranking in the Heaven's remarkable training camp had exceeded Lin Xiao's 51 layers. Mad Blade, are you leading the team this year? A man's voice came from not far away. Oh, it's you Lu Fei. Mad Sword sniffed and his eyes looked at the visitor. It was an old acquaintance. This person's name was Lu Fei. He was working as a mentor at the Southern Heavens Pride training camp, and was likewise a 6th order powerhouse. Mad Blade, it looks like you guys in the West are going to take the bottom spot again this year. Lu Fei laughed softly as his gaze briefly swept Lin Xiao's side. Lu Fei, I don't think this term of your Southern class is any good. It's quite a bit worse than the last one. Your teaching level as a mentor has regressed. Mad Sword didn't spoil him. The two are in the same camp, but they have their highs and lows. There's a lot of gunpowder between the two. Are you the best out of all of them? Behind Lu Fei, there was also a group of young men and women. Among them a teenager standing at the forefront walked up, his gaze looking toward Lin Xiao. Also standing at the front, he rightfully thought that Lin Xiao was the strongest among them. It looks so ordinary. The teenager scrutinized it very carefully and shook his head. Who are you? Lin Xiao hadn't said anything yet, but Bing Chenru, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but take the lead to open her mouth instead. Oh, the young man swept his gaze to Bing Chenru, whose eyes lit up. So you're the strongest one. The teenager felt a powerful energy from Bing Chenru's body. Great. Since you asked in good faith, I'll be merciful and tell you. The teenager struck what he thought was a very handsome pose. I am Jiang Ming, a man destined to stand at the top. Tease. Lin Xiao muttered. Jiang Ming immediately turned his gaze to him. He very much hated it when someone interrupted him at this time. Trash with no power. Don't scream and let girls get in your way. Cowards. Then, he directly returned to his team, not putting Lin Xiao in his eyes at all. Seeing Lin Xiao being humiliated by the other party, a fierce look instantly appeared on Bing Chenru's face. She wouldn't allow others to humiliate Lin Xiao in front of her. What's more, that guy called what's his name Jiang Ming was a piece of trash in her opinion. And he dared to call Lin Xiao a piece of trash when he wasn't even as good as himself? Hey, take it easy huh? Lin Xiao hurriedly tugged on one of Bing Chenru's arms. He was a little sweaty. How could this icy-looking beauty be so impulsive? But he humiliated you. There was even a hint of resignation in Bing Chenru's eyes. After trying so hard for so long, he finally speaks up today, only to have someone suddenly come along and call him a piece of trash and a coward. She wanted to freeze that foul-mouthed guy into an ice sculpture right now and freeze him to death. It's okay, the power of the mouth is not enough. Lin Xiao waved his hand carelessly. I'll definitely avenge you later during the match. Bing Chenru waved her fist ferociously, and this scene made Lin Xiao want to laugh a little bit. He hadn't realized that this ice maiden had such a cute side. Chapter 35, The 3 Questions of Heaven's Pride. Ask the Heart. It's pretty crowded. The entire venue was filled with people. The Heaven's Pride competition was held every year, so every year, many people would come to watch. Ringo, hey Ringo, it's me, Cloudy. Lin Xiao heard someone call out to him and he looked at the other party curiously. So it's Brother Morong huh? For this one, Lin Xiao was still friendly. After all, it was inevitable to go out. Brother Lin still remembers me. Hearing Lin Xiao call out his name, Morong Yun was so happy that this scene was the envy of many people. Of course I remember. Is there something wrong with Brother Morong? It's nothing much. It's just about the current grand competition, and I've asked around through my connections. Morong Yun moved closer and took out a small roster. It is? Lin Xiao took the roster and opened it to find that it recorded the information of many people. Did you organize all of this? Lin Xiao suddenly realized that this Morong Yun was really a talent. He. Brother Lin, this is information that I've spent a lot of effort and blood money to get, so I hope it's a bit helpful to you. Morong Yun was very good at getting things done. He gave the booklet to Lin Xiao and then left without any delay. This made Lin Xiao somewhat impressed. Sure enough, all of these lineage children are not simple. It wasn't quite the same as the second generation he remembered. Dude was exclusive to the second generation. Now it seemed a bit one-sided. Please all students participating in this Heaven's Pride contest enter the contestants area. The call came from throughout the hall, and the game was ready to begin. Sitting in his seat, Lin Xiao listened to the news coming from the radio. At the moment, a few old men are sitting on the podium next to a salutatorian. Welcome everyone to this Heaven's Pride competition. I am the host of this competition. We are proud to have a few heavyweight guests for this tournament, so allow me to introduce them. Sitting in the center is Manhwa Academy's Director of Academic Affairs, Zhang Guoqing. A white-bearded old man stood up, his face full of kindness, and his demeanor was evident in every move. This was a truly great man. There was a lot of applause at the bottom, as well as a lot of media simulcasts. This kind of once-a-year large-scale Heaven's Pride tournament was a matter of great concern for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lanbu University is the #1 school in the Dragon Kingdom. Some people marvel. This is Aurora University's Dean of Academic Affairs Kai Rongwang, the same old man with a loud voice underneath. Director of Academic Affairs at Dawn University Qinli. Snap. Head of Academic Affairs at Bat Ian University Wargo. Someone's not so sure. The 4 major institutions of higher learning in the Dragon Kingdom didn't expect all of them to come this time. These 4 universities were the 4 most powerful institutions of higher learning in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment, and every year they sent a lot of heavenly prides with superb talent and strength to the entire Dragon Kingdom. This is the Director of Academic Affairs of Military Martial University Lilong, Military Armed Forces University. It was the same as the other 4 major institutions of higher learning, but the Military Martial University was the most special. Because of their educational method, the mortality rate of students enrolled in each year was very high. As a result, compared to the other 4 academies, the comprehensive academic power of the Military Martial University was a bit weaker, but no one dared to underestimate it, because every military student who successfully graduates is a truly strong person. And the chief director of the Heaven's Pride training camp Geely. In comparison, Geely was much younger, and his status was relatively weaker. But again, he was one of the top echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, in charge of the entire Heaven's Pride training camp. Lin Xiao looked over them one by one. These were all big names. Even at such a long distance apart, Lin Xiao felt the aura of a strong person coming from them. It's at least the 7th rank. He was darkly emotional. This Heaven's Pride competition is divided into 3 stages. Stage 1, ask the heart. Stage 2, ask the spirit. Stage 3, ask for power. Ask the heart, ask the spirit, ask the power. After some explanation from the commentator, Lin Xiao figured it out. To ask the heart is to test a person's heart. To ask the spirit is to test their talent again. And to ask the power is to test each person's true battle power. All contestants please prepare. The first stage of asking for hearts will begin immediately. Ask the heart. Ask the heart. What's the question? Lin Xiao and all the other players had stood up. The entire venue suddenly flashed with a white light so bright that everyone's eyes couldn't be opened. What's the situation? What's going on? Someone sneak attacked? It didn't take long for everyone to pin down and stand still. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He felt as if he was having a dream. In the dream it seemed like I had awakened a very powerful gift. Lin Xiao, what are you waiting for? The enemy has launched another attack. Before Lin Xiao could react, he was pulled by the arm of a soldier on the side and ran outside. I am? Suddenly a million images flashed through my brain. He, Lin Xiao, is an ordinary soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, who awakened his C-class psychic ability during his high school years, and his parents, who are ordinary people, worked most of their lives to barely pay for him to get into a local third-rate university. After graduating from college, Lin Xiao joined the army in response to the country's call, and because of his limited talent and weak family background, he barely reached the late 2nd stage of strength when he graduated. After years of frontline combat and countless escapes from death, he had broken through to the peak of the late 2nd stage and was currently the vice-captain of this charge squad. The man who just pulled him was the leader of this squad. So, was it a dream? Lin Xiao patted his brain to clear it. The intense roar outside had already come through. The enemy had launched another surprise attack. Damn, there are too many enemies this time. Captain, Lieutenant, why don't we retreat first? A member of the charge squad kept launching long-range attacks forward. But this time there were really too many enemies, densely packed in black. If it was under God's perspective, one would realize that this battlefield had turned into one black and one white. No way. Our mission is to defend this line of defense to the death. Behind us are billions and billions of ordinary people. If we retreat, what will happen to them? The captain of the charging squad looked stern, and he immediately looked ferociously at the member who had said that he wanted to pull back. Anyone who says anything like backing off again, don't blame me for the pain. The team member's eyes were averted and he didn't dare to speak. Lin Xiao looked at the endless number of enemies. The oppressive feeling of fear that came over him made him a little frightened. He fully activated the alien energy in his body to launch the most powerful strike into the distance. Bang! All that was heard was a loud noise and it was washed away. The charging captain's face was extremely grave, and there were already many teams rushing forward to fend off the enemy with their own bodies. He immediately gave the order. All of you come forward at once and follow me down to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Lieutenant Lin, you stay. The flag of our charge squad cannot fall. If we all die, Please continue the legacy of our charge squad. After saying that, the captain immediately rushed out. He had already held the determination of certain death. His alien energy filled his whole body, ready to explode himself at any time. The other members of the team saluted Lin Xiao before they left, and many of them handed Lin Xiao the wills they had prepared in advance, hoping to convey them to their families. A few moments later, only Lin Xiao was left alone in the entire squad. He tucked his hands full of paper seals, clenched his teeth in death, and blood flowed unceasingly from the corners of his mouth, which he had bitten through his own skin, afraid that he would cry out, 2 eyes covered with blood. At this moment, he did not want to consider anything, only want to go to war with this group of brothers who were born into death to kill the enemy, even if the death is no regrets. Too weak. I'm still too weak. Lin Xiao began to complain about himself. He complained that his talent was too low. He complained that his strength was too low. He complained that he was too useless. If I could have strength beyond everything, I would kill all my enemies. Definitely. He slowly fell to his knees, his fists continuously pounding the ground. He didn't dare to look up for fear of witnessing his teammates die in front of his eyes. If only I had the strength. If only I had the strength. Lin Xiao's mouth kept drifting with these words. What would you do if you had the strength? At that moment, the words suddenly rang in his mind, as if inquiring. Lin Xiao didn't seem to notice this vision, but at this moment, the originally blazing heart was a little cold, no longer agitated, as if it was going to fall silent, and as if it was a kind of self-protection. If I have the strength, I will kill all enemies who offend me. If a race is going to bully you, then I will exterminate this race. The person who asked the question seemed to be stuck. At this time, Lin Xiao became unusually cold. He didn't care about everything. All of them were mirrors. At the end of the day, just as that voice was about to disappear, Lin Xiao spoke again. I will kill every enemy that offends us. This time, the coldness was tinged with an extremely faint warmth. Weak and faint, but real. Chapter 36, The World-Shattering Dual SSS-Ranked Alien Talent. One more shift. Lin Xiao opened his eyes again and he realized that many of the people around him were still frowning tightly. Some had very lewd smiles on their faces, and some were screaming in fear. Illusion? Lin Xiao sensed that at that moment his consciousness felt like it had entered some kind of space, but what he had experienced inside was not something he could recall at all at the moment. Gradually, many of the people opened their eyes, and a hint of confusion appeared on their faces. Once everyone had opened their eyes, a voice came from the air once again. The first level of questioning is over. The players whose names are read above may leave. And this is the end of your current tournament. Kai Hush, Sister Rong. Some of the people who say the name don't understand why. Is this eliminated? I haven't even compared them yet. Someone was not convinced. Kai Hush roared to the sky. On what grounds? I haven't even utilized my strength yet. I'm an A-class alien. This voice of his caused the others to rise up as well. They were not convinced that they had prepared for so long, only to be eliminated at the first hurdle. They can't afford to lose this one. Suddenly, an old man approached, his face expressionless. You want to know why you were eliminated, don't you? That's right. I'm not convinced. Kai Hush was arrogant. He was a heavenly pride. How could he be eliminated just like that? Without saying a word, the old man took out a projection screen and cast it into the air. The image was none other than Kai Hush, who was sitting among a group of flower girls, going up and down, hugging them left and right. The image was quite rippling and filled with surliness. This is a true reflection of what you just had inside. Indulging in lust and confusion, having an uncertain mind, and coveting beauty. You don't deserve to be called a heaven's pride. The old man didn't even care about Kai Hush's already reddened expression, denouncing his unbearable behavior. A barrage of verbal abuse had cursed Kai Hush so much that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. Who else is not convinced? The old man looked at the others majestically, and the players who were scanned by him all lowered their heads, their own people knowing their own business. The old man snorted coldly and disappeared. The first level, Ask the Heart, eliminated nearly 100 people, directly eliminating 1/5 of them. Second level, Ask the Spirit. 10 tall instruments appeared in the center of the field. This is the latest awakening detector, which is the latest machine developed by the Manhwa Alien Energy Research Institute, specializing in detecting human alien energy. The rest of the players lined up in order for the second round of talent testing. Suddenly, the second instrument erupted with a dazzling luster. Jiang Ming, SS Great Ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder. At this moment, Jiang Ming was entangled by the powerful electric current. He was fully utilizing the supernatural energy in his body, and the originally bright sky suddenly cut through the wings of lightning. Jiang Ming, who was bathed in thunder, was very powerful and extraordinary, and at this moment, he was the embodiment of thunder. Outside the arena, Jiang Ming's lead tutor Lu Fei burst into open laughter as he pointed in Jiang Ming's direction and kept saying, "This is my southern pride." There were also many media anchors present who turned their cameras to Jiang Ming. Many local channels are broadcasting it, and some similar live broadcast platforms also have a large number of anchors simulcasting the guide. Holy, this teenager is so domineering. SS grade supernormal ability purple heavenly thunder. What a bully. The pop-ups were full of words praising the man's awesomeness. Immediately afterward another instrument erupted with the same blinding light. Ji Xiangnan, SS grade ability emperor. This was a handsome young man, born to be extraordinary. Wherever he went, a group of people would actively follow him, as if he was born to be an emperor. His body was permeated with an imperial aura that was extremely majestic. This was a heavenly pride from the east, and his lead mentor, a woman, nodded in satisfaction outside the arena. Holy, what a powerful kingly aura. Some people were shocked and showed envy. Suddenly, the contestant who was testing on instrument number 4 kept sneezing. It's too cold. The light flickers again. Ice Chinru, SS great ability, frost. Extraordinarily horrifying images. She just stood silently in the distance, like she was isolated from everyone in a big world. She is the ice. She is the extreme cold. Mad Sword's lofty face also smiled as it was his turn. This, goddess. Some netizens are not calm. They look at the ice in a world of ice and snow in the Ice Chinru. The beautiful face, proud curves, is simply a new generation of national goddess. Similarly, there were other places that flickered with a strong, but relatively weaker, light that was the sign of S-class powers. Lin Xiao looked at the brothers testing in front of him. It was his turn next. That player detected that it was an A-rank psychic ability and didn't have much of a reaction in person. After all, it had been tested a long time ago. Lin Xiao was ready to take the field. He was somewhat looking forward to what would happen if both of his dual SSS-ranked psychic talents were detected. It would be pointless to not act like a bee on these occasions. Spinning around, he took a step forward and quietly waited for the instrument to scan him. Suddenly, the entire space became somewhat unstable, and time seemed to slow down at this moment. The place where Lin Xiao was erupted in sky-high splendor as two extremely bold 7-colored rays of light shone throughout the entire space. It is! Several bigwigs on the podium all stood up. They were shocked. It's a 7-colored glow. It's still double sevens. They looked at each other and just felt a little too heavenly. This is the emergence of an unrivaled demon with dual SSS-ranked powers. Zheng Guiqing, who was sitting in the center, was shaken. Even with the appearance of the 3 SS-ranked abnormal awakenings just now, they weren't too thrilled because so many of them would appear every year, but SSS-ranked powers they hadn't seen in a long time, let alone still double SSS-ranked powers, where no man has gone before. Xinli from Dawn University also opened his mouth. He had never seen such a demon. The mad blade outside the field had been confused. As Lin Xiao's mentor, he was aware that Lin Xiao had awakened SSS grade talent, but what he didn't expect was that this kid had awakened too. Are you human? Right now, all the media cameras were focused on Lin Xiao's body. Holy, this dude is dazzling. What's going on? Let a know-it-all explain what's going on. Some kind souls have really explained what these visions really represent. After the explanation, the pop-up exploded. What? Dual SSS ranked powers? You need to stop looking at what you're saying. Asterisk. Seriously? Dual SSS ranked psychic abilities? Isn't it true that a person can only awaken one talent, and I'm only C rank? I'm such a loser. Don't you guys realize that this little brother is very handsome? Really double SSS grade? This is an invincible giant in the universe. Does a giant need a pendant? It's both sweet and colorful. Many of the live broadcasts had blown up, and there were even people already rummaging through Lin Xiao's personal information on major websites. Lin Xiao didn't know that from this moment on, he was completely exposed to the world's gaze. This national broadcast has directly pushed him to an incredible peak zone. Bing Qinru was looking at the radiant teenager in the rest area at the moment, and she wasn't jealous. Instead she was a little bit happy. You should have shone so brightly long ago. Ji Xiangnan similarly looked at the figure, his eyes flickering with golden light. He had his own confidence of dominating the world. Jiang Ming froze. He didn't expect that the guy he looked down on to be so terrifyingly talented. Could it be that buddy I really looked away? He somewhat doubted himself. With such a terrifying talent, it was only logical that the strength should be very strong. Heian District of Beijing, 3rd Middle School. All the students are watching this live at the moment. See that? That's Lin Xiao, my own grandpa. A fat man was yelling loudly with his hands in the air, his voice covering everyone's ears. He was unusually agitated, and the man on the screen was his nemesis. He didn't realize his nemesis was as powerful as this. It looks like the time has come, and it's really time for my aging old man to take a back seat. Principal's office. Principal Chu of the 3rd Middle School also froze, and it took him a long time to catch his breath. Ha. He laughed and blushed. Really, this Lin Xiao had surprised him too much. Dual SSS grade powers? What kind of concept is that? He doesn't know. but he knew that the future of the third middle school would see the emergence of a supreme powerhouse. Chapter 37, The Battered Sorotu. Stage 2, Ask the Spirit is over. All the players are back in the rest area again. The few guest judges on the podium deliberated carefully, and several nodded at the same time. Then a list of names appeared in the void. The huge leaderboard contains all the players in the audience. After finalization, the results of the first 2 stages are out, so everyone can find their place. Lin Xiao looked up at the list. First place, Lin Xiao. Full marks for the first stage. Full marks for the second stage. Second place, Ji Xiangnan. Full marks for the first stage. 95 points for the second stage. Third place, Bing Qinru. Full marks for the first stage. 94 points in the second stage. A lot of people have found their rankings. Ji Xiangnan looked at the rankings on the list. His face was calm, but those who knew him would know that he was extremely unsettled inside at this moment. He was a born emperor, and he would not allow anyone to step on his head. I can't believe I didn't even get in the top 3? Jiang Ming's eyes widened. Which part of the process had gone wrong? And he was in 4th place. In 10 minutes, the third phase will take place. Asking for power. This Inquiring Minds tournament program is divided into 10 groups. Each group decides 5 out of the lineup spots based on the number of victories, and a total of 50 heavenly prides are selected for the final points competition. Lin Xiao was assigned to the 5th group. He looked at Bing Qinru and realized that the other party was in the first group, and Bing Qinru was likewise paying attention to him. The two looked at each other and Lin Xiao smiled, raising his fist in encouragement. Bing Qinru similarly raised her own small hand in an effort to respond. Stage 3, Ask for Power, officially begins. Now it instantly became fiery, with 10 rings clashing fiercely at the same time. Outside the arena the announcer sells out and starts his work. On stage the players are on fire. This tournament has the big boys in the house and they want to show the best out of them. Ring number 5. Lin Xiao vs Ning Tian. Hearing the sound coming from ring 5, many people in the surrounding area gathered their gazes here. All for that teenager. Ning Tian was a bit bitter. He didn't expect his luck to be so backward. The first match he ran into someone who should never be recruited. That's right, Lin Xiao had already been classified as one of the most unprovoked people by them. The ordinary celestial pride. Lin Xiao walked to the side of the ring and looked at his opponent with a slight salute. Game on. Ning Tian immediately took a fighting stance. Even though the end was already doomed, he still had to try. Please. Ning Tian unleashed his psychic ability. The one he had awakened was classed as psychic ability, Blast Wind. After the activation of his supernatural ability, his speed immediately rose by a step, and his entire body was as fast as a gust of wind. Moving at high speeds in the martial arts ring, he kept switching positions, looking for weaknesses in his opponent's body. Lin Xiao stood still. With his Grandmaster level combat skills he discovered his opponent's purpose in an instant. Only his left foot took a step forward and missed a crack. This is it. Seeing that the time was ripe, Ning Tian's speed became even faster, instantly appearing behind Lin Xiao, gathering strength in his hands and launching an attack with force against Lin Xiao's lower crotch. You fell for it. Lin Xiao took a step backward with his right foot, tilted his body slightly, and made a sideways turn, directly dodging the attack while he swung out his own fist. Bang! Ning Tian was directly sent flying, smashing into the field. The match is over. Lin Xiao wins. Expected. There wasn't too much cheering, as if Lin Xiao's win was deserved. However, those who were interested had discovered that Lin Xiao hadn't used his supernormal abilities at all in this match. Ning Tian under the field also had a bitter face. Alas! Lin Xiao's gaze swept toward the other battlefields after he stepped out of the ring. At this moment, there was a teenager standing in ring number 3, with a great aura of aura. Ji Xiangnan. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. He had an impression of this person. There was an introductory sentence in the manual given by Morong Yun. Born to be an emperor. SS great ability, emperor. Emperor? What a domineering name. Only to see Ji Xiangnan did not make any movements at all. Just stood on the ring. Its body emitted if not the emperor's aura. This aura of divine majesty, pressured the opponent did not even dare to move, and in the end, could only admit defeat. Ji Xiangnan wins. After the referee pronounced the sentence, Ji Xiangnan left the ring and returned to his position as if no one else was there. Lots of cameras were following along, and the emperor-like gesture gained a large following on the internet. The game is in full swing. Lin Xiao realized that the opponents he had encountered were all of average strength. Basically they were all players of first-rank strength. This also allowed him to win 10 consecutive victories straight away, locking up the first spot out of ring 5 on the spot. Bing Qinru has won 10 consecutive victories and has successfully made it out of the tournament. There was a clamor coming from ring 1. The Ice Beauty Maiden's hand of cold ice was out of this world, and those who fought against her came up and were frozen into a work of art. She stepped out of the ring lightly. In her eyes these people were a bit weak. The time has come for evening. The top 50 places out of the third stage have appeared. Today's competition session ends here, and the points competition will be held tomorrow morning. The fierce battle came to an end, and those who had succeeded in appearing were overjoyed, while those who had failed hung their heads in despair. Lin Xiao rejoined the army. Mad Knife kept nodding to him. This time we have a total of 7 from the West entering the top 50. Not bad. He was still relatively satisfied, knowing that last year only 3 of them in the West had made it to the top 50, and this year it had more than doubled straight away. Plus, with Lin Xiao as a pervert, he might be able to get first place. Thinking about this, he couldn't wait for Lin Xiao to get first place and find those old friends to chat with. Lin Xiao looked at Bing Qinru who was walking towards him and thought, I watched your match. It was great. Cheer up tomorrow. Thanks. I will. Ice Qinru tensed up a bit. She was startled. Just walking she was thinking in her head about what to say in greeting. Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled as he pointed at himself. Am I scary? No. So how come it feels like you're nervous? I might. Just got a little excited after the game. The more Bing Qinru said, the more nervous she became, and finally simply stopped talking and directly turned around and ran away, leaving the bewildered Lin Xiao in place to doubt his life. He also asked the person next to him, pointing to himself, do I look scary? Amount. All the hotels around here have been chartered by the organizers. Lin Xiao returned to his room. He counted the hours. There's almost more than 10 hours to go before the system is successfully upgraded. There's some anticipation. He washed up briefly and lay down to rest in his bed. The next day, Lin Xiao arrived at the competition site early in the morning. Soon the venue was overcrowded. Will all the players out of the lineup please enter? Today's points tournament draws 1-on-1, plus 1 point for the winner, -1 for the loser, and the top 10 in the final points rankings will be the top 10 players in this tournament in order. I declare the game officially open. All the players started to draw lots in an orderly manner. Lin Xiao looked at his opponent and he raised his eyebrows slightly. His opponent's name was Sarotu, an S-ranked ability darkness, with peak strength at the early second stage. His opponent, Sarotu, similarly scrunched his face. He was even more speechless. How did he let him draw Lin Xiao? Damn it, why is my luck so bad? He was annoyed. With his strength amongst these 50 players he was at least at the upper level. Please invite the 2 players, Lin Xiao and Sarotu, to the stage. Click. The camera on the stage worked immediately, and the lens clearly captured the 2 contestants in it. Gee, I'm really sorry for the guy named Sarotu. Could this be interpreted as the Kryptonian bigot meets the hanging wall? Is it possible that Lin Xiao will lose in the end? Lin Xiao will lose? Brother, do you know the gold content of dual SSS ranked powers? Here you'll find someone who can't see past the double SSS rank. Lin Xiao himself didn't even know that without realizing it. There were already a considerable number of fans who were silently supporting him. Game on. Lin Xiao is still standing in the same place. Sarotu, on the other hand, was filled with gravity. He had seen his opponents fight and understood that his opponent's fighting style was a backhanded one. After scanning carefully, Sarotu became even more uneasy as he realized that in his senses, Lin Xiao was standing there like an ordinary person. It looks like it's all broken. It can't go on like this. He felt a huge pressure every moment, an invisible pressure from his psyche. Darkness descends. He closed his hands together, and his powerful psychic energy surrounded the entire ring, becoming dimly lit. Lin Xiao, from now on, this will be my home ground. Although you're strong, it's impossible for you to defeat me easily. In the night, Sarotu became even more powerful. This was his domain, and after casting Darkness Descent, all of his attributes all increased drastically. He quickly rushed towards Lin Xiao and launched an attack. Lin Xiao couldn't see anything now. The surrounding darkness was silent. Only for a split second, a faint divine light emanated from its eyes, and the original pitch-black field of vision immediately disappeared, replaced by the clear silhouette of Sarotu. Lin Xiao, don't hide if you have the guts. Let's fight head-on. Sarotu kept launching attacks. He was unusually annoyed. By now he couldn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. How could he fight? The alien energy in his body was depleting, and the dark nightfall wouldn't last long. Had to use that one. He immediately clenched his teeth and condensed the few remaining psychic powers in the center of his palm. Lin Xiao, I'll see how you can dodge this move. Death Knight attack. An incomparably huge palm skeleton appeared in the center of its palm, and the ground shook up a bit, and the people outside the arena had no idea what was happening. What's going on? Why is it so dark? Is it stuck? I'm black here too. It's that Sarotu guy's powers. Asterisk. How are we supposed to watch Lin Xiao go on a rampage? Someone's complaining. Lin Xiao stopped and was a bit surprised to see his opponent's attack. This move had to be at the level of the middle of the second stage. This guy called Sarotu still had something. No hiding then. He gently stood in place. His space-time god's eyes flickered slightly, and an invisible spatial barrier appeared. and in the midst of Sorota's vision, he only saw Lin Xiao stop where he was, so naked that he used his body to harden his stance, and became even more enraged. Lin Xiao, you're too arrogant. No more nonsense. He slapped his palm out, enveloping a huge skeletal handprint. Target, Lin Xiao. Boom. In the ring, the black fog faded as Sorota's powers bottomed out, no longer able to hold on to Darkness Falls. At this moment, many people's gazes were dead set on them, wanting to see what was going on. Sorota braced his hands on his legs, gasping for air continuously, and his gaze was dead ahead. The smoke dissipated and a figure slowly appeared in the crowd's field of vision. At this moment, Lin Xiao was unharmed. Not even a bit of dust had touched his body. Sorota's hanging heart finally died, and he laughed, a little miserably. He then lowered his head as if he'd been dealt a huge blow and jumped out of the ring himself. The referee looks over and gives a big hand. Lin Xiao wins. Chapter 38, Heaven's Pride Reincarnation. The game is still in progress on the field. The intensity of today's race was much fiercer than yesterday's, and even popped a number of dark horses. Lin Xiao went to see Bing Qinru's ring while waiting for his opponent. At the same time he realized that there were so many professional camera teams on the scene who were guiding the broadcast without any dead angle. Ice-cold Ru's game is so enjoyable. The one who faced her in this tournament was not a weakling, named Zhang Liang, S-class ability, Infinite Storm, with a strength of the middle of the second stage. This kind of talent is definitely in the upper echelon of current players. His gift can create extreme disasters on a small scale, like a sandstorm in the desert, and is extremely deadly. In the eyes of many players, he could well qualify as a formidable opponent, but at the moment he was very rushed, as there was almost no place for him to land in the entire ring. SS-class powers, are they really that terrifying? He wasn't too happy about it. At the start of the match, he went all out and didn't leave his opponent any room to maneuver, creating several small storms in the ring. The average second-ranked martial artist would have been knocked down long ago. Unexpectedly, the other party was not afraid in the slightest and personally walked to the center of the storm. And then, the picture that made him incomparably surprised appeared, only to see a touch of cold ice condensing from Bing Qinru's feet in all directions. Those storms he created were all frozen into extreme ice storms. Standing in the center of the Bing Qinru was like the Ice Queen descending, sacrosanct and inviolable, with a powerful aura that pressed him to keep backing up. Bing Qinru was like being blessed by the goddess of ice and snow at the moment. She was the son of ice and snow. The cold ice of heaven and earth was used for her and at her beck and call. Some of the staff outside the arena were freezing because they were so close that a thick layer of ice had formed on their lenses. The Ice Queen, she's the real Ice Queen. There were non-stop people shouting and cheering. The young girl's slender body and cold ice already had a huge fan base, plus that overwhelmingly beautiful face. It would only make more people rush to her. It's time to end it. Bing Qinru's light blue eyes flickered slightly, and an even more powerful fluctuation erupted from within her body. Ice World. A brilliant light emitted from the ring space. Zhang Liang secretly said it was not good. He hastily activated his supernatural ability to block it. Unfortunately, it's just useless. The overwhelming cold ice instantly destroyed his defense, icing him into a work of art with his shield. At this point, the referee declared Bing Qinru the winner. Fans outside the arena, including those in major broadcasting rooms, shouted wildly. As she walked down the ring, Bing Qinru spotted Lin Xiao standing on the side and looked at the thumbs up given by Lin Xiao. Made a smile in response as well. This blew up. Asterisk. Dude, the goddess just smiled at me. She's definitely got her eye on me. Dude's about to take off. Asterisk off. Clearly smiling at me. We had fondue together last night. Don't you guys point fingers at my date. She even told me a little bedtime story last night. The pop-ups exploded, and that smile captured the hearts of all the geeks straight away. This was also the first time since Bing Qinru's match that she had shown a smile, which surprised a lot of people who were paying attention to her. Even standing on the podium, Li Long is also noticed. He is the military. Bing Qinru, this doll according to seniority have to call him an uncle. If I remember correctly, this niece has a very introverted personality. Li Long looked like he had discovered a new continent. Lin Xiao walked forward and spoke slightly. You still look even better when you smile. The scene has exploded again. Lin Xiao's words were heard in the ears of quite a few people in the vicinity. Then everyone looked at him. Which big shot was this that dared to speak to the Ice Queen in such a manner? Oh, it's Lin Xiao. That's okay. Ahem. Everyone's turning around again. But the camera doesn't turn around. It gives the whole thing away. Some netizens are blowing up again. What? The absolute heavenly pride Lin Xiao is actually very close to the national goddess Bing Qinru? Shocked. Dual SSS ranked gifted teenagers have a private rendezvous, and I didn't realize that the other party was. On the podium, Li Long stroked his beard, his eyes looking at the two men from time to time, sometimes frowning, sometimes nodding. Grow up. Lin Xiao didn't know that his simple sentence had put him on the gossip headlines again. It was just an opinion he had from the bottom of his heart. Ding Qinru did look good when she smiled. Ding Qinru flashed a touch of shyness, but after all, having grown up in the military, she didn't squirm excessively. In one ring, an aura of royalty filled the air everywhere. A teenager stood in place. He just stood in place, but people didn't dare to look directly at him. Ji Xiangnan, SS-class alien empire. This was his match. He just stood in place, and the aura on his body if nothing else overwhelmed his opponent, not even daring to make a move to resist. There's a feeling of facing the Supreme Emperor. His opponent wasn't very talented. A ranked psychic ability Reverse Shadow. This ability can minimize his presence and make onlookers ignore him without a second thought. Perfect for taking the assassin's line. Now, fate had played a huge joke on him, allowing an assassin to assassinate the Supreme Emperor in the prime of his life. He unleashed his powers, but his opponent's imperial aura left him nowhere to dodge. I admit defeat. He helplessly opened his mouth to admit defeat. Losing to the Emperor was not a shame. The camera once again faces the teenage Emperor. With his lofty stance, subdued figure, and angular features, it gave the impression that he really was a born emperor and should just look down on all beings. Now the people throughout the Dragon Kingdom who were concerned about this competition had even initiated a poll on the internet. Who is the true king of Heaven's Pride? In the end, only 3 names made it out. Lin Xiao, Ji Xiangnan, and Ding Qinru. Ding Qinru had even been labeled a national goddess by these good people, and on the goddess list, she ranked first. Lin Xiao's luck was not too bad. The opponents he encountered in the next few matches were not too strong. He took the win without too much effort. This round of the points competition ends here. The sound carried throughout the game. Then, a list appeared above the canopy once again. A ranked list that synthesized all the results up to this point. Lin Xiao, in first place. Ji Xiangnan, second place. Ding Qinru, third place. Jiang Ming, fourth place. Takashi, 10th place. Gong Sun Qin, 17th place. Li Dan, 50th place. The results of the top 50 had already been announced. Some players looked at their results with a satisfied expression, some with resignation, while others had their eyes fixed in the direction of the others. A ladder appeared at the contest site, with 50 steps from top to bottom, each with a seat. The majestic voice appeared again. Now, proceed to the last session of this Heaven's Pride contest. Heaven's Pride Reincarnation. Everyone has one chance to challenge, and are only allowed to challenge the top-ranked Heavenly Pride until no one challenges them. Now, the faces of those who were still somewhat disappointed once again showed a touch of joy. They still had a chance. There were also some people who looked grave. Many people's strengths were actually not that far apart, and it was possible that a single mistake could determine the winner of the match. Now, please invite all the Celestial Pride to take their seats. From low to high, each player takes the stage in turn. The cameras in the whole arena were frantically filming. This was an exciting picture. The 50 Heavenly Prides in front of them in a sense determined the top level of martial arts in this generation of the Dragon Kingdom. Every player who stepped on the throne of Heaven's Pride only felt endless honor added to their own bodies. This moment, they truly became the Heaven's Pride in the eyes of many people. Ding Qinru stepped on her toes and sat on her third throne, whose feet were underneath the other 47 geniuses, but her gaze never swept a glance, only glancing inadvertently to that extreme peak throne in the sky above her head. Jiang Ming, who was directly below her, was having a hard time at the moment. The first few contestants all had full points, so he didn't think he was inferior to the people above him. Just let the 3 of you be arrogant for a little while longer. Later on, I'll let you know who the true Supreme Heavenly Pride is. He clenched his fists, holding back for just a moment. Ji Xiangnan sat down in his seat. He still looked like an earthly emperor. His deep gaze was looking down on the great mountains and rivers in front of him, and what he stepped on under his feet was his territory. Only this time, there was another person above his head, making him incredibly uncomfortable. Lin Xiao stepped onto the first place throne. He was dressed in white today. His handsome face did not lose to anyone. From the beginning to the end, he faced everything calmly, which impressed all the viewers. This was an unfathomable teenage Heavenly Pride. Lin Xiao had an indescribable feeling in his heart at the moment. This was the first time he had been in the spotlight of millions of people. Somewhat, little cool. Alright, I declare that this Heaven's Pride contest of Heaven's Pride Reincarnation officially begins. In the meantime, a long-lost voice came from Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! The system is being updated. Ding! System upgrade successful. Divine Cultivation System 2.0 at your service. Ding! This system is version 2.0, rewarding the host with an update gift package. Please ask if you accept. Chapter 39 Pole of Ice 0 Degree Snow Lotus. Hearing that long-lost voice in his mind, Lin Xiao got a little excited. System, my dear system, you finally showed up. The system was his most important card in this otherworldly world. the bottom line that allowed him to turn into an invincible powerhouse. He was a little worried that the system would just disappear into thin air with this update. He promised that in the future, no matter how meticulous the system was, he would never diss it again. Ding, the host is not barking. The reason for this system's silence stems from the host's subconscious behavior. Lin Xiao was a bit embarrassed. Ding, is the update bundle accepted? Accepted. Ding, reward the host with a low-level cultivation enhancement card. Good stuff. Lin Xiao saw a crystalline card appear in his consciousness space. System, what category is the lower order in? Ding, back to the host. Under the 4th rank. Well, that means he can just about use it himself right now. His cultivation hasn't changed much during this time. He's still at the early 3rd stage. Keep it for now, and wait until you're at the peak of the middle 3rd stage. Just as Lin Xiao was still figuring out the functions of the new version of the system, the match had already started outside. Li Dan, who was at the bottom of the rankings, launched himself towards the 49th ranked contestant. The two of them were very close in strength. They were both at the peak of the late 1st rank, and they were both Class A abnormal ability awakened. It was a hard-fought match, and in the end, Li Dan caught his opponent in a gap and went all out to blast him out of the ring. Li Dan wins. After winning, Li Dan's ranking came to 49, while the defeated man retreated to the bottom. After resting for a moment, Li Dan continued his attack on 48, but unfortunately, it ultimately fails. His ranking was set at 49. In this Heaven's Pride reincarnation, end battle, all the contestants had brought out all their skills, and the lowly ranked ones wanted to make a last-ditch effort. Under this kind of devotion, the original lower rankings had really changed quite a bit. Many people's rankings had moved forward, and likewise some people had lost the battle. There was occasional commentary from the sidelines, and the professional commentators coupled with a strong team put the game on a high note. The guests on the podium were also observing from time to time, and they were here for another purpose, which was to identify good candidates in advance. There are already a number of excellent seeds who have made an impression on their minds and are just waiting for initial contact after the tournament. Quickly, it's the turn of the 5th ranked player. This person's name is Zhang Ming, S-Class Alien Ability Watch, with a strength that reached the peak of the middle of the 2nd order. In the first few rounds of the tournament, he showed superb strength with both extreme defense and the sharpest attacks. His ability, Watching, was an ability that favored assistance, and could triple the value of his basic attributes for a short period of time after using it. The prerequisite for watchfulness is to be in possession of great strength. That's his psychic gift. At this moment, his expression was a bit gloomy as he looked at the several players above him. Lindsay, pass. The sense of oppression brought about by the dual SSS-ranked powers was too strong. Ji Shangnan. He was silent for a moment and shook his head. That irresistible imperial aura was something he didn't want to experience. Horace Iceberg, 1915 to 1995. American actress. Looking at the only female among the top 3, he thought for a moment and still shook his head. His own powers were inferior to the other party, and he was also somewhat restrained. That only left Jiang Ming, who was ranked above him. He slowly placed his gaze on Jiang Ming's body. Jiang Ming took his opponent's reaction in his eyes. This one called Zhang Ming swept from the top to the bottom. The first 3 looked like he had given up. Then he should give up on me, the one who's stronger than them, he thought as he did. I choose to challenge Jiang Ming. Here we go. The eyes of everyone in the room are focused on this. A top 5 summit showdown. It's going to be very exciting and all the cameras are ready to roll. The commentator is doing a passionate pre-battle warm-up. Jiang Ming's face also slowly sank, and he didn't say a word. Both sides came to the game. Are you looking down on me? A cold sentence came out of Jiang Ming's mouth, and he looked at Zhang Ming with a somewhat gloomy gaze. Zhang Ming didn't react. What did it mean? And this look of him playing dumb made Jiang Ming even more certain that the other party was just looking down on him. His fists clenched tightly. Game on. As soon as the referee's words fell, Zhang Ming was the first to attack, unleashing his supernatural ability, Watch, and his speed instantly increased by several folds. A powerful attack hit Jiang Ming, who was standing in place, without any surprises. After the attack worked, Zhang Ming immediately retreated, ready to look for the next opportunity. Jiang Ming, who had been hit, took a few steps backward. The anger in his heart had reached a peak. Ray, a call from a long time ago. Countless thunderclaps flashed in the sky. Jiang Ming was currently surrounded by countless thunderbolts, and his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. The thunder was still increasing, the lightning in the sky intensified, and a terrifying pressure filled the air. Zhang Ming's expression was extremely grave as he looked at the figure of his opponent. The battlefield at the moment was already covered by countless tiny thunderbolts, and he had already opened up his defense. These thunderbolts were tingling and disturbing him constantly. Ray! Jiang Ming cried out again, and with this sound, a tens of meters thick purple heavenly lightning coalesced in the air above his head. Incredibly scary. Jiang Ming pointed his finger at Zhang Ming. In the midst of the crowd's cries of alarm, the tens of meters thick shocking divine thunder carried the destructive divine punishment and struck at Zhang Ming. Everyone was so dumbfounded that they didn't dare to blink for fear of missing the excitement. Zhang Ming, who had already taken his defense to the extreme, was now completely exposed to this divine thunderbolt, and sensing the terrifying attack, he had already pushed his guard to the limit. His own defense was also at its peak ever. Give it to me. Hang on. Boom. Divine thunder rises up in the sky, and in the midst of this loud explosion, a silhouette was blown away, lying far away on the ground. It's Zhang Ming. Now his face was completely black. His body was covered with traces left by the lightning bombardment, and his original head full of black hair had disappeared. Unusually miserable, spitting blood out of his mouth constantly, he still hadn't defended himself against this shocking divine thunder and regrettably fell. Jiang Ming put away his powers. He let out a light breath. Looking at Zhang Ming, who was spitting blood outside the field, his anger dissipated a bit. Jiang Ming shone. After Jiang Ming rested for a few moments, he revealed an untamed gaze. It's finally my turn. His eyes swept over them one by one, not sparing a single one. Let's start with you. One by one, I'm going to trample all of you under my feet. Only I, Jiang Ming, am the true king of heaven's pride. I want to challenge Bing Qinru. Here comes the main event. Countless people outside the arena had already begun to whoop and holler as this heaven's pride round was about to come to its climactic part. Being named Bing Qinru didn't have much of a reaction and coldly stood up. She had long wanted to beat this guy up. How dare he call Lin Xiao a trash? A coward. The calm gaze hides an icy chill. Both sides came to the game. Game on. Split second. Both of them erupted with powerful supernormal abilities. One side was the divine thunder that ruled over the distant past, and the other side was the spokesperson of extreme ice and cold. The field was polarized, with extremely intense confrontations taking place between each other. It was a struggle between divine thunder and extreme ice, with both men utilizing their strongest moves. Bing Qinru's hands kept waving out. Countless ice cones appeared, and in the world of ice and snow, she was the god that dominated everything. Jiang Ming was equally unwilling to show weakness. The purple heavenly divine thunder represented destruction and possessed the most powerful offense. Countless shocking thunderbolts enveloped his surroundings, each of which was exceptionally powerful. This was a match between two SS-class heavenly prides, and the intensity far exceeded all the previous matches, and each of the other players was extremely stagnant. With this kind of offense, I won't be able to last even one move up there. A heavenly pride bitterly voiced out. They were both heavenly prides, but they were not on the same level. Bing Qinru's complexion grew colder and colder. She was still exploding the supernatural energy in her body. The temperature in the ring dropped again and again, and her ice world gradually took over. Jiang Ming was on the other side of the room, constantly urging divine thunder to attack. He didn't expect this young girl to be so terrifying. The cultivation of the duo was all exposed at the moment, the peak of the late second stage. Ray! Jiang Ming was the first to hold back. His alien energy was about to bottom out if he continued to consume like this, and he was ready to end the fight with a single move. Shocking divine thunder once again coalesced in the sky above. Destructive fluctuations filled the space here, and an ancient call resounded in the sky. Bing Qinru's complexion was also slightly condensed. This move she had just seen. It was very powerful, only to see her hands forming seals. Countless ice flowers appeared in the field, continuously coalescing under her manipulation. A flower bone emanating extreme cold forms in the air. Pole of ice, 0-degree snow lotus. A terrifying flower skeleton was displayed in the eyes of the world, containing a terrifying energy that made people dare not believe. Li Long, who was standing on the podium, revealed a smile. He did not expect this doll to have learned this trick. Go, purple heavenly thunder, do it for me. The two terrifying attacks collided with each other, erupting into powerful fluctuations that formed a storm in the air, constantly tearing each other apart. The two at the center of the storm were pushing their powers with all their might, and both of their faces were turning pale. This attack consumes too much. Their second-level cultivation won't last long. Bing Qinru clenched her teeth. Her eyes were ruthless. Her hands formed a seal again, and the ice lotus unexpectedly bloomed out of a corner. No good. Jiang Ming felt an unstoppable attack, and he immediately made a defense. Boom! Everyone was watching. This match was really too intense. All the live broadcast rooms all exploded. This was simply not the kind of movement that a second-ranked martial artist could fight out. Many third-ranked martial artists in the audience were a bit bitter. They couldn't do it. There were some fourth-ranked martial artists that had a grave expression on their faces because these attacks had already reached the level of the fourth rank. Who won? An inquiry was made. In the ring, as the smoke slowly dissipated, two silhouettes gradually appeared in the crowd's gaze. Bing Qinru was panting heavily at the moment. Just now at the last moment, She had forcefully performed a skill that she had not yet mastered, and at the moment, her breathing was misplaced, and there was blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Ming on the opposite side also revealed his true form. He blocked his hands in front of his chest. Only, a thick layer of ice had already formed on these hands. But, after all, he couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. And then, in the eyes of the crowd, his body collapsed backward. This fight, he lost. Bing Qinru wins. The referee announced the result, and Bing Qinru got her wish to teach this guy who annoyed her a lesson. Took some time off. Bing Qinru recovers from her injuries with the aid of Sai Fong. I want to challenge Ji Shangnan. Everyone cheered again. Just a moment ago, Bing Qinru's appeals on the internet had surpassed Ji Shangnan's and came in second place. Ji Shangnan stood up and walked straight to the top of the ring. You're not bad. On the martial arts stage, Ji Shangnan made an unprecedented remark. It was the first thing he had said so far in the match, and he looked at the stunning girl in front of him with some appreciation. Cut the crap. Ice Qinru didn't want to communicate with him too much. Her supernatural ability was launched with full force, and the world of ice and snow instantly invaded the entire ring. She once again transformed into the Ice Queen. Ji Shangnan looked at the figure and also nodded his head. Nice aura, with the appearance of an empress. This line has made many viewers think. Ji Shangnan was called an emperor by everyone, and at this moment, he was telling a woman that the other party had the appearance of an empress. What did this mean? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Surprisingly, it exploded into a shockingly large melon. Emperor? Empress? What? My brother Xiao has a formidable enemy? Ice Qinru's face grew colder and colder as she continued to launch her attacks. The field had been fully covered by her ice world, leaving only a circle several meters to the south of Ji. But just like that, she was never able to break through. No longer hesitant, pole of ice, 0-degree snow lotus. A demonic flower skeleton appeared overhead, and she didn't want to keep dragging it out. At this moment, Ji Shangnan finally raised his hand, and the endless imperial aura emanated. Bing Qinru, it ends here. As he struck, everyone was taken aback. This was because the cultivation that Ji Shangnan exuded had already reached the early third stage. This battle between the second and the third was already doomed the moment Ji Shangnan exploded his true strength. Ji Xiangnan wins. The referee looked at the weak and powerless Bing Qinru and announced the result of the match. It was a matchup that Ji Shangnan crushed to win, and at this moment, his gaze lifted slightly to the figure sitting at the very top. Lin Xiao, it's your turn. Depends, there's another one if I can. Chapter 40, The True King of Heaven's Pride. Lin Xiao, it's your turn. Ji Shangnan's gaze was majestic, his complexion gazing at the figure standing at the pinnacle. The final is upon us. One was a natural-born emperor, with an imperial aura emanating from his body. One was an unprecedented demon, dominating the number one spot on the Heaven's Pride ranking. As the old saying goes, the king can't see the king. At this moment, the two kings are meeting in this match. Who in the end is the true king of Heaven's Pride? It was a passionate speech being made by the anchor of a certain live broadcasting room, and the more he looked at the screen full of gifts, the more excited he became. The popularity of his live broadcast room also came to its peak value ever, and the number of online viewers was about to break 100 million. Lin Xiao slowly got up under the eyes of everyone, and with an instantaneous movement, appeared on the martial arts ring. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Some people exclaimed in shock. This was the first time they had seen Lin Xiao use his supernatural abilities. Is this instantaneous movement? A question was raised, involving the wonders of space, an absolute divine skill. Ji Shangnan's ever-so-calm face moved slightly. This match was in the limelight, and the bigwigs from the 5 major universities on the podium were all looking here, and they were also very concerned about this match. This Ji Shangnan fellow isn't simple. Zheng Guoqing from Longwu University said softly. He knows some insider information. The energy behind Ji Shangnan is very huge, and he, on the contrary, Lin Xiao, I truly did not expect that this generation would see the emergence of such an unprecedented demon. They already knew all of Lin Xiao's personal information. A senior from the 3rd middle school in Ping'an district. It's really kind of unbelievable that the parents died early and the family was poor. The middle of a stadium. The two kings looked at each other. Lin Xiao's calmness, Ji Xiangnan's composure. The referee also took a deep breath, wondering what kind of a spark the two heavenly prides would have. Game on. The game started with neither team launching their first offense. Ji Shangnan looked at the only person who had overpowered him and sized him up carefully. He was arrogant but not cocky. He was a true celestial pride, and no one knew that he also possessed a grandmaster's level of battle sense. At the moment, he was fully concentrating on finding his opponent's weaknesses and preparing to kill him with a single blow. And as Lin Xiao, who had already reached the zone sure level of consciousness, obviously sensed the other party's intentions, he was also somewhat emotional. Demonic enough indeed. He was able to reach the cleric level. That's because he was hung up. Instead, the other party had reached the master level completely on his own, only one level lower than himself, truly a demon. Looking at the delayed duo in the field, many spectators were a little impatient. What are these two doing? Fight! What's the hurry? The emperor is not in a hurry. The thoughts of such top heavenly prides are not something that can be pondered by mole crickets like you, but quite a few powerful people could vaguely see that something was wrong, and someone explained it. These two heavenly prides are searching for weaknesses in each other's bodies. This is an extremely high level of battle awareness that ordinary people cannot possess without undergoing long-term training. The crowd seemed to understand, but the bull was done anyway. Ji Shangnan observed for half a day, and he finally realized something before speaking. Unexpectedly, you actually possess a master-level battle sense as well. He laughed softly. Not bad for someone who could put himself in second place. Lin Xiao smiled and didn't retort. In that case, let's see it directly underhand. After saying that, an extremely domineering aura spread out as Ji Shangnan's emperor awakened. Endless majesty was added to his body, and a yellow-robed phantom appeared on his body if anything, making him even more sacred and dignified. Is this the true imperial stance? Outside the field, there were already people who were immersed under this kind of pressure, their legs trembling slightly, wanting to kneel down and worship the Supreme Emperor in the distance. It sure is oppressive. Lin Xiao felt silently. He felt that the other party's psychic ability was very powerful, vaguely surpassing the SS grade somewhat. There's something about this opponent. He reached out and gently pointed, and an invisible spatial barrier appeared in front of his body, directly blocking the other party's imperial Dao Qi. The power of space. Ji Shangnan sensed the impenetrable barrier. Then I'll just break it. The Qi of the Emperor's Way overflowed. Ji Shangnan swung his own fists, and under the enhancement of the Qi of the Emperor's Way, he ferociously launched an attack toward the front. Each attack was enough to blow up an early fourth-stage martial artist, and this was his true strength. He's on fire at the moment. Battleground. Each of Ji Shangnan's attacks carried the aura of the Emperor's Way, and a dragon body of the Emperor's Way surrounded his arm. Set. Lin Xiao once again pointed at the time. Ji Shangnan had a sense that the phantom on his body actually had the ability to block time, directly blocking this move of Lin Xiao's time abnormal ability briefly. This also caused Ji Shangnan to stop his attack, and he looked at Lin Xiao with some gravity. That slightly calm figure. Temporal powers? The yellow robe phantom on him was the Emperor's clothes. It did have the ability to block everything, but the stronger the enemy's ability, the more it would consume him to resist it. In just this moment's time, Ji Shangnan had already consumed most of the alien energy in his body. I didn't expect that you would be so powerful. He spoke again, and this time, his words carried a hint of helplessness. I didn't want to do this, but it's the only way to win. Under Lin Zhao's strange gaze, Ji Shangnan took a step forward. Bang! His body erupted with even more terrifying cultivation fluctuations. Breaking! Ji Shangnan had actually broken through to the middle third stage under these circumstances. 17 years old in the middle of the third rank, he was an unabashedly demonic heavenly pride. The audience was abuzz, and the 5 teaching directors on the podium all stood up, stunned by the scene. Terrifying as it is. Terrifying as it is. Young keeps talking. The strength of this kind of heavenly pride itself is far beyond the same class. Ji Shangnan, who has already broken through to the middle of the third order, his hard strength has already reached the peak of the late fourth order. 17 years old, at the peak of the late fourth order. How come all the prideful people in this class are so terrifying? Outside the arena, Ding Qinru was expressionless. She had absolute confidence in Lin Xiao, although Ji Shangnan was very strong, although right now he had broken through his cultivation, but she just had a kind of nameless confidence. Ji Shangnan regained his composure once again after he managed to break through. He really didn't want to use his cultivation to suppress the other party. He sensed that the other party was also at the early stage of the third rank, and still possessed dual SSS level abilities. He really couldn't fight with his previous strength alone, but as an emperor couldn't be defeated. I'm sorry Lin Xiao, I admit that you're strong. You're the strongest one I've met so far. Ji Shangnan spoke very solemnly, showing enough respect for such an equally demonic genius. But it ends here. At this moment, Lin Xiao finally reacted. So that's what it was. So that hint of helplessness just now was this meaning. His expression remained calm, not knowing what he was thinking about. Though that said, the current you is still no match for me, but you're overdoing it with this pretense, and it's irritating me a bit. Lin Xiao looked at Ji Shangnan very seriously. As an aspiring young man of the 21st century, he would not allow anyone to act so 13 in front of him, then also no longer hesitated. In Ji Shangnan's surprised gaze similarly took a step forward. At the same time, he secretly used that cultivation card. Bang! Same picture, same scene. Lin Zhao's body was also transmitting extremely large energy fluctuations at this moment. He had also broken through, even reaching the peak of the middle third stage directly. he's got a smile on his face. Oops, sorry, I think I broke through too much. I'm a little taller than you. The whole room was shocked. The 5 teaching directors on the podium were equally shocked as they looked at Lin Xiao. Someone slapped their thighs really hard. When did it become so easy to break through in cultivation? The guy next to me blew up. If you're going to shoot your own ing leg, shoot mine for what? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiao is bullish. The entire crowd cheered. This was the faulty heavenly pride they embraced. They couldn't stop cheering and roaring. Ji Shangnan was finally not calm anymore. He showed a grave expression. This match was completely beyond his expectations. Feeling Lin Xiao, whose aura was even more powerful than his own, his heart sank a bit. A fierce battle erupted in the arena once again. Ji Shangnan had already utilized his Emperor's Dao Qi to the extreme, and each punch was able to kill a mid-4th ranked powerhouse. On the contrary, Lin Xiao was still standing in place and his fingers kept pointing to and fro. Each click precisely deflects the opponent's attack backward. Lin Xiao, bring out your full strength. Ji Shangnan roared with vigor as he felt that his opponent had not brought out his full strength to face him. As you wish. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiao disappeared in place, instantly appeared at Ji Shangnan's back. Set. The Emperor's clothes flickered slightly, blocking the fixation technique, and Ji Shangnan immediately turned back to prepare to swing his fist to attack. Lin Xiao disappeared again and appeared at his side. The god's eyes condensed slightly, and an invisible space trapped Ji Shangnan. Bang! A punch was thrown and the powerful impact sent Ji Shangnan flying away. Lin Xiao instantly transformed again and appeared in the position below it. Ji Shangnan turned around with great difficulty and blasted out the Emperor's fist. Whoosh! Lin Xiao disappeared again and appeared above it. Bang! Another punch, directly sinking Ji Shangnan, who was still flying in the air, and a huge crater exploded in the tournament ring. Everybody's looking at me like I'm in a daze. Ji Shangnan was unexpectedly crushed mercilessly by Lin Xiao, without the ability to fight back at all. There were peak 4th stage martial artists who looked gloomy. This kind of attack was already enough to threaten them. Was this teenager called Lin Xiao really so terrifying? Cough cough. It wasn't long before Ji Shangnan climbed up with some difficulty. The Emperor's clothes on his body had become a blur. This Emperor's clothes had another function. It could help him withstand general attacks. But even so, he was still beaten by Lin Xiao in this manner. The Emperor's aura slowly weakened, not like the domineering in Boundless at the beginning. He couldn't stop coughing, and the pain coming from his body was nowhere near as bad as the anger inside him. He never thought that one day he would be pushed so far by his contemporaries. His eyes were covered in blood, his 2 hands were clenched in death, and the infinite alien energy in his body slowly converged. Imperial Dragon Fist. The corners of his mouth were bleeding. This move was currently something he could not fully master, and forcing it would most likely injure his origin. But at this moment, he could not care less. In the sky above the ring, an Imperial Chi converged and evolved, and a golden dragon from mythology appeared. Its body was golden, and its powerful aura suppressed all those watching. Ji Shangnan kept activating his supernatural energy, and the golden dragon became more and more solid, and finally coiled above Ji Shangnan's fists. Is this your final blow? Lin Xiao felt this huge energy. This has already reached the 5th level of killing. This Ji Shangnan guy does have something. Come on. Lin Xiao spoke calmly. Ji Shangnan sniffed and his desire to win reached the extreme. Imperial Dragon Fist. This attack seemed to be able to break open the void as the golden dragon roared relentlessly, shaking this space to the point of shattering. The blade of nothingness. Lin Xiao lightly pointed his finger and the void in front of him cracked and countless hidden blades chopped at the golden dragon under his maneuvering. There was a violent collision between the two, and this time, space was literally blown apart, and all the debris on the ground was sucked away by the gravitational force from the depths of the void. The referee outside the arena's complexion changed, and he immediately waved his hand to stabilize the space, not allowing the aftermath to spread. The clock is ticking. The hearts of all were shaking in anticipation of the final result. On the podium, the 5 knowledgeable bigwigs had already been shocked for I don't know how many times. Lin Xiao the son. Lin Xiao the son. Zhang didn't know what he should say. In their perception, they already knew the final result. That's why they were even more shocked. Who won? Everyone waited as the mist in the field faded away. The crowd vaguely saw 2 figures, who were close together, one standing, one half kneeling. Who the hell is it? The figure is becoming clear. At this moment, in the center of the ring, Lin Xiao pointed a single finger toward Ji Shangnan, who was half kneeling in front of him, and right above him there was an invisible blade hovering over Ji Shangnan's head. Lin Xiao said extremely calmly, "You lose." Chapter 41, Second Awakening. I am Lin Xiao. You lose. I lost? I can't believe I'm losing? Ji Shangnan's eyes were a bit disoriented. He half kneeled on the ground. His heart was a bit broken. He somewhat couldn't accept this ending. There was a time when everyone touted themselves as the invincible heavenly pride of this generation, and no one was able to compete with them. and he had always thought so. While, secretly, he was training like crazy to keep that honor in the eyes of the world. He trains when others rest, and doubles up when others train. I thought he would still stand at the top in this battle, proving to the world that he is worthy of Ji Shangnan. Is he a blip? It's not even a flash in the pan. At this moment, he was a bit disheartened, completely unable to notice the slightest movement in the outside world. His will was sinking, his beliefs were collapsing. This defeat shattered the invincible Tao heart he had been harboring all along. The Imperial Dragon aura that used to inspire awe in people is actually showing signs of dissipation. Ji Shangnan, who's calling me? Ji Shangnan, who was sinking into the endless darkness, barely raised his head, and it was the person in front of him. Who is he? Is he the one who beat me? This state of Ji Shangnan caused the 5 people on the podium to say something bad. This is a sign that he's going to go off the deep end and have his Tao heart shattered. Zhang Guoqing was unusually nervous. Any loss of a heavenly pride of Ji Shangnan's tier would be an extremely heavy blow to the entire Dragon Kingdom, not to mention the huge amount of energy behind them. Not good. It looks like the loss of this match really hit him too hard. Aurora University's Kai Rongwan's brow was furrowed. This child's previous road is too smooth, being held too high by everyone. This pass can only rely on his own. Past the promising future, cannot pass. Lin Xiao realized something was wrong. He kept calling out the other party's name. Ji Shangnan. Ji Shangnan's pupils that were full of empty holes looked at Lin Xiao without any emotion, and his miserable face made many viewers feel a little heartbroken as they looked at him. How could the previously glorious emperor of the earth have fallen to this? Ji Shangnan. Lin Xiao's spiritual energy sensed the other party's state at the moment, and his tone suddenly became flat. I thought you were a respectable opponent, but I didn't realize you were as fragile as a piece of paper. Lin Xiao laughed, his words filled with mockery. If you are like this, you don't deserve to be called a heaven's pride. I would regret my earlier move. What a waste. Lin Xiao shook his head again, then turned away from the other party, no longer paying attention to him, and the sharp blade hovering above his head disappeared as well. Ji Shangnan's heart was struggling. He had heard all of Lin Xiao's words word for word. Unworthy of a heavenly pride? Me, Ji Shangnan, I'm not worthy of heaven's pride? Did I let the other guy down? Countless emotions erupted. Ji Shangnan's heart roared. The invincible beliefs lurking in the depths cried out, and the unyielding will burned. Stand. Stop. Lin Xiao seemed as if he hadn't heard and was still walking nonchalantly. I told you to stop. Ji Shangnan's broken body stood up, such as the remnants of the wind, giving the feeling that a gentle breeze will be able to collapse. Lin Xiao stopped but did not turn around. I'm Ji Shangnan. I am the Emperor of the Earth. I'm not defeated yet. The words are gone. The Imperial Dragon Chi that had become thin instantly erupted. Ji Shangnan once again held his head high, and the Emperor that made the crowd worship him looked like he had returned. A brilliant golden sword aura shone in the sky above, and this sword aura unexpectedly possessed an even more powerful aura than the previous golden dragon. Imperial Dragon Sword. This is the second awakening. Zhang was about to lose his footing as he looked at the scene with disbelief. Dull yet firm words. Ji Shangnan unexpectedly awakened for the second time under these circumstances. Second awakening. It's a great opportunity that the awakened can only come across but not seek. It can't directly enhance the awakened's cultivation strength, but it is a thoroughfare to the heavens, and only those who are extremely determined in their path, great perseverance, and great chance can touch it. Every true second awakening is a favorite of heaven and earth. They possess invincible faith, and their thoughts are clear. No, there hasn't been a true second awakening. Zhang spoke again, but it's already touched the edge. It's just a matter of timing. It's just amazing, and this game is really pushing back their perceptions. Ji Shangnan entered a marvelous state at the moment. He felt incomparably relaxed. All those shackles from the past seemed to have all disappeared, and he had never been more relaxed. Lin Xiao, thank you. Ji Shangnan looked very seriously at Lin Xiao, who had his back turned to him. If it wasn't for the other party, he didn't know how long it would take for him to become what he is now. Lin Xiao, this is my strongest move at the moment, regardless of whether I win or lose this battle. I, Ji Shangnan, recognize you. Lin Xiao finally turned around. He was a bit speechless. No, I just taunted you and you broke through? Is there any justice? Is there any law? What the hell is a second awakening? The old man on the podium had such a loud voice he could hear it clearly. However, right now was not the time to think about this, as he showed the same heavenly pride. Good. Then one move will determine the winner. He could sense that the other party wasn't in a good state. It was just that metaphysical state that was holding on strongly. Imperial Dragon Sword. Time and Space Obliteration. Lin Xiao used a move that he had never performed before. Time and Space Obliteration. The transcendent temporal and spatial holy law origin was swaying slightly. The entire ring space was plunged into a tremor. Countless cracks appeared, and it was as if this domain had lost time and space. it became a realm forsaken by the Great Way, unacceptable to all, and unacceptable to all. The powerful Emperor's dragon sword was constantly worn down by this broken spacetime. In the end, it will die with this abandoned space and time. Put. Ji Shangnan once again spewed out a mouthful of blood, but this time he forcefully braced himself and didn't let himself fall down. His dirty hair was shaking as he smiled bitterly. Still losing. I lost. After saying that, he lifted his head and memorized Lin Zhao's figure in his mind to death. Finally, with the help of the staff, they left the competition site. To this point, this Tianjiao contest has come to an end. The true king of heavenly pride was born. He is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. The audience had gone completely crazy. Everyone was shouting frantically. The figure standing in the center of the field. He was the king in everyone's heart. Mad Sword's mouth was already crooked with laughter, and the scar on his face was unusually conspicuous at the moment, sending shivers down one's spine. The teaching directors of the 5 universities looked at each other and all stood up as well, applauding the king of heaven's pride. Bing Qinru stood on the stage and revealed a touching smile. Tabeshi hooked Gong Sun Qin's shoulders and kept waving his arms around. Third middle school. Wang Yi went completely insane. He told everyone that he was Lin Zhao's own grandson and that Lin Xiao was his own grandpa. The laughter in the principal's office hadn't stopped for the past 2 days, and it was close to lifting the roof off the building. In the Fuzhou region, Li Daoran and a group of other people from the guard's office were similarly following the live broadcast, and they were proud of the teenager on the screen from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xiao is standing in the center of the game, feeling the call of the whole crowd, the stirring atmosphere, the countless cameras. He suddenly felt something unreal. System. Ding. Host Am I hallucinating? Ding. The host has temporal divine eyes. Is it an illusion you don't count yourself? Really? Lin Xiao felt the sounds of congratulations coming from all directions. He gently clenched his fists. Everything was so real. Everyone here is real. No one knows his deepest secrets. He had always regarded himself as a passerby, so he didn't care, and even had a hint of indifference deep down in his heart about everything in this world. He is a traveler, so he has an underlying sense of repulsion towards many people. But for a while, he met a lot of people. Li Daoran, Lin Yanran, Wang Yi, Wang Tianming, Tuoba Shi, Sun Xian. Some helped him, some touched him, some even died for him. So true. It shook him up a bit. Shouldn't he be an alien? He saw Tutor Mad giving himself a thumbs up. He saw Tuoba Shi and the others applauding for him, and his eyes detected a smile on Bing Qinru's icy face. He even noticed somewhere that a woman, who had embarrassed him quite a bit, was watching himself, feeling the warmth around him again. A subtle shift finally occurred within his cold heart, followed by, under the gaze of the crowd, he once again ascended to the throne of the very top. After that, I'm Lin Xiao. Chapter 42, Lin Yao Tian. The name Lin Xiao has stuck in the minds of many young people. This national broadcast introduced everyone to him. Some personal information about him has also been revealed by people who are interested in the matter, and people have been praising him even more after seeing it. Everyone thought that this young man would be the hidden pride of some powerful family, but the reality is that he was just born into an ordinary family and his parents also died unexpectedly. Some even exclaimed, "Raise your children like Lin Xiao." At this time, their children began to retort, "Old man, could it be that you want to go to the ground early too?" The process was unexpected, but the ending was meant to be, and all such children had a successful childhood. There's a lot more to this fight than that. Because of Ji Shangnan, there were a lot of big names from the imperial capital who would be concerned about this session of the competition, and Lin Xiao, the teenager, had completely walked into the middle of their field of vision. Minister Jiang of the Meteorological Bureau was sitting in his office, a smile on his lips. "But I informed you a long time ago. Don't blame me for not reminding you." The room was empty, and I don't know who I was talking to. Inside the plane room, an old man was constantly flipping through papers, when someone suddenly knocked on the door and delivered a message. The old man nodded after reading it and continued to flip through the papers in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking and no one dared to guess too much, for he is the chief of the Dragon Kingdom in this day and age. Reaction was strong from all sides, especially from the directors of instruction at the 5 largest colleges. After announcing the results of the match, the 5 directors of the academy came to Lin Zhao's body at the same time, and each of them was a little red in the face. Obviously, they've argued vehemently about it all this time. Zhang Guoqing was the first to speak. "Lin Xiao, this is your reward for being the first place winner of this Heaven's Pride competition." In his hand, he took out a storage ring. Inside, there is an S-ranked martial art, 10 awakening stones, and at the same time, we've hit $10 million in prize money to your personal account. What a great reward. Just one S-ranked martial arts skill alone was unattainable on the market. What's the awakening stone for? Think it should be good. And $10 million. That's real money. Lin Xiao was a little surprised inside. The other four, however, were black-faced, obviously not expecting this old man to be so inappropriate. Having agreed to open their mouths together, Lin Xiao received the storage ring with both hands and kept expressing his gratitude. Then looking at the 5 big shots in front of him, he became puzzled. May I ask the leader, is there anything else? Lin Xiao. It's like this Kai Rongguan from Aurora University spoke decisively. Speaking of which, we're still very much destined for each other. Lin Xiao, do you know the origin of that Aurora Tower in the Heaven's Pride training camp you're in? The student doesn't know. I'm from Aurora University, which also shares the word Aurora, and this Aurora Tower was made by none other than our school. He had a proud look on his face. This scene gave a few other people to watch have inwardly cursed an old undead. Just know how to pretend. Lin Xiao expressed shock, but was still a bit puzzled. Leader, my name is Kai Rongguan. No need to call me leader. Just call me Tutor Kai. Old man Kai. You've gone too far. The others couldn't help themselves. Calling on the mentor here? What? Do you want to directly abduct people like this? Treating them as if they don't exist? And then the 5 of you said something. Lin Xiao also understood the intention of the several great leaders, whose purpose was to hope that he could consider their family more when applying to universities. A few, several tutors. The student has not thought that far ahead at the moment. The thoughts of all the tutors have been received by the student, and will definitely consider them carefully. Lin Xiao really didn't think that much. He had only been in his first year of high school for less than half a year. Several of the mentors expressed their understanding that they were only supposed to make a good impression with this early contact. At this time, Li Long from the Military Martial University suddenly said, "Kid, you're very good. I'm optimistic about you." After he finished speaking, he even scowled at Lin Xiao, causing Lin Xiao to be puzzled and even a little frightened. The other contestants also got their due rewards, and the contest was considered to have come to a successful end. Lin Xiao bid farewell to a few tutors and then prepared to follow Tutor Mad's troop back to the Heaven's Pride training camp, only to be suddenly blocked by a woman halfway there. This person is none other than Lin Yanran. She had been secretly paying attention somewhere during the time of the match, and it was clear that Lin Xiao's performance had satisfied her greatly. Ready to go back? Lin Xiao didn't dare to raise his head. Yes, follow me first. Student. Yes, just like that. Lin Xiao was once again taken away by Lin Yanran, and the mad sword had long since left the place in an orderly manner with the rest of the students. He had gotten the message and was not prepared to wait for that brat Lin Xiao. Bing Qinru was still a bit puzzled and asked him, "Tutor Mad, isn't Lin Xiao going back with us?" Mad Sword laughed lightly. "No need. That kid's treatment is much better than ours." At this time, Lin Xiao was again like when he came to be carried in the air by Lin Yanran. Originally he still wanted to feel the angel's embrace again. Only this time it didn't work and was stopped by Yanran Lin, and inexplicably asked, "You seem to be on good terms with Bing Qinru." This left him, a 2-time virgin, at a loss for words, and he could only say truthfully, "It's not bad. That girl just looks high and mighty on the outside, but she's actually still very innocent on the inside." Yo, that's quite a deep understanding. Commissioner Lin, where are we planning to go? Count your kid lucky. I'll take you to meet someone. Here too. There was no more conversation between the two sides along the way. Lin Xiao felt an inexplicable coldness, not knowing if it was because the speed was too fast and the cold wind hit his body. Before long, the two came to a house. Lin Yanran pointed to this room and gestured for Lin Xiao to go in. Lin Xiao stood still and scowled for a moment, which made Lin Yanran furious. "What? Are you worried that I'll plot against you?" Her face was calm. Only the tone of her voice made Lin Xiao a little weak. No longer hesitating, Lin Xiao walked in. Men aren't any good. Lin Yanran stood outside, complaining to the air in a somewhat adorable manner. On the premises, Lin Xiao walked in and found that this place was very ordinary. Just an ordinary person's house with a burning stove, a bed and couch, a broom, and an old man. An old man? Lin Xiao looked at the old man sitting in front of the fireplace to warm himself with some suspicion because in his perception, it was empty, but his eyes clearly saw an old man sitting there. "Coming? Feel free to sit down." The old man did not turn around and pointed to a wooden bench beside himself, signaling Lin Xiao to sit down. Lin Xiao slowly walked forward and sat down. The house was calm again. An old man and a young woman sat quietly in front of the fire, and all seemed so ordinary. It was not until the fireplace burned out that the old man slowly withdrew his hands and turned to look at Lin Xiao. What kind of eyes were those? Cloudy with clarity. Dark and extremely bright. Rather, I've kept you waiting, and I've wasted a lot of time accompanying the old man. Not really, the student has benefited a lot. Lin Xiao shook his head and said seriously. Oh, the old man came to be interested and inquired. Ever since the student stepped in he realized that everything within this space is ordinary. And you, old man, the student dares to say that you are a truly great person. A person as astounding as you, yet you can still be so and return to the ordinary. This is teaching the student to always keep his heart and not be bothered by external things. Lin Xiao spoke in detail. He was really feeling it. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being the king of heaven's pride. The old man laughed upon hearing this. He was indeed surprised. So do you want to know who I am? The old man pointed to himself. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment. I am honored that you look up to the student. The student has the audacity to ask which lord you are. My name is Lin Yaotian. Chapter 43, Returning to the Heaven's Pride Training Camp. Never heard of, but it sounds like it should be awesome. Lin Xiao was indifferent. He wanted to act like he was surprised, but it was inevitable that he would be a bit rushed and put off in front of such a big shot. He still had to leave some good impression on his first meeting. Lin Yaotian doesn't have a big stance. I don't think you've heard of the old man's name. Lin Xiao was a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. You don't have to be nervous. Today I invited you simply to meet the current generation's heaven's pride. Lin Yaotian was very amiable. His left hand gently waved. A teapot and 2 teacups appeared out of thin air. I don't know when the tea has been made. Lin Yaotian raised the teacup in front of him and gestured towards Lin Xiao. Little friend, please have some tea. Lin Xiao picked up his teacup, and the light fragrance. Please, finish a drink in one go. The tea enters the mouth. Slightly bitter, then sweet. Lin Xiao was just about to praise a good tea when he realized that his consciousness seemed to have come to a strange space. The flow of time here is somewhat abnormal, and the space is somewhat mysterious, as if invisible rules pervade it. He sensed that the temporal sacred Dharma origin in his body was stirring, while the temporal God's eye was also slightly glowing. Without being able to think too much, this consciousness of Lin Xiao immediately sat down in the middle of this mysterious void, silently sensing the mysteries of time and space. It's like a long time ago. It's like a snap of the fingers. Lin Xiao's consciousness slowly returned to his body. Opening his eyes, the divine luster flickered. He immediately clasped his hands together. Many thanks, Elder Lin. At this moment, how could he still not know that the cup of tea just now was definitely a treasure of immense value? Your enlightenment is quite good. Lin Yaotian accepted the gift. Afterward, a handbook appeared in his hand once again and handed it to Lin Xiao. Inside here is the old man's feelings about space and time that I've been groping for most of my life, but it's destined to be with you, so you can take it back and refer to it. Lin Xiao is a little shaken, raising his head with an extremely surprised expression. He asked in disbelief, Elder Lin, what is the student's virtue and ability? You and I are from the same origin. Old man, I see you are also very agreeable. So that's it. After saying that, Lin Yaotian gently waved his left hand. Lin Xiao felt as if he had been thrown through the air by a large invisible hand. Looking again, the person had already left that house and appeared outside, and he still wanted to walk up, but he realized that the house that had appeared in front of him had disappeared. On the side, Lin Yanran hadn't left yet. She walked up and shook her hand. Don't look, you won't find it. Let's go. Lin Xiao couldn't help but inquire. Director Lin, who exactly is that old senior Lin? He looked at the handwritten journal in his hand, his mind still recalling the image he had just seen, and that sentence about you and I coming from the same origin surprised him a little. Could it be that senior's innate supernatural ability was also a temporal attribute? A trace of pride surfaced on Lin Yanran's face. He's how can I put it? It's a great old man. Big sister, you're saying the same thing you're not saying. I know he's good. Lin Xiao was speechless. That wasn't what he was asking about. Why? What do you mean? What's that look in your eyes? Lin Yanran raised her own fist, her tone slightly cold. No, the student doesn't dare. Lin Xiao immediately surrendered. Wait, I can't beat you now. I'll hold back. I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Lin Xiao secretly made some sort of determination. His gaze inadvertently looked at Lin Yanran's side. It was very curvy. It must feel very good in his hand. Well, since you already know his name, just ask around. Lin Yanran didn't say Lin Yaotian's true identity in the end. One more thing. The reward for the mission that was promised. I've already had it punched into your bracelet. Lin Xiao was delighted. This was 5,000 points. You can stay in the secret realm for a long time. And this is what the governor of Fuzhou district entrusted me to give you as a reward for your full assistance last time. Lin Yanyan once again took out a storage ring. Well, it's all coming together. Lin Xiao has already gotten too many good things today. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were on the verge of being suppressed. He immediately took the ring into his hand and hid it, which made Lin Yanyan look a little toothy. Collecting in such a hurry. What? Afraid I'll rob you? Injustice. It's a real injustice. Lin Xiao just acted instinctively. He didn't think of this aspect at all. For Lin Yanran, Lin Xiao recognized the other party from the bottom of his heart, and this first time extremely good-looking imperial sister. Her appearance and figure were still secondary. The most important thing was that when she stood in front of her despite the danger and let herself run, it made Lin Xiao very touched. Injustice, ah! The student has never thought about it like this. In the student's eyes, a person like Commissioner Lin would never dare to recklessly guess. Lin Xiao spread his hands out, indicating that he was very wronged. Oh, a character like me? Then tell me, what exactly is a character like me like? Lin Yanran immediately became interested. Lin Xiao suddenly had two big heads. What's wrong with this woman today? Why does she feel so out of sorts? Speak up, or I'll assume you're on the defensive. Lin Yanran was still on the offense. Lin Xiao's heart crossed at that moment. Big deal. I'll cross over again, only to see his face immediately gentle. Then the student will dare to express the image of Director Lin in his mind. And I hope that Director Lin will not be offended. At first sight, dignified and generous. Behavior and demeanor is also everyone's style. See you again. Surprised by the heavenly women, chest like a valley. At this moment, when I look back again, when the human fairy, rare on earth, Lin Xiao's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't skip a beat as he opened his mouth. On the contrary, it was Yanran Lin. A touch of pinkness gradually surfaced on her face as she slightly glanced her face away and grunted from the corner of her mouth. Oomph, oily, but the tone of her voice revealed her joy. Alright, I'll let you go today. Let's go. Whoosh! Lin Xiao was once again carried by her and flew into the distance. This time, Lin Xiao threw himself into the angel's embrace as he wished, and his face was deeply buried in the tenderness of the countryside. Lin Yanran's body smelled very good. The natural body fragrance of women was also slightly mixed with a wisp of light fragrance, so that Lin Xiao was very on the head. His cheek was zeroed in between the peaks, and he was content to breathe in the clouds and mist that surrounded the mountains. Lin Yanran tried hard to calm her inner unrest and not let her chest fall too much, but her cheeks were already covered in blush. A woman's tenderness, or just for one person. Here it is. In the sky above the Western Heavens Pride training camp, Lin Yanran stood above the void, and Lin Xiao in his arms loosely released his arms. He actually felt that he was not in a hurry to come back yet. Don't give me an inch. Hurry up and get down. Lin Yanran suddenly picked up Lin Xiao and kicked him in the buttocks, sending him straight down through the air. 10,000 grass nymphs floated by in Lin Xiao's heart as he reaffirmed his earlier thoughts. When he was strong, he would make sure Lin Yanran looked good. When he was about to smash into the ground, the alien energy within Lin Xiao's body quickly activated and an invisible spatial support held himself up and successfully landed. He briefly straightened himself out, raised his head and cupped his fists. Many thanks to Director Lin for seeing me all the way. The student will take his leave first. After saying that, Lin Xiao took a big step forward without looking back, fearing that the other party would make a mess again. Standing on the void, Lin Yanran's pair of beautiful eyes looked at that back, her small nose gently sniffing, feeling the scent left on her body, not knowing what she was thinking. Lin Xiao steps through the door of the Heaven's Pride training camp. I'm back. Chapter 44, The Space of the Endless Way of the World. Lin Xiao is back. This news quickly spread throughout the entire Heaven's Pride training camp. Everyone wanted to meet this king of celestial pride, to witness the other party and convey their worship. Many of them did not go to the scene to watch, but also heard a lot of wind, coupled with the crazy circulation of various videos on the internet. Lin Xiao, the freshman who had already impressed them, became even more mysterious and unpredictable. The first in the Heaven's Pride contest for domination. In the past, they didn't dare to think that at least the strongest of their 2 sessions had barely made it into the top 10 this way. When Lin Xiao didn't come to the monthly competition, I thought he was afraid, but I didn't expect the clown to be myself. There were quite a few people who regretted not being there. This kind of hegemony between supreme prides was not something that could be seen so easily, and those who went were somewhat inexplicably proud of themselves, and they spouted fragrant words, describing the scene in an extremely grandiose manner, which might later become an important experience in their life resumes. I'm a senior brother from the same class as Lin Xiao. That year, senior brother Lin Xiao made a big splash on the stage, and some of the older students were silent. On a peak at the end of the world, Lei Zhenzi silently looked at the sky. He didn't expect that he would run into this kind of heavenly pride that suppressed the era. He had once participated in the Heaven's Pride competition as well, and that time he had fought with everything he had just to reach the 10th place. Only he knew how sick the person in front of him was, especially the one at the top of the list is extremely powerful. The gold content of the Heaven's Pride competition is still quite okay. Basically, in addition to the imperial capital, has included all the Heaven's Pride of the entire Dragon Kingdom. To be able to take the lead amongst so many geniuses, this kind of character was by no means comparable to him. Lei Zhenzi, Lin Xiao. The first time Lin Xiao came back, he was called over by Tutor Mad, saying that there was something good waiting for him. What else does that say? Lin Xiao ran over without a minute's rest. Hello mentors. Inside the room, Lin Xiao looked at the 3 tutors in front of him politely. Xiao Maniac, who was sitting at the first place, was smiling. There's no need to be courteous. Student Lin Xiao. This time you've won a great honor for our entire Western Heavens Pride training camp. The Wild Blade and Xia Qingtian on the side nodded their heads in agreement. Their Western Heavens Pride training camp hadn't had a student get the King of Heaven's Pride for many years. Mentor overpraised. This is what a student should do. Lin Xiao was unassuming and still stood in place. Xiao Maniac was a bit wan when he saw this, and he looked to the side and nodded to the Mad Sword. Mad Blade also grinned. Lin boy, I didn't see you being this well behaved when you were competing. After saying that, he also walked up and reached out to pound Lin Xiao's chest. Good boy. His strength has gotten a lot stronger again. The blows from the 6th ranked powerhouse caused Lin Xiao to grimace a bit. Mentor, take it easy. It hurts. You brat, don't pretend in front of me. Nah, this is the gift we specially prepared for you this time when you won the King of Heaven's Pride. An S-grade martial skill. In addition, we also gave you 5,000 points. You kid is lucky. The original reward was 3,000 points. It was Lord Xiao Maniac who added 2,000 to you out of his own pocket. Hearing this, Lin Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to receive the martial art, while expressing his gratitude once again to instructor Xiao Maniac in front of him. This is what you deserve. Xiao Maniac waved his hand. This kind of heavenly pride was completely worthy of his investment. What's next? The time of the Tianjiao training camp has almost passed half. Lin Xiao came here to enhance his strength in addition to a task. When he bet with the principal to get the first thing he did not forget, that is 3,000 W. The student is ready to sink his teeth into cultivation and has recently discovered many shortcomings. Lin Xiao said seriously. Through this great competition, he discovered a very serious problem. That is, his manipulation of his own natural supernormal ability was a little too weak. In this grand competition, although many of the players were not as strong as him, they had indeed taught him a lesson in the extent of the use of their natural supernormal capabilities, especially Ji Xiangnan. This demonic heavenly pride he had encountered. Lin Xiao felt that if he didn't have the added power of the system, he wouldn't even be qualified to fight against such a demon. Right now, if he wanted to go on to the true pinnacle, he would have to improve himself in all aspects. Well, no arrogance. Very good. Xiao Maniac nodded his head in a very pleased manner. As an unprecedented genius, it's rare for him to keep his heart without arrogance or impatience. If you encounter any problems during your cultivation, you can come to us at any time. The student understands. Then if there is nothing else, the student will take his leave first. Go on. Lin Xiao bid farewell to the 3 tutors one by one and left the place. What a rare genius. Xia Qingtian sighed with emotion. He had to say that Lin Xiao was the one among the students he had taught that had saved him the most and made him the most proud. After Lin Xiao left, he quickly ran to his room. He got a lot of good stuff on this trip. That's a lot of points alone. A full 11,400 points. Director Lin and the training camp had each rewarded themselves with 5,000. And with the original 1,014 left, it was enough for them to enter the secret realm and cultivate for a long time. And then martial arts. Lin Xiao took out 2 martial arts, both of which were S-ranked martial arts and were of great value. S-class martial art fist breaks the vault. Those who cultivate it to its full completion will shake the heavens and earth with their bodies and break the vault with their fists. The synopsis of this martial art was very short, but just these few short words made Lin Xiao subconsciously feel boundless toughness that originated from the deep potential of the human body, developing the human body's potential and shattering everything with both fists. So fierce. Another book. S-class martial art Soul Needle. This was a martial art about spiritual power, and an S-rank spiritual martial art was much more precious than other martial arts of the same level. This martial skill was specially prepared for Lin Xiao by the training camp. Originally only 4th rank martial artists could cultivate it because it involved spiritual outward expression, which was something that only 4th rank could do, but they all saw Lin Xiao's progress, and his cultivation speed could be described as terrifying. This is good too. Lin Xiao hadn't been putting too much thought into this piece of mental strength, relying purely on the system to add points to get to his current level, and since the last time, his mental mind had been nurturing something. This martial art was also considered to make up for one of his shortcomings in mental attacks, right? There's no need to look at the money if there's still some left. We'll just exchange it all for cultivation points later. System. Ding. Host I am. Open the personal panel. Ding. The personal panel has opened. Name, Lin Xiao. Sex, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade alien spacetime. Super SSS grade spacetime holy law origin. Awakening level 14. 7%. Time and space God's eyes, 10 great God's eyes of the heavens. Awakening level 13. 8%. Level, peak of middle 3rd stage. Blood aura, 12. 345, 2 rookie. Bro D. Still need to practice. Mental power, 1. 199 points, come on. You'll catch up with the blind soon enough. Technique, Void Sutra, introductory. Martial art, Blade of Void, peak of minor accomplishment. The Eye of the Gods. Auxiliary sense, patriarchal combat skills. Grandmaster level formation master. Kung Fu idea, introductory, cultivation points, 0 inch, ding, it is detected that the host can redeem 40W of cultivation points, whether to redeem them or not. Redemption, ding, exchange successful. System, what's that thing you said about endless space? Ding, that's the Huanyu endless avenue space. Ah yes, that's it. What is it? Ding, the Huanyu endless avenue space is a new mysterious space added after this system upgrade. Within this space, the host can designate any genius within the Huanyu endless space and time to practice against by consuming cultivation points, and the time flow rate within the avenue space is 1 to 100. That means I can pay to designate any genius to train with me, right? Ding, the host is so smart. He's gotten a lot more enlightened after not seeing you for a few days. Lin Xiao was silent. He didn't know why the system of his was so indebted. Only, this Huanyu endless avenue space was really a good thing. He could have practiced against any of the geniuses. System, any genius will do? Ding, this system has specialized in being a system for many years, and it is fair game, as long as you, the host, can afford the price. It's this Huanyu avenue that the system can pull over for you. When these words came out, in the endless space and time deep in the starry sky, a great terror vaguely shook, and the infinite nebulae suffered an unmitigated calamity. System, pull a guy named Yifan over to me to spar with me. Ding, the system has received the host's demand, and this time, the designated genius object is the age of the end, Yifan. Consume 10W cultivation points. Ding, the universe's endless avenue time and space has been opened. The host can exit at any time. At this moment, Lin Xiao arrived at a mysterious space, and possessing the gift of time and space, he immediately noticed that the flow of time in this space was very wrong. What a profound law of time. A figure appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Yi Fan. Lin Xiao looked at this youth and at a glance, he recognized that the other party was that Yi Tiandi who resounded through the heavens and earth, rather worthy of being a future heavenly emperor. With such an aura, one simply doesn't dare to look directly at him. Yi Fan, who had been summoned by the system, was comparable to Lin Xiao in terms of strength, but the other party's physical body was indeed extremely powerful, and the oppression in his aura put Lin Xiao under pressure. Come on, future heavenly emperor, let me, Lin Xiao, see how strong you really are. Bang, boom, two people had a shocking battle at this place. One was a future heavenly emperor, and the other was the unprecedented king of heaven's pride in this realm, fighting frantically within this hidden space. Lin Xiao was beaten back. It was too strong. No matter which way it went, he felt like he was being crushed. System, what period of Yifan is this? How come it's so terrifying? Ding, the combined strength of each object summoned here is set at a stage that exceeds the host by 1 to 2 tiers. Regardless of period, the host only needs to keep breaking through his limits. There is no need to worry about the danger of death in this space. The host can wave to his heart's content. System U. Lin Xiao had the urge to curse. What do you mean? You want him to die more often? At this moment, Yi Fan attacked again, his fist constantly waving in the air. This was the Six Paths reincarnation fist. With one punch, he directly blew up Lin Xiao's entire body. Not long after, Lin Xiao reappeared. He stared at his own eyes. The feeling of death just now, but it was exceptionally real, causing a trace of fear to arise in his heart. Yi Fan was like a tireless machine that kept attacking and killing Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao could only force himself to defend, and if he wasn't careful, he was violently killed again, resurrected again. His mind was a bit unable to carry him. How to play this? Ding, host, surpassing the limits is the only way to create miracles. Beyond the limits? Lin Xiao kept defending. Each attack that hit his body brought no small amount of damage. Each corpse made his heart grow colder. No, maybe it was fear. Or maybe it was fearlessness. Asterisk. What a bull asterisk. Heavenly Emperor, come die for me. With a roar, Lin Xiao completely put down his defense. He disregarded the kind of fear that death brought and gave up all means of defense. At this moment, he only wanted to use his best to score a point with the guy in front of him. Ka-ching! It was as if an invisible shackle broke in his body, and Lin Xiao's physical body underwent certain changes as his mind became permeable and fearless. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. Put. Chapter 45, 20,000 blood gas value. It's getting dark. At this time, the space of the endless avenues of the universe. Lin Xiao was panting. He didn't know how long he had been fighting or how many times he had died. All he knows is that after countless deaths, countless beatings, countless new lives, now he can go undefeated. His body was undergoing marvelous changes every moment. His will was much stronger, and his pupils flickered with powerful confidence in the depths. At this moment, he was still blasting away at Yifan, but he was no longer as fragile as he was in the beginning. Like two equal opponents, if they could, they would probably fight like this until the end of time. System, it's ready. Lin Xiao stopped the current sparring session because his opponent was no longer a threat to him at this stage. Ding! Universe space is closing. In an instant, Lin Xiao came back to reality again and he looked at the dark sky outside. System, in terms of time, how long have I passed in space? Ding! The length of this adventure is 88 days. The host has died a total of 1,754 times, and the limit has been broken twice. Lin Xiao nodded, not surprised by this. 88 days, he had been beaten to death a total of 1,754 times. He kinda admired himself for not going crazy. Only, this kind of reckless training brings considerable results. Lin Xiao could feel the changes in himself. It was no exaggeration to say that his current strength was still at the peak of the middle third stage, but he was completely capable of solving yesterday's self with a single move. He realized that in the past, he had used both his psychic abilities and his physical body a little too roughly, and it was a complete waste. I have to get some rest. After a long period of mental strain, he was now extremely tired and had to get a good night's sleep before he could do so. Not being able to care about anything, he just fell straight into the bed and fell asleep for a second. 2 days have passed since I slept. That afternoon, the confused Lin Xiao was woken up by a knock on the door. He stretched out. It had been a good night's sleep. Who? Yes, it's me, Bing Qinru. Lin Xiao didn't disturb you, right? A woman's voice came from outside the door, fine and soft, which made Lin Xiao, who had just woken up, instantly come to a certain feeling. Woke up in a flash. He quickly pushed that thought down and calmed down a bit before getting up and opening the door. It's you? Can I help you? Today's Bing Qinru was wearing a very simple, light blue dress, fresh and attractive. Well, Lin Xiao, I want to ask you for something. Ice Sinju mustered up the courage. Oh, what is it? I want to ask you to guide me. After saying that, Bing Qinru looked at Lin Xiao's face, fearing that the other party would reject her. Oh, that's it. That's fine. How big a matter? As long as it is not alone, everything is fine. Lin Xiao does not think so. You promise? Bing Qinru said with some surprise. Well, small matter. We're not friends. Lin Xiao nodded, just in time, accompanying the girl to practice for a while before making a trip to the secret realm. Then you go to my place. After saying that, Bing Qinru's face flushed slightly and turned her head to run all the way, still turning back from time to call out to Lin Xiao to walk faster. The two of them came to a training room. That's a nice training room you've got here. Where did you get it? Lin Xiao looked around. There was a lot of space. It was very private. It was really nice. This is what I requested from my mentor when I won first place at the monthly competition. If you were there then, first place would definitely be yours. After saying that, Bing Qinru looked at Lin Xiao with great certainty. She felt that there was a huge gap between herself and Lin Xiao. In order to shorten the gap between the two, she came up with this solution. At this time, she had already changed into a new outfit, specifically for use during training, which was very tight and illustrated her alluring curves perfectly. Lin Xiao, please drill me hard later. Bing Qinru, wearing a tight clothing, quietly stood in place, the dim light with her delicate body. The sudden words to Lin Xiao Hole will not be, well, I'll be sure to. You, Nima, what kind of tiger and wolf word is that? Ice Qinru didn't think much of anything else, and her whole body began to glow with a faint blue light. The ice and snow ability was activated, and the entire training room instantly entered the world of ice and snow. Lin Xiao didn't think anymore and began to give serious instructions. No, it's moving too slow. The power grip is off. What are you doing? Where did the brain go? Why did you leave me with such a big break? Are you busty? Is that how powers work? Lin Xiao kept pointing out the opponent's problem areas, and after the exercise of the Huan Yu Endless Avenue space, at the moment he seemed very relaxed and at ease facing Bing Qinru's attacks. Because of the guidance, it is inevitable that physical collisions will occur between each other, and Lin Xiao will often touch some private parts. Plus the strength of the shot is not considered light. It made Bing Qinru's whole body bad, a burst of red and white. Soon, she was drenched in sweat, while on the contrary, Lin Xiao had a relaxed look on his face. Such a little bit of intensity was too easy for him. He'd probably forgotten what it was like to feel 88 days, 1,754 times. Another few hours had passed, and at this time, Bing Qinru's entire body had been wet with sweat, and some indescribable zones could be seen vaguely. She collapsed to the ground in vain exhaustion. Lin Xiao, I can't anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao also stopped his hand movements as he gently walked up and asked, is everything alright? It's okay, Lin Xiao, you're really powerful. I have no room to resist. I really can't. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Why did that sound so strange? Get some rest then. That's all for today. I'm off. Oh yeah, there's no need to look for me lately. I'm going to go to the secret realm to cultivate for a while. Bing Qinru lay on the ground, contented, as she nodded. Thank you, Lin Xiao. It's okay, We're friends. Bing Qianru's heart was happy. Well, we are friends. After leaving the cultivation room, Lin Xiao walked in the direction of the secret realm, and this time he chose the Blood Chi Desert. It's a straight shot to pay a month's worth of points. Oh yo, this is really a desert of blood breath. Within the illusionary territory, Lin Xiao felt the desert full of blood chi composed of blood chi, and an extremely thirsty feeling came from deep within his body. It had been starving for too long, and after draining his body to its limit so many times within the Great Tao space, Lin Xiao's fleshly body needed to replenish a large amount of blood energy right now. Only if his body was strong enough could he be more reckless when performing his powers, and temporal and spatial powers demanded too much physical fitness. Then, begin the gourmet feast that is mine. Lin Xiao's entire body was like a Tao Tai with its bloody mouth open, and endless blood energy was surging into his body in a frenzy. It's worth mentioning that after this system upgrade, the sign-in function can be changed to cumulative sign-in, just to solve the problem that the host can't sign in time when he enters into the cultivation. At this point, Lin Xiao sort of grudgingly recognized that the system had done a personnel job. A month goes by quickly. During this month, a lot of things happened in the Heaven's Pride training camp, and the second monthly competition was over, and many people had improved very significantly. At present, the lowest cultivation level of the entire Tianjiao training camp has also reached the peak of the late first order level. Bing Qianru has broken through to the peak of the early third stage, and the next tier of pride such as Tabashi has also reached the peak of the late second stage. This time, Lin Xiao still didn't participate. This made many people who wanted to see Lin Xiao disappointed again. During this period there was also a small episode. A second-year-old student named Zhang Hong found his older brother Zhang Shen, saying that he had been fooled by a guy named Moro Yun, and was accidentally seriously injured by his sneak attack, and wanted his brother to seek justice for him. In response, the old student called Zhang Shen was silent for a long time. Zhang Hong, my foolish younger brother, you should not be thinking of revenge in this matter. And also, in the future, if you let me know that you're swindling under my name, I'll personally finish you off. This can give Zhang Hong a shock. He is very afraid of this brother of his, and quickly said that he would not dare next time. After leaving and inquiring in various ways, I realized that the person who was betting with me at that time was not Moro Yun at all, but a person named Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao he knew. Isn't this the king of Heaven's Pride? Damn it! You say you're a great talent. What are you doing here to fool a piece of trash like me? That's the end of the matter. This day, there's movement coming from the blood breath desert. Lin Xiao, who had been sitting inside, had stopped absorbing several days ago. His body was yellowish. His blood chi was like a dragon, and this blood chi desert was much smaller as far as the naked eye could see. Absorbing blood energy recklessly for such a long time, Lin Xiao's body had reached a very saturated level of living, moving blood packs. Lin Xiao just kept on and on absorbing, condensing, absorbing again, and condensing. His blood chi value had come to a terrifying 20,000, and a normal late 5th stage might be just like that. Phew! Lin Xiao opened his eyes and stopped this long cultivation. Looking at this body of his, he nodded with satisfaction. This cultivation had improved greatly. He felt filled with infinite power. He now very much wanted to fight with that Yi Haizi once more. He was certain that his current self would be able to blow him away back then. Get out first. It's time to get out. This trip to the Heaven's Pride training camp is coming to a close. Chapter 46, the 60th floor of the Aurora Tower. Students, the 3-month training trip is coming to an end, and we have watched each of you grow during this time. At this time, the central square, Xiao Maniac stood in the center, and below him stood all the first-year students. The instructor on the stage is giving a rousing speech. The students on the stage are applauding enthusiastically. Everyone has grown so much in these 3 months, and their path is just beginning. The last big competition will be held soon. This competition will determine the final grade of each of you students. This will be recorded in each of your files and follow you for a lifetime. Bring out your full strength and present the meaning of these 3 months of hard work with the best grades. Now everyone head to the Aurora Tower. The final grand competition will be based on the final rankings of each and every one of you who breaks through the levels. Aurora Tower. The front of the Aurora Tower was quite lively today, and numerous old students were there as well. What do you think is the highest number of floors this term can break into? It's hard to say. Lin Xiao aside, I think it should be that girl called Bing Qianru who is the strongest. I guess 32 layers. I guess 33 layers. Bing Qianru is stronger than you think. Are you thinking too much? The ferocious beasts in the tower aren't weak. The same tier level ferocious beasts can be much stronger than us. Wait and see. Then how many floors do you think Lin Xiao can break through? 55? At this time, numbers flashed from time to time over the Aurora Tower. Gong Sun Qin, 30th floor. A teenager stepped forward. He shook his head a little. He had already used all his strength. He barely passed 30. He couldn't fight any higher. Not bad. Watch me. A rather majestic teenager spoke out in greeting. He was Tuoba sure. Before long, a line of captions flashed on the tower. Topaz, 32nd floor. Many people whispered. 32 layers of strength was already a very strong existence. Some second years were even inferior to this first year's teenager. Tuobashir walked quite steadily, carrying the wind with him all the way. Apparently, he was still satisfied with this achievement. Gonsun Qin glanced his head to the side. This guy knew how to show off in front of himself. Why didn't he go to Lin Xiao to show off? Look! Bing Qinru went in. Somebody exclaimed. An ice maiden walked in. The crowd all turned their gazes to the sky above the tower, anticipating what kind of score this one could hit out of the sky. It's so fast. It's already hit the 10th floor. The ferocious beasts in front of us are all weak, and right away the speed should drop. Look, it's already ascended to the 20th floor. Ice Chinru's speed of climbing the tower was very fast, and the ferocious beasts in front of her were very weak, and when she gently raised her hand, they were all frozen into works of art. It's already at the 30th floor. It should be slowing down. At this time, Bing Qinru had already hit the 30th floor. And from this level onwards, the cultivation level of the ferocious beasts was basically at the same level as her. It's not enough. The foreign energy within her body began to spread. The powerful world of ice and snow instantly froze the entire space. The ferocious beasts of the 30th floor couldn't carry it at all, and they were directly seconded. Her speed still hadn't dropped. What's going on? Why is the speed still so fast? Isn't her cultivation similarly at the early third stage? What do you know? He is a supreme heavenly pride who has awakened SS grade powers. His strength far exceeds that of his class. Don't use A-class ones like you to compare with others. What class? The man's face turned red at the sarcasm and he wanted to retort but couldn't find an excuse. Just like that, Bing Qinru had already arrived at the 37th floor. Adopted. Gonsun Qin was a bit emotional. If it wasn't for the appearance of this freak Lin Xiao, Bing Qinru would definitely be the strongest in our term. Tuobashir similarly nodded. As an awakened person who had awakened his S-class supernatural ability, his talent was very strong. But if he was compared to the other party, he was still quite a bit inferior. It's already at 40. Does that mean her strength has already reached the level of the 4th rank? Are all the students in this class this terrifying? Most of the older students were a bit incredulous. Many of them didn't have the strength, and it was just a matter of putting out a Lin Xiao. But now they were even coming? Or a girl? Inside the 40th floor space, Bing Qinru's face was slightly stagnant. The one that appeared in front of her was a 4th-ranked ferocious beast. The strength of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast far exceeded that of a 3rd-ranked one, and should not be underestimated. Ice World. The extreme cold ice immediately enveloped the space, and the 4th-ranked ferocious beast let out a roar as the ice around it was shattered. Unable to get closer. It really isn't that simple. Only, it's still worse. Pole of ice, 0-degree snow lotus. A demonic flower skeleton appeared in the air, containing a frightening energy fluctuation, and as soon as it appeared, the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts on the opposite side began to agitate. It sensed a deadly threat from among the flower, and it was in fear. Go on. The snow lotus carried the ultimate coldness and bloomed in the area close to the ferocious beast, and the terrifying energy froze that ferocious beast directly, followed by shattering. 40 floors, over, past, 40 floors past. The person who had been watching the past tower count was the first to shout out. It's so shocking. It didn't take long for the 41st floor to pass. 42 floors, pass. In the end, Bing Qinru was stuck at the 43rd level. The ferocious beasts at this level had already reached the peak of the early 4th stage. She couldn't beat them for the time being. Above the sky, Xiao Maniac and the others nodded their heads. This young girl with military connections had to be said to be a strong mess. After the stimulus from Bing Qinru, the scene instantly reached a small climax, and many people who hadn't yet broken through the barrier couldn't help themselves. They all want to know what kind of score they can hit. The older students were only slightly relieved when the results were announced. I told you, the strength of this class can't all be that strong. He looked at the universal 21 layer score, and that was right. Where's Lin Xiao? Has Lin Xiao come? He won't come yet, will he? Someone inquired that they hadn't seen Lin Xiao's results yet. It was the last day. He wouldn't still not show up. Bing Qinru was also looking around, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. Not far away, Lin Xiao is walking towards here. He also learned that the final test was being conducted here, and with 3,000W at stake, this was too good to pass up. It's Lin Xiao. Some people saw him and immediately got out of the way. Others went up to say hello to see if they could get acquainted. Lin Xiao's face was calm as he slowly walked up and looked at the tower before walking in under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Quick! Lin Xiao is starting to break into the tower. Quickly notify the others to come over. The old students began to summon their friends who hadn't come. This scene had been waiting for a long time, and many people wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of level Lin Xiao could actually break into. In the sky, The mad blade stood in the void and stroked his chin as he pondered. I wonder how many floors this Lin Xiao kid can end up hitting. He hit 51 directly the first time. Xia Qingtian took a moment to consider. I guess it should tie the all-time record, right? 57? Mad Sword was a bit shocked. 57 layers? That's got to have the strength of the late 5th rank. You're so optimistic about that kid? I don't think Lin Xiao is any worse than that GZ. Xiao Maniac didn't say anything. His eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly watched. Lin Xiao is very fast. So fast. This is past the 10th floor? You're looking at it wrong. It's past the 15th floor. You're the one who's looking at it wrong. It's already 20. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd's eyes didn't dare to blink at all, fearing that if they blinked, the world would change. Lin Xiao had fought all the way from 0 to the 50th floor in less than 5 minutes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The fastest time to hit the 50th floor in history was over 8 minutes if I remember correctly, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I would like to call Lin Xiao the #1 fast boy in history. 50 floors. Lin Xiao looked at the human-faced male lion that had appeared in front of him and greeted him. Hi. Again. This gave the beast on the other side of the room a stare. It's you, boy. After recognizing it, the human-faced lion was a bit open-mouthed. He remembered this kid. Obscure. It shook its head, not ready to make a move. It couldn't fight anyway. This made Lin Xiao a little embarrassed to do it all, but for the sake of grades, he could only kill it again. Boom. 50 floors over. Lin Xiao also wanted to know just how many floors his current self could break through. Surface. Look. The 50th floor has passed. Last time Lin Xiao stopped at the 51st floor. I don't know if he'll manage to break through this time. Nonsense. Surely I can. It's been so long. I think I can at least hit the 53rd floor. Maybe it can reach 54. Is it that scary? That's the king of heaven's pride. You little Yakuza don't understand, don't BB. 52 floors and over. 53 floors and over. 54 floors. Pass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm still conservative. I'm at fault. 55 floors and over. Everyone was staring at the credits, and their hearts kept changing with them. 56 floors and over. Could it be that Lin Xiao is going to break the record? This is too incredible. The current record holder of the Aurora ranking was the one who had broken through to the 57th floor. Could it be that this record would be broken today? Above the sky, Mad Sword narrowed his eyes and looked down, and Xia Qingtian had an unexpected look on his face. Only Xiao Maniac remained silent, still watching. Inside the 57th floor, Lin Xiao was no longer as relaxed as he had been earlier, and by the time he got here, every ferocious beast possessed a strength of at least the late 5th stage, so he couldn't be underestimated. It's been a long time since anyone came here. Does it seem that your dragon kingdom has produced another heavenly pride? A phantom appeared. It was a green sky bull python. The huge figure seemed as if it was going to burst this space, and the pressure of the late 5th stage filled the air as it looked dead on at the human who appeared in front of it. Dragon Kingdom's heavenly pride. You deserve to die. After saying that, it swung its huge body and smashed at Lin Xiao. All human geniuses deserve to die. In the face of the huge body coming at him, Lin Xiao remained motionless. Bang! The violent collision made the space tremble. The green sky bull python looked at the young man in front of him, revealing an incredulous expression. I only saw Lin Xiao move forward with one hand and just blocked Zaiqian's attack. Is that all you've got? Lin Xiao's eyes were extremely flat as he raised his forehead and looked at the huge torso in front of him. Then his hands powered up and directly lifted the entire torso, swinging and rotating it without stopping, then heavily smashing it towards the distance. The green sky bull python was knocked out of its mind, and before it could regain its senses, Lin Xiao once again appeared above its head. A mere ferocious beast. How dare you speak so loudly? Fist breaks the sky. A fist power that shook heaven and earth emanated, and space seemed to be pierced through, as this terrifying attack accurately bombarded the head of the green sky bull Mang. It can't carry this punch. From beginning to end, the huge body was directly pierced through, and it didn't expect this teenager to be so terrifying until it died. 57 floors and over. The record is tied. The crowd gasped in amazement. It was destined to be a day to be remembered by all of them. Good boy. He really let him pass. Mad Sword laughed. Xia Qingtian nodded with great satisfaction. It didn't take long. 58 floors and over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Broken record. Immediately after that, 59 floors and over. I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. Everyone present gasped in shock, all of them staring wide-eyed and unbelievably at the caption above them. Lin Xiao, is he going to pass? The Aurora Tower had a total of just 60 floors. Did it mean that someone would pass straight through today? Is this making history? Creating a miracle? Mad Knife's mouth has never closed since just now, and it's opening wider and wider. Inside the 60th floor, Lin Xiao looked at the silhouette that appeared in front of him and was very startled. He called out with some uncertainty. Lin, Director Lin? Chapter 47, A Crisp Rattle. You recognize me? The silhouette was a bit puzzled. When Lin Xiao heard the voice, he was very sure that the other party was Lin Yanyan Lin Director. At this moment, that virtual shadow came through the air, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xiao. Are you a student here? Lin Xiao scratched his head. Director Lin, what are you up to? That should do it. You can't get in if you're not a student. The shadow nodded to himself. The fact that you've made it this far means that you're very strong. So it seems that my vision is as sharp as ever. The silhouette revealed its true face, which was none other than Lin Yanran. Lin Xiao realized that the Director Lin in front of him was a bit different from the one he had come into contact with. Seems more innocent? Director Lin, may I ask if this last level is to defeat you? Lin Yanran sniffed and laughed softly. Ambition is not small. Do you know what strength I am? Lin Xiao was speechless. Aren't you just the peak of the 6th rank? He asked that himself to make sure if it had to be that way. And if it was, then he surrendered because there was no fight. I'm sure you've come into contact with me in the outside world. At this time, my strength should be very strong. Lin Yanran was very confident in herself. But you don't have to worry. This shadowy figure of mine is only as strong as this early stage of the 6th rank. It was also curious at first, and left its mark on this place. Early 6th order? Lin Xiao suddenly had some thoughts. He sneaked a glance at the warped boundary. Perhaps there was a chance to collect some interest in advance today? Wasn't really expecting anyone to break in here? You surprised me. Lin Yanran kept scrutinizing Lin Xiao in front of her. What's your name? The student's name is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? I'll remember you. What you said earlier was right or wrong. This level doesn't require you to defeat me. As long as you can hold out for 10 minutes you'll be considered to have passed. After all, the gap between the 6th rank and the 5th rank is huge. There is a very obvious sign that a martial artist has reached the 6th level. That is, they can fly in the air. For the average person, the gap between the 6th rank and the 5th rank is really a heaven and a earth. And it's much harder to win over the rank. Lin Xiao nodded in recognition. Indeed, the 6th rank was already very strong, and not even he could guarantee that he would win 100%. Then, let's begin. Lin Yanran stood proudly above the void. She didn't take the initiative to strike. The student is offended. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with some kind of strange meaning. Use your full strength. Let me see just how strong the level of this era's heavenly pride is. Set. Spatial solidification. Lin Yanran, who was in the air, stiffened her body for a moment, and then immediately recovered. She was surprised. Spatial abilities? Lin Xiao didn't say anything as he looked up at Lin Yanran in the sky and his feet began to run upwards. Every time you step out, an invisible step appears. Stop. The power of time. Caught off guard, Lin Yanran once again suffered a loss and was frozen for a split second. But after all, she was a 6th-ranked powerhouse, and she quickly broke free, which made her even more nonplussed. Time? That's impossible. Could you be a dual attribute temporal and spatial alien? Looking at Lin Xiao, who kept dashing towards her, Lin Yanran became a little wary, and the alien energy in her body began to activate. As a handful of the Heaven's Pride training camp, Lin Yanyan's talent wasn't weak, and her awakening was the S-ranked psychic ability, Scarlet Storm. As she pushed her powers, her eyes looked at the teenager with some thoughts. No wonder this teenager recognized me. Looks like it's because of this. A huge blood-colored storm appeared in the air. Strong currents disturbed the entire space, and Lin Xiao stopped in place. The space-time god's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. Air crack. Immediately afterward, Lin Yanyan looked at the scene that occurred with some incredulity, only to see the blood-colored storm that she had coalesced as if it had been cut by a knife, split in pieces, and as the space was split, it was continuously shrunken and reduced until it disappeared. Such tactics. The radiant light had not yet disappeared, and the voice with divinity sounded once again. There is no lawlessness, no phase, no life, beginning with one and ending with none. Void. The power of the void scripture. This was the first time Lin Xiao displayed the void scripture, as if a figure seemed to appear between them, with his back to the living beings, above them all. He was representing the supreme. The entire void began to collapse, and surprisingly, there was a surge of rule power. Lin Yanran's expression became unusually grave. The power of space was extraordinary. She blocked it with all her might, constantly pushing her supernatural energy around herself for protection. It's not enough. Time. Lin Xiao was like a creator god at this moment. He manipulated time with one hand and space with the other. His pair of divine eyes blended time and space, and the time here became bizarre under his manipulation. Hurry! In Lin Yanran's eyes, she realized that Lin Xiao's speed suddenly accelerated, rushing towards her. She hurriedly backed up. She couldn't let this kid succeed. Slow. Nope. How did this kid become so fast? Lin Yanran's reaction was suddenly sluggish. Nope. She immediately reacted that it wasn't him who had gotten faster. It was herself who had gotten slower. It's time. It's amazing that your opponent can manipulate time to slow himself down. Seeing that she was about to rush up, Lin Yanyan forcefully activated all the supernormal abilities in her body. And although the level of time and space was extremely high-end, she was still a bit short in terms of strength. This suppression from her talent was forcibly broken, and she breathed a light sigh of relief. Commissioner Lin, watch your back. Suddenly, a voice came from her rear, and without realizing it, Lin Xiao had already closed in on the voice. Spatial solidification. This time, Lin Xiao fully utilized the alien energy in his body and deadlocked Lin Yanran in place, unable to move. Then, in the midst of Lin Yanran's unbelievable gaze, he slapped at the place where his back was cocked up. Pop! It's a very crisp sound. This slap directly stunned Lin Yanran. She froze in place, even forgetting that she was sparring with. And after the slap, Lin Xiao immediately turned around and ran. He did not return. The fight is not ready to fight. Anyway, as long as you last past 10 minutes, even if the pass, their own purpose has been achieved. Aha! An extremely furious voice came from the sky, and Lin Yanran had already reacted. She couldn't believe that she had been bullied by a brat. Lin Xiao. She angrily rushed toward Lin Xiao, who was fleeing around, her eyes full of anger, a look of fury on her face, and the edges of her earlobes, which were covered by her hair, were vaguely red. She felt the fire coming from behind her and still didn't figure out how the teenager had dared. Just like that, a man and a woman. You chased after me in the highest level of space in the Aurora Tower. Although Lin Yanran was of the 6th rank and could fly through the air, Lin Xiao also had the ability to instantly move, and for a while it was surprisingly difficult to separate. The distance between the two of them remained at a constant level. This made Lin Yanyan mad, and she was frantically attacking verbally in the background. Lin Xiao, you have the guts to do it, but not the guts to take it on? Stop if you're a man. Let's fight head on. Lin Xiao, are you a rabbit, so able to run? Lin Xiao, a true heavenly pride should have an invincible aura. Stop and fight me head on. Ah! Lin Xiao, just like that. 10 minutes went by quickly. While time passed, a voice suddenly appeared in the sky above this space. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Xiao, for clearing the 60th floor for the first time. Reward 2,000 points. With the appearance of this voice, Lin Yanran was also forced to stop her pursuit. After all, she was only a brand that remained here and needed to abide by the rules of this place. Lin Xiao also stopped. This long time running, he was also tired enough. The alien energy in his body was crazily consuming. He didn't dare to have a hint of slackness. Being caught was definitely going to take off a layer of skin. Lin Yanran's eyes were ablaze as she just quietly looked at the teenager in front of her. Suddenly, she smiled softly. Lin Xiao, right. I'll remember you. After saying that, this shadow disappeared, completely disappearing from this floor. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiao had an indescribable uneasiness, as if he had gotten into trouble. At this moment, the entire space was empty except for him. It's kind of complete. He headed for the tower. Look, Lin Xiao has come out. The crowd looked at Lin Xiao, who walked out, and didn't dare to raise their voices because the aura invisibly possessed by the young man in front of them was too strong. They gave way quite consciously. And aside from that, the Aurora list has also shifted. The original GZ at the top of the list disappeared, and Lin Xiao's name suddenly appeared in the first sequence. Lin Xiao, 60th floor of the Aurora ranking. The whole body glowed, illuminating the entire central square, and everyone was bathed in the shining light. Watching the young man, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, someone suddenly cried out, followed by everyone throwing their hands up in the air and shouting, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. This day was destined to leave a deep impression on all of them, because on this ordinary day, they have seen an extraordinary man having his ordinary day, and this ordinary day was so extraordinary in everyone's eyes. Above the void, Xiao Maniac looked at the figure walking in the midst of the radiance, and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. The leader of this final competition has been born. He is Lin Xiao. Chapter 48, The Heavenly Destiny Sect reappears. It's been a long time since I've been home. In a car, Lin Xiao was sitting on the edge of the window looking out at the side view. It's been 3 months since my trip. Tianjiao training camp has officially ended. Tutor Xiao Maniac had specially arranged a special car to send him home. And sitting in the car at this time, Lin Xiao was really a bit homesick. Heian district of Beijing, 3rd middle school. The school was very busy today. Many students gathered at the entrance. Some even climbed up the wall, because just yesterday, a message was broadcast on the school radio that Lin Xiao had returned. All the students are not calm. Lindsay, this was the proud son of their 3rd middle school, the king of Heaven's Pride who had overshadowed the entire field in the Heaven's Pride competition. He's back. This is big news. The whole school, from top to bottom, inside and out, became extremely excited. All the students were waiting at the entrance of the school early for the appearance of that godlike boy. Many beautiful girls even started to dress up carefully since last night to show their most beautiful sides. At this time in the principal's office, In addition to Principal Chu of the 3rd middle school, there were a few silhouettes. They are Principal Lee from the 1st middle school, Principal Wu from the 2nd middle school, and Mayor Ma from Ping'an district. They were talking and laughing. Old man Chu, you've really stepped on dog poop. Such a worldly talent like Lin Xiao was actually met by you. Principal Wu was eating it up. He also thought that he could meet such a student. It was like smoke coming out of his ancestor's mouth. No, it's probably more than smoking. It's got to be on fire. The smile on Principal Chu's face hasn't stopped all this time, and his crow's feet are all smiled out. Principal Lee is also uproarious. The original Ping'an district, their first high school regardless of teacher and student resources or the annual promotion rate, is the highest. But this year, this old man Chu detected a double SSS grade genius, and it's only a matter of time before he's surpassed by the 3rd high school in the future. The general public doesn't understand. They still have some concept as the top brass of the whole district. SSS level awakened person. As long as there are no accidents in the middle, the future will be the pillar of the whole dragon country. That kind of big person standing at the peak in the past, but they do not even dare to think about it. Principal Chu, did Lin Xiao ever say when he would arrive? District head Ma was also a bit impatient to meet this teenage heavenly pride again. It should be soon. Abrupt. There were loud cheers from outside. They looked at each other and spoke of the devil. Lin Xiao is back. At this time Lin Xiao was confused. He just got off the car and realized that the entrance to the school was surrounded by people, and the walls were covered with banners. All are welcome to themselves. Welcome home Lin Xiao, the proud son of the 3rd middle school heaven. Wait. Looking at the crowd of students who kept cheering for him, Lin Xiao also smiled faintly. At this moment, a slightly chubby teenager wasted a lot of effort to come out from the crowded line. He immediately trotted forward. Ha ha ha, Moncler, my dear grandpa, you're back. Are you tired? Do you want me to give you a back rub? The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. He was still a child. Where did he get a grandson? Wang Yi, behave yourself. After saying that, he suddenly realized that this die-hard friend of his had become much thinner. You've lost weight here? How did you get so skinny? This young man is none other than Wang Yi. He held Lin Xiao's arm with one hand and swept his hand toward the crowd that surrounded him in front of him. Make way, all of you. Can't you see my grandpa is going in? Hurry up and make a path out. No one can afford to delay my grandpa. The other students frowned. It was this fat ass. On weekdays at school, he had been proclaiming that he was Lin Xiao's own grandson and flaunting himself everywhere. But he didn't realize that he was really related to Lin Xiao. Only at this time no one would step forward. An incomparably spacious passageway immediately appeared, and all the students stood on both sides very consciously. Lin Xiao was thus helped into the campus by Wang Yi under the worship of the crowd. The two also talked for a long time, and Lin Xiao finally realized why Wang Yi had lost so much weight. It turned out that in the special training class, their instructor really just didn't treat them as people, and in these 3 months, he directly lost nearly 70 pounds. Lin Xiao, come to my house for dinner sometime. The old man at home has been yelling in my ear all day. Lin Xiao smiled and didn't refuse, stating that he would definitely go and pay his respects to his uncle when he was free. Then he was called over by the principal. Look who's here. As soon as I entered, I heard the principal's tone of undisguised excitement. Hello, District Governor Ma. Hello, Principal. Hello, 2 leaders. Lin Xiao greeted them one by one. Worthy of being the pride of my Ping'an district. Truly a great young man. District Governor Ma laughed like a rainbow. On the side, Principal Chu waved his hand and introduced Lin Xiao. These two are Principal Li and Principal Wu of the 1st and 2nd middle schools. The 2 principals have also praised his youthful talent, as it should be. Right, Lin Xiao, this is the agreement made with you earlier. You've exceeded it, and this is the reward promised to you. Principal Chu took out a card and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was happy that 3,000 W had arrived. At the same time, Principal Chu looked at District Governor Ma and the other 2 principals, his eyes blinking constantly. District Governor Ma was the first to speak out. Lin Xiao, you are the pride of my Ping'an district, and you have won such an honor for our district. On behalf of Ping'an district, I will present you with a 3,000 W cultivation fund in the hope that I can help you out. Also took out a card. Lin Xiao once again took it and expressed his million thanks, his face filled with joy. The 2 of them, Principal Li and Principal Wu, looked at each other and shook their heads at Old Man Chu. What an old dang. The 2 of them also went forward and each handed Lin Xiao 1,000 W as a gift. Lin Xiao smiled and took it, pressing on without a trace of politeness. It's an 8,000 W haul, and it's still the principal. He gave the principal a sneaky look of affirmation. Steady. After a brief chat, District Governor Ma and the 2 principals left on their way out, and Lin Xiao stayed for the time being at the gesture of Principal Chu. Good boy. It's really like 3 autumns after not seeing you for a few days. As a high school principal, Old Man Chu himself had a not-so-weak strength. He was likewise an early 6th stage martial artist. This time when they met again, he vaguely felt a huge energy from Lin Xiao's body, which was quite astonishing. He was overwhelmed with emotion. He was really old, and the waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward the waves of the past. Principal is too kind. The student did learn a lot this time. To this Principal Chu, Lin Xiao still respected him from the bottom of his heart. What's next? With Lin Xiao's current level of strength, it was no longer appropriate to continue in the first year of high school, and the entire third middle school, including the teachers, might not be able to teach him anything. Lin Xiao thought about it. He had actually thought about this on the way here. Principal, may I ask if I can cross over to take the entrance exam? Indeed, with one's current ability, high school can no longer learn anything. The only way to grow quickly is to enter into that highest institution of learning and come into contact with a broader platform. And this year's college entrance exams are coming up soon. Principal Chu was not surprised, but instead smiled somewhat meaningfully. You kid, are you lucky, or is it just a coincidence? The Ministry of Education in the Dragon Kingdom has just recently released an important message about this year's college entrance exams. Lin Xiao listened very carefully. Anyone who is not a student of the current senior year and possesses fourth order strength can participate in this national college entrance examination, with an age limit of under 20 years old. When he finished speaking, Principal Chu looked at him quietly, and he felt a great momentum. It's too much of a coincidence. It would never have happened in the past. Do times make heroes? Lin Xiao was a bit energized after hearing this. It meant that he could participate in this college entrance examination. His conditions just happened to be all fulfilled. And then, his gaze somewhat leapt at Principal Chu. Figure it out? The student thought it through. Aha! I'll help you apply for enrollment, so you can make your own arrangements for the rest of the day. No need to come to school. Thanks, Principal. Before leaving, Principal Chu said somewhat meaningfully, Lin Xiao, don't be careless. This national college entrance examination is not simple nah. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. He would never underestimate anyone, at least not before he was invincible. After saying goodbye to the principal, Lin Xiao walked on his way home. He's still living in that rundown house, a little out of the way from the school, and hasn't had a chance to get a new home. Pedestrians on the side of the road are becoming more and more scarce. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped as he walked along. At this time there are no shadows on both sides of the road, only the sound of the wind. In this hot summer, there are some bleak feeling. Lin Xiao stood in place, his gaze calmly looking around. His pair of eyes had long since detected that something was wrong. No need to hide. Come out all. He, truly worthy of being the king of heaven's pride. I've told you all, don't engage in these underhanded things in front of such characters. Shame on you. A full 10 mysterious people dressed in white robes appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Hello Lin Xiao. First time meeting, let me briefly introduce myself. I thought it was some unseemly rats, but it turns out to be the scum of the Heaven's Destiny sect. Lin Xiao laughed, a somewhat morose laugh. Chapter 49, Total Annihilation of the Heaven's Destiny Sect. Jia. Look, what did I say? This kind of star-crossed heavenly pride won't listen to your. One of the white robes made an odd sound. He smiled a creepy smile and his dark, bright eyes glowed with a red light that was frightening to see. A few other white robes likewise let out wry smiles. 10 white robes completely blocked Lin Xiao's front path, and there was something strange about this space. Seeing that the other party didn't immediately make a move, Lin Xiao instead started to measure up. 10 late 5th stage peaks. They really look up to me. And this space, is it a kind of illusionary space? Is it afraid of accidents? That's a lot of preparation. The white-robed one at the head of the group sniffed and once again talked in a friendly manner. As the king of heaven's pride, you deserve to be treated like this. What's the point of wasting words with him? Just break his limbs. What we want is his body. The rest doesn't matter. This kind of so-called genius makes me feel sick just looking at him. There was a white robe who looked at Lin Xiao indifferently. He was very disgusted with these heavenly prides. Why should they enjoy treatment and respect that far exceeded that of ordinary people? Not yet. The white robe at the head of the group looked at Lin Xiao with great sincerity. It seems that you should have contacted other people. Then I won't say much. Lin Xiao, on behalf of the Heavenly Lord of the Heavenly Fate sect, I am now formally inviting you to join us in our grand plan to bring mankind to the top. Lin Xiao smiled. Do you go to the top by sacrificing the blood of your countrymen? By sacrificing the lives of your children? Lin Xiao, we are the strong ones, the born leaders, the rule makers. It's an honor for ordinary people to sacrifice their lives to achieve our greatness. Ha! Lin Xiao, you haven't yet come into contact with the truth of this world. One day you'll realize that only the Heavenly Fate sect is the future of humanity. Join us. With your talent, the Heavenly Fate sect Heavenly Lord will definitely value you very highly. Finished? I've finished my words. So Lin Xiao, what's your choice? I choose Grass Nigga the Divine Destiny Cult. Lin Xiao looked coldly at the 10 white robes in front of him. A scene from the Fuzhou district was still fresh in his mind. The children who had their blood and flesh drained raw, the 5 senses that had been dug up alive, and the broken bodies with incomplete limbs. This was the most miserable picture he had seen so far, and every time he thought about it, he could not wait to pull out that white robe in the beginning and beat it up again. Damn the Heaven's Destiny sect, how did you guys get off on this? Jia. Wasting such a long time and still want to make a move? I think you've really been kicked in the head by a donkey. Alright, this kid looks like he's a tough guy too. Hit him a little harder later and make this kid talk tough. The white robe at the head sighed and shook his head. You've been given a chance and you don't want it. Well, there's nothing we can do about that. It's long overdue. A villain is a villain. Trash is trash. So much nonsense. Don't you guys know that villains die from talking too much? Lin Xiao had also become extremely flamboyant. He hadn't moved his muscles properly for a long time. Kid, later on, I'll pick the tendons of your entire body and break your teeth one by one. Let's see how you can still talk tough. The 10 white robes' auras were in full swing, and their peak late 5th order auras suppressed the entire arena. There was a fierce wind, an extremely powerful pressure filled the surroundings, and the 10 white robes exuded a powerful aura as they pressed towards Lin Xiao in a deadly manner. The powerful pressure directly lifted the ground away. The aura is strong. Lin Xiao stood in place, a faint golden glow emanating from his body, his powerful physical body coming into play at this moment. That overwhelming pressure was all blocked out of his body. Lin Xiao loomed large and unmoving, but it's still garbage. The scene exploded in an instant. Lin Xiao and the 10 white robes attacked at the same time. This was a full 10 peak late 5th stage existences, and each of them was strong enough to reign supreme in an urban area. At this moment, 10 experts killed a teenager in unison, their powerful martial arts skills outputting madly as if they didn't want to die. Lin Xiao felt slightly overwhelmed by facing 10 late 5th order peaks at the same time. His eyes were flickering as his temporal and spatial powers erupted, directly forcefully dividing the battlefield into 10 pieces. This is a high-level use of spatial supernormal ability, a means recorded in Lin Yao Tian's handbook, forcibly dividing so many battlefields. The alien energy in Lin Xiao's body dropped drastically. He didn't care too much. Every minute and every second was exceptionally important at this moment, and launched an attack on one of the battlefields with all his might, to break them down one by one. The other white robes obviously wouldn't sit still and attack the spatial barrier with all their might. Countless powerful alien energies bombarded on top of the spatial barrier. Lin Xiao felt a huge pressure. He had to kill one first. Fist breaks the sky. Powerful skills rose up to the sky. This punch seemed to pierce the sky. This white robe fought back. He had to block it. As long as he did, there was hope. Time fixed. Lin Xiao ignored the pain in his eyes and exploded again. It's the power of time. That white robe went up in smoke under the double attack. Phew. There was no time to rest. Lin Xiao immediately drew back and killed the other enemy. The battle was unusually fierce and Lin Xiao's body was about to reach its limit after consuming his alien energy for a long time. At this point in the battlefield, there were still 3 white robes left, covered in wounds, who had forcibly broken through the spatial barrier at the last moment. Damn kid, I'll make you beg for your life and die. The remaining 3 white robes attacked with all their might. Lin Xiao had fought alone until this point. His strength was already 10 to 1. Today was his time to die. Looking at the remaining 3 scumbags, Lin Xiao's face turned a little white. The alien energy in his body had now bottomed out. Although the power of time and space is powerful, it is also very burdensome to the body, especially the consumption of supernatural energy. He forcibly stabilized his body, his eyes filled with blood, and the light of his divinity shone once more. Space obliteration. Rumble. This illusionary space began to collapse. Countless spatial cracks appeared, and the 3 white robes immediately stopped their attacks as they looked at the collapsed world around them with grave expressions. What a terrifying alien means. This brat must die today, or else he will become a problem in the future. They were extremely frightened in their hearts. 10 white robes, 10 peak late 5th stage existences. Surprisingly, 7 of them were decimated by this kid. If we give him some more time to develop, who can suppress him? Suddenly, Lin Xiao's figure disappeared. The white robe on the far left immediately exclaimed, "Watch out!" At this moment, the white robe in the middle felt a terrifying attack coming from behind him, and he immediately turned around to defend. In my place, attack with all your might. Just as he turned around, he realized that it was just a shadow, and he immediately turned around and shouted frantically, "Be careful, he's aiming at you." Having said that, he dropped his means of defense and prepared to rush forward to take cover, and his companion hissed angrily again, "Defense, quickly defend, he's aiming at you." What? Only to see that Lin Xiao, who had originally disappeared, reappeared, and several sharp blades appeared above him. Go to hell. The blade of nothingness chopped noiselessly at this white robe, and in just an instant, the white robe's limbs were chopped off, and when Lin Xiao saw this, he immediately blasted his fist at the opponent's head. Bang! 2 left. Lin Xiao panted and looked at the 2 remaining white robes. He was going to kill these scumbags today. The two white robes gathered together at this moment. They already wanted to retreat. This teenager was too terrifying. They're scared. They're the white clerics of the Heaven's Destiny sect, with a lofty position and great power. There were countless people out there on their knees begging to cling to them, and they had too long of a good life ahead of them to just perish. Damn it! Quickly open this illusion. This kid is too evil. Let's retreat first. One of the white robes looked flustered. He didn't want to fight on. His companion likewise didn't want to fight anymore and was trying to figure out how to undo the illusion. Asterisk. Something's wrong with the illusion. It won't unravel. What? How? They panicked even more. The illusion could not be opened, which meant that they would most likely die here. Open it up. Do something to open it for me. One of them roared with heartbreaking fury. Lin Xiao revealed an intriguing smile as he launched another attack. The god's eyes were bleeding, a sign of overuse. Time fixed. The powerful rules of time fixed the two white robes dead in place. They were extremely panicked and were struggling with all their might. They didn't want to die. Remember to reincarnate as a pig in your next life. You are only worthy of being food for the common people in your mouths. Lin Xiao stepped on the void, like a heavenly god descending from the sky, looking down at the two white robes as the void around him continued to crumble and countless hidden blades converged. The blade of nothingness. Silent extermination. This is the final judgment from time and space. The last two white robes were cut into countless blood clots on the spot, and died here. At this point, all 10 peak late 5th stage were exterminated. Lin Xiao staggered a little. His legs were slightly weak. The corners of his mouth were white. His body was weak. This battle had drained the alien energy in his body. But the war record is amazing enough. Breaking paranoia. He urged the last of his stamina and unleashed the divine eye's void breaking. And this illusory space was shattered. Ahem! Lin Xiao forced his deflated body to walk toward the distance. Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao! How are you? Vaguely he heard someone calling out to him, and his bleeding eyes took in the visitor. It's the principal, and the headmaster of the district Ma. At this moment, Principal Chu was frantically rushing here, along with District Governor Ma. They've gotten reports from people around here that there's something out of the ordinary. This kind of remote place was also close to Lin Xiao's home, which instantly frightened them and immediately rushed over. Lin Xiao, are you alright? How are you? What happened? Who tried to kill you? Principal Chu walked forward to support Lin Xiao. He realized that Lin Xiao's state was extremely wrong and panicked. Lin Xiao finally couldn't hold out after he was sure of the visitor. His eyes closed and he fainted. Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao! Chapter 50, The Great Tao Sutra. It's an ocean of spirit. Lin Xiao felt like he had been here for quite a long time already. It's surrounded by psychic energy. You can't see or touch it. There was a huge cocoon at the very center, and the spiritual energy of the entire space was continuously outputting spiritual energy to this cocoon. Lin Xiao had been observing for a long time. He seemed to know what place he was in. Wasn't this his spiritual world? Ka-ching! Suddenly, a crack seems to have appeared on that huge cocoon. The crack was getting bigger and bigger, and an amazing power was erupting in the depths of the crack, and a shining light shone through the crack in the whole world. Lin Xiao felt a little bright. Bang! As if an explosion came from deep within, the huge cocoon exploded. Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao's consciousness slowly disappeared into this world of spirits and opened his eyes in a haze. Headmaster? Where am I? He looked around and saw that he was lying on a bed and shook his head with a feeling that said, the body was weak, but the consciousness was unusually clear. Lin Xiao, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that's uncomfortable? Principal Chu walked forward with concern as he looked at Lin Xiao and inquired. I'm fine, Principal. Where am I? This is your new home from now on. Mayor Ma exhaled softly. This time it was our negligence that got you ambushed, Lin Xiao. The place where you used to live has been cordoned off. This is a new home that the government funded for you. District Governor Ma was blaming himself. If he lost a promising talent because of this incident, he would not be able to live too comfortably for the rest of his life. A new home? Lin Xiao looked at it. His physical ability had slowly started to recover. It didn't really receive much damage this time. It was just too depleted to hold up. Gollum! There was a sudden sound of some protest in the air. Lin Xiao was a bit embarrassed and a strong feeling of hunger surged through him. Principal Chu and District Governor Ma also completely let go of their hearts. At least it shows that Lin Xiao is not in any serious trouble. After a meal. Lin Xiao, what kind of person attacked you this time? Do you know? Principal Chu looked at Lin Xiao with some seriousness. He didn't expect anyone to ambush his students in the open. Upon hearing this, District Governor Ma also had a sullen face. He had mobilized the entire district's police force for the few days that Lin Xiao had been in a coma, but so far he had found nothing. It's the Celestial Destiny cult. Lin Xiao spoke the scene at that time. Hiss! When the two men heard that there were 10 peak late 5th order ambushes, a heart clenched up, and when Lin Xiao said that they had all been killed, the two of them looked at each other again, not knowing how to speak up. That, Lin Xiao, Are you saying that you killed all 10 lay 5th stage peak Heaven's Destiny sect white robes by yourself? Principal Chu inquired again with uncertainty. Lin Xiao nodded, then added, still careless. I underestimated these people too much and overestimated myself a bit. Now that I think about it, when I was still impulsive, if it is a steady and stable not to make themselves so passive, well in the end all killed. Amount. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? Versailles? Lin Xiao, there's something I need to tell you. District Governor Ma hesitated for a moment. He looked at Lin Xiao at this moment and decided to say it anyway. Go ahead. District Governor Ma, it's about the unexpected death of your parents. At those words, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. In the original owner's impression, he only knew that his parents were gone in the middle of an accident, but he knew nothing about what exactly. Lin Xiao had said that if he had the ability, he wouldn't mind stepping in to solve it. After all, in the end, he had occupied this body, and in a sense was considered to be indirectly a son of man. Are you trying to say that there's a hidden reason for my parents' death? Lin Xiao said it word for word. Well, the area where your parents appeared in the first place was in the middle of a shocking murder, and we later investigated and found that there were shadows of the Heaven's Destiny cult appearing. At the mention of the Heaven's Destiny cult, District Chief Ma had an annoyed look on his face. This organization would always engage in unexpected events and was extremely difficult to deal with. Lin Xiao nodded expressionlessly. This Heaven's Destiny sect was considered to be completely against themselves. Right. I've already applied for your place in the college entrance exam. There's still one last week left. During this time you take a good rest and contact me immediately if there's anything unexpected. Principal Chu walked forward and took out a cell phone and threw it to Lin Xiao. This one was specially prepared, and it contained his contact information with District Governor Ma. Thank you, Principal. Lin Xiao took the cell phone and felt a warmth in his heart. He still had people who cared in this world. Whatever the purpose, this is enough. Afterward, Lin Xiao alone began to inspect it. System. Ding. Host I am. Open the personal panel. Ding. The personal panel has opened. Name, Lin Xiao. Sex, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade alien spacetime plus, super SSS grade spacetime holy law origin, awakening level 14. 7%. Time and space God's eyes plus, the 10 great eyes of the heavens, awakening level 13. 8%. Level, peak of middle third stage plus, blood gas, 20, for 38 plus, oh ho. Where's the muscle? Nianli, 1400 plus, I'm giving you credit. Not because you've gotten stronger, it's because Brother Unicorn sees you as too pathetic. Technique, Void Sutra plus, introductory. Martial art, Blade of Void plus, peak of minor accomplishment. The Eye of the Gods plus, minor success. Fist breaks the vault plus, Sengoku. Soul Needle plus, Sengoku. Auxiliary sense, patriarchal combat skills. Grandmaster level formation master. Kung Fu idea, introductory. Cultivation points, 200. 000 inch. Ding. It has been detected that the host can redeem 80 W of cultivation points. Please ask if you want to redeem them. Redemption. Ding. Exchange successful. Lin Xiao looked at his panel. After this battle, he realized that his cultivation was a bit unable to keep up. Or rather, the alien energy in his body was not enough. System. Besides raising cultivation, is there any other way to increase the reserves of psychic abilities? Ding. Host's claim detected. In search. Ding. According to the host's needs, this system has created a tailor-made infinite extremity technique. Mixed unlimited great Tao scripture. Oh, that sounds like an oxymoron. Quickly tell us what this technique does. Ding. Those who cultivate this scripture will have a mixed and limitless energy. The body can harbor the limitlessness of heaven and earth, and can be called invincible in the universe. Speak human. Ding. After the host has practiced, he will never have to worry about the situation of not having enough supernormal ability to appear again. For those who have achieved minor success, the alien energy in their body can be up to 50 times that of a normal person. 100 times for those who have achieved great success. Those who are full circle. From now on, the sky and the earth will be wide, making it inexhaustible and inexhaustible. It is the mixed unlimited. How much? Ding. This is the infinite extremity technique, a work of this system's heart and soul, for the host to measure. Cut the crap and just say how much. Ding. Only 999. 999 points. Lin Xiao was indeed moved. This technique was invincible. It's just that the system is simply inappropriate. 10 W. Ding. 90 W. Thanks for the counteroffer. 15. 85. No less. 20. 80. Host. This is the path to invincibility. After a bit of arguing, Lin Xiao finally took this hybrid infinite great Tao scripture at a price of 60 W cultivation points. At once, the pattern of this piece of gongfu appeared in his mind. It was very deep. He can't read. System. Ding. Host, please speak. What to do if the feats are too difficult? Ding. The host can upgrade his feats through cultivation points. Such a simple method. Is your brain on the wazoo? Lin Xiao saw the plus number that appeared behind the mixed element infinite great Tao scripture in the feats column and he gently clicked on it. Ding! Deducting 39.99 W of cultivation points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the minor achievement realm straight away. Being invincible in the same class is not a dream. When he looked at the cultivation points that were left at a pitiful one, Lin Xiao was instantly enlightened. Asterisk. It's just a part-time job. I'm not losing out anyway. No loss indeed. Nearly $100 million was thrown down in exchange for a reserve of psychic abilities that far exceeded those of his peers by a factor of 50. At this moment, even in the history of the entire Dragon Kingdom, Lin Xiao could also say that the old man is invincible in the third order. Chapter 51, The Extraterrestrial Battlefield. System, sign in. Ding, this is a cumulative check-in. Rewarded once with the permission to open the Huanyu Endless Avenue space. Lin Xiao's mood was slightly better. Was this a bit of bloodbath? There's still a week left for the entrance exams. Just go all out on your strength this week. Right. He suddenly remembered that he was still a formation master. If he combined it with his time ability, couldn't he make a space similar to the Avenue space kind? In which case he would have more time to improve. Say it and do it. The hands kept starting to make seals. A subtle formation appeared in the air. The space-time god's eyes kept flashing. A powerful law of time filled the air. Lin Xiao's expression was grave as he struggled with his attempts. Buzz off. The combination of rune Dao and time. A powerful fluctuation escaped, and the flow of time and space here seemed to have slowed down. It's done. Lin Xiao sensed himself and was somewhat ecstatic, not expecting to succeed on his first attempt. Almost 1 to 3. He sensed that this was already his current limit, and it should become even more perverse later on when he comprehended it more deeply. Then start practicing. Lin Xiao pulled out a large number of alien energy stones as well as awakening stones. The role of awakening stones he had learned from others. It could accelerate the progress of the development of the awakened person's talent. This was a good thing. Time passes quickly. The entire Dragon Kingdom has suddenly become very exuberant. The college entrance exam is here. This is the moment that decides the fate of all young martial artists. If he could get into a first-class college academy, his future path as a martial artist would be promising, and he would have the chance to become a great man among 10,000 people. All recent high school seniors have been working silently for this moment for a long time in anticipation of being able to change the trajectory of their lives. The imperial capital of the Dragon Empire, ancient China. The Supreme Auditorium once again conducted a meeting, and many big shots entered the room. An old man at the head of the meeting took the lead and sat down when he saw that the meeting participants were already there. The rest of the group took their seats. Why? Do those guys look like they're trying to feel us out? The old crone was the first to open her mouth. She had only stood at the forefront of the Dragon Kingdom since the time of the Great Cataclysm, and had experienced countless life and death battles. So what scenes had she not seen before? Trying to probe our bottom. Aren't you afraid of us chipping your teeth? This person was a peak 9th order powerhouse, a counselor of the Dragon Kingdom. In any case, since we've already agreed, let's see who the real winner is. As the peak of the 9th order, they stood at the pinnacle of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and their every word and action could determine the lives and deaths of countless people. At this moment, this group of bigwigs were discussing matters regarding the participation of the two rival forces, the Starry Sky Force and the Alien Beast Alliance, in this national college entrance examination. The old man at the head of the group waved his hand. This matter is clear. We only need to trust our Dragon Kingdom's heavenly pride. I've called you all here today for other matters. Firstly, I've decided that the venue for this national examination will be placed in the extraterrestrial battlefield. When these words came out, there were quite a few existences of the 9th order who frowned. Chief, we can't intervene too much in the extraterrestrial battlefield. It's an extremely chaotic realm. Once something goes wrong, it'll be very troublesome when the time comes. Qin Shao opened his mouth. He was the head of the imperial capital Qin family, a peak 9th rank existence. He was puzzled. Wouldn't it be more convenient for them to set up the examination center in the country? I've gotten word that those two parties may or may not be carrying limit-breaking weapons this time. What? Limit-breaking weapons? What are they doing? Preparing to start a big war? Numerous 9th order voiced out in unison. They were unusually angry. The killing power of limit-breaking level weapons is extremely huge, and at present, there are only a handful of treasures that have reached this tier in the entire Dragon Kingdom, all of which are at the bottom of the Jinhua. In the event that a limit-breaking weapon wreaks havoc in the Dragon Kingdom's borders, the entire Dragon Kingdom or all of it will pay an extremely painful price. This is a situation they must not tolerate. It seems that the person he elected this time has an unimaginable position within. A big brother pointed out the point. Only this reason can explain. Otherwise, a simple fight is really not to use the family's money. If that's the case, then choosing the extraterrestrial battlefield is feasible. The extraterrestrial battlefield is a special space. Hundreds of years ago, a meteorite fell from the sky, ushering in the era of the awakened. After the invasion of the Star Force, colliding with the entire blue star, countless people died on this battlefield. Over time, under the operation of the rules of the Great Tao, such a segregated realm was created. In that case, I wonder how many people will die this term. Some people couldn't help but feel that they were all the seeds of the future of the Dragon Kingdom, and he was somewhat unable to bear it. A truly strong person has never gone through countless trials and tribulations. The military bigwigs didn't think it was that cruel. Their military department had people dying on the battlefield every day, and likewise there were people living. Only those who kept fighting and eventually survived could become truly strong. Only then could they hold up a piece of the sky of the Dragon Kingdom. In this matter, the people from the Ministry of Education remember to notify down in advance. The chief stopped the conversation. How have you considered the candidates for the sequence program? Sequence plan. What? The location of this college entrance exam is actually in the extraterrestrial battlefield? Does anyone know what the extraterrestrial battlefield is? There was a buzz on the internet as the Ministry of Education handed down an important message. The location of the National College entrance exam in question was chosen to be an extraterritorial battlefield, which made many martial arts candidates who had never left their hometowns in their lives feel a bit strange. Someone picked it up. Extraterritorial battlefield. A place that eats people. It's the place where countless forefathers threw away their heads and spilled their blood, and the bones of many of their forefathers may be buried on that battlefield. It's a place full of danger, yet full of opportunity. I can't believe it's such a place. Some of the seniors were staring, and they weren't cuties. This sounds like an extremely dangerous place to be. Someone posted again online asking why such a place was chosen. They were taking the entrance exam, not going to die. And taking the entrance exam in such an extremely dangerous land made many ordinary people afraid of it. So once again, the Ministry of Education released a message that shocked countless people. This year's college entrance examination, the Starry Sky Power and the Alien Beast Alliance will participate synchronously. This will be an unprecedented college entrance examination. Dragon Kingdom's prides. This examination is no longer a competition between you. It's more of a collision between us, the Dragon Kingdom, and the hostile forces. The Dragon Kingdom has the belief of not fearing anything, the heritage of not fearing life and death, and the ambition that a star's fire can start a prairie fire. And as the Dragon Kingdom's pride, you are the future of the Dragon Kingdom. All the students boiled at the sight of this. The flood of power lurking deep inside their bodies surged out infinitely. Once it was Sakura Nation, now it's this bunch of foreign trash. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I have to attend this session. I'll get them sons of ES killed. Single genealogy. The genealogy must be opened singly. The flood power in my body has completely awakened. God knows how much I want to kill that gang. The teenagers who were originally still a bit fearful. All of them surged with supreme conviction at this moment, and in the face of the enemy from the depths of their bloodline. All of them hated the fact that they could not have been born in that era, charging at the forefront of the battlefield together with their forefathers. Many academics with strong natural talent clenched their fists in death. They had even reached some sort of consensus amongst themselves just to kill more enemies. The entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. In this final hurdle, a shot in the arm for all. This senior class is destined to be extraordinary. In a mysterious space, Lin Xiao is conquering a teenager. His expression was extremely grave. He originally thought that he had no shortcomings in all aspects, but at the moment, he was staging the cycle of death all the time in this space. This is within the space of the Universe Avenue. The person he fought against was also a teenage heavenly emperor. Desolation. That teenager looked unusually calm, but between raising his hands, the sky was crumbling and the unrivaled offense was truly invincible. Lin Xiao already didn't know how many times he had died. It's really too strong. His broken body was once again restored to its original state, and the alien energy in his body exploded at its limit. The void. Time. The power of time and space was extremely powerful, but his opponent this time was Desolate, the man who was invincible. Under the surge of the rules of space and time, Desolation moved. Suddenly, countless shadows appeared in Lin Xiao's field of vision, each one so similar to the other. Solidify gradually. It's the otherization of the self. In this realm of temporal and spatial chaos, Lin Xiao was alone against countless invincible men. He keeps dying and coming back to life. When you meet the strong, you are strong. Over time, he slowly carried his opponent's offense, no longer as unbearable as he was at the beginning. He began to change from defense to offense. He had already realized the depths of his spatial and temporal powers after such a long period of practice. His own blood chi value even came to a terrifying 30,000 points. He hadn't broken through to the 4th rank yet. Since he had been cultivating for a while to break through to the peak of the late 3rd rank, Lin Xiao had stopped raising his cultivation. Moving on to something else, the two major psychic talents boosted their awakening level by nearly 5%, spending all 10 awakening stones. The mental power in his mind had also completely changed, transforming into thought power that was more powerful, more condensed, and more mysterious than ever before. The void scripture had broken through to a minor accomplishment, an emperor-level technique, and the breakthrough had brought a great boost to his battle power. This metamorphosis was all-encompassing, and he even thought for a moment that he was truly invincible in this field. I didn't expect to meet this man, doused his somewhat swollen heart in an instant. Is this the might of the heavenly emperor who was called invincible? But after such a long time of drilling, Lin Xiao had also become stronger. His heart became more and more resolute, his complexion became more and more calm, and everything about him was changing every moment. It was the fledgling belief in invincibility. It was important to realize that the man he fought against was a level or two above him. The shackles that lurked deep within the body were broken again. An extremely faint sound came out. Ka-ching! Lin Xiao became even more powerful all of a sudden. There was a huge pressure between his hands and feet. He was alone against countless teenagers, and he didn't even lose in a short period of time. All sorts of supernormal abilities come and go, and the power of time and space rages mercilessly here. Until the last ounce of physical energy in his body had been completely drained, he still hadn't been killed. System, it's ready. Ding, this 1U Avenue space is closed. Chapter 52 Martial Saint, Lin Yaotian. Get out of your room and get some fresh air. Lin Xiao smiled for the first time in a long time. It was the confidence that came from powerful strength. This nearly 3-week-long practice brought about a huge change in him. He took out his cell phone and dialed. Oh, it's Lin Xiao. On the other end of the phone was Principal Chu, who was currently sitting in his office conveying the recent events of the college entrance exam that had been making a lot of noise outside to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, this session of the college entrance exam is a bit too dangerous. If not, I'll help you cancel it, and 2 years later, with your talent, everything will be out of the question. There are too many variables in this year's college entrance exams, and Principal Chu is a bit worried. So it is. Lin Xiao didn't say much, and as for the danger that the principal was talking about, he didn't care about it. At this very moment, he has no enemies in his heart. He has no fear of any enemy in the world. Unhindered headmaster, where is this extraterrestrial battlefield? How should I go forward? Also, you come to me. Third middle school, principal's office. Principal Chu looked at Lin Xiao, who was standing in front of him, with some astonishment. Good boy, it's only been a few days since I've seen you, and you've gotten stronger again? He actually vaguely felt a threat from Lin Xiao. He even wondered if there was something wrong with his senses. He was at the 6th rank. The higher a martial artist went, the gap between heaven and earth was the breakthrough of each tier, and the 6th order was far from being comparable to the 5th order. Even if it was the peak of the 5th order, Lin Xiao was familiar with himself. He had been to this office many times and skillfully found a place to sit down. Have you really decided? Headmaster, the student has already determined that martial artists fighting against the heavens are fighting for time. Lin Xiao was very certain. Good. Someone will come in the afternoon, so you'll go with the seniors then. Thanks, Principal. Afternoon. A huge flying machine appeared over the 3rd middle school. No, over the entire Heian district. The governor of Ping'an district appeared with 3 principals. They looked at the huge machine in front of them. It seems that the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom have attached great importance to this year's college entrance exam, even taking out such strategic weapons. Mayor Ma looked enviously at the flying machine overhead. As a peak late 6th order powerhouse, he knew the terror of this flying machine. It can even be said that with his strength, he can't even break the defense. At that moment, the hatch of the craft was opened and a figure flew out. Principal Chu was a bit surprised that the visitor was his old acquaintance, Yanran Lin. Feeling the fluctuations coming from the other party, he froze slightly. Commissioner Lin, you've broken through to the 7th rank? The 7th level is already a high-level martial artist. No one who could cultivate to this level was a genius. Above the 7 steps, 1 step in 1 day, i.e., Martial King, Martial Honor, and Martial Saint. The 7th order is the King, the 8th order is called the Honored One, and the 9th order is the Saint of the Day. When the Heaven's Destiny Sex purple-robed White Mao relied on the Blood God technique to forcefully ascend to the peak of the 7th rank in the Fuzhou district, it was evident that he was able to take down a city without any effort at all. Nowadays, Lin Yanyan had also broken through to the 7th rank and was honored as a strong martial king. District Governor Ma and the others immediately bowed and saluted. Welcome Martial King Venerable Envoy's descent into the Ping'an district. Currently, there was no Martial King powerhouse in the entire peaceful region, and the descent of a 7th-ranked martial king caused them to be a bit restrained. I've come this time to take charge of the safety of the high school students in Ping'an district. Lin Yanran nodded. As she was the chief leader of the entire Northwest Heavens Pride training camp and now a strong martial king, she should have the demeanor of a strong person. Rather, I'm sorry for troubling your excellency. District Chief Ma was exceptionally respectful. A martial king powerhouse was in charge of transportation. This time, the level of attention from the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom far exceeded his imagination. Soon, all the students involved in this year's high school exams were all aboard this flying machine. There are thousands of students in the Ping'an district alone. Lin Xiao clearly felt that he was being spied on when he passed the threshold, and his powerful Nian force instantly detected the other party. Frightened, he immediately withdrew his own thoughts. No other than Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran's face was expressionless. Her eyes had been looking into the distance, but her spiritual thoughts had been focusing on the lower level. She was also slightly startled to notice the appearance of an unfamiliar nimbus. There are other 7th-ranked martial kings in this place? Nian Li, the form of a martial artist's spiritual power after sublimation, was generally only touched by those who had reached the level of martial king. That unfamiliar nimbus came and went in a hurry, and Lin Yanyan couldn't find her target at all, which made her a bit wary. The significance of this college entrance exam is immense, which is why the imperial capital arranged for her to come and escort it. After probing again to no avail, Lin Yanyan stopped stopping and set off in the direction of the extraterrestrial battlefield. Between the cabins, all the scholars looked down at the people below and watched as they gave themselves away. Some vaguely saw their parents shouting and cheering, others saw numerous banners encouraging them. There were also some worried faces from the families of the scholars, fearing that their children would never return. Everyone's heart is in turmoil. Along the way, Lin Yanyan was always on the alert all around, fearing that the unfamiliar Nianli master from earlier would come out to make trouble. And so, at last, we arrived safely at our final destination, extraterritorial battlefield. At this moment, the outer perimeter of the extraterrestrial battlefield had numerous flying machines parked on it, filled with Gaokao martial arts students from all regions. There's not much to see at first glance. Is this the extraterrestrial battlefield? Lin Xiao looked out of the cabin. It was an extremely desolate realm, bleak to the naked eye, with the ground in disrepair and white bones everywhere revealing endless bizarre horrors. Abrupt, a huge formation appeared in the air. At the head of the group was an old man who stood above the void, and as soon as he appeared, this space was vaguely unstable. His pressure was too strong. At this point, all the hatches were opened. A strong martial king flew out from within each flying machine, and at a glance, there were actually hundreds of people. This is a martial king, 7th order powerhouse. Existences that were rare to see on a normal day had converged in such large numbers at this moment in this extraterrestrial battlefield. All of these martial king powerhouses stood in the void, and they bowed their heads to that old man one after another. Welcome Lord Lin Martial Saint, Martial Sage. This old man who suddenly appeared was actually a 9th order martial saint. This is a true powerhouse at the top of the heap. The old man nodded slightly, and at this moment, space and time were a little quiet. It was as if the arrival of this one old man brought a touch of oppression to heaven and earth. Lin Xiao looked at this old man who looked very familiar, and suddenly it was like he recalled. He remembered. Wasn't that old man the Lin Yaotian Lin Sr. who had gifted him the Time and Space Handbook in the first place? He's been realizing the mysteries of this handwritten note, and it's really improved him a lot. I didn't expect the other party to be a martial saint powerhouse. This was too much of a shock for him. It was a martial saint. As far as he knew, there seemed to be less than 10 explicit martial saints in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Without waiting for him to return to his senses, vibrations appeared in the sky once again, only to see that not far away, a void crack appeared, and an extremely large fleet appeared inside. This fleet is full of the feeling of the road to simplicity. Contrasting with the technology of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Yaotian's calm gaze glanced at the other party as he gently waved his hand. An invisible space enveloped all the personnel of the Dragon Kingdom altogether. This is the means of the martial saint, Lin Yaotian. I didn't expect you to still be alive. An extremely arrogant tone came out from that fleet, and immediately afterward, a silhouette appeared. This person had a horn on top of his head. His body was surrounded by black gas, and the pressure emanating from his body shook heaven and earth. Star power, demons, Goro. Lin Yaotian's grayish-white eyes glanced at him faintly. I didn't expect that the ant-sized you from back then would have grown up to a martial saint now. Is there no one left in the demon clan this time? Goro's expression sank. Lin Yaotian, do you want to die? What did you say? Speak up. I didn't hear you. Lin Yaotian quietly looked at him. Extremely plain, but one of his hands was already aimed at him, and the space here was vaguely agitated. Goro's complexion was condensed. He had just been promoted to martial saint not long ago. His strength base was still not enough. Lin Yaotian, this old undead had been a martial saint for many years. He was not an opponent. With this you're still a martial saint? Go back to eating milk. Lin Yaotian pulled out his ears, not giving the other party an ounce of face at all. Lin Yaotian, don't go too far. Goro was a bit agitated. Just then, another rift appeared. Only this time there was no large fleet, only a burly man at the head and dozens of youthful teenagers. Gyulul's demeanor softened a bit. It's you, Tula. The strong man at the head was the leader of the Fey Alliance, the Martial Saint Tula. The two nodded slightly at each other. In a way, they could be called allies. Lin Yaotian looked at the other duo without the slightest bit of fear in his eyes as he spoke coldly. Since they're all here, let's begin. At this point, seeing his allies arrive, Gurul was slightly more confident. Lin Yaotian, a statement in advance. Even though it's a selection within your dragon kingdom, the people of my demon clan will see blood in a match. The implication was that if your people from the dragon kingdom died at the hands of my demon race, don't blame him for not speaking up beforehand. Tula opened his mouth in the same way. Being the same power on the Blue Star, they, the Alien Beast Alliance, chose to join forces with the Star Power in order to eliminate the human race from monopolizing the resources of the entire Blue Star. Lin Yaotian was silent, and immediately, he waved his big hand. All the martial arts students participating in this entrance examination all appeared above the void. He just quietly looked at all the students, who in turn looked at this martial saint lord. What do you think of those two pieces of across the street who said they were brought here specifically to kill you today? Countless students were dumbfounded. The pressure of the martial saint was too strong, and the scene was so serious that none of them even came forward to voice out. The atmosphere is a little heavy. Off to the side, Gurul and Tula looked over at the place somewhat playfully. That garbage they selectively ignored, and the people they had brought with them flocked to see the joke. Lin Xiao stood amongst the countless candidates as he raised his head to look at the old man standing in the void. The centralized dragon kingdom. How could it allow others to clamor? He stepped out, and with each step, a brilliant and dazzling divine luster appeared underneath his feet. The luster was extremely dazzling, and everyone's eyes were on it. The old man was watching him, too. Back to Lord Martial Saint. The martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom fear nothing, as it is brought by garbage. So it is equally garbage. For garbage, we in the Dragon Kingdom have had only one attitude since ancient times. That's all underfoot. One step at a time. Lin Zhao's shocking words echoed in everyone's ears. The old man looked at him and nodded. At the same time, another place in the crowd was also emitting a dazzling golden light. A handsome young man also stepped on a golden auspicious cloud and took a step into the sky. It's Ji Shangnan. At this moment, he was filled with supreme imperial dragon chi, as if he was an earthly emperor with an extraordinary aura. He gave a salute to Lin Yaotian. Then, looking in Lin Zhao's direction, he roused his voice. Brother Lin is right. My generation of martial artists, born between the heavens and the earth, should walk against the heavens and be fearless of all enemies. The centralized dragon kingdom will not allow others to snore. Since you dare to come, then be prepared to bury your bones in his country. Come one to kill one, come two to kill two. The two of them had a heart-to-heart, and their eyes swept towards the hostile forces at the same time. Don't you guys want to play? I'll play with you. I'll kill as many as I can. Chapter 53, True Bloodline Inheritance. At these words, the scene instantly became tumultuous. Immediately afterward, a portion of the candidates began to respond in kind. Slowly, all the students present all roared up to the sky, tearing their voices and shouting, come one to kill one, come two to kill two, come one to kill one, come two to kill two. The roar shook heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of martial arts candidates were united at this moment. The unprecedented cohesion made this space and time tremble. A martial artist. The two youngsters are proud, as well as the many martial arts candidates at this moment. It was as if the heavenly beings were one and the same. This gesture made the opposite Gyulul and Tula's complexion extremely gloomy. That's not the picture they want to see. The gazes of the two men were dead set on Lin Xiao and Ji Shangnan. It was these two boys. They all looked in unison at the pups in their own positions. In the huge fleet, a young man stepped out, with a cold face, clear features, and a pair of dark gray eyes that people didn't dare to look at them with. As he took a step forward, there was actually a vision accompanying him behind him, and a demonic aura rushed into the sky. He walked to the front, his expression extremely indifferent, with a kind of condescension overlooking all beings. Humans, what a lowly race. One sentence directly ignited all the Dragon Country martial artists present. Where are you from? Asshole. Mud. What a piece of crap to eat hot too. When it comes to the art of language, the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom simply defy all enemies. Not only lowly, but weak. Come, humble natives, and meet your master, and show your loyalty by swaying at his feet, and I, as your master, will consider treating you kindly. He was talking to himself as if it was all destiny. Irreversible. They are a powerful race from the endless universe, possessing an extremely powerful heritage and are a higher race, and lowly ones like humans are only worthy of being slaves to them. Lin Xiao really can't listen anymore. Where did you come from, you little punk? Didn't your lord teach you to keep your mouth shut when adults are talking? For a trashy thing like you with a mouth on your anus that smells like when you open it, I'd be too dirty to kill you. When these words came out, all the martial arts candidates burst into laughter. That teenager immediately turned his gaze in Lin Zhao's direction, and his dark gray eyes flashed with a white light. Oomph! A cold snort directly shocked the teenager into spitting blood from his mouth. Unable to stop backing up, his face showing horror, Lin Yaotian, are you trying to start a duel? Goro pointed angrily at Lin Yaotian. Lin Yaotian didn't pay any attention to him but nodded toward Lin Xiao and Ji Shangnan. The duo then sank into the main group. The pre-battle declaration was over, and it was time to leave the damn guys here forever. That teenager's face blanched, his gaze revealing a venom as he looked dead on at the old man above the void. Damn old man, you wait, and that kid, when you go in, I'll make you beg for your life. He was not of a low status amongst the demon race. His father was a martial saint-level powerhouse, and he had been a star-crossed existence since his birth, and these lowly natives dared to insult him and even injure him. Gurul was also suffocating. He wanted to be tough, but facing Lin Yaotian, he really didn't have the strength. To the side, Tula chose to remain silent, not knowing what to think in her deep pupils. All candidates listen up. There is only one rule for this national high school exam. There are different grades of spirits in the extraterrestrial battlefield, with a minimum of 1 grade and a maximum of 7 grades. Points can be earned by killing spirits, and ultimately ranked based on points. Saying this, Lin Yaotian paused, while his gaze went to Gurul and Tula, who were not far away. In addition, if you kill any demon and Fey Alliance person, you will receive an additional 1,000 points. The stronger the opponent, the higher the points. This comment made everyone look at each other in disbelief. Lord Martial Saint, are you being too frank? The faces of both Gulul and Tula were grim as hell, and they laughed with rage. Hee, Lin Yaotian, you're not afraid of popping off your teeth. Lin Yaotian didn't pay any attention to it, directly treating the two as air, which made them even angrier. The entrance to the extraterrestrial battlefield suddenly fluctuated. The time has come. Lin Yaotian waved his hand, forcibly condensing a spatial avenue that led straight to the interior of the extraterrestrial battlefield. Go, boys, this is your battlefield. All the martial arts students swarmed. Lin Xiao stepped on endless space and time and rushed in under Lin Yaotian's gaze. When all the candidates had gone in, Lin Yaotian withdrew his divine power. Gulul and Tula glanced at each other, and both of them launched their forces at the same time. A powerful force of rules surging and tearing deeply open. Just enough room for both of them. Go inside. Remember the mission you came for. The number of his two major forces here this time is not too many. Almost around 400 or 500. Both parties disappeared in the same place. The space is calm again. Inside the extraterrestrial battlefield, Lin Xiao was walking alone in a dilapidated place. He scanned his surroundings. There was not a single flat surface. There were potholes everywhere and some heavy metal mixed in. Lin Xiao walked forward and was just about to pick up a piece of heavy metal. Suddenly a ghost appeared and launched an attack directly at him, and the attack actually had strange rules in it. Corrosion. This attack contains the power of corrosive rules. Lin Zhao's eyes narrowed and an invisible space directly blocked the attack, while the apparition was also controlled by him. Unable to move, he stepped forward and took a closer look. Is this the soul spirit that Elder Lin was talking about? There's no body. It's like a mass of energy. Looking at its fluctuations, it should be a first-order soul. After probing, Lin Xiao slightly condensed and directly obliterated this soul, and a section of numbers suddenly floated out on his accompanying token. Kill an early first-order spirit. Gain 10 points. Only 10 points for killing a first-order one? So little? Lin Xiao frowned. If he remembered correctly, killing a ferocious beast or that whatever demon race had to have at least 1,000 points. At this moment, the spirit that was suspended in the air didn't dissipate after it was killed, but instead turned into a ball of energy floating in the air. Lin Xiao stepped forward. The space-time god's eyes flickered slightly. There was nothing out of place. It was an extremely pure type of energy body. He gently touched it with his hand, only to see the mass of energy being absorbed into Lin Zhao's body along his fingers. Not long after, Lin Zhao's eyes glowed. The energy was actually able to boost his chanting power. Although the boost was very small, it was only 1 rank. After this mass of energy completely disappeared, a shadow actually appeared in this space, which was the figure of the ancestor of the Dragon Kingdom. This was an ancestor born at the beginning of the cataclysm, following countless warriors and bloody battles against those invading foreign forces here, and eventually dying in battle. This spirit was the product of the birth of his willful conviction that remained unwilling after his death, as well as a final blanket gift to his fellow countrymen who came after him. At this moment, he had no regrets. He had accomplished his final mission and passed on that meager sliver of power to future generations. He could smile in the 9th grave. The last moment he disappeared, Lin Xiao vaguely saw that ancestor smiling at him, as if to say again, the future of the Dragon Kingdom depends on you. At this moment, Lin Xiao was actually a little red-eyed. What kind of faith was this? These forefathers were still able to have their hearts set on their descendants under those grueling circumstances. Is this the real legacy? Lin Xiao was greatly touched. At this moment, he really felt that he was a flesh and blood dragon country martial artist. A fire was kindled within him, and his life was never again to be lost mightily on. A grandiose picture of greatness was erected in his mind. I'm Lin Xiao. I'm a Dragon Kingdom martial artist. So far, the Dragon Kingdom shall rise. Chapter 54, Qinli. It's a big battlefield out there. It was so big that Lin Xiao had walked for a long time without seeing any other people's shadows, except for the spirits that suddenly appeared. He had already killed quite a few spirits during this time and gained 1300 points. Within the token, he could even see how he ranked. Lin Xiao, 13,471 points, 1003 inch. First place goes to a guy named Qinli. Never heard of him, but he's very fierce. I've already earned over 30,000 points. Abrupt. There was a movement coming from the identity token. Someone was nearby. Lin Xiao spread out his own thoughts, and when there was a fellow martial arts candidate nearby, the token would emit a movement. Sure enough, in Lin Xiao's senses, there were two people who were running in a certain direction at high speed, and their faces were ugly, and there was even a hint of fear. It's like there's some great terror behind them. Lin Xiao immediately chased after him. You leave me alone. Run! A teenager was crying out. One of his arms was gone. Blood kept flowing again and again. The man who was leading him was full of tension at the moment. He was running forward with all his might, and his clothes were already wet with sweat. He had been running for too long, and at the moment his body was trembling, a sign that he was about to reach his limit. In the face of his companion's bitter pleas, he turned a deaf ear and continued to hold him in his arms as he ran ahead. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in his token. He looked pleased. Hold on a little longer. There is still hope for us. There are our people nearby. You must hold on. He ran in the direction of the token's vibration, a glimmer of hope appearing faintly in the depths of his death-filled gaze. It wasn't long before he and his companion bumped into Lin Xiao. Classmates, we are. It was just that his body suddenly got stuck, because in his perception, the cultivation fluctuation of the teenager in front of him was unexpectedly at the peak of the late third stage. The glimmer of hope that had been raised was dashed once again. He didn't have time to explain and immediately turned his head to run in the other direction, while also shouting, "This student, this place is dangerous. Run!" Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out, making him stop again. Finished, only a muscular teenager appeared. It had extremely ravaged-looking features and exuded an extremely wild aura all over its body. The Fey Alliance. Run! You're running! Why don't you run? Ha! Is this the partner you found? It's really weak. It looked disdainful and spat, then licked its tongue. Humans tasted good. It had eaten many so-called geniuses, and the flavor made it reminisce. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, this student no longer wasted his strength by holding his companion, and he slowly walked to Lin Xiao's face, entrusted his companion to Lin Xiao. This student, later I will fight to the death to hold off the other party. I only ask that you can take this companion of mine to escape this place as far as possible. In the northeast direction, there is our large troop. After saying that, he bowed deeply towards Lin Xiao. Then the residual alien energy in his body began to riot. He was planning to self-detonate to give Lin Xiao and the others time to delay their escape. Want to blow yourself up? I can't let you have your way. If you blow yourself up, where am I going to find another ration like you? That female companion of yours you don't know yet. Tender skin. I eat it bite by bite. That feeling, it's really wonderful. This foreign beast's illusory teenager was extremely arrogant. It laughed out loud. From the beginning to the end it was having fun. It just loved to see this expression of fear when facing death in humans, as well as that ridiculous struggle. The three humans here, an early fourth stage, a peak late third stage, and a waste, could not pose any threat to it at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You deserve to die. This student's face was red and purple. Blood tendons exploded on his body. Wetness flashed at the corner of his eyes. The alien energy in his body was already in an extreme riot. He wanted to self-detonate even if he couldn't die with him. He had to get down a layer of the other party's skin. The moment he was about to make a move, Lin Xiao suddenly walked to his side and gently patted his shoulder. The rioting alien energy in his body suddenly became calm, and he was a bit puzzled. Run! Why don't you run? He had some regrets, not realizing that he had met a cutie. It's over. They're all going to die here. Ha 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 ha. This scene made the Fey teenager laugh. I thought you had found some great help. Just this? Lin Xiao restored the severely injured teenager to that classmate and said with a smile, "Don't be in a hurry. Wait for me for a moment." When he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the teenager who was still smiling. He smiled back, his divine eyes flashing as his spatial ability was instantly activated. That Fey Beast Jr. was instantly terrified and realized that it could not move. Its pair of pupils were filled with fear. and it wanted to beg for mercy in the face of Lin Xiao, who was walking towards him step by step. Unfortunately, at this moment it had already been forcefully blocked in place by Lin Xiao. Laugh. Why don't you smile? You laugh. I told you to laugh. Are you deaf? Lin Xiao's voice lingered in this space for a long time. His extremely cold face, but he exuded an extremely powerful aura. It's like the whole space is frozen. He walked up to the foreign beast and looked at it with cold eyes. Is it not funny on Earth? Then you'll go to hell to laugh in front of Hades. Saying that, he blasted his fist on its head, directly exploding the other party's head. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a late 4th order alien beast. Rewarding 5,000 cultivation points. Is the corpse recovered? Recycle. Ding! Recycling successful. Reward 5,000 cultivation points. At the same time, there was a change on the identity token, and his points went up from 1,003 to 1,500 points at once, reaching 2018. The student froze, rubbing his eyes, somewhat in disbelief of the image. The Fey teenager who left himself at the end of his rope was just killed? Instead, his companion in his arms smiled miserably. Brotherly, we're saved. Only at this moment did he come back to his senses. His nerves, which had been taut all this time, loosened, and he sat down directly on the ground, suddenly without any strength in his body at all. I've been hanging on by a thread. Lin Xiao walked forward and calmly asked, is everything alright? Much thanks for stepping in. He immediately stood up and prepared to pay his respects. You're welcome, you rest first, there's no need to be afraid with me. After saying that, Lin Xiao also took out some healing pills from his own space and handed them to the other party, all of which were things he got from signing in before. Thank you very much. The student hastily took the healing pill and handed it to his companion. After understanding, Lin Xiao also learned the cause. This one is named Li Chang. There were originally 4 of them in their party. They met accidentally during this period of time, only that the other day they suddenly bumped into that foreign beast teenager, and after a fight, they were defeated. The remaining 2 were given by that. Lin Xiao's eyes gradually turned cold after hearing it. This gang can never be touched by himself. I'll give you guys a ride. Lin Xiao looked at the 2 of them and also decided to give them a ride. Then thank you very much. Li Chang didn't push back. This extraterrestrial battlefield was already full of dangers and they were in a bad state now. If they had such an expert to escort them, the safety would be much better. No harm done. All companions. Under Li Chang's guidance, Lin Xiao quickly sent them to what he called a large army. A number of martial arts candidates have gathered here, and have even intentionally constructed a security guard. There was a student who came face to face. He looked at Lin Xiao and extended his right hand. Thank you for the student's outpouring of help. I'm Yuan Ming, and I'm temporarily in charge of the day-to-day management of this place. Explanation. It turned out that they were all martial arts candidates from ordinary families, and in this brutal environment, facing internal and external threats, they got together under the leadership of people who had the heart to hold on to a safer place. Lin Xiao nodded. This was something he hadn't thought about. After Yuan Ming learned of Lin Xiao's strength, he strongly invited Lin Xiao to stay. Don't worry brother Lin, we don't have any cumbersome rules here. You can go out and hunt souls at any time, and we'll even step in to help when you're in danger. For the other party's invitation, Lin Xiao still refused for the simple reason that he was used to being alone. Yuan Ming didn't force himself. Brother Lin, I wonder if I can leave your contact information. In the end, after the 2 left their contact information with each other, Lin Xiao left the place. He had to hurry up and improve his ranking. Had a look. Xinli, 37, 500 points. Ranked first. Nice guy. Look at yourself. Lin Xiao, 2, 800 points. Ranked 9, 854 inch. His gaze went to the vast land in the distance. He would have to pick up the pace next. There's turmoil everywhere in the extraterrestrial battlefield. All the Dragon Kingdom martial arts candidates not only have to face powerful spirits, but also have to be wary of the attacks of the demons and foreign beasts. This battle of dragons and tigers is being played out every moment of the day. Northwest direction. There's a huge fight going on here. 4 or 5 martial arts candidates were surrounded by a group of alien beast teenagers at this place. Ice world. Powerful ice and snow supernatural energy spread out from a woman's body. Her body exuded a blue ethereal aura, and the Fey teenagers that surrounded her were instantly frozen in place. Bang! Under the attack of several other martial arts candidates, these alien beast teenagers were decimated here. Phew, it's really thanks to you. If you weren't there today, I'm afraid we'd be in deep trouble. A teenager looked at the woman with a cold face and revealed a very civilized look. This woman is Bing Qinru. At the moment, she didn't say too much, a pair of deep blue beautiful eyes looking towards the sky, not knowing what she was looking at. Chapter 55, Peak Early 4th Order. Boom! There's a terrible battle going on here. A handsome young man was filled with an extremely domineering imperial dragon aura. His eyes emitted a golden light, and the fist in his hand kept blasting away. An Imperial Dragon Chi was hissing, accompanying the teenager's attack as he charged. Ji Xiangnan, he was originally searching for souls, and here he met a demonic teenager, and the two of them were at each other's throats. This youngster of the devil race is terrifying. The devil race is born with a strong physical body. He cultivates devil chi, and at the same level, the martial arts candidates of the Dragon Kingdom are not their opponents at all. This demon race teenager's pupils were awkwardly black, with two horns on top of his head, and his crimson face was frightening to people. I didn't realize that there were still experts like you amongst the humans. His body was filled with demonic aura and his cultivation reached the peak of the late fourth stage. Ji Xiangnan's face was cold. The Emperor's Dragon Chi was erupting, and powerful alien energy filled the area. Imperial Dragon Sword, an overwhelming sword with a golden body appeared, hovering in the sky above, and his Emperor Dragon Chi had a powerful suppression of demonic chi. This pressure made the demonic teenager's expression become extremely grave, originally thinking that he had encountered a weakling, but he didn't expect it to be a strong one. He roared loudly, and endless demonic chi surged out, converging into a huge demonic arm. Demon four arms. Boom! The two terrifying fluctuations collided powerfully with each other. Smoke rose in all directions, and countless white bones in the surrounding area were wasted into dregs under this fluctuation. Ji Xiangnan's hands closed together, and his body's foreign energy erupted once again, as countless channels of Imperial Dragon Chi rushed forward, seemingly to poke through this space. Aha! The demonic teenager couldn't carry on any longer. He was retreating and spitting out thick black blood from his mouth. Ka-ching! The Emperor's dragon sword unrivaledly pierced through the devil's forearms, and the powerful attack directly killed the defenseless devil teenager. The son of the devil will not let you go. This is his last roar before he dies. Bang! The powerful attack directly shattered his body, and the demonic teenager, Pawn. Ji Xiangnan withdrew his powers. He was as dominant as ever. Son of the devil. Glancing faintly at the already shattered corpse, he made no fluctuations, and then, in a whirlwind, walked towards a short distance away. The Emperor of the Earth. Everywhere is killing each other. This is the teenager who seems to come from hell and has been fighting non-stop since he arrived on the extraterrestrial battlefield. His strikes were extremely ruthless and decisive. The number of souls that had died under his hands had been countless, and during that time, a number of foreign beasts and demons had touched down, and all of them had been cut down by his sword. He's Qinli, currently ranked number 1, pulling away from second place by almost 10,000 points. At this moment, he was attacking and killing with several spirits in the depths of a huge pothole. Ichiban Ryu. The terrifying knife blade style cut through the sky. A fourth-order soul spirit was directly annihilated under this blade, and an illusory silhouette appeared. He nodded his head with a smile, as if making a final farewell, and then disappeared into this heaven and earth. Every time it came to this, Qinli's attack would become even sharper. Drink! The huge blade chop slashed horizontally, directly wiping out all the remaining souls, counting until the silhouettes appeared. They nodded their heads toward Qinli, then slowly dissipated. Qinli was silent for a moment, and after absorbing these energy bodies, he once again set off into the distance. Suddenly, a young man surrounded by a demonic aura appeared here. How much strength do you have now? He had been following for a long time, knowing that the human before him was strong, and he had been hibernating, waiting for an opportune moment. What answered him was a blade intent that covered the sky. Qinli held the green dragon bending moon blade and made a longitudinal heavenly slash. Then without even looking at it, he continued to walk towards the distance. The demonic teenager behind him tried to raise his own arm, but realized that he could no longer make it work. A bloody slit appeared in his entire body from top to bottom, and his entire person was directly cut in half. Bang! The body was just lying on the ground, Qinli's distant back reflecting on its torso. A young man wields a sword to cut down heaven and earth. Real men never look back. Breakthrough! Lin Xiao felt the fluctuations coming from within his body. Just now, the alien energy in his body had filled up to the point of overflowing. On the spur of the moment, he made a breakthrough by simply arranging a concealment formation in the same spot. At this moment, he had officially broken through to the early stage of the 4th rank, and because it was suppressed so hard, it directly reached the peak of the early 4th stage. Now, no one at the early stage of the 6th rank should be my opponent. Incredibly powerful feeling. After successfully breaking through, Lin Xiao sensed, he's moving up in the rankings again. Lin Xiao, 13,500 points, ranked 138. During this period of time he had been frantically searching for soul spirits, and had also killed the foreign beasts that had ambushed him along the way, and now he had come to over 100 places. He looked at Qinli who was in the first place. Qinli, 40,100 points, ranked first. Where is this fierce man from? Lin Xiao felt that he had already killed fast enough, but he didn't expect that this first in line would be a full 20. 000 points higher than himself. There's a fluctuation up ahead. Lin Xiao suddenly sensed a large number of soul fluctuations in front of him. This seems to be a hidden formation? Lin Xiao carefully probed. This was actually a natural formation. Moreover, if he hadn't perceived it wrongly, an extremely large number of souls existed inside the formation. It. With his patriarch-level formation attainments, this natural formation was quickly found by Lin Xiao where the loopholes were. Immediately afterward, his entire body instantly disappeared in place. I didn't realize that there was a hidden mystery here. Lin Xiao looked at the surroundings that were diametrically opposed to the outside world. His complexion slightly intensified. There might be something odd here. Spirit. So many spirits. Within Lin Xiao's field of vision, countless souls suddenly appeared in front of him, ranging from the 1st to the 5th rank, in extremely large numbers. This fluctuation, a 6th-order spirit. At the forefront of the spirits, there was a powerful spirit clad in armor, and the energy fluctuations emanating from it had already reached the mid-6th stage. Hearing the voice, all the souls looked at Lin Xiao in unison. Their gazes were filled with dullness, but they did not immediately launch an attack. Like a well-trained battle team, the armored spirit at the head slowly drifted into the air, and unlike the other spirits, he had a vague hint of clarity in his gaze. He was slurring his words. Army, Dragon, 108-inch, Military Dragon 108? Lin Xiao was silent. This was a bit like a fancier. He had a vague suspicion. This is a once famous battle group of the Dragon Kingdom. Kill! The armored spirit suddenly let out a harsh roar. With this command, countless souls swarmed up. They were truly a well-trained battle team with their own rhythm, with long-distance attacks and melee battles. Lin Xiao was instantly surrounded in the center by countless souls, and powerful attacks covered him. It was just that for the current him. These attacks couldn't hurt him at all anymore, and couldn't even break his defense. The armored spirits were still inexplicably commanding in the air. Countless commands were issued out of thin air, and those spirits swarmed up without fearful expression. Since attacking is useless, I'll use this broken body of mine to exert my last remaining energy. These spirits of theirs actually wanted to fly up and blow themselves up. Lin Xiao finally made his move. Time and space obliteration. Powerful rule power filled the area, and this space instantly became shattered. Countless spatial cracks appeared, and they tore at the remnants of the soul's shadows. Bang! This space carried countless souls along with it to obliterate. Afterwards, countless silhouettes were seen coalescing in the sky. They saluted the armored souls and, at the same time, nodded their heads with smiles towards Lin Xiao. It was time for them to leave. As the space was restored, the original countless souls had disappeared, leaving only the purest energy bodies. These energy bodies were madly surging towards Lin Xiao's body, merging with each other. This was their last mission. Lin Xiao felt that his Nian power was rising. It was all because of the bloodline inheritance left behind by his forefathers. Bang! Bang! The armor made a crisp rattle. The 6th-rank spirit saw that all of his men had been killed in battle, and he was going to take the field himself. Lin Xiao made a slight bow towards him. This worship is to bid farewell to the forefathers who once fought bravely to kill the enemy. The two of them then engaged in a life and death struggle in this space. A mid-6th rank soul was extremely powerful, and its strength far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist at the early 6th rank. It's a good thing he only attacks blindly and doesn't have any other recourse. Lin Xiao's space-time ability was in full swing at the moment, and the powerful ability filled the entire space. The 6th-order souls couldn't carry it. Elder, offspring Lin Xiao sends you on your last journey. Void scripture. Time and space obliteration. Fist breaks the sky. In an instant, Lin Xiao used his full strength, which was the greatest respect he could muster. Boom! Under such a powerful attack, the armor shattered. The 6th-order soul spirit was dispersed, and a sense of relief actually appeared in the eyes that had a hint of clarity. Then, under Lin Xiao's gaze, a middle-aged silhouette clad in armor appeared overhead. His appearance was ordinary, but peaceful, and his eyes were filled with a sharpness that was fearless of everything. But at this moment, he showed a pleased smile. Then, a pair of eyes looked at the land with some fondness, and his figure slowly dissipated into thin air. The huge body of energy flew towards Lin Xiao's torso, and Lin Xiao's numinous power rose once again. Only he had no joy of elevation. There was only an endless killing intent towards the Starry Sky Forces and the Alien Beast Alliance. It's time to hunt. Chapter 56 Ice Qinru's Arrest. Shaoli, why are you doing this? Bing Qinru covered her wound. She was not in good shape at this time. There were already multiple wounds on her body, and behind her, there were two other martial arts candidates who were already lying on the ground like dead men. Bing Qinru was puzzled as she looked at the teenager in front of her, who was clearly a companion a second ago. As a martial artist of the Dragon Kingdom, you even colluded with foreign enemies. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution? Oh, that's all bull ***** to fool the devil. Why I collude is not all because of you. Xiaoli looked viciously at Bing Qianru's face. There's not a day on this journey when I haven't treated you with respect and currying favor. But you never look me in the eye, even for a second. What? Am I, Xiaoli, not even as good as the white bones on the ground in your eyes? Xiaoli's face had revealed a touch of evil. He looked at Bing Qianru's stunningly beautiful face. A hint of evil smile came out. His eyes kept scanning the other party's body. I've never known what retribution is, but I'll let you experience what it means to be human later. Xiaoli suddenly changed his face, and he looked humbly toward the back of the room. My lord, she has been seriously injured. My lord, you promised me. He rubbed his hands together and looked extremely carefully at the number of figures in front of him. A demonic teenager at the head of the group suddenly revealed a large incisor as he waved his hand. Xiaoli immediately stepped forward with his ass in the air. My lord, what else do you have in mind? Put. His pupils widened, his face full of fear, and he lowered his head to find that his chest had been poked through, and blood was pouring out as if it didn't need money. Duh, my lord. 4. His eyes were a little lax. Why? Obviously said yes. He had already done all of it, and even went so far as to betray his own companions. Why did he get this in return? I'm too dirty to kill you. The demonic teenager shook off his hand. What a lowly people. Even the betrayal of their fellow man is so justified. Among his demon race, only the strong are revered, and he absolutely serves the laws of the forest. But he also extremely despises treating such betraying villains. Bing Qianru looked at the dead Xiaoli, biting her lips tightly, wanting to once again run the body's foreign energy for a final fight. Bang! The devil boy quickly flew forward, and his powerful force directly knocked Bing Qianru away. Put! The blow was so heavy that her internal organs were severely injured. Her hands forcefully held herself up from falling down. The demonic teenager couldn't help but praise. If it weren't for the help of your trashy companion, it wouldn't have been easy to take you down. Alright, cut the crap and hurry up. Don't let Lord Demon's son wait too long. The other demon race teenagers stepped forward and struck out to deliver heavy blows to Bing Qianru. The severely injured Bing Qianru was no match for them and fainted. Ugh, this is so intense. The teenager wiped the corner of his mouth, having just been inattentively punched hard by the other party, knocking out several of his teeth. Several teenagers tied up Bing Qianru and left in the distance. There are many other places in this vast extraterrestrial battlefield where something similar is happening. Northeast corner. There are a large number of martial arts candidates gathered here. Most of them come from poor families, and their own strengths are in the middle and lower reaches among all of them. That's quite a crowd. Not far away, a teenager with a demonic aura looked ahead with a smile, and behind him were dozens of companions. The people from the Fey Alliance had also appeared. How about it? Can you eat it? A teenager from the Alien Beast Alliance stepped forward. It looked at the scene and a stern color flashed in its gaze. With the treasure bestowed by Lord Demon's son, dealing with this trash isn't a piece of cake. Hearing the son of devil, that teenager from the Fey Alliance was scornful, but thinking of its own lord, it suppressed that scornful look. Then find the right moment and do it. Cut the crap and watch me. At this moment one of the candidates who was resting suddenly noticed a hint of something wrong. Why does the sky seem a little reddish? He was puzzled. This extraterrestrial battlefield had always been gray because of the influence of the special rules. How did it suddenly turn red? More and more people noticed the phenomenon, and they stopped and gathered to look at the increasingly reddish sky above the. Yuan Ming and the other few people in charge here looked a bit grave. They glanced at each other and had already sensed that something wasn't right. Not good. Looks like someone's onto us. Yuan Ming's face was hard to see. He had no idea where the enemy was right now. The color of blood in the air grew thicker and thicker, and immediately afterward, a curtain of light directly enveloped all of them. All the candidates here all reacted. They received an attack. Asterisk. There's been an attack. Damn. It must be the gang of foreign beasts and demons. Don't be afraid, everyone. So many of us will go together to them up. What's that smell? Not good. This is the soul ecstasy incense. Everyone quickly cover your nose. Don't inhale it. The scene was chaotic. Many people did not pay attention to suck a lot of soul incense into the body. Become delirious, withered, paralyzed on the ground. Sneaky, have the guts to fight head on. Yuan Ming and the others roared loudly towards the area. They had a sense of powerlessness. They didn't even know who or where the enemy was. How were they going to fight this battle? Several hours had passed, and most of the people here had all collapsed to the ground. They had lost their ability to fight. Yu Mingming and the others were also on the verge of not being able to hold on, and in the last moment, he remembered someone. There's no way around it. Dead horse. A few moments later, everyone here had fallen into a comatose state. Thousands of people had gathered, but they hadn't even touched the enemy's shadow. Sad. Natives are natives. Dozens of silhouettes appeared. He looked down on the people lying on the ground with mockery on their faces. If it wasn't for his lordship's request, he wouldn't have left them alive. It's a long way from here. Lin Xiao was battling an alien beast. Set. The eyes of the alien beast boy were filled with terror. It didn't expect the human it met to be so terrifying. It wanted to open its mouth to beg for mercy. But Lin Xiao didn't even give the other party a chance to open his mouth. Bang! Ding! Detected that the host has killed a peak late 4th stage foreign beast, rewarding 5,000 cultivation points. Please ask if you want to recycle the corpse. Recycle. Ding! Recovery successful. Reward 5,000 cultivation points. Lin Xiao looked at his ranking. At this moment he has come to the second position. Lin Xiao, 43,500 points. Ranked second. It had to be said that the spirits within that secret place had brought him an extremely large amount of points, instantly rushing to second place, less than 3,000 away from the first Qinli. Suddenly, he noticed a vibration coming from his token. It seems to be a message from Yu Mingming. Is he looking for me for something? Lin Xiao perceived. His eyes immediately became extremely sharp, and finding his bearings, he directly disappeared in this place. Lin Xiao directly activated his spatial ability and instantly moved toward the place in his memory. I hope it's not too late. As he moved, he probed his mind and sensed it. Powerful thoughts enveloped the entire 100-mile radius. Aha! It's not too late. Lin Xiao sensed the movement in front of him. Dozens of silhouettes were being carried, and he immediately accelerated at full speed. If you ask me, it would be better to kill all of this trash. And I don't know what the Lord is asking me to transport all of them over there for. There was a demon race teenager who was pulling a few arms with his hands and shaking them with force. And these people were all tied up, like livestock to be slaughtered. Cut the crap and hurry up. Don't keep His Excellency waiting. Bang! Suddenly, a silhouette descended from the sky, and the loud sound of falling to the ground was, "Who?" Everyone immediately put down what they were doing and looked at a figure walking towards them. I am your ancestor. Lin Xiao didn't say a word and went straight for the fires. Great void shifting technique. He forcefully pulled the dozens of enemies in front of him into an alien dimension he created. Before the enemy could react, Lin Xiao instantly went up and directly hammered several silhouettes. Not good. This is an expert. Everyone be careful. This scene caused the others to become surprised. He immediately entered into combat. He had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, and as a higher race, he was subconsciously condescending. Countless figures of Lin Xiao suddenly appeared in this otherworldly space. Bang! The demon race and the alien beast alliance have launched an offensive attack. No good. It's a mirror image. Here too. All of them looked at the mirror that had been broken by itself and were immediately alerted. Put. Several more people were killed in seconds. There was no time to react. Who the hell are you? How can there be an expert like you among humans? A demonic teenager couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't believe that the lowly inferior race in their eyes had such a character. Killing them was as simple as killing a dog. The answer to him was a frightening 4 words. Time and space obliteration. This space began to collapse. Countless cracks were tearing. The powerful destructive force enveloped all the teenagers of the demon race and alien beast alliance, and their proud bodies became fragile under such tearing. I don't believe it. Damned humans, Lord Demon's son will avenge us. This space completely sank into endless darkness, and all the human corpses were all torn into countless pieces and then floated in the deepest part of the universe. Ding! It was detected that the host killed a foreign beast. Reward 20 W cultivation points. Outside, Lin Zhao's figure appeared and he suddenly slapped his head. Bad. In all the excitement, I forgot to leave the body behind. He was a bit annoyed that he had wasted 200,000 cultivation points. Lin Xiao didn't know that after the fight he had just had, he had surpassed Qinli in the points ranking and had come to the number 1 position. Afterwards, his eyes looked ahead, looking at the martial arts candidates who were tied up on top of the chains one by one. He was suddenly a little angry again. Damn, it's cheap for them to die so painfully. It's been a long time. Those unconscious martial arts candidates finally woke up. Yuan Ming was thrilled as he stepped forward. Many thanks to Brother Lin for his help. Lin Xiao stopped him. What exactly happened? Why are you guys being like this? It's reasonable that so many people wouldn't be made to look like this by dozens of enemies. Speaking of which, Yuan Ming also became a little embarrassed. This time it was they who were too gullible. Brother Lin, a great favor is not appreciated. If there is anything I can use in the future, just ask. Yuan Ming understood that this Lin Xiao was definitely not a simple character. Just then, they all received a message on each of their tokens. Lin Zhao's expression became extremely calm after checking it out, and his eyes flashed with a divine luster. Son of the Devil? Chapter 57, Son of the Devil. All the martial arts candidates who were still operating on the extraterritorial battlefield had all learned a piece of news. I am the Son of the Devil. And then, there's an image. There were countless silhouettes tied to a huge chain on the screen, and they were all the martial arts candidates of this session. All the candidates who saw this image clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. On the screen, a martial arts candidate was treated like a general chained and cuffed. and then dragged by a teenager of the demon race or the alien beast alliance. Spectacle too horrible endure, idiom, tragic situation. The figure of the son of the devil reappeared. He was like a monarch, with 4 horns on his head and a devilish aura that filled the sky. His face filled with extreme confidence. Humans, if you want to save your companions, come here. That's where it stops. Countless people froze in place. What to do? Abrupt. Everyone's identity tokens inexplicably trembled. They rushed to investigate. My name is Ji Shangnan. Anyone who violates the Dragon Kingdom will be executed even though they are far away. The resounding words were filled with an endless killing aura. Someone knew him. It's Ji Shangnan, the third-ranked absolute pride. It was like a signal. The top-ranked human powerhouses all made their views known. This battle, they took it. With so many powerful people mobilizing, the rest of us are all more confident. Asterisk. Him. I'm worried that it's hard to earn points. Killing one is not a loss. Killing 2 is blood money. That's right. This gang of bullies. I saw a brother captured by him. Must go. Brothers, charge. With so many of us, are we afraid of those damn? Just like that, the martial arts candidates from all directions of the entire extraterrestrial battlefield all converged in one direction. Every one of them has a fierce look on their faces. This is a war that belongs to them, and the war will be won. Brother Lin. Yuan Ming looked at Lin Zhao's face. He had just decided with the other heads to go together. This battle had to be won. Lin Zhao didn't say anything and just nodded. Then with a flash, he disappeared. Yuan Ming looked at Lin Zhao, who had disappeared, and his complexion became grave. Then he turned around with brothers, take up your weapons. Anyone who offends the Dragon Kingdom will be executed even if it's far away. Another sight. A teenager held a green dragon curved moonsword, the tip of the blade dragging the ground and leaving deep traces as he took one step at a time toward a certain direction. A cold face with endless killing intent. All set? Back to Lord Demon's son. All have been prepared. A demonic teenager was respectful, and his words were filled with awe. Great, son of the devil, are you sure your way will work? At this time, a young man with the same devilish aura came. He had double horns on his head, and was a lot worse than the son of the devil in terms of heritage, but he didn't show the same deference to the others. Bitterless, you only need to follow my orders. The son of devil looked at him indifferently, his expression indifferent, not putting the teenager in front of him in his eyes at all. You, the young man called Bitterblue's complexion was slightly cold. He wanted to open his mouth to rebuke, but he was stunned by a simple look from the demon's son. Bitterness had a powerful background. His father was a demon race martial saint, but the son of the devil was an existence that was evaluated by their patriarch as bound to become a martial saint, and he and the other party were not even in the same dimension. Humph. He had no choice but to fling his sleeve and leave the place. The son of the devil glanced at him. Trashy stuff. Son of devil. That Qinli is very difficult to deal with. A stout teenager appeared. Its aura extremely powerful. Kirin's son. Are you afraid? The son of devil revealed a faint smile as he looked at the teenager, waiting for the other party's answer. I am fearless of everything. Kirin Z shook its head. It wasn't afraid. It had its own invincible belief. Fearless of all enemies. Then what are you worried about? The son of the devil looked into the distance. His ambitions were great and the clan had no small expectations of him this time around. In that case, then I won't say anything more. The unicorn's son laughed, and with every step it took, the space around it seemed to tremble. Kariko, the leader of the alien beast alliance this time, was unrivaled and powerful. The son of devil looked into the distance, his eyes filled with devilish aura flickering slightly. Coming, just a short distance away, more and more silhouettes appeared, each of them emitting an extremely powerful fury aura. Everybody wait in place. Soon after, a golden light shone, and countless imperial dragon chi hissed in the air. Ji Shangnan is here. The crowd all looked at him. This was an extremely powerful existence. The fluctuations around him alone made many people not dare to look directly at him. Oh, there are still characters? The son of devil stared at Ji Shangnan. He was a bit surprised. With every step Ji Shangnan took, the dragon aura on his body became more and more solidified. When it came to the forefront, dragon chi rose up to the sky, and an ancient dragon hovered in the sky above, like it wanted to destroy the world. The aura is still really strong. The son of devil felt that aura that made him somewhat disgusted, and his deep pupils flashed. The Kirin son also came to his side, and it was likewise a bit surprised. Son of devil, this guy is not simple. The two of them were both supreme celestial prides, so they naturally felt the vague sense of oppression coming from Ji Shangnan's body. This is a being who can stand alongside him. Abrupt. There was a piercing clang from the earth. The voice was a bit faint in the cacophony, but it caused everyone to look at it sideways. It's Qinli. Some of the martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom recognized the teenager, and they were a bit surprised that Qinli was a legend of their generation. Since his emergence he had dominated all the lists without a single defeat, and compared to Ji Shangnan and the others, Qinli had a higher status in their hearts. Looks like everyone's here. Seeing this, the son of the devil finally spoke. As he spoke, all the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom looked at him, and some couldn't help but hurl curses. You're the one who calls yourself the son of the devil, aren't you? Be sensible and release our people. After seeing all the bigwigs on their side come out, the martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom's confidence increased greatly and they all clamored for more. Qinli and Ji Shangnan stood at the front of the line. They looked at each other and it was all in the air. Ha! The son of the devil revealed an evil smile as he gently waved his hand. Suddenly, several screams came from behind them, only to see a demonic teenager decapitating dozens of Dragon Country martial artists in an instant. His desolate voice lingered in this space for a long time. This scene stimulated all the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom. They couldn't help but want to charge up immediately. The son of the devil was just about to raise his own hand. Qinli suddenly swung a knife. This sword was filled with an extremely powerful blade intent, forcing everyone to suppress it. Afterward, he looked at the son of the devil and inquired word for word. Draw a line. He was holding the green dragon bent moon sword, standing in front of all of them at the moment, reaching out and pointing at the opposite side of the crowd. The powerful aura actually made quite a few people from the demon race and the alien beast alliance tense up. Qinli, you're still the same as always. The son of devil looked at the imposing Qinli. It wasn't the first time that the two of them had exchanged blows. It's very simple. As long as you cut off one of your own arms, I'll immediately let go of these people behind me. How about that? After saying that, the son of devil just looked at Qinli, waiting for his answer. Before Qinli could reply, Ji Shangnan, who was on the side, slowly walked forward. The golden pupils exuded a stern gaze as he calmly looked at the other party. Originally thought to be a character, but I didn't expect to be this brainless person as well. His words silenced the son of the devil somewhat. It didn't take long for the son of the devil's gaze to stop on him. Your name is Ji Shangnan, isn't it? I sense a familiar aura from you. What kind of person is GZ to you? With these words, Ji Shangnan's breath obviously floated a bit. His expression became sharp and his gaze was fixed on the son of the devil, as if it was about to burst into flames. Looks like I guessed it. It's still relevant. The son of the devil was no longer concerned as he once again inquired. Qinli, how's the consideration going? You're full of crap. What answered him was a blade intent that covered the sky. Qinli swung his body lengthwise, his powerful and unrivaled blade intent raging in the air. Just as Ji Shangnan had said, there was no way he would agree to such a brainless request. That would be a shame. The son of the devil was not surprised, for his purpose had been accomplished. Abrupt, the earth began to tremble. Countless people were unsteady on their feet, and a mysterious and unpredictable pattern appeared in the middle of this space. At this moment, a smile appeared on the face of the son of the devil. Oh foolish humans, you deserve nothing more than to fall into my belly. Chapter 58 Kirin's Son. Death. The earth is trembling violently. The sudden and drastic change threw all the martial arts candidates into a state of confusion. Don't panic, we can't afford to be disorganized. Many people exuded powerful auras. They were all top-ranked existences, and they were all stabilizing the situation at the moment. Qinli looked at the lines above his head. The patterns were so profound that he couldn't understand them. Ichiban Ryu. He swung his sword and chopped out. The terrifying sword intent rushed blazing clouds. There was even a brief crack, but it didn't take long for it to revert back to its original form. At the same time, the martial arts candidates behind the sons of the devil who were cuffed by the chainlocks looked as if they had been subjected to an extremely powerful attack, and their faces turned extremely pale. Some of them even spit out blood. This scene made Qinli somewhat afraid to act rashly as he coldly looked at the son of the devil. What have you done? The son of the devil smiled blandly. Qinli, you wouldn't think that I really captured these people simply to threaten you? He raised the corner of his head, and by now the lines in the air had become more and more solid, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. It has come to this. Qinli, I'll give you one last chance. Break your arm and I'll spare you. Why bother talking nonsense with them? Ji Shangnan stepped on a golden auspicious cloud, and the golden dragon hovering in the sky above him pointed directly at the other party as he made a direct move. Your opponent is me. A teenager blocked his attack. It's Kiriko. Its body was filled with infinite power, and it actually took this attack with its bare hands. The two of them instantly launched a powerful attack. The Emperor Dragon Chi was roaring. An Emperor Dragon robe emerged on Ji Shangnan's body. His opponent this time was extremely powerful and brought a lot of pressure on him. Kirin Z possessed a very terrifying bloodline power, and with every attack, the sound was extremely loud, and this space was somewhat distorted up. The aftermath of their battle even made bystanders afraid to come forward. Son of Devil, you will die today. Qinli held his sword in one hand and ruthlessly slashed at the son of Demon. The sky-splitting slash. This blade could really cut the sky. An extremely large blade energy appeared in the air. straight into the yellow dragon, rushing in the direction of the son of the devil. Oomph! With a cold snort, an infinite Dharma body appeared behind the son of devil. Terrifying demonic aura coalesced behind it. Corn Devil Infinite. This gigantic Dharma body was tens of feet tall, and its sky-covering figure directly confronted that blade chi head-on, emitting unimaginable fluctuations. The battle is on. All the martial arts candidates launched an attack. Tens of thousands of people. The scene was extremely vast, and there were only a few hundred people on the side of the demon race and the Fey Alliance, so by all rights, they should not be a match for the human race. Only, there was no fear on his face. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Abrupt, the sky is falling, the earth is cracking, the lightning is flashing, the thunder is roaring, only to see the already solidified ripples in the air constantly sending out vibrations. Countless attacks appeared. The four major rule forces of wind, fire, thunder and lightning formed an endless horrifying attack that exploded recklessly in the crowd. Countless martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom were caught off guard and struck. The serious ones were seriously injured on the spot and lost their fighting ability. Not good. Defense. Watch the air. They looked grave, lifted their heads and became extraordinarily cautious. We must break the ripples first. It has been proposed. Most of them agreed. They gathered their full strength. Their powerful supernatural abilities launched a fierce attack in unison towards the sky above. Put. Only to see those captured Dragon Kingdom martial artists once again spit out blood, face even more pale. There are already a very small number of a person cannot hold on. No good. Some smart people had already thought of something, and their complexions became ugly. By this point, they had already understood that this mysterious pattern was actually linked to the lives of those fellow countrymen. Damn it! Someone roared angrily. How is this supposed to work? Leave us alone. Kill these sons of ES. There were those among the arrested who were not afraid of death, and they cried out angrily, only hating themselves for their incompetence, that they had become prisoners. Pop. Extremely loud slaps. These angry people were ruthlessly humiliated by the demon race, and their faces were distorted by its incessant slapping with its hands. What to do? What the hell to do? Many people looked up to the sky and roared in anger. It was neither right to make a move nor wrong to not make a move, and at this time in the sky, there were still countless attacks falling towards them. They could only keep defending themselves. This was not a long-term solution. After a long time, if the alien energy in their bodies was depleted, they would really be fish meat on the chopping board, to be slaughtered. They set their eyes on the battlefield at the forefront, hoping for a miracle. At this moment, both battlefields are erupting with shocking fluctuations. It wasn't the first time that Qinli and the son of the devil had come into contact with each other. Both of them knew each other quite well, and the battle was hard to break up for a while. And here in Ji Shangnan, he had fallen behind. Is that all the strength you have? Where's the power you had just now? Kirin Z was wide open, his body exuding the fluctuations of the 5th rank. The powerful attacks pressed Ji Shangnan to defend continuously. The Emperor's dragon robe on his body had dimmed a bit. His opponent's attack was too strong. During this period of time, he cultivated frantically raising his cultivation level, only breaking through to the 4th rank after countless resources were smashed down on him. Among his peers, he had already crowned everything, and even his true strength could touch the late 5th stage. Only, this time, the opponent he encountered was also an incomparably powerful heavenly pride. That's the unicorn child with ancestral blood. He's suffocating in this fight, always on the defensive, with no way to attack at all. The alien energy in his body was constantly depleting, and the imperial dragon chi around him was rising and falling with a slight agitation. Seeing this, the son of the devil on the side revealed a satisfied smile as he launched a verbal attack while attacking. Qinli, it seems like your teammate is going to lose. After Kirin Z finishes him off, it will be your turn next. This time, you humans will lose. Ha 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 ha. He didn't put up a fight either. He only needed to stop this Qinli and wait for some time. This game, he was bound to win. 3 battlefields, with 2 places at an absolute disadvantage. The balance of this battle has really tipped in the direction of the demon race. A golden aura flickered in Ji Shangnan's pupils, and he looked increasingly frantic. Ignoring Kirin Z's fierce attack, the incomparably dense Emperor Dragon Chi formed a terrifying Emperor Dragon sword and launched it toward a certain spot in the air. The unicorn son was a bit disappointed as it looked at this opponent. Was this a hurt pride? Has he already started to give up on himself? The son of the devil laughed even louder at this. Victory was already beckoning to him. Ka-ching! This terrifying imperial dragon sword directly struck the lines in the air and actually pierced straight through the. This scene made the son of the devil a bit dazed. It's not right. How could it be? It was impossible to break this formation of his with that attack just now. Kirin Z was also shocked by this sudden scene. It was aware of the horror of this formation. The crack in the sky was getting wider and wider, and just as everyone's gazes looked up to the sky in unison, an unfamiliar voice appeared on the scene. The blade of nothingness. Countless sharp hidden blades appeared, shattering those chains, followed by an incomparably powerful spatial fluctuation spreading out. The captured Dragon Nation martial artist suddenly disappeared into thin air. What? This scene caused the son of the devil to let out an incredulous cry of shock at how this was possible. At the same time, the ripples in the sky above finally broke apart completely in the eyes of the crowd as the cracks grew larger and larger. A silhouette appeared in the middle of the sky, his feet stepping on the luster of divinity, and a female in his arms, only to be seen waving his hand in a big way. The people who had just been arrested appeared at the same time, and they had now arrived at the dragon's position. What are you? The son of the devil temporarily withdrew from the battlefield, his gaze fixed on that figure as he was unusually perplexed. The figure didn't pay any attention to it, but looked at the young girl in his arms. Is everything alright? The young girl's beautiful light blue eyes looked at him tightly. I'm fine. Sorry I'm holding you back. The young girl was none other than Bing Shinru. At this time she was blaming herself. As a friend, she felt as if she had disgraced her friend. This figure was none other than Lin Xiao. He slowly lowered Bing Shinru down. He had already appeared here as early as the very beginning. As a Grandmaster level formation master he immediately realized that something was wrong with this place. So he cooperated with Ji Xiangnan. Who the hell are you? After the son of devil saw that Bing Shinru, who he had hidden in the mysterious space, had even been saved by the other party, he became even more unsettled. This couldn't be possible. Lin Xiao came to Ji Xiangnan's body step by step. How is it? Can you still move? Ji Xiangnan's body is shaking with dragon energy. Of course. Lin Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Leave it to me. You go take care of the other minions. Ji Xiangnan was silent for a moment and turned around to leave the place. He was not a person who dragged his feet. He knew Lin Xiao's strength in his heart. The Qilin Zi just wanted to go forward, but Lin Xiao immediately stopped it. I hear you're a good fighter? That one made Kirin-chan laugh. I haven't heard anyone talk to me like that in a long time. Its face slowly grew morose, the incomparably terrifying power of its bloodline raging as it became angry. Boom! The two immediately erupted into a shocking battle. It was a purely physical battle. Lin Xiao's body emanated an ancient copper-colored golden aura, and his powerful blood chi shot up into the sky, actually beating Kirin Zi into submission. Is that all the strength you have? Where's the power you had just now? These words made the Qilin Zi, who kept retreating, look extremely ugly. Weren't these the words that came out of its mouth just now? Ah! It was instantly furious. The power of its bloodline was boiling, and it forcefully stimulated the ancestral blood in its body. In an instant, its power rose several notches, powerful enough to shatter the sky. You seek death. Boom! The two launched a fierce attack once again. Lin Xiao kept changing his orientation. Spatial transients were launched frequently. Countless phantoms appeared in the air. They looked like real people, simultaneously urging their fists to launch a powerful attack on Kirin Zi. Ahem! Kirin Zi was beaten back and forth. If not for its own powerful defense, this attack down it may have been seriously injured. This sight saw the color of the demon sun next to him keep changing. He simply could not have imagined that things would happen to this point. Son of the devil! A blade intent that covered the sky pulled his thoughts back as Qinli, holding a large sword, came towards him to kill. The two erupted into battle once more. Ji Xiangnan took on Bitterblade. The Emperor's dragon chi kept erupting. The powerful aura pressed Bitterless into continuous defeat, and his face became even more unsightly. How is this human so strong? He couldn't believe that he couldn't even beat a human. A powerful demonic aura streaked across the heavens and earth, and a huge figure appeared behind him, which was his Dharma phase. Kill! Imperial Dragon Fist. What greeted him was a heaven-breaking fist power. The powerful Emperor Dragon Fist became extremely ferocious with the Golden Dragon's boost. It actually directly pierced through that demonic Dharma body of bitterness. The immense pain it caused him, the intense backlash caused him to spit out blood non-stop. Damn it! Son of the devil! Save me! At this moment, Bitterness was seriously injured, and with a look of horror on his face, he hurriedly called out to the son of the devil for help. What a waste! At this moment, the son of devil swept the battlefield. Kirin Zi was overpowered by the kid that suddenly appeared, and the momentum was gone. Kid, I'll remember you. He looked at Lin Xiao viciously, memorizing his face in his mind to death. A jade tablet suddenly appeared in his hand and he pinched it with force. A portal suddenly appeared in the air and he fled alone. Son of the devil, help me! Bitterless looked at the fleeing son of the devil and hissed and cried out. He couldn't die here. His father was a martial saint, and he still had a great future ahead of him. And at the moment the son of the devil had stepped into the portal and couldn't hear his call at all. Imperial Dragon Sword. A powerful golden giant sword appeared and stabbed directly at Bitter End's chest. Stab! The Emperor's dragon sword directly pierced his body, and the powerful Emperor's dragon chi wreaked havoc within his body. How can I die? In this? The sound grew fainter and fainter, and the bittersweet slowly lay on the ground. out of breath. The son of a generation of martial saints died. Another sight. Kirin Z has revealed his true form, a mixed-blooded Kirin, covered in greenish scales. It roared in anger and kept on launching its onslaught. Only every attack was blocked by Lin Xiao. Set. The powerful temporal and spatial ability once again fixed the other party in place. Lin Xiao made an instantaneous appearance and once again blasted out a punch. Fist breaks the sky. This punch directly shattered the countless scales on the Kirin Z's body. Its torso was bleeding, and not a single part of its huge body was in good shape. Its invincibility was hardened, and now it was somewhat disgraced by the defeated dog. Lin Xiao was too strong. As strong as the Kirin with ancestral blood, he lost to him in the physical assault, and his invincible Dao heart was broken hard. The endless punching intent is still continuing its output. The unicorn was sobbing blood. It could hardly carry on any longer, and its huge body collapsed, shaking the earth. In its dying moments, it barely opened its own eyes and looked at the human who made it fear from the bottom of its heart. The hell you! Bang! Another punch. This punch struck the Qilin Z's head directly hardening its head. Kiriko, D. Chapter 59, Aftermath of the War. Kirin Z's huge body slammed heavily on the ground like a small hill. This scene really shocked all of them. Ji Shangnan's eyes were a bit complicated. He didn't care when he was being pressed by Kirin Z, because he knows that given a little more time, he'll surpass his opponent. But Lin Xiao, you've gotten stronger again. The golden pupils looked at the young man who emitted divine light like a god, and for a moment, they actually felt some powerlessness welling up in their hearts. But in the blink of an eye, it exudes an indomitable will. He's Ji Shangnan, the Emperor of the Earth. Someone was right up front, and he was worried that he was too invincible to find an opponent. Lin Xiao, one day I'll surpass you. Qinli also looked at the radiant figure. His cold eyes somewhat loosened, and his body was actually radiating a strong battle intent. He wanted to fight with this teenager with all his might. All the martial arts students stayed where they were. That teenager is so strong. I remember him. He's the one who was the first to stand up and fear nothing in the first place. Who is he? He's Lin Xiao. Yuan Ming shouted out Lin Xiao's name from the crowd. Lin Xiao? The one who ranked first? The overwhelmingly fierce person who even surpassed Qinli? Why have I never heard of this man's name? I remember. Lin Xiao. He's the king of heaven's pride. Lin Xiao. Isn't the king of heaven's pride Qinli? Are you out of your mind? Lin Xiao is the king of heavenly pride in this term. Nima. He's only 16 and just started his first year of high school. Asterisk 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 asterisk. More and more people exclaimed violently as the name Lin Xiao became more and more divine. There was even a version that appeared in which Lin Xiao was not yet 10 years old. Ding! Detected that the host has killed the early 5th order stray blood Qilin, rewarding 2W cultivation points. May I ask if the corpse is recovered? No recycling. Ding! Lin Xiao moved slightly. This kind of alien beast corpse with a powerful bloodline would make him lose money if he let the system recycle it. With a flick of the wrist, the huge body was taken into space by him. Run! The remaining people of the demon race and the alien beast alliance were filled with fear at the moment. Their bosses had died and fled. He had lost completely and utterly. Not good. This gang wants to run. Everyone on. Finally someone reacted. These damn guys, they must not be allowed to escape. Lin Xiao's speed was so fast that he arrived at the side of an alien beast teenager in an instant, and his powerful fist intent directly crashed out. Around. Ding. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This scene gave a lot of martial arts candidates scared. So fierce? Immediately afterward, everyone reacted. Brothers charge. Killing one is 1,000 points. At this moment, the original high and mighty he became a lost dog. Hundreds of people being chased and beaten by tens of thousands of people. Lin Xiao was like nobody's business. All those foreign beast teenagers were killed by him alone, not even sparing their corpses, which caused many martial arts candidates to put another label on their hearts. Fey Hunter. Lin Xiao. He doesn't kill demons. He kills beasts. But only Lin Xiao himself knew the reason for this. At this moment, the system's voice kept coming out of his mind. The cultivation level of the Fey teenagers who came in this time was generally on the 4th order of running. He earned hemp. After a fight, all the demons and beasts were slaughtered. This battle of life and death was won by the Dragon Kingdom. At this point, the gazes of all the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts candidates all looked toward the 3 silhouettes at the front of the line. Lin Xiao, Qinli, Ji Shangnan. Without the appearance of these 3 people, they would have lost this battle. Holding a long knife in his hand, Qinli slowly walked forward and stopped at a distance of about 1 meter from Lin Xiao, his gaze looking straight at Lin Xiao's face. Lin Xiao looked at the other party with the same flatness. The 2 men just stared at each other in silence, the air vaguely fluctuating in a strange way. These 2 aren't going to have a fight, are they? It's hard to say. One first, one second. Whoever wins is the ultimate winner. I feel like Qinli has more hope. He's too perverted. Lin Xiao is also very fierce. Didn't you see then he killed that Qilin's son? That's an existence that can stand alongside the son of devil. There were really quite a few people who wished to see the two supreme celestial prides fight for supremacy, which made them a bit hot-blooded. Lin Xiao. Qin Li's voice was hoarse, but his pupils were filled with divinity. My name is Qin Li. After saying that, Qin Li once again looked at Lin Xiao, feeling the powerful sense of oppression coming from the other party's body. You are very strong. I hope you can fight me if you have the chance. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. This guy? Didn't anyone tell him he should be friendly on his first meeting? You're a martial arts nerd. However, his gaze was unusually calm and his eyes were full of confident power, which satisfied Qin Li. At the same time, he glanced at Ji Shangnan. You're not bad either. When you catch up to me, let's fight. Ji Shangnan froze, and then an incomparably dense imperial aura erupted from within his body. This kind of declaration of war? Ji Shangnan took it. Great. After saying that, Qin Li held the green dragon bent moon blade in his hand and left toward the distance. No one dared to stop him. This is a true master swordsman. Ji Shangnan similarly stepped forward slowly, his dragon chi surging. Lin Xiao, right now you're stronger than me, but one day, I will take back the glory that belongs to me. The golden pupils exuded a powerful confidence. Ji Shangnan believed that he would one day catch up with the teenager in front of him. This was the absolute confidence of being an emperor on earth. Lin Xiao was a bit speechless. Just left one and here comes another one? That's what we're saying. Can't we be a little nicer? Suddenly, a phrase came to him. Afterward, it stood with its arms folded, its deep pupils looking towards the sky, and a radiant divine luster shone on the earth. I will give you time to catch up until you are out of sight from afar. A flat tone, but implies an incomparably overbearing and powerful. Ji Shangnan's eyes shrunk slightly. As an earthly emperor he seemed to feel a tremor from his heart at this moment. It's fearless, bold, and invincible. It was as if the young man in front of him was truly an invincible existence on earth, and no one could surpass him. Several days have passed since the battle, but there are still martial arts candidates who recall the shocking images from time to time. Lin Xiao, 1740-1804, Qing Dynasty writer and author. This name, which most of them were not too familiar with, had left an extremely deep impression on everyone in this battle. Someone said that you guys didn't even know about Lin Xiao. Who was the king of heaven's remarks? Come on, with all our energy going into the national college entrance exams, who's going to have the time to pay attention to the king of the skyscrapers that comes along every year? At that moment, a signal came from everyone's tokens. There is one last day left in this national high school exam. All of a sudden, everyone immediately rolled up their sleeves and prepared to push their rankings forward again in the final moments. Lin Xiao walks aimlessly through a pothole. He looked at his ranking. Lin Xiao, 63,000 points. Ranked first. In second place was still Qin Li, with 52,000 points. A full 10,000 fewer than him. There's one last day left, so it should be solid. System, open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel has opened. Name, Lin Xiao. Sex, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade. Ability, Spacetime Plus, Super SSS grade. Spacetime Holy Law. Origin, Awakening level 19. 7%. Time and Space God's Eyes Plus, the 10 Great Eyes of the Heavens. Awakening level 18. 8%. Level, Early Peak of 4th Order Plus, Blood Gas, 31438 Plus, wow even. It's been a long time since I've seen you. You're already a muscular man with 8-pack abs. Numinous Power, 1999 Plus, great. One more and it'll be a godly disease. Technique, Void Sutra Plus, Minor Achievement. Mixed Unlimited Great Tao Sutra, Minor Achievement. Martial Art, Blade of Void Plus, Peak of Minor Accomplishment. The Eye of the Gods Plus, Minor Success. Fist Breaks the Vault Plus, Sengoku. Soul Needle Plus, Sengoku. Auxiliary Sense, Patriarchal Combat Skills. Grandmaster Level Formation Master. Kung Fu Idea, Introductory. Cultivation Points, 710. 001 inch. Attending a friend's birthday party tonight. 1 shift. I'm very sorry. 5 shifts tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 60, Another Opportunity. Patriarchal Alchemy Master. 1 more. It's still faster to get money from killing foreign beasts. Lin Xiao looked at the full 711,000 cultivation points and didn't know how to use them for a moment. System, Talent Ability Plus. Ding. Adding points is successful. Deducting 70 W cultivation points. In the dark, Lin Xiao felt more comfortable with the manipulation of time and space. His 2 major talent awakening levels have broken through 20%. The Super SSS grade Spacetime Holy Law Origin reached 29.7%. The Spacetime God's Eyes also broke through to 28.8%. A full 10% boost. The origin of the Spacetime Sacred Law that was hidden in the depths of the body changed somewhat, and a mysterious ripple actually appeared on the surface, as if it was nurturing some kind of powerful force. It really doesn't prohibit flowers. Lin Xiao suddenly felt like he was raising big families that he simply couldn't afford. He looked at the space in front of him, his eyes flickering slightly, only to see a spatial rift being torn open by his hard work. If he had wanted to do this to this extent in the past, at least 1/5 of the alien energy in his body would have to be consumed. It was important to know that after cultivating the hybrid infinite Great Tao Sutra, Lin Zhao's psychic ability was 50 times that of an ordinary person. Only this time, he sensed. Sure enough, the sheer consumption has been much less than before, only consuming about 1/5 of the previous alien energy. Not only space, but for the manipulation of time, Lin Xiao was also more comfortable than ever before. It should be able to create 5 times the flow of time now. System, sign in. Ding, signing in was successful, rewarding a copy of the patriarchal Dan Dao Sense. May I ask if you accept? Good stuff. But, Lin Xiao touched his head. The system was asking himself to become omnipotent? First the Tao of formation, and now the Tao of Dan. Good man. Accepted. Ding, the patriarchal Dan Dao Sense is being transmitted. The familiar feeling strikes again. Lin Zhao's consciousness came to a strange space, and what was reflected in front of his eyes was a teenage boy. Mother, how are you? I'm so scared. Oh hoo! A scruffily dressed teenager was kneeling on the ground. He was in tears and his mouth kept calling out to a young woman. It was his own mother. Only now she was pale and radiated a deep aura of death, and was not long for life. Buyer, don't cry. Auntie is fine. Cough cough. The young woman held on to her already tattered body, her face showing benevolence. She gently soothed the teenager in front of her. It was the only thing she had left to hold on to. Mother, my child has found a way to cure you. Mother, you hold on. My child met a kind uncle in the back of the mountain. He said that on the other side of the mountain is rumored to have a great master. Will be able to save my mother. The young man clung to his mother's hand, which was a little cold, and he kept on huffing and puffing, tucking it in his arms. Buyer, cough. From now on, you have to be good and remember to eat every day. Cough. When you grow up, find a good family and remember to treat her well. You hear me? The young woman's eyes had become a little lax, and her speech was getting weaker and weaker, as she looked at her child and was very much, my son, mother, I can't watch you grow up anymore. Mother is so sad. I can't. The teenager was still huffing and puffing, but even the hottest heart could no longer cover the coldness of his hand. Mother. Lin Xiao quietly looked at this scene. He was a passerby. Looking at the life and death of the teenager and his own mother, he was somewhat touched by it. The young man's name is Jun Ruabai, and he's still young enough to borrow some silver from his neighbors to bury his mother, but no one would lend it to him. He had no choice but to take out the only shovel he had left at home and shoveled for a day and a night to bury his mother in the middle of nowhere. It rained heavily that day, and Jun Ruabai knelt in front of his mother's grave and cried for a long time. Mother, don't worry, Buyer will grow up well. Just like that. In Lin Zhao's gaze, the young man named Jun Ruabai walked out of the mountain and struggled upward in that prosperous world. He joined a clan and was spotted by a powerful man as a medicine boy. The young man was extremely intelligent, and he memorized all the medicinal recipes after reading them once, which made him a favorite of that powerful man, and accepted him as his close disciple. The image flickered and Lin Xiao didn't know how long had passed. He just knew that Jun Ruabai had grown up. He completely took over his master's mantle and turned into a far-famed Dan master. His alchemy skills were so superb that he even surpassed his own master, and many masters often came to spend a lot of money just to ask for a Dan. Time passed faster and faster, and Jun Ruabai's attainments in the Dan Dao grew deeper and deeper. On this day, Thunderbolt made a big build. Jun Ruabai in a vein source of land. Open furnace alchemy. Countless precious medicinal herbs were refined. The air wafted incense mortal smell can prolong life. This refining was for a month. Jun Ruabai's face was already a little pale. The long hours of concentration on alchemy had drained his mind tremendously. At this moment, the fire glowed in the furnace, countless medicinal liquids converging together under his maneuvering, and a supreme elixir was about to appear. There was lightning flashing in the sky. This was the Dan Tribulation. This refining by Jun Ruabai had refined the supreme elegance of this realm, and even the Dan Tribulation, which only existed in legends, had descended, with countless masters surrounding them just to witness the moment of miracle. This is the moment. Jun Ruabai suddenly let out a loud cry, his hands continuously forming seals as the powerful mana continued to add to it. The thunderbolt in the air had already taken shape, carrying an annihilating might towards Jun Ruabai, and it was going to destroy this peerless treasure Dan that shouldn't be in the world. Jun Ruabai had already made sufficient preparations, and after a struggle, the thunderbolt was broken. So far, Dan sung. An elixir emitting endless medicinal fragrance was suspended in the air, with lines on the body of the elixir. Jun Ruabai looked at the elixir with great excitement. At this moment, the wish that had been pent up in his heart for countless years had finally come true. This pill he called the 9 Revolutions Breakthrough Pill. Its efficacy is extremely horrifying, and those who take it can ignore all the diseases in the world, and even if there is still a breath left in their mouths, they can be revived with full blood in the same place. You can even live and die with white flesh and bones. This is truly a supreme divine elixir. All the gazes of all the powerhouses were all looking at this precious Dan in death. To them, this was a second life. Jun Ruabai looked at the elixir as he looked into nothingness. Images of his childhood suddenly appearing. The shadow of his own mother lying on a hospital bed surfacing. His eyes glistened with tears. Mother, Bayer has grown up. Bayer has finally created the absolute divine pill. It can save everything in the world. Mother, Bayer misses you so much. At this moment, Jun Ruabai's Dan Dao attainments shook the ancient world and reached its peak in this realm. This is the end of the screen. Lin Xiao was silent. This was the life of a supreme Dan master, with great talent and talent. No more than that. Have you come to your senses? Vaguely, a shadow appeared, and he was surrounded by a strong Dan Dao aura, and it was none other than Jun Ruabai. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and respectfully bowed as he realized he had been a completely invisible being all this way, but had experienced the life of a supreme Dan master, and he had truly become enlightened. That's good. Ha 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 ha. The silhouette faded into nothingness along with the loud laughter. Lin Xiao's consciousness also disappeared from this space, and when he opened his eyes again, he actually had some old aura about him that was the precipitation of the years. At the same time, countless Dan Dao epiphanies appeared in his mind, as well as countless Dan formulas, including the formula for the 9 Revolutions Breakthrough Dan. This was the greatest gift that Jun Ruabai had left him. Lin Xiao got up and made a slight bow towards the endless starry sky, a bow he made from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the 16-year-old Lin Xiao once again had an additional identity that countless people did not even dare to think about. Grandmaster Alchemist. Lindsay, Chapter 61, rewarding $100 million. Second shift. A signal came from the token. The current National College entrance exam is coming to an end. At this time, outside the extraterrestrial battlefield, all 3 parties have appeared. Lin Yaotian's indifferent expression looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking about. Goro looked at Lin Yaotian's figure, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly spoke out in mockery. Lin Yaotian, do you think it would be too exciting if all of your Dragon Country martial arts candidates of this term were to fold in there? As he spoke, he was watching Lin Yaotian's reaction, fearing that the other party would suddenly give himself a blow without speaking of martial virtues. Tula's footsteps vaguely stepped to the side. There was also a division of high and low between martial saints. Obviously, Lin Yaotian was definitely the pinnacle of existence in the ranks of martial saints as well, and it was ashamed of itself. Lin Yaotian looked at Goro indifferently. I hope you'll be able to maintain your current stance later on. As Lin Yaotian, who also had temporal and spatial abilities, his temporal and spatial abilities had been developed to an extremely terrifying degree. As long as he wanted to, he could completely understand what was happening inside the extraterrestrial battlefield. At the same time, he glanced at Tula, with an inexplicable flavor in his eyes, which caused Tula to feel a twinge of uneasiness. This old guy can't be preparing to make a move on himself. Suddenly, a fluctuation came from the extraterrestrial battlefield. Seeing this, Lin Yaotian waved his hand again, and his powerful foreign energy directly constructed a heavenly avenue, directly connecting to the interior of the extraterrestrial battlefield. At this moment, all the martial arts candidates who had received the signal had stepped into this heavenly avenue. With the appearance of a martial arts candidate, everyone's face overflowed with a different kind of joy. Some were excited and should have been more satisfied with their rankings, while others were slightly weaker and should have failed the exams. And as more and more people appeared, Goro's complexion shifted as it vaguely felt that something was wrong. What's going on? What on earth did that demon sun guy do in there? When the last person appeared, Lin Yaotian carefully sensed it and withdrew his means. He looked at these youthful teenagers in front of him. This college entrance examination was considered cruel for many of them. Originally they shouldn't have been exposed to some overly cruel battlefield so early in life. He could sense that many teenagers had already disappeared, remaining forever in the space of the extraterrestrial battlefield. He didn't say anything, he just waved his hand again. All the martial arts candidates were teleported by him to their respective flying machines when they came, and all the nearly 100-strong martial arts kings also acted. Their mission this time wasn't over yet. These seeds of the future of the Dragon Kingdom still need to be sent back in one piece. Yulil and Tula looked at each other and fired in unison. The powerful energies tore a huge gash straight through as he waited for his people to. Lin Yaotian just stood in the distance and didn't leave, his indifferent eyes looking at the two of them, a hint of danger flashing by. Yulil and Tula waited for half a day, but not a single figure appeared, and they had sensed that something was amiss. Martial Saint powerhouses, with the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. He forcibly interfered with the rules of the space here, wanting to find out what was going on. Abrupt, Lin Yaotian made his move. The powerful rules of space and time opened up an otherworldly space, directly pulling the two alien races' martial saints in by force. Lin Yaotian, how dare you? Lin Yaotian, are you crazy? Two cries of shock instantly rang out. He couldn't believe that Lin Yaotian would actually dare to make a move. Three martial saint-level powerhouses erupted in a shocking battle in the otherworldly space and time. The aftermath of this battle was even enough to destroy a district. Such was the terror of martial saint-level powerhouses. Martial saints have already mastered the power of rules, and their every move can wreak havoc on everything in the world. Other than special circumstances, martial saint-level powerhouses usually wouldn't come down to fight, because if they were to have a war, it would be destruction level. The battle didn't last long and Lin Yaotian disappeared here. Only not long after, the Starry Sky Forces and the Alien Beast Alliance jointly initiated sanctions against the top management of the Dragon Kingdom, and the two martial saints he led this time were all seriously injured after they returned, and had to be surely shut down for a long period of recuperation. In other words, it's a waste. How does this make the two major powers bear it? The Dragon Kingdom must be demanded to give a statement. In response, the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom took an extremely tough stance. Fight or get out. The three forces became somewhat subtle with each other, and many people standing at the top suddenly had a sixth sense that a mountain rain was coming. Eventual, the Starry Sky Power and the Alien Beast Alliance did not make any other moves, and only left behind one sentence. Dragon Kingdom, you won't be able to jump around for long. The incident was like a bootlock, and what had been a relatively peaceful relationship was instantly shattered. Many border zones have been in an emergency situation, countless small battles have occurred, and many battlefields have also set off great wars, and the Dragon Kingdom has been in a constant state of war for a while. Lin Xiao had arrived in a flying machine over the Pingan area. Looking at the familiar scene below, he was kinda homesick. Ma and three school principals from Pingan district have been waiting for a long time, picking up and dropping off every student. There were also many parents in the crowd waiting with bated breath, most of whom were relieved to find their children had returned safely. However, a very small number of parents looked halfway through the day and did not see their children, and were anxious inside, fearing that their fears had become a reality and that they would be sent away in vain. The Ministry of Education has made public statements, while some of the video content of this national college entrance examination has been released on the internet. This is the work of Lord Lim Musung. In video, the scene of Lin Xiao and the others giving a great display of power and destroying all the foreign races fell into everyone's eyes. This made the whole country boil, and the internet was now all about touting Lin Xiao. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiao is so fierce? Awesome. Should just him to death. A bunch of damn. Old man is the wrong age. Or high and low have to go in and kill too. Isn't Lin Xiao a senior? Yes. I remember him. The king of heaven's pride. Lin Xiao. How come he's here for the college entrance exam too? And so fierce. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiao is truly a great man of the absolute world. The image of Lin Xiao killing the alien beast Qilin Z alone was too shocking. The visual effect of that teenager's figure in contrast to the huge Qilin Z was too shocking. Qi Li and Ji Shangnan's dominance was also remembered by many people. The absolute Blade Runner and the Emperor of the Earth have gained a large number of fans on the internet. The news of Bing Qinru's kidnapping by the son of the devil has reached the ears of the military bigwigs. Deep in the depths of a certain battlefield, there was an extremely powerful peak martial artist who was furious, and this fury caused the heavens to crumble and the earth to break apart. And on top of that battlefield, the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom launched an extremely fierce attack, directly blindsiding their opponents. No, don't you want to die? So much so that the bigwigs behind this one battlefield, their respective martial saint powerhouses faintly showed signs of going down. Extremely terrifying. Lin Xiao was dragged to the office by Principal Chu. Lin Xiao, you kid is so fierce? Principal Chu changed his usual style. He heavily patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. He saw the video on the internet. Seeing his own student make such a big splash, his face as the principal was so dignified. How's it going? Do you feel like you can place in the top 10 on this entrance exam? Principal Chu really felt that his ancestors' graves were smoking. A school in a small place in Pingan district had a supreme talent appear, taking the top 10 on a stage as talented as the national college entrance exams. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to even dream of doing that. The student isn't quite sure. Lin Xiao looked at the principal in front of him. He muttered a little. Principal, where is your previous steadiness? Why are you acting like a little kid now? Ha ha ha, it's fine. You don't have to worry. With my understanding of you, with your strength this time, even if you don't have the top 10, the top 50 is definitely secure. The top 50 in the country. Lin Xiao, you kid is really powerful as hell. When the results come out, you can pick any college in the country. Principal Chu is getting more and more excited. It can't be helped. The best they've ever done in the past in their third high school is to produce one or two who can get into second-rate colleges and universities. That's all it takes to be awesome. He had even fantasized about how envious the other two old guys would have to be when the results came out and Lin Zhao's name appeared at the top. Principal, does the school have any rewards for students who do better on the exams? Lin Zhao suddenly asked, looking at Principal Chu with some anticipation. Too poor for myself now. There is. Of course there is. Principal Chu waved his hand. At this time he must show his demeanor as the head of a school. If you reach the top 50, how about the school rewards you with 3,000 W? Lin Zhao's eyes lit up slightly. Principal, what if it's the top 10? 5,000 W. And what if it's number 1 in the country? Principal Chu froze for a moment as he looked at Lin Zhao's appearance. First, this one he hadn't really thought about. Didn't dare to think about. Afterwards, he looked extremely seriously into Lin Zhao's eyes and said word by word, if you can get the top prize in the country, our school will reward you with $100 million. A whole $1 billion. Chapter 62 1 billion? 3 shifts. When he heard 100 million, the light in Lin Zhao's eyes increased. Good for you. The principal is so nice to me. He hastily raised his own hand to strike a palm with it. A gentleman's word. This was confusing for Principal Chu. He once again looked at Lin Zhao seriously. For real? The Dragon Kingdom's top brass are moving fast. Soon the Department of Education sent out an announcement that the rankings of the candidates for this year's National College Entrance Examination will be released tomorrow. Although the candidates already know their rankings, the others don't know. Time slipped by slowly with this nervous anticipation. Early morning of the second day, the blazing sunlight pours down on the earth. Countless people are waiting with bated breath on the internet as they anticipate the upcoming release of the college entrance exam results. Some of the parents who knew about their children's grades were likewise waiting for this moment, and they had already figured out how to show off in front of the other parents. There's movement on the Ministry of Education's official website. At this moment, everyone all rushed in, almost not bursting the official website server. Let's see who's number 1. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Zhao. It's Lin Zhao. I'm not blind, am I? It's already sick for a senior to take the college entrance exam, and now you're telling me he's a national top student? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It really is Lin Zhao. Xin Li is only in second place? Crazy. It's all crazy. Lin Zhao's name has once again exploded throughout the Dragon Kingdom. All the parents in the streets are talking about Lin Zhao. Son, when you grow up you'll be like Lin Zhao. There are parents who speak to their cubs in a serious manner, looking forward to seeing their children. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Office of the Principal of the 3rd Middle School. As Principal Chu looked at the announcement sent out by the Ministry of Education, he wondered for a moment if his eyes had been dazzled by it. Why did one of the names at the top of that row look so familiar? Lin Zhao. He exited the official website, clicked back in, and went back and forth many times. In the end, he exclaimed with excitement, and danced about like a child in this office. Ha 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 ha, my old school has produced a national top student, laughing like rainbow thunder. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door, and the voice of District Governor Ma came from outside the door. Old Chu, congratulations. District Governor Ma was now beaming. The 3rd Middle School had produced a national top student, and he had been extremely incredulous when he first learned of it, but a close second was the immediate move to come. This is a national top student from their peaceful district. At this moment, Lin Zhao was soaking in the bathtub inside his new home. He hadn't taken a bath for many days. The phone suddenly rang. Lin Zhao, Grandpa Lin, my own grandpa. Why are you so powerful? An extremely familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Zhao was disgusted and tapped on the speakerphone, throwing it next to the fat ass. Say what you have to say. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhao, we are blood brothers. As your best friend, I have to be the first to report the news that you've taken the National Top Scholar exam. King Wild, one of Lin Zhao's few friends, Wang Yi on the phone was very excited. His friend, diehard friend and national top student. It's awesome he can brag about it for the rest of his life. No? Hey, that's when you're free. Come to our house for dinner. My old man said that he spent a lot of money to prepare an extremely sumptuous dinner. No problem. When do you think uncle will be free? Brother Xiao, you are my own brother. I'm going to find the old man now, and I'll contact you as soon as the time is set. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhao was just about to close his eyes and recuperate when the phone rang again. This time the caller was Principal Chu. Hey, Lin Zhao, where are you? The sound was somewhat deafening. Lin Zhao hurriedly moved his ears away. Principal, the student is at home now and will go to your place later. You don't have to come. I'll go straight there with District Governor Ma. Dropping. Good guy. Lin Zhao looked at the cell phone that had been hung up. This bath could not continue to be soaked. It didn't take long for 2 figures to appear outside the door. Lin Zhao, open the door. That was fast. Lin Zhao hurriedly walked up and opened the door. Principal Chu and District Governor Ma were both dusty, flying all the way over with sparks and lightning. their hair all messed up by the wind. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiao, you kid is really, I don't even know what to say. Ha 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 ha. Principal Chu felt like he'd recently used up his entire life's worth of smiles, and was either laughing or on his way to doing so. The more he looked at Lin Xiao, the more he liked him. Did you kid already know your grades? The top student in the country. Principal Chu really can't believe that his school has produced a national top student, and he is now walking like he is floating. District Governor Ma also walked forward. He looked at Lin Xiao and wanted to say a few words of congratulations, but suddenly he didn't know what to say. As the head of a district, he was considered to have seen the world, but even he couldn't dream of the national scholar appearing in his own jurisdiction. There were hundreds of districts in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and their Pinyin district was at the end of the line. With a lack of resources and not a single advantage over those powerful districts, there wasn't even a single martial king-level powerhouse in the entire district. Can you believe that such a nook and cranny could produce a national scholar? Lin Xiao, I won't say any more superfluous words. Congratulations on winning the national first prize. District Governor Ma took out a card from his pocket. This was what he decided after discussing with Principal Chu on the way. Knowing that Lin Xiao liked money, so it would be better to just give money. Lin Xiao's eyes immediately lit up as he hurriedly took the card with both hands and looked at the amount inside, which was $100 million. Thank you, District Governor Ma. District Governor Ma's atmosphere. At the same time, he looked at his principal with a look that spoke for itself. You brat, can I still run away? Principal Chu waved his hand and similarly took out a card and gave it to Lin Xiao. Another billion, a full $200 million arrived. Cool. The two talked a lot with Lin Xiao, mainly about the topic of the choice of colleges and universities in the back, and President Chu told Lin Xiao not to rush to make a decision and to wait for the price. The gold content of a national first-place winner is enough to make those top colleges grab it even if they're hemorrhaging money. Lin Xiao said that he understood, and he currently hadn't decided which college he should actually choose either. Therefore, President Chu also deliberately popularized some of the 5 most outstanding colleges and universities in the Dragon State, or to have a number in advance. Someone should be coming for you in the next 2 days, so get some rest and contact me anytime if you need anything. After saying that, the duo of Principal Chu and District Governor Ma left the place, and they walked away happily. Ding! Detected that the host can redeem 200 W of cultivation points. Please ask if you want to redeem them? Lin Xiao's face darkened. System, are you that impatient? Redemption. Looking at his cultivation points when they came to 201 W1 points, Lin Xiao was a little excited. He had never been this rich before. He'll have to think about what he can do to improve himself. System, open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel has opened. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade. Ability, Spacetime Plus, Super SSS grade. Spacetime. Holy Law. Origin, Awakening level 29. 7%. Time and Space God's Eyes Plus, the 10 great eyes of the heavens. Awakening level 28. 8%. Level, Early Peak of 4th Order Plus. Blood Gas, 31438 Plus, wow even. It's been a long time since I've seen you. You're already a muscular man with 8-pack abs. Numinous Power, 1999 Plus, great. One more and it'll be a godly disease. Technique, Void Sutra Plus, minor success. Mixed Unlimited Great Tao Sutra, minor achievement. Martial Art, Blade of Void Plus, peak of minor accomplishment. The Eye of the Gods Plus, minor success. Fist Breaks the Vault Plus, Sengoku. Soul Needle Plus, Sengoku. Auxiliary Sense, Patriarchal Combat Skills. Grandmaster Level Formation Master. Grandmaster Alchemist. Kung Fu Idea Plus, Introductory. Cultivation Points, 2, 0, 10, 0, 1 points. Lin Xiao realized that there was no plus sign after the mixed element infinite great Tao scripture he was cultivating, and he was a little dazed. System, how many cultivation points do I need to add to the hybrid infinite great Tao scripture? Ding, 1000 W of cultivation points are required for the great completion of the hybrid infinite avenue sutra. Hiss, $10 million? That's $1 billion. Lin Xiao's excitement was immediately extinguished. This is also too costly. The novice zone will end soon, and Lin Xiao will soon ascend to the great stage of the magnificent starry sky. Chapter 63, Full Breakthrough. Peak Late 4th Order. 4 shifts. Oh, that's right. When one suddenly remembers STH1 wanted mention, Lin Xiao suddenly thought that there were still a lot of corpses of alien beasts that he had purposely left behind in his space, and this had to be disposed of. He thought of someone. Budo Association. Heian District Branch. There are still countless martial artists coming and going every day. They are the lowest level of awakened, and their general strength is between the first and second level. Lin Xiao looked at the familiar scene with some emotion as he stepped forward. Welcome, Light. Only a hall attendant looked at Lin Xiao's face with some familiarity. As if he thought of something, he hurriedly contacted his superior. This honorable martial artist lord, Please wait. Lin Xiao nodded as he looked around and the memories he once had poured back into his mind. Excuse me, is this Lord Lin Xiaolin? A familiar voice came out and Lin Xiao looked over. It was him. The man looked equally surprised. He was the one who had been serving Lin Xiao at the beginning. And he didn't expect to meet this honorable man again today. I'm going to go and greet you. I don't know what Lord Lin has come here for. I want to get rid of some of the fey corpses. Then please ask Lord Lin to move. In a huge space, Lin Xiao threw the corpses in his space out one by one. The quantity is extremely large. So much so that the staff on the sidelines are a bit dumbfounded up. Just as Lin Xiao threw out the Kirin Z's corpse, that officer trembled a little. There was no way. He couldn't withstand some of the aura that the Kirin Z's corpse was emitting. He hastily apologized and passed the message to his superior, the head of the branch here, Sun Xian. Upon learning the news, Sun Hian immediately dropped what he was doing. Ha ha ha, old brother Lin, you haven't come for a long time. Sun Xian looked at Lin Xiao. Several months had passed. This teenager looked like he had changed very much. So much that he could no longer see through it. This is good for him. It showed that his vision was not wrong. Brother Sun, it's been a long time. Lin Xiao also walked up smilingly. This one could be said to be his nobleman, giving himself a great deal of help in the early stages. Hua, where did you get so many corpses? Elder brother Lin, you wouldn't have run off to some mountain range. No, this corpse, this. Sun Xian's gaze went to the Kirin Z's corpse, and his expression became grave. The more he looked, the more carefully he looked, and the more carefully he looked, the more grave his expression became. Elder brother Lin, this corpse is not ordinary. He had already detected that the corpse in front of him had at least a fifth-order cultivation in front of him, and it was an extremely rare unicorn, which was something. This was the first time he had seen this type of corpse. He looked at the teenager in front of him and wondered aloud what was going on. Elder brother Sun, see what price you can sell these corpses for. Lin Xiao pointed at the corpses. He remembered that he still owed elder brother Sun $100 million. This money had to be paid back. Wait a moment, I have to do some math. Without saying a word, Sun Hyun began to carefully calculate the. A few moments passed and he came forward with a face full of shock. Elder brother Lin, all of these together are worth almost $400 million. Among them, this corpse is the most valuable. This corpse alone can be sold for $300 million. Sun Xian pointed at the corpse of the Kirin Z. It was horrible. Lin Xiao nodded. This had greatly exceeded his expectations. Fortunately he hadn't let the system take him over at that time. Elder brother Sun, then you'll take it. In addition, I'm not also borrowed from you here 100 million. Well, you directly offset from it. Will be the rest of the call to me is good. Take away the 100 million you paid off and you're left with 300 million, which is pretty good. Good. Wait a moment, old brother Lin. I'll get started on it now. Sun Xian didn't dare to slack off. It was the first time he had received such a large order. It didn't take long for Sun Xian to dispose of all these corpses, and at the same time, he gave Lin Xiao's account another $300 million. Now that it was over, Lin Xiao was ready to leave. He had other things to take care of. See you next time, elder brother Sun. Sun Xian looked at the departing teenager. He was still very confused. He didn't know where those corpses came from, and it wasn't good to ask too many questions for fear of ruining the friendship between the two. At that moment, a staff member stepped forward to tell him a piece of news. What did you say? This term's national top student is also named Lin Xiao? Sun Xian opened his eyes wide, as if he had heard a big joke. As the head of the branch, he had a lot of things to do every day, and did not have time to pay attention to this kind of news. At that moment, he hurriedly boarded the official website and confirmed again and again that it was really Lin Xiao. Where in the world are the coincidences? He was silent. There were no coincidences. That was true. Had the teenager who had shown a touch of embarrassment a few months ago, thinking of borrowing $100 million from himself, already grown to such a state? The submerged dragon returns to the sea. A real submerged dragon returns to the sea. Lin Xiao, who had returned home, immediately exchanged all 300 million into cultivation points, and he was going to begin to make himself fully improved once more. System. Ding. Host, please speak. Give me more. A powerful aura filled this room without stopping, and Lin Xiao began a full-scale enhancement of his own. Strength brings about the most immediate changes always. At this moment, Lin Xiao exuded an extremely powerful confidence from top to bottom, and although he was also confident in the past, he was even more confident now. System. Open the personal panel. Ding. The personal panel has opened. Name, Lin Xiao. Sex, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade alien spacetime, super SSS grade spacetime holy dharma origin. Awakening level 36. 7%. Time and space God's eyes, 10 great God's eyes of the heavens. Awakening level 35. 8%. Level, peak of late fourth order. Blood gas, 40. 800. I have to say, you've got me a little excited. Muscle Buster. Numinous, 2134, another day of thinking about you. Technique, Void Sutra, peak of minor accomplishment. Mixed Unlimited Great Tao Sutra, minor achievement. Martial art, Blade of Void, peak of minor accomplishment. Eyes of the Gods, peak minority. Fist breaks the vault of heaven, peak Sengoku. Soul Needle, peak success. Auxiliary sense, patriarchal combat skills. Grandmaster level formation master. Grandmaster alchemist. Fist intent, peak success. Cultivation points, 30,001 inch. This is the panel itself now. The cultivation level had come to the peak of the late 4th stage. The blood chi value had also broken through to 40,000, and now he was simply like a walking beast, more so than an exotic beast. All of the martial arts had reached the peak of minor accomplishment, just short of major accomplishment. A real all-around boost. Powerful. Immensely powerful. Lin Xiao felt that his current self could blow up an early 6th stage foreign beast with a single punch, and he could even up a mid-6th stage one. The late 6th order was somewhat uncertain, and the further back you went, the bigger the gap was at every little level. Excuse me, is this the home of Mr. Lin Xiao? A voice suddenly came from outside the door. There is one more shift, so allow me to take a shower first. I'll post it later. Chapter 64 Decision? Military Martial. 5 shifts. Mr. Lin Xiao. Hello again. Several martial artists emitting powerful fluctuations stood outside the door of Lin Xiao's room, all of which Lin Xiao had seen before. Director of 5 top colleges and universities. Mr. Lin Xiao, won't you invite us in for a seat? Zhang Guoqing of Longwu University looked at Lin Xiao with a smile, not expecting to see above so soon after parting that day. Seniors, please come in. Lin Xiao hurriedly invited the people in. Mr. Lin Xiao, I'll get right to the point. On behalf of Longwu University, I'll formally convey the application for admission to you. If you choose our Longwu University, you'll enjoy $100 million of cultivation fund every year, as well as an extra share of SSS-grade cultivation resources every year. Zhang Guoqing looked at Lin Xiao with a solemn expression. This treatment was not low. Lin Xiao thought for a while and didn't immediately agree to it. SSS-grade cultivation resources he had knowledge of. The market value was almost hundreds of millions, or the kind that had a price without a market. Mr. Lin Xiao, I'm Kai Rongguang from Aurora University. Aurora University can provide you with an 8,000 W cultivation fund every year. At the same time, there are many special cultivation environments within Aurora University, so I can apply for a certain amount of free credits for you. Kai Rongguang looked a bit helpless. In terms of wealth, Longwu ranks second. No one dares to say first. This is already the limit of what he can strive for. Lin Xiao nodded. The special cultivation environment should be similar to the Sumeru environment in the Heaven's Pride training camp. The effect was actually very good. Student Lin Xiao, our Dawn University focuses on the field of martial arts research, so in addition to providing you with an annual cultivation fund of $80 million, we can specifically arrange for a strong martial zone level practitioner to be your teacher. A martial zone level powerhouse. That was a top powerhouse that had reached the 8th rank. This kind of character Lin Xiao had never seen so far. Lin Xiao, I see that you've already developed a powerful body. Why don't you take the flesh body course? My Batian University majors in the physical body course. Have you heard of the Batian martial saint? He's our principal. Batian martial saint. One of the Dragon Kingdom's martial saints. A saint of the flesh. A single punch can open the heavens. Lin Xiao was shocked. He didn't expect the president of Bastard University to be a martial saint level existence. The others were a bit displeased. Zhang Guoqing opened his mouth to retort. Wargo, the bastardly martial saint lord is just a titular name. You don't hear of the martial saint lord appearing on campus on weekdays. That kind of pinnacle figure isn't someone who meets up with each other. So don't try to scare people. Come up with something tangible. Wargo smiled awkwardly. Our Bastard Heavenly University can provide you with an 8,000 W cultivation fund every year, and at the same time, all the martial arts within the school are free for you. And of course, we can also find a martial zone ranked powerhouse as a mentor for you. This made Dawn University's Qin Li's teeth clench. Lin Xiao still nodded and looked towards the one with the heaviest fury, which was Li Long from the Military Martial University. Liren also looked at him. Mr. Lin Xiao, my Military Martial University can only provide you with 5,000 W of cultivation funds every year. When these words came out, the people from several other universities all smiled. Obviously, in their opinion, the competitiveness of the Military Martial Arts University was far inferior to their own. Lin Xiao was also waiting for the other parties following. At the same time, our Military Martial University doesn't even dare to guarantee that you'll graduate safely, because all of the Military Martial's current students will all be charging into battle on a real battlefield. This made Lin Xiao a little confused. What do you mean you can't guarantee my safe graduation? Li Long, Lin Xiao and other supreme heavenly pride is not suitable for your military martial arts. Who doesn't know that every year students from the military martial arts university are killed and injured? If this unprecedented demon dies in your school, it will be a loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Zheng Guoqing spoke out in negation. The teaching style of the military martial university was extreme, and they believed in the iron law that all strong people were killed. Throughout college, students are assigned to battlefields and take part in countless battles, where a single slip could easily lead to death in battle. Li Long didn't pay any attention to the other party but looked at Lin Xiao. Although I can't guarantee that you'll graduate safely, what I can guarantee is that every student who graduates from the military martial arts university will be truly strong. There are a full 3 strong martial saints who have walked out from my military martial university. These words deeply shocked Lin Xiao. There were less than 10 martial saint-level powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom on the surface, and the military martial university alone had produced 3? What a terrifying number this was. Li Long's eyes were a bit sharp as he looked at Lin Xiao's face, and word by word he said a name that shocked Lin Xiao even more. Martial Saint Lin, Lord Lin Yaotian, was also once a student at the military martial university. Lin Yaotian, Lin Xiao's first teacher in the true sense of the word. Of course, this was what Lin Xiao himself thought. He was truly surprised that senior Lin Yaotian was also from the military martial university. This scene caused the other 4 college directors to change their complexion a bit. Why did this guy Li Long specifically say Lord Lin's name out? Could it be that there was news in here that they didn't know about? Lin Xiao's expression kept changing and eventually took a deep breath. Thank you seniors for looking at the student. The student chooses military martial university. That's gonna make the other guys look bad. Lin Xiao, don't be in a hurry. If the money isn't enough, I can add more. You must think about it. My Languo University ranked first in terms of comprehensive academic strength. We can still discuss the treatment. Zheng Guoqing hurriedly opened his mouth. He really didn't want to miss out on this kind of absolute talent. All the other directors spoke up, trying to make a last stand. Lin Xiao shook his head. Thank you very much for thinking so highly of me, but my mind is made up. I choose military martial university. Looking at Lin Xiao's unusually determined expression, Zheng Guoqing and the others opened their mouths and finally sighed, shaking their heads and leaving the place. Only Li Long remained where he was. His face couldn't be seen, as if he wasn't too surprised by the result. Lin Xiao, I'll give you 3 days to settle the matters at hand, and someone will come to pick you up after 3 days. Students of military martial university don't have vacations. After saying that, Li Long left the place with a calm and steady pace. Lin Xiao scratched his head. This script is not right. He is the national first prize. Should not be treated slightly differently. It's just a matter of, no vacation is no vacation. In the next period of time, Lin Xiao took care of his personal matters and went to Wang Yi's home to have a dinner with his uncle's family. During the dinner, Wang Yi kept beating around the bush to get the old man to step aside. Now it's their young man's world. The dinner ended and Lin Xiao left under the gaze of Wang Yi's family. Little brat, if you have 1/10 of the ability of someone else, Lin Xiao, I'll immediately make way for you now. This made Wang Yi's teeth itch. Lin Xiao went to the school. He came very stealthily and even used his spatial ability to instantly move directly to the principal's office, giving Principal Chu a fright and thinking that an expert had attacked. What? You kid chose military martial arts university? Principal Chu's expression wrinkled. The military martial university could have a certain mortality rate every year, and after seeing Lin Xiao's unusually determined look, he calmed down. Since it was his choice, as the principal, it would be good to fully support him. True geniuses are existences that are unimaginable to ordinary people. Lin Xiao, I look forward to the day when you grow into a true peak powerhouse. I'll be looking at you forever at the 3rd middle school. Principal Chu looked at the young man in front of him. The two of them had been together for a very short period of time, but he had long treated Lin Xiao as if he were his own child. The eagle will eventually soar to the heavens. The submerged dragon finally returns to the sea. I'm sure you'll have grown into a true powerhouse by the time we meet again. Looking at the departing teenager, Principal Chu was looking forward to that day. This is the end of the first chapter. Chapter 65 Military Unit 73843. In the air, Lin Xiao eyed the mansion in the Pingyang district that was getting farther and farther away from him, and his tub of bubble bath didn't work out in the end. The Military Armed Forces University had come calling, and he was officially embarking on a new journey. Be silent all the way through. Student Lin Xiao, we're about to reach our destination up ahead. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. Had he arrived? He looked at a short distance away, and what came into view was an extremely large fortress-like infrastructure. The top is full of age, is made of countless heavy metals. Looking at it gives you a very safe feeling. He walked in alone, holding a special referral. Yo, another newcomer. The one who spoke was a veteran with several wounds on his arm and a blind eye, except that his face did not have too painful an expression. Instead he looked at Lin Xiao with interest. Counting the time, it should be the end of the college entrance exam. It should be the same as the previous batch. These veterans have been here for many years and are familiar with it, so they know the reason at a guess. Lin Xiao walked in the center of them, and he could clearly feel a looming terrifying fury hovering in the air. Is that the welcome here? Lin Xiao's body surface unconsciously emitted an ancient copper-colored faint golden aura, and the powerful pressure directly forced down these baneful auras. Oh, something. Most of the veterans nodded slightly at the sight, then continued to do what they were doing as if nothing had just happened. Lin Xiao continued forward and walked to the entrance of a hall. At this point in the center of the hall, there were already a number of youths who were the same as him, and some of them were still a little nervous. Obviously, the oppressive intense atmosphere of this place is making them uncomfortable. Isn't this Lin Xiao? I didn't realize he chose military martial university too. Someone spotted Lin Xiao and became slightly agitated. After the National College entrance examination, Lin Xiao's popularity was so high that there weren't many people who didn't recognize him in their class anyway. Lin Xiao quietly stepped forward and stood in the first column. The others saw this and stood back slightly to make way for the big brother. One after another, young men came here, and most of them had a look of determination in their eyes, thinking that they already knew their future destiny. Abrupt, Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. Someone was coming. Only a few men in military uniform robes were seen coming toward them. At the head of the group was a man with a country face, who looked at all of them with a serious demeanor and self-possessed majesty. Letter of introduction? The people took out an envelope, and Lin Xiao also handed over his special introduction letter. You each pick someone. Lin Xiao was still unsure when he suddenly heard his name. He hurriedly looked over only to see that there was a man on the stage who was pointing at him himself signaling to follow. Lin Xiao, 16 years old, peak late 4th stage, dual SSS grade alien talent? The man walked in front and looked at the information in his hand. Especially when he saw the double SSS rank psychic ability, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin Xiao. I didn't expect that I would actually be allowed to choose a supreme genius. He laughed, unconcerned. Lin Xiao, right. Let me briefly introduce myself to you. This is the Southern Battlefield. My name is Xian Yu, the captain of Military Marshal 73843 Squad, and will also be your captain for the next period of time. Welcome to our Military Marshal 73843 Squad. Military Squad 73843? That's right, every newcomer will be randomly added to a squad. But of course, if you become strong enough in the near future, you can also apply for a new squad number on your own. Xian Yu brought Lin Xiao to a campsite. Captain, another newcomer? Looks like a pure newbie. How's the strength? Should I try it first? There were also a few veterans sitting within this camp. They had a strong aura of fury on their bodies and hadn't gone to the battlefield to kill the enemy. All listen to me. This is Lin Xiao. From now on, he'll be the newest member of our Military Marshal 73843. Lin Xiao, say hello to everyone. Brief. Lin Xiao and all of you were considered to be a simple liaison. And this squad, in addition to Captain Xian Yu, had a total of 7. The entire squad wasn't exactly weak. Captain Xian Yu had the highest cultivation level, reaching the peak of the late 5th stage, and the rest of his teammates were basically in the middle 5th stage. Kid, I didn't see it. Not too old and not too weak. This person's name was Nie Yang, a Class A ability awakened, who had already spent a not-so-short amount of time on this battlefield, and he acted as an intelligence officer in this team. It has to do with his awakening gift. Alright, all familiarized, we just received an A-ranked mission. Everyone immediately prepare to get ready. The difficulty of this mission is not small. Captain Xian Yu immediately became serious. Yes, the movements of the entire squad members were extremely skillful, and within a few moments all of them were already fully loaded and ready to go. Lin Xiao, you've just arrived. You'll be watching the entirety of this mission. Remember one thing, anything can happen on the battlefield. You have to protect yourself as much as possible. After Xian Yu finished talking to Lin Xiao, he immediately waved his hand and the Military 73843 squad set off. Along the way, Lin Xiao followed closely behind. His speed was not tight or slow. What this mission was for and what the target was, he was not sure. The team was led by Xian Yu to a more secluded place. The captain greeted the crowd and gathered them together. Now I will tell you all the objectives of this operation. It was a tradition of their squad that everything was communicated up front to make sure nothing was wrong. This mission is a miniature mineral. According to the intelligence, there are only a small number of green-winged feathers guarding the site. We need to kill all of them and dig out the mineral. The green-winged feathered clan? Lin Xiao frowned. What the hell is this? A foreign beast? Xian Yu didn't explain too much as he looked towards Nie Yang, who immediately nodded and meditated in place. There was an extremely secretive fluctuation coming from the air, and under the powerful perception of his Nianli, Lin Xiao immediately noticed that this mysterious fluctuation was coming from Nie Yang and was surprised. Captain, there are a total of 23 green-winged feathered clansmen, and the highest cultivation level of his people is a fellow in the late 5th rank. while the others are generally in the early 5th rank. Well, are there any other lurking enemies? No other sign of the enemy exists in the vicinity. It's just like the mission intel said, but it's a little tough to chew on. But Xian Yu had prepared for this, and he took out a set of array discs from his sleeve. This is a forbidden air formation? Some of his teammates exclaimed that this was a set of formations that were worth a lot. Xian Yu looked at the crowd. The green-winged feathered race's advantage is in the air. This set of air prohibition formation can suppress him to death. When the time comes, that late 5th order one will be given to me, and you guys will take care of the rest. Is there a problem? Determined to complete the mission, Lin Xiao, stay here and keep an eye on the surroundings at all times, and alert us at the first sign of any emergencies. Lin Xiao nodded helplessly. He really wanted to say, actually, I'm not weak. Nia Yang walked up and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, you won't be able to stay in the back on the next mission even if you want to. It's probably a form of protection for the newcomer. Guys, do it. As soon as the words fell, all of them immediately darted towards a small vein not far away. Captain Xian Yu was the first to arrive at the battlefield, and without saying a word, he directly threw out the forbidden space array disc. A kind of subtle formation shrouded out, and all of the green-winged feathered race that were still soaring in the air at the beginning fell to the ground, and the person in charge showed a shocked expression on his face. No good. It's humans. Kill them. They struggled hard to take off again. This was their domain, but there was an inexplicable oppressive force here, and they couldn't even fly. Brothers, kill. Xian Yu erupted with powerful alien energy and directly attacked the only late 5th order green-winged feathered clan member. The rest of them were pulling 2 to 3 green-winged feathers into a frantic fight, and without the advantage, the green-winged feathers couldn't exert much strength at all. Not far away, Lin Xiao was carefully checking his surroundings as his gaze swept toward those green-winged feathered clansmen. Is this a fey? In the midst of the fierce battle, everyone in the military martial arts squad put forth their full strength. On the battlefield, every second could have an accident. They didn't dare to procrastinate. At this point, several green-winged feathered clans had already been killed, and this scene irritated his leaders. A mighty cry resounded through the earth, the sound containing endless anger and wretchedness. No good. He's asking for help. Everyone, fight immediately and quickly. Xian Yu secretly said that it was not good. He exploded with all his might. If he delayed until the other party's support came, their entire squad would even be in danger. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment, and he was ready to make his move. Lin Xiao, pay attention to the surroundings. Report immediately if there's any movement. Xian Yu couldn't say much in time. He had to kill this scumbag as soon as possible. Only then could he break the situation. The rest of the team was exploding at the limit, even starting to trade injuries for injuries. Hang in there. Our help will be here soon. That late 5th stage green-winged feathered clan was defending extremely hard. He was hissing madly as he watched his own clan members continue to fall. His eyes were filled with hatred. He had to cut down all of these damned humans here. Hold on a minute. Abrupt. Lin Xiao's figure appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Lin Xiao, didn't I tell you to observe the surroundings? Why are you here? Xian Yu was furious. He hadn't killed the scumbag in front of him yet and was very anxious. Captain, his rescue seems to be coming. Lin Xiao's eyes looked to the west, and under his powerful Nianli senses, he clearly detected a wave of fluctuations rushing towards this place at a very fast speed. What? How come so fast? At those words, Xian Yu's expression was extremely ugly. Could it be that this mission was going to fail? Damn it, but he used the no-air formation himself. It's just that if you don't return it now. I thought the intel didn't say anything about any other enemies in the neighborhood. He had no choice but to say to the crowd, retreat. There was also resentment on the faces of his teammates, but no one refuted that on the battlefield. A soldier's duty was to follow orders. Just as the crowd was about to withdraw from the battlefield, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke out. Captain, I think we still have a chance. Lin Xiao, listen to the captain and retreat. Nia Yang quickly stepped forward and pulled Lin Xiao's arm in preparation to escape. Battlefield disobedience, which was a very serious breach of discipline, would receive severe punishment even for newcomers. Xian Yu was silent. Apparently, his meaning was clear. Retreat. He didn't want to say it a second time. Boom. Lin Xiao suddenly exploded. With an instantaneous body, he appeared in front of the late 5th order green-winged feathered race when everyone hadn't reacted, and a shocking fist intent erupted. The powerful attack shook heaven and earth, and there was no way for the green-winged feathered race to avoid it. In the midst of his vision, it was as if God had come down to give him death. Bang! The green-winged feathered clan that had just fiercely fought with Xian Yu had just disappeared like this, with no bones left. It was a sight to behold for all to see. Xian Yu even stopped running away, his eyes full of incredulity. Lin Xiao, you. Nia Yang covered his mouth. He was stunned. Could it be that he was hallucinating? The rest of the team stood still. The scene was too shocking. Captain, why don't we try again? Lin Xiao retracted his fist and the alien energy in his body began to riot as a powerful pressure invaded. A pressure that made everyone tremble. Chapter 66 Starry Sky 10,000 Races. Racial Chi. Just for a moment. The enemy's relief force is not far behind them. Not good, Captain. It's the false immortal race. Nia Yang was the first to detect the other party's aura, and he became a bit flustered. False immortals? Lin Xiao once again heard an unfamiliar name, and Xianyu also came back to his senses at this time from the shock he had just experienced, and when he learned that the rescuers were the false immortal race, he looked ugly once again. Seeing that the best time to escape had already been lost, he once again gave the order that all of them should hold the group 2 by 2 and retreat while fighting. He did not have time to think about it and appeared at Lin Xiao's side, his eyes looking sharply at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was really a bit helpless. He didn't want to disobey orders. He really didn't feel the need to run. Captain, please believe me. After saying that, Lin Xiao couldn't hold back any longer as he took one step with a green lotus. A divine luster emanated between his eyes, and his feet stepped on endless distorted space. Asterisk. This scene stunned Nye Yang, while Lin Xiao, who stood above the void, looked at the enemies that were flying towards him. His eyes were extremely indifferent and his powerful spatial supernormal ability radiated time and space obliteration. Like the pronouncement of the god of death, the space not far away trembled violently, and countless cracks appeared, cutting that entire space into countless pieces. Those false immortals let out miserable screams. He didn't know what had happened, why this space had changed so horribly. Rip! Their bodies are being torn apart in a destructive manner, sinking into the deepest depths of this broken spacetime with the abyss of endless darkness. This horrible sight made everyone in the military martial arts squad silent again. They were a bit at a loss for words, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. Lin Xiao, who was standing above the void, swept his gaze downward to the remaining green-winged feathered clan after seeing that all of the false immortal clans that had rushed to the area had already been completely destroyed. He raised his right hand up. He's manipulating the space here. All of the green-winged feathered race forcibly floated into the air under Lin Xiao's manipulation, and he looked terrified and panicked, as if he knew his fate. He was trembling violently, wanting to struggle and break free from this yoke of death. Lin Xiao's divine eyes flickered again. Only countless void fragments appeared in the air, converging into sharp hidden blades. These hidden blades ignored the space and time of this place and directly chopped at the green-winged feathered clan. Rip! The horrifying sight reappeared. In the eyes of the military martial squad, Lin Xiao was like a heavenly god descending from the sky, standing in the void, and with only a slight blink of an eye, the enemies were all buried in nothingness. What a frightening image this was. Their bodies were trembling. It was too unbelievable, and Lin Xiao's brain actually rang with the system's voice. Ding! Detected the host killing the Starry 10,000, rewarding 30 W cultivation points. Lin Xiao's complexion stared. The Star Nations? He slowly dropped down, and by now the battlefield was clear of enemies. All the squad members looked at him, and Xianyu looked at him as well, his hands trembling. Captain, Lin Xiao. Nia Yang couldn't help but open his mouth and look at his captain. He didn't know what he wanted to say either. After all, he's the leader of a team. Xianyu quickly came back to his senses. Everyone, dig out the veins here as fast as you can. Ah, yes. The team also came back to the fact that their mission was not yet complete. Lin Xiao walked to the captain's side. Captain, Xianyu stopped him. You don't have to say much. It's my problem. I didn't understand your true strength clearly. After saying that, he looked at the teenager in front of him with a face of amazement and couldn't help but pat his shoulder before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, I told you. I didn't expect that I would really be able to choose a supreme talent. Lin Xiao thought that the captain would be angry. After all, it was really hard to say that he was against it when he first came here. Lin Xiao, you're thinking too much. Xianyu waved his hand. He knew what was going on in the other's mind. As a soldier, obeying orders is indeed a duty, but on the battlefield, as long as you have the strength to crush everything, then what you say is an instruction. For once, you were right. Not only are you right, you've done it beautifully. If I were as strong as you, I would have already turned the bull over. You're still too low-key. It's not a good thing to lay too low around here. Soldiers have always worshipped the strong. These words caused Lin Xiao to be shaken. Indeed, one has kept a low profile so far, but it doesn't seem to be what he thought it would be. Before long, this place has been mined clean of all micromineral veins. The mission was successfully completed. None of the military squads were injured. On the way back, everyone was talking and laughing, and Lin Xiao couldn't stop being praised by them, even with a hint of awe hidden in his words. Strong people are respected everywhere. In the next period of time, the military martial arts squad had a surprisingly large number of tasks, but each of them was not surprised but pleased. Only Captain Xianyu was pondering. Can't help it. There's a big man on the team. On every mission, Lin Xiao alone took care of all those enemies. the figure standing above the void, the young man emitting a brilliant divine aura, refreshed the crowd's impression of him again and again. It's too strong. In this time, Lin Xiao kept asking the crowd about the situation here. Xian Yu informed Lin Xiao of what he knew. We can only be considered the edge zone of the battlefield here. There are countless races here besides us. The Dragon Kingdom, and all of these races come from beyond the stars. This was an eye-opener for Lin Xiao, who had always thought that the starry sky forces were only that of the demon race. As for the deeper levels, they didn't know. Their strength was limited, and there were some things that they were not qualified to know, or perhaps could not access, and it didn't take long. On this day, Xian Yu came to the front of the crowd, and he looked in Lin Xiao's direction with some reluctance in his eyes. I knew you boys would get out of here sooner or later. Lin Xiao frowned. What did it mean? The other teammates also walked up. What? Lin Xiao is leaving their squad? Only Xian Yu told the crowd about the news he had just gotten. It turned out that a big shot from above wanted to transfer Lin Xiao away from this place. Today is his last day with the team. For a while, all of them were a little reluctant to part with Lin Xiao. After so many days together, Lin Xiao's personality was also very much in line with their temperament, powerful and not pretentious. It was very rare. Alright, all of you. Don't let Lin Xiao see the joke. Xian Yu waved his hand as he looked at Lin Xiao and heavily patted his shoulder. Lin Xiao, you're different from us. You're a true supreme heavenly pride. Unleash the brilliance that belongs to you on top of the battlefield that belongs to you. The soon-to-be 17-year-old had already earned the respect of them all in a short period of time. Lin Xiao looked at his teammates in front of him, and he felt very happy to be together these days. Go on. There are people waiting for you outside. Lin Xiao nodded and finally made his farewells and left the place. On a towering watchtower, a figure had its back to Lin Xiao, and the fluctuations emanating from that figure made Lin Xiao somewhat overwhelmed. A moment later, the pressure disappeared and the figure turned to look at Lin Xiao. Elder Lin. Lin Xiao was shocked. He didn't expect to meet that old-timer again here. This person was none other than the Dragon Kingdom's current martial saint, Lin Yaotian. Little friend Lin. Hello again. Lin Yaotian looked as if he had once again become an ordinary person, without the stance of a strong martial saint. As he waved his hand at Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward. He had respect from the bottom of his heart for this old senior. Little friend Lin, do you know how many races exist in this vast starry sky? And how many of them are enemies of the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Xiaoyi Bing, Starry Sky 10,000 races? Lin Yaotian glanced at him in surprise, not expecting the other party to know the term Starry Sky 10,000 races. Not bad. Hundreds of years ago, a meteorite fell from the sky on the blue star, opening the era of the awakened. Immediately after that, the star forces began to attack our homeworld. Lin Xiao was listening carefully as he felt that he was about to come into contact with part of the truth of this world. 10,000 races in the stars. 10,000 races in the stars. That's literally tens of thousands of races. There are strong and weak of these races. The weak are born into this world as the original sin, just like the Dragon Kingdom. As if recalling the great days of the past, a slight flutter appeared in Lin Yaotian's ever so slightly bland eyes. But it was also that cataclysm that completely changed the fate of our Dragon Kingdom. Countless compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom bravely charged and killed, ultimately preserving our homeland. It's just that the Starry 10,000 have never given up on the idea of attacking us. But it's a good thing that he's not of one mind with each other. If the Starry Sky races had worked together, the Dragon Kingdom would have long since dissipated into the river of history as well. When these words came out, Lin Xiao inexplicably felt a palpitation, as if his destiny was out of his control and an accident could happen at any time. It overwhelmed him. Lin Yaotian hadn't finished his words. As our Dragon Kingdom grows stronger day by day, the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom and the underworld feel a kind of chi, which we call racial chi. Those powerful races among the 10,000 races of the stars likewise have this kind of chi, and he is much deeper than ours. The martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom have finally realized that this is a confrontation of races, a fated momentum. If the race's chi is long, it can survive for a long time, and if the chi dissipates, the race will perish. Do you know how far our Dragon Kingdom's current chi has grown? Lin Yaotian looked at Lin Xiao's face. The student does not know. The Dragon Kingdom's current racial chi has reached its highest peak ever. Lin Yaotian raised his forehead and looked into the depths of the cosmic starry sky. It's good for us, but it's bad for him, so he is in a hurry. Chapter 67, The Source of the Heptagonal Vein. I wonder what students can do. Lin Xiao felt the infinite power of heaven and earth at this moment, and it was also accompanied by an inexplicable throbbing. Grow up as fast as you can. There's not much time left for you. Lin Yaotian suddenly waved his hand toward the air. An illusory space appeared, and the aura of a peak powerhouse once again appeared on his body. Lin Xiao, how's the control of the spatio-temporal abilities during this time? This gesture made Lin Xiao's eyes light up. This was preparation to instruct himself. Guidance from a strong martial saint was something that many people could only dream of. Lin Xiao didn't make a show of it, and the divine luster shone all over his body as he took a step into the void. Please also guide me. Teacher. He called me teacher a little softly. Lin Yaotian nodded his head as a form of acquiescence. Perhaps, the moment Lin Xiao stepped out his foot at the time of the original extraterrestrial battlefield, he recognized the other party. Otherworldly. Lin Xiao was suppressed the entire time, and the 2 super SSS level psychic talents in him were suppressed to death. Later, Lin Yaotian stopped his hand. He was very satisfied with this student. From the exchange of hands just now, he could detect that his degree of control over his supernormal abilities had far exceeded his peers. That's enough for today. There's a task coming up that requires you to go on instead. Teacher, please. Some time ago, a secret realm appeared in the depths of this battlefield, which we call the source of the Gung vein, and the secret realm is rich in a resource called Gung gold. Lin Xiao listened quietly. This Gung gene has a huge role. It can be called a strategic material, and this secret realm is likewise being watched by the starry sky 10,000 races to death. The source of the Gung vein has an inexplicable rule. There is even a cultivation restriction. Any martial artist over the 6th rank is unable to enter. This has also led to our Dragon Kingdom being in a weaker position in this secret realm all the time. And the lack of gung-ho gold has likewise left a lot of operations in the country without the means to carry them out in full force. Speaking here, Lin Yaotian looked at this student of his. I need you to enter into the source of the Gung vein and reverse the weak position of the Dragon Kingdom. Can you do it? The task is extraordinarily difficult. Within that secret realm existed the strongest 6th rank among the starry sky 10,000 races, and in this aspect, the Dragon Kingdom was inferior to the 10,000 races. Lin Xiao lifted his head and revealed a touch of powerful confidence. Please don't worry, teacher. The student takes this task. Is this the source of the Gung vein? Lin Xiao felt a hidden fluctuation in front of him. As if he was moving forward, he would enter a completely new space. Lin Xiao, it's time for you to take the next step on your own. The one who spoke was a Martial King-level powerhouse, a senior officer here, who had a general feeling about Lin Xiao and guessed that it should be a certain son of a powerful family who wanted to come and plump for gold. If not, why would the above send a martial king like him specifically to escort him? This kind of similar thing hasn't happened much in the past. Lin Xiao was just about to reply with thanks when the other party had already turned around and left. Just 1 foot in. Mysterious fluctuations passed through Lin Xiao's body as if detecting whether it met the criteria. When he reappeared, Lin Xiao had already arrived in the middle of a brand new space. There's a strong metallic smell in the air here. According to teacher, there are similarly martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom in this secret realm. It is imperative that you find one of your own to understand the situation first. Lin Xiao dispersed his thoughts, and suddenly, an extremely powerful rule pressed in his direction. It seems that everything beyond the 6th order is not allowed here. The power of the mind is only born out of a strong martial king. This made Lin Xiao feel a little hard up. Not being able to use Nianli, could only use that move. Immediately, Lin Xiao silently closed his eyes, and a huge divine eye gradually appeared in the void, its circumference emitting an incomparably dazzling light, as if it was overlooking heaven and earth. It's the Eye of God, a move Lin Xiao hasn't used for a long time. Lin Xiao's eyes didn't open, and the huge eye of the divine eye above the sky unexpectedly began to shrink, while the originally illusory shadow became solidified. Soon after, an eye-sized eye appeared in the palm of Lin Xiao's hand, which was a shrunken version of the eye of the god's eye. Lin Xiao threw this eye above his head, and in an instant, all the sights of 100 miles in a radius appeared in his mind. Found it! Lin Xiao quickly dodged over to a certain direction. You guys shouldn't go too far. We were clearly the first to discover this place. Are you guys trying to break the agreement between us? A woman's face was filled with anger, and behind her were quite a few martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom, each of their faces all covered with coldness. Chu Meng, what proof do you have that your Dragon Kingdom's martial artists were the first to discover this place? If you can't bring it out, then get lost. Don't force us to do anything. The speaker was a man with a pretty face, and behind him was actually a pair of wings. Snow White and incomparable. Immortal ancient. Your immortal race is bullying people too much. Chu Meng's face had turned purple. This one Gangjin vein had been explored many times by their team and a lot of work had been done. And just at this dying moment, it was discovered by the immortal race's people. The Immortals, one of the powerful races of the Starry Knights. Looking at the Xian Gu and the others who were constantly surrounding this place, Chu Meng's heart had already bred a sense of retreat. The other party's strength was stronger than their own side. If they were to make a move, the ones who would suffer would definitely be them. Sister Meng, why don't we withdraw first? The companions on the side were a bit nervous, angry as they were, but if they really wanted to start fighting, their hearts were a bit cornered. Chu Meng once again looked coldly at the other party. Let's go. It's too late to leave now. Suddenly, the immortal race's people directly surrounded Chu Meng and the other group of Dragon Country's martial artists in the center. They looked a bit mocking, their wings spread out behind them. and their powerful aura crazily pressed towards Chu Meng and the others. Senko, what are you trying to do? Have you forgotten the agreement between us? Chu Meng immediately made a defensive posture. She looked grave. She was still greedy just now. She should have retreated immediately. Now if the other side really moved, there was a possibility that people on their side would die. Chu Meng, you think too highly of your Dragon Kingdom. You didn't leave just now when I told you to leave, and now you want to leave? Take out 50 kilograms of gangjin and I'll let you go. Otherwise don't think you can leave easily today. The Xiangu at the head of the group looked condescendingly at the Dragon Country martial artists surrounded by him. In his eyes, the people of the Dragon Country were natives. Natives were slaves, and were born to be called around by him. 50 kilograms. You're crazy. It's questionable whether this vein has that much. I advise you to let us go immediately. You can't afford the consequences of tearing up the agreement. Chu Meng desperately suppressed the riot inside her. She only wanted to take her people away now. Don't even think about leaving today without 50 kilograms, or contact Jun Nantian and have him personally deliver them. At this moment, Chu Meng finally realized that the problem was not right. Jun Nantian was the strongest person the Dragon Kingdom had placed here, a peak late 6th order existence. It was too abnormal for the other party to be so blunt as to ask Jun Nantian to send something. Suddenly, a voice appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the field. Great void shifting technique. All the immortal race powerhouses present all disappeared, and in an otherworldly space and time, he looked horrified and kept roaring in anger. Who are you? You know what you're doing. Quickly let us go. We don't want this vein. The powerful spacetime powers were continuously compressing this space, and the distorted space was filled with destructive power everywhere, which made Xiangu and the others more and more fearful. Human, are you going to break the agreement between us? The voices grew fainter and fainter, fear accompanied by resignation. As these people of the immortal race fell into a foreign land, Lin Zhao's figure slowly appeared as he walked up and looked at Chu Meng and the others. It's okay. And Chu Meng looked at the extremely unfamiliar Lin Zhao, as if she had thought of something. Where are those immortal race people just now? Dead. All dead? You killed them? Aha. It's over. It's over. You're in big trouble. It's over. How could you kill all those people? Chu Meng became flustered once again, as if she had thought of something terrible. This made Lin Zhao very puzzled. He was all just ready to do it to you? Why can't I kill? I can't explain it to you in a moment. Anyway, you're in big trouble this time. Wait, don't go yet. You can't go. I have to think of a way. Yes, Jun Nantian. Find Jun Nantian. Chu Meng looked at Lin Zhao who was ready to leave and immediately spoke out to stop him. Wait, you can't leave. Chapter 68 Jun Nantian. Seeing Chu Meng and the others who were blocking their way and stopping them dead in front of him, Lin Zhao's face had slowly gone cold. You can't leave. Chu Meng was still stalking her. She was afraid that the death of Xiangu and the others would bring about extremely terrible consequences. Consequences that she couldn't bear. She had to leave Lin Zhao behind, or at least prove that it had nothing to do with her when Jun Nantian arrived. I said get out of the way. A morose cold tone was released from Lin Zhao's mouth as his heart became cold and his icy gaze swept towards Chu Meng. Feeling Lin Zhao's expression, Chu Meng trembled inwardly, and there was a feeling of fear deep within his soul that spread out within his body. She was a little scared and did not dare to look directly at the other party, but her body did not move and remained in front of Lin Zhao, blocking the way and not allowing the other party to leave. Don't you go, please, just wait. She changed her tough tone and became soft, showing her weakest side to the fullest, hoping to gain the pity of the strange man in front of her. For the last time, get out of the way. Lin Zhao was unmoved and indifferently watched the woman's performance. He had become a little impatient. If it was an enemy, they would have already died under his fists. I'll see who dares to go. Just then, a loud bang came from the sky. The voice resounded through the clouds, accompanied by a strong sound wave that shook the space here with a buzzing sound, only to see countless figures flying in from afar. He was dressed in white, his wings trembling behind him, covering the sky and the sun. The array of space was huge. Seeing this scene, Chu Meng and the others' faces became even more fearful and even a little alarmed. It is finished. He's coming. It's over. Lin Zhao swept his icy gaze towards the sky. His eyes were flickering and he was unusually calm inside, a sign of impending anger. No one is going anywhere. The voice rang out again. Only this time, everyone's gazes were directed towards the sky directly above, where a large number of people from the immortal race had appeared. A powerful fluctuation emanated from each of the immortal race people. All of them were strong at the 6th rank or above. The breadths at the forefront were even more unfathomable. All of them were peak late 6th order existences. They looked down on the Dragon Country martial artists below as if they were looking at ants again, their eyes full of disdain. Not even as important as looking at the pets they kept. The person at the head of the group looked at Lin Zhao and the others in a cold and arrogant manner. Who killed our men? After the words were spoken, All the people of the immortal race hanging in the air immediately turned their icy gazes towards the crowd below. The powerful aura pressed Chu Meng and the others so much that they couldn't lift their heads up, and even some of them couldn't withstand it and knelt down. This scene caused the immortal race visitors to mock from the bottom of their hearts. He had never looked down on this group of natives, a lowly race with weakness engraved in their bones. Lin Xiao looked at the enemy that had suddenly appeared, inwardly calculating the difference in strength between them. With his current strength, the mid-sixth stage could no longer pose the slightest threat to him, and he could completely destroy them all himself. It's just that those few late peak sixth stage are a bit difficult to deal with. Even if you can't beat them, you can still use your spatial ability to run away. Only, he swept his gaze to Chu Meng and the others on the side. If he ran, these people would. It's him. Abrupt. Lin Xiao realized that Chu Meng was pointing her finger at herself, and she, who had just shown a weak look, was now full of viciousness. Friends of the Immortal Clan, the one who just killed your clan was him. It has nothing to do with us. He's new and doesn't really know the rules here, so you guys can just take him away. Shut up. Another sound came from a Dragon Kingdom martial artist flying towards this place. He was full of righteousness, also emitting fluctuations belonging to the peak of the late sixth stage, and his powerful aura directly shook those people of the immortal race back a few steps. He was Jun Nantian, the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom of this secret realm. Just a look of anger on his face and a hint of helplessness hidden in the depths of his eyes. Big brother Jun. When Chu Meng saw the visitor, she just wanted to go forward and tell the other party what happened. As a result, Jun Nantian was looking at her coldly, and that icy look made her freeze in place, not knowing what she had done wrong. Is it wrong that she just wants to live? Lin Xiao stood still and just watched quietly. No one knew what was going on inside his mind. Jun Nantian, what do you want? Do you want to start a war? It was your people who made the move to kill our people. There was a slight hint of scorn on the face of the leading immortal. Although he was in the same realm, Jun Nantian was much stronger than him. Which one of your eyes saw that it was one of ours that killed one of yours? Jun Nantian glared fiercely at Chu Meng and the others, and then soared into the sky, alone against all the immortals here, without the slightest fear. Jun Nantian, don't rely on your strength to be able to ignore everything. It's obvious that it's your own people who said the words and you don't recognize them? The leader of the immortal race was furious. He pointed his finger at Chu Meng. Jun Nantian didn't say anything, but his eyes were still looking at the immortal race and the others. And that meant, if I say no, then no. Jun Nantian, you, laughing back in anger. The immortal race's people confronted each other, and after seeing Jun Nantian's strong attitude and not having the slightest room to strike, they were ready to leave on that note. Jun Nantian, don't be complacent. We of the Immortal Clan will take note of what happened today, after all is said and done. He waved his wings and left the place. Before they left, his gaze swept in Lin Xiao's direction, and his lips trembled slightly. Lin Xiao, read it. Kid, you're dead. They had already memorized Lin Xiao's appearance in their minds, and in their hearts, Lin Xiao's future fate was already predetermined, and it was impossible for him to leave here alive. Similarly, Lin Xiao had memorized these people of the immortal race. Big brother Jun, seeing the enemy leave, Chu Meng breathed a sigh of relief as she hurriedly walked forward, wanting to tell Jun Nantian what was in her heart, but the other party didn't even look at her and went directly in Lin Xiao's direction. A newcomer? What's the name? Jun Nantian looked at Lin Xiao. He could feel a powerful energy within Lin Xiao's body. Although it was not as good as his own, it was still quite not weak. It was possible that he was a pride of a certain family. Lin Xiao, the Lin clan? He doesn't seem to remember the Lin clan. Alone? Aha. Well, it seems like it should be a casual cultivator with no background, but the strength isn't too weak. Jun Nantian nodded his head, his expression becoming somewhat bland. You've just arrived. This place is not as good as outside. Don't kill as a last resort. I can save you once, but the next time you won't be so lucky. He shook his head a bit. There were too many forces here, intricate and complicated for him to handle alone. Lin Xiao was impassive, but he still nodded while sweeping his gaze in Chu Meng's direction. Jun Nantian likewise noticed Lin Xiao's eyes as he looked at Chu Meng, and disgust flashed in his eyes as well. Chu Meng, get your ass over here. Jun Nantian scolded Chu Meng and was close to making a move, a scene that Lin Xiao watched in all his eyes. He smiled. Too clear. These words caused Jun Nantian's face to shift a little. He had just done this on purpose in the hope that Lin Xiao would let her go for his own sake, but he hadn't expected the other party to be so rigid in their attitude. 2 for the price of 1? Is this a return of the favor you just did? This, in turn, made him feel like he was making too much of a big deal out of it. As the first person in this place, he has the arrogance belonging to him, looked at him faintly, said nothing, and directly left this place. Chu Meng and the others also panicked and left toward the distance. Lin Xiao was left alone. Perhaps this is the true purpose of the teacher who asked me to come here. Lin Xiao's expression became cold, feeling the murkiness in the air. close to the vermilion, close to the ink, close to the darkness. Chapter 69 Tens of thousands of kilograms of gungjin. Big brother, are we just going to let that damn human go? An immortal race person had a cold look on his face. If it wasn't for Jun Nanshan's sudden appearance, all those humans would have died. Don't worry, not a single one can escape. Griffins won't be able to hop around for long. The immortal race's name was Xian Song. His strength was strong, and he was among the forefront of existence within the entire source of the Gung vein. Of course, as the strongest race of the immortals and the stars, the strongest person here is not him. He's second tier at best. It was only that the situation here was complicated, with people from all the major powerful races having their own ideas, and it was difficult for the Starry Sky races to come to an agreement, which gave Jun Nantian and the others room to breathe. He flew toward his base. This secret realm was large and had extremely rich mineral resources. For the race behind him, this kind of gun gold was also a scarce resource, one of the essential raw materials for building weapons. Soon they arrived at a medium-sized mineral source. This was the sphere of power controlled by the immortal race, a resource place occupied by him, which could produce a considerable amount of gangjin every day. Immortal Song and the others returned, and after he made a round, he stepped into the middle of the glorious hall. Not far, a silhouette flickered continuously, his gaze gazing at the area, a flash of divinity. Lindsay. He had never been a generous man, and those immortals had been labeled as certain death in his eyes. Following along this way had allowed Lin Xiao to see quite a few forces from the Starry Sky 10,000 races. The strong took up large swathes of resources, and the weak were dominated by the strong, ruthlessly treated as slaves, doing the work done by the inferior. Looking at the great hall of the immortal race in front of him, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and had an idea in his heart. Let me teach you a lesson first. I saw him walk around in a circle and keep on walking. At the same time its hands palm above from time to time appeared to the subtle runes into the foot of the earth within the. Half a day has passed. Lin Xiao let out a light breath, now only waiting for the night to fall. It's getting dark. Xian Song and the others had already entered into cultivation. This place not only possessed numerous mineral resources, but likewise floated with powerful energies, making it a good place to cultivate. Abrupt, there was a shocking noise from outside the temple, a noise that awakened all of him. What a guy! They immediately rushed outside in anger. What kind of person was it that dared to be so bold as to encroach on the territory of his immortal race? Don't you want to die? Only to see that the originally pitch-black sky was cloaked in a shimmering coat, and every time that coat flashed, a powerful attack would appear and strike the ground. It's a formation. Damn it, someone's sneaking up on us. Who the hell is it? Immortal Tsung's face was extremely ugly. Which power was it? He looked at the mineral vein in front of him that was already slightly damaged, and became unusually alarmed and angry inside. Why don't you hurry up and break this formation? He immediately flew into the air above and kept launching attacks at that light curtain. He was worthy of being in existence at the peak of the late 6th stage. His strength was extremely powerful, and with one attack, he made the entire light curtain begin to shake. Seeing this, Xian Song was delighted, and then the attacks on his hands became more and more ferocious. Launch the attack with me. This formation isn't very strong. While they were working together to break the formation, a figure slipped into the splendid hall under their noses. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed with a divine aura as he directly instantaneously arrived inside the grand hall. Over here, in Lin Zhao's gaze, a large amount of golden glittering heavy metals appeared. They piled up like small hills and emitted a blinding light. It's gung-ho. Rough calculations show that there must be at least 1,000 kilograms of gung-ho gold here. All of it is the accumulation of the immortal clan in recent times. I'll collect some interest first. With a wave of Lin Zhao's hand, all of these gangjin were taken into his space, and the originally extremely bright hall suddenly seemed to lose its color and became dim. It's almost time to go. Lin Xiao sensed that the formation wouldn't last long and it was time to go. As if he had thought of something, Lin Zhao's divine eyes flickered once again. The sky above this place suddenly distorted and then returned to calmness. Go away! With an instantaneous body, Lin Xiao disappeared, and also disappeared were the thousands of kilograms of gungjin. Outside at this time, under the powerful bombardment of Xian Song and a group of other immortals, that formation was broken. Immortal Tsang scanned the surroundings for the first time. He wanted to see which power was so bold as to come to his immortal race's chassis to act recklessly. Big brother, no sign of the enemy. The others explored all of the surrounding piece and didn't find any traces, which annoyed him. Jumping clowns, they can only do some small tricks to manifest their existence. Immortal Tsang looked around majestically. His voice was extremely loud in this dimly lit space, like a sarcastic comment to the enemy in the shadows. Your tricks are too petty. We immortals don't give a damn. After making their rounds several times again, he walked into the great hall with cold eyes, calculating in his heart which side of the force it would be. Any of the star power races are possible. Big brother. What's going on? Xian Song was still looking down in deep thought. and after hearing his little brother's call, he looked at him with some impatience. "Duh, big brother, it's gone. It's all gone. What's missing?" Xian Song hadn't noticed the gravity of the situation. One of the minions looked at him a little weepily. "Gung ho, the gangjin we've been saving for a full year. It's gone." At these words, Xian Song's brain buzzed, and he rushed to the place where he had placed the gangjin. Looking at the already empty hall, he was confused, and Lin Xiao, who had already walked away, suddenly heard an endless roar from behind him. The voice was filled with misery, anger and murderous intent. He walked like a nobody, considering his next victim as he went. The method worked so well that he decided to be the good guy who robbed from the rich and gave to the poor for once. For the rest of the day, several shocking cases have occurred at the source of the Gungbane. Thefts have occurred in the territories of many of the star power clans, and the traces point to the same person committing the crime. It was just that there wasn't a single trace left at the scene at all, which made many of the races that had suffered a big loss think through their heads and not figure out which powers people were behind it. In an instant, all the strong clans all applied to the clan to deploy more manpower. They had to catch this damn guy. This person is none other than Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiao was in an open area as he scanned his system space. It's going to be tens of thousands of kilograms soon. During this period of time, he kept on robbing the major races of their gung-ho gold, and the amount he had accumulated so far was quite astonishing. It had to be almost as much as what the Dragon Kingdom had produced for almost 3 years, while secretly feeling good in his heart. He also managed to get himself knocked on top of the list of certain death by the Starry Sky 10,000 races. Lin Xiao still wanted to be in the process of continuing his actions when he suddenly realized that the major forces had many more defenders, which made him not dare to make a move easily for a while. This is demon territory. A demonic person with 4 horns on his head and a devilish aura was scrutinizing the surroundings constantly. The fluctuation of space. His eyes glittered with endless blackness. His eyes shifted, and a figure appeared in his mind. Could it be him? 2 shifts today. 4 shifts tomorrow. Chapter 70, Lin Xiao exposed. This devil with 4 horns on his head was the son of the devil from not long ago. The last failure had caused many in the clan to speak ill of him, believing him to be unworthy of the position. The son of the devil is not his real name. His real name is Gullus. The son of the devil is the crowning of the strongest devil of each generation by the senior members of the devil race, a race that highly prizes strength. If you're strong enough, you'll earn the respect you deserve. Gulis had brought a lot of losses to the demon race after his last defeat, even indirectly leading to the loss of a demon race martial saint. That's why there were many other voices in the demon race as to whether or not he could still serve as the son of the devil in this generation. A powerful race. The internal competition is also extremely fierce. The demon race that Gulis was a part of had also been raided by Lin Xiao for numerous resources, and he had been ordered to come here as a chance to make up for his mistakes. At that moment a figure appeared in his mind, which became clearer and clearer as he judged. Another formation. Another fluctuation of space. Damn it guys, finally I run into you again. At this moment, Gulis was already very sure that this person who had given countless forces a headache was Lin Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, a damned human who had caused him to suffer a great loss, and had even been severely criticized by the higher echelons of the clan for it. Now that we know the killer, it's a lot easier. An extremely sinister plan surfaced in his mind. The home base of the Immortals. Gulis, what are you doing here? The immortal race sitting at the very center frowned. The immortal race and the demon race were both powerful races in the starry sky, and they did not have a good relationship with each other. Xianling, I already know which force is responsible for this. Gulis came here alone, his demonic aura raging. His eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Oh, at those words, Xianling got up and flew in front of Gurix, his eyes staring dead at the son of the devil in front of him. What are you trying to pull? He didn't believe that the other party could be so kind. Gulis shook his head. He had come here with all sincerity, only to not give that damned human a single chance of survival. After some explanation, Xianling revealed mockery. Gulis, it's a shame that you're still the son of the devil, but you've been tricked by a native. He laughed, a somewhat reckless laugh, not caring about Gulis' already darkened face. It's just a mere mole cricket. It's just as well if you don't know about it. Since you've been discovered, you're just a plaything in our eyes. Gulis, you're really becoming more and more of a loser the more you live. After Xianling learned that the culprits were martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom, he completely disregarded them, and the Dragon Kingdom's martial artists were no different from ants in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he had forgotten how not so long ago he had scratched his own ear and watched helplessly as his own resources were robbed. Xianling, I'm telling you because I want you to cooperate with me. That human is not simple. Gulis held back his anger and kindly emphasized to Xianling in front of him again and again not to take the enemy lightly, as he had already suffered a loss once, but all I get in return is ridicule and contempt. Gulis, go back, a mere native. My immortal race can get rid of each other in minutes. With a wave of her hand, Xianling issued an eviction order, and a faint murderous intent flashed in the depths of his bright eyes, only to vanish in a flash. The face of the banished gurus had darkened as the bottom of a pot, and he left the place in anger. No one saw the calmness hidden deep within, as if it was expected of him. After this, Dulles goes to another place. The appalling power of the underworld was emanating from everywhere here, a power that was extremely shadowy, as if it could infinitely amplify the deepest desires of the human body. Dulles, what can I do for you? A young man dressed in black robes appeared, and he exuded an aura that made people not dare to approach or even look at each other. Underworld. I found out the person who destroyed your plastic underworld clan's pulse source. Ghoulies looked at the person in front of him with slight scorn, and he stated all of his inferences in full. The eyes of the man named Underworld were extremely deep, and it was impossible for the onlooker to judge what was going on inside his heart. Nope, you can go now. The unusually cold reply froze Ghoulies for a moment, and as he watched the man keep looking at himself, he felt slightly uncomfortable and stopping at that moment. The specter looked at the distant gurus and once again fell into cultivation as if nothing had happened. What a guy to watch. Ghoulies was deep in his heart, expecting to use it to muddy the waters of this place, but the sky was not as it should have been. Forget it, let the immortal race's gang of fools be the head front first. Is the Dragon Kingdom weak? If he were to unite these foreign forces, the Dragon Kingdom would be unbeatable, but the reality is simply impossible, and no single power dares to say that it's a surefire winner over the Dragon Kingdom. If the Dragon Kingdom was that weak, it would have been destroyed by them long ago. Sooner or later, the immortal race's group of arrogant and cocky guys would have to suffer a great loss because of this arrogance, but that was not for him to think about. His purpose had been accomplished. What follows is a game of snipe and clam, and he is the fisherman of last resort. At this time, inside the immortal nation's base camp, Xianling, the strongest person of the immortal nation in this place, sitting in the center, was contemplating. Since he can be sent here by the bigwigs of the clan, it's naturally not that simple. Ghoulies, meh, off-the-wall trash. What Ghoulies thought he knew exactly? Nothing more than picking peaches. Only, if it's really someone from the Dragon Kingdom, then you guys are a bit too unbridled. He had received news from Immortal Tsang that a martial artist from the Dragon Kingdom had killed quite a few of his compatriots, and now this sort of thing had happened. It really was a bit of a disregard for his immortal race. Since that's the case, so what if I, the immortal race, become a gun for once? Men, deliver my message. Have you heard? That small Gangjin vein in the western sector has been encroached upon by the immortal race again. This was the base camp of the Dragon Kingdom's martial artists within the source of the Gungbane, and it was also the only place for the Dragon Kingdom to recuperate in this secret realm. There were quite a few martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom who gathered to discuss the recent happenings. Several veins belonging to their Dragon Kingdom have already been forcibly occupied by the immortal race. Even the dragon warriors who were in charge of the guards have all been arrested. The only good news is that the immortal race didn't kill those martial artists, but all of them were imprisoned and temporarily served as slaves to dig mines for their own race. Bang! Xianling, what is he trying to do? Do you really think that I, Jun Nantian, am afraid of him? The leader, Jun Nantian, slapped his palm on the table next to him, and in his anger, he directly smashed that table to pieces. A familiar figure stepped forward below. Big Brother Jun. Word has come from the immortal race that he has sufficient evidence to prove that the theft not long ago was done by our Dragon Kingdom martial artists. He has demanded that we must deliver this person to his disposal within 3 days. Otherwise, the one who spoke was Chu Meng, who had been inquiring about this matter all this time. Or what? Start a war? Do you really think our Dragon Kingdom is afraid of them? There were also quite a few powerful martial artists gathered in the hall. All of their fluctuations were above the 6th rank, and there were even quite a few late 6th rank existences. When Jun Nantian heard this, his expression stared blankly. You said that the immortal race's people said that the theft of his Gangjin was done by our people? Is there any proof? He didn't know anything about it. His eyes swept over the rest of the people in the hall. He is slandering. I don't know anything about this. It wasn't even our doing. All of them retorted. Jokingly, how could they possibly do such a thing? Chumhum spoke again. Big Brother Jun. It seems like it was really our people who did it. As soon as those words came out, everyone in the hall looked at her, and a powerful pressure spread out recklessly. Who is it? Jun Nanshan's eyes were sharp as he stared dead into Chu Meng's eyes, his terrifying aura squeezing the other party out of breath. It's Lin Xiao. It's that new guy from last time. Lin Xiao. Chapter 71. Lin Xiao breaks through. Mid-5th order. Lin Xiao? Who is Lin Xiao? Do you know? Don't know. Never heard of that one. Many people in the hall were talking to each other, and they all showed puzzled looks. Most of them had received assignments from their families and had come to station here, while some very few had come to do missions. It's Lin Xiao. Someone of our people had seen it from afar, and it was Lin Xiao who moved to do it. Chu Meng was extremely certain that she was a little dark inside, and since the last time it happened, she always felt uneasy as if she was being targeted by something. Lin Xiao. Jun Nantian saw that Chu Meng did not look like she was lying and sat back down. Only her face was a bit unsightly. If it was really his doing, he was undoubtedly putting the Dragon Kingdom on the passive side. The silhouette of that person surfaced in his mind, and Jun Nantian was somewhat silent. And anyone who knows him knows that this gesture means he doesn't want to be involved in this. But there were many people of his own clan on his side who were detained by the immortal race, which made him extremely annoyed up. Damn you guys, what can he say to do to free our people? Jun Nantian was impatient as to why such a rash person had appeared. He said it would all end here if we would just hand that man over to him. Damn it! Jun Nantian grew angry once again. This was a nakedly masculine plot, although he also looked at that Lin Xiao as extremely unpleasant now. But letting him hand over his own people to his face, this was impossible. No one else is a cutie either. The stakes are very high, but if we don't deliver, the end result is only a battle. Once there was a fight. In this land of fish and dragons, anything could happen. And even if they were not careful, all of them were in danger of dying. A momentary dilemma. Big brother Jun, why don't we hand Lin Xiao over? This is a trouble he caused alone from start to finish. Why should so many of us have to pay for him? Chu Meng bluntly. She just suddenly some awakening. These days to make their own sleepless sources that man, as long as he was dead, then she herself would return to the life she had once lived, and the opportunity at hand seemed perfect to her. Jun Nantian once again looked at her coldly, and if he hadn't considered the power behind it, he would have wanted to slap this stupid woman to death. As a dragon nation, he, Jun Nantian, would not do anything that would harm the dragon nation in the presence of a foreign enemy, let alone handing over his own compatriots in front of all the forces, which was a stupid thing that extremely harmed the beliefs of the dragon nation. If you mention it again, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Meng could clearly feel the danger emanating from the other party, and she really couldn't figure out why. Obviously, if you just hand that guy over, it's all over, so why doesn't he agree? Is it possible that he doesn't want me to feel better? A woman's heart is a needle in the haystack, and once she's caught up in a dead end somewhere, she's stuck in it for all eternity. Time passes day by day, the last day left until the day given by the immortals. The Dragon Kingdom's martial artists didn't make too many moves, they just called all the people who were out all the way back, downsizing some unnecessary chassis. It looks like it's ready for a long defense. Lin Xiao naturally got the news. At first, he thought that the people of this place would be pressured to hand him over, and although he would show up when the time came, the nature of being active and passive were not the same, but so far no one has come to him. This made him feel a little emotional. One person does everything for one person. He, Lin Xiao, would not let so many innocent people suffer because of himself. System. Ding. Host I am. How many cultivation points do I have left? Ding. The host holds 870,001 cultivation points. 87W. Too little. System. Ding. Host I am. Can Gangjin be exchanged for cultivation points? Ding. It has been detected that the host possesses a large amount of rare metals, which can be exchanged for 200W cultivation points. Please ask if you want to exchange them. Tens of thousands of kilograms of GP can only be exchanged for 200W? System. Aren't you a little too dark? Lin Xiao had some black lines. This Gangjin looks very precious. How come the exchange ratio is so low? 1 to 50. Ding. This system is fair and impartial. Please don't spit on the host and pull yourself down. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Xiao changed half of the gungold. At this time, the cultivation points had reached 1,871,001. System. Cultivation points added. Ding. 800,000 cultivation points have been successfully deducted. The cultivation addition has been successful. Powerful energy emanated from within Lin Xiao's body as he successfully broke through from the peak of the late 4th stage to the 5th stage. His battle power had once again skyrocketed, and now he was already unafraid of ordinary late 6th stage existences. It's not enough. System. Add more. Ding. 1 million cultivation points have been successfully deducted. Cultivation point addition has been successful. The space in this place once again transmitted a surge of energy and Lin Xiao made another breakthrough. Now it had come to the middle of the 5th order. Feeling the abundant energy in his body, Lin Xiao suddenly had an invincible mindset emerge. So strong, he was really strong now. The breakthrough in his cultivation brought him unparalleled self-confidence. At this moment, a normal level late peak of the 6th rank was no longer in his eyes. System. Ding. Host I am. Am I strong? Please don't get too caught up in self-hypnosis. It's not good. Lin Xiao's just somewhat surging mood was instantly extinguished by the system. Nima, will you stop the machine just to flatter me? System. Ding. Host I am. Can you tell fortunes? Calculate how much danger I'm in for this battle? Ding. detected that the host has a desire to divine the future. The system is robbing. Searching. Ding. The system has tailored a supreme technique for the host. Great Dream Reincarnation Heavenly Diffusion Scripture. Those who cultivate this technique will be able to peek into the sun, moon, and dry heavens above, and reach the other side of the endless cycle of reincarnation below, so they can coexist in the long river of time and space. Only 1000 W cultivation points are required. System. Ding. Host I am. Do you owe too much money in your system world? Lin Xiao was really feeling the helplessness of working as a laborer, as if there was no end to his life. He stopped talking nonsense and didn't want to say a word more with this damn system. Even though that Great Dream Reincarnation Heavenly Diffusion Scripture sounded powerful, but it's too expensive. He's poor, can't afford it, and can't afford to keep it. His eyes looked toward the sky, where it seemed as if there were numerous people of the immortal race in the air. Each of them looked extremely arrogant, looking down on the human race below them, watching them dig one by one with their bare hands, and looking at the indignant and helpless looks on their faces as if they were enjoying themselves immensely. The grandchildren of the immortal race. Aren't they looking for your Grandpa Lin? Grandpa Lin is here. Chapter 72 The Great War Begins. Jun Nantian, today is the last day. If your Dragon Kingdom doesn't hand over that human, there will be consequences. Xian Song stood in the void. His tone was extremely arrogant. This time, under Xian Ling's authorization, hundreds of immortal race people had come, and each immortal race's minimum cultivation had reached the early stage of the 6th rank. There were even more than a dozen at the late stage of the 6th rank, and this kind of lineup was already quite not weak. He is overbearing and transmits signals in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Jun Nantian stood above the void, his eyes staring at the other party, and he did not show the slightest sign of backing down. Let Xianling come. Powerful pressure spread out from within Jun Nantian's body. There was no doubt about his strength. Although he was not the strongest person in this secret realm, he was not something that could be provoked by a mere immortal Tsang. Xian Song choked a little. It's come to this. You Jun Nantian are still so hard-headed. In the end, who gave you the backbone? He was a bit puzzled. Why must the weak ants resist? Wouldn't it be better to be stomped to death peacefully? Jun Nantian, don't you care about the people below? He pointed his finger at the numerous imprisoned Dragon Country martial artists below, numbering in the hundreds. Jun Nantian is silent. In the past 2 days he had communicated to the people above him, and the news he got was that the country was in dire need of gung-ho gold lately. The implication is that now is not the time to completely tear it apart. Endure. He was holding back a bit. Abrupt. A scream rang through the air. That person's name is Lin Xiao. You guys look for him. He's the one who did all the things, and we can't find him at all. Jun Nantian looked incredulously at the person who spoke, which was none other than Chu Meng. He couldn't understand why there were such stupid women. Xian Song also froze slightly after hearing the voice, and then opened his mouth to laugh with a group of immortal clan members. Ha ha ha. I thought how backbone your Dragon Country's martial artists are. Turns out it's nothing more than that. Jun Nantian, do you want me to give you some more time to forgive you? But you'll have to send more men to do it. It's such a big place. Ha 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 ha. Here, in addition to the immortal race and the Dragon Kingdom, there were also some people from the starry sky 10,000 races hiding in the shadows, and it could be said that the immortal race's move was meant to make the Dragon Kingdom lose its dignity in front of all the powers. At this moment, his plan succeeded. He's laughing uncontrollably. On the contrary, everyone's face was devoid of luster among the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom, and some of them looked extremely furious, wanting to rush forward for a big fight. Jun Nantian's face had darkened to the extreme, and nothing he could say at this moment would be of any use anymore. It's just that everyone in the room didn't know. In the middle of an otherworldly space in time, a figure was observing what was happening here. He is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's cold look moved away from Chu Meng. This person he spared for the first time and wouldn't have a second time. Almost, only to see this space-time suddenly appear distorted. A human figure appeared here out of thin air. With his feet stepping on the light of divinity, he stood proudly in the void, his expression very calm as he looked at all of them. Grandchildren of the immortal race, your Grandpa Lin is here. Lin Zhao's sudden appearance gave Xian Song and the others a scare. It's you. Sure enough, it's you. Damn human. Last time I let you off the hook. This time you will surely die. Immortal Song's face growled when he saw Lin Zhao's face. It was this human. It was him. After saying that, he immediately greeted all the immortal race to surround Lin Xiao to the death. The entire sky was surrounded, and the breaths of hundreds of sixth-order powerhouses rippled crazily. Lin Xiao looked at the countless enemies, but instead, he was somewhat relaxed. This was just a small scene for him. I've seen worse than this. Xian Song is it? Since I've appeared, let the people below go. I won't run. Lin Xiao opened his mouth towards Xian Song. The main purpose of his appearance was to free the people below. Who are you to negotiate with me? Even if the gods come today, they won't be able to save you. At the same time, Jun Nantian took to the air once more, his aura fully open as he tried his best to suppress the anger within him. Release! A cold voice rang through the air. Behind Jun Nantian stood countless other martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom, who all looked towards Xian Song and the others in unison, their angry eyes staring at him in death. Humph! Xian Song waved his hand extremely reluctantly, releasing the hundreds of humanoids below. His only goal today was this damned human in front of him. I'll see who else can save you now. The battle was fought straight away. Hundreds of immortals launched an attack at Lin Xiao at the same time, an attack from hundreds of 6th order powerhouses. Even a peak 6th order existence wouldn't dare to say that they could last a round. His attacks were exceptionally ferocious, exuding a distinctive divinity between every move, a rule inheritance inherited from the immortal race's birthright. Anyone of the immortal race was born with the ability to manipulate the rules of heaven and earth, and he was like a favorite of the great Tao, favored by the power of the rules. Lin Xiao, who was in the center, suffered hundreds of attacks at the same time, and his divine eyes were flickering madly. The space here is constantly twisting and changing, forming a spatial defense. At the same time, he also divided his mind and launched an attack on the early 6th-ranked immortal race. The space-time sacred Dharma origin was trembling, and the space-time here was becoming different. Lin Xiao's movements became strangely slow in everyone's eyes, as if he would be hit by the immortal race's attack in the next second. But the truth is that there have been casualties here in the immortal nation. The dead cultivators were all at the early stage of the 6th rank, and a crack appeared on all of their necks, directly killing them in seconds. Everyone be careful. This guy can manipulate space and time. Immortal Tsong roared loudly. The power of time and space terrified him a bit, as he who was naturally close to the rules like the immortal race. The clansmen who could manipulate the rules of space and time were few and far between. This belongs to the power of the supreme rule. His attacks continued. As wind, rain, thunder and lightning, countless rule attacks raged here. Everyone took out their own skills. He was a higher race. How could he be compared to a human? Immortal Tsong was hissing. His cultivation at the peak of the late 6th stage had been utilized to the extreme as he kept blasting away. This space had suffered a trace of shattering from the battle between them, and the battle was too intense. Great void shifting technique, an icy and murderous voice rang out, and Lin Xiao's divine eyes trembled madly. This time, instead of moving all of them into the mysterious space, he locked on the group with the weakest cultivation among them. In less than 10 seconds before and after, those early 6th order immortal races had all disappeared, and the reappearing Lin Xiao was already sprinkled with blood. And that blood looked a little different from humans, because it's immortal blood, the blood of the immortal race. The heavens seem to weep that its children have been killed. Lin Xiao, where are my immortal race's people? Where did you get him? Xian Song saw dozens of his men disappear in an instant. He was a bit shocked. What kind of tactic was this? After suffering so many attacks, how could he still do this? What kind of god is this human? Lin Xiao's ice-cold eyes didn't look at him, but rather at the dozens of those in the mid-6th stage. Powerful rules of space and time were permeating, and these dozens of people of the immortal race were unable to resist this inexplicable spatial pull. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in Lin Xiao's otherworldly space and time. This time it took a little longer. A full minute or so had passed before Lin Xiao appeared again. At this moment, his hands were stained with blood, his hair was flying in the air, and an extremely bright divine light was emanating from under his feet. His aura was too powerful. Lin Xiao finally turned his gaze to the remaining 10 or so late-stage peak 6th order immortal race people here. The foreign energy in his body was rioting, and the space-time god's eye was trembling madly. This space became incomparably oppressive, as if it had been forcibly distorted, gradually losing the concept of space and time. Your turn. Chapter 73, Temporal Storm. An icy voice rang through the air. Many onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What did they see? Nearly 100 immortal race people attacking a martial artist from the Dragon Kingdom. This was a battle without any suspense in everyone's eyes. But this, Jun Nanshan's mood was a bit up and down, and all the Dragon Kingdom martial artists here all looked at the young man in the air. That domineering heroic posture, as well as strong strength, seems to stir up the resounding blood hidden deep inside the hearts of all the people. Jun Nantian, aren't we going up? A late 6th stage martial artist said deeply. There was something depressing about him. Watching his people being swarmed by other forces while he was unable to do anything about it made him feel incredibly stifled. Quite a few people looked towards the leader, Jun Nantian, their eyes flashing with battle intent. Jun Nantian struggled a little inside, but for the sake of the greater good, he could only force down the urge to strike and shook his head towards the crowd. If they strike this time, it would be a good excuse for the other forces to do so. When that time comes, the Dragon Kingdom will not be able to move an inch in this source of the Gung vein. Chu Meng, who was hiding in the middle of the crowd, had eyes that revealed sinister intent at the moment, as well as a hint of fear. How is he so strong? No, he must die. Looking at Lin Zhao's strong and incomparable stance, she was extremely afraid deep down. This person had become a nightmare within her. If he didn't die, it would be difficult for her to sleep or eat. In the sky, Xian Song and the others slowly huddled together. Although each of them had the strength of a peak late 6th stage, although they boasted of their higher races and their heavenly destiny, but at this moment, he was somewhat afraid of the man in front of him, this native who has not been looked up to by him. Lin Xiao, you're dead. You went so far as to slaughter our immortal race's people. Now even if Jun Nantian steps in to protect you, it's impossible. Xian Song forced his way out. He was suppressing the fear in his heart. At the moment there were still a dozen people on his side, and the words of victory or defeat were not yet final. The remaining people of the immortal race, under his command, all put up their defense to the extreme. Lin Xiao just looked at him indifferently. The temporal and spatial sacred Dharma origin within his body was shimmering, and the mysterious lines attached to its surface became clearer and clearer, shining brightly. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and raised his right hand to point at the enemy. Time storm. Opening his eyes again, his eyes were already fully covered with divine light. From the intrinsic tremors of the two super SSS grade powers, the spacetime God's eyes and the spacetime holy Dharma origin, this piece of spacetime was undergoing a fusion of epic proportions, and Xian Song and the others in the center of the storm all felt a strong sense of unease at this moment. It was a throbbing that originated from the depths of the bloodline, as if a great terror was about to descend here. What's that? Someone exclaimed. What did they see? That spacetime is distorting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Space was breaking up, cracks in the void were tearing, time seemed to cease to exist. This was a divine skill. In the sky above them, a powerful storm had unexpectedly appeared. The power of the storm generated by the rules of supreme spacetime. Someone couldn't help but look over, their eyes slowly mesmerized. The whole person completely sunk in. Upon opening his eyes again, he realized that his hair was pale and wrinkled. The power of time. Not good. Everyone, don't stare for a long time. Jun Nantian immediately exclaimed in shock as he hurriedly told the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom not to perceive that spacetime. The rules of spacetime there were too terrifying. There was blood running down Lin Zhao's cheeks. This move was still a bit of a stretch for him right now, but the power is extremely terrifying. Xian Song and the other immortal race people in the center of the spacetime storm looked like they didn't exist in this spacetime, and they still maintained their previous defense. It was only that his body began to become illusory, and the look on each one's face slowly changed from the fear they had just felt to silence and finally pallor. Within a short period of time, it seemed as if he had already passed through an incomparably long period of time, and his consciousness, his heart, and everything about him had been corrupted by time. The twisted space held his young body, only his heart was dead. Scatter! Lin Zhao's voice was like heavenly music at the moment. The voice was like a final blessing from heaven, and everything they had was dispersed within the voice. 10 or so late-stage peak 6th-ranked powerhouses dissipated in the air, their bodies disappearing bit by bit in the eyes of everyone in the heavens and the earth. Not even a drop of blood, not a speck of dust was left behind. Silence. The moment was incredibly silent. Everyone fixed their gazes dead center on the young man in the air who was emitting a radiant divine aura, not daring to make a single sound. That teenager was horrible. It was like being in charge of the supreme god, shining endlessly. Among them were scouts from various star races, including the immortal race, the demon race, and even some slightly weaker races. Dragon. Has the Dragon Kingdom come with an overwhelmingly fierce man? In the eyes of his people, the strength displayed by the teenager was already enough to dominate within the source of the Gungbane. Has the Dragon Kingdom finally stepped up? He didn't know that at this moment, all the martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom were also looking at that young man incredulously. The strongest among them had already compared themselves to it, and finally came to the conclusion that all of them were 4 words. I'm not as good as him. Jun Nantian was silent. Chu Hum was in fear. At this moment, everything in heaven and earth was bowing down to the young man in the sky above. Lin Zhao's feet stepped on the divine aura as he slowly closed his eyes and hid the glow of his divinity. This attack was extremely burdensome to him and the consumption was exceptionally frightening. Having already broken through 2 small realms in a row, even he who possessed 50 times the reserves of a normal person felt a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, this time the enemy has been resolved. He opened his eyes again and looked around with a sharp expression. My name is Lin Xiao. Everything I do has nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom martial artists here, so I'll personally take all the means you have. But if something like today happens again, I, Lin Xiao, swear that in this life, I will die against the forces behind you, so that you will never have any peace in this Gungbane source. This statement was so domineering that Lin Xiao stood above the void. Alone, he defeated hundreds of immortal race powerhouses and insisted on throwing a grandiose speech. This was a declaration of war against the starry sky 10,000 races. He, Lin Xiao, was alone in the battle against the 10,000 races of the stars. What an invincible spirit! The voice was still echoing in the air. and the scouts of the various clans hidden in the shadows had passed this news to the people in the rear, and he looked at that teenager with a grave expression. However, there are also people who scoffed, wanting to fight against his 10,000 clans alone? Do you really think you're an invincible pride? Not realizing that the strongest of his clans had not shown up, the Xian Sang that was killed by the teenager was only a second-rate level here. Lin Xiao didn't care what these people thought, since he dared to show up. He had already prepared for the worst. Since it was a big deal, it would be a big deal. And he, Lin Xiao, was fearless of everything. The heavens and earth gradually regained their calm, and all the scouts slowly disappeared into thin air. Lin Xiao, who was standing in the void, looked at Jun Nantian and the others and did not say anything more. As for Jun Nantian and the others, they were all speechless. As martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom in this place, they all had important tasks at hand. It wasn't that they couldn't, but there was nothing they could do about it. Lin Xiao's eyes once again flickered with a faint divine aura as his gaze swept onto a woman. And noticing Lin Xiao's gaze fixed on her, Xu Meng's face instantly turned pale, her legs and feet softened, and her heart was filled with endless fear. She defiantly crawled towards Jun Nantian's side, searching for her ridiculous sense of security. In response, Jun Nantian was silent, and all the other Dragon Kingdom martial artists also revealed a hint of faint contemplation or turned a blind eye. You're going to kill me? You want to kill me? No, you can't kill me. I am a member of the Chu family. I'm the Chu family's first daughter. The quieter the space became, the more fearful Chu Meng's heart became, and she somewhat broke down and tore her heart out, roaring defiantly at the teenager in the air. She moved out of her family's background. The Chu family, a powerful family. Only the presence of a martial exalted level in a family could be called a magnificent family. Chu Meng had the shadow of a martial artist behind him. Faced with the threat of death, Chu Meng could only speak his ultimate life-preserving card. She had already decided that as long as she didn't die this time, she would leave this place and return to her family to unleash everything she could. She had to kill this Lin Xiao's teenager. It was the only way she could be at ease. It's just that she's overthinking it. The space-time god's eyes had the ability to see into all illusions, and Lin Xiao detected the trace of killing intent hidden in the depths of the other party. He murmured softly, his voice minimal, and his eyes flickered with a divine light. Rip! When Chu Meng wanted to say something more, she suddenly felt dizzy. Her two eyes were spinning up and down, and she forcibly commanded her hands to feel upwards. Why is there a crack in my neck? These were the last lines of her life, and along with the blood, her consciousness faded away. Chumham, city in Hong Kong, dead. 74. Northern Desert. Chu Meng's death didn't cause too many waves. The dragon warriors here are still repeating the same routine as before. Lin Xiao has also disappeared, but this matter created quite a stir within the source of the Gung vein. Lin Xiao? Just a cocky and arrogant person, but since he dares to steal from us, if he falls into our hands, we'll make sure he can't beg for death. A native of the Dragon Kingdom, can't make much of a wave. No need for us to make a move. Just wait and watch the show. True, I agree with you. This time, Lin Xiao had shown a very powerful strength, but this strength was still not enough to attract his attention in the eyes of the strongest of the clans. What's more, as angry as he was, there was someone more angry than he was at the moment. Fairy Home Base. At this moment, Xianling's face was about to turn cold. He didn't expect such an outcome, and in order to be conservative, he had sent hundreds of 6th-ranked powerhouses, already thinking highly of that native. What a waste of stuff. At this time he was incomparably tyrannical. That was hundreds of 6th order, and there were even peak late 6th order, and they died just like that. This is a big loss. Who will take the blame? Only he himself. Damn Mole Cricket, you've completely angered me. At this moment, Xianling was furious beyond measure. He now didn't care what happened in terms of being or not being plucked from the peach. If this matter was not handled well, then he would definitely receive an extremely harsh punishment from the clan, something he did not want to see. He had decided to take matters into his own hands, and the only way to minimize the punishment was to take this human down before the clan could react. It's like the immortals have gone crazy this whole time. A few of them formed a group and began a great search for the source of the Gung vein, a move that caused many forces to show their displeasure. Scram! This is no place for you. Several immortals were brought to a realm filled with the aura of the underworld, the chassis of the plastic underworld tribe. One of the plastic underworlders spoke out in a stern voice, and they didn't give a damn. The same powerful race of stars, the combined strength of the plastic underworld race was above that of the immortal race, and he was not afraid of the immortal race, unable to do anything about it. These few immortals had no choice but to leave in a sorry state. He was here to find someone, not to fight with others. Just before they got too far, a look of horror appeared on his face. A silhouette quietly appeared on the sidelines, and the light that emanated divinity flickered away. These few immortal clansmen were not very strong. They were all at the early stage of the 6th rank. and they disappeared without even sending out a voice for help. Ding! Detected that the host has killed the starry 10,000. Rewarded with 30,000 cultivation points. May I ask if the body is recycled? Recycle. Ding! Successful recovery. Rewarding 30,000 cultivation points. This was already the third batch of immortal race that he had killed, and to him, these early stage 6 didn't pose a single threat at all. What are you guys thinking? He didn't get it. Wasn't this giving him a chance to break him down one by one? At first he thought there was a trap waiting for him, but after observing for a long time, was this really just a full-blown search? Whatever. Don't take the cultivation points delivered to your door for nothing. Since the system had reached version 2.0, there were also cultivation points for killing these starry 10,000 races. During this period of time just from killing the immortal race, his cultivation points had once again broken through 1 million, reaching 1,710,000. 1 point. It's a lot faster money than selling stuff. And Xianling, who was far away from the base camp, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze looking in a certain direction. Finally, he immediately waved his hand, and the entire immortal race in the base camp were all summoned and flew over in unison in a certain direction. Lin Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong, and under the eye of God's eyes, he detected uncountable immortal races all around him at the same time speeding towards his direction. It immediately occurred to him that he had revealed his position, and instantaneous, he immediately disappeared. His spatial abilities kept flickering as Lin Xiao was jumping everywhere. Right now he wasn't sure what he was exposed because of, so he could only hide first. No matter how much he changed his position, those immortal race people kept chasing towards his bearing as if they had installed a tracker. It's not right. This is very wrong. Noticing that something was wrong, Lin Xiao carefully scanned his entire body, and the space-time divine eyes examined the entire body inside and out, and really let him see something strange. There was a strange fluctuation emanating from outside his body all the time, a fluctuation that no one could normally detect. It was as if it didn't exist. What the hell is this? Lin Xiao, who had already found out the problem, had some difficulties. He didn't know how to get rid of this thing at all. It was like it was invisibly attached to himself. System. Ding. Host I am. What is this strange fluctuation that has appeared in my body, and how do I get rid of it? Ding. It has been detected that the host is attached to the immortal tea poison breath, which can be directly eliminated through some secret method. Immortal tea poison? What the hell is that? Ding. This is the product of some kind of secret method of the immortal race, and any outsider who kills this kind of immortal race will be invisibly tainted with the immortal tea poison. Lin Xiao realized that he was waiting for him here. Taking the life of a fellow clan member as bait is ruthless enough. It's going to be too late. Under the sensing of the eyes of the divine eyes, Lin Xiao had already detected that quite a few people from the immortal race were close to arriving here, and many of them have extremely powerful auras. He hastily hid himself in an otherworldly time and space. System, quickly tell me the secret method. Ding. This secret method is called reverse immortality and only requires 10 W cultivation points. Please ask if you want to exchange it. Redemption. At this time, Lin Xiao already didn't want to argue with the system, grasping the time to get rid of this what immortal tea poison. 10 W on 10 W. Ding. Reverse immortal is transmitting. At this moment, Lin Xiao, who was in the middle of a different space-time, was closing his eyes, and words were constantly flashing in his mind. Surface. Gone. This is where people disappear into thin air. Numerous people from the immortal race appeared here, and he kept sensing the direction pointing in unison to this place, but no one could be seen. Xianling had also arrived at the scene, and after his careful sensing, his icy gaze swept into this space. People are here. He knew that the other party had the ability to manipulate space and should be hiding in some space right now. Lin Xiao, I know you're hiding here. Don't think that I can't do anything about you just because of that. If you have the guts to kill someone from my immortal clan, be prepared to die. Only to see him pull out a rune from within his sleeve. This rune was filled with the power of the laws of space and time. Lin Xiao, today is the day you die. Xianling looked at the rune in her hand with a slight heartache, but the movements in her hand did not slow down at all. He immediately threw the rune out. Suddenly, above the rune, an extremely dazzling light emanated, and countless mysterious fluctuations spread out. These fluctuations actually ignored the space barriers and penetrated the space here. The otherworldly time and space where Lin Xiao was located was unexpectedly found by it, and that indiscriminate attack directly attacked Lin Xiao, who was still in the middle of his enlightenment. No good. Danger from his body's spontaneous danger. Lin Xiao forced his eyes open and his temporal and spatial powers were suddenly activated, catching him off guard. He was suppressed. The two spatial forces collided with each other, distorting the space here beyond recognition. An unknown void crack appeared and a powerful suction force directly sucked Lin Xiao in. Being in the midst of the space-time turbulence, Lin Xiao's divine eyes flashed madly. This place was exceptionally dangerous. He had to find the coordinates to go back as soon as possible. If he was lost in this endless nothingness, he would be finished. Couldn't care less. The powerful Nian force spread out directly, and Lin Xiao resisted the endless tearing from nothingness while searching for the coordinates of the Dragon Kingdom. The power of the mind is revealed at this moment, and there is a mysterious call in the underworld to guide it. Found it. Lin Xiao quickly moved towards the land of coordinates. Whoosh! Appearing again, Lin Xiao realized that he had left the source of the Gungrave vein and appeared in a place he had never seen before. It's all desert and somewhat desolate. After some sensing, this is indeed the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xiao looked not far away and frowned slightly. This is the north? Chapter 75, the freshman competition of the 5 schools. Lin Xiao didn't think that a void turbulence would allow him to cross half of the Dragon Kingdom. Looking out over the desert, before Lin Xiao had time to react, there was suddenly a vibration from the distance. The sand under his feet was shaken everywhere, as if there had been an earthquake. What's going on? Lin Xiao immediately turned his gaze to a place not far away. There is a figure of a person. There were some other shadows, like ferocious beasts? It's the fluctuations of battle. Lin Xiao didn't have time to recover his strength and immediately rushed up. Captain, these skins are a bit hard to hit. This was a border guard squad. Their usual job was to patrol on a daily basis, but they didn't expect to encounter a ferocious beast swarm today. At the moment, both sides are in a fierce battle. The border guard squad was not very strong. The ferocious beasts were more advantageous under the same level. Their flesh was very hard. Captain, send a distress signal. The brothers won't last long. The man called the captain also made an instant decision. He immediately took out a signal gun and was just about to make a call for help. Abrupt, a silhouette appeared out of thin air. Before the crowd could react, the figure's eyes flickered slightly, only to see countless sharp blades emitting extreme terror appear in the air, chopping at those under the manipulation of the silhouette. Bang! Split second. Blood is flowing. The blood all over the ground stained the sand red, and made the hearts of the personnel of this border guard squad beat along with it. Then the corpses of these ferocious beasts disappeared again under their noses, leaving behind only a back, slightly thinner. The captain of the border guard squad hurriedly stepped forward as he bent over. Thank you for this officer's help. He only thought that it was a certain senior expert who just happened to pass by this place, and he hastened to pay his respects. The single figure turned to look at them. No need to be polite. And also, my name is Lin Xiao, and I'm not the officer you're talking about. The slightly youthful voice made him look up. It was actually a handsome boy so young. Lin Xiao looked at the squad in front of him and couldn't help but inquire. Where is this place? Why have you guys encountered an attack from a ferocious beast? All the way. Lin Xiao knew a lot of information from the border captain's mouth. This is part of the northern front of the Dragon Kingdom, a great desert divided by a long river that runs through the poles, and across the river is the Dark Forest. That's the territory of the Fey Alliance. Captain Li, why were you attacked by the ferocious beasts? Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled, because according to what the other party had said, there hadn't been any friction between the Alien Beast Alliance and their Dragon Kingdom in recent years, and there was still an agreement in place, so there shouldn't be this kind of trial and error. I'm not sure. This is too weird. I've already sent the message back. Captain Li looked a bit gloomy. He had been patrolling this place for several years, and this was the first time he had encountered an attack. He wasn't very strong. He was a mid-third stage martial artist. There were many people like him on the vast northern front, and some of the news from above was not for little people like him to learn. Brother Lin, we're here. The buildings here reminded Lin Xiao of the very famous miracle in his previous life. The wall, reflecting into his field of vision, was a bordering city that traversed the endless region. Its towers hundreds of meters high and endlessly lofty, rising straight into the sky. Standing on the ground, he actually felt small at this moment, and with Captain Li and the others receiving him, Lin Xiao likewise entered the city. Lin Xiao? A somewhat familiar voice rang out, its tone revealing surprise. General Li. The border captain next to him immediately made a very standard gesture when he saw the visitor. Lin Xiao looked over and was equally surprised. The person who spoke was none other than the director of academic affairs of the military martial university and also his guide, Li Long. Elder Li. Lin Xiao hurriedly walked forward. He didn't expect to run into this senior here. You said you came here after being hit by the void turbulence? Li Long looked at Lin Xiao in front of him with some incredulity. Void turbulence? What a horrible place that was. Even with his martial king's strength, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to retreat in one piece if he encountered such danger. What's his strength? He's a 7th order, martial king level powerhouse. However, when he thought that Lin Xiao had dual SSS rank temporal and spatial abilities, along with the shadow of that lord, he somewhat understood again. Senior Li, can there be an entrance to the source of the Gung vein here? Lin Xiao looked at the other party. he was going to go back. He would kill that group of immortal race people. Li Long shook his head. The source of the Gung vein was a secret realm in the south. This was the north, and the distance was too far. Okay. However, Lin Xiao, there's exactly one thing I need to trouble you with right now. Seemingly remembering something, Li Long's eyes glowed slightly as he looked at Lin Xiao. Elder Li, please speak. You freshmen of this term have already enrolled one after another, and according to the past rules, the top academies of the Dragon Kingdom will hold a freshman competition amongst each other. Freshman competition? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Honestly, after this period of time, his eye pattern was no longer above the level of the school, but was oriented towards the entire starry sky. Within the source of the Gung vein, he had seen too many starry sky powerhouses, some of which were extremely powerful that he couldn't even touch the porcelain with his current strength. Li Long had already sensed Lin Xiao's thoughts as he said without moving. The rewards for the first place in the previous freshman competitions were all exceptionally generous. Oh, what's the reward? Lin Xiao immediately became interested. If you say this, then I'll be excited. Last year's cultivation fund alone was $100 million, and there are other extremely high-quality weapons and feats and such. Anyway, there are many benefits. Li Long looked at Lin Xiao with a smile. And it was true. When he heard that there was $100 million, Lin Xiao had been moved. Senior Li, the student is also a freshman of the Military Martial University, and just happens to be qualified to participate in this freshman competition. Well, but our Military Martial University is rather special, and in the past, we usually wouldn't participate in such a competition. And this time, if you have the heart, you mustn't lose the face of my Military Martial University. Please don't worry, Elder Li. Lin Xiao was very serious. This was about $100 million reward. He wouldn't take it lightly. In that case, go back as soon as you can. I'll tell you the time and place later. Then the student will leave first. Lin Xiao bid farewell to Li Long and similarly waved at the border captain and the others who had come his way. As he prepared to return to the mainland and take the first place in the grand competition in the process, the time and place were already known to Lin Xiao, and he needed to rush back immediately. Don't ask how to get there. Ask is a helicopter ride. He's Lin Xiao? A steady voice rang out. Li Long immediately turned around and bowed to the person behind him, who waved his hand and looked at Lin Xiao's back. Back to the minister. He's Lin Xiao, the freshman of our Military Martial University this term. Speaking of this, Li Long's waist was slightly stiffened. After all, he was the one who pulled in this kind of supreme heavenly pride. Nice. The man nodded slightly and then left the area. They'd been up to no good lately. Send someone to keep an eye on them. Yes. Li Long's eyes were extremely sharp. At the same time, this compliment from the man made his heart enjoy. Not everyone could get the praise from the man just now. After all, he was the supreme commander of the entire northern front. It was also a peak 8th order powerhouse. Tachi family, influential family of northern Song dynasty. Takumu, a man who could be called the number one person under the martial saint. Chapter 76, Chu family. Chu Jifeng. On the way back, Lin Xiao took out his cell phone. The hottest topic on the internet right now is the big freshman competition at colleges and universities. Who's the new king? The unheard of two great kings of heavenly pride competing on the same stage? A lot of hot topics are firing up the internet, both about him and others. It was only after the news of Lin Xiao choosing the Military Martial Arts University was revealed that the news about him dimmed. Because the past Military Martial Arts University basically wouldn't participate in such a competition. This made many Lin Xiao's fans feel greatly disappointed. Without doubt, there were some informants who broke the news that this session of the freshman competition would be very unusual. And there were even individuals whose names had already been blown out. Who is Zay? That's an arrogant name. Those who don't know would think he's the hegemonic heavenly martial saint. You don't say. He's really from Bat Ian University. A young man calling himself Zay was a big hit when he showed up. In such an era, if one dares to give himself such a title, he is either a rash or he really has two skills. There's a rumor going around. It was said that this person named Little Bully didn't participate in the National College Entrance Examination, but was a student who had been internalized by the bastard university, and was vaguely inextricably related to that bastard martial saint. Martial sage. Anyone who could be associated with a martial saint was by no means something that could be speculated upon by any human being, because these types of people had already stood at the very top of the world. This Little Bully was able to get involved with the legendary martial sage, which instantly set him on fire all over the internet. Could it be that he is Lord Martial Saint's own son? Some said that Little Bully was the Martial Saint's own son, while others said that he was Lord Martial Saint's disciple. But whatever it was, everyone knew that a fierce man seemed to have appeared in this session. So what? Xinli will always be a god. Xinli, in the eyes of many freshmen, is the existence of invincible. Since the emergence of the world without a single defeat, although not this session of the national top student, but Xinli did not move with that Lin Xiao. If it's about background, Xinli is equally fearless. because he was from the imperial capital Qin family. This was a truly overwhelmingly powerful family, a top-tier lineage with a martial saint at its helm. Actually, I think Ji Shangnan is also very strong. Speaking of Ji Shangnan, some people couldn't help but think of the young man who was surrounded by the emperor's dragon aura like an earthly emperor. That dominant and overwhelming aura really impressed a lot of people. This term's freshman competition is something to behold. These much talked about teenage prides would have been strong contenders for the newcomer king if they were placed in any previous session, and appearing in one session at the same time, that's bound to be far more intense. Already, some people can't wait to launch a voting session on the internet to see who is the crowd-pleasing king of the newcomers. Lin Xiao also smiled bashfully when he saw these comments. Xin Li's appearance appeared in his mind. That swordsman with only a sword in his eyes should be much stronger now than he was back then. And Ji Shangnan. This was the first true heavenly pride that Lin Xiao had come into contact with. And this kind of heavenly pride was far from being able to be viewed in the eyes of ordinary people. Little He Gemin, the descendant of the bastard martial saint? The appearance of this person really made Lin Xiao quite interested. Lin Xiao, who was a supreme powerhouse like the martial saint who had penetrated the heavens and the earth, had already come into contact with the other party. And if the other party was really the martial saint's own son or disciple, then his strength must be far beyond the ordinary. Interesting. It seems that this new competition won't be too boring. Lin Xiao was still very confident about his strength. It had only been 2 months since the end of the college entrance exam, and he had already broken through from the early 4th rank at the beginning to the mid-5th rank now. This kind of cultivation speed could scare a large number of people to death if it was told. He also saw that there were quite a few people expecting him to appear at the grand competition. Lin Xiao was not at all aware of what kind of position he had in the hearts of the young people of the entire Dragon Kingdom. A teenager from a cold family. No resources and no background. Awakened a double SSS grade psychic talent that no one has ever seen before. Crushingly winning the title of King of Heaven's Pride for the year. And then take the National College Entrance exam as a senior again. Within the secret territory, an extremely violent gesture beheads the super strong expert Kirin Z of the Fey side, and also takes the national top prize in one fell swoop. It could be said that the name Lin Xiao stood for absolute demon. Often elders encourage their own children and grandchildren. Strive to look up to Lin Xiao when you grow up. This is not an isolated case, but a situation that occurs all over the country. Media opinion even has the shadow of pushing the envelope, as if an invisible hand is manipulating all this behind the scenes. Lin Xiao is now a godlike existence in the eyes of many people from the cold sect. There are pros and cons to this. The downside was that in the eyes of some of the powerful families, Lin Xiao, the deviant, was somewhat infringing on the interests behind them. It's just that right now the other side is in the ascendancy, so it's not appropriate to make a move. Family Master, news has come from the secret realm. Your daughter was precisely killed by Lin Xiao. The evidence is conclusive. It was Lin Xiao who beheaded her in front of everyone. And even after Chu Meng had already exploded the family name, she was still beheaded. In an opulent realm, an underling was bending down to expound to the middle-aged man in front of him. There was a trace of sweat on his forehead. He was very nervous at this moment, afraid that the middle-aged man in front of him would be overly emotional and strike. The middle-aged man's face was grim as hell. He was Chu Meng's father and the Chu family's contemporary family head, Chu Jifeng. When he learned that his own daughter had died at the source of the Gung vein, he was even prepared to force his way into the secret realm. Chu Meng is his only bloodline, flesh and blood, cared for from a young age. Long So Big himself has not even scolded a sentence. Lin Xiao. Chu Jifeng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xiao was already on the death list in his heart. What great pride! If he dared to kill his Chu Jifeng's daughter, even the most demonic genius would have to pay for his life. How could the dignity of a powerful family be trampled on by a humble son? If this matter was not resolved, then his Chu family would be laughed at by the other families and would never be able to raise their heads. Do you think you're a human being just because you've entered the military martial arts? You're a mole. You don't know the heights of heaven. Who gave you the guts to kill my Chu Jifeng's daughter? Chu Jifeng's mood grew more and more tyrannical. His Chu family had been deeply cultivated in the Dragon Kingdom for so many years. The energy behind it was not something that a small genius could fight against. Damn you! When this wind passes, it's your time to die. Lin Xiao was already a dead man in his eyes, and he could pinch a few of these small, ant-like people if he wanted to. Is this the imperial capital? What a rich heaven and earth supernatural energy! Lin Xiao realized that not only was the imperial capital more prosperous than the outside, even the alien energy suspended in the air was much denser. No wonder there are so many strong people in the imperial capital. Along the way, Lin Xiao had already discovered so many 6th-ranked martial artists alone. One must know that in his old hometown, Ping'an district, apart from the principal level existences and that district chief Ma, Lin Xiao had never seen any other 6th-ranked martial artists. The venue for this competition is at Aurora University. Lindsay's looking for direction. The freshman competition rotates every year. and this year it's Aurora University's turn to be the host. Aurora University is overcrowded at the moment. Here it is. Lin Xiao stood at the entrance of Aurora University and felt the aura of martial artists coming from all directions as he took a step forward. Neonatal Competition, E.G., Massachusetts State University. I, Lin Xiao, am here. Chapter 77, The Great Competition begins. It is worthy of being the top 5 top academic institutions in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xiao's entire body felt a hint of agitation coming from his body just as he stepped in. The concentration of alien energy here is at least twice as high as that outside. May I ask if you're visiting the freshman competition? Lin Xiao saw a handsome boy in school uniform greeting him. No, I'm a freshman competing in the freshman competition. Well, then this way. Ah, are you a freshman at the tournament? Where's your school's team? The teenager looked left and right and was puzzled to find that Lin Xiao was alone. I think I'm the only one in our school, Lin Xiao said with some uncertainty. There was no way. According to Senior Li, if he hadn't happened to show up, it was possible that not a single person would have come, it seemed. May I ask what school you are from? Military Martial Arts University. Lin Xiao. The teenager was obviously a little confused. He pulled out his ears, thinking he'd heard wrongly. What school did you say you were from? Junction. The teenager was shocked that a freshman from the Military Martial University had participated in the freshman competition. This wasn't a fake from another second-rate academy, right? There shouldn't be any student this douchey. Wait, Lin Xiao? Something about the name sounds familiar. Lin Xiao? You said you're Lin Xiao from the Military Martial Arts? The teenager reconfirmed, and after receiving Lin Xiao's nod, he got a little excited. Yes, you're Lin Xiao. Like, too similar. Lin Xiao simply looks exactly like you. The more he said, the more excited he got, making Lin Xiao embarrassed. What do you mean Lin Xiao and I look exactly the same? I am Lin Xiao. So, may I ask how to get to the freshman competition? Here, this way please. Great God, Lin Xiao. Is it convenient for you to give me an autograph? Lin Xiao didn't think that he even had fans. This is the scene of the freshman competition. Great God, Lin. I'll be cheering for you. The teenager's heart trembled with excitement in his hands, and he was considered to have climbed up from the bottom, relying on the extreme efforts of the latter to get into Aurora University. Lin Xiao was the god in the hearts of people like them. Thanks. Lin Xiao walked in, and the news that Lin Xiao from the Military Martial University was participating in the freshman competition also disappeared. The internet has once again exploded. *******. Seriously? Great God, Lin is coming to the freshman competition? Who knows if it's true or not? In previous years, the Military Martial Arts University would never participate in such competitions. Upstairs, you don't understand. In the past, Military Martial Arts University didn't participate because they didn't care. This year, when we send out Great God Lin, we're saying that if we don't participate, if we do, even if we only have one person, we'll still be able to win the whole competition. *******. You said more to hang out with you. The ring for the freshman competition was large and huge, and there was even a formation that surrounded the entire ring. Only this formation was full of loopholes in Lin Xiao's eyes, and he was a little tempted to go up and invert it twice. His occupational illness. Looking at several other campus boundaries standing full of new students, Lin Xiao silently walked to a very empty place. This was the contestant area representing the Military Martial University, and it was empty except for Lin Xiao. Someone from the Military Martial Arts University? Lin Xiao's appearance caused the freshmen from the other 4 major academies to look surprised. They didn't expect that this year, Junwoo had come to participate in the competition. It's Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? It's really him. When it became clear that the person coming from the Military Martial Arts was Lin Xiao, many people had a grave expression on their faces. Most of them had been involved in that battle back then. At that time, the strength that Lin Xiao had displayed was extremely terrifying, and his aura alone was able to suppress many people. In the direction of Batian University, a very hardened teenager turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao. The surface of his body had a faint golden bronze color, and the oppressive force was very strong. There was a man with a sword at the boundary of Longwu University who was likewise looking at Lin Xiao, his eyes full of wariness. Lin Xiao sensed that some familiar faces were looking towards his side, and he waved one by one in response. Oh, I didn't realize that the Military Martial Arts had sent students to participate in the competition this year. Far away, there were a few strong men gathered, all of them leading teachers from various university campuses. Looking at their aura, they were actually clear-cut martial king powerhouses. That newcomer seems to be called Lin Xiao. He's this year's top student. His strength isn't weak. Oh, dare to go to the Military Martial Arts. Not to mention the strength. On this boldness is not the average student can be compared to. Only the Military Martial Arts on sending him a person is not a little too arrogant. They were talking high on the platform. while not forgetting to show off the strength of their own students, and there was a dark tidal wave among each other. This year's Top Academy Freshman competition is about to begin. All contestants please enter the waiting area. A thick voice rang out, and all the new students all walked into the player area in an orderly fashion. This freshman grand score is in two categories: single competition and team competition. The monolithic competition will determine the top 32 by drawing lots, and then the final rankings will be decided through a points battle. For the team competition, each university prefecture can send 3 squads each to face off, with each squad limited to 5 members. The final ranking will be determined by the number of victories. Lin Xiao listened quietly. There was a team competition? Could he fight alone? He wouldn't mind trying if he could, not for any other reason, because he heard that the first place in the team competition was equally richly rewarded. I declare, the mono competition will now begin. An oversized screen instantly floated in the sky above, and the names of all the contestants all appeared on top of the screen in a completely randomized draw. Lin Xiao saw his name. Ring 16. Lin Xiao vs. Zhang Fan. Walking to the ring, Lin Xiao looked at the opposite player. His eyes were raw and he didn't recognize him. However, Zhang Fan on the opposite side knew Lin Xiao, and he secretly screamed in pain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old me went out today to read the yellow calendar. It's obviously great luck. The referee sees that the contestant has taken the stage and quickly speaks. Game on. Whoosh. Lin Xiao immediately appeared behind Zhang Fan with an instantaneous appearance. Bang. Punch. The punch was neither too light nor too heavy, just the right amount of force. Zhang Fan was directly blown away and fell under the ring. The match is over. Lin Xiao wins. Zhang Fan went numb. I'm not ready yet. What happened to the promised experience? He looked around. The nearby rings were all fought in a fierce, undistinguished battle, and he alone was the first to be eliminated from the tournament. Face reddened. He hastily covered his face gray and ran away, fearing that his face would be photographed by those media. But he was thinking too simply. As a public figure who was on fire all over the internet, the news of Lin Xiao's participation in this competition has long been known by all netizens. The moment Lin Xiao appeared above the ring, a large number of cameras all focused on ring number 16. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Great God, Lin Xiao Lin. He's really here. He's still so handsome. Let's see which unlucky guy met Great God Lin in the first game. Oh, so it's this unlucky guy. Yo, not bad. Lasted 1 second under Great God Lin. Worthy of recognition. For Lin Xiao to have such strength, many people felt it was very normal. They were frantically shouting and cheering outside the arena, and many of the public screens of the live broadcasts were floating with Lin Xiao's name. Lin Xiao is awesome. Above a ring, the two contestants are staring at each other. One of them was emitting an extremely terrifying pressure on his body, and his powerful physique made the space around him faintly rumble. I concede. His opponent was too pressed to make a move, and no one knew how much fear he really felt inside at that moment. It was as if he was not facing a human, but an ancient ferocious beast. Chapter 78, Zhuge Kongming. Overlord, Overlord. The outside of the arena was full of cheers. The oppression of this little bully was really strong. Just standing there made a lot of players feel intimidated. Didn't even have the courage to make a move. Wah! Above a certain ring, a man with a knife stood still. He was cold and his face was calm, but he exuded a powerful aura between his hands and feet. And his opponent was also unlucky. Just as soon as he got on the field, before anything else, he felt a rushing sword intent. It was as if it was going to split the sky. Knife man. This is a true Jedi swordsman. The entire ring above the knife intent. The biting knife chi light is unconscious friction many people cannot withstand. Less than a second into the match, the man's foe raised his hand and conceded defeat. Qin Li wins. He is Qin Li, coming from Longwu University. He could be said to be the first person among the freshmen of Longwu University. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. In a ring that was being watched by many spectator seats, a teenager looked up to the sky. An intense golden glow emanated from his eyes, and he exuded an unparalleled aura, with the aura of an emperor surrounding him. He is Ji Shangnan, a supreme heavenly pride that was called the Emperor of the Earth by all. Today he was representing Dawn University, and in the eyes of all Dawn freshmen, he was a true emperor on Earth. These true supreme heavenly prides were extremely powerful, and all the players who drew lots for them basically chose to surrender. There's no way to fight. This session's heavenly pride is also a bit too terrifying. This is the golden momentum. Is the Dragon Kingdom going to rise again? There are experts analyzing on the internet. They believe that the Dragon Kingdom is about to usher in a golden momentum, with all sorts of demons coming out of the woodwork. They will lead the Dragon Kingdom to a brand new height. The truth is indeed, in the past, every year's freshman competition was not like this year's, causing countless people to be filled with anticipation. Lin Xiao is really fierce. Some people saw that Lin Xiao's opponent had similarly conceded defeat and didn't even dare to go up to the ring. Is this the oppressive feeling of a supreme heavenly pride? People are already winning before they even go up. What a great anticipation. Who will be the most promising candidate for the single first place so far? That's definitely Little Bastard. He's already been confirmed to be the biological son of the bastardly martial saint. Which is the martial saint's own son? The strength piece must be taken. Hiss. Is he really the son of a martial saint? Envy plus 10,086. That's right. A teenager who stood in Rome at birth and still possesses far more natural strength than himself. I beg to differ. I rather think that Qinli has a better chance of winning. He is a truly exceptional swordsman. He has yet to be defeated since he was born. Oh, well, you'll see today. Which faction are you from? The Lin Xiao Pai. Lin Xiao YYDS. Do you know the gold content of a Jedi swordsman? Lin Xiao will win. Do you know the gold of being unbeaten and undefeated all the way? Lin Xiao will win. Do you know that Qin Li's back is supported by the underpinnings of a martial saint family? Martial saint you little Yakuza, don't blow Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao will win. UTM. You can't say anything else but that, can you? Lin Xiao YYDS. Don't even argue. If you ask me, it's still the earthly emperor who's awesome. Don't you guys think he's very handsome? Scram. Where did you get that little punk? Lin Xiao will win. The internet had begun to make a lot of noise, and behind each of the supreme prides there was a large group of fans supporting them, all of them mindlessly supporting the invincible prides in their hearts, without doubt. In addition to the several recognized strongest players in the freshman competition, some dark horses will emerge as well. They used to hide it, ready to take this opportunity to soar to the heavens, to be appreciated by those big shots, and to be on their way from then on. This battle is won by Zhuge Kongming. This was a fluttering young man, holding an ink fan, dressed in an ancient style, looking rather like a highbrow, and his opponent's face was covered in cold sweat, and the onlookers had no idea what the hell had just happened. It was as if he had been set up. All his movements, all his attacks had been predicted by the young man in front of him, not even the slightest deviation. Why are there such horrible people out there in this world? It's like a dimensional crush. No matter what you do, no matter how hard you struggle, it's as if it's already expected in the eyes of the other party. Everything was all set up like that. He himself was a complete clown in the eyes of the other side. What is the origin of this Zhuge Kongming? It looks so average. Why does it feel a bit powerful? There were quite a few people outside the arena who had their eyes on the man named Zhuge Kongming, and every single one of his fights looked like a performance that had been rehearsed in advance, with not a single trace of combat to speak of. I don't know. I only know that the other party is from Aurora University, and even the participants from Aurora University don't know about this person. Appear out of thin air? Is it hard to believe it's another little Buster? It's hard to say. This term is horrible. See, they'll meet sooner or later. The competition was so intense that as it progressed past the halfway point, more and more contestants stopped holding back and brought out their best. Lin Xiao, I know you're strong, but Wang Daoran, won't admit defeat just like that. Wang Daoran looked at his opponent in this match, who is considered one of the dark horse ranks, suddenly bursting out during the competition. His strength cultivation had already come to the peak of the mid-fourth order, one step short of the late fourth order. That kind of strength can be quite good. He originally thought that he could still advance a bit further in the rankings, but he drew Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao similarly looked at his opponent in this game. His demeanor was just as bashful as it was stress-free at the moment. Game on. The referee's whistle blew immediately. Wang Daoran had long been ready. He looked at Lin Xiao with all his concentration. The alien energy in his body was always ready to be activated. Even if he was not defeated, he had to fight with all his might for once. You make the first move, or I'm afraid you won't have a chance later. Lin Xiao gave a gentle salute to his opponent, allowing him to make the first move. Yes, Wang Daoran didn't push back. Originally it was also destined to be impossible to win. So let's fight with all our might for once, at least to prove our strength. Heavenly Thunder Sword. His natural supernatural ability was related to thunder, and this move was by far his most powerful move. Countless powerful thunderbolts condensed in the sky above to form a sword. A heavenly thunder sword made of thunder. The body of the sword was entwined with endless lightning, and the average person would feel their scalp numb just by looking at it. Lin Xiao, take it! With Wang Daoran's command, the heavenly thunder sword rushed towards Lin Xiao carrying a powerful attack, and the roar of thunder and lightning flashed everywhere in the space, which was extraordinary. And for this attack, Lin Xiao did not make too many movements. His eyes flickered slightly and an invisible space directly trapped the heavenly thunder sword inside. Hey, aha! Break it for me! Wang Daoran saw the situation continue to power up. The alien energy in his body was consumed crazily. He wanted to break through the opponent's defense. It was just that he didn't expect the defense of this invisible space barrier to be so terrifying that he couldn't break through it. Even after using his full strength, he still couldn't break through. watching the alien energy in his body gradually bottoming out. Wang Daoran finally realized just how big the gap between each other was. He smiled somewhat bitterly. This Lin Xiao was simply not something that someone like him could climb up to. I, for one, concede defeat. In the end, he admitted defeat. There was no way around it. It was too strong. The two were not even on the same level. If he was a drop of water, then he only felt that Lin Xiao was like a vast ocean. He himself fought with all his might to make a long leap, but he couldn't even seem to make a little splash at the other side. Lin Xiao's strength. Scary as hell. Chapter 79, the greatest heavenly pride of this age. This son Lin Xiao is really something else. This was the voice of a martial king, whose eyes were a bit gloomy at the moment because he actually vaguely detected a trace of familiarity in Lin Xiao's body. Although he was the leading teacher of Dragon Warrior University this time, he had once gone to war as well. He had the honor of seeing that Lord's strikes in his memories, and had also heard of some of that Lord's glorious history. At this moment, he actually saw a hint of something from Lin Xiao's body, which made him a little bit alarmed. Could it be that Lin Xiao was related to that lord? It was really the same last name, except that Lin Xiao's identity was not in question. Zhuge Kongming, I didn't think they'd be willing to release it. The martial king of Aurora University spoke out. He looked at the fluttering young man somewhere in the field, as if he had thought of something, and became somewhat emotional. Interesting, really interesting. It seems like this freshman competition will be the most exciting one ever. These few martial kings from the major universities stood in the void, each with anticipation on their faces and equally strong confidence in their own players. Cyber. This is one of the hottest live streams on the net. The number of online viewers has broken the 100 million mark, and the servers are nearly jammed. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were flying all over the place, and there were some godly Big Brother gifts that didn't break, and the special effects even blocked the screen. A closer look at all the fights between the various fan parties is no less intense than a live battle in the ring. It has even surpassed it in terms of size. The Overlord will win. Lin Xiao YYDS. The newcomer king is none other than Qinli. As far as STH is concerned, the favorites for the newcomer king were still these three. As for Ji Shangnan, he actually didn't have a lot of fans, except that he had once fought with Lin Xiao and lost. This, coupled with that video of the national high school exam that had been circulating wildly on the internet earlier, led to a not-so-exciting bottom line for his fans. But he's already at the forefront, a powerful heavenly pride recognized by the public. Today's mono is coming to an end. The top 32 contestants are now available, and the final round will be held tomorrow. Really looking forward to it. Today's match is already so intense. How hot it's going to be tomorrow. Aha! I want to be there. Can any scalper get a ticket over here? I'll pay a premium. Many of those who watched the game online were on fire inside and wanted to be there for the final. The few tickets left in the hands of scalpers were instantly hyped up to an extremely expensive price that the average person might not be able to afford in a lifetime. Time is running out. As night falls, many people toss and turn unable to sleep, inwardly hoping that the time will hurry up and pass. The morrow, the audience was full before the contestants even entered. Lin Xiao walked to the candidate area. He was still the only one here. It was empty, as if he was a bit lonely. The final round of the mono competition is now underway. This final round will be based on the results of the previous round of each player as a reference, and will be drawn against each other, with the winner receiving 1 point and the loser receiving no points. Ultimately, the rankings of this freshman competition's monolithic competition will be decided based on the points. Next, please invite the top 32 contestants to enter. The first round of the draw matchup is about to take place. Lin Xiao saw his opponent. It's the 28th man in line, Xia Chang. Please invite the two contestants, Lin Xiao and Xia Chang, to mount the ring. Whoosh! Lin Xiao's figure instantly appeared above the ring. This action alone drew countless cheers. Asterisk 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 is awesome. This hand of instantaneous transportation was the envy of many hearts. Lin Xiao's opponent in this round was also not weak, a new student at the peak of the late 4th stage, who had awakened the S-ranked supernatural ability Green Underworld Thunder. Another Thunder Exalt. As Xia Qing looked at his opponents in this round, he looked extremely grave. Only by truly facing them would he know just how powerful this kind of absolute demon was. At this moment, he is very vocal, because he had already felt that incomparably terrifying oppressive force, and he already had countless pressures coming towards him just by standing there. Game on. The battle is on. Lin Xiao stood still without taking the lead as he waited for his opponent to make the first move. Whatever. Green Underworld Thunder. Xia Qing couldn't care less now. The arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Thunder boomed in the sky. Electricity flashed and boomed. Thunder was the most powerful means of attack in the world, and the Thunder System ability Awakened Person was likewise known as the absolute main C by many people. At this moment, Xia Qing was interpreting the gold content belonging to the Awakened Person of the Thunder System's supernormal ability. The entire ring had been covered by his powers. and green-colored thunder figurations appeared on the scene, containing a very impressive offensive power. Xia Qing had already pushed the alien energy in his body to the extreme. This was the state of going all out right off the bat. This was to determine the winner with one move. Lin Xiao nodded. Worthy of being one of the top 32 contestants of the freshman competition, there isn't a single weak one in terms of strength. According to his estimation, this level of attack far exceeded the 4th rank, and had already reached the level of the 5th rank. There really are no weaklings who can get into top colleges. Out of respect, he decided to make a slight show of strength. The blade of nothingness. In the sky above his head, a crack shattered out of thin air, and countless fragments of emptiness formed an extremely sharp hidden blade. A terrifying fluctuation permeated this hidden blade, and it was truly capable of splitting space apart. Come on, go! The two attacks impacted together amidst the eyes of the crowd, and a loud explosion instantly occurred at the scene. Countless people exclaimed in shock. This was the first time Lin Xiao had launched an attack so far. It seemed that the opponent this time was also very unusual. The two attacks briefly faced each other for a second. After that, in the midst of everyone's gazes, the hidden blade that emitted terrifying fluctuations and was capable of cleaving through space directly split the green underworld thunder in half down the middle. Ray was surprisingly split in half as well. At the same time, it chopped towards its owner, Xia Cheng, so fast that the other party could not react at all. Directly crossing the space of this place, it appeared above Xia Cheng's head and was about to slash downwards. It's over. I'm going to die. This was the most straightforward feeling in Xia Cheng's innermost heart. The fluctuation coming from the sky above his head was like the god of death waving a knife at him. Your time on earth has come to an end. It's time to come with me. How? I can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. He had closed his eyes to death. Hey, aren't you going to admit defeat? Are you really waiting for me to slash down? Abrupt. The voice of some teenager came from the outside world, which woke him up abruptly. Watching the young man in front of him appear in his eyes, that slightly youthful voice, but with words full of dominance, couldn't help but make him a little mesmerized. Is this the ultimate pride of this era? I admit defeat. Chapter 80 SS's Great Abilities. Words follow words. Ji Shangnan vs. Zhuge Kongming. Coming. I, the Emperor, am invincible. Although I admit that your earthly emperor is very handsome, I must say that Zhuge Kongming is definitely a dark horse that is underestimated by everyone. When the words Ji Shangnan vs. Zhuge Kongming appeared, the atmosphere came to a climax. One is recognized as the Emperor of the Earth, a truly supreme emperor. One is arguably the biggest dark horse of the tournament, with no match so far forcing the opponent's full strength. Both players have extremely powerful strength. Who will win and who will lose in this match? Will the earthly emperor continue the legend again? Or will the dark horse go dark? Even Lin Xiao, Little Tyrant, and Qin Li swept their gazes toward this one battlefield. Little Bastard looked at Zhuge Kongming, something inexplicable in his eyes. Qin Li looked at the two men. The sword in his hand was held tightly by him. A natural sword intent was permeating him. Lin Xiao likewise looked at these two people. Ji Shangnan was familiar to him, but this guy named Zhuge Kongming did make him somewhat startled and eked up. Game on. The referee immediately blows the horn for the fight. Ji Shangnan stepped out with one foot. His body's imperial dragon aura roared recklessly, and the terrifying pressure emanating from a single golden imperial dragon aura even reached the audience, causing many people to almost not be able to hold back from kneeling down. He is still the same magnificent earthly emperor. Ji Shangnan's golden pupils looked towards his opponent. He didn't underestimate the other party, or rather he wouldn't underestimate any of the celestial pride right now. Imperial Dragon Fist. He took the lead in the attack. His master's combat sense didn't find a loophole in his opponent. Then he didn't have to look for one. The unparalleled attack rushed towards Zhuge Kongming with the force of 10,000 pounds. Many people didn't dare to blink their eyes, but at the same time exclaimed in shock when they saw that Zhuge Kongming didn't have any defense at all. What happened to Zhuge Kongming? Was he scared silly by the pressure of an earthly emperor? And just for a moment, a voice rang out from the field. I say that all attacks in this place do not exist. Who's talking? What's going on? What happened? The inexplicable voice caused everyone to pause. Ji Shangnan, on the other hand, had his pupils clenched as he hurriedly retreated backward, as the attack he had just sent out had unexpectedly disappeared in his perception. It's like disappearing into thin air, being hardwired out of this world. What's going on? What the hell was that? His face was extremely grave, and he still didn't know what had happened. His own opponent stood across the room like a nobody, holding a fan in his hand. Could it be that he was the one who messed up? The Emperor Dragon Chi within his body gathered out once again. The Emperor clothes had already been activated by him. This battle was not as simple as he had imagined. Imperial Dragon Sword. This time, Ji launched an even more powerful attack towards the south. A huge golden sword was circled by countless dragon chi. Its aura shot up into the sky, The majestic and incomparable Emperor Dragon Sword was held in Ji Shangnan's hand. It was the sword of the emperor that symbolized supremacy. Ji Shangnan viciously slashed at Zhuge Kongming. Space was faintly whispering, as if paying homage to this emperor, as if making way for it. The sound of this attack was so grand that there were already people in the audience who were resisting the remnants of this fluctuation with all their might. My word! Disappear! The mysterious voice sounded again, this time more clearly. Disappear? What disappears? It was the Emperor's dragon sword that had disappeared. The Emperor Dragon Sword, which had just exuded incomparable terror, disappeared after those words appeared. Everyone is confused. What happened? Why did they disappear again? Ji Shangnan fell into silence as he looked at the disappearing Emperor Dragon Sword. Little Zay's eyes were slightly glued, and Qin Li's sword was gripped a little tighter. How did this happen? Lin Xiao frowned as he looked at the scene that had appeared in the field. It was impossible for an attack to disappear out of nowhere. Then there's only one possibility, and that's Zhuge Kongming. In the void, there was a martial king who looked exclamatory as he looked at the young man below with admiration. Finally, it's back again. SSS great ability, words follow words. He looked at the fluttering young man below him, remembering that when he was very, very young, he heard the adults at the time say that the Dragon Kingdom used to have a supreme heavenly pride who had awakened the SSS class psychic ability. That celestial pride was extremely terrifying, even causing the Starry Sky 10,000 races to lose in the middle of the battlefield at one point, just because it was too terrifying. The Starry Sky 10,000 races even went so far as to forcibly kill that still 7th-ranked Heaven's Pride at the time at the cost of dozens of martial exalted, and that Heaven's Pride awakened the same natural ability as Zhuge Kongming below. SSS class, words to the wise. This supernatural talent was so powerful that it could not be expressed in words, and could even be described as a creation godlike existence. Its ability is singular and straightforward. It is the word that follows the law. It could even be called conceptual if the possessor was infinitely powerful. At this very moment, Ji Shangnan, the earthly emperor, was then facing the so-called god of creation. His life as an earthly emperor had some twists and turns, and he had encountered countless powerful enemies on his way to the top. First, it was Lin Xiao, who defeated him in his first fight out of the gate. Then it was the Kirin son of the extraterrestrial battlefield alien beast alliance who forcefully pressed him to fight, even though he was at a disadvantage for his age. And this time around, the college newcomers competition has come up again. It was like history was reincarnating, and the heavens were destined to not let his martial arts journey as an earthly emperor go too smoothly. I don't believe it. I am Ji Shangnan. I'm the emperor of the earth. I don't believe I'll stop here. The words are gone. Ji Shangnan stimulated all of the emperor's dragon chi within his body, and countless amounts of dragon chi converged into a golden dragon in the sky above him. There were dozens of huge dragons hovering in the sky. They were majestic and powerful as if they were 10,000 years old. A horrible roar shakes the earth and sky. Ji Shangnan's body was trembling. This was the limit of what he could push at the moment. With a dazzling golden blow, Ji Shangnan's eyes were filled with the majesty of an imperial Dao powerhouse as he urged the last of his dragon chi and launched himself at Zhuge Kongming. The dozens of ancient golden dragons circling in the air intertwined with each other, and the sound was extremely powerful, causing people to be unable to take their eyes off the ground. Is this the emperor of the earth, Ji Shangnan? This sight stunned all the spectators. No other way. It was too shocking. The fans belonging to Ji Shangnan had gone completely crazy. They kept calling and shouting, "The emperor is invincible!" And in the face of such a terrifying attack, Zhuge Kongming's always breezy face changed slightly. Only, my word, there is no emperor here. If Ji Shangnan's words could be taken as a holy decree, then Zhuge Kongming's words were like heavenly words. This is a pronouncement from heaven. This place, there is no emperor. Dozens of roaring ancient golden dragons were hissing continuously, as if they were fighting against something inexplicable and hissing, only in the eyes of the crowd. They were the ones that slowly disappeared one by one after those words appeared. There is no emperor in this room. There is no emperor in this room. Zhuge Kongming's faint words had unexpectedly dismantled Ji Shangnan. The earthly emperor's full force attacked so easily. It looked so breezy on the surface. Silence. The scene was incredibly silent. Ji Shangnan looked sharply at his opponent. That feeling again? Again. Such a feeling of powerlessness. It's as if no matter how hard you try, no matter how hard and strong you are, it seems like there is always someone standing in front of one's face, erasing the traces of one's efforts with an unmistakable understatement. It was as if he was really only worthy of being a green leaf, being used as a stepping stone by others. I'm Ji Shangnan. Why have I become so weak? Or is it that I, Ji Shangnan, have never been strong? Ji Shangnan watched as his opponent so easily diffused his all-out attack, once again falling into deep disbelief and introspection. Am I really that weak? The imperial dragon chi within his body was flickering slightly. It wasn't dissipating, it was condensing. Emperor, struggle with the heavens, struggle with the earth. contend with everything in the world. The emperor is never afraid. Since the last time Lin Zhao's tragic blow, Ji Shangnan had been settling down for a long time, just missing an opportunity to completely shatter the past and face the world again with a new and dominating attitude. Ji Shangnan lowered his head and looked at his own fists. He had sworn that he would rely on these fists of his to crush all the enemies in the world. So, me, Ji Shangnan, how could it be this weak? How is it possible to lose here just like that? Bang! A vision of heaven and earth. Endless auspicious clouds appeared above the void. Dragons flew and phoenixes danced. Celestial music continued. And there were countless shadows of auspicious clouds and blessed beasts appearing in the air. God seems to be cheering with glee. This. The martial king powerhouses in the void looked extremely shocked. They couldn't believe it as they looked at Ji Shangnan below them. All the strange signs were all pointing toward him. It's a secondary awakening. Alien ability advancement? Chapter 81, Second Awakening. SSS Grade Alien Heavenly Emperor. Several martial king powerhouses stared at Ji Shangnan with dead eyes. They were shocked and couldn't believe it. After living for so long, this was the first time they had witnessed someone awakening for the second time. The people in the audience were unsure of the scene, only finding it handsome. Asterisk. What happened? What's going on? Is the game over? Who won? No, you guys. Look, Emperor Ji it seems like. What happened to Emperor Ji? The crowd all turned their gazes to Ji Shangnan above the ring. At present, in the limelight, Ji Shangnan's body flashed with golden light. The four dynasties came to worship, and countless ancient holy beasts' shadows kept circling and flying in the sky above his head. Not far away, the haze filled the sky and auspicious clouds covered the entire sky, as if a saint had come out of the world. The imperial dragon chi on his body was metamorphosing, constantly coalescing, constantly deriving, and being renewed from the inside out. Phases are born from the mind. He awakened a second time. This is a true awakening. From now on, the road leads to the sky, without a single threshold, without a single obstacle. He truly did get it right the first time. This is the way of the emperor with great fearlessness and grandeur, the martial arts path that truly belonged to him. Ji Shangnan, at this moment, he was clear in his heart. What invincible heavenly pride, what world-raising talent, was already completely out of his consideration, and he had his own invincible temperament in his heart that encompassed all the people in the world. His gift mutated. There was an unmistakable glow that dared not be looked at. The richest reward the heavens had ever bestowed upon this one. The SS-class emperor broke through the shackles, a clear voice resounding from deep within him, breaking through the limits of his talent and breaking the laws of nature. There is no one above the emperor. It is the sky. SSS-class alien ability, Heavenly Emperor. Ji Shangnan was at this moment like a supreme heavenly emperor who had penetrated through the ancient and modern worlds, and was a different person from before. The imperial dragon chi that coiled around it also completely disappeared, replaced by the supreme heavenly emperor's chi. The original emperor's clothes had also changed. This time it should be called the heavenly emperor's clothes, unrivaled in its overwhelming splendor. Ji Shangnan has really changed. He had changed from the original earthly emperor to the current absolute heavenly emperor. And this change directly caused his opponent, Zhuge Kongming, to instantly become extremely grave in his expression. Ji Shangnan, what a Ji Shangnan! The ink fan he was playing with in his hand had disappeared, and at this moment he truly began to get serious, because he was now facing an invincible heavenly emperor. Heavenly Emperor Fist. My word, disappear! This clash was a clash of two major SSS class powers. It was no longer as bizarre as it was just now, but figuratively appeared in the eyes of the crowd. A shocking fist intent was colliding with nameless rules. The two were indistinguishable from each other, and they were both erupting into the most extreme attacks against each other. Ji Shangnan was swinging his fists non-stop. He truly turned into a teenage heavenly emperor, powerful and unafraid of all enemies. Zhuge Kongming's words were as terrifying as they were, and he did not make a move, or rather he made a move all the time. Every command was a rule given by the heavens. A powerful battle once again erupted between the two. The intensity has been unspeakable. This kind of horrifying battle was exceptionally exhausting for the duo. Zhuge Kongming's hands had begun to tremble, and his words did not have an absolute suppressive power against people of the same tier. The prolonged use of it had loaded him immensely. Ji Shangnan did likewise. The SSS Great Alien Energy Heavenly Emperor had just been awakened, and right now, what he needed most was to close the door and master it perfectly, so that he could completely turn it into his own powerful strength. As far as the eye can see, the two looked at each other. It was the last move of the game. It's also the move that decides the winner. Heavenly Emperor Sword. I say, there is no heaven here. Both of them had utilized their natural abilities to the extreme. Who does the balance of this win/loss favor? Ji Shangnan's gaze was like a burning. He was no longer suffering. His chest was infinite, and he should go forward and stay strong. Zhuge Kongming's eyes were awe-inspiring and could be equally invincible in the world. Countless people had already deeply memorized the faces of the duo deep within their hearts. These two absolutely unparalleled teenage prides were destined to be extraordinary. Boom! There are results. Who won? Everyone is looking forward to the final result. Lin Xiao was also watching. He didn't expect Zhuge Kongming to possess that unbelievable ability. Similarly, he looked at Ji Xiangnan's back, not expecting this former opponent to break through again. If he didn't sense it wrongly, his talent should have already come to the SSS level. No wonder Lin Xiao had felt that the other party's talent was a bit odd when he first made his move. The middle of a stadium. The voices of the two men are becoming clearer. Both sides stood in the tournament ring, eyes locked on each other, and none of them went down. The final result of this game was a draw. Two people who can't do anything about each other. Zhuge Kongming's words are actually more inclined to assist. His own hard power was strictly no match for Ji Xiangnan, but his powers are so sick. And although Ji Xiangnan was powerful, for the moment, resisting the other party's terrifying abilities had depleted his own supernatural abilities, and he was unable to have a substantial attack on the other party. Tie game. Many people are not happy with this result. How could it be? I, Emperor Ji, am invincible. Surely Emperor Ji has won. Upstairs, can't you see the terror of Zhuge Kongming? The whole game from start to finish always felt so light and breezy. If I had to say, in the end, Zhuge Kongming would definitely win. All of these brainless fans were hissing madly for their idols. The two men in the ring had long since disappeared, and they immediately walked out of the ring to grab some time to regain their strength for the next match. Xinli at the back of the field was a bit foolish. He was a natural martial arts fanatic, and when he saw a strong person, he couldn't help but want to go up and have a match. The sudden appearance of Zhuge Kongming amused him, and he was very eager to battle with his opponent. As for Ji Xiangnan, his eyes looked over and the teenager had caught up, again exciting him to no end. Xinli versus Yang Yi. Hear yourself. Xinli immediately gripped his green dragon bent moon blade as his gaze looked straight at a certain figure amongst the bastard university. Similarly, a teenager was looking at him, both gazes locked in the air. This is going to be another unbelievable fight. Yang Yi is little tyrant. Xinli versus Zhe. Both sides have entered the arena and the atmosphere is once again hot. There is no way around it. Even the referee is incredibly excited for this kind of match. Game on. Xinli was the first to chop out a blade. A knife flow, blade intent across the sands, powerful and unrivaled. This chop contained Xinli's unrelenting blade intent, and ordinary people simply could not catch it. Yang Yi was equally domineering. Golden light flashed around him, and he swung out with a direct punch without dragging his feet. He was using his fist to harden himself against this slash from Xinli. Bang! Catch! Like a pre-match tryst, the duo smiled slightly at each other. Again! Chapter 82, Xinli's knife. Xinli's natural ability is one word. Knife. There are no grades. Even when it was first tested, the inspector thought for a moment that the machine was malfunctioning. It was because Xinli was from the top most powerful family. The Qin family. How could a genius of the Qin family awaken a talent without a grade? But that's just the way it is. Countless tests, all with the same result. Xinli, it seems, has awakened an extremely trashy supernatural ability. The sword. And this is not a good situation for people born into a powerful family. As a result, Xinli's mother was satirized and ridiculed by countless people in the family, and his father was also arranged to kill the enemy on the battlefield by rival factions who found excuses to do so, and ultimately died on the battlefield. And Xinli, since awakening, the whole person has changed, becoming silent and extremely belligerent. He was indifferent to his family's misfortunes, speechless and silent about his own father's death, and at a loss as to what to do about his mother's dilemma. It was as if there was only one thing left in his life, and that was the knife. Later on, it was proved that his talent in the Tao of the sword was very powerful, and even at present, no one in the Dragon Kingdom was out of his league. He's unleashed in the ring right now. War. The incomparably powerful saber intent released a brilliant light in Xinli's hands as he swung his saber ceaselessly. The entire ring was filled with his blade intent. What a real knife fighter. There seemed to be a clear demonstration in Xinli's case here, and that was to achieve only the sword in his heart. Loyal to the knife. Obsessed with it. Because of this, Xinli's blade skills were strong, enough for him to crown countless others of his generation, and he has yet to lose a single battle since his emergence. He was swinging his sword without stopping, launching attacks at Yang Yi without stopping, and with every sword chop, space looked like it was on the verge of collapsing. The referee had already strengthened the protective formations of this ring many times, fearing that the aftermath of these two's battle would be too powerful and cause the spectators to suffer unintentional disasters. And Xinli's opponent, Yang Yi, again, he's not a simple character. Can it be simple? The parentage of a martial saint? Yang Yi's flesh was extremely terrifying. So far, he was fighting Xinli with his bare hands, His powerful flesh strength made him fearless and wide open. His natural ability seems to be related to the physical body, plus his father. The strength of Yang Yi's fleshly body had once caused many people in the know to despair. Is this really the kind of flesh you can have in your generation? What's the difference between you and the flood beast? Both are launching powerful attacks at each other, neither one letting the other go. The sky-splitting slash, bastard body unrivaled. Both sides were constantly battling. And this battle was much more exciting than the one between Ji Shangnan and Zhuge Kongming. The crowd was already abuzz, and they even brought themselves into it, hissing and shouting non-stop. Their fights have also made many tournament players look away. Not being the son of a man, how does this make them play? Wang Daoran looked at this scene and laughed bitterly. He was still a bit too far away from the top class of heavenly pride like them. Just the aftermath of the scene alone, he might not even be able to carry it. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Zhao's direction again. That one looked equally fierce to him. Even he personally felt that the kind of powerlessness Lin Zhao gave him was the most insurmountable amongst all. There was no reason for it. It was just intuition. He felt that perhaps Lin Zhao was the true newcomer king. Lin Zhao was watching. He didn't expect that the final had just begun not long ago and someone had sensed that he could win. Very strong. He looked at both sides of the field and gave very pertinent thoughts. It was indeed very strong. The two people's attacks were exceptionally fierce. If they hadn't sensed it wrongly, the cultivation of the two people were both at the mid-5th rank level. His real strength must be around the middle of the 6th order. A full step across a large realm, worthy of being a top-tier heavenly pride. In Lin Zhao's eyes, the gap between the two people on the field really wasn't that big. It just depended on who could wear out who. It's true. Qili and Yang Yi in the field were both attacking quite fiercely. Both sides fought hard. You punched me and I slashed. Such a fight made both of them extremely refreshing as well. Yes, Yang Yi roared. He hadn't had such a cool fight for a long time. In the past, at home, he was either being mercilessly abused by his own father, or playing house with some that didn't have much strength, which was boring. The battle intent in the eyes of his opponent, Qili, also grew more and more raging. Knife. Needless to say, both people had already brought out their skills, and this battle could be called a chess match for both people. But the battle had come to a head, and they all realized the only way to win. It's all about who's gonna make it to the end. Yang Yi was exceptionally confident about this. He was the son of a martial saint, and he took the path of body refining, so he was confident that he would not lose to anyone in terms of durability. In comparison, Qili was going to dip a little bit vulnerable. He had remained at his absolute peak until now. Every powerful attack was at full output. He wouldn't be able to hold out for long with this onslaught, but he was fearless. In his heart, the real swordsman never fear everything. Even if he knows he will lose, he will still hold the knife in his hand and go forward. Here's the knife. This cry was accompanied by a shocking sword intent. It seems to be calling. The green dragon bending moon blade in his hand came out of his hand and hovered above the void. At the same time, a number of martial artists in the audience who were carrying knives had sensed that something was wrong. His own sword flew uncontrollably toward that battlefield. Countless knives flew towards Qin Li's sky. 10,000 knives pouring into the heavens. Yang Yi, this is my last move. If you take it then you win. At this moment, Qin Li's body was filled with endless blade intent, and as Lin Zhao, who also had fist intent, could feel that it was the intent of the peak of Shao Chang, as close to great achievement as you are. Yang Yi looked at the knives roaming the sky. His face became extremely grave. If this move was not careful, something big could easily happen. He no longer hesitated. His body exploded with golden light, and his powerful and incomparable flesh and blood chi condensed into a supreme barrier. Heaven and earth domination. This was his strongest defense, and he was going to take this move head-on. Swords pouring out of the world. Countless knives launched their fiercest strikes towards Yang Yi. No good. The referee who had been watching from outside the arena secretly said that it was not good, and he hastily made a move to strengthen the formations in this one ring. And this time, the power of the pair of waves was a bit fierce. Thick smoke in the field, shocking explosions in the air for a long time. Even with the addition of the formation, the powerful impact still let some people who lean closer to eat a mouthful of dust. But none of that is the point of their concern. The point is who won. The smoke is slowly clearing, and people can't look away for a moment. In the ring, both men stood still, holding their last-minute attack moves. Qili looked at the knife that fell to the ground. He was a little complicated, slowly walked up and picked up his own green dragon bending moon blade, and walked out of the ring without looking back. You win. This battle was won by Yang Yi. Yang Yi eventually carried Qin Li's frontal strike. That kind of heaven-pouring attack was carried down by him in a hard way. Yang Yi looked at Qin Li who was walking down the ring. He was also showing some teeth. That blow just now was not a good one to receive. His internal organs were protesting right now. It was just suppressed by him in a hard way. Qin Li, your blade is very strong. Only, It seems like it's missing a tiny bit of something in my opinion. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi opened his mouth. He didn't know whether he should say this or not. He had once fought with some of the topmost swordsmen in the Dragon Kingdom, and he realized that the swords of those top swordsmen were not quite the same as Qin Li's sword. It's like one is alive and one is dead. He didn't know how to describe it, while Qin Li sniffed and paused slightly before leaving the place once again. However, this competition was ultimately won by Yang Yi. The fans from Yang Yi were shouting and cheering frantically. The little bully in their hearts was absolutely invincible. The rest of the match seemed to plateau and wasn't too intense, and the crowd was just enough to ease the tension of the earlier match. Lin Xiao vs. Zhuge Kongming. Chapter 83, Terrifying Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao vs. Zhuge Kongming. The audience once again erupted in a shocking roar. Here we go. Here comes the climax. Their hearts, which had not long been dormant, began to stir again. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had a little too many fans. At a glance most of them were supporting him. Zhuge Kongming likewise, only slightly less. Whoosh. The same way of appearing. Lin Xiao appeared in the ring with an instantaneous appearance, which was almost becoming his signature move, causing many young girls to exclaim how handsome. I want to give you a monkey. Lin Xiao looked at his opponent Zhuge Kongming. He had been imagining what it would be like for him to fight his opponent off the field. Zhuge Kongming similarly looked at this young man who had been famous since his birth. He knew that the other party was a demon who had awakened dual SSS great powers, and in terms of the degree of talent, he was even more talented than he had been. And this battle would probably be a bitter one, and he was ready for it. Game on. The referee gives the word. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became grave. Lin Xiao looked at Zhuge Kongming. His opponent was likewise looking at him. Aren't you going to make a move? Lin Xiao was a little curious. He wanted to see how the other party attacked. Zhuge Kongming was slightly stunned, and then he understood his opponent's thoughts. Since you want to test it, let's do it. I say, wind, rain, thunder and lightning now. In the words of heaven, the four major rules of wind, rain, thunder and lightning appeared at the same time. This scene could really dumbfound quite a few people, with the four major rule powers appearing in one ring at the same time. At Zhuge Kongming's summons, the four great rule forces surged out unceasingly, and they emitted a powerful pressure toward Lin Xiao. Congeal. Lin Xiao reached forward and pointed out, and everything condensed. An invisible spatial barrier held the four major rule forces of wind, fire, thunder and lightning in deadlock, unable to enter any further. My word, disappear. A cold voice rang out. A bizarre rule power escaped the room. Lin Xiao immediately detected a hint of something wrong. In his senses, the space he had condensed seemed to be being slowly worn away by an invisible rule. How was this possible? And as that spatial barrier gradually dimmed, the four great forces of rules once again attacked Lin Xiao. Go! A hidden blade instantly appeared, directly breaking through the space of this place, chopping into the wind, fire, thunder and lightning, and the powerful force directly obliterated the four rule forces on the spot. Again, Lin Xiao took the initiative this time as he swung out several attacks towards Zhuge Kongming, and several blades of nothingness instantly appeared in the void, carrying infinite terrifying attacks that chopped towards Zhuge Kongming. My word, disappear. This time, Zhuge Kongming was obviously struggling to get up. His alien energy was consumed somewhat quickly, and after disintegrating Lin Xiao's move once again, he himself retreated backward, panting heavily. His expression became extremely grave as he looked at the young man in front of him. He didn't expect the other party's strength base to be so terrifying. Just a simple exchange of hands. He was in an absolute disadvantage. There is no ability to resist. The body's supernatural energy consumption is like no money in general. This way he simply does not have a chance to win. Space powers can disappear. But what about time? Lin Xiao murmured up in a low voice, only to see his divine eyes flicker up slightly, and the power of the supreme rule belonging to time appeared in the field. Time seems to shift here, seemingly fast and slow, stopping and stopping. The bizarre scene caused Zhuge Kongming's pupils to tighten, and in his vision, it seemed as if everything had slowed down. Even the trajectory of the dust drifting in the air was surprisingly clearer than usual. Even his own thoughts seemed to be sluggish. I say, time and space do not exist. It took him fully several times longer than usual to speak this time, and at the instant its voice sounded, Zhuge Kongming instantly became pale. His whole body couldn't stop trembling, and a clear sense of weakness appeared all over his body. He braced himself and gasped for air. This movement surprised many people. Playing a fake game? However, only Zhuge Kongming himself knew clearly that in that moment just now, the alien energy in his body had almost bottomed out. This made him become flustered, something that had never happened before. This youngster named Lin Xiao was so strong? He slowly raised his head and looked at the teenager in front of him. The scorn in his eyes had reached an extreme. He simply didn't know how to win this one. Lin Xiao silently sensed what was happening in the field and vaguely had a slight suspicion. Do you follow your words? His mind thought over all of Zhuge Kongming's battles, including his own personal experience. It's too similar. To be able to eliminate your own random supernatural means with a single word. That's something. He was using the supreme power of time and space. Moreover, in the dark, he could sense that there was an inexplicable rule in this place that was mandatorily preventing the emergence of the rules of space and time, which caused Lin Xiao to become even more astonished. He was a little disbelieving. The space-time god's eyes flashed once again and Lin Xiao slightly exerted his strength. Ka-ching! This voice was only heard by Lin Xiao and Zhuge Kongming. That inexplicable rule was broken. And with that, Zhuge Kongming instantly spat out a large mouthful of blood, his weakness directly reaching the extreme point, with not a single trace of supernatural energy left in his body, consumed to the extreme. Both eyes were slightly white, and he just collapsed straight into the ring. The referee rushes to announce the result of the match. Lin Xiao wins. At the same time, immediately greeted the medical staff to carry Zhuge Kongming down. He knew some information. This kind of heavenly pride can never be in trouble. At the same time, he turned his gaze to Lin Xiao, who was acting as if nothing had happened, somewhat incredulously, like a human being. In his opinion, even if this son Lin Xiao was demonic, he shouldn't be demonic to this extent, right? Couldn't a genius like Zhuge Kongming even get him to go all out? In the eyes of the referee, he did sense that Lin Xiao had not put out his full strength in this fight and had won very easily. His guess was right. Lin Xiao really hadn't put out his full strength. With the combination of the two super SSS level temporal and spatial supernormal abilities, plus the addition of his supernormal ability base that surpassed normal people by 50 times, Zhuge Kongming simply did not have any possibility of winning, not even if they were both at the same SSS level. After seeing what happened to Zhuge Kongming, Ji Xiangnan in the rest area looked at Lin Xiao expressionlessly. This teenager was still absolutely unrivaled and worthy of being the one who could defeat himself. Although he had managed to have a second awakening and his supernatural abilities had advanced to the SSS rank Celestial Emperor, it seemed that he was still inferior to the other party now. But he wasn't discouraged. His path of martial arts was already through the sky. It wouldn't be a bad thing if there was someone all the way in front of him for him to catch up with along the way. Yang Yi and Qin Li's eyes changed a bit when the two of them looked at Lin Xiao. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with gravity. He knew this guy Zhuge Kongming. He hadn't dealt with him privately. That terrifying supernormal ability was still fresh in his mind. He didn't expect to lose so easily to this teenager named Lin Xiao. Indeed, there is no falsehood in the name of reputation. Chapter 84 Yang is powerful. Ji Xiangnan defeated. After being carried down, Zhuge Kongming slowly opened his eyes after receiving treatment. He was in a bit of a bad shape now. His whole body was deflated and exhausted like never before. What a scary guy. At this moment, he had not yet recovered from the battle he had just fought. And that final impact was too violent. Didn't give him a moment's breathing room. It was like a man standing on the shore with his hands unencumbered, suddenly attacked by 10,000 waves on his face, without the slightest ability to resist. He barely managed to turn his gaze to Lin Xiao, who was sitting in no man's land. The sluggish figure actually contained such amazing strength. The race is still on. The difference in strength between most of the players wasn't too great, and by this moment, everyone's true strength had long been revealed. The competition is now about who has more real-world ability, and who has a higher probability of winning. Without doubt, with the exception of a very few players at the top of the pyramid, Qin Li versus Xiao Heng. This time, Qin Li's opponent was a player who was temporarily ranked in the 20th place, and his strength was quite not bad anymore. Game on! Wah! The incomparably strong saber intent raged across the entirety of the ring. The ring was instantly fully covered by Qin Li's saber intent, and that terrifying pressure directly caused his opponent to sweat profusely. Ichiban Ryu. Qin Li was holding the green dragon bent moon sword, his eyes filled with indifference. The peak Xiao Cheng's blade intent directly filled the air as he waved his hand and chopped, and the terrifying attack directly shattered Xiao Heng's defense head-on. At the same time, the remnants of the attack were still launched towards Xiao Heng, directly attacking him out of the ring. The 20th ranked Xiao Heng was actually unable to block Qin Li's ordinary slash. This was the strength of a top-tier heavenly pride. Fractured milling. After winning the match, Qin Li didn't look excited, as his opponent was too weak and didn't bring much excitement to him. At this moment his mind kept recalling what Yang Yi had said just now. What is missing among my swords? He was incredibly obsessed with swords, to the point of insanity. The knife doesn't leave the man, and the man doesn't leave the knife. Even when he slept, he hugged his sword in order to sleep peacefully. So where did he fall short? Wasn't he loyal enough to his sword? He's been thinking. The more I thought about it, the more mesmerized I became. But I could never just figure out what the difference was. Even he directly walked towards Yang Yi and humbly asked for advice. Because it was Yang Yi who said that his sword was missing something. I'm not really sure. It's just that there's really some difference between your sword and those topmost swordsmen. Yang Yi scratched his head. He didn't expect the other party to be so serious. He was just feeling it. After all, he wasn't a sword practitioner himself, and didn't really know what it was all about. It's just that as an aside, that's his most intuitive feeling. Ji Shangnan vs Yang Yi. The game has come to a climax once again. Another duel between two great prides. This kind of match makes the crowd, which has been quiet for a long time, boil again. Ji Huang, Emperor Ji, Overlord, Overlord. The two protagonists looked at each other, and a strong battle intent emanated from the depths of each other's eyes. The joy of meeting a chess opponent. Heavenly Emperor fist. Bastard body unrivaled. Boom. The two immediately fought together, powerful auras instantly escaping. The field roared continuously. These were two teenage prides fighting fiercely. Ji Shangnan is worthy of being a great talent. Just by using a few moments of rest time he had already stabilized all of his abilities after the breakthrough. At this moment, his hands were blasting recklessly, and his powerful Heavenly Emperor's chi was even greater than before. It was the pressure of a geisha Heavenly Emperor with an infinite future, incomparably powerful and fiercely messy. His opponent was a martial saint's own son, Yang Yi. The golden light flashed and the flesh was unrivaled. Yang Yi was like a human-sized beast, his powerful physique hardened to carry the supreme pressure of the opposite teenage Heavenly Emperor, and every move contained an extremely terrifying power. This is the first time the two have met, and the first time they have confronted each other head-on. Powerful fluctuations rose and fell. The formation at the edge of the martial arts ring was on the verge of collapsing time and time again, and the referee strengthened it over and over again, as he looked at the two teenage prides in the arena with some emotion. Bang! Once again, a blow was thrown against each other, and the two of them retreated backward. So far, the battle between the two could be described as quite intense, and at the same time, they were not divided into high and low levels. This was often the case with moves between masters. Either a breath of air would determine the winner or the loser, or they would fight until the sea went dry. Phew, too intense. Fans outside the arena called wonderful. This evenly matched genius fight to see them too excited. For a moment actually do not know who they should be cheering for. Ji Shangnan looked at his opponent. His face was filled with an incomparably satisfied smile. Such a path of martial arts was the Tao he sought. As an absolute heavenly pride, having an evenly matched opponent was something to be celebrated. Heavenly Emperor sword. He laughed up to the sky. The Heavenly Emperor chi in his body surged wildly, and a Heavenly Emperor sword that symbolized the unparalleled in the world appeared. A peerless attack of the young Heavenly Emperor. Good timing. Heaven and earth domination. This was the peak duel of the two great prides of heaven. At this moment, the battle intent within the hearts of both parties had already reached its peak, and it was fortunate for them to be born in the same era. Boom! The powerful impact shook the entire ring once again. Countless floors were destroyed and shattered. Their disappearance was like a silent interpretation of the invincible might of the two heavenly prides. Cough, 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 cough. The smoke was so thick that the people standing in the first row were choking their heads and couldn't stop coughing, but their eyes were still dead set on the scene in the ring. Was the battle between these two top-tier heavenly prides going to come to fruition? Everyone's eyes were directed to this ring in unison. No, or rather look to where this big pit is. The attack just now directly blasted a huge pit out of this place, and if it wasn't for the addition of the formation, perhaps the pit would have been so large that it would have no boundaries. The smoke slowly dissipated, and two silhouettes appeared at the same time. Their poses were handsome, and the arrogance of a teenager was manifested in all its glory. Ji Shangnan looked at Yang Yi with an expressionless face. At this moment that Supreme Heavenly Emperor Qi had become very thin. He tried his best in this battle, but it was still an oddly poor move. But it's okay, he's caught up with himself. There was an incomparably strong confidence in his gaze towards Yang Yi, a confidence that was infinitely certain of his future. Next time we meet, we'll fight again. After saying that, Ji Shangnan turned around and left. He had lost this battle. Not that he had already reached the point where the mountain was at an end. The last attack, his strongest killing move, did not break through the opposite side's defense. That meant that this battle could no longer be won. Yang Yi, indeed, was a powerful opponent. Chapter 85. How strong is Lin Xiao? Yang Yi wins. Yang Yi, the bastard martial saint's own son, had once again won. This kind of powerful strength drew many fans into a frenzy, and his popularity even surpassed Lin Xiao's at one point, coming to the top of the list. As of now, the only undefeated players are only two. One was Lin Xiao, and the other was Yang Yi. Many people were exceptionally looking forward to the duel between these two geniuses. The intensity was definitely the absolute pinnacle of this competition. Lin Xiao versus Qinli. Here, literary. Before the audience got excited, Qinli was the first to get excited. He immediately pulled his thoughts back to reality. He had been looking forward to the showdown with Lin Xiao for a long time. Whoosh! Lin Xiao's signature move. Instantaneous. Snapped. Applause from heaven and earth. Zip! The tip of the blade sliced through the ground. leaving a deep trail. As Qinli walked up to the ring step by step with the green dragon bending moon blade in his hand. This might be another fierce battle of heavenly pride. Let me see just how powerful you are. Outside the arena, Yang Yi looked over with a serious expression. The players present so far, only Lin Xiao gave him the most mysterious feeling. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Qinli's battle intent had risen straight to the sky. He stood with his sword. The sword intent permeating his body was about to be suppressed. Game on. Bang! Qinli was the first to draw back a knife. This knife he did not have the slightest intention to test it, coming up as a human knife. The Peak Xiaochang's saber intent perfectly displayed its terrifying power under his manipulation, and this saber was able to directly split a 6th-ranked martial artist in half alive. Fist breaks the sky. Lin Xiao similarly released his fist intent. This was the peak of the Xiaochang fist intent. This punch directly stunned Ji Shangnan under the field. When did Lin Xiao know boxing? The more Yang Yi looked at him, the more grave he became, because he realized that it seemed like many people were blinded by Lin Xiao's overwhelming and unparalleled supernormal ability talent. Lin Xiao's physical strength was also extremely terrifying, as the same walk the way of flesh, but he knows this difficult. He walked to this step today in the middle of the pain suffered outsiders simply cannot understand. Lin Xiao, just how many more cards have you hidden? Yang Yi murmured in a low voice. He didn't expect that he would run into such a teenager this time out. In the ring, Lin Xiao's powerful physical body was exerting incomparably terrifying fluctuations at the moment. A faint golden luster surfaced, and his powerful qi and blood made each of his attacks inconceivably strong. The more Qinli fought, the fiercer he fought, the more 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 he hadn't fought as painfully as he did today for a long time. You sure are strong enough? A swordsman's sword always possesses the conviction of going forward. Qinli drank loudly. Knife. The green dragon bending moon blade in his hand flew into the air while evolving countless blade shadows under the augmentation of Qinli's cultivation. This move being his strongest attack, swords pouring out of the world. He never dragged his feet and made a direct move to determine the winner. Lin Xiao looked up at the countless blades in the air, and he didn't retreat. Instead he took a step forward, his divine eyes flickering. A divine luster flickered out, only to see countless sharp hidden blades similarly appearing in the sky above its head. Go, blade of nothingness! Boom! The space of this place was directly broken by the two people, and many shattered cracks appeared as countless dust was sucked in and floated in the deepest part of the universe. This time the audience didn't have to wait too long. Not even smoke appeared as Lin Xiao's void blade broke through Qinli's blade, tilting the world with an incomparably strong stance. A faint, mournful sound was heard in the air. Qinli frowned slightly. That was a painful wail coming from the green dragon bending moonblade. It was somewhat unable to withstand the opponent's powerful offense, and a number of cracks appeared on the blade. Seeing this, he looked complicated and immediately forcefully interrupted the move, the powerful backlash causing himself to spit out a mouthful of blood. I lost. Qinli looked at the green dragon bending moon blade in his hand. After the battle just now, there were already many scars on top of the blade, which made the sword loving him very distressed. Lin Xiao stood still as he looked at Qinli without saying anything. The opponent's knife was indeed sharp, but he also found it almost interesting. With the help of the system, although his life had only just begun, he had already experienced the life experiences of several patriarchal figures. Qinli's sword, in his opinion, had no soul. He won this battle easily, even less than the Zhuge Conming one that took more effort. He looked around the room. The last player worth his attention was left at the moment. Yang Yi. His gaze swept over, and coincidentally, Yang Yi was also looking at him at the moment. This one's nearing the end of the mono. The passion of the audience had also been consumed too much. The intensity of today's battle could be said to be the peak of recent years, and many people's voices had already gone up in smoke from shouting. Lin Xiao versus Yang Yi. Finally, the fans in the audience had already put their best foot forward in a final frenzy, and this match was the ultimate expectation that they would still be able to remain in the arena. Many of the judges have also turned their attention to this place. The result of this match would perhaps directly doom the final candidate for the newcomer king of this year's freshman competition. It's the martial saint's own son, Yang Yi, or Lin Xiao, whose talent is the greatest of all time. These two are also the only two undefeated in the tournament up to this point. Lin Xiao, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. For the first time, Yang Yi revealed a flash of gravity as he walked up to the ring looking at Lin Xiao, who appeared instantly and opened his mouth. After watching the other side of so many contests, he still did not perceive the bottom line of the young man in front of him. The whole game down to give him the feeling like in a walk through the general. Lin Xiao gave a slight salute to Yang Yi with a calm look on his face. Lin Xiao, it's no surprise that the newcomer king will be either you or me, so I have a request. The match hadn't even started yet, so Yang Yi suddenly shot out his mouth at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at him with some doubt. What request? In this battle, please also use your full strength. Many viewers were confused by this statement. What do you mean? Did Lin Xiao not even use his full strength in his previous battles? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did Zay mean by that? I didn't get it. Are you stupid? It means he doesn't even look at Lin Xiao's strength, making him go all out the moment he comes up. Roll. Where did the black sun come from? It was clearly a request made after sensing that Lin Xiao hadn't used his full strength previously. A martial saint's own son has his own dignity as a martial saint's son. Although, however, such a simple statement truly brought many people to silence. Even little bully King Yang Yi had said so that meant that Lin Xiao really hadn't used his full strength in his previous fight. Many people looked at the breezy teenager in the field with extreme complexity. Lin Xiao, 1740-1804, Qing Dynasty writer and author. How strong are you? Chapter 86. Let's call it Jun Long. Lin Xiao froze. This request seemed somewhat familiar, and he swept a glance at Ji Shangnan outside the field without a trace. After a moment of silence, he nodded. A thought came to me. Seeing the other party agreeing, Yang Yi was delighted, and at the same time, he was getting more and more grave. I'm afraid that this battle is not that simple. The referee sees that both men are ready. Game on. Come on. Lin Xiao. Yang Yi let out a commanding cry as he had already adjusted his state to the best possible level. And at this very moment, Lin Xiao, who was still standing in the same place, suddenly disappeared. This made Yang Yi a little nervous. He quickly looked around. There was none. Look. The sky. There were exclamations of shock from outside the arena, and many people looked at this scene with extreme astonishment, only to see that in the direct sky above the ring, there was a young boy, his feet stepping on divine light, and that radiant figure was like a heavenly god descending from the earth. You! Yang Yi raised his head and looked at this scene incredulously. Have you already reached the 6th rank? He couldn't believe his own judgment. Wasn't it only 6th-ranked powerhouses that could stand in the void? Lin Xiao was even younger than himself. Could it be that he had already broken through to the 6th rank? That's a hell of a shot. And in response to this, Lin Xiao didn't explain. He slightly raised his right hand. The space-time god's eyes were flickering, and powerful spatial rules rose and fell. A voice rang out from the void. Deep, cold, bland, fearless, space obliteration. Ka-ching. Powerful spatial rules were wreaking havoc on the entire scene of the competition. Countless spaces were destroyed by a large invisible hand. They're dying off. The space disappears, and at a glance there's only blackness. Endless darkness. The blackness from the deepest part of the universe. The blackness that cannot be seen at a glance. This sight couldn't help but make many people look at it with fear. What a horrible scene it was. An endless abyssal zone where life was worse than death. Yang Yi couldn't wait to slap himself at the moment. You say you have nothing to clamor for, and for that matter, you still let people bring out their full strength. He looked at the ever-destroying space in front of him, and the endless darkness, without a single point of resistance. As confident as he was in his physical body, he wasn't confident enough to live in the depths of the cosmic void. Stop, stop, stop. I concede. Just as he was about to get close to himself, Yang Yi completely and utterly felt that boundless terror, as well as endless fear. He couldn't carry on and surrendered. A little life is important. The referee, who was already dumbfounded, didn't react at first, which caused Yang Yi to yell out once again before he hastily announced the result of the match. Lin Xiao wins. Boom. All the people outside the arena had completely let themselves go. This battle was fast, but the visual effect it brought them was too horrible. Lin Xiao's terrifying and incomparable attack left an extremely deep impression on all of them. Powerful, unfathomable, and like a divine descent. This was the Lin Xiao in everyone's mind. Mysterious and powerful advocate. The newcomer king of this freshman competition was born at this moment. No one will question him. With absolute crushing strength to take arguably the most competitive session of the rookie king, Lindsay, Lin Xiao slowly descended. The space here had been restored by him, and as soon as he landed he saw Yang Yi's somewhat unbelievable eyes. You've broken through to the 6th rank? Up to now Yang Yi still had some disbelief. How could there be such a demonic person? Lin Xiao knew what the other party wanted to ask and shook his head, indicating that the Tao was a deeper use of psychic abilities. Only then did Yang Yi's heart calm down a bit. Being stronger than himself wasn't something he couldn't accept, but to be unreasonably strong could be too much. He subconsciously thought within his heart that just now was Lin Xiao's full strength, and although it was very terrifying, it wasn't to that extent that made him despair. In the void, the several martial kings glanced at each other and were also a bit shocked. Luckily, the people from the military armed forces didn't come, or else there wouldn't have been any less fooling around. One of the martial kings said in a somewhat chipper manner, either don't participate, or if you do, just take first place. This one really loaded the guys up. Who says no one from my army is coming? Suddenly a voice appeared in their ears, and the familiarity of it made them freeze. It's you, Li Long. They looked at this martial king powerhouse who suddenly appeared. It was none other than Li Long from the Military Martial University. Li Long was looking at the teenager below. He nodded with satisfaction, worthy of being the genius that lord had his eye on. Li Long, aren't you at the Northern Border Defense? Why did you suddenly appear here? The martial king of Longwu University asked with some doubt. He didn't believe that the other party had come specifically to watch the match. Upon hearing this, Li Long shook his head. He had indeed come with a mission in mind. There's been a small movement on the side of the Alien Beast Alliance lately, and I've come to see how the progress of that batch of equipment is progressing. On the orders of the Minister Sama. So that's how it is. Ha, a bunch of people still want to rely on colluding with outsiders. I really don't know what kind of things are in their heads. There are martial kings who are disdainful. For the Foreign Beast Alliance, the Dragon Kingdom is not afraid. If it is not for the support of the Starry Sky 10,000 races behind it, the Dragon Kingdom would have long ago destroyed that gang. But I seem to have heard the news that there's been an acute shortage of gangjin over there lately, and a lot of the processes can't go on. There's not much they can do about it as martial kings. After all, there is only one place of origin of Gung Gold. That is the source of the Gung vein, and there has always been the Dragon Kingdom is a weak party. The resources that could be obtained were extremely limited, and this really caused many people some headaches. The following team competition is about to take place. Please ask each team squad participating in the competition to report their team members as well as their team name. The team competition is about to begin. The freshman Jamboree Mono has come to an end. The final newcomer king is undoubtedly Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao was sitting in no man's land at the moment, listening to the sounds in the air, and he had an idea. May I ask if a person can participate in a team competition? He walked over to the enrollment place and inquired of the other person. If it was possible, the reward for the team competition was something he wanted. Student Lin Xiao, wait a moment, I'll ask for you. This question is also difficult for the staff. Have not encountered a similar situation occurred. Soon, news came from the judge's side, as if someone from above had authorized it to come down. Student Lin Xiao, it has been decided that one person is allowed to participate in the competition as a team. Then I'll sign up. May I ask the name of the regiment? After a short period of thinking, Lin Xiao decided to use that name. Let's call it Army Dragon. Okay, Military Dragon Squad. Lin Xiao. Just like that, Lin Xiao was alone for a team and started the team competition. Military Dragon? Li Long, your military martial arts exposed Lin Xiao to those things so quickly? A martial king frowned slightly as he heard the voices from below. The meaning of the words Military Dragon was not ordinary. Li Long was a bit silent. He looked down with an expressionless face. No one knew what was going on inside him. I don't know that he's a little confused himself. What the hell? He didn't say anything. Where did that kid learn the term Military Dragon? Chapter 87 Lin Xiao is strong. Lin Xiao is dead. The team competition is a test of a team's tacit understanding and combination. There is no substitute for what having a good team can do when one person does not have absolutely crushing power. It's just that someone doesn't seem to need it. Military Dragon Squad vs Aurora 3. When Lin Xiao walked alone to the ring and 5 players appeared opposite him at the same time. Unsurprisingly, the crowd was abuzz again. Asterisk. Is great god Lin Xiao preparing to dry out a team all by himself? Isn't it a bit of a big deal? After all, the other party is 5 people, and the strength of the players who can go this far as players will definitely not be too weak. Are you denying the gold content of the Rookie King? Do you know what kind of existence it is to take the King of Heaven's pride, the national champion and the Rookie King in the same year? Some people counted down Lin Xiao's achievements over the past year. If you don't say it, it's downright scary. It was only then that they realized that this heavenly pride who had crushed an era had so many honors in just 1 year's time. Each of these honors was enough to create a top-tier heavenly pride, and Lin Xiao alone dominated all of them. Scary as hell. There are 5 members of the Aurora 3 team. Each of them was not weak, and fully 2 of them ranked in the top 32. But at this moment, the 5 of them were like a great enemy. 5 against 1 and the advantage is not in their favor, which is most comical. What to do? Some of them nervously inquired. And it had to be said that Lin Xiao's sense of oppression was really too strong. The strongest among the 5 was called Jilan, who was able to rank in the top 15 in a single body competition, and was quite not weak. He looked to his teammates with a stony face. In a moment, I'll make a full effort to pester Lin Xiao head on. The 4 of you immediately spread out to Lin Xiao's surroundings and launched the most powerful attack at the same time. No matter what, we have to try our best to fight. Ji-Run didn't know how long he could hold out, but it was all he could do at the moment. Remember, it has to be quick. I'm not sure how long I'll last. Game on. Jilan took the lead and rushed towards Lin Xiao. He had long ago pushed the alien energy in his body to the extreme and powerful attacks coalesced out. I have to say, there are not many weak people who can be ranked in the top 15 of the mono competition. They are all geniuses in the eyes of the common people. Only, he still somewhat underestimated Lin Xiao, or somewhat overestimated himself, the moment he had just launched his attack, while quickly vocalizing towards the rest of his teammates. Action! The other 4 teammates immediately rushed to the 4 corners of the ring after hearing the sound, and the 4 powerful attacks directly blocked all the space for Lin Xiao to dodge. Oh, Lin Xiao didn't show too many waves on his face as he watched this scene, because the attack in front of him was almost here. Ji Lan's attack had already arrived in front of him. The powerful attack made the air currents in the air rush. This kind of attack had already reached the level of the 5th stage. At the same time, the attacks from the 4 corners were instantly launched, all attacking towards Lin Xiao, regardless of anything else. The cooperation and understanding that was achieved in this one moment deserves to be recognized. Only to see Lin Xiao's figure not moving, standing with one hand behind his back, raising his right hand and gently pointing at the attack in front of him. At the same time, his divine eyes flickered slightly as an invisible spatial barrier appeared, forming an absolute defense around him. The powerful attack from the 5 members of Aurora 3 was just easily blocked head-on by him. Lin Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, his relaxed stance explaining his power in every way. Ji Lan's face sank to the bottom of the sea as he watched with his own eyes as the all-out attack of 5 of his party was blocked so easily by the opponent in front of him. There's a deep sense of powerlessness. It's too strong. He thought that his strength was not weak, but when he compared it to Lin Xiao, it was not even on the same level. My turn, Lin Xiao murmured in a low voice. He was still standing still, only the divine light in his eyes flickered a little harder. Powerful spatial rules instantly filled the air, enveloping Ji Lan and the other 5 players at the same time. Go! Trapped by the invisible space, Ji Lan and the others were frantically resisting, only that the invisible controlling force was too powerful and they couldn't resist at all. Just like that, he watched as he and the others were thrown from the ring to under the ring by Lin Xiao, unable to resist a bit the entire time. It's not that they don't resist, but they simply can't. Regardless of whether it was a confrontation of alien abilities or a sparring match of strength, Lin Xiao gave the 5 of them a feeling of looking up at a rift in the sky. It was as if the 5 of them were not facing a teenager of their own age, but were facing an endless abyss. Unfathomable, powerful, powerless. Lin Xiao wins. It's easy. Lin Xiao returned to his position. He now had some desire to go into the great Tao space to practice with the invincible heavenly prides of other realms. He felt as if he was invincible. System. Ding. Host I am. If I open the Huanyu Endless Avenue space now, you'll remember to call me when it's my turn to compete outside. Ding. On-call service has been turned on. May I ask who the genius object of this selection is? Lin Xiao thought about it. Suddenly his eyes lit up slightly as he thought of a supreme celestial pride that seemed to be quite similar to himself. I choose Yi Wuyo. The game is going on out there. Lin Xiao's ideology had arrived in a marvelous space. This was the Huanyu space. He looked at the handsome young man who appeared in front of him, and his body was filled with warlike intent. Bang! Lin Xiao died. Lin Xiao, who had recovered once again, scratched his head. How was he still so unbeatable? The young man in front of him was worthy of being a peerless heavenly pride who was overwhelmingly transcendent by being invincible across realms. The strength is truly terrifying in the extreme. Lin Xiao felt the terrifying fluctuations coming from the other party's body and knew that it was the supreme domain glory that belonged exclusively to his time and space. War. From the outside, everyone only thought that Lin Xiao was in the middle of cultivating his life with his eyes closed, without realizing that Lin Xiao might have died several times in this short period of time. This kind of sparring with invincible heavenly prides from various realms not only made Lin Xiao more powerful at the same time, it also allowed him to constantly discover where his weaknesses were. At the same time, the only way to keep yourself from being abused too easily is to keep pushing the limits of the moment. Lin Xiao's strength, apart from the system's boost, came more from this desperate cultivation of his. Although death is not really death within the space of the avenue, each experience of death is real. Without the belief of absolute invincibility, an unparalleled tenacity of will would have gone mad. Lin Xiao was becoming stronger step by step under these circumstances, so strong that he was deterring his peers and so strong that he was crowning his generation. At this moment, he is fighting with the young man named Yi Wuyo. Bang! Lin Xiao is dead again. Chapter 88 Breakthrough. Grand Fist Intent. Lin Xiao versus the 4 Heavenly Pride. The eyes of the once again resurrected Lin Xiao were filled with flames, and he was incomparably furious. Ding! Host, it's your turn to fight. The Huanyu Endless Avenue space is temporarily static. Lin Xiao's consciousness returned to his body, and on the outside it didn't look any different. It was still very bland, but something inside him was rioting. Hear your name. He walks to the ring without a word. This time, the opponent was the second team of Lanwu University, also called Lanwu Second Team. Again, it's 5 players against one of him. In comparison, the overall strength of this time's opponents was a notch stronger than the Aurora 3. The strongest person was in existence ranked 9th in the monolithic rankings, named Wu Dongfeng. who was all-powerful. Captain, how do we fight this battle? At this moment, his teammates were asking in low voices, facing Lin Xiao. Even though their side had a numerical advantage, they were all a bit cornered. As a top 10 being, Wu Dongfeng was well aware of the power gap between himself and this type of top heavenly pride. This match was a victory by his thinking. If he could just hold on for a minute. When the game starts later, we'll play full defense for as long as we can. According to Lin Xiao's past style, he would let his opponent make the first move. And since he couldn't win in the end anyway, it would be better to last longer in the ring so that it would be spread out and have face. Understood. His teammates' eyes also lit up and they immediately realized the meaning of it. Game on. Whoosh. Only to see that Lin Xiao, who was still standing still, had instantly disappeared into thin air, and Wu Dongfeng and the others were still waiting at full strength to stay in place. Not good. Lin Xiao was gone. Wu Dongfeng suddenly realized that something was wrong, and he hurriedly exclaimed in alarm while the defensive movements in his hands were speeding up. It just wasn't of much use to Lin Xiao. He was now in a bit of a hurry, or a bit of rage inside, and desperately needed to vent. And the target of venting could certainly not be these players in front of him. Bang! Bang bang! Simple and crude. The 5 players of the Dragon Martial second team all ate Lin Xiao's punch solidly. Their all-out defense was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Lin Xiao's attack, shattering at the slightest touch. 5 people were blasted out of the ring at the same time. Lin Xiao wins. Lin Xiao, who had achieved victory, disregarded the others and quickly disappeared to his resting area, closing his eyes once again. And this scene made many people a little dumbfounded up. Great God, Lin he is? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's still my Lin God. It's really fierce. In one move, he directly passed the 5 players of Dragon Warrior Team 2. The scene of the firefight between Dragon Warrior Team 2 and Aurora Team 2 just now was extremely intense. Just how strong is the Lin God? Can someone explain? I'm a bit confused. What's the point of thinking about it? Just kneel and be done with it. Lin Xiao's thunderous move this time. The powerful strength of directly killing a team in seconds with a single strike made many people open their eyes once again. There was no harm without comparison, and without realizing it, Lin Xiao's status in the hearts of the crowd had gone up another notch. Several other great prides are sitting in place. They looked at each other as absolute heavenly prides. They had the arrogance of heavenly prides, but this was a team competition, and if a group beating still couldn't defeat a single person, then it would be a bit too heartbreaking. Not even if that person was Lin Xiao. But as far as the current scenario was concerned, it seemed like the probability of losing was a bit higher, and for heavenly prides of their tier, the small number of them really didn't have much of an impact. Looking at the Lin Xiao whose eyes were tightly closed, Yang Yi and the others had an indescribable feeling. No way, we can't let this guy be so arrogant. Yang Yi suddenly stood up as he walked towards the 3 people, Xinli, Zhuge Kongming and Ji Shangnan, as if he was discussing something. The other 3 frowned and fell silent at times, and after some thought struggle, the 4 agreed. Yang Yi revealed a hint of a smile as he walked towards the referee, informing him of his thoughts up there. The referee froze as well. This session was a fickle one. Only, if that's the case, it could get really interesting soon. The judges of the competition also agreed with Yang Yi's idea, and Yang Yi, who had gotten the answer, walked to his position with satisfaction. His gaze went to Lin Xiao, who had his eyebrows tightly closed. It's a bit unorthodox, but it's the only way to win, and it's a bit unfair to you. He's already thought he'll find Lin Xiao alone after the match, and these movements of theirs Lin Xiao didn't know at all. At this moment he was still in the middle of fighting hard within the Great Dao space. Yi Wuyo's strength was really strong in all aspects. The physical body, martial arts, and even the spiritual power were all unrivaled and strong. Lin Xiao once again experienced what it meant to be crushed on all fronts, just like what Wu Dongfeng and the others felt just now. He also felt this sense of powerlessness. It's like no matter how much you fight, you can't win. Was this really the strength of a teenager the same age as himself? This is a dragon divine ability? Looking at the powerful martial arts that the opposite teenager had actualized, the overwhelmingly terrifying pressure was a martial art that Lin Xiao had never encountered before. The powerful move directly decimated him on the spot once again. After resurrecting once again, Lin Xiao felt the Dragon Clan's divine power that filled the air, and his Nianli, which belonged to a martial king powerhouse, memorized that scene deeply in his mind. Dragon Avatar. Dragon Avatar. It's horrible. Lin Xiao looked at his fists, feeling the unrelenting conviction emanating from the opposite teenager, the unrivaled self-confidence, and the powerful oppressive force of a fist opening up the sky. It turns out that I'm still too far from being invincible in my generation. He once again perceived his own weakness. Originally thought that with his current strength no one should be able to defeat him, but he still underestimated this Huan Yuan realm. But he didn't get discouraged. Instead, he became more and more courageous. Since he wasn't strong enough at the moment, he tried his best to get stronger in This conviction to become stronger never disappeared. It just became harder after dying over and over again, and it seemed as if there was nothing in this world that could shatter Lin Zhao's Taoist heart to become stronger. Bang! The peak of Xiao Chang's fist intent broke through. Under this powerful and incomparable conviction, fist intent broke through to the realm of great accomplishment. This was Lin Zhao's first achievement that he had broken through without adding points, and the terrifying increase brought about by the fist intent after its great completion was also quite astonishing. Lin Zhao swung his fists once again, and his powerful fist intent was truly able to break through the heavens. Fist breaks the sky. This was the S-class martial skill that he had received from the award at that time, and along with the breakthrough of the Deshang fist intent, it had likewise reached the realm of Deshang. It was really too strong. This punch directly countered with the other party's dragon divine ability. Fortunately, the space here was exceptionally strong. If it was outside, it would have long been shattered beyond recognition. Lin Zhao finally carried it off this time, and the limit breakthrough brought about by the Grand Completion's fist intent and Grand Completion's martial skill allowed him to fight that teenager to a draw in a short period of time. This has been quite a horrible result. Ding! Host, the outside world is calling you again. Lin Zhao's consciousness had once again returned to reality, but if one looked closely one would find that the original somewhat bland posture was inadvertently emitting a stern aura. This was the effect of the Deshang fist intent not being fully stabilized yet. Lin Zhao appeared above the martial arts ring with an instantaneous body. Which team would be his opponent this time? Right in the middle of his slightly surprised gaze, Yang Yi, Xinli, Zhuge Kongming and Ji Shangnan all appeared on the opposite side at the same time. Each of their faces was filled with wariness. Lin Zhao's opponents in this battle were actually their four supreme heavenly prides? Chapter 89, this era's supreme celestial pride battle. What? The four greatest heavenly pride fighting against the Lin God at the same time? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is the Lin God about to encounter the greatest challenge since his emergence? Surprisingly, he's going to face the four greatest heavenly prides alone? I think Lin Zhao might have to lose this time. Those four geniuses are all definitely one-of-a-kind existences if they were on a normal day. When they saw this scene, the young people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who were paying attention to this battle couldn't hold their breath. What kind of battle is this? One god fighting four hegemons? In the middle of an ordinary house, there was an ordinary old man squatting in front of a fireplace. His hands kept warm, except that a pair of eyes had long been got away from this place. He was watching. Equal. In an office, an old man was constantly checking the documents from all over the world, and at this moment, he also temporarily put down the documents in his hands and just sat on the chair. His deep pupils actually reflected the scene of Lin Zhao's match. The battle came out of nowhere, but as if it was meant to be. Lin Zhao looked at the four people on the opposite side and felt mildly surprised. When did these four guys get together? Is this to be 4 against 1? Yang Yi was the first to speak. Lin Zhao, I know that your individual strength is stronger than any of us, and if this goes on, the team match will definitely be won by you. But this is a bit too boring. This battle is not about winning or losing the match. But of course, if you win against the four of us, then there will be no need to consider anyone else as the winner of this team competition. At those words, Lin Zhao nodded with some approval. Indeed, this competition seemed a bit too boring to him, and if it wasn't for those rewards, he wouldn't have participated at all. In that case, I'll take this battle. Lin Zhao responded to the battle. Yes, Yang Yi shouted. This match is destined to become a legend. Game on. The referee hurriedly blew the whistle for the start, and then ceded this pinnacle battlefield to these supreme teenagers. War. The four great teenage prides stepped forward at the same time. A powerful aura instantly filled the entire venue. The incomparably powerful aura oppression had to make some of the spectators who leaned in close to step back. Yang Yi and Ji Shangnan launched a fierce attack at the same time, and their physical attacks destroyed the sky and the earth. Lin Zhao didn't dare to be too careless. The opponents now weren't those people just now. The powerful heavenly emperor's aura wrapped Lin Zhao to death, and Yang Yi's fists blasted up, the two of them cooperating quite well. Congeal. The space-time god's eyes were flickering as Lin Zhao activated the foreign energy in his body in preparation to forcefully isolate it. My words, time and space do not exist. A cold voice rang out. Zhuge Kongming had once again recovered as before. He looked towards Lin Zhao with a grave expression, fully activating the foreign energy in his body. His words followed the law. With the appearance of this voice of his, Lin Zhao's spatial ability was disappearing, or rather it lay in some kind of rule that was fighting against it, and could not be utilized in a short period of time. Here's the knife. Surging peak Xiao Chang's saber intent shot out from Qin Li's body, and the green dragon bending moon saber felt the powerful battle intent coming from its master's body, and it responded positively as well. A terrifying blade style appeared. This blade directly split space and chopped towards Lin Zhao. In an instant, Lin Zhao was attacked on all sides. Yang Yi and Ji Shangnan's frontal attack, Zhuge Kongming's assistance, and Qin Li's blade slash, all came at him at the same time. This scene made many spectators unusually nervous. Among them, those who belonged to Lin Xiao's fans accounted for the majority. Seeing the scene, they all deeply prayed for their idol. The face of Lin Xiao, who was in the center of the battle, did not show a hint of nervousness, and this kind of scene could only be described as fair. Fist breaks the sky. The flat voice was filled with an invincible aura that broke through everything. The fist intent of the grand completion concurrently issued out. This fist intent rose up to the sky, breaking through the attacks of Yang Yi and Ji Shangnan's duo in a raw manner, and blasted towards Qin Li's blade. No matter how strong a peak minor achievement's blade intent was, it could not be as strong as a major achievement's fist intent. This punch directly shattered Qin Li's attack, and this punch truly opened the heavens. In just one move, he broke the joint pincer attack of the three heavens' pride. Yang Yi and Ji Shangnan glanced at each other, and the two of them once again launched an attack. Heavenly Emperor Sword. The King's Map. The surging Heavenly Emperor Chi coalesced and the Heavenly Emperor Sword, which symbolized supremacy, invincibly chopped at Lin Xiao. Yang Yi's double fists were swinging at a super high speed. The impact of each punch was extremely powerful, and in a second's time he had swung dozens of punches. Thousands of fists converging to form the King's Map was really able to open up the territory and achieve some dominance. The two peerless heavenly prides once again blasted out extremely powerful attacks. They were incomparably overwhelming at the moment, and were determined to defeat the godlike teenager in front of them. Qin Li was knocked back a few steps by Deshang's fist intent, and his hand holding the sword trembled and trembled. What a powerful will! The battle intent in his eyes had reached its peak. Knife! 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 3 times he called out, and the green dragon bending moon blade in his hand went completely crazy. It was going to accompany its master to fight the heavens again. A shocking saber shadow appeared in the air, and the saber intent of the peak of Shao Chang reached the extreme peak at this moment. The human sword is one. Qin Li leapt forward, his figure merging with the huge shadow of the sword in the sky above. This was his ultimate slash. My word, unmatched! Zhuge Kongming shouted loudly from the rear. He had already pushed the alien energy in his body to its limit. This sound of peerless directly doubled the status of his 3 teammates. This had already reached the limit of the status he was currently able to achieve. Unbeknownst to him, he was still secretly tearing away at Lin Xiao's temporal and spatial powers in a frenzy. With the blessing of Zhuge Kongming, Yang Yi, Ji Shangnan and Qin Li were like divine help. Their peak strength directly reached the apex, and their powerful attacks went to the next level. Outside the field, there were late-stage peak 6th-ranked martial artists whose complexion became extremely grave. This attack was already enough to threaten people of their kind. Lin Xiao's calm face finally flashed with a hint of movement. Very strong. At this moment, he was actually still judging his opponent from a third person's perspective, and those attacks were already about to kill him. In that case, he decided to show a little bit of his true strength. The originally calm space-time sacred Dharma origin became trembling at this moment, and the space-time divine eyes flashed out in synchronization. The face of Zhuge Kongming, who was at the back, instantly turned pale and white. He spat out blood and took several steps back. His hands couldn't stop closing, forcing himself not to pass out. Look out everyone! Time and space powers have once again broken through his words, and Yang Yi 3 people did not retreat. At this moment has been unable to retreat. They have reached the most peak state so far. This move that is divided into high and low, also divided into winners and losers. The temporal and spatial supernatural abilities once again filled the air. Lin Xiao's mouth spoke lightly, slow, symbolizing the emergence of the supreme rule of time. Everything in the field seemed to have slowed down considerably. Immediately afterward, he stepped into the sky, and an extremely bright divine light shone so dazzlingly and peerlessly in the sky above this competition venue. A voice cold to the core rang out. Time Storm. Chapter 90, Invincible Heavenly Pride. Uneasy emotions appeared in the hearts of Yang Yi and the others. At this moment, for some reason, even though they had already reached their most powerful moment ever, these several talented youngsters were still a bit flustered. There was even a slight delay in their thoughts, their consciousness. Their gazes looked in unison at the figure in the sky above their heads. The powerful temporal and spatial alien energy had already spread through the field, and they had to use all their strength to resist this power of rules that symbolized supremacy. Zhuge Kongming's entire body had been deflated, and he swore he never wanted to experience this feeling again. It's a storm of time and space. The endless distorted space-time storm enveloped all 4 of Yang Yi's people. Look out everyone! Yang Yi looked around. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicking. The terrifying and boundless rule force was tearing his flesh non-stop, and the alien energy in his body was frantically depleting every second. Ji Shangnan and Qin Li's gazes were both grave. The powerful celestial emperors Qi and the peak of the small formation blade intent were unleashed without reservation. A huge protective membrane was formed to protect several people, but Lin Xiao wouldn't give them a gap to rest. This time the temporal storm wasn't as perverted as the last one, but the power was also quite not bad. He was slowly applying pressure. The alien energy in his body was surging wildly. The spacetime storm was raging mercilessly. This spacetime was already completely in Lin Zhao's grasp. Yang Yi and the others had completely fallen into the palm of his hand. The power of the appalling space and time was devouring this protective membrane step by step. The heavenly emperor Qi was dimming. Ji Shangnan couldn't resist for too long. Is this your true strength now? He looked up at the teenager above him, and for the first time, he noticed that the gap between himself and the other party was this big, far bigger than he had thought. Yang Yi also laughed a little bitterly. Who the hell was the genius in this nigga? He had always felt that he was demonic enough, but from today onwards, if anyone said that he, Yang Yi, was a demon again, he definitely thought that the other party was mocking him. Qin Li is the opposite of them. The wariness in his eyes did not dissipate, but instead became more and more intense. Although 10 million people will go forward, as a swordsman, he was never afraid, even if he might lose a head, even if the cost was his life. We have to fight with all our might for once. It's not my style to just wait to die. He was holding a precious sword, and the sword intent on his body became more and more violent, and he was even showing signs of a breakthrough. What is the great successful blade intent? As Qin Li's foot stepped out, the great successful blade intent it came. Qin Li's blade intent had unexpectedly broken through to the realm of great completion at this moment, and he had become even more powerful. This fearless, dauntless, and courageous stance directly stimulated Yang Yi and the others' belligerent hearts completely. War! I'll carry it, you guys go! Yang Yi let out a roar. He had already exerted his physical body to its limit state. The most powerful thing he had was this physical body of his. The king's map. Qin Li was holding the green dragon bending moon blade, and with the enhancement of the great success blade intent, each blade was far superior to the previous one. Swords pouring out of the world. Countless sword shadows reappeared. This time they no longer retreated. Or rather there was no way back. Either live or die. Heavenly Emperor Sword. Ji Shangnan roared madly. The Heavenly Emperor's raiment reappeared. This was his strongest defense. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor's chi in his body condensed into the air despite all odds, and the shadow of a sword emerged. Vast, powerful, majestic, and unparalleled. Come on! Zhuge Kongming was hissing as he ignored the blood at the corners of his mouth and put his hands together, once again engaging in a silent fight with Lin Zhao's spacetime rules. At the same time, the shining light that symbolized peerlessness once again enveloped Yang Yi and the others. It's their finishing blow. This strike was too strong for an ordinary peak 6th rank powerhouse to carry. The four incomparably shining peerless geniuses of this era had already exerted their full strength at this moment, impacting that godlike youngster with all their might. It's about pulling the other side down. This sight had stunned everyone, including the judges of the competition, the martial kings in the void. Inside a humble hut, an ordinary old man slowly stood up. What the Dragon Kingdom needs most is not a peerless genius, but a truly peerless heavenly pride. A young man's figure emerged from his aged gaze, somewhat overwhelmingly magnificent. Front of the desk. The old man sitting on the seat didn't care about those urgent documents at all, and his eyes, which were originally a little cloudy, briefly appeared to have a trace of clarity in this moment. Could it be you? Lin Xiao, who was standing above the void, looked at the scene below him. The spacetime storm was colliding extremely violently with the several attacks in front of it, and the rules of spacetime, which symbolized supremacy, had unexpectedly formed a stalemate with the other party for a while. As he watched the scene, his right foot stepped forward once again. The spacetime god's eyes flashed crazily, and countless blades of nothingness appeared as they rushed towards the zone where spacetime didn't exist, killing Yang Yi and the others. Block me! Yang Yi's eyes turned scarlet. Multiple cracks had appeared on his flesh. As powerful as he was, he couldn't resist such a terrifying attack. It's not over yet. Lin Zhao's left hand lifted again and pointed at them. The voice from his mouth was somewhat soft, but at this moment it caused countless people to despair somewhat. Space obliteration. Boom! The spacetime's sacred dharma origin trembled, and the spatial rule power of this place expanded once again under Lin Zhao's manipulation. The already distorted space was disappearing. Time does not exist. Space does not exist. The entire martial arts ring was cut by Lin Xiao at this moment, and this cut directly severed the connection with the real world. This spacetime had been abandoned by this heaven and earth, and its true owner at this moment was Lin Xiao. At this moment, Yang Yi and the others felt an incomparably clear sense of despair. That feeling makes them feel that they have no more meaning or value in living in the world, because it was as if they no longer belonged to the people of this time and space. They had been abandoned by this time and space. Put! Zhuge Kongming foamed at the mouth. He reached his limit and once again collapsed from exhaustion, completely passing out. Yang Yi's body was no longer in a good condition. His body was covered with blood overflowing. His handsome face was a bit scary at the moment. He couldn't carry it anymore either. Ji Shangnan and Qin Li are retreating. This battle had reached this point. They had already given all they had and had no regrets. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and this space completely disappeared into thin air. and a huge black hole appeared, which had an incomparably powerful suction force. It was frantically absorbing everything around it. It was devouring relentlessly. Set. In the void, Lin Xiao stepped on a divine aura. A stern voice came out from his body. The black hole disappeared under his control, and the space here slowly stabilized. In the meantime, with a wave of his big hand, an otherworldly space appeared, and the figures of several teenagers slowly walked out. One of them was even carried out. They looked complicated, each with wounds on their bodies. Lin Xiao, you won. Chapter 91. Double List Champion. Yang Yi, who was on the verge of turning into a bloody man, braced himself as he looked at Lin Xiao, who was still standing in the void. This time he was convinced. Since he was a child, he really hadn't served anyone, even his own father, the hegemonic martial saint he had only worshipped, not served. But in this battle today, Lin Xiao had beaten him into submission. The Heavenly Emperor's raiment on Ji Shangnan's body was on the verge of thinning out and disappearing, and he, the teenage Heavenly Emperor, was destined to have a bumpy road on the Great Tao. The teenager in front of him could be called his greatest opponent on the path to Heavenly Emperor. Qinli held the knife in his hand with a death grip. He wasn't overly frustrated. The battle intent was instead even stronger. This battle he had broken through himself. The knife intent came to a great success. The Tao in his heart took another big step forward. Since he lost today, he would wait for the future. Zhuge Kongming. Zhuge Kongming fainted once again. He was a bit miserable. He had fought against Lin Xiao twice, and both times he was seriously injured and fainted. He had even sworn that he would never fight against this demon again. This match, Lin Xiao wins. A moment later, the referee who had been watching finally blew his whistle to announce the final result of this match. Lin Xiao won. One god fighting four hegemons. A god is a god after all. Lin Xiao once again used his strength to prove to the world that he was the invincible heavenly pride of the dragon country's current generation. A teenager who was invincible right out of the gate. Fans belonging to Lin Xiao were enthusiastic outside the arena, and some of them had been following Lin Xiao from the beginning, watching Lin Xiao move step by step from the remote Ping'an district to the big stage of the entire Dragon Kingdom. This moment truly stood at the pinnacle. They cried tears of joy, not because they were chasing the right person, but because the person they were chasing turned out to be the god of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xiao exhaled gently as he landed on top of the ground and looked at the four opposite him and smiled gently. This battle, he didn't win that easily either. The four people in front of us are really strong. Lin Xiao, how exactly did you cultivate? Yang Yi ignored his injuries as he quickly walked up, leaving bright red footprints with every step his feet took. He was really curious. His cultivation style was already comparable to that of a regional level. Even if Lin Xiao's talent was strong, he wouldn't be able to hang all four of them by himself, right? Keep killing each other with life and death. After Lin Xiao briefly thought for a moment, he said a more pertinent idea. Putting aside the system, he did go through countless trials of life and death, that were really dead through and through. The kind where you couldn't live without getting stronger. But when this explanation reached the ears of Yang Yi and the others, they froze and then fell silent. As a pride, they are confident that their future will be able to climb to the top. But along the way, how many times have they encountered life and death killings? Or in the Dragon Kingdom, they don't encounter too many life-threatening situations. Thinking about Lin Xiao's background, coupled with the strength he had displayed, they immediately imagined countless scenarios. Lin Xiao, who didn't have the slightest bit of background, had gone through countless trials of life and death before he came to this point today, right? And the difference was that behind them all stood a deep-rooted family or power. Valuable cultivation resources are also just a matter of opening one's mouth. Even Qinli, after he showed his strong talent and power, he also got a lot of Qin family funding. And Lin Xiao? One has no background, the other has no resources, but it was in a very short period of time that they caught up with the rest of them. Several people looked at Lin Xiao differently. Lin Xiao sensed their strange looks. He couldn't say that he had a system. Lin Xiao doesn't need to be involved in the later matches either. This was the result of a unanimous vote by the judges of the competition. Because it didn't make any sense to participate or not, no team would be able to win against him. This time, the freshman competition of the 5 schools has come to this point. The winners of the singles competition and the team competition are arguably already determined. That was Lin Xiao from the Military Martial University. One man has won 2 major championships. Is this the gold standard of the Military Armed Forces University? The corner of Li Long's mouth in the air was already grinning up to his ears. In the past, Military Martial University had never participated in this type of competition. And this year, they sent out a Lin Xiao, who directly took the first place in the double list. Does this gold need to be modified by Li Long too much? Next year's enrollment at JWU is solid. Lin Xiao was a golden sign for the future of the Military Martial Arts University, and the whole country already didn't know how few Lin Xiao fans there were. He had even fantasized about the scene of those quality martial arts candidates lining up to enroll in the military martial arts university when the enrollment was renewed next year, which was one of the absolute bragging capitals for him who was in the position of the director of academic affairs. I didn't expect that this son Lin Xiao would be demonic to this extent, the martial king on the side sighed repeatedly. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the strength of that teenager below would be equal to his own, or even surpass him. A martial king is already an extremely powerful being. Ordinary people could never see a martial king in their entire lives. How many martial artists were stuck at the 6th rank, and could not break through that threshold to reach the 7th rank even after a lifetime of effort? A 7th order martial artist is called a martial king, not only because of his powerful and unparalleled strength, but more importantly, the people who can break through to the 7th order are all kings of the same class. Only a king can break through that threshold. That was why there was often a saying in the circle of awakened people that all below the martial king were ants. The world has never heard of a 6th-ranked martial artist being able to fight against a 7th-ranked martial king. No matter how strong your battle power was, no matter how demonic your talent was, there was no way to break through this shackle. Perhaps the once legendary martial emperor who had led the rise of the Dragon Kingdom had done so when he was young, but everything about the martial emperor had long been top secret, and was simply out of reach of the general public. Lin Xiao sat alone in no man's land. There was no need for him to race next anymore. He could just cultivate in peace and wait for the rewards. System, open the Huanyu endless avenue space for me. I want to. Just now that battle, Lin Xiao did not have fun. After all, it is not a battle of life and death. The shot is still somewhat restrained, and even to control the intensity, if you push too hard, you could get killed. In the mysterious spacetime, the shadow had not yet disappeared, and the shadow's entire body radiated extreme glory and invincible oppression. Lin Xiao's gaze became ferocious once again. Come and fight. Boom! The two of them killed again. There were dragon aptitudes roaring within this space. There were temporal and spatial supernatural abilities fermenting, and even Lin Xiao had already utilized his Nian power that he had not been able to use. Soul Needle. This kind of spiritual attack Lin Xiao had never performed in front of people, but it was no less terrifying than other. Lin Xiao, whose mental strength had reached the martial king level, could make a soul needle, and it was no exaggeration to say that he could completely kill a peak late 6th stage martial artist in an instant. But his opponent was likewise not the least bit weaker in this one, if not more so. That heaven-destroying spiritual power directly overthrew Lin Xiao's soul needle. Lin Xiao, dead again. Asterisk. Chapter 92, Heptagonal Gold? Yes, 5,000 kilograms. This freshman competition is also coming to an end. Lin Xiao took both tournaments alone. The rewards were exceptionally generous, and the cultivation fund alone was $300 million. It also rewarded a lot of special ability stones and awakening stones. There was also a SS grade martial skill, 10,000 thunders without destruction, which was a martial skill about spatial exotic abilities that just happened to be suitable for Lin Xiao. At the same time, the organizers had also given Lin Xiao a chance. They had specially found a forging master from the Dragon Kingdom, ready to tailor a weapon just for Lin Xiao. This wave of generics really made Lin Xiao comfortable. Thinking about it, Lin Xiao decided to make a boxing glove. This forging master is the top of the existence of the Dragon Country. Usually there are a lot of children of the world's families scrambling to spend a lot of money to pay a visit to the door, only to ask for this master. The name of this master forger is Deng Ping. At this time, Lin Xiao had already left the competition site and was brought to a more remote place by Li Long. Lin Xiao, this Master Tang has a bit of a short temper. You should be more careful not to make him angry. Li Long carefully looked at Lin Xiao, mentioning this master. Even if he had been fighting in the battlefield for a long time, there was something unnatural about it. Damn, which old thing is talking bad about me behind my back again? Ha, so it's little Li. Are you itching again? A slightly grumpy voice came out from the front. Only a stout middle-aged man walked out. His hands had many calluses, his eyes were extremely sharp, and his hair was a bit messy. This is Master Deng Ping Deng, the premier forging master of the Dragon Kingdom. Master Tang, Junior Li Long has come to pay you a special visit. Li Long looked at the silhouette that suddenly appeared and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Regardless of the strength, status or otherwise, in front of this person he was a small Karamaika. He was a little embarrassed, not expecting that those words had actually let the other party hear all of them. Deng Ping waved his hand with an impatient face while looking at Lin Xiao. You're Lin Xiao? He had already gotten word that a pair of boxing gloves would be built for a teenager named Lin Xiao this time. What are the alien attributes? Can there be any requirements for the appearance of the weapon? Deng Ping simply asked. As a master forger, he wanted to make sure that every piece of his work was as flawless as possible. Temporal attributes. There's nothing required for appearance. Lin Xiao was straightforward. Oh, temporal and spatial abilities? At those words, Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao with great surprise. He hadn't paid attention to the outside world during this period of time. but he hadn't expected that the Dragon Kingdom would once again have a teenager with dual temporal and spatial powers. Alright, I know, you can come back here again in a week. Deng Ping waved his hand, which was ready to send off the guests. That, Grandmaster Tang. There is actually one more thing that the latecomer has come this time. Li Long hurriedly stepped forward. He had returned with a mission this time. I know what you're going to say, but there's no way around it. Those weapons and equipment are just about ready for the final process. There's just no way around it. The stock of gung-ho gold is depleted. Deng Ping shook his head. There wasn't much he could do about the lack of raw materials. Li Long's face changed and changed. This situation he had already thought of. He just didn't realize that the current Dragon Kingdom was so short of gung-jin. Master Tang, is there no other way? He's a little upset. There's no way around it. The source of the gung vein has been producing less and less gung-jin every day lately. The supply completely exceeds the demand. Tang Ping also expressed his helplessness. He and Takuma were old friends, and he certainly wouldn't begrudge his old friend a difficult time, except that he'd thought of a lot of ways to do it, but it was just a drop in the bucket. And Lin Xiao, who was standing on the side, froze when he heard the conversation between the two of them. Excuse me, is this the gung-ho you're talking about? A voice disrupted the conversation between Deng Ping and Li Long, and both of them looked at Lin Xiao at the same time, only to see that at this moment Lin Xiao was holding a piece of heavy metal that emitted a golden radiance. It's gung gold. Good guy. Such a large piece of gung gold must be at least 50 kilograms. Kid, where did you get it? Deng Ping looked at the gung gold in Lin Xiao's hand with a shocked face. Such a big piece is not common. Last year a whole year of the Dragon Country's gangjin production is only 3,000 kilograms. Right now on this piece in Lin Xiao's hand there must be a full 50 kilograms. Lin Xiaoyu? Li Long also had a surprised look on his face and suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, do you still have this? About how many? He remembered that Lin Xiao had once told him about making a big fuss at the source of the gung vein. The exact reason wasn't detailed at the time, but it definitely had nothing to do with gung-jin. There's almost another 5,000 kilograms or so. Lin Xiao thought about it and after removing what he had exchanged before, there was almost this much left. How much? More. How much? Deng Ping and Li Long both exclaimed at the same time. Almost 5,000 kilograms or so. Lin Xiao also took a special look. Indeed there is still so much left, and I do not know if it is enough. Kid, do you know how scarce this gung-jin is? The entire Dragon Kingdom was only about 3,000 kilograms a year last year, and you say you have 5,000? Deng Ping was like looking at a little cutie, looking at Lin Xiao as if he was being fooled by this kid. He was a bit angry. Lin Xiao, you can't talk nonsense about this. Noticing the fluctuation in Master Tang's mood, Li Long hurriedly walked up to greet Lin Xiao, but he couldn't offend Master Tang in front of him. I do have this much left on me. Lin Xiao also stopped talking nonsense. His divine sense slightly condensed, and this space suddenly erupted with an extremely bright dazzling golden aura. Gung-jin, it's all gung-ho. Shining golden light continued to erupt. Deng Ping was dumbfounded by this sudden scene of change. He swore that he had never seen so much gung-jin in his life. This is gung gold, a top metal that can be called a strategic resource. The most I've ever been given was less than 500 kilograms or so, and that time I was involved in a major program to get that much. How many must there be here at the moment? It's really 5,000. Isn't it? Li Long, on the other hand, stood on the sidelines. He was not as professional as Deng Ping, and did not know the gold content of 5,000 kilograms of gung-ho gold, but just felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that this Lin Xiao kid had brought him so many surprises. Kid, how did you get these gung-ho gold? Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao with a solemn expression. It was such a staggering amount that he had to be a little cautious. I see. Ha 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 ha. Well done. I've long looked at those bull asterisk 10,000 races with disdain. Deng Ping couldn't stop laughing after hearing Lin Xiao's experience and praised Lin Xiao one by one. Li Long, you kid learn well. Both are born in the military martial arts. Don't be compared to a student. Deng Ping looked at Li Long next to him with great interest. Lin Xiao, right now what are you going to do with these gung-jin? Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao. As a senior, he would not do that kind of unseemly deeds, just that the amount of this gung-jin is too amazing. Lin Xiao looked at Deng Ping and then at Li Long. After a moment's reflection, he worshipped his fists. If the country needs it, the student is willing to offer it to the country without compensation. At these words, Tang Ping looked at the young man in front of him with some relief. After the explanation just now, the preciousness of the gung gold has become obvious, and the value of such a huge amount of gung-jin is inestimable. The point is that this resource has a price but no market. That's the amount of output per day. He, you do have a heart. Deng Ping revealed a smile, only that the amount was a little too large, and he didn't dare to make up his mind easily. Spinning silent for a moment. Let's put it this way, if you trust me, I'll help you deal with these gung-jin, and strive to give you the most benefits. The Dragon Kingdom won't take your stuff for nothing. Do you think it's feasible? Lin Xiao respectfully bowed. Then the student will be respectful. Ha ha ha, cool. In a week's time, I'll give you your weapon along with what belongs to you. Chapter 93, Xian Guoming. Old dang. What did you say? The speaker is the Dragon Kingdom's minister in charge of logistics, Xian Guoming. At the moment he listened to the news coming through his ears, and on the other end of the phone was none other than Master Tang Pingtang. Say again, how much gung-ho do you have? Xian Guoming pulled out his ears, thinking he had heard wrongly. 5,000 kilograms. There was a hint of flatness, a hint of disinterest, and a hint of braggadocio in his voice. I say old dang, have you knocked your head off hammering iron? Do you know what you're talking about? 5,000 kilograms of gungjin? Xian Guoming somewhat speechless up. 5,000 kilograms, that is what concept? Almost catch up with the entire dragon country, nearly 2 years of production. Even if he is the minister of this late stage of the ministry, also did not see so much at one time. Old Xian, don't you know what kind of character I have? When have I ever made a joke in all these years? Old dang, are you for real? Xian Guoming was a bit unsettled. He thought that Deng Ping had something to ask for his help, and deliberately ridiculed it. Asterisk. Wait, I'll come over to you now. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man descended from the sky, and as soon as he hit the ground, he was on fire and yelled out loud. Old dang, stop yelling, here it is. Old dang, quick, show me. Xian Guoming, like a 3.5-year-old child, was very excited and hurriedly urged on. At least you're the head of a department, a powerful person at the level of a dignitary martial artist. You really make me look down on you. Deng Ping had a disgusted look on his face. He really hadn't seen the world. You hurry. Under Deng Ping's leadership, Xian Guoming arrived at a small partitioned room, and as soon as he opened the door, the radiance that was so bright that it was completely exposed in front of Xian Guoming's eyes. Seeing this scene, Xian Guoming slowly inhaled a breath, and after seeing the physical object, he was instead not in a rush. With a backhanded hook, he put his arm on Dumping's shoulder. Old dang, means through the sky. How come? This amount of gangjin for the current dragon country can be said to be a blessing in disguise. Xian Guoming thought a lot in a flash. Since people have already notified themselves, the meaning could not be more obvious. Old money, how's that? Didn't fool you. Old dang waved his hand. Quite a bit of wealth and generosity. The district is only 5,000 kilograms. Look at you like that. Look at what you're saying. Who doesn't know that you, Master Deng, are a man of one word? Honestly, there aren't many people that I admire in my life. And you, Deng Ping, definitely counts as one. Xian Guoming's face instantly became serious. His gaze was deep, his words were calm, and he spoke with extreme seriousness. Ha! Deng Ping contemptuous smile. Know so many years, who does not know who? You Xian Guoming put a fart. I know what you want to do. Old Deng. Xian Guoming's words changed. He slowly walked to the window and looked out, a sense of gravity in his eyes. Old dang, as you know, recently those 10,000 races have been making small moves non-stop, and the Alien Beast Alliance is not at peace there. The Dragon Kingdom is now under attack from all sides. It's not a good time. He sighed softly, his attitude getting a bit negative. As the minister in charge of the entire logistics department, all I think about every day is how to provide the best treatment for those soldiers who are at the forefront. But you know, with such a big spread, a bite to feed here, a cut there, I'm under a lot of pressure. While saying this, Xian Guoming glanced at Deng Ping's face, and seeing that the other party still had an expressionless look, he once again sighed deeply. Old Deng, there is something you may not know. Recently the progress of many key project works have been stuck. It looks like it is about to be made successfully and be able to provide better safety protection for those warriors, but it has to be stopped. I, the minister, can't absolve myself of the blame. Old Deng, you've been my friend for so many years, and as a lifelong brother, you have to help hold me out. Xian Guoming put his posture very low, and I have to say that the acting skills are very well taken. Deng Ping couldn't help but grin. Could he not tell that his old friend was acting? Only, it's still a pretty good feeling. Alright, you've come all this way. You have to bring some back, don't you? He waved his hand in a generous manner. Hearing this, Xian Guoming finally revealed a satisfied smile. As for bringing some? In his mind 4,999 was a bit too. Old Deng, you still haven't said how you got these gangjin. Good guy, 5,000 kilograms. You're doing me a big favor. Xian Guoming is still a little curious. So many quantities of gung-fu is not something that ordinary people can get. During the previous peacetime, they, the Dragon Kingdom's senior management, had also had some simple trade transactions with those Starry Sky 10,000 races, but when it came to such strategic resources, the difficulty of that transaction was not ordinary. These were all placed here with me by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? Qian Guoming froze. Old dang. Is the Lin Xiao you're talking about the invincible Heaven's Pride teenager Lin Xiao that's been spreading like wildfire on the internet lately? He also often pays attention to the network, especially these Heavenly Pride competitions. Recently the network suddenly broke out a talent unprecedented teenager. All the way through. Talent demon to the extreme. Yeah, that's him. Dumping nodded. Oh, tell me quickly, what did that boy do and how did he get it? Xian Guoming instantly came to be interested. The more demonic his own family's supreme talent was, the happier he was. Not much, just, I've been talking about it for a while. Ha ha ha, good. Worthy of being my Dragon Kingdom's invincible pride. Qian Guoming smiled cheerfully. About the source of the Gung vein, he has long been reported to the highest level. Just no way. The Dragon Kingdom in that secret realm is difficult to support alone. Although the 10,000 races also had bad intentions towards each other, he still existed a simple alliance on the surface, working together to suppress the development of their Dragon Kingdom. I would like to meet this teenager called Lin Xiao. As a Martial Zune level powerhouse, Qian Guoming had seen as many geniuses as he could, and it was rare to see him praise a teenager in such a manner. I said old money, it's not nonsense for me to say so much to you. You can take these gung-ho gold if you want, but not for nothing. This is something that a child of another person has fought hard to get, so you, as an elder, shouldn't be able to take it for nothing, right? Deng Ping frowned as he reminded his old friend. Don't just think of good things, it's fine to take this away. You have to give the appropriate benefits to do so. After all, he had promised the teenager. Heir, seeing that he hadn't been fooled, Qian Guoming also sympathized with him. Then you say it, what do you want? First things first, although these gungans are very precious, you don't want to ask for too much. Forget it then, you go back. I'll find someone else to look at it. Hey, look at you. I didn't say I wouldn't give it. It's not a negotiation. Chapter 94 Pangu Essence Blood, 8-9 Xian Gong. Dao Destruction Fist. Elder Li, are you saying that the Alien Beast Alliance has been making small moves in the dark? Lin Xiao listened carefully to Li Long's words. Recently, some inspection teams in the northern desert have been attacked by beasts every day. Obviously, this was not a coincidence, but a deliberate act by the Fey Alliance, whose heart to destroy the Dragon Kingdom had always been there. Humph, a bunch of just, want to rely on the big tree to take advantage of the cool. Is this big tree so good to rely on? Li Long has a disdainful face. In his opinion it is just like that. Even with wisdom it is just as stupid. Lin Xiao, I've heard that you seem to have gotten on the Fey Beast Alliance's side of the mandatory kill list. Li Long suddenly looked at Lin Xiao. Me? Lin Xiao was a bit confused. He hadn't done anything to those people from the Alien Beast Alliance either? Right. Do you remember one called Kirinja? Oh, it's that mongrel blood Qilin that I killed inside the extraterrestrial battlefield. Ha, Lin Xiao remembered. There was indeed such a character. His strength was not bad. It was just a pity that he had met him. Right. This unicorn child is the only son of a Martial Zune level beast, and that head even made a big commotion after hearing about his child's death in the extraterrestrial battlefield. So it is. But for now, you can rest assured that no matter how bold the Alien Beast Alliance is, they won't dare to come to my Dragon Kingdom's territory to kill you. Speaking of this, an extremely powerful self-confidence suddenly appeared on Li Long's body, a self-confidence that originated from within his bloodline. We'll still meet here in a few days. Just contact me if you need anything in the next few days. After saying that, Li Long took a flying leap and left the place. He was going to meet his other close friends. Lin Xiao found a hotel and stayed there temporarily. System, sign in. He hadn't signed in for a while, so he'd see if he could save up for something good. Ding, signing in successfully. Rewarding 1 drop of Pangu Essence Blood. Only a drop of extremely rich blood appeared in Lin Xiao's system space, and that blood was emitting an appalling amount of energy. Pangu Essence Blood? Lin Xiao froze. Good stuff. He hurriedly sensed it, and when he sensed the drop of essence blood in the system space, even with the shielding of the system, Lin Xiao could feel that the drop of blood contained an extremely surging energy within it. System, will this essence blood burst me? Lin Xiao got a little scared. That's Pangu, who in his last life opened up the heavens and the earth. Can you carry 1 drop of blood? Don't turn around and burst yourself. Ding. Having detected that the host's flesh is mortal and unable to perfectly absorb Pangu Essence Blood, a flesh martial art 8-9 Xiangong has been customized for the host. This technique is the exclusive technique of the great god Pangu who opened up the heavens and the earth. Those who cultivate it to its full completion will become saints of the flesh, crossing the endless void with the power of the flesh, and those who complete the circle will have an immortal flesh, with karma not touching their bodies, and the years leaving no traces. You just say how much. Ding. This technique leads directly to the Supreme Avenue realm, a supreme technique of the flesh vein, requiring only 5 million cultivation points. Lin Xiao sort of realized that he must have owed the system money in his past life. 5 million cultivation points, that's 500 million. His entire body belongings now were the $300 million he had just gotten from the competition. It was not enough at all. The difference was too much. He had to say that he was really a bit moved by this gongfu, not to talk about other things. Just the name Panga Great God was enough to make him think about it, plus the fact that if he cultivated to the full circle his flesh would be immortal, karma wouldn't touch his body, and the years wouldn't leave a mark. Doesn't this mean that if he practiced to the full circle he would be completely invincible directly? At that time, with an invincible physical body, coupled with the supreme power of time and space, who else in this world would be his opponent? He was different from the other awakened. Lin Xiao didn't overly rely on his own natural supernormal abilities. He preferred to be strong in himself. System, can I get a counteroffer? Ding, no counteroffers on this transaction. System, then help me keep this technique, and that drop of Pangu essence blood. Don't let the energy inside pass away. Ding, it has been reserved for the host. Please work hard to earn money. Invincibility is just around the corner. The 7 days passed quickly. During this period of time, Lin Xiao had been cultivating intensely, and his cultivation level was nearing saturation, and he might make another breakthrough at any time. Lin Xiao, it's time to go. A message popped up. It was Elder Li Long. Lin Xiao immediately headed to the agreed location. He had been looking forward to this day for a week. Go! It wasn't long before the two of them arrived at Master Tang's place once again. Before they could say anything, a middle-aged man was the first to walk out. Seeing the face of the visitor, Li Long immediately stood his posture straight and assumed an extremely standardized stance. Hello Minister Qian. The middle-aged man in front of him was none other than the Minister of Logistics, Qian Guoming, whom Li Long had met before. A veteran martial Zun powerhouse and a high-ranking figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Qian Guoming nodded gently, then looked at Lin Xiao. You're Lin Xiao? It's true that heroes come out of youths. His deep pupils kept staring at Lin Xiao's figure. Not bad. With a mid-5th rank cultivation, the real strength should be far beyond the present moment. Dual SSS rank alien talent, and strong physical strength. Not bad, not bad. The more Qian Guoming looked at him, the more satisfied he became. If all of the Dragon Kingdom's celestial pride are like you, then my Dragon Kingdom's domination of the stars will no longer be a dream. Old money, get down to business. Don't do your fooling around. Deng Ping slowly walked over from the back. He looked at Lin Xiao with a smile on his face as well. He also admired this teenager. Lin Xiao, your weapon is ready. Deng Ping took out a box from his arms and handed it to Lin Xiao. The box was very plain, except that Lin Xiao felt heavy when he took it in his hand. He looked at Master Deng in front of him. Open it and take a look. Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao with a smile on his face. He had put a lot of effort into these gloves and hadn't closed his eyes for a week. After getting the approval, Lin Xiao slowly opened. With just one glance, he fell a little in love with the contents of the box, black and gold in appearance. Upon closer inspection it was filled with intricate patterns, a kind of formation that set off the entire set of gloves in a transcendent manner. Lin Xiao, as a formation master, could see the effect of the formation at a glance. It could add the possessor's psychic ability attached to the weapon. It was strong. He slipped the gloves over his hands. A little cool, but with a great sense of weight. At the same time, the gloves fit him perfectly, and could be hidden if there were no fights on weekdays. It's perfect. Dare I ask Master Tang if it has a name? Lin Xiao looked at his fists and was satisfied with the gloves. Deng Ping shook his head. He had a habit that any weapon he built would be given a true name by the other's owner. Lin Xiao, I've added a lot of rare materials to this glove. It's extremely resilient, and it has one characteristic. It's a growth weapon that can grow stronger along with its owner's strength. So, as its first owner, Lin Xiao, you come up with a name for this pair of gloves. Then let's call it the Road to Perdition. Chapter 95, Realm of the Ancient Altar. $1 billion. Dao Destruction? The name is quite domineering. Deng Ping looked at the young man in front of him, but his heart was higher than the sky. Only a young man's heart should be madder than the sky. If I ever get to the top of the world, there's no harm in destroying the way. He then turned his gaze to Qian Guoming, who was on the side, and coughed gently. Qian Guoming also finally opened his mouth. Lin Xiao student. First time meeting. My name is Qian Guoming. Qian Guoming? Lin Xiao listened to the name with some familiarity, as if he had once heard it on TV. Li Long, who was on the sidelines, hurriedly stepped forward. Lin Xiao, this is a real big shot. The Minister of the Logistics Department of the Dragon Kingdom. Minister Qian Guoming Qian. Lin Xiao was slightly flabbergasted. Good lord, a ministerial-level big shot. This was the first time he had seen one. Hello Minister Qian. He immediately followed Li Long's posture just now and made a less formal military stance. There's no need to be so formal. Student Lin Xiao, I've heard about your moves within the Gungston vein source. Very good job. Thanks for the compliments Minister Qian. This is what a student should do. Perhaps seeing Lin Xiao's discomfort, Qian Guoming also stopped beating around the bush. Mr. Lin Xiao, regarding your batch of gung-ho gold, on behalf of the Longhua government I would like to offer $1 billion to make an acquisition. What do you think? Hearing that there were $1 billion, Lin Xiao was slightly excited. This was twice as much as giving the system a direct recovery. No more than, Minister Qian, it's the student's duty to give a hand for the Dragon Kingdom, and the student isn't looking for a return. Lin Xiao replied with dripping water. His words and expression were calm, which made Qian Guoming look high. You kid, what are you talking about? The big Dragon Kingdom won't take your stuff for nothing. Deng Ping walked up and knocked Lin Xiao's head. 1 billion don't want it for nothing. This loser kid. Ha ha ha, old Deng. Look at them. They are much more generous than you. Qian Guoming laughed. Cut. Deng Ping glared at him. Mr. Lin Xiao, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I thank you. Only these are the resources you risked your life to get. I won't take them for nothing. Moreover, in addition to the $1 billion of cultivation funds, I have also prepared a chance for you. Qian Guoming slowly said. When your cultivation reaches the peak of the late 6th stage, you can have a chance to enter the realm of the ancient altar. Lin Xiao didn't know what this ancient altar realm was, but Li Long, who was standing next to him, was extremely shocked up. The realm of the ancient altar? Minister Qian, are you talking about that ancient altar realm? Li Long was unusually shocked. He looked at Lin Xiao with some incredulity. What a great chance this was. Seeing this, Lin Xiao also inquired curiously. Dare I ask senior, what is the realm of the ancient altar? Qian Guoming slightly glanced at Li Long, who immediately explained towards Lin Xiao. Hundreds of years ago, when our forefathers were just ordinary mortals, a meteorite fell from the sky and opened the era of the awakened. Later, as the awakened developed and became stronger, we also pursued the meteorite that fell from the sky in the beginning, wanting to explore its mysteries, while that meteorite mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind only a tidal wave. After countless tests, that piece of tidal wave possesses an extremely mysterious power. It can greatly enhance the degree of development of the awakened person's supernormal ability, and there was even someone who once directly enhanced the degree of development by 10%, but that tidal wave only appears in small amounts of energy every 50 years, so that area was also completely sealed off by the Dragon Kingdom's higher-ups, naming it the realm of the ancient altar. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy there is extremely dense, making it the best place for a 6th-ranked martial artist to break through to a 7th-ranked martial king to cultivate. This is the realm of the ancient altar. It was one of the most extraordinary secret realms. After hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes also glowed a bit. It could enhance the development of supernatural abilities? That's great. It'll save him a lot of money. And after saying that Li Long was still looking at Lin Xiao with some incredulity, he had only heard of this level of secret realm. Ordinary people were not qualified to touch it. Perhaps he was thinking of a certain lord, and he was slightly relieved. It wouldn't have been a problem if that lord had secretly contributed. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xiao with some envy, and Chen Guoming looked at Lin Xiao. How about that? I guess it shouldn't be considered taking advantage of you. No, senior is joking. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. This had far exceeded his expectations. He was already satisfied with that $1 billion alone. In that case, then I won't stay long. There's still a bunch of things to take care of over there. When you reach the realm I just mentioned you can have Old Ting bring you to me. After saying that, Qian Guoming waved his hand and disappeared. Lin Xiao felt the fluctuations in space and he looked up again and could no longer see the minister's silhouette. Is Minister Qian also a spatial ability awakened? He's a little curious. No, this is the unique sign of a martial exalted powerhouse. Spatial instantaneous transfer. Li Long explained from the side. Just as a 6th-order martial artist would be able to move clouds and fog, the 7th-order martial king's nimble power. The mark of an 8th-order martial master is spatial teleportation. So it is. Lin Xiao's had been resolved. Li Long turned his gaze to Master Tang, who also had a mission this time yet. You do have to thank this student of yours. If he hadn't provided the gungeon, there's nothing I could have done. Master Tang took out several rings, which contained the very weaponry that Li Long needed, and with sufficient resources, it had all been completed. Thank you, Master Tang. Li Long hastily caught it and kept expressing his gratitude. With this equipment, the mortality rate of those low-ranked martial artists could be greatly reduced. Alright, if there's nothing else, you guys can go. Old man, I want to be clean. Farewell. Latecomer. The student excuses himself. The two of them, Li Long and Lin Xiao, bowed to Master Tang and left the place. Lin Xiao, are you staying here or? Li Long looked at Lin Xiao. He didn't realize that Lin Xiao was on a mission. As a teacher at the Military Armed Forces University, he still cares about his own students. Seniorly, I wonder where the school of our military martial university is. Lin Xiao thought of going to school for a while first. Oh, where there's a battlefield. there's a military university. Seeing this, Li Long explained that the military martial university was not like other colleges and universities that had a base of their own, or that the military martial university had countless bases. That's the battlefield. Okay. Lin Xiao also finally woke up. Good guy. It's really worthy of being a military weapon. Li Long was silent for a moment before looking at Lin Xiao. If not, you go with me to the northern battlefield. There's only one enemy there, which is the foreign beasts. Only it might be a bit troublesome if you go there. Don't bother. Students go. Chapter 96, Epiphany. 8-9 Xiangong Minor Achievement. Oh, you're not thinking about it anymore? Don't forget, you're already on the must-kill list on the Fei side. Li Long didn't expect Lin Xiao to answer so dryly. Students are fearless. The district is just. This reply made Li Long's eyes light up. Not bad. Truly worthy of his military martial arts seed. Yes. Lin Xiao followed Li Long on a special plane to the northern battlefield. On the airplane, Lin Xiao closed his eyes. System. Ding. Host I am. Convert all the money I have on me into cultivation points. Ding. It is detected that the host is currently holding 1.3 billion gold coins, which have been converted into 13 million cultivation points. Instant riches. Lin Xiao looked at the broken 10 million cultivation points and got excited. Very good. Laozi is rich now. System. Redeem the 8-9 Xiangong for me. Ding. The 8-9 Xiangong has been exchanged, deducting 5 million cultivation points. At the same time, a large number of complicated and mysterious scriptures appeared in Lin Xiao's mind, revealing the mysteries of heaven and earth in every word, which were raw and difficult to understand. He only felt a burst of pain and dizziness, and this was still after his spiritual power had been transformed into Nimbus. If he had been at the beginning, he would most likely have been brain dead on the spot. Lin Xiao's calm face frowned slightly, although this kind of torture was harmless to him, but he couldn't understand it. Now, isn't Laozi a genius? How come you're so bad at perception? The 8-9 Xiangong had been completely imprinted in its mind, truly worthy of being the first divine skill to open up the heavens and the earth. Half a day's silence. System, is there anything that can increase enlightenment? Ding, the host need not overly force himself. The divine level adding points service will escort you, adding wherever you want. Lin Xiao inexplicably felt a sense of humiliation. He sensed the drop of Panga's essence blood suspended in the system space, and his flesh had long ago become greedy beyond compare. It was close to jumping out and pointing at his Lin Xiao's brain and saying, I'm going to swallow it. He looked at the plus number at the back of the 8-9 metaphysical skills that surfaced on the panel and finally gently tapped on it. 5 million of the cultivation segments disappeared in an instant, and the originally dull 8-9 Xiangong immediately glowed, and the word Xiao Cheng appeared at the back. At the same time, the originally raw and incomprehensible characters suddenly became very rhythmic, and Lin Xiao actually felt traces of some kind of great Dao operation from it. He had an epiphany. Surface. Since the moment Lin Xiao came up, he began to close his eyes and regulate his breath. Li Long saw this as also nodded. Where there is what absolute heavenly pride, the splendor in front of people are behind the efforts of the exchange of. Having such an unprecedented talent, if it was given to an ordinary person, they would have already had their tails up in the air, but Lin Xiao still kept his heart, which was good. Suddenly, an inexplicable rhythm appeared around Lin Xiao's body that was mysterious. Sensing this scene, Li Long's eyes widened. No way? Is this kid really that evil? His insides were freaking out. Naya, if he was right, this should be an epiphany. He was at least a martial king level powerhouse, and in his time he was also said to be a genius, the Junqing of the 10 miles and 8 villages. But epiphanies were something he had only heard of, never experienced. Feeling the increasingly mysterious air currents in the air, and Lin Xiao's increasingly imperceptible figure, Liren finally resigned himself to the situation. At this moment, he really felt a change of times. This era no longer belongs to their generation, but to the young. Counting the winds and streams, we are still looking at the present day. It seems that it's not unlikely that in the near future, another peak powerhouse at the martial saint level will appear in our military martial arts. Li Long looked at Lin Xiao's face. Such a young man, so magnificent. Later, Lin Xiao opened his eyes. The power of the 8-9 Xiangong was only known by those who had practiced it to be truly terrifying. After his unremitting efforts, he had finally cultivated this great Dao technique to the realm of minor accomplishment. Delicately feeling the changes occurring deep within his body, he felt his flesh sublimate, as if every drop of blood, every cell was filled with endless power. That drop of Pangu essence blood hadn't been absorbed yet, and he was worried that something would happen if he absorbed it on the plane. Lin Xiao, was that an epiphany you had just now? The greeting of seniorly came from his ears, and there was a faint hint of envy in his voice. Lin Xiao raised his head. He wasn't too sure. He just felt that just now the whole person was in a very marvelous environment, and what he originally didn't understand was enlightened all of a sudden. Listening to Lin Xiao's explanation, Li Long nodded. That's right, It was an epiphany. There's no hiding the envy anymore. Looks like you kid has gotten stronger again. This moment Lin Xiaoan once compared to seem to have a little introverted. Feel not the past kind of absolutely strong fluctuations. But Li Long will not think so. This Lin Xiao kid was even more terrifying. Elder Li, how much longer? Well, almost an hour or so. Lin Xiao, your cultivation has already reached the middle of the 5th rank, and you're not far from breaking through the 6th rank. Do you have any understanding of what's above the 6th rank? At those words, Lin Xiao shook his head. He had progressed too fast in less than a year, growing directly from an ordinary person who was nothing to a powerful mid-5th ranked martial artist. It's safe to say that his year will perhaps be an accomplishment that no ordinary person could achieve in a lifetime. But this came with one of the more fatal flaws, which was that his knowledge was too scanty. The accumulation of 3 years of high school was directly skipped by him, and many of the knowledge in the books he didn't touch at all. And he didn't even know what the concept of the 10,000 races of the starry sky was when he first entered the source of the Gung vein. It's just as well that I have time now, so I'll tell you briefly. Liren sat down as he looked at the teenager in front of him. Martial artist Ida 6 is considered the first stage, or from the time one breaks through to 6. Everyone's trajectory may have already been characterized. Many martial artists may only be able to break through to the 6th rank in their entire lives, or even fail to reach the 6th rank. And the fundamental reason for this is their talent. And once one breaks through to the 6th rank, then the gap will appear. 6th ranked martial artists can fly in the clouds. It's a sign in the first threshold for us awakened ones to move towards the great Tao of heaven, or it can be interpreted as a watershed. One rank above the 6th rank in one heaven. There is a hard requirement to break through from the 6th to the 7th rank, and that is spiritual power. That's why I said at the beginning that everyone's trajectory would be qualitative. Spiritual power is born when one breaks through the 4th stage, and it can be understood as a sort of visualization of human consciousness. But the average person just knows they have it, but they don't know how to use it, or can't use it. As for the powerhouses of the 7th rank, their spiritual power has undergone a heavenly change, and those who have reached this level have undergone a qualitative change in their spiritual power, and are no longer the puddle of sludge that they originally were. In the world of the 7th order, they have a new exclusive term called spiritual thoughts. Lin Xiao, do you know how terrifyingly powerful a martial king level spiritual thought is? Halfway through his speech, Li Long turned his gaze to the carefully pondering Lin Xiao and smiled faintly. The existence of Nian Li could not be accessed by those who had not reached this level, which was also the reason why there had always been examples of low-ranked martial artists who had crossed over and defeated, but there had never been a 6th-ranked one who had crossed over and defeated a 7th-ranked one. Li Long, as the one who had come over, although Lin Xiao had already shown extraordinary behavior, he still adhered to an old idea, an idea of the one who had come over. That newcomers still needed to be constantly motivated. He suddenly scrunched up his eyes. His eyes instantly became extremely sharp, and his tone even seemed a bit morose. Which Taoist is it? Please show yourself. In his perception, an unfamiliar spiritual thought appeared. It was hard to believe that a martial king was ambushing him on his way, but Lin Xiao's words almost didn't choke him to death. That elderly, is this the spiritual nimbus you're talking about? Chapter 97, the teenager of the times will finally cut through the spell. Li Long looked at the teenager in front of him incredulously. He likewise released his spiritual thoughts and once again sensed it carefully. That's right, it's Lin Xiao. The sight somewhat turned his perception and his outlook on life upside down. How could a 5th-ranked martial artist possess spiritual thoughts? Who is he? Where is he? It's like he's hitting a blind spot in his knowledge. Lin Xiao, where did you get your spiritual thoughts? Ha, Elder Li. The student practiced it. Lin Xiao replied with extreme certainty that this was something that he had worked hard to cultivate and had nothing to do with everything else. Silence. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Li Long suddenly had a thought that grew stronger as he looked at Lin Xiao's somewhat innocent expression. But in the end, he held back. Own students, gotta hold back. That means Lin Xiao, you've already given birth to spiritual thoughts at the middle of the 5th stage, right? He forcibly suppressed the horror within him and inquired as calmly as he could. Seniorly, the student has already broken through to the late 5th stage. Just now, Lin Xiao slightly leaked his breath out, and the moment the 8-9 Xian Gong reached its minor accomplishment, the cultivation within him could not be suppressed and incomparably broke through naturally. It was only because he didn't deliberately highlight it, and again, Liren didn't care too much about it, but instead ignored it. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao clearly felt that seniorly on the opposite side looked like he was forcibly controlling something, and he looked puzzled. Elder Li, you go on to say, what is the role of this spiritual thought power it? The student hasn't really spent too much thought on this, so I'd like to ask Senior Li to give me some advice. It's not working. Li Long couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and disappeared into the cabin. appearing outside. His eyes looked around. It was far away from the city and surrounded by deep forests of dense shrubbery. In his perception, he found a sixth-ranked foreign beast. Narrowing his eyes, he disappeared directly into the area without a word. Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the cabin, vaguely seemed to hear a roar coming out of the outside world, interspersed with some sort of heartbreaking plea for mercy that was extremely humble. A few moments later, Li Long reappeared. At this time, he was somewhat refreshed and looked at Lin Xiao without the same look that he had just given him. Of course, only he knows what happened in between. Senior Li, you party. No problem. There was a small incident. It's been resolved. Let's move on. Where were we? You said spiritual thoughts. Well yeah, I didn't realize you kids were really demonic. At this moment, Li Long was only left with infinite emotions. Really, people are more angry than people. When he thought about it, he had gone to great lengths to be able to break through to spiritual thought. Since you already possess spiritual thoughts, then you already have the ticket to pass through to Martial King. Spiritual thoughts are the mark of a 7th rank Martial King powerhouse, and it has an extremely powerful effect. As your spiritual thoughts continue to grow stronger, it can form a kind of Martial King's oppression. This kind of pressure has an extremely powerful suppressive force on existences below Martial King, as it comes from a spiritual level of oppression. At the same time, spiritual thoughts can do a lot of incredible things, and can even be used as a means of attack, which requires you to slowly figure out. Lastly, spiritual thoughts are able to isolate themselves from the surveys of those lower than them. That is to say, if your spiritual thoughts are strong enough, no one can see through you. Lin Xiao listened attentively. For this aspect, he was indeed a bit weak, and at the moment, this was considered one of his weaknesses. As Li Long spoke, he suddenly thought of something extremely frightening. He looked at Lin Xiao. Why is it that no one has ever been able to break the spell, and that no 6th-ranked martial artist has ever been able to cross over and defeat a 7th-ranked martial artist? Because the Dragon Kingdom had never heard of anyone below the 7th rank being able to possess spiritual thoughts since the Age of Awakened Ones until now. This was the most fundamental reason, and once a 6th-order invincible martial artist possessed spiritual thoughts, would it still be an unbreakable spell for a 6th-order martial artist to fight against a 7th-order martial king? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became and the more shocked he was. Lin Xiao, this kid was really breaking his previous knowledge step by step. Could he really be the legendary True Fate? An invincible heavenly pride that pushed the Dragon Kingdom to the ultimate peak? Will a teenager through the ages finally break the spell? Elder Li, what about the 8th rank? 8th order. Once a martial artist breaks through to the 8th rank, it will be another qualitative leap. The 7th rank is the king, and the 8th rank is called the honor. Which is the martial honor? What is honor? A domain supreme. The strength of a strong person at the level of Martial Zune was beyond the world, and an ordinary person might not even be able to touch a martial king in their entire life, let alone a Martial Zune above a martial king. A martial master, that's a real powerhouse. In the Dragon Kingdom, as long as a family had a martial exalted among them, they could immediately become a powerful family. Above all beings, a martial exalt was not only an existence that ordinary people could not touch, it was likewise a realm that most geniuses spent their entire lives striving for. Wu Zun Ah, the level of Wu Zun is a bit far away from you. All you need to know is that many self-proclaimed demonic prides may not be able to break through to this realm even if they strive hard for their entire lives. Li Long also had a slightly condensed gaze, because this level was also his pursuit at the moment. He was now the peak of the late 7th stage of existence. At the level of Martial King he had stayed for many years, and there had been no opportunity to break through. As for the Martial Saint, the realm above the 10,000 dignitaries is not something that people like him can even think about. Martial Saints were already the existences that stood at the pinnacle of this world. Their every word and action would determine the destiny of countless people, and their every move could bring endless peril to this world. Lin Xiao seems to understand. He had already seen many martial kings, and that kind of kingly aura was indeed extremely powerful, and that eyes that dominated everything was indeed very strong. The martial saint he had also come into contact with was none other than his own teacher, Lin Yaotian, but the martial saint was too far away from him right now. He could only feel powerful, unfathomably powerful, but exactly how strong he didn't know. As for martial exalted, he hadn't really come into contact with it. We're here, the destination is here, the northern battlefield. This was one of the most important border defense battlefields in the Dragon Kingdom, as the opposite bank was precisely the territory of the Alien Beast Alliance, and the one in charge of this place was an extreme powerhouse at the peak of the Martial Zune, Takumu, who had been hailed by countless people in the Dragon Kingdom as the #1 person under the Martial Sage. Even its strength was vaguely able to contend with an average Martial Saint level powerhouse. It is also because of him sitting here. The northern battlefield is still relatively stable. The period of time when the Martial Sage is not out, he is a sea god needle. It's back. Lin Xiao looked at the endless desert that was already an endless dark zone in the distance, and he could sense that it was filled with a huge number of foreign beasts. Family Master. This son Lin Xiao has arrived at the northern battlefield. A middle-aged man lowered his head and reported to the person in front of him. Very well, contact our people. I want Lin Xiao to completely disappear from the northern battlefield. Yes, Lin Xiao, you dared to kill my daughter, so use your life to pay for it. After you die, I will arrest everyone related to you. I'll let the world know that if they dare to touch my Chu Jifeng's daughter, even the most talented demon will only have one end. That's death. Chapter 98 Blood Gas Value 100. 000. Lin Xiao, I've arranged a temporary residence for you. Go ahead and I'll find you later. Liren left with a brief comment that he was going to report on this mission. Oh, yes. Lin Xiao nodded. He also had something to do, and that was to absorb the Pangu essence blood. Coming to his room, he spent a little effort to simply set up a small formation that would isolate the movements in the place for the sake of conservatism. So, let's get started. He had adjusted himself to his best state and the 8-9 mysteries had begun to operate. The original bronze-golden body has been somewhat returned to its roots, no longer emitting dazzling light, but more introverted. But the terrifying pressure emanating from its body surface directly caused space to tremble a little. Everything is ready. Lin Xiao took out the drop of Pangu essence blood from the system space, and as soon as the Pangu essence blood, which was so thick that it was extreme, appeared, Lin Xiao's body showed a strong desire. Swallow it, swallow it. Every pore was hyperventilating to its heart's content. They were starving mad. Without saying anything, Lin Xiao directly swallowed it into his stomach. Boom! The Pangu essence blood directly exploded inside his body, and powerful to the extreme energy was crashing around in Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao's face had turned red and multiple bruises appeared on his body surface. The 8-9 Xian Gong was running wildly, and countless amounts of energy were slowly being absorbed. The blood energy possessed by this drop of Pangu essence blood was too huge. Lin Xiao's blood chi value was rising at a terrifying rate. It had already surpassed the 50,000 mark in a short period of time, and was still rising wildly. This space is filled with endless blood chi. Is this the terror of Pangu's essence blood? Time is ticking away. The energy of that drop of Pangu's essence blood hadn't weakened much at all, but Lin Xiao's body was on the verge of saturation. System. Ding. Host I am. Quickly help me. This Pangu essence blood has too much energy. I'm going to explode. Ding. An incomparably large amount of energy has been detected filling the host's body and is being suppressed. Ding. The crisis is lifted. This is the host's active request. 1 million cultivation points are deducted. Please don't do any more death-defying behavior. After feeling that majestic energy disappear from his body, Lin Xiao's nervous heart finally calmed down. This is too terrifying, isn't it? Is this the Pangu essence blood? Lin Xiao was feeling the changes in his body in detail. His blood chi value had already broken through 100,000. It directly made him go up by 60,000 blood in chi values. The cultivation level that had just broken through had directly reached its peak, and was just a foot away from the 6th rank. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. System, thanks a lot just now. Ding, you're welcome. This system is committed to protecting the host. By the way, system, was the energy of the remaining Pangu essence blood transferred away by you? Lin Xiao suddenly felt extremely lost inside. That drop of essence blood he had only absorbed about 1% at most. Ding, this system has spent a great deal of money to lurk all the remaining energy inside the host. The host only needs to spend 1 million cultivation points to fully absorb the remaining energy again. Phew, Lin Xiao nodded. This time he didn't care about the cultivation points the system demanded. At least this time without the help of the system, he might have been GG. Feel the power emanating from deep within your body. This breakthrough brought him an incomparably great sense of fulfillment, and this kind of power from the bottom of his heart made him enjoy it. Slightly clenching his fist, Lin Xiao felt that his punch could now shatter space, and this flesh. He raised his own fist, and Tao destruction surfaced with his thoughts, coming at his chest. It just left a punch mark and didn't do much damage. Good fellow. Is this the power of the 8-9 Xian Gong? Lin Xiao felt that with his current physical body, he would dare to receive any attack at the martial king level. Time to go out for a spin. Leaving the room, Lin Xiao walked on the road. This was the base camp, where many soldiers rested. Except that Lin Xiao didn't seem to see too many people. What's going on? I remember it being pretty crowded when we first got here. Lin Xiao frowned a little. Could it be that something happened? He rushed forward quickly and appeared above the city gates. Lin Xiao, you're out of the gate? Li Long was standing above the guard gate. He nodded when he saw Lin Xiao. He had wanted to go and find him. Only this kid had closed down directly. This was too hardworking. Elder Li, what happened? Lin Xiao took a step forward. He clearly felt that the atmosphere was a bit oppressive. It's nothing. It's just that the gang is starting to make small moves. Li Long's voice was slightly cold. Since the time he left, quite a few survey squads had been attacked by foreign beasts, and many people had even lost their lives as a result. How can they stand this? Immediately, a martial king powerhouse appeared and sternly scolded the other party to ask if they wanted to tear up the agreement. Come as you are. The Dragon Kingdom fears nothing. On the contrary, the Fey Alliance did not have any strong people to come out and explain, choosing to remain silent, which made the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom laugh in anger. Think you can get away with it by being silent? With the consent of Takumu, many people had already launched counterattacks towards the Fey Alliance, led by the strongest of the martial kings. At one point they fought their way to the other side of the river. Like a signal, the Fiend Alliance side also finally made a move, and quite a few martial king-level fiend beasts appeared to lead the wave of fiend beasts under them to start a counterattack. This battlefield is too big. The battle line was stretched a bit long, and all of the strong martial kings who were originally defending the city went out to fight. The Alien Beast Alliance didn't back down either, and similarly deployed a large number of alien beasts for a counterattack. The good thing was that the highest combat power of the two forces that had appeared on the battlefield as of now was still controlled at the level of Martial King, and in the end, they didn't completely tear their faces off. Humph, do you really think my Dragon Kingdom is afraid of them? If you want to fight, then fight. Li Long had already handed out the weapons and equipment he had brought with him, greatly improving the combat abilities of the martial artists. With countless battles taking place every day, the northern battlefields are now in a state of secondary combat. He was the only martial king left in the city to keep watch, fearing that some leaky fish might come and sneak in. That's right, Lin Xiao. Since you've emerged from the customs, go forward and fight. Truly strong people are killed in battle. Li Longi turned around as he looked at Lin Xiao. He believed that the teenager in front of him would definitely blossom into the overwhelming brilliance that belonged to him. Yes, Lin Xiao assumed a standard military posture. While you were in seclusion, the above has already made arrangements for you. You are now attached to Military Spirit Squad 7038. The captain is a 7th-ranked martial king named Shu Tian. They have already departed to the south. You immediately head to join them at this moment. Remember, everything changes rapidly on the battlefield. Kill the enemy and protect yourself at the same time. Li Long became serious. Although he was the director of instruction of the military martial arts, and although Lin Xiao was a student of the military martial arts, he would not be deliberately protective because of this. Just like the iron law that the military martial arts university had always followed, strong people were killed. Roger that. After Lin Xiao received the order, he immediately set off towards the south. At this moment, his silent heart began to become restless. The battlefield was filled with blood and bones, and the air was filled with the putrid stench of blood and a strong fury. It made his heart grow extremely cold. Along the way, he encountered quite a few fallen beasts. The strength was all weak, and the strongest was only around the 3rd rank. Ding! Detected the host killing a foreign beast, rewarding 10 cultivation points. As his strength grew stronger, killing weaker fey beasts no longer gave too many cultivation points, but a mosquito's leg was still meat. Running furiously along the way, Lin Xiao soon penetrated deep into the interior of the battlefield. There's a huge battle fluctuation up ahead. Captain, it looks like someone's coming. Could it be reinforcements? But we didn't send a distress signal either? A martial artist who was fighting detected Lin Xiao's figure. He was immediately alerted. The figure was unfamiliar. I'm Lin Xiao. May I ask if this is Military Spirit Squad 7038? Lin Xiao's voice came from the distance. A martial king at the head of the group's expression flickered slightly as he expressionlessly looked at the teenager who was continuously charging not far away. A trace of coldness lurking in the depths of his eyes that no one could detect. The target has appeared. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to take a day off and make up for it tomorrow and the next 2 days. Chapter 99, Wave of Fey. Lin Xiao. I'm the head of Military Spirit Team 7038, Shu Tian. Shu Tian's face didn't change. As a martial king, this battlefield was under his command. Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward and confirmed his identity while giving a military salute. Captain Chu, Lin Xiao is late. Please forgive me. It's not a problem. I've already received news that the enemy will organize a wave of foreign beasts soon. You quickly head to the west side and make sure to hold it. Shu Tian looked deeply at Lin Xiao. Is the war so tense already? Lin Xiao nodded his head and led the order. He didn't dare to delay and immediately set off in the direction of the west. Looking at Lin Xiao's departing back, Shu Tian's gaze flickered slightly and subtly. On the west side of the battlefield, there were also quite a few members of the Military Spirit 7038 squad here, who had already had quite a few fights with the alien beasts in this place. Everyone be careful down there. The captain just sent word that there might be a beast wave later. A strong man whose strength had reached the late 6th stage opened his mouth to the crowd. His voice filled with harshness. Beast tide? Damn it! How could there be a beast tide? Voices trembled slightly, and some of the team members had worried faces. To be able to call it a beast tide, the number of those foreign beasts was no more than usual, and they were a bit worried. there's another one coming. Someone noticed Lin Xiao's figure. I'm Lin Xiao. It's your team member. Lin Xiao immediately identified himself as soon as he appeared, which was important on the battlefield. The crowd stopped paying attention to Lin Xiao's strength after noticing that his strength was at the late 5th stage, and such strength could only be ranked as medium to low amongst them. That peak late 6th stage martial artist stood in the void, his gaze always looking into the distance. Abrupt, a black dot appeared in the middle of his vision. This black spot was getting bigger and bigger, and at that moment the ground appeared to tremble and the vibration felt bigger and bigger. Not good. It's a beast tide. The late 6th ranked martial artist immediately sent a message to all the martial artists in this place that the beast tide was coming. Without his reminder, everyone had already felt that overwhelming sense of oppression as dark shadows appeared in their vision. Everyone be careful. This wave of foreign beasts isn't very strong. The powerful ones are in the back. Lin Xiao had also quietly radiated his spiritual thoughts out. Good lord. It was all foreign beasts. Countless foreign beasts were pounding towards them, and the average person might have started to get weak in the knees when they saw this scene. Rumble. Rumble, rumble, the earth was trembling, the two parties were getting closer and closer. Countless low-ranked alien beasts were charging madly, their eyes filled with blood-red blood. Everyone, the horn of battle sounded, countless attacks rushed up into the sky, chaos and dust filled the sky, and blood flowed in an instant. A martial artist who can appear here has at least the strength of the 5th rank. Although the number of the first wave of foreign beasts was very large, they were all ferocious beasts of the 1st to 3rd rank, and there was no room to fight back. Lin Xiao had already rushed in. He was like a god of war. A fist was swung out, and the terrifying fist power directly killed hundreds of foreign beasts. And there was actually a blank area for a short period of time. It was just that there were so many alien beasts that they didn't fear death at all, charging forward mindlessly, even if they knew they would surely die. Space obliteration. Lin Xiao's godly eyes flashed as his powerful spatial alien energy burst out. Countless foreign beasts were instantly corpses and bones, and the killing power of this move was an invincible existence on this kind of battlefield. In just an instant, Lin Xiao once again killed an unknown number of people, with only the sudden appearance of a blank area highlighting his terror. Quite a few people noticed this scene, and they looked at the teenagers somewhat incredulously as they killed the foreign beasts. Who is this man? Where did the fierce man come from? Never heard of it. It seems to be called Lin Xiao. What a terrifying teenager. Some of them had already killed quite a few alien beasts, and killing this kind of low-ranked alien beasts wasn't difficult for them, but that also took time. Lin Xiao was already on the verge of killing madness. He continuously swung his fists, black and gold emerging above both fists as the Dao perished. This was the weapon that Master Refiner Deng Ping had custom forged for him, and it was releasing the overwhelming brilliance that belonged to it right now on this battlefield. With the grand completion fist intent, Lin Xiao now had countless foreign beasts being blown up with every punch he swung. The system's voice in his head was dropping frantically. Ding! Detected the host killing the Fey beast. Finally, this killing of his finally caused those foreign beasts to appear fearful, and after blasting out countless punches once again, a blank area once again appeared around Lin Xiao. Only this time, those low-ranked alien beasts actually didn't dare to rush forward. They were somewhat afraid of this teenager in front of them. Countless corpses were piled higher than the city towers. The sand here had been dyed scarlet, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Lin Xiao looked at the foreign beasts that didn't dare to come forward and stepped out with one foot. He has killed excitement. This was just a few moments of work, and he didn't know how many more cultivation points he had. The blade of nothingness. Countless hidden blades appeared out of nowhere. They cut through space and slaughtered indiscriminately amongst the alien beasts. No Fey can escape the call of death. Under the void blade's overwhelming killing, the heads of countless foreign beasts were severed, their corpses separated from each other, and bright red blood stained half of the sky. Lin Xiao was really killing mad. He took one step into the sky. Divine rays of light coalesce in the air in brilliant and eye-catching splendor. Lin Xiao's feet stepped on splendor, and the space-time god's eyes were flickering madly. This gesture attracted all eyes to it. What's he going to do? Everyone looked at that figure and involuntarily trembled inwardly, feeling as if they were meeting the god's teenager. Lin Xiao's gaze looked toward the group of foreign beasts that had begun to slowly retreat, and an icy voice slowly came out of his mouth. Time storm. The twisted power of time and space is reproduced. Under Lin Xiao's manipulation, the temporal sacred law origin and the temporal god's eyes trembled, and infinite temporal rules instantly filled the air. That space was enveloped by the relentless power of time and space. Countless foreign beasts couldn't stop trembling. Their eyes slowly became clear, and the sweaty hairs on their torsos all stood straight up. This. All the human soldiers rubbed their eyes. What did they see? An unseen storm appeared in that twisted space. A head of foreign beasts strangely disappeared in their eyes, their carcasses turning into a speck of dust, the power of time making them completely vanish from this world without leaving a trace. What a terrifying tactic. Many late-stage peak 6th-ranked powerhouses watched in horror, and even from a distance, they could feel the overwhelming terror in it. Looking at the young man above the sky, a trace of scorn appeared in their gazes, but more than that, it was awe from the bottom of their hearts. In the army, strong men were respected everywhere they went. Phew! In the void, Lin Xiao gently blew out a breath. With his current strength base, releasing this move no longer required him to exhaust himself to the point of weakness as in the past. It's just a bit of a shame about the bodies. Immediately, he swept his gaze to the other corpses on the ground. System, recycle them all. Ding! Recovery successful. Only to see him wave his hand. Countless corpses of foreign beasts instantly disappeared. Many people watched this scene with some changes in their faces, but no one made any noise. On the battlefield, if you're strong enough, no one will look for trouble. All of you seize the time to recover your strength. The beast tide is not over yet. Someone spoke up and warned. This is just the first wave. There's more to come. Lin Xiao sensed the situation inside his body. The ocean-like foreign energy as well as his inexhaustible physical strength was his true bottom line. Today, I'm going to kill enough. Chapter 100, Ruthless Killing Machines. Everyone's trying to regain their strength. It's going to be a constant battle. This time, the beast tide is not only happening here. Countless other battlefields are rioting. This was a premeditated attack. Look out everyone. It's coming. The ground once again came the feeling of trembling vibration. This time the black shadows seem to be thinner than just a trace, but the oppressive feeling coming from the air has not weakened. Instead it seems to be a little stronger. In Lin Zhao's senses, the strength of the foreign beast this time was a notch stronger than just now. There were already 4th-ranked Fey beasts appearing in that black press of beasts, and there were quite a few of them. That's not exactly good news, because who knows if there's a stronger one waiting in the wings. Coming. Needless to say, everyone had already felt that fluctuation, and this time, the group of foreign beasts was even weirder than the last wave. They were still crazy, but the craziness surprisingly had the presence of order, no longer rushing around in a haphazard manner like just now, as if someone was directing them from behind. Everyone, someone roared up to the sky. Carved in the depths of the bones of the blood feud does not need any catalyst to ferment, as long as the meeting is bound to be the result of one dead and one alive. A shocking battle erupted once again in this place. And after the battle just now, the group of foreign beasts that surrounded Lin Xiao became even more numerous. The level of strength was also much stronger than the next person, and even quite a few 4th-rank alien beasts launched fierce attacks in his direction. Lin Xiao was targeted. The clarity in their eyes had completely disappeared. This was a daring force. Their sole purpose was to use their bodies to consume the human in front of them. Kill. Countless quantities of alien beasts charged towards Lin Xiao without any regard for death. Fist breaks the sky. A punch to open the sky. The powerful punch seemed to blast through the void and shatter the heavens. Not the slightest fluctuation appeared on Lin Zhao's extremely indifferent face as he attacked, attacking without regard for consumption. With every punch, countless foreign beasts fell, and with every glance, countless corpses instantly appeared. A real bloodbath. Lin Xiao, who was standing in the center, had long since turned scarlet in his robes. A boundless aura of ferocity filled his entire body, and the extreme killing set him off as an absolute killing god. On the battlefield, he is the wielder of death, the arbiter of fate. Every beast he locked onto could not escape its destiny. Void scripture, he yelled, beginningless, indestructible and everlasting. It seemed as if a figure appeared in the void. With his back to the living world, his heart had its own invincible gas, and he was only fearless of all enemies. The shadow moved. He lifted one hand and tapped it gently. The powerful fluctuations instantly obliterated the countless foreign beasts that were charging. A vacuum once again appeared around Lin Xiao. This kind of situation made countless people confused once again. Just now, what kind of existence was that figure just now? Some people stuttered and couldn't believe their eyes. Some were silent, probably too shocked to speak. They had no time to rest at all when they were fighting with all their might here. And that teenager's one strike was a heavenly collapse. In the deepest part of the beast's tide, a shadow with terrifying fluctuations around it was watching every move on the battlefield, and its gaze was likewise attracted by Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao's face clearly appeared in its field of vision, the airflow in the space here actually experienced an extremely strong fluctuation. Damn human, you finally showed up. Its heart was extremely furious the moment it saw Lin Xiao's face, and its body emitted incomparably terrifying fluctuations that shook the surrounding trees and mats to pieces. One moment, countless instructions were hidden into the void. It still stared at Lin Xiao, who was continuously killing, in a deathly, morose manner. Equal. Chu Tian has also been secretly observing Lin Zhao's every move, truly worthy of being an absolute heavenly pride. He was also surprised by Lin Zhao's strength, and had he not gotten the news in advance that such a supreme demon had appeared in his team, he would have been happier. Only, you've offended the wrong person and are doomed to not live. The air was slightly cold. Chu Tian had been fighting on the northern battlefield for many years, and had been placed here by his family since he first graduated from school. One step at a time to where we are today. Strength also broke through to the 7th rank with the family's support. Originally, with his talent he might not be able to break through to Martial King for the rest of his life, so he was grateful to his family. He was from the imperial capital's powerful family, the Chu family. The Chu family's status in the entire Dragon Kingdom was not low, and it was ranked in the middle of the pack amongst the powerful families, because the Chu family didn't only have one martial exalt. Looking at Lin Zhao's figure as he fought hard to kill, Chu Tian's killing intent suddenly appeared in the depths of his eyes. Not yet. Battleground. Lin Zhao was still killing like crazy. He was like a tireless killing machine. No matter how many foreign beasts came, he would kill them all. This wave of foreign beasts was actually slaughtered by him alone for nearly half of the foreign beasts. All of the people guarding this place could not help but feel a kind of awe when they looked at him, which was the absolute reverence for the strong, as well as the respect for the strong from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Zhao used his strength to win the respect of everyone in this place. Too fierce. Jedi killer. Fey Reaper. No one paid attention to Lin Zhao's cultivation level anymore. In their eyes, Lin Zhao was the absolute killing god on the battlefield. Lin Zhao's great power had caused this beast tide, which should have been in a protracted battle, to be short-lived once again. Everyone did not forget to cast a look of awe at that figure while recovering their strength. After 2 rounds of fighting, the alien energy in Lin Zhao's body had finally been slightly depleted, but he still didn't sit on the ground like the others did, because in just this moment's effort, those consumed powers had already recovered as before. The 8-9 Xian Gong gave him an incomparably powerful physique, and the mixed Yuan Infinite Great Tao Scripture gave him an absolutely unparalleled base and a recovery power that was unimaginable to ordinary people. And those battles in the Huanyu Endless Avenue space had honed his willpower to a limit beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Maybe it's true what he said himself, except for the fact that his psychic powers are barely a weakness. In other aspects, he had already surpassed any other heavenly pride in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the Starry Sky 10,000 races. The extreme loftiness of the young man had begun to be displayed step by step to the world. Is it over? Many people looked into the distance. Half a day had passed, and there was still no movement on the part of the foreign beasts. Could it be that the beast wave is over? But the extreme oppression that filled the air was what made everyone not dare to have the slightest look of slackness. These scenes are like the last calm before the storm. There were already many attentive people who voiced out a reminder. Everyone, pay attention. The wave of foreign beasts isn't over yet. They looked their stony eyes into the distance. It seems to be condensing there. There were many extremely powerful auras that were constantly converging together, and there was even no lack of fluctuations of the 6th rank. How so? A strong look of worry had appeared on some people's faces. A 6th order beast tide? This is horrible. Is the Fey Alliance going to launch a general attack? Even the other side of that riverbank resounded with a terrifying roar. His voice was filled with extreme killing intent. They're coming. Chapter 101 10,000 Calamities Without Extinction. Here we go. They're coming. Everyone's expression had been grave to the extreme, because in their perception, this wave of foreign beasts was unprecedentedly powerful. The thousands of shadows that stood at the very back of the beast tide emitted fluctuations that were all of the 6th rank, plus an uncountable number of 3rd order, 4th order, and 5th order. It's too scary. What to do? When someone saw this scene, there was actually a hint of fear in his heart that he would die. Asterisk. A bunch of mongrels. I've already killed enough. It's not a loss to kill one more, but it's a blood profit to kill 2. Quickly, call for backup. Everyone had different ideas, but everyone realized it was going to be a slog. Even they might die in this wave of beasts. Someone had already launched a distress signal into the air, expecting a large force to come to their aid, and they might not be able to hold it off, but they were disappointed. At this moment, the entire northern battlefield was plunged into a bitter struggle. An incomparably powerful wave of beasts had appeared in every region. This was definitely a premeditated war. Li Long, who was far away on the protective city, was also extremely cold, and the entire northern battlefield was covered by a glance from the position he occupied. Within view, the wave of foreign beasts was in full swing. All the squads they sent out encountered fierce attacks from the beasts. There were already quite a few battlefields killed to the eyeballs, and there were even already Martial King powerhouses down. On the battlefield their human side was actually caught in a bitter battle for a while. After all, they were facing the entire alien beast alliance. What the hell do you want? Li Long's morose gaze looked towards the deepest part of the dark forest. This battle was no small fight. He immediately reported the situation to the highest levels of the place. As the main camp guarding the northern battlefield, the high-end strength here should not be underestimated as well. In addition to the first person under the martial saint, Tuoba Mu, there were likewise quite a few other strong people at the martial Zun level. When each of them stomped their feet, the entire Dragon Kingdom might shake a little. On top of a large hall, Several figures appeared at the same time. The aura fluctuations emanating from each of them were extremely terrifying, and martial kings didn't dare to be the slightest bit reckless in front of them. The leader of the group, Takumu, sat in his seat as he looked at the news coming from below without any fluctuation on his cold face. Are these guys trying to tear up the agreement? The person who spoke was named Gongsun Ming, and his strength had reached the middle of the 8th rank. He's a veteran martial master. He also had another identity, being the old ancestor of the Gongsun family, a powerful family. At this moment, his face was cold, his face was filled with killing intent, and his entire cultivation was truly killed from the battlefield. Gongsun brother, there is no need to be angry because of these if they really dare to tear up the agreement. Then take this opportunity to directly destroy them. This person's name was Bingley, and she was the only female amongst the many martial exalted present, with a country-like appearance. But if you are familiar with her, you know that it's a fierce mess when it comes to fighting, a true woman of the world. Everyone, I just sensed the appearance of a martial exalt's aura on the other side. Tuobamu looked at the crowd. Just in the moment just now, his powerful divine sense sensed a hint of an extremely subtle fluctuation from within space. What? Are they really going to start a big war? A martial exalted powerhouse was already an overwhelmingly strong fighting force. If a martial exalted person made a move on the battlefield, it was no longer considered a small fight, but rather a killing fire. In the era when martial saints were not present, martial exalts were already at the top. The Alien Beast Alliance had actually sent out a martial exalt? They can't sit on their hands. A martial exalted powerhouse was already able to forcibly control a side of the heavens and earth, and to those below martial exalted, it was a dimensional descending blow. The only one who could beat a martial honor was a martial honor. Which of you will go in this battle? Since the other side has the shadow of a martial exalt appearing, then we must also send out a martial exalt. Those present were furtive, and there was murderous intent in their eyes. Which one who can cultivate to martial exalt doesn't have blood on his hands? It's better if I go. A silhouette stood up, and it was the only female martial exalt amongst all of them. Bingley. Her strength was strong enough to rank in the middle of the crowd, and her cultivation had even reached the peak of the middle of the 8th rank. The others were silent for a moment after seeing her. Then Bingley, you'll be the one to go this time. Takumu directly finalized it, and he was also more assured of Bingley's strength. Above the battlefield, endless attacks raged. The air echoed with endless sounds of killing, and the river that ran through the two realms had long been dyed red with scarlet blood. The originally gloomy sky became even more bleak under the infiltration of the endless fury. There are corpses everywhere, not only of beasts, but also of humans. Weapon debris was everywhere, and everyone had put their best foot forward in this fight. Lin Xiao was surrounded by countless foreign beasts from the start. The strength of the Fey beasts that surrounded him was at least at the 4th rank, and there were a large number of 5th ranks. And this group of Fey beasts trapped Lin Xiao dead in place, and Lin Xiao was surrounded by an endless number of corpses, all of which were of foreign beasts. His eyes had long since become incomparably cold, cold to the extreme. With endless killing intent, he threw punch after punch of attacks, stacking body after body in front of him. This space was already under his complete control. The space-time sacred law origin was trembling, and the space-time rules here had already been tampered with by Lin Xiao. His attacks are fast, and in the eyes of the Fey, his attacks were slow. Therefore, countless foreign beasts rushed forward without regard to life and death, but they died without even being able to get close to Lin Xiao's 5-meter radius. The fist intent of the great completion displayed a supreme sharpness on the battlefield. The fist intent penetrated through heaven and earth, and there was no invincibility for me. Finally, a 6th-ranked foreign beast couldn't help itself. They blew the horn of attack, and hundreds of foreign beasts that emitted the fluctuations of the 6th-rank group together and killed towards Lin Xiao. The terrifying pressure that made people's hearts palpitate caused many Dragon Country martial artists who were close to Lin Xiao to involuntarily retreat backward. It's over. Can the Absolute Slayer hold out? There were quite a few people who looked at Lin Xiao with worry in their eyes. This number of strength of foreign beasts attacking in a group. If the target was them, then they would die without a burial place. There were also quite a few 6th-order powerhouses who rushed towards Lin Xiao's direction. They couldn't just watch their comrades die here. No need to come over. An indifferent voice rang out and Lin Xiao rose up with one foot in the sky as he spoke out to stop the crowd that was about to come and help. Followed by, he swept his gaze towards the group of 6th-ranked foreign beasts, the divine light in his eyes shining madly as he raised his own hands, morose and cold, with infinite killing intent. 10,000 searches without destruction. SS grade martial art. 10,000 searches without destruction. There is no extinction of the 10,000 kulpas. No extinction of the 10,000 kulpas. This was an overwhelmingly powerful spatial martial skill, and under the execution of Lin Xiao's dual super SSS grade temporal and spatial abilities, it erupted with its extreme and terrifying killing power. You've probably been through a lot of in your life, and your ultimate calamity shall be destruction. If not, then it is for me to overthrow you. Truly, there is no extinction in the world. This was a domain-type spatial martial skill. Lin Zhao's hands directly trapped all of those hundreds of 6th-ranked foreign beasts in the space of 10,000 calamities, and each of them was experiencing countless calamities. They hiss, they bleed, they begin to flinch, they show fear. There is no extinction of 10,000 kalpas, and one extinction seals 10,000 kalpas. They end up in destruction. Hundreds of 6th-order alien beasts were obliterated on the spot by Lin Zhao with a single move, not even leaving behind their bones. Scary as hell. This scene frightened everyone, not only the Fey beasts, but also the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom. Is this the true strength of the Absolute Slayer God? Someone rubbed his eyes. The shock of the scene was so strong that it made him doubt himself a little. Yes, some people were so excited that they had already killed to the limit themselves at that moment, but they were still so fervent by Lin Zhao's action that they ignored the lack of strength in their bodies and fought with the foreign beasts once again. They see hope. The distress signal had been sent out for so long, and no one had come yet. Many people had begun to feel desperate. However, Lin Zhao suddenly erupted with an extremely bright light. He was like a light of hope that instantly illuminated the haze in everyone's hearts. There is still hope for this battle. And one more for today. Chapter 102. Today, I will kill the king. Lin Zhao was so powerful that he killed hundreds of 6th-order alien beasts in a single strike, causing many people to see the hope of survival. Only, he had completely become a thorn in the side of all the Fey beasts. Endless roars resounded through the clouds, and the remaining thousands of 6th-order alien beasts all stared deathly at Lin Zhao's figure as a strange voice appeared in their minds. Kill him. Kill the human before you. The appearance of this voice caused all of the foreign beasts to lose all of their sanity, displaying their native forms and launching the fiercest attacks towards Lin Zhao. Thousands of huge bodies were charging toward Lin Zhao. The teenager's slightly depressed back appeared a little small at this moment, like a grain of dust in the universe. But he's Lin Zhao, a teenager destined to be on top of the world. Kill. Indifference to the extreme is ruthlessness. On this battlefield, Lin Zhao had completely killed the sky. Countless foreign beasts died under his hands. Under this kind of horrible killing, if there was no sufficiently resolute willpower, ordinary people would have long gone crazy. The killing is still going on. Thousands of 6th-rank alien beasts were surrounding Lin Zhao as they defiantly attacked him. The battle situation on the entire west side had unexpectedly entered a complete white-hot stage because of Lin Zhao alone, and the foreign beasts had all fallen into a state of endless madness. They completely disregarded the presence of other human martial artists and all of them launched themselves towards Lin Zhao. Stop! Some people were desperately trying to stop them. Lin Zhao was the hope of all of them. He absolutely could not be surrounded and killed to death by the foreign beasts. The martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom went crazy as well. The whole battlefield is in chaos. There were more and more foreign beasts surrounding Lin Zhao, and that teenager was alone fighting tens of thousands of foreign beasts to the death. Every second, the huge carcasses of the alien beasts spilled out indiscriminately, and the area had long since lost a safe place to land, full of stumps and broken corpses. Hurry! Get up there and help! Someone was lying on the ground tearing his heart out. He had completely lost his strength. The alien energy in his body had long been exhausted. He couldn't even move. His body was covered with wounds, and there was a blood scar on his back that went deep into his bone marrow. Originally, he was going to be killed by the Fey Beast, but his opponent suddenly turned his spearhead towards Lin Zhao, and even gave up killing him to rush towards Lin Zhao. He lay on the ground shouting his voice hoarse, his right hand still pounding his legs. He wanted to get up. He could fight again. Time was ticking away. There had been many martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom who had died in battle, and there were many ancestors buried in this desert, and their descendants had not disappointed them. This was an inheritance hidden deep within the bloodline of every bloodthirsty Dragon Kingdom martial artist. They inherited the legacy of their forefathers, and threw their heads in blood on this battlefield in order to guard the 10,000 families behind them. Perhaps unlike our forefathers, the forefathers who died in battle were using their own lives to stall for time, just for the faintest glimmer of hope that didn't exist, and they went to their deaths for hope, because, it seems, they had waited for the glimmer of hope that did not exist. Lindsay, an extremely young teenager, but with a strength that made countless people look at him. On the battlefield, God's might was great, killing the foreign beasts and routing them. In him, many veterans of the battlefield all saw a glimmer of hope. The young man who stood above the void, his feet stepping on splendor and shining with endless eye-catching divine aura, was actually visualizing the hope in all of their hearts at this moment. Kill! There were more and more foreign beasts gathered here, all coming from all directions, all rushing towards that teenager without any regard for life and death. Likewise, the number of martial artists gathered here is also increasing. This is no longer a small front, but has evolved into a large battlefield. Not good. There's a 7th order foreign beast. Lin Zhao, who was still being surrounded by numerous Fey beasts, didn't know that he had already been targeted by a Fey beast of the 7th rank. He was killing every moment now. and the baleful aura on his body was getting more and more massive. He had already killed his eyes red. The surrounding alien beasts looked like they couldn't be killed, killing one and coming back. Thousands of sixth-order alien beasts were killed by less than a few hundred by him alone. Scarlet blood chi filled the air, coloring the sky blood red. God seems to be crying. He's still killing. After killing up to this point, he was somewhat unable to stop, and the alien energy in his body had been depleted by more than half. Space obliteration. The space-time god's eyes trembled as he manipulated space once again, and in an instant, dozens more foreign beasts had their lives taken away by him. Abrupt, an extremely powerful attack appeared in the void and struck him. The sudden killing move attacked him off guard, and he was knocked back hundreds of meters on the spot, leaving a deep drag mark on the ground. The repulsed Lin Xiao gently spat. The attack was strong, but his flesh was stronger. Cold eyes looked into the distance. That attack just now had gone beyond the realm of a 6th stage Fey beast. A 7th stage Martial King level Fey beast had struck out at him. He released his spiritual thoughts completely. Without realizing it, this out of battlefield had actually already had a Martial King come down. In his perception, no less than 2 digits of the aura of 7th ranked foreign beasts had already appeared, and likewise, there were Martial King powerhouses on their side to check and balance them. That strike just now was a certain 7th ranked foreign beast that was close to him taking the opportunity to sneak in. Lin Xiao, are you alright? Chu Tian's voice came from the air, and the foreign beast that had sneaked up on Lin Xiao was none other than his opponent, the flame-slaying Qin demon beast. He looked at Lin Xiao with great concern and an apologetic look appeared on his face. Lin Xiao shook his head. That's good. You are strong. You should be invincible under the Martial King. The Martial King level foreign beasts will be held back by us. You take the opportunity to kill as many of these as you can. Chu Tian gave the order, and with a stern expression, he struck out to stop the flame-slaying Qin demonic beast in front of him while transmitting his voice to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at him without any fluctuations in his calm gaze and gently nodded his head. In an instant, he reappeared in the center of the battlefield. The blade of nothingness. Countless sharp hidden blades appeared, launching a merciless killing spree in the group of foreign beasts. And Chu Tian, who was looking at this scene, his expression was flickering constantly. While he was dragging the enemy down, he was subliminally approaching Lin Xiao, as if he was looking for a moment. Lin Xiao was still immersed in killing. Thousands of 6th-order alien beasts were about to be slaughtered by him alone. Kill this human. This voice once again appeared in the minds of all the 7th-ranked foreign beasts. They did not lose their sanity like the other Fey beasts, but they still turned their gazes to Lin Xiao in death, without the owner of the voice reminding them. This teenager would surely die. There were too many dead souls of foreign beasts under his command, so young yet so magnificent. His astonishment made countless foreign beasts chilled. If this son is not removed, he will become a great danger. But the martial kings amongst the humans were not vegetarians either, and which one who could cultivate to the level of martial king was not the stream of heavenly pride in his mouth when he was young. They similarly noticed Lin Xiao, and the strength of this teenager shocked them beyond measure. At the same time, they also noticed the frenzied behavior of the foreign beasts, and the attacks on their hands became even more intense. Is the heavenly pride of the Dragon Kingdom not something you can touch? Boom! A silhouette descended from the sky, and the ground was actually smashed out into a huge crater. Lin Xiao, run! There was weakness in his voice, as if he had suffered an extremely serious injury. Lin Xiao raised his eyes. It was Chu Tian. At this moment, Chu Tian was miserable. His body was covered with wounds everywhere. His face was incredibly pale, and he kept spitting blood out of his mouth. He had been defeated by his opponent. Come on, run! He shouted towards Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with eagerness. As for his opponent, the flamethrower violin demonic beast similarly turned its gaze towards Lin Xiao. A powerful pressure poured out, filled with killing intent. No good. Some martial kings were greatly dismayed to see this scene. They wanted to go forward to stall the beast, but their opponents became even more frantic and deadlocked them, preventing it from going forward to help. Chu Tian the punk. There were martial kings who were incomparably angry. Chu Tian had lost too quickly, and the other martial kings were still on their way to support them. They looked at Lin Xiao and worry appeared in their eyes. This teenager was definitely a true supreme heavenly pride. If he fell in this way, it would be a loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom. After Lin Xiao blasted out another punch to kill the beast in front of him, there were no more beasts approaching him. There was only the Flamer Slayer harp demonic beast in the air that emitted a powerful pressure. Kid, your life ends here. A bloodthirsty arrogance was mixed in with the rough voice. Lin Xiao raised his head. This was the second time he had faced a 7th-order existence. But today, he's not the same youthful boy he was back then. The terrifying pressure coming from the air couldn't produce any suppression on him, and the incomparably strong physique directly ignored the other party's pressure. He stepped on the sky, the light of his divinity shining on the earth, his blood-stained hair disheveled in the air, and the battlefield resounded with his endless arrogance. Today, Lin Xiao will kill the king. Chapter 103, Lin Xiao's strength. The young man's domineering words lingered in the air for a long time, and the overwhelming elegance that belonged to him officially kicked off from here. What did he just say? He says he wants to kill the king. Countless jaws dropped. Lin Xiao, back off. The support will be here soon. Don't try to be brave. A martial king spoke in a deep voice, feeling that this absolute heavenly pride was a bit of a bully. In the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom for hundreds of years, there has never been a person who has defied the martial king. What's more, this martial king had already sensed that Lin Xiao's strength had yet to break through to the 6th rank, which caused a slight rise and fall within him. After all, I am still young and love to show off, but this is a battlefield, so I can't play small. Lin Xiao, your mission is to kill more low-level foreign beasts. There was already a martial king who had freed his hand and he quickly approached Lin Xiao. This was a battlefield belonging to the martial king tier. He looked at the youngster's figure and didn't deny the other party's natural talent. There were just some words he didn't say for fear of striking the heart of this heavenly pride. The reason why an existence at the martial king level was honored by the world as a king was simple. Everyone who breaks through to this tier on their own is a king amongst 10,000. That was truly a heavenly pride in 10,000 miles, and without reaching that tier, one would never know how powerful a martial king really was. Lin Xiao, get out of here. Leave this to me. Seeing that Lin Xiao stood still and did not leave, this martial king once again spoke out to rebuke him. Elder, Lin Xiao still wanted to open his mouth to explain, but was stopped by a look from this martial king. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly, and since he, Lin Xiao, had the strength, he had to extend his advantage indefinitely, rather than losing his life here just to make a splash. Human martial king, do you think you've got me? The flamethrower violin beast opened its bloody mouth, and its arrogant gaze kept scanning the two humans standing in front of it. It stared at Lin Xiao's body and kept licking its tongue. It would kill Lin Xiao today. The human martial king's eyes were equally sharp. He was no vegetarian, and in his hands a powerful alien energy had already begun to coalesce. Come out! The flamethrower Qin demonic beast looked at the two of them. Jie. A shadow that exuded powerful fluctuations appeared. Surprisingly, it was another 7th-ranked foreign beast. How? The human martial king looked at this scene and felt a great sense of dismay. This was not right. Their support should not be this fast. The 7th-order foreign beast that had just appeared immediately fought with this martial king powerhouse, and only Lin Xiao and the flame-slaying Qin demonic beast were left at the scene again. Human boy, I told you no one can save you today. The flamer slayer Qin demonic beast was laughing openly. On the ground, the rather fragile Chu Tian was still struggling, as if he wanted to fight. The other martial kings are also being pestered by the 7th-ranked beasts. Many martial artists are still fighting other beasts to the death. The only ones left with their hands free were Lin Xiao and this flame-slaying Qin demonic beast. Facing the threat from the enemy, Lin Xiao's face did not change, just as he had said earlier. He, Lin Xiao, was going to kill the king today. Buzz! An incomparably powerful pressure emanated from the opposite Fey beast's body, even more terrifying than the previous one, and it wanted to crush the human in front of it. It doesn't work. Lin Xiao stepped forward once again, and that so-called martial king's pressure couldn't do anything to him at all. Oh, I'm sure there's something to it. This scene caused many of the human martial kings who were still fighting to be slightly relieved that there was still a chance. The flamethrower violin demon beast was not in a hurry. As a 7th-order existence, it had an arrogance that belonged to it, and it was simply playing. However, Lin Xiao did not have the leisure to do so, and an icy cold voice came out from his mouth. Fist breaks the sky. The shocking fist intent rushed to kill. Lin Xiao completely let himself go at this moment. He no longer suppressed his strength and went all out. This attack was more than several times more terrifying than before. The Deshang fist intent carried an unrivaled killing intent that attacked the flamethrower Qin demonic beast, and this fist penetrated through space and directly struck the flamethrower Qin demonic beast that was still frolicking in place. Boom! The powerful attacks hit each other solidly, and the battlefield resounded with a loud roar. The flamethrower Qin demonic beast, which was still laughing and joking, changed its face the moment Lin Xiao sent out his attack. Before it could react, the attack had already arrived, and the violent impact directly struck its huge body. This attack was too strong. It was simply not something a late 5th stage person could cast. Even space was a little unstable. The Flameslayer Qin demonic beast retreated several feet away. The place where it was struck was deeply sunken in, and there was fresh blood that couldn't stop flowing from the corner of its mouth. The expression was extremely ugly. Its hallowed martial king powerhouse had been injured by a brat? Unbearable, intolerable. An angry growl rang out. It was enraged. This small and lowly human had completely enraged it. It swore that it would definitely make this mole-like human eat all the bones and die. The mountains and oceans moved at the whim of a martial king powerhouse's heart. Powerful spiritual thoughts pressed towards Lin Xiao as the flamethrower Qin demonic beast moved. Its body was so huge that it actually blocked the canopy. and it poked out its giant hand and slammed it down, as if it were 5 thunderbolts. Lin Zhao's figure appeared weak under this palm print that covered the sky, but he still didn't change his face, and his body was filled with battle spirit. His body shone with golden light, and he actually charged straight up, lifting his own right fist and blasting it out. Seek death. Seeing this scene, the flamethrower Qin demonic beast became even more furious. How dare this human underestimate it? Who is he? It's the king of beasts for a generation. Endless anger made the power under his men even more thick, and no 6th-ranked martial artist would be able to withstand the force of this palm fist breaks the sky. But, in its unbelievable gaze, its own 10 surefire attack was actually blocked by that mole cricket. It was even going to be counterattacked. No way. It's growling. The power of the flood had been completely energized, and it didn't believe the scene that had appeared. Lin Zhao's attack seemed to be breaking the laws of eternity. Ka-ching! Broken! Lin Zhao completely shattered the attack of the Martial King powerhouse with the force of a single punch. This was a 7th-stage Martial King level Fey beast striving to strike, even surpassing an ordinary human Martial King in terms of attack. This scene even caused the bodies of many human Martial Kings who were following this battle to tremble. What did they see? Wasn't it said that it was impossible for a Martial King to be reverse-felled? And what do they see? Lin Zhao's attack once again accurately struck above the flamethrower Qin demonic beast's gigantic body, and this time, the attack brought indelible scars to the opponent's heart. Lin Zhao arrived in an instant. Once again, a full-force blow was aimed at its head. The fist intent of the Deshang was powerful and unparalleled under the enhancement of the Dao extinction, and the Flamer Slayer Qin demonic beast could not stop trembling. This attack was too fierce, and it was somewhat unable to carry it. The blade of nothingness. Divine light shimmered as countless cracks appeared in the air, the fragments reorganizing to form a sharp hidden blade. Chop! These hidden blades swung toward the bodies below, and with each slash, the flamethrower rate's hissing became more miserable. 9,981 cuts. These hidden blades were able to cut through even space, and the huge body of the Flamer Slayer Qin demonic beast was already miserably scarred, with scarlet blood flowing all over its body. It's not enough. Lin Zhao's complexion was slightly condensed. A martial king was a martial king. It wasn't that easy to kill, only to see it raise its hands. The spatial rules were going crazy, and a huge spatial domain was instantly formed. 10,000 searches without destruction. The flamethrower Qin demonic beast was completely suppressed by Lin Zhao. It kept twisting that huge body, and the previous bland, unbeatable look in its eyes had long since disappeared. It's in fear deep down. Everything around it kept attacking its body, and for a moment it seemed as if it had gone through a million catastrophes. It's weeping. It's scared. Why is this human so strong? It was so strong that it didn't even have a shred of resistance. That's not possible. It's tearing its heart out. It's begging for help. It doesn't want to die here. Boom! Suddenly, this space controlled by Lin Zhao was broken open by an extremely powerful force. The Flamer Slayer Violin Demon Beast immediately escaped. Lin Zhao instantly sensed a great fear that someone was staring at him. Escape! Chapter 104, Flamer Slayer Fiendish Beast. Death. At this moment, Lin Zhao couldn't care less. That inexplicable feeling of fear lingered in his heart. Whoosh! In an instant, he disappeared into thin air. Rumble! And just at the moment it disappeared, an extremely powerful attack appeared and that space completely shattered open. If Lin Zhao had been one step slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Zhao, who had reappeared, was shaken to the core. Who, with this kind of strength, could it be that a supreme powerhouse had struck? To Lin Zhao's current strength, if you encountered the ordinary middle of the 7th order can have the power to fight, and just now the attack Lin Zhao if you do not avoid. Lin Zhao, who had appeared not far away, stared into the air with a deadly gaze. A huge figure slowly appeared. The surrounding space was vaguely unstable. The fluctuations emanating from that body were too terrifying to be a martial king. The shadow gradually solidified, and Lin Zhao looked a little familiar because it seemed like he had déjà vu with the appearance of this shadow. The gaze of that shadowy figure looked at Lin Zhao once again, and its finger pointed, and the power of the rules trembled madly. Lin Zhao felt bad as his body was sending out warnings. Danger! Only before he could escape, another figure appeared in the middle of the battlefield and easily blocked the attack. This was followed by a somewhat mocking sneer. A hallowed blood Qilin, an existence at the level of martial exalted, would even make a move to deal with a low-ranked martial artist. Lin Zhao looked at the silhouette blocking in front of him, slightly relieved at the same time. Also the torso was also a little tense. It's a natural reaction to encountering a strong person. Bingli, I didn't expect it to be you. The shadow was no longer hidden, revealing its true colors. Blood Unicorn, an 8th-ranked Fey beast, a strong martial exalted. Bingli, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Hand over this brat and I'll retreat immediately. Otherwise, or what are you going to do? Before waiting for the other party to finish his words, Bingli directly interrupted, and then, nevertheless, with the anger on the other party's face. He turned his head to look at Lin Xiao. Good job, Junior. Bingley. The blood Shilin was holding back the killing intent in its heart. It knew that the woman in front of it was not to be messed with, but this human it was bound to kill. As long as you hand over this human, our Fey Beast Alliance will immediately retreat. Your Dragon Kingdom is not in a good position right now. If you offend our Fey Beast Alliance again, you have to think clearly whether it's worth it for a mole-like teenager or not. Icy cold and angry voice resounded in the air. Because of its appearance, the side of foreign beasts all retreated behind it. Even if the battle to this moment, the number is still the side of the Foreign Beast Alliance has the advantage. Its voice spread throughout the entire battlefield, and all of the countless martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom heard it as they looked up into the distance and saw the youngster. Are you kidding me? As martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom, when had they been reduced to sacrificing a teenager for the greater good? Someone immediately stepped forward and became impassioned. Lord Bing must not be allowed. We martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom can die in battle, but we must not exchange the lives of our compatriots for shame. This statement was immediately supported by most of the people. What scenes had they not seen before? War is war. Whoever is afraid is a coward. This scene made the blood Shilin's teeth itch a little. If it wasn't for Isley, it couldn't slap these damned humans to death. Similarly, Lin Xiao was also slightly touched, and this scene made a certain belief even stronger within him. The only one who was still lying on the ground was Chu Tian, whose pupils were flickering non-stop. He seemed to be heavily injured and was still in a half-dead state up to now. A trace of satisfaction flashed across Bingley's absolutely beautiful face. Then she looked across the room. Why don't we just keep fighting? The words were filled with frenzy, and at this moment, she was no longer a heavenly fairy who had poured out her kingdom, but a domineering and peerless empress. As soon as the words fell, Bingley stopped talking nonsense and directly made a move to pull the blood Shilin to another space. Not even caring about the other party's ugly expression, he directly made his move. The two sides once again broke out into a great battle. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, with one exception. That would be Lin Xiao. On this battlefield, he was an alternative whose strong strength resulted in the fact that no foreign beasts below the Martial King level dared to take the initiative to come forward, while the Martial King level existences all had their own opponents. No, there was one more leak. The Flamethrower Wraith. At this moment, the Flame Slayer Qin demonic beast was secretly retreating towards the back. It wanted to leave this battlefield. The heart that was incomparably arrogant at the beginning had now become somewhat weak. Whoosh! Lin Xiao reappeared in front of the other party with an instantaneous appearance. I said, today I will kill the king. Incomparably strong alien energy was condensing, and the spacetime god's eye was flickering, shining with a great luster. In an instant, the Flamethrower Qin demonic beast was once again trapped by Lin Xiao. Its huge body was struggling hard. This human was too terrifying. All it wanted to do now was to escape from here. It didn't have the slightest intention to fight. Time storm. The icy voice traveled through the four fields. The endless distorted spacetime trapped the flamethrower demonic beast to death, and watching the surrounding space continuously disappear in some bizarre way, the flamethrower demonic beast was completely chilled. It struggled against all odds, its huge body turning into a huge liability in this moment. It's not willing. It is the king of Wu. It hadn't lived long enough. There were many good lives waiting for it in the future, and it hadn't finished enjoying its harem of beauties. It regretted it. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regrets. This moment, the history of the Dragon Kingdom will be rewritten, and a spell in the eyes of the world that cannot be broken will be dispersed. A peerless young man was using his extreme loftiness to shine brilliantly on this battlefield. That 7th-ranked beast disappeared along with that weird space in the eyes of many people, its corpse and bones not surviving. Ding! Detected the host killing a 7th-order beast, the flamethrower fiend beast, rewarding 50 W of cultivation points. The system's voice appeared in his mind and Lin Xiao let out a light breath. He looked at his fists and he did it. With the strength of the late 5th rank, he was able to reverse the martial king. All the martial artists who were paying attention to him were also completely frozen. Where exactly was this teenager? He killed the martial king. He actually killed the martial king. This teenager has made history. Our Dragon Kingdom has finally given birth to a truly invincible heaven-defying demon. Everyone cried tears of joy, even in the midst of battle, but it still didn't change that throbbing heart. Lin Xiao's move to reverse the martial king with a cultivation of the late 5th rank had given all the Dragon Kingdom martial artists present a shot in the arm. Along with that, their attacks became more and more violent. The martial king who had previously rebuked Lin Xiao had an extremely complicated expression as he looked at the teenager whose hair was dyed red with blood. This scene completely broke his perception of heaven's pride. Void. Bingley, you crazy woman. The blood Shilin kept fighting the female martial exalt in front of it, but the other party was so strong that it was crushing it to death. The scene outside was likewise seen in its eyes, and the killing intent in its gaze grew even more intense. This human must be killed completely, or else it will definitely become a great danger to their Fey alliance in the future. It had nothing to do with its personal and private matters now, and the talent displayed by this human made it feel terrified as a martial exalt. Late Fifth Order reverse felling Martial King? What kind of groundbreaking joke is this? And because of Lin Xiao, the wariness of the Dragon Country's side had reached its peak. Having suppressed the side of the Fey alliance for a time, the balance of the battlefield began to tilt, and the smile on Bing Li's face grew even wider. But with it came icy cold to the point of killing. Blood Qilin. Suffer. An extremely terrifying fluctuation was coalescing and space was being torn apart. A battle at the level of a martial exalted could be considered destructive, and if not controlled, it would bring about great destruction to the heavens and earth. When the Blood Qilin felt this attack, a hint of panic appeared in its eyes. Crazy woman. Damn it. Damn it. It immediately manifested its own body, its powerful cultivation diffusing and piling up its defense to an extreme state. Boom! Everyone outside heard a violent roar from above. Only a very miserable voice could be heard fleeing into the distance. Bing Li, you wait for me. Chapter 105, The Young Man of God belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. With the Blood Qilin's rout, all the foreign beasts all panicked, no longer as reckless as they were at the beginning, and began to retreat towards the back. Kill! And the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom simply will not let this gang leave so easily. Chase it all the way across the riverbank. There were countless deaths and injuries to the foreign beasts, and there were even several 7th-stage Martial King level foreign beasts that were surrounded and killed. Winning. We won. On the battlefield, looking at the corpses all over the ground, some people cried tears of joy, some people cheered, and some people shed tears of sadness. Although they won, many of the brothers likewise disappeared. Someone carried the corpse of the foreign beast to a certain place and yelled at the figure lying motionless on the ground. Brother, I've avenged you. This time, the wave of foreign beasts came too suddenly and too violently. The entire northern battlefield is littered with broken walls. All hands on deck. Bing Li stood in the void. Her body had blood stains, and her eyes were incomparably stern. Immediately dispose of the battlefield and transport all the corpses of the fallen martial artists back to the base camp for a generous burial. After saying that, she disappeared into this battlefield, and before she left, her gaze faintly looked at Lin Xiao. She had seen the scene of Lin Xiao's reverse felling and beheading the king just now. What a rebellious little fellow. Lin Xiao's upper body clothes had long since been completely shattered in the midst of the battle, revealing an incomparably hard body, and at this moment, he was also following the movements of the large troop, searching everywhere for the corpses of his companions. Not far, Chu Tian staggered to his feet and walked off into the distance without saying a word. Lin Xiao's strength was somewhat beyond his imagination, and even caused a touch of fear to arise within him. As a martial king, he knew how strong martial kings really were. If he was at the late 5th rank, 100 of him would not be a match for a 7th-ranked martial king, and he might not even last a single move. And Lin Xiao, he had actually pressed down on that martial king level Fey beast the entire time and violently beat it. He's only at the 5th rank. For some reason, Chu Tian suddenly felt that killing Lin Xiao was the stupidest decision the family had ever made. Even he felt that this decision might have unimaginable consequences for his family, and he would have to report the matter and then try to convince his family. Stop now before it's too late. He left the battlefield, and along the way, a number of martial kings frowned at the sight of his shadow. Obviously, this time, Chu Tian's performance made them very dissatisfied, almost causing the Dragon Kingdom to lose a heavenly pride for the ages. Lindsay, the figure of this teenager was remembered by all the martial artists who participated in this wave of foreign beasts in their minds, and that peerless stature and hard strength that was so powerful that it was unbelievable caused Lin Xiao to gain the recognition of everyone present. That's a 7th-ranked foreign beast, a genuine martial king. It's so fragile under him. Someone saw Lin Xiao's figure and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What kind of splendor does it take to break the laws of the ages? Someone has even spread the news to the internet. Originally, Lin Xiao had a huge fan base on the internet, and a blogger suddenly noticed a post. The Dragon Kingdom's Boy of God, breaking the spell of irreversible felling with the most arrogant stance as well as overwhelming strength. This blogger was curious when she saw the title and instantly got excited when she clicked on it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's Lin Xiao. Great God Lin. What do you mean? Has Great God Lin killed a 7th-ranked martial king? He read it back and forth several times, even with accompanying pictures. The figure on the picture was slightly blurred, but if those who had seen Lin Xiao could see that it was Lin Xiao upon comparison. Bloggers are crazy. He immediately reposted the post and even moved his connections to push it to the top of the topic list out of his own pocket. Hits instantly skyrocketed. In just half a day's time, the number of views on this thread broke 1 billion, and it was even still rising wildly. Who else? I asked who else. All of the following were Lin Xiao's avid fans, and some individual spammers had just uttered a different sentence and were immediately flushed out. It's too scary. All under the martial king are ants. This used to be an ironclad rule. No one has ever broken that law, ever. But a teenager came out of nowhere. His appearance is a miracle, carrying the word demon to the extreme along the way. What makes a demon? There may have been countless standards at one time, but after the fermentation of this incident, perhaps everyone in the entire Dragon Kingdom had a clearer concept in their minds. What? You're saying you're incredibly gifted? A demon? You think you're Lin Xiao? In one room, Yang Yi stared at the post, mesmerized, then without a word, he threw his phone on the bed and walked into a cultivation room. Uncle Li, please turn up the difficulty to hell level. A figure appeared behind him, slightly old, looking at Yang Yi's shadow without any emotion on his face. When Qin Li heard the news, his eyes burst with battle spirit, but then instantly extinguished it. Lin Xiao, you're actually already this powerful. The grip on the knife rose even harder. It seemed like it was time to go to that place. Inside a certain splendid hall, a young boy was surrounded by an extremely powerful heavenly emperor's aura, and his divine form was lofty, showing off his hegemony. It's not enough. He was practicing non-stop. He had read that post on the internet and had no feelings after reading it. His Taoist mind is nearly complete, and external disturbances are hardly enough to shake him. Brother Lin, it's my fortune to be born in the same era as you. Ji Xiangnan. This person was none other than Ji Xiangnan. He could now be called a true young heavenly emperor, with a fearless heart and a great way. Lin Xiao reverse felling Chopper King now. This news was known to the entire Dragon Kingdom, and the Martial King was no longer a nightmare for all low-ranked martial artists, and no longer an unbeatable surrogate, because in this current era, there is a teenager who has shattered the spell once and for all. Quite a few martial kings had complicated eyes. They didn't participate in that battle and didn't realize what kind of overwhelming talent this teenager named Lin Xiao had. There was likewise a very small portion of martial kings who felt that the news was false and a bit too comical. Young people nowadays really are. They dare to lie about anything to make a name for themselves. Most of the talent and potential of this part of the martial kings had already reached their limits, and the martial kings were the end of their life. But they were also very satisfied because the martial kings were already the hegemony of a party, enjoying the respect of 10,000 people, and in the hearts of many people, they were already the great men of the heavens. But now a teenager suddenly appeared and directly broke the shackles, which they were definitely not convinced. But no matter how unwilling they were, they wouldn't deliberately look for trouble because Lin Xiao's natural talent wasn't something they could compare to, and they wouldn't dare to offend this kind of heaven-defying demon who was as good as new. The Imperial Chu family. The floor of the hall was filled with broken wood slag debris, and Chu Jifeng's face was extremely ugly because the news of Chu Tian had already reached his ears. Damned waste. My Chu family has spent so much to train you to martial king, and as a result, you can't even finish a small thing. He was extremely angry that the damn guy had the nerve to teach him things. Reverse martial king? He didn't expect that Lin Xiao's strength was so powerful to this extent. If the other party didn't offend his Chu family and didn't kill his own most doted daughter, the two sides might also be able to end a good relationship. With a sullen face, he took out a token from his bosom and gently exerted his power. And before long, the token began to glow with a faint golden light. A golden-robed shadow appeared overhead. Chu family master. It's been a long time. The voice of this shadow was a bit hoarse. The golden robe blocked its face, and the deep and dark face could not be seen clearly. I need you guys to help me with something. What is it? Kill a man? Who? Lin Xiao. Chapter 106 Breakthrough. Double 50% awakening progress. Finally 6th order. Lin Xiao? But the Lin Xiao who is the most popular reverse-felling martial king these days. The golden-robed silhouette was very plain, and it was obvious that this kind of transaction was not the first time. Yes, that's him. What's required? Chu family master. This teenager named Lin Xiao is not weak. You guys. Alright. 1,000 boys and girls. Chu family master is just refreshing. Since that's the case, we of the Heavenly Faith sect accept this mission. Mandate of Heaven cult. This golden-robed silhouette was from the Heavenly Destiny sect, and judging from its appearance, it should be the highest-ranking golden-robed. Looking at the disappearing silhouette, Chu Jifeng's calm gaze flashed with madness. It was difficult to resolve his heart's hatred without killing Lin Xiao. Northern part. Inside the base camp. Good boy. I'd have guessed it. Li Long heavily patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. To this moment, he was still a little shocked that Lin Xiao had killed the king. A few days ago he had thought about this matter in his mind, originally thinking that there would be a glimmer of possibility when Lin Xiao was completely invincible at the 6th rank. Available at. I still underestimated you. You're too perverted. Do you know how crazy this matter of you killing a martial king is? Li Long was excited and thrilled with a mouthful of spit. This was the student he had personally recruited in the first place, and with his own student being so demonic, the face of his face was more than enough. Senior Li, take it easy. Lin Xiao looked at the unusually excited Li Long and didn't know what to say. In his opinion, That flamethrower Qin demonic beast wasn't as strong as he thought it was, but that was not something he said. Something a little too Versailles. Can I not be excited? Lin Xiao, you've made a great achievement this time. I've gotten word that His Excellency is preparing to give you a merit promotion. With your performance this time, it's very likely that he'll directly make you a major. Speaking of this, there was suddenly a lot more envy in Li Long's eyes. He's been in the army for so many years. He's been involved in more battles than he can count. And it's only after such a long time of saving up plus a lot of military service that he's gotten the rank of Major General. And this kid could have gotten a major right off the bat? It's really just a case of people being more angry than people. But when he saw Lin Xiao's slightly frowning expression, he was so angry that he directly knocked its head. Boy, what's that look on your face? That's a major. After knocking, Li Long hid his hand behind his back without changing his face, as if he was a little red. Lin Xiao somewhat bare his teeth. To him, what major not major? It is better to be direct. Give him 180 billion, then he directly kneel. Go, 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 go. Li Long's face was a bit unsightly, and he directly kicked people out. Lin Xiao walked away very consciously. After he left, Li Long finally stopped holding back. He shook off the hand that had just knocked Lin Xiao's head. His fingers were a bit red and swollen. Mud. Did this kid grow up eating iron? How come he's so hard? Liren showed his teeth and kept blowing into his fingers. Lin Xiao came to his place. System. Ding. Host I am. Open the personal panel. Ding. The personal panel has opened. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 17. Void. Race, human. Talent, SSS grade alien spacetime plus, super SSS grade spacetime holy law origin, awakening level 39, 9%. Time and space God's eyes plus, the 10 great eyes of the heavens, awakening level 39, 9%. Level, peak late 5th stage plus, blood gas, 100, 000 plus, wow even. Man, do you have 8-pack abs? Numinous power, 2289 plus, empty, especially empty. Technique, Void Sutra plus, peak of minor accomplishment. Mixed Elements Unlimited Great Tao Sutra plus, minor achievement. 8-9 Xian Gong, minor achievement. Martial Art, Blade of Void plus, peak of minor accomplishment. Eyes of the Gods plus, peak minority. Fist Break plus, Deshang. Soul Needle plus, peak minority. Auxiliary Sense, Patriarchal Combat Skills. Grandmaster Level Formation Master. Grandmaster Alchemist. Fist Intent, Deshang. Cultivation points, 180700001 inch. A wave of foreign beasts had brought his cultivation points to 18 million. Lin Xiao looked at his panel. If this 18 million was utilized properly, his strength would rise another level. The temporal abilities are getting stronger. Lin Xiao had already sensed that as his understanding of the temporal talent grew deeper and deeper, the destructive power it displayed in battle became more and more powerful. He still couldn't forget the feeling of experiencing that 100% temporal and spatial alien power back then. That's really just unbeatable. For 3 short minutes, he felt that he could ignore all existence in the world, and that there was no invincibility with me. System, add some dual talents to me. Ding, adding points was successful. A total of 10 million cultivation points were deducted this time. Ha, Lin Xiao thought he heard wrong. What the hell, $10 million? When he saw that there were still 8,070,000 cultivation points left in the column, he was really confused. Was it really just 10 million gone? I don't want him to think about it, only to see that the origin of the spacetime sacred law within the body began to change, and the mysterious lines originally attached to its surface became clearer and clearer, shining brightly without stopping, incomparably esoteric. At the same time, the spacetime divine eyes were trembling, and this pair of spacetime divine eyes, one of the 10 great divine eyes of the universe, was already slowly revealing its loftiness. The rules of spacetime in this place filled the air uncontrollably, and Lin Xiao had fallen into some kind of mysterious place. If Li Lung was there, he'd have to say something foul again. You've had another epiphany? Does that mean anyone else is going to live? In the midst of the deep level of perception of the rules of space and time, Lin Xiao forgot about time and blurred space. I don't know how long it has been, like a century, or maybe just a drop in the ocean. Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, and at this moment, he seemed to have become even more divine. There was the power of the rules between his hands and feet. At this point in time, the awakening level of his 2 super SSS grade temporal talents had reached 50%. That is to say 10 million cultivation points allowed the 2 major talents to develop a full 10% strength. This wave was not a loss. Lin Xiao, as the master of the 2 great talents, had a vague feeling of controlling the heavens and the earth the moment he had just opened his eyes. His sense of the way of space and time became even deeper, and, he murmured in a low voice, this time, his talent had awakened to 50%, and a number of unfamiliar means appeared in his mind, yet he felt as if he had completely mastered them. Looking at the 8 million left, his eyes shifted to the rank column. It was time to break through to the 6th rank. After the 6th stage, he would be able to fly. This was something that Lin Xiao had been looking forward to for a long time. Previously it was all about relying on the specificity of the spatial ability so that he could stand in the void. It was definitely not the same feeling as actually flying. System, level up, ding, adding points successfully, deducting 2 million cultivation points. 2 million, it's okay, it's acceptable. Immediately afterward, extremely strong fluctuations came from Lin Xiao's body. His cultivation officially broke through at this moment. Finally reaching the 6th rank, his strength changed once again, and again. He felt incomparably powerful. Every time this feeling appeared, Lin Xiao felt that he was one step closer to invincibility. System, I want to. Ding, the universe endless avenue space has opened. May I ask the host to choose an opponent this time? Get me a sword-playing female named Qinger, and I'll see if she's really that invincible. Space in the universe. Lin Xiao looked at his strong body, coupled with the incomparably strong mindset brought about by the breakthrough he had just made. He was going to try to see if that woman's sword could break through this physical body of his. Buzz, a sword that fell from the sky ran through the sky, plain and simple, but the ultimate sharpness in the world. Lin Xiao's body, which he had just been proud of, was directly cut in half from the center by this sword. A man who's not handsome for more than 3 seconds. Lin Xiao, die. Chapter 107 Major General Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, who had been resurrected, looked at the sword that had appeared out of thin air without even seeing the shadow of the other party. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Should we be so arrogant? People don't even show up. Do they really think they can crush him Lin Xiao by relying on a broken sword? A man and a sword were fighting in this space. Lin Xiao's fists were going up in smoke, and Daowei the glove didn't know how many times it had shattered with Lin Xiao's demise. Every time that sword slashed at its body, the powerful force was enough to cut through its artifact. And in the sky above this battlefield, a silhouette appeared. A green robe was added to her body. Her face was extremely cold. Her gaze was scanning the space, vaguely wanting to split it with a sword. I don't know how long it had passed, but Lin Xiao finally saw the owner of this sword. Perhaps the countless deaths and countless resurrections have made this green shadow look twice as high, or perhaps other. But the moment this green-robed woman appeared, Lin Xiao only felt a trace of powerlessness. It felt like no matter what he did, it seemed like he couldn't beat the woman in front of him. I don't believe it. Powerful spacetime rules filled the air. Lin Xiao's eyes were trembling madly, and endless distorted spacetime forces were eroding towards the woman. Only, the green-robed woman just gave an extremely plain look, and that spacetime force completely dissipated. Lin Xiao also retreated countless meters away violently, unable to stop spitting out blood. Asterisk 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 so strong. The battle continues. The battle was still a one-sided crushing. That sword is too deadly. Lin Xiao's physical body was already so strong, yet he still couldn't carry its sharpness. I don't believe this today. Lin Xiao was hissing. His body surface had begun to storm with blood. The 8-9 Xiangong was running wildly in his body, and the Pangu essence blood that was hidden in the deepest part of his torso actually showed signs of being revived. Aha! A very small portion of the energy of Pangu essence blood surfaced under the powerful summoning of the 8-9 Xiangong, and Lin Xiao completely entered madness. He's in a frantic physical battle with his opponent. Endless energy was absorbed and refined within the body. The powerful 8-9 Xiangong operated to its limit, catching, breaking. Under the support of endless blood chi from such an intense battle, the 8-9 Xiangong reached a state such as the peak of minor achievement. Lin Xiao's physical body became unprecedentedly strong. It is even possible to achieve the state of rebirth of a severed limb, hidden to become a saint in the flesh. He was finally no longer in a state where he could lose at the touch of a button, and that sword, no matter how sharp it was, couldn't manage to kill him with a single stroke. By this moment, a hint of surprise actually appeared in the green robe's eyes. She didn't expect this man to be extremely sublimated. Rarely opens his mouth. Nice. The crisp sound caused Lin Xiao's gaze to sweep over and he swung his fist, charging directly at the other party. Slow. The power of time. Lin Xiao put his best foot forward, and it was only here that he could unleash it so recklessly to the fullest. Not fearing life and death, not caring about anything. After a long time, Lin Xiao left the great Dao space, absorbing the fresh air from outside. Lin Xiao's depressed mood got much better. And at the end of the day he still hadn't defeated that woman, and after 100 days of life and death experience, he had now thoroughly grasped the changes brought about by the breakthrough in his own strength. Strong, so to speak, similar to the degree of strength of that flame-slaying Qin demonic beast from before then. Lin Xiao felt that he didn't even need to release his supernatural abilities and could hammer it with a single punch. With my current strength, no one at the Martial King level should be able to kill me anymore. Perhaps there were extremely powerful veteran martial king powerhouses, or perhaps the other party's combined strength was a shade stronger than the current Lin Xiao. However, with Lin Xiao's body at the moment, it would be difficult for a martial king to kill him, for if his flesh goes one step further, it is the sanctification of the flesh. There was only one known fleshly body saint in the Dragon Kingdom, the bastardly heavenly martial saint. Lin Xiao was as if he was only one step away from this hegemonic martial saint. Lin Xiao, are you in there? Li Long's voice came from outside the door, some surprise in his voice. Lin Xiao opened the door. Elder Li, is there something you want to see a student about? Lin Xiao, your reward is coming down. Li Long was still a bit excited at the moment and didn't feel Lin Xiao's change. He walked in on his own and found a bench to sit on. Lin Xiao, after the final decision from above, and taking into account the battlefield achievements you've made, you are hereby promoted to Major General. Li Long looked at Lin Xiao excitedly. Major General. There had never been such a young Major General in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom. 17-year-old Major General. What kind of concept is that? It's a pipe dream. Lin Xiao didn't have much of a feeling. A Major General was a Major General. It didn't seem like it would help him much. Hey, what's that look on your face? Major General. Do you know how important the rank of Major General is? Li Long looked at the expressionless Lin Xiao, and only felt his teeth itching. Good guy. He was excited here for half a day. But you, the party concerned, didn't react at all? He was about to raise his hand to tap it when he thought of something and retracted it. Lin Xiao, you mustn't underestimate the rank of Major General. It's not just a symbol of strength, it's also a proof of status. Li Long handed Lin Xiao the Major General's costume that belonged to him, which was specially tailored for Lin Xiao. Put it on and see if it fits. Lin Xiao nodded. The clothes were quite well fitted, and the red star belonging to the rank of Major General glittering on the shoulder was unmistakable. Looking at the teenager in front of him, Lin Xiao's height was almost around 184, and his originally somewhat handsome face looked even more handsome and flamboyant under this outfit. Yes, Liren let out a loud sigh. It was also at this time that he finally detected a hint of something wrong. Feeling the strong fluctuation coming from Lin Xiao's body, he asked with some uncertainty, Lin Xiao, you made another breakthrough? He looked somewhat uncertain because at this moment, he actually vaguely detected a hint of oppression from Lin Xiao's body. What's his level? A peak late 7th stage martial king, and it wasn't just stepping into this field. It was a veteran martial king who had been in this field for quite a few years. You're telling me that you feel oppression in a 17-year-old? What a joke. Well, I just accidentally broke through to the 6th rank. Lin Xiao nodded. One slip up. Li Long was silent. He suddenly felt that he was old and somewhat useless. He just waved his hand and left the place without saying anything. For Lin Xiao, he was considered to be completely out of words. The more he said, the more devastating it was. Elder Li, wait, the student is planning to make a trip home soon. Do I need to report to the top? Lin Xiao called out loudly from the back. He hadn't been back for a long time and wanted to go back to have a look and take a bath. You go back. I'll apply with the top for you. Dragon Li's head didn't return, and his voice faded away. Chapter 108 Lin Xiao is back. Heian district of Beijing. Not much has changed here from before, but there is an endless stream of people coming here from other regions every day, all of whom have one common goal in mind. Third middle school. I don't know when the onlookers at the school gate started crowding the place, and many of them wanted to rush in. Let me in. I'm the ultimate fan of Great God Lin Xiao. I want to go in and observe the traces of Great God Lin's past. Similar words echo in the air all the time. At first, as the head of a school, Principal Chu was exceptionally happy to see this scene. Lin Xiao is now the gold standard of the third middle school, and because of Lin Xiao, he personally, including the whole school, hadn't gotten a lot of resources tilted from above. In this short period of time, relying on a pile of resources alone had piled up his cultivation to the peak of the late 6th rank, just one step away from the 7th rank martial king. But as more and more people, Principal Chu gradually sensed that it was not good. Once more people will be an accident. It's not just the third high school, even Lin Xiao's old home. The original dilapidated old house was surrounded by people. This place had already been sealed off by District Governor Ma's call after Lin Xiao was attacked last time, but Lin Xiao's charm was really too great. Coupled with the exposure of the incident of Lin Xiao's reversal of the martial king, which had spread wildly on the internet in recent days, the young people were even more agitated. At this moment, District Governor Ma and Principal Chu are sitting together. Old Ma, you have to thank me. If it wasn't for me as the principal, the peaceful district you're in charge of probably wouldn't have seen such a bustling scene in your lifetime. Principal Chu gently sipped a mouthful of tea, looking calm, with a hint of pride in his face. He, old Chu, this is someone else's Lin Xiao's credit. How come in your mouth it all becomes yours? District Governor Ma shook his head. This old man now hangs this kind of thing on his lips every day. There was also something about secretly mentioning that Lin Xiao was a heavenly pride that he had recognized with his discerning eyes and had cultivated at the beginning despite everything. It could be considered to make him arrogant for once. So what? Lin Xiao is my student. How does that have nothing to do with me? Principal Chu's face didn't change. This label was enough to make him proud for the rest of his life. District Governor Ma was somewhat helpless, except that because of Lin Xiao, not only his old Chu, but District Governor Ma himself as well as the entire Ping'an district had received special care from above. The most direct thing was that the amount of resources allocated each year was more than several times more compared to before. If it lasts for a decade or 8, then the Heian district could really rise. I really miss that kid a bit. I wonder where he is now. Principal Chu looked out the window and saw the crowded scene at the entrance of the 3rd middle school, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. It should be on the battlefield, like Lin Xiao and other streams of heavenly pride. Now they are not on the same level as us old guys. Mr. Ma is a bit emotional. How long has it been? The teenager who was still slightly rushed when he first saw himself had already grown to such a level in a single shake. He also follows the internet. He had also seen Lin Xiao's post about the reverse martial king, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked. The king of Wushu. Even now, there wasn't a single martial king level existence in the entire Ping'an district, and even though the Dragon Kingdom government had allocated a lot of resources, a level like martial king wasn't something that could be said to exist in a short period of time. District Chief Ma originally had no hope of being a martial king in his entire life, but because of Lin Xiao, he was expected to make an impact on the martial king within 3 years. In other words, the current Lin Xiao was already the #1 expert in the Ping'an district. It's only been half a year before and after, right? He likewise looked out the window. The climate was warming up for the new year. Abrupt. Principal Chu pulled out his own cell phone and a message appeared on it. Principal, the students are back. The brief 7 words were what made this Principal Chu instantly excited. Old horse. Old Ma. What's wrong? Back. What's back? Who's back? Who else could it be? Lin Xiao. My proudest student. The king of heaven's pride. The national champion. The king of newcomers. Lin Xiao. Really? Old Chu. Lin Xiao sent you a message saying he's coming back? Right. Principal Chu looked at District Governor Ma, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. District Governor Ma understood, and he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless about today's Lin Xiao. Immediately afterward, all the people in the Ping'an district received a message from the official Ping'an district. Lin Xiao is about to return. A simple sentence, but it made the whole peace zone boil. Those admirers got even more excited. Asterisk. Great God, Lin Xiao has gone home? Nima Laozi's luck is too good. Look at me. Look at me. Look at how my makeup looks. Come on you, wandering hoof. Would Brother Lin fall for a woman like you? You have no boobs and no ass. But I'm different. I have everything. What did you say? Asterisk. Is God Lin really coming? I want one of his autographed photos so badly. Mr. Ma is very quick. Every household had basically received the news, and many people had spontaneously made horizontal banners, roughly meaning that they were welcoming Ping'an District Tianjiao Lin Xiao home. 3rd middle school. A slightly slimmer teenager was more excited than anyone had ever been. There was still some grease left on his face, but it was much better compared to before. Grandpa, my own grandpa is coming back. You all know it, don't you? My Wang Yi's only living pro-great-grandfather is coming back soon. All cheer up. This teenager is Lin Xiao's frenemy, Wang Yi. There was one thing to say. After 6 months of training, his fat had disappeared. It was his father's compulsion to hand over the family business to him whenever he lost weight. Many of the students of the 3rd middle school looked at him with a hint of disdain. Doggedly. And of course there are quite a few people who will come along and follow his ass every day and be called around by him. After all, the relationship between Wang Yi and Lin Xiao was something that really existed. Who was Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao had long been a godlike existence in the hearts of all the 3rd middle school students. Even the school had specially built a huge statue for Lin Xiao and placed it in the very center of the school. Wang Yi is at the moment constantly directing his followers. Must be arranged in place. His own brother back. Face absolutely must give enough. He is enjoying his life very much now and feels that he has reached the pinnacle of his life. Because of one person, the entire Ping'an district was plunged into an incomparably passionate atmosphere. A roadside stand. There are a few figures sitting here quietly drinking tea. The owner of this stall said to a few customers, "Yo, sorry about that, I'm getting ready to close up here." A few figures didn't say anything, threw down a bunch of bills and got up to leave. The stall owner looked at the money on the table and was a little overwhelmed by the amount of money given. He picked up the money and was just about to tell the guys that you guys overpaid and didn't have to do so much when the figures had already disappeared. What a strange guy. These people came to him not wanting anything, just ordered a pot of tea, covered their faces to death in broad daylight, and spoke extremely hoarse. "Forget it, my wife and kids are still rushing me. I need to get cleaned up. Chapter 109, the home belonging to Lin Xiao. The target has appeared. Deep in the wine alley, a hoarse voice inexplicably echoed as three figures dressed in gold robes appeared. There's an extremely strong fluctuation escaping from everyone. According to the intelligence, this sun's strength is around the peak of the early 7th stage. Make sure to kill him with a single strike. One of the golden robes looked at the other two with an extremely cold expression, and his eyes were filled with merciless coldness. Recently, the official movements of the Dragon Kingdom have been getting bigger and bigger. This time try not to have unrelated killings. Our target is only Lin Xiao. Another gold robe opened his mouth. If they had been on a mission in the past, they wouldn't have cared about the common people. But this time, the top had specifically asked for it. Not to go too far. Apparently the Dragon Kingdom officials have begun to make an effort. We can't have a problem at a time like this. The remaining gold robe pulled a set of compasses from his arms as he looked at his two companions. I brought this over. So very good. Seeing this object, the remaining two gold robes nodded their heads. Everything is ready. Just waiting for Lin Xiao. Cloud top. Lin Xiao was flying recklessly. This time he didn't take a special plane home from the northern battlefield, but flew directly back. This feeling, it's awesome. Lin Xiao was in the midst of endless clouds. Raising his head he could look up at the starry sky. Looking down he could likewise see the great mountains and rivers of the Dragon Kingdom. This feeling was very wonderful. Sensing it, it's almost home. Whoosh! He slightly exerted his strength, and his speed instantly soared, leaving countless residual shadows in the air, disturbing the natural beauty of the auspicious clouds, yet creating another distinctive flavor. Here it is, standing over the Heian district. Lin Xiao looked down below and didn't even need to sense it. That kind of fiery atmosphere from the inside out once made him think that there was some large-scale activity going on recently. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed. Principal, is there some big event being held in the Peace District? Lin Xiao, have you arrived already? Where are you? On the other end of the phone, Principal Chu's words were a little agitated, and District Governor Ma on the side kept urging. Lin Xiao, where are you? I'll go over to look for you now. The student is directly overhead right now. Drip drip drip. The phone was hung up straight away. Lin Xiao was a bit speechless. Is it necessary to be so agitated? This principal of his is really the oldest person. When it comes to things, he is still in a hurry. Before long, the two of them, Principal Chu and District Governor Ma, then appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Hello Principal? Hello District Governor Ma. Lin Xiao slightly saluted. No matter how much he had become, these two would always be seniors in his eyes. Both had helped him in the beginning. Ha ha, you kids still knows to come back. Principal Chu laughed out loud. He couldn't be happier the moment he saw Lin Xiao. Flying forward, he heavily patted his shoulder. Good fellow, how long has it been? And you've broken through to the 6th rank? Looking at the teenager in front of him, Principal Chu was filled with pride and couldn't stop nodding his head. Mr. Lin Xiao, welcome home. District Governor Ma also stepped forward, very pleased. The relationship between him and Lin Xiao was not as close as Lao Chu's. The two seniors are really lifting me up as a student. Lin Xiao inquired again. District Governor Ma, is our Pinyin district preparing for some big event? Why is the atmosphere so warm? And there are too many people here. Under Lin Xiao's powerful numinous power, the situation of the entire Pinyin district was clear at a glance. What is the situation this is? You sense it? Principal Chu looked at Lin Xiao smilingly. Lin Xiao doesn't know why. Come with us. Let's show you what the hearts of the 10,000 people of our Peace District are all about. Principal Chu didn't give an immediate reply, but instead looked to District Governor Ma, who was the most appropriate person for this kind of thing. District Governor Ma nodded. The message had been given and it was time for the main characters to make their appearance. He and Old Chu flew forward and led Lin Xiao toward the entrance of the peaceful area. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Before we could reach the front, the call of thousands of people resounded through the clouds. Lin Xiao took a glance. All of them. His name was on every mouth. Banners welcoming him were everywhere in the city. The adults shouted with fervor, and the young were even more frantic. There was a slight pause in his advance. Wang Yi, who stood at the forefront of the crowd, was yelling so hard that his milk might not even compare. And the moment he saw Lin Xiao, his voice became even louder, and he waved his big hand. Countless fireworks bloomed at this moment, flashing brilliantly in the air, all of which were specially customized. After blooming in the air, it reflected Lin Xiao's appearance as well as the words of blessing from the people of the entire Pinyin district. Lin Xiao, welcome home. Seeing this, Principal Chu and District Governor Ma simultaneously uttered these words towards Lin Xiao. Behind the two were the lights of 10,000 homes, and shining in the air were the most sincere blessings of the people of the entire Pinyin district. At this moment, from the time he crossed over until now, Lin Xiao felt the warmth of home for the first time. This is his Lin Xiao's home. The Dragon Kingdom is the big family, and the peaceful district is his little family. how is it? As my Chu Hantian's student, is this homecoming gift satisfactory? Principal Chu looked at the students in front of him with a smile. He really treated the other party as his own children. Lin Xiao was so moved that even the cold heart brought about by endless killing on the battlefield showed some signs of melting. The call in the air was still echoing. This moment belonged to him. Lin Xiao, I say, headmaster, next time don't make it so grand. Lin Xiao's face was full of grudges. In order to respond to everyone's enthusiasm, Lin Xiao had suffered a lot. That short distance just now had actually made him feel as if he had gone through countless trials and tribulations. Every part of his body had been sneak attacked, and there were even a number of red marks on his face. For the first time ever, he couldn't do it yet. Ha ha ha, you kid, don't get a cheap shot. Don't you know how popular you are? Chu Hantian laughed and laughed heartily. It was as if the smile on his face hadn't been broken since Lin Xiao's appearance. How long are you going to stay back this time? After New Year's, time flies. It had been half a year since Lin Xiao came to this world, and this would be the first year he had spent. That's just right. You'll come to my house for New Year's Eve dinner on New Year's Day. It just so happens that the one in my family has been clamoring with me to meet you. Chu Hantian knows Lin Xiao's situation. He's the only one left at home. It won't disturb, will it? Lin Xiao raised his head. If he could, he wouldn't want to spend the New Year's Eve alone. It would be too lonely. All right, it's settled. Looking at Lin Xiao's dusty appearance, Chu Hantian also let him go home to rest and relax. Then the student will leave first. Lin Xiao wanted to go back and take a nice milk bath now. When he thought that he hadn't even enjoyed the villa given to him by District Governor Ma, he inexplicably felt at a loss. Along for the ride, Lin Xiao stopped in his tracks. That's really shady. With a flash of divine light in his eyes, Lin Xiao looked around as a scent that made him extremely disgusted filled the air. The scum of the Heavenly Destiny sect. Are you so impatient to come up and die? The voice dropped. 3 golden robes that emitted powerful fluctuations appeared. Lin Xiao's eyes were slightly cold. This wave. 3 martial king powerhouses. Chapter 110 Assassination from the Imperial Capital Chu family. The fluctuations emanating from the 3 golden robes in front of them had clearly reached the martial king level. Lin Xiao's eyes grew colder and colder. These damn guys, coming to look for their own trouble 3 times, really thought that he, Lin Xiao, was a soft persimmon. Lin Xiao, you're too arrogant. No wonder someone wants you dead. At the head of a golden robe of vicissitudes, the covered face makes it impossible to see its face, and the voice is extremely hoarse. Lin Xiao was slightly moved. He had thought that it was from the higher-ups of the Celestial Destiny sect, but he hadn't expected that there was someone else behind it. What do you mean? Who's trying to kill me? Lin Xiao opened his mouth. He didn't seem to have offended anyone, right? Ask the King of Hell about this when you go to hell. The fight broke out instantly. 3 martial king powerhouses against an early 6th stage martial artist. This was a fight without suspense for anyone, but this 6th ranked martial artist was Lin Xiao. Facing the attack from 3 martial king powerhouses, Lin Xiao's face did not change. If he had met them a few days earlier, it might have been a bitter battle. The Blade of Nothingness, the powerful spatial martial skill, Lin Xiao could already do it instantly. He stood in place, his spacetime god's eyes spinning ceaselessly as countless hidden blades appeared in the sky above him, emitting an extremely sharp bladed aura. Go! The Blade of Nothingness directly broke through space and chopped toward the 3 gold-robed martial kings. The fluctuations contained in this attack gave the 3 golden robes a fright. Incorrect. The intelligence is wrong. The target's strength is far more than the peak of the early 7th stage. One of the golden robes had an extremely ugly face. His strength was at the middle of the 7th stage. It was reasonable to say that Lin Xiao's attack could not have given him such a great sense of oppression at all. The aura emanating from the blade that was chopping at him made him a little frightened. Similarly, the other 2 golden robes' complexions were also grave to the extreme. The pressure this attack gave them was a little too great. Boom! After one blow, the 3 golden robes were knocked back dozens of meters away. The ground had appeared cracks, and the golden robes that symbolized status had appeared this damaged. So is that the kind of strength you use to kill me? Lin Xiao's face was chilled and his words were cold to the extreme as he took one step at a time towards his enemy. The pressure that filled the air was unimaginably strong. It's hard to imagine. 3 martial king powerhouses facing a 6th-ranked martial artist were actually repelled by a single move, which no one would believe if they said it. I'll give you one more chance. Who wants to kill me? Speak up and I can let you all go. Lin Xiao was jealous of the person behind this. The enemy was in the shadows and he had no idea who his opponent was. It was fine to come looking for himself, but if he were to lay hands on his friends, he would be in an extremely passive state, which he could not tolerate. It was a situation he was all too familiar with. So, it should never happen to you. The 3 golden robes were silent. This time it was too much of a blunder. Lin Xiao's strength was somewhat beyond their expectations. No? Lin Xiao paused as he raised his right hand and pointed at one of the golden robes. Space obliteration. The golden robe that was pointed out by Lin Xiao instantly felt a great terror. He let out an angry roar, only for the space around himself to start collapsing and disappearing. And he was controlled by the inexplicable rules in place: cannot move at all, can only watch the space a little bit disappeared, watching their own chronic death. No good. The other two golden robes saw this and blasted out their full strength. They couldn't just watch this person get killed. Countless powerful attacks bombarded the spatial barrier, but that spatial barrier was too solid. Or at this moment, Lin Zhao's comprehension of space had reached an unbelievable level, and ordinary martial kings could not break his moves at all. Seeing death coming closer and closer while the two companions were helpless, fear gradually took over this golden-robed man's heart. Hurry! Quickly stop! I say! He couldn't stop hissing out loud, the fear from death making him reckless. Damn it! Have you forgotten the rules of our religion? The other two golden robes instantly became unsightly. Even the movements of their men stopped. The Heavenly Destiny sect had extremely strict religious rules. Even with the status of their golden robes, if they violated the religious rules, they would be punished extremely severely. Shut up! Lin Zhao's ice-cold gaze looked at the two of them, and the spacetime god's eyes trembled as the powerful spatial rules directly fixed the two of them in place. Unable to move, now the two of them panicked. How can it be so strong? They're martial kings. When did a single look from a 6th-ranked martial artist become terrifying to such an extent? It was so terrifying that even they, who were martial kings, didn't have an ounce of resistance. When did this world become so ridiculous? Lin Xiao slowly stepped forward as he stared at this golden robe, his voice incomparably cold. You have 3 seconds. If you don't tell me, die. Extreme coldness. How could a teenager have such icy to the core eyes? This golden-robed body had been completely overrun by fear. I say, will you leave me alone if I tell you? You have 2 seconds. I said, it's the Chu family. It's the Imperial Chu family that wants you dead at great cost. The golden robe's eyes were filled with fear of death, and he gave an account of the person behind him. The Chu family in the imperial capital. Hearing this name, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. When had he ever had a conflict with this Chu family? The imperial capital Chu family. Lin Xiao was silent. Something was familiar, and after a long time, he seemed to remember. The imperial capital Chu family. So it's you. He remembered that he had once killed a person named Chu Meng at the source of the Gung vein, and it was from this imperial capital Chu family. What kind of great price did they pay to invite a full 3 martial kings to kill me? The king of Wushu is not a cabbage. Don't look at him, Lin Xiao. So relaxed. That's because he's hung up. Ordinary people may not even see the shadow of the martial king in their lifetime. The golden robes were somewhat silent. He had broken the canon, revealing the employer behind him, which was a big no-no in the industry. But as a golden robe, he was different from the other inferior heavens mandate cults, and he could completely find a place where no one was hiding. And the big deal was that he was hidden from the world. Speak not, die. Lin Zhao's voice was icy cold and piercing. The other two gold robes could only stare at the rebel in death. They were fixed at a distance and could not move. This powerful control power they wanted to break would require a great deal of effort. It's the lives of 1,000 boys and girls. Lin Xiao was silent once again. No one knew how angry he was inside at the moment. In order to kill him, this so-called imperial capital Chu family was so heartless? That's a full 1,000 children's lives. Just because you killed that crazy woman, these high and mighty families dare to be so unscrupulous? And that was just the one that happened to happen to him. He didn't believe it was the only one. Thinking of the scene he had seen in the Fuzhou district that had caused his heart to palpitate, he became more and more icy and frenzied. And this golden robe standing in front of him felt the terrifying killing intent emanating from the teenager in front of him. His heart panicked as hell. He only wanted to escape from here now. This teenager is horrible. He wanted to open his mouth and beg for mercy, but he was afraid to do so. This space was covered by them with a formation that was initially only meant to produce unnecessary killings, but they didn't realize that they had put a death chain on themselves. The other two golden robes were resisting this spatial suppression with all their might, and they were still close. Lin Xiao was still immersed in extreme anger, and the killing intent in his eyes became increasingly dense. I don't know if this little Lin Xiao has slept. Suddenly, a familiar figure broke in. Lin Xiao froze when he heard this voice. Why does this voice sound so much like the principal? And just in the moment he froze, the two gold robes immediately fought to impact and broke through Lin Xiao's restraints, controlling the figure that suddenly appeared. All the action was done in a flash. The figure that suddenly appeared was none other than Lin Xiao's principal, Chu Hantian. At this moment, he also froze, but when he felt the terrifying killing intent coming from behind him, as well as the palm attached to his back, he realized that it seemed like he shouldn't have appeared. Stop! Lin Xiao immediately returned to his senses, and a slight panic appeared on his face. Lin Xiao, didn't expect it. Looks like God wants you dead. The golden robe that was controlling Chu Hantian to death looked viciously at Lin Xiao. if you don't want this old man to die, you'll cripple your own cultivation immediately. I'll only give you 30 seconds to think about it. Chapter 111, Chu Hantian explodes himself. This golden robe looked at Lin Xiao dead on. As long as Lin Xiao dared to move a single hair of sweat, he would immediately strike. And the Chu Hantian who was under its control had already completely slowed down. Feeling the endless killing intent from behind him, he didn't have a trace of fear in his gaze, but only looked fixedly at the teenager standing in front of him. In this instant, countless images seemed to flash through his eyes. When the two first met, the young man showed a great talent that delighted him. When they met again, the teenager won the King of Heaven's pride, and his dual SSS-level psychic abilities shook the entire Dragon Kingdom, and he was equally proud of the teenager. National College Entrance Examination, NCE. The teenager like a comet showed his brilliant lofty posture, domineering, and the country's pride of the fight, hand-tearing the enemy force's pride, with absolute crushing strength to take the title of the first prize, the top college academy tournament. The teenager once again showed the world the dominance that belongs to him alone. This era belongs to him alone, and now it's long past the time for my old bones to see through it. The overwhelming aura that filled the air came from the terrifying fluctuations behind him. Chu Hantian knew that the strength of this group of enemies was at least a martial king-level existence, but they were beaten back in front of his own students. Even if it wasn't for his sudden appearance, perhaps the battle would have already ended. His own students were destined to be on top of the world. Chu Hantian did not have much flash in his life, but with this student, it was enough. As a result, in Lin Zhao's gaze, he saw a hint of a smile on Chu Hantian's face. Principal Chu didn't resist, because he knew it was pointless. The air's Nianli pressure that was uniquely at the level of a martial king suppressed him to death. A trace of apology flashed in his eyes, flickering away, but still detected by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao felt bad. Principal Chu, the student has a solution, he yelled out in a hurry, and at this moment, he really panicked. The person in front of him was the first person he had felt cared for in this world, and he didn't dare think of the images that couldn't be there. And the golden robe controlling Chu Hantian heard Lin Xiao's voice. The force in his hand increased even more. Lin Xiao, your time is running out. If you don't want this old thing to die, then cripple your own cultivation immediately. At the same time, he looked at Chu Hantian in front of him. Old man, if you dare to move, I'll immediately waste you. Chu Hantian didn't care about the intimidation. Although the martial king's mighty pressure suppressed his actions, he wasn't able to completely control his body because of his own student. That means he can blow himself up. Glancing at Lin Xiao once again, one seemed to be unable to see what he looked like when he ascended to the top. It must have been extremely dazzling. A violent foreign energy began to run through his body. The eyes of Lin Xiao, who had sensed this fluctuation, instantly turned scarlet as he completely panicked. Principal Chu, you stop it, stop it. His voice trembled a little as the scene before him made him realize how strong the old man's determination was. As for the golden robe, he likewise sensed that something was wrong, and he was even more flustered than Lin Xiao. This mole-like hostage is the only thing he has left to live for now. Old man, you don't want to die. Don't worry, as long as Lin Xiao does what I say, I will absolutely let you off. I'll even give you a sum of precious resources to help you break through to Martial King. But he was rewarded for this temptation with a loud explosion. Bang! Bang! A sixth-ranked martial artist's self-detonation was quite powerful. Ah-ha-ha! Lin Xiao, who had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was as if he had gone mad. Looking at the blood and flesh remaining in the air, Chu Hantian did not leave himself away back at all, and self-detonated very thoroughly. The body had been blown to pieces, leaving only a head that rolled to Lin Zhao's side. In the end, it was a sixth-ranked powerhouse. Even if he blew himself up and only had a head left, his consciousness had not completely disappeared. Blood blurred his eyes, and his breath, which was already weak to the point of being imperceptible, was struggling to open his lips, as if he was trying his best to say goodbye to his proudest student. A glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes. He hurriedly picked up the principal's head, and the space-time divine eyes instantly activated. The powerful power of the supreme rules wrapped Chu Hantian's head. The strange space ignored everything. No sense existed, and actually forced Chu Hantian to hang on to his last breath. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhao's heart finally calmed down a bit. As long as the person is not completely dead, then there is still hope. He was exceptionally careful to collect Chu Hantian's head within his system space, which was an absolutely safe place. And the golden robe that had eaten Chu Hantian's self-detonation hard was also injured quite a bit. He was the closest, and the violet energy blasts caused damage to all 5 of his organs. Damn it! He lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. He didn't expect this old guy to be so rigid, saying that he would blow himself up. Are people so desperate nowadays? But it's like something came to mind. He slowly raised his head as the teenager's figure had appeared in front of him. Lin, before he could finish his sentence, a strong hand grabbed him by the neck and forcefully lifted him into the air. The powerful force suppressed him to death, and the alien energy in his body couldn't be activated at all as he struggled against it. The other golden robe had also completely lost his fighting spirit by this point, and didn't even have the heart to come forward to help. He wanted to escape, but Lin Xiao's icy gaze glanced at him. There's no escape. There's nowhere to run. Lin Xiao's anger now reached a critical point. Lin Xiao, spare me. I can sell my life for you. I'm a martial king. I still have value. This gold robe was controlled by Lin Xiao and could not move, and could only beg for mercy. Ka-ching! The golden robe that was lifted up with one hand by Lin Xiao was strangled alive. The death was extremely suffocating. Death can't rest in peace. Seeing his companion die just like that in front of him, the fear in this golden-robed man's eyes increased. Lin Xiao, spare me. As long as you can spare me, I'll do anything you want. Right. It was the Chu family that paid us to kill you. I can help you to deal with the Chu family. Lin Xiao. The golden robe watched as Lin Xiao raised his hand at him. The fear of death slowly came, and the strong mental pressure actually made him incontinent. Only Lin Xiao's divine eyes were flickering. Several hidden blades appeared around the golden robe, and the powerful aura they gave off made the golden robe pissed off. Go! Lin Xiao waved his hand and countless hidden blades instantly chopped at this gold-robed. Ah. The miserable screams were incomparably miserable. This golden robe did not die immediately, but felt endless pain and suffering. The countless blades of nothingness were cutting his flesh one by one. Even its bones were sliced up piece by piece as if they were pieces of meat. From the soles of the feet, to the whole body, he could only watch as his body was just sliced into pieces. That pain from his body and the fear of death in his mind drove him mad. 9,999 cuts. Powerful as the king of Wushu. Under this torture, he went crazy a second before he died. Turned out to be a complete lunatic. There's one last one left. Lin Xiao turned around and looked at the golden-robed man sitting on the ground, his face pale and trembling. Tread, step by step, with every step. The sound made caused the fear in the eyes of that golden robe to grow even greater. Lin Xiao, you said you'd let me go. You can't say nothing. At the end of his words, this golden robe hissed, as if he was making a final struggle. Ta-da! Lin Xiao stopped as he looked at the other party with incomparable indifference. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of hope flashed in the golden robe's eyes. Lin Xiao, you're an absolutely unrivaled demon. You can't go back on your word. This will become the demon in your heart that will take you to the top of the world in the future. It was as if he had grabbed the last straw and struggled desperately. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Lin Xiao. My name is Morong Yun. After saying this, Lin Xiao raised his right hand. Same moves, same torture. The air resounded with inhuman hissing. This one was much longer. This golden robe watched as his body was sliced into pieces before being sliced into countless strips and then pellets in front of his eyes. Even his own mouth swallowed the pellets uncontrollably. He's equally crazy. Only Lin Xiao's slightly sullen back was left behind, as well as the hoarse voice of madness. So far, all three gold robes were dead. Chapter 112, A Way to Save People. 9 Revolutions Breakthrough Pill. The 3 golden robes completely disappeared from the earth. In the middle of this unnoticed space, a battle for the ages was staged. A 6th-ranked teenager obliterated 3 martial king powerhouses in an absolutely crushing manner. If this battle achievement was known to the world, it would be another event that would be enough to shock the entire Dragon Kingdom. Only instead of joy, the event was filled with murderous intent. Lin Xiao sensed the miserable state of the old man in the system space and his heart burned with nameless rage. The most feared thing had happened in front of him, and although he had hung on to the old man's last breath, what about next time? The imperial capital Chu family, the celestial destiny cult. These two forces had already offended Lin Xiao's reverse scale. Dragons have reverse scales, and if you touch them, you die. God's eye breaks. The shrouded formation was unbeatable and was directly breached. The immediate priority is to save lives. Lin Xiao's mind came up with a solution. 9 Revolutions Breakthrough Pill. This is a Dan Dao Wizard's lifelong collection of Dan formulas. It can be a divine elixir that can bring back the dead and white flesh and bones. As long as there is still a breath left, it can also be saved. And Lin Xiao, who possessed the experience of a grandmaster in alchemy, was equally capable of making this elixir. Even in this world where martial arts were prevalent, this kind of elixir was enough to top everything. His mind surfaced the Dan formula of the 9 Revolutions Breakthrough Dan. Most of the materials on it he had himself, and the system signing in gave quite a lot of herbs, which he used to think were useless and almost gave them to be eaten. Just what is this 9 turns heart-refining grass? It would be bad if this world didn't have it. Lin Xiao looked at this medicinal herb. Just by hearing the name, he knew that it was incredibly precious. Since he had learned how to make pills, he hadn't spent any time working on it, and now it was a bit of a lampshade. After half a day of thinking, he came up with one of the most powerful characters he could find. Deng Ping, this master smith who had helped build his weapons might know. Oh, you kid said you know how to make pills? Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao in front of him, his slightly vicissitude eyes full of unbelief. Lin Xiao was still a bit winded. He had flown all the way here furiously. The student knows a little, and has come here to ask the master for advice on one matter. He, truly worthy of being the Dragon Kingdom's absolute demon. What is it? Say it. Deng Ping was also more agreeable to Lin Xiao in front of him. I wonder if master knows about the 9 turns heart refining grass. 9 turns heart refining grass? Deng Ping frowned. He was a master refiner, not a master alchemist. If it was some common medicinal herbs, he definitely knew. But this 9 turns heart refining grass he really hadn't heard of. Wait, I'll ask an old friend. Trouble master. Although Lin Xiao was in a hurry, he couldn't show too much urgency. After all, he had a request. Deng Ping stepped aside and connected with an old friend. Yo, rare guest, why are you free to call me today? A bad old man's voice, which seemed unusually slatternly. Oldly, do you know about the 9 turns heart refining grass? Old Deng, I said, why are you a refiner prying into our alchemy stuff? What, do you want to change careers? Not that I'm saying, at your age, I won't take you in. Roll. Just say you know it or not. Leaning on your old age and not accepting me. Are you capable of accepting me? Old Deng had a look of contempt on his face. 9 turns refining heart grass. Old Deng. First tell me where you know this name from? So there is? Hearing this, Deng Ping glanced at Lin Xiao in surprise. Could it be that this kid was really an alchemist? He had always thought that Lin Xiao was teasing him. There is, but it's not called that in our alchemy world. It's celestial heart grass. Tianxin grass? Surprisingly, it's the heavenly heart grass? Deng Ping was a little surprised. He knew about the heavenly heart grass. It was an extremely precious herb. He had once discussed with a master alchemist, in which the other party talked about this herb, because it contained some kind of heaven and earth mystery, and the growth conditions were extremely harsh, so it was called Tianxin grass by the alchemy community. As the name suggests, it is a grass that grows on the heart of the divine. It was also after the Dragon Kingdom awakened people continued to be powerful. Some foreigners in the exploration of the secret realm found this herb, in some extremely old books. This Tianxin grass also has another name. It was the 9 turns heart refining grass that Lin Xiao was talking about. Old Deng, you're not really starting to learn alchemy, are you? The name 9 turns heart refining grass only appears in some extremely ancient texts. This old friend of Deng Ping's was surprised. No way. No, I have a little friend who wants to refine a pill, and right now, he is lacking this kind of medicinal material, and asked me to help inquire about it. Oh, a young friend? Which Dan Dao family's youngster is it? What kind of Dan is he planning to refine? To have to use herbs of this level? Deng Ping's words made the other party even more puzzled. As a master-level alchemist, there were only a handful of alchemists in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and at present, in the Dragon Kingdom, master-level alchemists were already at the top of their game. This course itself has extremely high requirements for talent, and is extremely focused on inheritance. There were only 3 alchemists of this level in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This one that Deng Ping called Oldly was none other than one of the 3 masters, Li Xiandan. The position in the Dragon Kingdom can be described as a one-call. He was a little curious. According to what he knew among those Dandao families, this generation of young people didn't have any characters that were too outstanding, and the pills that required Tianxin grass as a cue were not even something that an alchemist of his level would dare to say that they were a sure thing. Old Deng, you won't be fooled. Li Xiandan some ridicule up. He felt that his old friend must be letting someone cheat. He indulged in the Dan Dao all his life. He had never seen which teenager alchemy want Tianxin grass. I say old Deng if you really want to learn alchemy there is no need to be in a hurry. Say something nice to me. It's not like I can't take you in. The laughter on the other end of the line was almost unbearable. As longtime friends, this kind of banter between friends is most comforting to them. Dumping blackened his face. He felt like a bit of a clown. It made him feel a little too naive about what he had just thought. A teenager whose strength was supreme among his peers and even broke the spell of the Dragon Kingdom's history. Boosting his strength should have exhausted everything he had. How could one still believe that the other party could actually refine pills? One is really a bit of an old fool. Okay, hang up. Incredibly depressed, he simply hung up the phone. Then he looked at Lin Xiao with gloomy eyes. Lin Xiao was a bit embarrassed. He was in a hurry, but he also sensed that something was wrong. Elder Tang, Lin kid, are you playing a trick on old me? Where did Senior Tang say that? No matter how intentional a kid is, he won't make fun of Senior. Lin Xiao was really anxious. He was counting on this herb to save his life. And seeing that Lin Xiao didn't look like a fake, Deng Ping's skeptical look wavered once again. What's wrong with me? How about this? If you refine a pill out in front of me, I'll believe you and help you. Deng Ping still looked at Lin Xiao with a better eye, and decided to give the teenager a chance. Otherwise if he just took him to his old friend, and then this kid flipped him the bird, then he would lose his old face. Yes, Lin Xiao knew he had to show his real skills. He was a grandmaster-level alchemist. Just, Elder Tang, may I ask if you have an alchemy furnace here? As soon as the words leave one's mouth, slightly embarrassing, the grades of alchemy and weaponry are divided into apprentice, 1st grade to 9th grade, 1 to 3 grades are the beginner's level, the 4th to 6th grade is the middle grade, 7th grade upwards is 1 grade a day, 7th grade is an ordinary alchemy master, 8th grade is a master-level alchemy master, and 9th grade is an alchemy grandmaster. Chapter 113 Heavenly Furnace Refining. The embarrassment was obvious on Lin Xiao's face. After all, he had just said that he knew how to make pills, but it turned out that he didn't even have a pill furnace. Wasn't that a joke? Deng Ping's face had pulled down. He looked favorably on the teenager, but that didn't mean he could indulge the other party without limits. Go back. I'll pretend you weren't here today. The voice was calm and lacked the gentleness it had started with. It was thought that after this, Deng Ping's feelings towards Lin Xiao plummeted, but it was impossible for Lin Xiao to leave. Consider over and over again. There's only one way out. It's not tried, but it can only be spelled once. Lin Xiao recalled some fragments that belonged to an experience of the supreme wizard Jun Ruobai, or rather, a conjecture of his. Jun Ruobai, who had already achieved great success in the Tao of Dan, had meditated many times late at night and created an alchemy technique that captured the creation of heaven and earth. Heavenly furnace refining. Why do you always need a furnace to make pills? The root of alchemy was to fuse the origins of various precious medicinal herbs through an extremely skillful condensation technique, and then fuse them into a single elixir through the power of the flame. And the process is to need a space to be closed to avoid the flow. That's why there is a Dan furnace in Pudong. However, Jun Ruobai felt that the Tao of Dan, which contains the mysteries of heaven and earth, can encompass all things in Qianquan as well as be embraced by all things in heaven and earth, and should not be confined to the Dan furnace at all. So, late one night, it created an appalling method of alchemy. It is the heavenly furnace that refines, using the heavens and earth as a furnace and the source of all things as a fire. This was considered to be Jun Ruobai's masterpiece. It was a pity that the world he lived in had a scarcity of martial arts, close to the age of the end, and the thin energy between heaven and earth was not enough to support him in accomplishing this unprecedented feat, which was a great pity. Various details about the heavenly furnace refinement as well as the techniques flashed ceaselessly in Lin Xiao's mind. His eyes grew firm. Today he had to let Master Tang do this favor no matter what he said. Elder Tang, please move. Deng Ping has already gotten a little impatient. At least he is a master-level refiner. You kid don't get an inch. Please give the boy one last chance. If the latecomer misses, he will leave. Lin Xiao also knew that he was being a bit too forceful, but he couldn't help it. Chu Hantian had ended up like this because of him. Everything aside, no matter what, he, Lin Xiao, would do everything he could to save people. Okay, I'd like to see what you can get up to. Dumping waved his hands. The two came outside to a more open view. Kid, I can tell you, if you really make fun of old me, I won't spare you. Deng Ping thought about it, but gave the teenager in front of him a leg up to stop there. However, upon seeing Lin Xiao's extremely determined expression, he also stopped talking and quietly waited for the results. You don't need a furnace to make pills? He, Deng Ping, was at least a generation of masters. Refining pills without a furnace is like refining weapons without iron. Do you really think he doesn't know anything? At this moment, Lin Xiao was sitting on the ground. His mind was free of distractions. His hands were constantly making seals, and as an incomparably subtle seal appeared, the space here vaguely underwent an unspeakable change. Deng Ping's eyes were suspicious. Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and now he had completely transformed into a true alchemy master. And that endlessly subtle maneuvering technique caused Deng Ping's eyes to light up slightly as he watched. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. And as Lin Xiao kept on interpreting, a strain of herb appeared out of thin air and was condensed into a medicinal liquid in the air right in front of Deng Ping's extremely astonished gaze. How is that possible? Deng Ping sensed carefully and did not detect any energy flow from these medicinal liquids. How was this possible? Lin Xiao's eyes became more and more focused, and in his field of vision, the heavens and earth at this moment had actually transformed into a huge Dan furnace. The countless rules of heaven and earth that escaped therein were under its control, continuously refining and combining those medicinal herbs under its own manipulation. Dumping was beside himself with all the proceedings in full view. The shock in his eyes became more and more intense, and by this moment, he was already convinced that the teenager in front of him was not deceiving him. He really does know how to make pills. However, is this the way to make pills? It's going to be a Dan. He was mesmerized by what he was watching, and he actually felt the unprecedented mysteries of heaven and earth from it, and a new world door that had never been opened before began to plumb and sprout deep within his heart. No one knew what kind of shock was in his heart at this moment. A grandmaster refiner, a Marshal Zun-level existence, someone who could be called a person respected by millions in the entire Dragon Kingdom, was actually being taught a lesson by a teenager at this moment. drops of sweat appeared slightly on Lin Zhao's head. Having reached one of the most important steps, condensation, he became more and more attentive and careful, and fortunately, he had a strong enough spiritual nimbus of his own to support him. Otherwise, he might have failed. The picture in the air at the moment is extremely wonderful. Countless medicinal liquids slowly converged and combined under the invisible force of the rules, and the shadow of a fledgling elixir slowly appeared, then became more and more solid. Sung, Lin Zhao shouted, as this sound of his resonated between heaven and earth. An elixir with a rich fragrance appeared, with a golden light all over its body, and the surface was actually glittering with marks. Dan became. Lin Zhao succeeded. Dumpin was dumbfounded. Did you really make it? The pill floated towards Lin Zhao's direction. It was a high-grade pill. Exactly what grade it was, Lin Zhao wasn't too clear about it because he hadn't had an in-depth understanding of the alchemy system in this world. However, the potion was extremely powerful. The name is Breakthrough Pill. It could increase the success rate of a martial artist's realm breakthrough. Moreover, this pill had 3 marks on it. It was a 3 stripes breakthrough pill, enough to increase the success rate by 30%. Of course it was only useful for existences below the level of martial exalt. Deng Ping involuntarily walked forward, his eyes looking at Lin Zhao as if he was looking at a monster. You didn't lie to me? You really know how to make pills? Ha, that pill does not need to be examined at all. The real thing, he was watching the whole thing in his eyes, and even the rich medicinal aroma it emitted. Even he, a martial arts Zun, was slightly attracted by a trace of it. It's simply appalling. This teenager is a demon, right, Elder Tang? The late generation has only admiration for you. How could there be any deception? Lin Zhao calmed down a little. After all, it was his first time alchemizing pills, so he was nervous for sure. But fortunately, his luck was okay and he didn't miss a beat. You really are. Deng Ping looked at Lin Zhao's very green face. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, he was still a bit incredulous. How could there be such a demonic person in this world? But now that it was over, he wouldn't push it, and immediately took out his cell phone and dialed again. I said, old man Deng, I'm busy. Don't catch me alone and annoy me if you get cheated. Li Hyundan on the other end of the phone was very dissatisfied. When he was very idle, cut the crap. Where are you? I'll bring someone over to you. What for? Is that the teenager you said you wanted to use the heavenly heart grass? Old Deng luckily you've lived for so many years. At this age you're going to be a late bloomer. Don't talk nonsense. I'll just ask you one thing. Can you make an elixir without using the alchemy furnace? Old Deng, you are really old and confused. TM, how can you refine pills without a furnace? Come on, let me ask you. I don't let you make iron. How do you refine? Hearing this reply from his old friend, Deng Ping turned his head and looked deeply at Lin Zhao. Just tell me if you can or you can't. Asterisk. Old man, are you purely looking for a fight today? Not to mention me. Is the entire dragon country one counts one? If do not need to use the Dan furnace can be refined into pills, I kneel down to worship its master. If you can make a pill without a furnace, you think I'm that legendary master. Okay, you tell me where you are. I'll bring your master there. Chapter 114 11th on the Earth Fire Ranking. Earth Flame Burning Regicide Fire. Li Xiandan really had the urge to curse at the moment. Deng Ping and he were friends for the past few years, and there were many similarities between alchemy and weaponry. Consequently, the two hadn't argued much, so it was reasonable to say that this old friend of his wouldn't be so easily fooled. Senior Dan Masterly, I've kept you waiting. A white-bearded old Taoist stepped through the door. His hands worshipped in front of his chest, and his body exuded a strong smell of Dan. This was an old man who had invaded the Dan Dao for many years. No harm done. Li Xiandan calmed down a little and looked at the old man in front of him and waved his hand. Feng Dan Xiao, you've come to seek me out, looks like you're ready to begin? The white-bearded old man nodded respectfully. His name was Feng Dan Xiao. The Feng family is a powerful family in the Dragon Kingdom, and also a family of alchemists. And as the Feng family's oldest ancestor, his hand of alchemy was extremely skillful, having reached the rank of the 7th grade. However, in the face of the person in front of him, he did not dare to have the slightest bit of bravado, simply because the other party was a true 8th grade alchemy master. Rather, I'm grateful that Senior Dan Masterly was able to come and observe my Feng clan's clan competition. Like their kind of powerful family, the secret struggle within the family was far more complicated than what outsiders thought. As the Feng family of the alchemy family, every 20 years the family would hold an alchemy competition. Through this kind of competition, the clan members who are outstanding in all aspects are screened out so that they can be cultivated to ensure that the clan's power will continue to flourish. Feng Danshao bowed his head slightly, and there was a hint of envy in the depths of his eyes. There aren't many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who can make him. As the ancestor of an alchemy family, treat him with such respect. As a 7th grade ranked alchemist, there were too many people who wanted to flatter him. and in this era where martial arts were prevalent, pills were extremely helpful to martial artists. As for the Tao of Dan, it is about inheritance and more about talent. This is an inherent talent. There is not, which leads to the huge dragon country alchemy together almost monopolized by these families. It was much harder for outsiders to follow the path of alchemy. There were a total of 3 great families in the Dragon Kingdom's alchemy families, the Yi clan, the Li clan, and the Feng clan, and among the 3 major alchemy families, only he, the Feng clan, did not have any 8th grade alchemy masters, while the other 2 great families' ancestors had all reached the 8th grade. Together with Li Xiandan, he was honored as the Tarzan Beidou of the Dragon Kingdom's Dan Dao community. Li Xiandan himself does not have a family heritage. He is considered to be self-taught. Early years in this Feng Dan Xiao had a friendship, so for the Feng family also have more care. In that case, go ahead and take a look. I've often heard you say that there are some good seedlings in this session. Li Xiandan was very cozy, smilingly looking at his old friend. That's funny, they're all clansmen who are no good. Feng Dan Xiao also followed suit, and when he spoke of his own clan, a slight smile appeared on his aged face. Evidently, he was pleased with Li Xiandan's praise. By the way, Feng Dan Xiao, I have an old friend coming later. No disturbance, right? Li Xiandan suddenly said. That old friend of his was none other than Deng Ping, and he really couldn't argue with this old guy. No disturbance, no disturbance. Elder Li's friend is my Feng family's friend. Mr. Feng will definitely welcome you with open arms. The Feng family was worthy of being an alchemy family. The family was filled with an extremely strong scent of books. Medicinal herb resources could be found everywhere, and the space was also filled with a very strong earth vein qi. Li Xiandan and Feng Dan Xiao arrived at a very empty hall. Beneath the hall stood a multitude of young teenage boys, each with a spirited face, an alchemy furnace placed in front of them, with different auras. Greetings, Elder Li, meet the old ancestor. Seeing the arrival of the 2 of them, everyone in the arena did a big salute. The admiration in the gazes of those young men looking at Li Xiandan increased, only expecting to show a high level of splendor in this grand competition, and it would be even more perfect if they could be worshipped under his tutelage. Li Xiandan sat in the first place under the gazes of the crowd, with Feng Dan Xiao slightly a shade below him. Feng Dan Xiao looked towards the leader, Li Xiandan, and saw that he stood up after slightly nodding his head, and his majestic gaze swept towards everyone in the hall. I declare that the Feng family's 23rd alchemy competition officially begins. The voice is strong and powerful, and the words are long. All the young talents of the Feng family participating in this alchemy competition have plunged into alchemy. The alchemy competition was very simple. There was no restriction on the grade of the elixir, no restriction on any means, as long as the age of the Feng family's children below 25 weeks old could participate. The final judgment is based on the grade and quality of the elixir produced. At this very moment, every son or daughter of the Feng family has exerted all their strength, and above the lobby, all kinds of flames competed with each other, and countless medicinal herbs appeared and were thrown into the alchemy furnace to be refined. The air was filled with the Dan fragrance of medicinal liquid, and any mortal who took a whiff of it could be cured of 100 diseases and prolong his life. In addition to Li Xiandan and Feng Dan Xiao, there were also many clansmen from the main lineage and branch lineages watching from the sidelines. The quality of this class is indeed higher than in previous years. I see that the kid from your lineage is extremely skillful in alchemy. Looking at this situation, is it possible that he is preparing to refine a 3rd grade elixir? Khan, it's just a 3rd grade. It's not enough to worry about. You old brat really don't know what to do. To be able to refine 3rd grade pills at this age is already not bad. It still can't be compared to the main vein. That young Master Feng who is in the lead should be refining a 5th grade elixir. It's really terrifying as hell. You still want to compete with the main vein? Old me even feels that even if I go up there, I may not be able to refine this young Master Feng. From time to time, the people nodded to the children in their respective veins, while also looking at a young man at the head of the group. This was the proud son of the Phoenix clan's main lineage, Feng Xuanji, with a handful of alchemy skills beyond the crowd's imagination. At only 23 years old, he had already begun refining 5th grade pills, and this terrifying talent caused many of the Feng clan members to marvel at him. Oh, Li Xiandan, who was sitting on the stage, also swept his gaze towards this Feng Xuanji, and after observing him for some time, he nodded his head slightly. Old Feng, this kid is not bad. Feng Dan Xiao naturally knew who he was referring to, and he similarly turned his gaze towards Feng Xuanji. This son was described as one of his most satisfied juniors. Oh, still a bit young, don't know how to be introspective, still need to sharpen up. Hey, your words are wrong. How can a young man be called a young man if he's not a bit mad? The 2 of us were far more arrogant than this little guy back then. Li Xiandan stroked his beard, perhaps thinking of the years that had passed. At this moment, there were quite a few explosions above the main hall. Are some of the mentality is not stable? Or skills are not practiced to the home of the people refined burst furnace? These people's faces are full of reluctance. By the alchemy furnace fried black face some helplessness. Get your ass down here. You disgrace. There were family members on the sidelines with angry faces. It really put them to shame. There were also some Dan furnaces in which a faint aroma of elixir filled the air. The elixir they had refined had come to the final step. As long as they crossed over it would become an elixir. Noticing this scene, the people behind it nodded their heads, smilingly telling the bystanders that this was my family's cub. Feng Xuanji, as a person from the main vein, the elixir he refined this time was precisely a 5th grade elixir. 5th grade pills were already not bad and were quite difficult to refine, and he had devoted himself to refining them from the beginning of the competition. At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination, and a powerful flame appeared from his palm. As soon as this flame appeared, the hall above was instantly ablaze with fire, huge energy escaping in all directions, and the infinite power of the flame looked like it could burn the void. As soon as this flame appeared, it was like the king of all flames, and everyone else's flames looked like they had met their nemesis, instantly becoming shriveled up, not daring to venture out in the slightest. Surprisingly, it's earth fire. Many people exclaimed. For alchemists, the flame is a very important kind of evening things. A powerful flame for the efficacy of alchemy has an irreplaceable role. It can even improve the success rate of alchemy. And since the cataclysm, there have been many natural sources of flame between heaven and earth. Someone once went to great lengths to summarize the fire of heaven and earth in a record. These powerful flames were divided into 2 tiers, heavenly fire and earthly fire. I didn't expect young Master Feng to possess an earth fire. Judging from its fluctuations, it should be the 11th on the earth fire list. The earth flame incineration flame. Chapter 115, Dueling Feng Xuanji. Oh, Li Xiandan was also attracted by the flame. Earth fire and heavenly fire had an extremely fatal attraction for alchemists, but as a master alchemist, he did not go out of his way to snatch the treasures of the juniors, and instead looked at Feng Danshao who was on the sidelines. I say old Phoenix you are really generous to this kid. The 11th of the earth fire list of the earth inflammation incineration regicide fire can give the whole to come? Feng Xuanji can't subdue this level of earth fire by himself. It's a pity that senior is laughing. Feng Danshao did not retort. Obviously, for Feng Xuanji, he also gave high hopes and spent a large price to find an earth fire for him. And with the added power of the earth fire, Feng Xuanji became even more confident. The alchemy furnace in front of him became more and more vigorous, and the countless medicinal liquids became more condensed under the powerful flames of the earth flame incineration flame. Under Feng Xuanji's extremely skillful technique, the prototype of the pill began to coalesce. It's going to happen. Surprisingly, is it really going to refine a 5th grade elixir? Countless clansmen looked at this scene in shock. The air was filled with an incomparably strong Dan fragrance, a sign that it was about to become a Dan. Ha! Feng Xuanji fought to drink. The earth flame burning regicide fire emitted a shocking dazzling color, and the Dan was completed. An elixir that emitted an incomparably strong fragrance appeared. It was precisely a 5th grade elixir. Yes, many people applauded. Most of these people were clansmen who supported Feng Xuanji, and they were all very happy to see their future master making such a big splash. It seemed like they were following the right person. And when this 5th grade elixir appeared in the world, the title of this family competition was thoroughly deserved. None of the countless youngsters present had made pills that exceeded the 5th grade. The most powerful one could only manage to concoct a peak 4th grade elixir. And he shook his head, not having a single thought of trying to compete with the other party. Pill refining success of Feng Xuanji Qi Xianhang. Its posture is incomparable. Gas Shang Lingren stood in the first column of all people to look at the top of the silhouette. He didn't want to expose the earth fire to refine a 5th grade elixir, not to take the title of this great competition, but to get the appreciation of the silhouette at the top. Only then would he have a chance to completely break through the family's barriers in the future and step into the ranks of the 8th rank. Their Feng family needed the emergence of an 8th grade alchemy master too much. Feng Xuanji's gaze gleamed in anticipation that the image he was thinking of could appear. The leader, Li Xiandan, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly stood up. Seeing this, Feng Xuanji inwardly rejoiced. Could it be that he had succeeded? Old Deng, come over here since you're here. Only Li Xiandan spoke into the void. Next to him, Feng Danzhao's eyes flickered. His cultivation had not reached the level of martial exalt, and he had been at the peak of the late 7th stage for many years. If he's a friend of elderly, his strength must be at the level of a martial master. Only Deng Ping appeared from the void, and there was a slightly slimmer figure beside him, which was none other than Lin Xiao. Oh, old Li, long time no see. Deng Ping sought his old friend and walked up to greet him. It was not the first time he had come to the Feng household. Welcome Elder Tang. Feng Danshao hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. This was the Taishan Beidu of the refining industry, and deserved a bow. The other Phoenix clan members likewise bowed respectfully. AI. no need to be polite. It's me who is a bit abrupt in coming all of a sudden. Dumping waved his hands. Not to be abrupt. Elderly has long since spoken with my juniors that the Feng family is very much welcome to Elder Tang at all times. Oh, you have a heart. Li Shendan was also curious after seeing the two finish the scene and asked, I say old Tang, the kid you told me about who can make pills is him. Li Shendan swept his gaze toward Lin Xiao. Well, at such a young age, his cultivation has already reached the 6th rank, and it is extremely solid, enough to be called a demonic phrase. That's right. In front of a large crowd, Deng Ping did not mention the word worship, giving this old friend of his 3 thin faces, Old Deng, if you say that this youngster is a martial arts prodigy, I don't doubt it for a second. The fact that his cultivation has reached the 6th rank at such a young age is enough to prove that he has a demonic talent. But if you want to say that with such a demonic martial Dao, he's also quite accomplished in the alchemy path. Ha. Li Shendan shook his head as he expressed 10,000 disbelief. The Dragon Kingdom had never seen such a demonic genius. Deng Ping also expressed his understanding when he saw this. After all, he had just learned the news with the same disbelief. Lin Xiao, since that's the case, then show a little. Lin Xiao nodded. On the way here Elder Tang had already told him that this old friend was a titan of the alchemy world, so as long as the other party was willing to help, the Tianqing grass would not be a big problem. Wait, you said his name is Lin Xiao? Li Shendan's gaze toward Lin Xiao was extremely astonished. Lin Xiao's name was like a thunderclap. Not only him, but all the people of the Phoenix clan present were equally shocked as they looked at this teenager. The name Lin Xiao could be said to be unknown in the Dragon Kingdom of the current era, an invincible demon who was unrivaled in the ancient world. The first reverse fallen martial king in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, a terrifying young man who broke a centuries-old spell. I didn't expect to see a real person today. He's Lin Xiao? Many of the Phoenix clan members were whispering underneath, and many of them had Lin Xiao's fans with an excited look on their faces. Feng Xuanji gazed faintly at the teenager who brought his own aura with him the moment he appeared on the scene from the bottom, and a hint of jealousy flashed through his heart. But fortunately, the two of them had different domains. Lin Xiao nodded at Li Xiandan. Hello Master Li, I am none other than Lin Xiao. I've long heard that the Dragon Kingdom has produced an invincible heavenly pride, and today's sight is truly as good as its name. Li Xiandan looked at Lin Xiao with great satisfaction. After all, the teenager in front of him was an existence that had truly made a lot of achievements for the Dragon Kingdom. I heard this old friend of mine say that you need the heavenly heartgrass to refine pills? Junior Lang, do you know what grade of medicinal herb the heavenly heartgrass is? And what grade of existence the elixir that needs the heavenly heartgrass to be refined is? Since the teenager has this heavy identity in, Li Shendan is hoping that the other party can know the difficulties and retreat. Alchemy and martial arts is different. Alchemy is about inheritance. Lin Zhao's identity background dragon country concerned people know. Cold family origin. In less than a year's time, to be able to raise the martial arts to this level could already be said to be a heavenly pride that had crowned the era. He truly didn't believe that this teenager could be unrivaled in the Tao of Dan while being superb in martial arts. It's just not going to happen. Even he, in the beginning, had a great chance to get a Dan Dao inheritance, and spend half of his life delving into the Dan Dao to get to today's realm. Hearing his old friend's question, Deng Ping also just reacted. He hadn't asked Lin Xiao about his purpose yet. How about this? Lin Xiao, tell me what kind of Dan you want to refine. If it's possible, I'll let this old friend of mine make a move, so you don't have to mess around. Oh, old Deng, is this your way of begging me? Li Xiandan looked at Deng Ping twice. It seemed that this teenager was not ordinary. He had not seen Deng Ping let himself out to help because of any teenager. Lin Xiao thought about it. Kid wants to refine an elixir that can save his life. Help? Li Xiandan frowned slightly. The encompassing nature of this word was much bigger. Be specific. What is the current state of the person you are trying to save? There's just one head left. Li Xuandan's brows had furrowed out 5 layers. What did he hear? Deng Ping also patted his brain. He realized that he was really crazy to accompany this Lin Xiao kid to fool around. Feng Dan Xiao, who was standing on the side, saw that the two masters did not open their mouths and took the initiative to walk forward, pausing slightly. Young warrior Lin Xiao, if it's as you say, with only a head left, I'm afraid there's no way back for your friend. He didn't say it too bluntly, but the meaning of his words was also very clear. This person was hopeless. Lin Xiao turned his gaze toward this old man and did not respond. Chu Hantian he will save. Others do not have a way does not mean that he does not have. Li Shendan saw that Lin Xiao was so persistent. He also didn't know how to persuade him. After all, he was brought by his old friend. After all, he didn't look at the face of the monk. Lin Xiao, Master Li, the kid is brazen. I just want to ask you to inform the kid how he can find the heavenly heartgrass, and the rest the kid can take care of on his own. Celestial heartgrass. Lin Xiao only wanted to get this last medicinal lead right now. Li Xiandan calmed down. Is after all, the Dan Dao world's leading existence. A teenager talking to him like this, even if the other party was a demonic heavenly pride, he wouldn't be spoiled. But when he saw the glance coming from his old friend, he sighed again. Old dang, I'm just doing it for your sake. Deng Ping smiled and did not say anything, only that look made Li Xiandan look very strange. Lin Xiao, in that case I won't talk too much. Heavenly heart grass, I happen to have one in my hands, but this medicine is incredibly precious. I won't give it to you so easily. Dare I ask, master, what price is needed to exchange this herb with master? Lin Xiao became slightly agitated as he stepped forward and bowed at a 90-degree angle. 2 conditions. The first, you both said that you will alchemy. Then I watch you again among the refining a pill to defeat the head of that teenager below. If you do, I will say the second condition, and as long as you fulfill both conditions, I will gift you the heavenly heartgrass. The young man at the head of the bottom was none other than Feng Xuanji. When he heard his name, Feng Xuanji froze, then held his head high in the crowd's gaze. Was this not an opportunity for his seniors to give him a chance to perform? Lin Xiao swept his gaze over without the slightest hesitation. Yes. Chapter 116, Defeating Feng Xuanji. Lin Xiao walked to the top of the main hall amidst the gazes of the crowd. Feng Xuanji clasped his hands when he saw this. Brother Lin, long time no see. If it came to martial arts, he was not as good as the other party, but if it came to competing in the Dan Dao, he would not be able to compete. Lin Xiao similarly nodded his head. May I ask what kind of elixir you concocted just now? Mr. Feng is untalented, and has refined a 5th-grade elixir, the Yuan Ling Dan. Although Feng Xuanji was emphasizing that he was rather foolish, there was a hint of arrogance in his words. 5th-grade elixir, Yuan Ling Dan. This was an elixir that could assist martial artists in their cultivation, and could be taken by anyone under a martial king, and one elixir could be worth half a year of hard cultivation. The potency of the medicine is quite not weak. Feng Xuanji even took the initiative to show his generosity by handing Lin Xiao the pills that had just come out of the oven. Alchemy is not like practicing martial arts. It needs to be supported by an extremely strong heritage. Feng Xuanji was able to concoct a 5th-grade elixir at such a young age in addition to his own outstanding talent, but also could not be separated from the family's support. To be honest, most of the people of the world's families looked down on Lin Xiao's humble beginnings. Lin Xiao silently sensed this Yuan spirit pill. So it was like this. He then came to a teenager in the middle of the crowd. Can I borrow your alchemy furnace for a while? Oh, okay. This teenager was also frozen by Lin Xiao's words. No, big brother, how can an alchemist borrow a furnace to make pills? Seeing this scene, Feng Xuanji was more and more certain that this Lin Xiao must be as good as he imagined for the way of alchemy, and perhaps he had only learned a trace of skin from some fragmented ancient books. Sitting in the first place, Li Xiandan silently watched. His conditions have been given. How to do it has nothing to do with him. He only looks at the results. In the midst of the crowd, Lin Xiao's hands pointed at the alchemy furnace with a slight force and a flame came out from the ground. This was the earth vein fire that belonged to the Phoenix clan. Seeing this scene, there were already quite a few members of the Feng family slightly worded up. It's just as well that the alchemy furnace isn't there. How come there isn't even an alchemy fire? Obviously, the alchemy furnace and the Dan fire were things that were indispensable to an alchemist, and these actions of Lin Xiao made them doubt whether this legendary supreme celestial pride would actually be able to make Dan. But soon they were dumbfounded. A certain doubt also appeared in the eyes of Li Xiandan, who was sitting in the center. At this moment Lin Xiao had completely entered the state of alchemy. The unique aura belonging to the alchemy patriarch caused many people to look sideways, an aura that they could not help but bring in. Like a pilgrimage, Lin Xiao had already transformed into a junior patriarch. As he maneuvered step by step, a medicinal herb appeared from its space and was thrown into the Dan furnace. Every part of the process was perfect and flawless. The more Li Xiandan watched, the more he felt incredulous, because the method of alchemy that the teenager displayed was something he had never seen before. Such a skillful maneuver, such a high level of skill, simply can't be done without long-term training. Li Xiandan turned his head to Deng Ping. Old Deng, who did this son learn from? Obviously, Li Xiandan felt that there must be a worldly master behind Lin Xiao. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom had produced another 8th-grade alchemy master? Deng Ping shook his head. He wasn't sure, and the way he looked at Li Xiandan got weirder and weirder. Old Deng, what's that look in your eyes? Li Xiandan was a bit baffled. He had to say that Lin Xiao's method of alchemy actually had some kind of attraction to him. It was too unbelievable. Feng Danxiao's eyes were full of shock. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Just hidden in the cuffs of the hand that could not stop trembling manifested that he was not calm. So fast. Some people realized that those medicinal herbs had already been refined into medicinal liquid by Lin Xiao, and this speed was too fast. And as Lin Xiao's movements became faster and faster, the color of jealousy within Feng Xuanji, who was standing not far away, became more and more raging, but on the surface it still looked breezy. Congeal. Lin Zhao's hands were constantly making seals, so fast that people couldn't even see them. A fledgling pill had already taken shape under his manipulation, and an incomparably strong fragrance of the pill filled the air, making one's heart happy. What a strong Dan fragrance! What grade of Dan is this? I don't know, but just based on this fledgling Dan fragrance, I'm sure it's far more than just the 5th grade. This is too much of a shock. Could it be that Lin Zhao's Dan Dao attainments were actually on par with the demonic degree of his martial Dao? Gosh, not just a 5th grade. That would be above a 5th grade, but at least a 6th grade elixir. As an alchemy family, they had been immersed in the Dan Dao for their entire lives, and many of them had practiced alchemy diligently for their entire lives. To be inferior to a teenager? On the basis of what? On what grounds? Why is he such a demon? God is not fair. I am not convinced. Feng Xuanji watched the scene with an expressionless face, his heart screaming madly inside. Originally, the protagonist of today should be him. His 23-year-old self had displayed the earthfire in front of the crowd and successfully refined a 5th grade elixir. This Lin Zhao, what does he deserve? The jealousy within had reached its peak, when he thought that he was also inferior to this teenager in terms of martial arts. Feng Xuanji became even more depressed. Even his internal organs were rolling over, and there was blood in his throat that was reversing, and he was actually spitting out blood from anger, forcibly swallowing the blood in his mouth. His face turned slightly white. Fortunately, at this time, the gazes of the people in the Great Hall were all looking at Lin Zhao, and no one noticed his abnormality, but this made it even more maniacal. Sung, a dense to the extreme Dan fragrance emanated from the alchemy furnace, and this Dan was successfully refined. The speed made everyone's jaws drop. How long has this been going on? 5 minutes? This is too fast, isn't it? Shouldn't alchemy be a slow and careful job? 5 minutes to them couldn't even finish refining the herbs, and this teenager even succeeded in refining it? For a while, it was actually unclear who was the alchemy family. This pill was a genuine 6th grade pill, the face residence pill. The efficacy was average. Taking this elixir would preserve youth forever. For most awakened people, this elixir was not very useful, but it is not less difficult to refine. It's actually a 6th grade pill, the face resurfacing pill. Those present were all alchemists, and knew the difficulty of this Dan, and because of this, they were even more in awe of the young man standing in the middle of the field. At this moment, no one will ask about the result of this competition. 6th grade versus 5th grade. It was obvious that Lin Zhao won. Many people from the Feng clan were silent. A youngster from a cold family had actually defeated their Feng clan's most talented alchemist of this generation in the field of alchemy. It's not funny, even they feel ashamed. Feng Xuanji's face was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking about. Standing above the Feng clan's old ancestor, Feng Danshao similarly hid the color of shock in the depths of his eyes, and the trembling hand hidden in his sleeve also regained its calmness. Even at this moment, he actually took the initiative to step forward and look at Lin Zhao. Young warrior Lin is worthy of being the #1 heavenly pride of the Dragon Kingdom. This alchemy competition, Feng Xuanji has lost. After saying that, he looked towards Li Xiandan who was sitting in the center, and no one knew what kind of deep meaning he had in his heart at this moment. Lin Zhao nodded slightly toward the Feng family's old ancestor and then walked toward the top. My boy is untalented. May I ask what the second condition is that the master is talking about? Li Xiandan had to admit that he had misjudged him. The young man in front of him was a supreme demon that had never been seen in the Dragon Kingdom in ancient times. To refine a 6th grade elixir at such an age, he thought to himself that he was not such a son back then. Rather, it was the old man who looked away. For this second condition, I need you to defeat a person with the art of alchemy once again. Who? Yi Silence of the Yi Clan. Chapter 117, Departure of the Yi Clan. Battle against Yi Silencer. Lin Zhao didn't recognize this so-called Yi Silence. However, many of the younger generation of the Feng clan here let out cries of alarm. Yi Silent ran? That's the shut-in disciple of the Yi family's oldest ancestor. I heard that he's not very old, but his hand of alchemy is already refined to perfection. The Yi family's old ancestor is an 8th grade alchemy master. Someone who can be accepted by him as a close disciple can't be an ordinary person. These people inadvertently swept their eyes toward Feng Xuanji. Although in the Feng clan, it could be said that this main vain young master was unrivaled, but if compared to the other two alchemy family's heavenly prides, he was also a bit of a step down. Lin Zhao has heard all the gossip. 8th grade master? A disciple of the gate? So what? He gently inquired. I still don't know when this competition can start. As long as it was a competition for alchemy, he, Lin Zhao, could be fearless of everything. This is the junior grandmaster's strength. Right now, he only wanted to quickly fulfill the other party's conditions, get the heavenly heartgrass, refine the 9 revolutions breakthrough pill, and save Principal Chu. Deng Ping didn't know what came to his mind and stood aside and suddenly burst out laughing. Li Xiandan turned around. He was truly convinced of this old guy. If he was allowed to, he would have to fight with the other party for 300 rounds of lip-syncing. Lin Xiao, in advance, as long as you defeat Yi Silence, I will naturally hand over the heavenly heartgrass to you, but if you lose, the boy will not lose. Before Li Xiandan could finish his words, he was vetoed by Lin Xiao. Feeling the unknown confidence of the teenager, Li Xiandan didn't say those remaining words after all. He and the Yi family's old ancestor had once had a Dan Dao competition, which ended in a draw, but at that time, both of them were high-minded and proud, so they made a bet that in the future, both sides would have disciples, and the disciples would come back to have a competition. Yi Silerin is the only disciple of that old man who advertises to the public that his talent in alchemy is outstanding. If he remembered correctly, 3 years ago that kid could make a 6th grade elixir. 3 years had passed and he didn't know where the limits of that teenager were now. On the other hand, I don't even have anyone who looks good to me, let alone accepting disciples. Perhaps originally, the teenager named Feng Xuanji would have been his candidate, but Lin Xiao appeared to produce a 6th grade elixir in just 5 minutes. The alchemy strength shown by this son is beyond imagination. Moreover, Li Xiandan could feel that Lin Xiao did not take out his full strength. If he fought with his full strength, he could not help but end up in a draw with that Yi Siljan, but he was already satisfied with the result of the draw. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. Good, since you are so determined, I will help you with your battle invitation, but at that time, you will need to fight in the name of the old man's disciple. Are you willing to do so? When these words came out, that Feng Xuanji's face was already going purple with anger. Why? At this moment, he was incomparably sure that if Lin Xiao had not appeared, then he would definitely have become Master Li Xiandan's disciple. It's all him. He's the one who made me lose it all. The inner jealousy, anger, and even had evolved into an extremely crazy killing intent. Lin Xiao frowned slightly after hearing this. He only wanted the heavenly heartgrass and had no intention of preparing to worship it as his master. To put it bluntly, he felt as if the old man in front of him was not qualified to serve as his master. Dumping opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say to his old friend. Good man, are you sure you can be his master? Perhaps sensing Lin Xiao's difficulty, Li Xiandan waved his hand. What? Does being a disciple of the old man make it difficult for you? His tone was thick and his face deep. Who is he? Alchemy's greatest masters. One of the only 3 8th grade alchemy masters in the Dragon Kingdom. But whenever he sent out a message saying that he wanted to take on a disciple, there would be countless young talents rushing to come and worship him as their master. That's not a lie at all. How did it come to this teenager here as if being his own disciple had wronged the other party? I'm grateful for your love, but it's just that the kid already has a master, and this time it's only for the heavenly heartgrass. Lin Xiao's mind thought of an old man. Strictly speaking, the other party should be his teacher, and he didn't know if he would be scolded if he let his teacher hear this kind of talk. Oh, who was your teacher? Li Xiandan unconsciously took a step forward. He guessed that the unheard-of method of alchemy was taught by the master Lin Xiao spoke of, and he wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of this mysterious figure. My master had said that I should not report his name outside, so I hope that you will forgive me. Lin Xiao is not humble. Also, in that case, I won't force the issue. I'll give my battle invitation now. Kid, are you ready? Yes, with a resounding voice. Immediately, Li Xiandan silently closed his eyes, and an invisible spatial force appeared. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered slightly as he detected this scene. He already knew that martial exalted powerhouses could already forcefully interfere with the rules of the heavens and earth and make simple applications to them. Aside from their own talents, the spatial force from above looked like it was transmitting some kind of message. This kind of spatial utilization seemed a bit childish to him, but the energy fluctuations that belonged to the level of a martial zone caused Lin Xiao's body to be slightly stunned. It's strong. One's current strength seemed to be a long way away from being a martial exalt. After a few moments of silence, Li Xiandan opened his eyes. The battle invitations have been set up. Tomorrow's showdown. It was he who had conversed with that Yi clan's old ancestor through the power of space just now, and the other party was also incomparably forthcoming. This battle had been long awaited for the two of them. After saying that, Li Xiandan turned his head to look at Feng Dan Xiao. Old Feng, it's a nagging night. Elder Li has nothing to say. Come on people, prepare 3 rooms immediately. Feng Dan Xiao was extremely good at things and immediately arranged for 3 rooms to be vacated for his rest. Lin Xiao also clasped his fists. He was originally going to rent a hotel in the neighborhood, but this was great and saved money. Evening, Lin Xiao rested alone in his room. Abrupt, he sensed a movement outside the door and opened it to find that it was actually Feng Dan Xiao. Elder, I don't know what the purpose of this late-night visit is? Lin Xiao looked at the old man curiously. He already knew the other party's identity, the old ancestor of the Feng clan's mansion. His seniority was frightening. Young Master Lin, I apologize for the late-night disturbance. Feng Danxiao revealed an amiable smile as he looked at Lin Xiao with a gentle face. The old man has come to ask for something. Lin Xiao was slightly puzzled. What is it? Today in the Great Hall, young warrior Lin's hand of alchemy is extremely subtle. Watching the old man's heart is on a whim. I wonder if young warrior Lin can give me some guidance. Young warrior, don't worry. There will be a generous reward afterward. Feng Danshao held back the excitement in her heart and stated her purpose. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that this was the case. His own alchemy method was the inherited method of an alchemy master from a different world, but it was an extremely fatal temptation to alchemists. He can't teach. This patriarch-level alchemy art was hardwired into his brain by the system. He would only use it, not teach it. Senior discounted the late generation. It's just that this method of alchemy was passed down by the family master. Without permission, the kid didn't dare to overstep the thunderstorm. Lin Xiao could only bring out that nameless master's title to take the blame. He couldn't say that he would only use it and not teach it. Is that so? Lin Xiao clearly felt as if the old man in front of him had undergone an instantaneous emotional shift of no small magnitude. It's the old man who was being abrupt and much disturbed. In just an instant, Feng Danshao once again changed back to her previous appearance, revealing an amiable color and left the place. However, Lin Xiao possessed the space-time divine eyes. He nodded with the same calm face. Next day, early morning. Lin Xiao, are you ready? The kid has been ready for a long time. Then let's go. Chapter 118, 7th Grade Elixir. Basilica. Li Xiandan and Deng Ping have appeared. The two looked at Lin Xiao and nodded slightly. It's time to go, old Feng. There's no need to send him off. With a wave of its large hand, a spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, and a Martial Zune-level powerhouse could already tear the rift with their hands and perform a void crossing. Lin Xiao was protected by Deng Ping and similarly stepped in. At the last second of entering the rift, Lin Xiao's eyes touched Feng Danshao below, and the other party was still very gentle. All the way, Lin Xiao once again felt the terror of a martial exalted powerhouse. The ability to cross the void was something he was currently unable to do, but he can do spatial teleportation. The principle of the two is actually similar. Both are a kind of use of space rules. It's just that crossing the void is much more violent. Here it is. The speed of a strong martial artist was extremely fast, and the three silhouettes once again appeared in real space. This is the Yi Mansion? Look down. Lin Xiao felt as if he was a turd. Rich and magnificent. The golden blue already can't set off the honor and glory of this yes. Rich to the naked eye. This large area all belonged to the Yi clan's territory, with all kinds of luxurious pavilions standing, and countless precious medicinal herbs and treasures could be seen everywhere. Looking down from above, there were vaguely several dragon chi circling around, enveloping the entire Yi clan, which was a great power of heaven and earth. The Yi clan definitely had more than one dragon vein chi under the ground, far deeper than the Feng clan. Yi Bufan, bring your disciple out. Standing in the sky, Li Xiandan faintly opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but it echoed in this space for a long time. Ha ha ha, Li Xiandan, I have been waiting for a long time. A Dao-robed old man appeared out of thin air, his smile flourishing, his pale hair falling over his shoulders, manifesting an aura of a superior man. This person was none other than Yi Bufan, one of the 3 8th-grade alchemy masters of the Dragon Kingdom, the old ancestor of the Yi clan. As soon as Yi Bufan appeared, the atmosphere of this place immediately became different as well. Li Xiandan looked at this alchemy master who was ranked in the same 8th grade as himself, and the two of them were both enemies and friends. I say, old Li, never heard of you having a disciple. It can't be framing, old man, can it? Yi Bufan was a bit puzzled, then looked at Lin Xiao. Is he the apprentice you speak of? Hearing this, Lin Xiao was slightly silent. Old man Yi, you still talk so much. Quickly call out your disciple. Li Xiandan didn't respond positively, but immediately prodded. I say, old Li, are you so impatient to lose to me? A loser has to announce to the public that he admits that his skills are inferior. Yi Bufan smiled somewhat cheerfully. Obviously, he was very confident about this match. The source of this confidence was that teenager named Yi Silence, his closed disciple. Old man Yi, don't blow your cowskin so early. Just don't disown your disciple when he loses at that time. Joke. Old me, a hallowed 8th grade alchemy master, says one thing but not another. In that case, let's get started soon. Alright, come with me. After saying that, Li Xiandan and the others were led by Yi Bufan to an extremely empty area. This is the place where my Yi clan members specialize in alchemy on weekdays, so let's make it the venue for this competition. Yi Bufan looked at the place and then called out into the air. Yi Silence. It wasn't long before a young man appeared. Lin Xiao looked at the other party. He could feel the Dan fragrance emanating from the other party. It was an aura that only people with extremely high alchemy attainments and who had been immersed in the way of alchemy for a long time could possess. Yi Silence pays his respects to Senior Li. Senior Tang. Yi Silerin was calm and collected, and very steadily bowed to the two seniors, without the slightest bit of arrogance that a young man should have. Aha! Li Xiandan and Deng Ping nodded slightly. Li Xiandan looked at this teenager and had to say that Yi Bufan, this old man's luck was really good. The alchemy talent that this teenager had shown to the world in the past was enough to cross over all the young people of this generation. To be able to refine a 6th grade elixir at the age of early 20s was unparalleled. Wait, he suddenly looked at Lin Xiao, who was on the sidelines. If that was correct, Lin Xiao seemed to be less than 20? Was it 17 or 18? He only knew that the other party was a heavenly pride of martial arts that had crowned the era, but he did not expect the Dan Dao to be so heaven-defying as well. It's like it's hard to tell who's going to win or lose in this fight. Ranner, elderly, has brought his disciple to set up a battle. Since you are my Yi Bufan's son, you should meet the battle. Do you have confidence in this battle? Yi Bufan looked at this disciple of his. The doting in his eyes was visible to the naked eye. For this disciple he was fond of. Back to master. I will do my best to fulfill master's trust. Yi Silverin bowed his head slightly and spoke forcefully. Obviously, he had extremely strong confidence in the alchemy competition of his peers. Li Xiandan looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stepped out, a strong aura of a grandmaster emanating out, divine and incomparable. This breath was very arcane. Even though Li Xiandan, who had already seen it, was still shocked, he always felt that there was something odd about this kid. Yi Bufan, as an 8th grade alchemy master, also felt a touch of shock at this patriarchal aura. I say oldly, is this teenager really your disciple? This aura, I've never seen it before. Li Xiandan was silent. Begin. This place had long been ordered by Yi Bufan not to allow the clan to come here during this period of time, and he probably wanted to keep a few thin faces for Li Xiandan. Lin Xiao and Yi Silencer both looked at each other. They both took out their alchemy furnaces. Oh, it seems that it's really your disciple, to the extent that he even passed out his own alchemy furnace. Yi Bufan was also surprised when he looked at the alchemy furnace Lin Xiao used. This alchemy furnace was quite extraordinary. It was a heavenly grade lower grade alchemy furnace, dragon and phoenix origin furnace. Don't you do the same? Only to see the alchemy furnace in front of Yi Silverin similarly erupted with a shocking dazzling color. The lower grade of the heavenly order, the 9 heavenly robbers furnace. Ha! The two stopped talking and watched in silence. Yi Silence was worthy of being the pride of the Dan Dao. Extremely delicate techniques. Each operation had a sense of natural beauty. That herb was quickly refined into a medicinal liquid by it. Under the 9 heavenly robberies Dao furnace, these medicinal liquids were incomparably condensed and full of medicinal aroma, without the slightest flow of energy. Li Xiandan inwardly breathed a slight sigh of relief as he sensed that this son was not refining 7th grade pills, but rather peak 6th grade, so there was still a chance. Immediately, he turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao and suddenly froze. Only Lin Xiao remained inactive as he watched his opponent's movements. Lin Xiao, why don't you start? Li Xiandan puzzled. This competition, if the last 2 refined pills are not comparable, then the refining time is also a part of the competition. While Lin Xiao remained indifferent, after determining the quality of his opponent's pills again, he finally looked at his Dragon Phoenix Origin Furnace. This was a match, and he was going to make sure he got the win. Since the opponent had refined a 6th grade elixir, he only needed to refine a 7th grade one himself. Ponder over STH. For a moment, Lin Xiao began to move. His hands kept making seals. His technique was magnificent and introverted. Countless precious herbs appeared and all of them were thrown into the Dan furnace. This is... Li Xiandan's eyes narrowed slightly. This Lin Xiao kid didn't look like he was refining a 6th grade pill. Lin Xiao's movements were incomparably swift, and countless medicinal herbs were refined into medicinal liquids suspended in the furnace in the blink of an eye. Yi Silence on the side noticed this scene. He frowned slightly. This teenager's alchemy attainments were so strong. Oldly, is this teenager really the disciple you taught? Yi Bufan was equally shocked as he looked at Lin Xiao. He also sensed that the other party was actually refining a 7th grade elixir. How was this possible? The space is filled with the fragrance of Dan. Lin Xiao's speed of alchemy was too fast and shocking. How is that for a teenager? It's actually going to work? A Dan prototype slowly appeared in the Dragon Phoenix Origin Furnace as Lin Xiao began to condense the Dan. 7th grade pills were already high grade pills. Even an 8th grade master alchemist would have to go through a lot of trouble to make an elixir of this grade. But Lin Xiao is acting too relaxed. It's really coming together. Yi Bufan looked at this scene with unblinking eyes. This somewhat broke his cognition. This was alchemy? Son. Lin Xiao's eyes stared and his hands fired as the Dragon Phoenix Origin Furnace trembled. 7th grade elixir. Refined. Chapter 119 9 Revolutions Breakthrough Pill. Pill ranked 9. Lift the lid. The fragrance of the Dan is so strong that it hits the face. This was a true 7th grade elixir. The Martial King's Dan. The fragrance of the Dan was overflowing, and it contained an extremely terrifying energy, as the person who took this Dan could forcibly break through the shackles of a Martial King. The color of Dan, as its name suggests. Martial King Dan. This elixir was not bad even in the ranks of 7th grade elixirs, and its value was even more incalculable. After all, This was an elixir that could allow one to break through to Martial King. Only the awakened person who took this elixir would only be able to stay in the realm of Martial King for the rest of his life, and would not be able to climb to the pinnacle of martial arts. Despite this, there were still countless people who were rushing for it. Not everyone could break through to Martial King by themselves. Martial King Dan. This is the Martial King pill. Li Xian Dan, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The refining of the Martial King's pill was extremely complicated, and even a veteran 7th grade alchemy master could fail at the slightest hint of carelessness. He slowly walked forward and carefully looked at this freshly baked Martial King Dan. The color is full and round, without a trace of energy flowing out. This is a perfect quality Martial King Dan. After saying that, he himself felt a trace of incredulity. Yi Bufan similarly moved beside him. His pair of eyes were deep and profound, looking at the elixir, then at Lin Xiao, then at Yi Silence who was still refining the elixir. Ultimate. He sighed as he looked toward Li Xian Dan. Old Li, he's not your disciple, is he? From the beginning to the end, the old bastard never responded to his question. You don't care if it's my disciple or not. Is it still necessary to continue this competition? Li Xian Dan's face immediately calmed down. He would never admit it. Next to him, Yi Silvery's forehead already had a trace of sweat. He knew he had lost. That teenager's alchemy attainments far exceeded his own imagination. Before that, he simply couldn't believe that there were still people of his generation in this world who could crush him so mercilessly in the alchemy of pills. But even at this point, he still didn't admit defeat, concentrating on the 9 heavenly robberies Dao furnace in front of him, in which most of the herbs had already been refined into medicinal liquid. His speed was actually not slow, and had even been fast. Only he met Lin Xiao, a totally unreasonable teenager. Looking at Yi Silanian's appearance, this Yi family's pride deserves the name of Heaven's Pride. The contest is still going on. Later, Yi's silence roared, and the 9 heavenly robberies Dao furnace let out a trembling sound, and a rich fragrance of the Dan filled the air. 6th grade Dan became, carrying the enormous pressure. This pill was finally refined successfully, and Yi Silerin gasped for breath as he held this pill in his hand. This was likewise a high-quality elixir, a peak 6th grade elixir, the Awakening Elixir. Taking this elixir can accelerate the progress of an awakened person's supernatural ability development, and it is of great value. But when faced with the 7th grade elixir, the Martial King's elixir, victory or defeat is not necessary. This time, Lin Xiao won the matchup. Yi Silencer walked to Yi Bufan's side a little forlornly. Master, my disciple has let you down. The words were not as calm and open as at the beginning, but had a trace of guilt, a trace of powerlessness. The master had great expectations for himself and gave countless help, but he still lost. Yi Silencer felt that he was ashamed of his master. He harbored a heart of redemption and did not feel jealous of the other party just because Lin Xiao had outsmarted him, but rather felt that it was because he had not worked hard enough and had let his master down. Silly boy, you've done very well already. Master is not disappointed. Yi Bufan looked at his disciple who lowered his head in front of him and also gave a comforting cry. He, as a master, knows best how good his disciple is, especially since the other party had a heart of gold and no distractions, which was the key to him being able to have such a Dan Dao cultivation at such an early age. It's also the one thing he sees the most. Have heard what was said. Yi Silvery looked up slightly, sensing that the master's words did not mean to blame himself. His depressed mood was a lot less. Then he turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao. Brother Tai Dan Dao attainments are profound. Yi Mao willing to worship. Still do not know your name. In the future, when Yi Mao set foot on the top of the Dan Dao, I hope that Brother Tai will not be stingy to teach. To give Yi Mao again the opportunity to discuss the Dao. Yi Silvery looked at Lin Xiao with clear eyes. He was confident that he would reach the same level as his master in the future. At that time, the two of them went head to head again. My name is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao met those eyes and gave his name out. Obviously, Yi Silence didn't know Lin Xiao. His entire mind had been devoted to the vast ocean of the Dan Dao all these years, and he didn't know about the rumors in the outside world. But Yi Bufan was different. As an ancestor of a lineage, he would always pay attention to major news from the outside world. Lin Xiao? Junior, are you that cross-era heavenly pride Lin Xiao, the reverse-felling Martial King? Yi Bufan looked at Lin Xiao with an extremely shocked tone of voice. I don't dare to be a cross-era heaven's pride, but I did kill a 7th-ranked foreign beast. Lin Xiao said seriously, since he had been abused countless times by those people in the great Dao space. He no longer dared to call himself some kind of cross-era heavenly pride. It was embarrassing. So, Li Xian Dan, you're saying this is your disciple? Yi Bufan looked at Li Xian Dan's eyes extremely bad. You Li Xian Dan a few kilograms I cannot be clear? Is this kind of transgressive heavenly pride also something you can teach? What a ing way to put gold on your face. After being poked and prodded, Li Xian Dan's face remained unchanged. Anyway, the person I found defeated your disciple. So what? Yi Bufan didn't want to talk nonsense with this old undead and looked at Lin Xiao as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Dan and Wu are two of a kind. The young man who is unrivaled in the martial arts path. Who would have thought that the attainments of the Dan Dao would be equally shocking to the world? Such a young 7th grade alchemy master. Who would believe it if he said it? I say Lin Xiao, or else you should stop practicing martial arts and concentrate on the study of Dan Dao. With your talent, you are expected to break through to the legendary grandmaster in the future. Yi Bufan was even willing to swear that as long as Lin Xiao was willing to give up martial arts and dive into the Dan Dao, all of his future consumptions he, the Yi family, would provide. Quite a lot of gas. Not bad for an ancestor of a clan. That's a legendary Dan Dao master. No one in the entire Dragon Kingdom had reached this realm. The 9th grade alchemy grandmaster. If he, Yi Bufan, could witness the birth of a generation of masters, he would be willing to die immediately. Only, his idea was doomed to failure. Not to mention the fact that Lin Xiao had already reached this realm. It would be impossible to get him to give up martial arts alone. Seeing Lin Xiao's speechless refusal, Yi Bufan also sighed deeply. What a good seedling. Simply a born alchemist. How come he went to study martial arts? Lin Xiao turned his head to look at Li Xiandan, and Li Xiandan stopped rubbing his hands, and a heaven and earth spiritual pill appeared in his palm. Celestial heart grass. Here, Lin Xiao carefully took the Tianqing grass into his hands. This final medicinal guide had finally arrived. Now it's just a matter of the last step. Lin Xiao, the heavenly heart grass has already been given to you, but this elixir is extremely precious, and I only have this one on my hands. So what grade of elixir do you actually want to refine? Li Xiandan was still curious. He knew Lin Xiao's purpose, but what kind of elixir could even bring back someone with only a head left? The 8th grade? At least not imaginable with his current abilities and talents. Oh, on the side, Yi Bufan came up. Old undead. So that's how it is. At this point, how could he not guess that this Lin Xiao was clearly the one that this old undead had spent a large sum of money to purposely find to impersonate? Seeing that he was recognized, Li Xiandan was not embarrassed. He won anyway. The name of the elixir that the kid has refined is called the 9 Revolutions Breakthrough Pill. 9 Revolutions Breakthrough Pill? Li Xiandan kept recalling in his mind. And in the end, he had never heard of this Dan's name either. Yi Bufan also froze for a moment before shaking his head. He had never heard of this elixir either. What grade of elixir is it? This was Li Xiandan's greatest concern. This kind of elixir, if its efficacy was really as Lin Xiao had said, it could definitely be called an absolute treasure elixir. Once confirmed, it will create a shocking wave in the Dragon Kingdom. It's the equivalent of having a second life. Lin Xiao hesitated for half a day. If he was right, this pill should be called a 9th grade pill. It was because Jun Ruobai succeeded in refining this elixir that he stepped to the top of the Dan Dao. He didn't know what the repercussions would be if he said it. It's already appalling that he's a teenager who can refine the 7th grade. And this is the time to tell the world that he is not a 7th, but a 9th? I'm sure it's going to thrill a few random brain-dead fans. Lin Xiao, perhaps you still don't know the importance of this pill you're talking about. If it's true that this 9 Revolutions Breakthrough Pill is really so miraculous as you said, the Dragon Kingdom will see a huge change. If this kind of elixir is not too difficult to make. When he said this, Li Xiandan's meaning was already very obvious. If the grade of this elixir wasn't too high, he actually hoped that Lin Xiao could provide it, but he didn't have the heart to say this after all. After thinking for half a day, Lin Xiao finally decided to reveal his identity as an alchemy master. He raised his eyes. His eyes that were slightly flickering with divinity looked at Li Xiandan in an extremely godlike manner. Word by word, he spoke of the realm that was beyond the reach of even the titans of the Dan Dao world. 9th grade, Chapter 120 Formation Daoist Sun. 9 Heavens Xianxian Underworld Wuji Heaven Shaking Formation. Li Xiandan was shocked for a moment when he heard the word 9th grade, but then it came back immediately. Lin Xiao, you're worrying too much. What I meant earlier wasn't that I wanted you to give it up for free. You have to trust the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom. It's obvious. He felt that Lin Xiao was doing it on purpose. 9th grade? What a joke. The only one who could refine a 9th grade elixir was one who had reached that legendary Dan Dao Grandmaster realm. The 9th grade alchemy Grandmaster. The Dragon Kingdom has developed for hundreds of years without such a character appearing. Even their 3 8th grade alchemy masters' lifelong wish was to pursue the illusory 9th grade. Yi Bufan also shook his head. Young people are really crazy these days. Don't you ever think about what you're saying? That's a 9th grade. Since you're an alchemist, don't you know the gold content of a 9th grade? Dang Ping, who was on the side, looked at Lin Xiao, whose face was calm, and his heart turned over more and more, because he suddenly felt as if Lin Xiao wasn't lying. The more he thought about the scene that was so astonishing to him, coupled with his old friend's later explanation, the more terrifying it became, and the more he thought about it, the more his body trembled. Lin Xiao didn't explain anything further, because it does sound ridiculous. A 17-year-old alchemist wouldn't even dream of doing this. even if you were trained in your mother's womb. It's not that scary. Moreover, he had more important things to do now. That is, to find a safe place and devote himself to the refining of the 9-turn breakthrough pill. This elixir he needed to concentrate his mind highly and not make a single mistake. How about this? It just so happens that this place is suitable for refining pills. Lin Xiao, how about you refine your 9 turns breakthrough pill here at ease? Li Xiandan looked at Lin Xiao. He wanted to see. Yi Bufan raised his eyebrows slightly. This was his Yi clan's clanland. The underground was blessed with the dragon vein qi. It could be said that it was an excellent place for refining pills. Lin Xiao looked around and finally looked at Yi Bufan, the senior elder. Then thank you, senior. No harm done. It just so happens that old me also wants to see this so-called 9 turns breakthrough pill. Yi Bufan said with a smile. Lin Xiao seemed to have thought of something else, and in the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, Lin Xiao walked everywhere in this place, stopping every time he came to the location of a node, his hands constantly forming seals. It is? A few of the old men were all well informed, so how could they not see that this was a formation being set up? But it's the knowledge that makes them a little incoherent. I say, old Deng, where did you meet this teenager? Li Xiandan already didn't know how to comment. He had traveled all over the world in his life. What genius hadn't he seen before? Those so-called geniuses are already considered good in their own fields. But what about the teenager in front of me? Buddha was known to the world as the heavenly pride that crushed the ages. Dan Dao can also be called an oddball existence. And now you're telling me he knows Ding Tao? Moreover, looking at this stance, the teenager's understanding of the Tao of formation was definitely not skin deep. One could only see that countless subtle and profound formations had appeared floating around the entire alchemy site. And these formations were like heavenly formations. These formations even vaguely have the appearance of being integrated into this side of heaven and earth, like a naturally formed formation. How is this possible? Should we have the old guy come over and take a look? Yi Bufan also looked at this scene with incomparable shock. The old man in his mouth was the titan of the Array Dao lineage, the only 8th grade Array Dao master in the Dragon Kingdom, the Array Daozi. The formation that Lin Xiao had set up this time was quite extraordinary. As he recalled his memory of the moment before Jun Ruobai's successful refining, the sky above had descended a heavenly thunderstorm like extinction. He didn't know if there would be heavenly thunder in this world, but the preparations that should be made had to be adequate. This formation was likewise that formation Dao Master's masterpiece, the 9 heavens Xianxian underworld infinite sky-shaking formation. The clock is ticking. Lin Xiao was still immersed in the arrangement of the formations. The space here had been covered by countless mysterious formations, in the air, on the ground, and even deep underground. Where are you, old man? Come here. No go. Old man is busy. Jindatsi, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't come, don't blame me if you regret it later. Yi Bufan wasn't used to the other party at all and cut off the connection after saying that. Then, watching the scene in front of them with unblinking eyes, no one knew what they had been going through inside all this time. Shocked, incredulous, confused, skeptical, silent, learning to accept, forced to accept, unable to accept. All sorts of emotions kept haunting them. Who are they? They were all titans standing at the top of the way. What storms hadn't they seen before? But why did she lose her color in front of a teenager? I say, old Li, you said if anything, just in case, if you have a fart, let it go. It's just that what if what Lin Xiao said just now is true? Li Shendan and Yi Bufan were silent at the same time, looking at the figure of Lin Xiao, who was constantly carving formation texts. They were silent. If it's true, that meant that the 9 revolutions breakthrough pill that Lin Xiao was going to refine was really a 9th grade. 9 pins. They looked up and glanced at each other, and both saw in each other's eyes confusion, disbelief, and a hint of anticipation hidden in the deepest recesses of their eyes. Yi's silence kept looking at Lin Xiao. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt the feeling of an ant trying to shake a big tree. And in his vision, Lin Xiao's figure was countless times taller, and he's become extremely small in front of him. The other party just gently took a small step forward, but he had to chase for years to barely keep up, and when he looked up again to find his figure, he had long since disappeared. Untraceable, untraceable, unprobable, unprobable. Yi Bufan, if you don't give a reason that satisfies old me today, believe it or not I'll smash your Yi's front door. An extremely rough voice came from the void. An old man with a scruffy, wrinkled face appeared out of thin air, wearing an extremely simple outfit that even had a few small holes torn in it. Old man, why don't you say anything? Yeah, don't. Before the words were finished, the eyes of the suddenly appearing scruffy old man were instantly drawn over by the scene in front of him. The more his extremely deep pupils looked at it, the more grave and the more excited he became. This is, what kind of formation is this? Surprisingly, he had never seen it before, and even the mysteries of it mesmerized him beyond belief. He couldn't help but want to walk up and touch it with his hands. Oi oi, A few people standing aside immediately pulled him back. Don't you guys stop me. Do you guys know what kind of formation this is? It's a divine miracle. I actually feel a sense of the great Tao's simplicity from it. The old man's gaze never left, and a hint of pilgrimage appeared in his eyes. He was the Dragon Kingdom's only 8th grade formation Tao master. Formation Daozi. As soon as he appeared, he was deeply attracted by the 9 heavens Xuanji infinite sky-shaking formation set up by Lin Xiao. No one knew the subtleties of this formation. Only he did. It was nothing short of flawless art, a treasure from heaven that he was lucky enough to be able to witness in his 3 lifetimes, just by simply observing. His formation cultivation had actually begun to come alive, which made him even more excited. Calm down. Old man, you calm down first. The strong and incomparable voice was transmitted through the spirit to Jindazi's brain, causing him to become a little more lucid. After all, Array Daozi knew what had happened, and without any surprise, there was nothing but shock in his eyes when he looked at Lin Xiao. Old formation. The old man didn't call you here to make you crazy. What do you think of the formation set up by Lin Xiao? Yi Bufan was deep and introverted, and his voice was not loud, for fear of disturbing Lin Xiao, who was still setting up the formation. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Formation Daozi couldn't stop shaking his head. He had sobered up a lot, and because of that, he lost his color even more. He looked at the 3 old friends in front of him and uttered words that made the 3 feel horrified beyond words. This son's formation cultivation. Fear is above the old man. Chapter 121, witnessing a historic moment. If such words were exposed, a violent earthquake would occur in the Dragon Kingdom. Who is he? Jindozi, Dragon Kingdom's only 8th grade formation Tao master. His existence has caused countless starry sky races headaches. The role that a powerful and unpredictable formation plays in war is extremely great, even at its peak, on top of a battlefield, alone and relying only on a formation. He stopped the fierce attack of hundreds of thousands of enemies. His name was also incomparably loud among the starry sky 10,000 races, and he was even on the must-kill list. In contrast, the Tao of formation was going to play a greater role on the battlefield than the Tao of Dan and the Tao of weapons. As an 8th grade formation master, he would be a nightmare for many enemies once he appeared on the battlefield. You're not kidding, are you? The corners of Yi Bufan's mouth trembled a little. He wasn't afraid, but he felt it was too ridiculous. Formation Daozi's expression was incomparably serious. He was constantly observing, and the more he invested in it, the more he felt the vastness and infinity of this formation. I wouldn't joke about something like that. You guys don't even understand what kind of heaven-warping formation this being is set up. The formation Daozi has even used honorifics. If Lin Xiao was willing to accept him as his disciple, he hated that he couldn't immediately kneel down and worship his master. Yi Bufan, Li Xiandan, and Tang Ping looked at each other speechlessly at the moment. Deng Ping was better off because Lin Xiao didn't know how to refine weapons, or else he wouldn't have bothered himself to come and build weapons for him in the first place. Yi Bufan and Li Xiandan were different. The 9th grade pills that echoed in their minds became clearer and clearer. They were a little uneasy, a little nervous, and more than anything else, there was a buried anticipation. This formation is extremely tedious to set up. Lin Xiao had already spent most of the day, and his spirit was also incredibly weak. Even for a patriarch-level formation Tao master, setting up a formation of this level was not an easy task. Now that he was fully engaged in the formation, he hadn't noticed the appearance of the unfamiliar man. Lin Xiao felt that he was still a bit overestimating himself. This kind of formation that was beyond imagination was too much of a struggle for him at the moment. Extremely draining of essence. If it wasn't for the incomparable power of his own spiritual thoughts, this 9 heavens metaphysical infinite sky-shaking formation would most likely fail. Day to night, the break of dawn reappeared. After a day and a night, Lin Xiao's face was already pale. He was now dizzy, a sign of excessive mental exertion. Still, with the merging of his last seal, the countless formations in the air seemed to be given life as they cheered in this space. The mysterious and complex 9 heavens metaphysical infinite sky-shaking formation had completely come into being. It's a real natural fit. Not a trace of artificial arrangement could be detected, and the formation was perfectly compatible with the dragon vein she buried in the depths of this place. Each rune was endowed with the animation of life, and they wandered figuratively in the air, breathing air like a human being. There were even sounds like silver bells coming out from time to time. They looked like they were interacting with the power of the rules in the air. Miracles, a true miracle. Formation Daozi opened his own arms. He felt the final land of the formation path at this moment. This was the realm he had been asking for his entire life. He was sincere in heart and clear-eyed, as if on a pilgrimage. This formation made him feel his own insignificance and appreciate the vastness of the Tao of formations. The subtleties and contained formation paths therein were undetectable to onlookers, and only he knew what a miracle it was. Yi Bufan, Li Xiandan and Deng Ping were equally appalled at this scene. Even if they didn't understand the Tao of formation, they still detected the mysterious and extraordinary nature of this formation. Their gazes went to the young man sitting on the ground in the center of the formation. Is this really the handiwork of a teenager? At this moment, Lin Zhao's mind was exhausted and he had to rest. Restoring his condition to the best, the refining of the 9 revolutions breakthrough pill couldn't have a single mistake. System. Ding. Host I am. How many cultivation points do I have left? Ding. The host still has 3,770,001 cultivation points to use. System. Add some points for me. Lin Zhao's finger pointed to the column of spiritual thoughts. Ding. Adding points is successful. 2 million cultivation points are deducted this time. Split second. The original weakness and dizziness disappeared, and in its place was an immense clarity of mind. After a day and a night of setting up, Lin Zhao sensed that his spiritual thoughts were still too weak. The Dan Dao was the same as the Formation Dao, both of which required the support of a strong spiritual power. At this very moment, after being empowered by the system, his spiritual thoughts climbed once again. It reached a terrifying 2,500 points. An ordinary martial king's spiritual thoughts were usually around 1,000. A martial king who specializes in the spiritual aspect might be even more powerful, but the improvement of the spiritual aspect was far more difficult than the improvement of the martial cultivation. It could be said that the awakened who could cultivate their spiritual thoughts to around 2,000 at the level of martial king was definitely in existence against the heavens. In the hundreds of years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, there is only one record of an incomparable demon who was at the peak of the martial king's realm to break through to the 2,000 mark in his own spiritual power, and this awakened person still exists in the world, and now he is in existence standing on top of the world. The enhancement of his spiritual power made Lin Zhao's senses of the surroundings clearer. The countless rule forces wandering in the air were also closer than ever before, and exhaustion was swept away, but still he did not get up. The mind keeps recalling images of the past. That was Jun Ruobai's battle for fame before he stood at the top. Lin Zhao kept recalling these images, not daring to miss any details, and this kind of scene had already appeared in his mind hundreds of times. His consciousness was practicing following Jun Ruobai's movements non-stop. Another day passes. During this period Lin Zhao's state had returned to its full strength, and he had rehearsed it no less than thousands of times in his mind. Every detail had been analyzed thoroughly, and every step had been rehearsed countless times. Off-site, the 4 8th grade masters all waited in silence. If outsiders saw this scene, their jaws would drop in shock, for amazing figures were willing to stand here and wait for days for the sake of a teenager. No murmurs appeared during the period. The space here was kept absolutely quiet. Only the sound of silver bells ringing in the air from time to time proclaimed the extraordinary buzz. Lin Zhao finally opened his eyes. Everything is ready. He had already adjusted himself to his best, and the refining process of the 9 revolutions breakthrough pill had already been rehearsed in his mind countless times. The time has come. The aura of a Dan Dao master instantly filled the air, and Lin Zhao devoted himself to alchemy. The dragon and phoenix origin furnace felt Lin Zhao's aura and actually trembled on its own. 2 shadows appeared, a dragon and a phoenix hovering out, soaring in the sky. It's... Li Xiandan looked at this scene with shock. The reason why the Dragon and Phoenix Origin Furnace was called the Dragon and Phoenix Origin Furnace was precisely because there were 2 Dragon and Phoenix origins within it. But as the true master, he had used them for most of his life, and had never caused these 2 origins to be revealed. It's on! In the glare of the crowd, countless precious medicinal herbs appeared. This is 1,000-year-old earth's milk? And the dust-extinguishing grass. That's... Looking at the precious medicinal herbs that kept appearing, the pupils of Li Xiandan and Yi Bufan both shrunk violently. Lin Zhao was meticulously focused on refining. He had quite a few ingredients for this 9 revolutions breakthrough pill, but there was only 1 Tianxin grass. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. As each precious medicinal ingredient was refined, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance also appeared in the air. The Dragon and Phoenix Origin Furnace was trembling unceasingly, and the 2 shadows kept circling around the Dan Furnace in a silent roar, seemingly cheering. Tianxin herb. As the last medicinal lead was put in, Lin Zhao's expression became extremely grave, because this moment, the color of the sky changed. The originally clear sky suddenly changed dramatically, with countless dark clouds circling and seemingly endless thunder flashes. The crowd looked up, somewhat incredulously, to the sky. Vaguely it seemed as if an astonishingly huge eye appeared, the pupil resembling an abyss, and the breath overpowered this side of nothingness. Does this mean it's the legendary Dan Calamity? Li Xiandan raised his hand and watched the scene with trembling eyes. Danjak. It belonged to a legendary existence in the Dandao world of the Dragon Kingdom. This was a calamity sent down by the heavens that did not allow a heaven-defying elixir to come out, and an elixir that can be called anticlimactic. The 8th grade cannot be compared to the. There are only 9 products. This strange and incomparable sight made many people in the surrounding area be amazed. This seems to be the direction of Ye's mansion. What are they doing? Many people looked up and pointed at the sky as if they were watching. And deep inside an aromatic mansion, an old man looked at this scene with incomparable shock. He didn't even think about it anymore and directly tore through the void in front of him, stepping in with a single step. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at Ye's territory. Yi Bufan and Li Xindan were not the least bit surprised to see this person's appearance. This was because he was none other than the third 8th grade alchemy master of the Dragon Kingdom, the Li clan's old ancestor, Li Wudao. Is this a Dan robbery? Li Wudao felt the oppression of the space here, and the endless thunder that continued to coalesce in the upper air shocked him. At this very moment, 5 of the 8 grandmasters are gathered together. They seem to be witnessing a historic moment. Chapter 122 9 Revolutions Havoc Breaking Pill. Success! The clock is ticking. The fragrance of the Dan that filled the air became more and more intense, and had even covered the entire Yi clan. The gazes of many Yi clan members looked at the blocked area in unison. What kind of pills is old ancestor actually refining? Some of the clan's top echelons gazed gravely, feeling the terrifying fluctuations in the sky above, and the rich fragrance of Dan coming out of this air. A thought came to their minds that excited them to the extreme. Thunder continued to roar in the sky, and the dark clouds kept gathering. The sound became more and more overwhelming. The oppressive void caused many passers-by to panic, as if a great terror was about to appear. Inside a remote and very ordinary grass hut, an old man raised his forehead, his gaze deep and profound, as if he could see through the sky. A new era is coming. The old man was silent, and immediately disappeared after saying these words. In the meantime, inside another room, an old man looked at the document in his hand that was classified as top secret, alias the sequence program. He raised his right hand, picked up a pen and ink, and waved it with wanton majesty, and wrote a name in the foremost column in an atmospheric manner. Sequence 01, Lin Xiao. Less than a handful of people in the Dragon Kingdom are qualified to look into this top secret document. The old man's gaze likewise looked through half the sky, passing through space and time, and saw Lin Xiao, who was in the process of refining pills, and also noticed the terrifying fluctuations in the air that caused heart palpitations. Originally ready to get up, he sat back down again after feeling the fluctuations of a certain figure. I didn't expect that I would really be allowed to wait for the only heavenly pride of this kind in the ancient times. Lu Scorching Man, what exactly did you perceive in the beginning? The old man recalled some fragmentary piece of Lu Zhuanan, an awakened person who has disappeared in the long river of history, an invincible strong man who saved the Dragon Kingdom from the brink of extinction by his own strength. This secret was hidden in the deepest recesses of the old man's heart, and no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom could know it. Above the heavens there is no limit to the amount of time that can pass, and the double wood of heaven is chosen for eternity. The old man had been thinking about this sentence for countless years, and originally he had been unable to understand the meaning of the second half of the sentence until Lin Xiao appeared. Originally he thought it was Lin Yaotian, but the results told him it wasn't. Until Lin Zhao's appearance, he had been secretly following the teenager's every move. His growth trajectory was seen by the old man every minute of the day. Even this son was carrying a shockingly big secret that had long been guessed by the old man. But the old man didn't have a single thought of appropriation. As Lin Yaotian said, the racial qi belonging to the Dragon Kingdom had reached its peak in this generation. Moreover, as the recent movements of the starry sky 10,000 races became more and more frequent, the signaling news that came from time to time from the various battlefields looked like there was a heavenly hand manipulating everything behind the scenes. That's why the old man restarted the sequence program. In Lin Zhao's body, he saw the dawn of hope. The Dragon Kingdom needed another invincible powerhouse that crushed everything to emerge again to be qualified to play with the owner of the hand behind it. His gaze looked into the sky, saw through the starry nations, looked into the abyss of nothingness, and saw the boundless universe. The Yi family, history, under the shroud of endless thunderclouds. The entire Yi clan has lost its former golden splendor. Yi Bufan had already given instructions for all the higher-ups to keep an eye on the situation of all parties, and to activate the sect protector formation at the first opportunity if any accidents occurred. The Dan tribulation was an existence that belonged to legends, and even this world had never seen a thunder tribulation at all. Even when a martial master breaks through to martial sage, no lightning punishment descends on the world. Originally, I thought that the Dan tribulation was just a legend and didn't exist, but today it really appeared. Lin Zhao's face grew more and more grave. Sweat was already dripping from his brow. For some reason, it seemed as if there was a voice in the underworld warning him to stop his actions immediately, or else he would surely be in great trouble. But there was no way he was going to stop. No one knows how strong his heart really is. The Dragon Phoenix origin furnace was trembling crazily. Countless medicinal liquids coalesced in it, and it had reached the most critical moment. The depression that filled the air grew stronger and stronger. Congeal. A shout. Lin Xiao started to power up. He was going to prepare to condense the Dan. That oppression grew larger and larger with Lin Xiao's movements, like countless spaces were compressed and descended all over the Dragon Phoenix origin furnace. The dragon and phoenix silhouettes hovering around the Dan furnace were roaring. They looked like they had encountered some kind of great terror and were hissing with all their might. No good. Lin Xiao sensed that something was wrong because the Dragon Phoenix origin furnace seemed to be somewhat unable to withstand it. He didn't expect the refining of this elixir to be so difficult. No way. The Dan furnace cannot burst. If it bursts will be a foregone conclusion. Fig. Change in a dramatic way. The extremely mysterious technique was quickly tampered with as Lin Xiao executed the heavenly furnace refinement, only to see countless precious and incomparable medicinal liquids coming out of the furnace, suspended in the air, controlled by a special means. The endless power of rules hidden in the air at this moment seemed to have turned into the most original power being manipulated by Lin Xiao. This is. The 3 8th grade alchemy masters looked at this scene in horror. What is the teenager in front of you going to do? Is he going to make pills in the void? How is this possible? Deng Ping once again looked at the scene that shook him to his core, and even though it was the second time, it was still so unbelievable. The heavens and earth had been transformed into a huge alchemy furnace, and the countless origin rule forces that wandered between the heavens and earth acted as drudges. It's in this environment. A fuzzy prototype of an elixir appeared. As soon as this fledgling appeared, the endless thunder that hovered above the void seemed to have identified its target. At one time, the thunder was loud, and the boundless terrifying thunderbolt was converging, about to send down the annihilating thunder punishment to destroy this elixir that should not be in the world. This scene scared the hell out of a lot of people. Could it be that a heaven-defying treasure is about to appear? This is a thunderbolt. It's definitely a thunderbolt. Oh my god. Mom, I'm so scared. The extinction thunder tribulation was still condensing, and the terrifying energy was like it could obliterate everything. The prototype of the 9 revolutions breakthrough pill floating in the void was becoming more and more solid. This was a true 9th grade elixir, an unprecedented and absolute treasure elixir. Molded, Yi Bufan witnessed the appearance of a 9th grade elixir with his own eyes. This elixir took shape. It was also at this moment that the extinction thunder punishment descended. The rest of the people in this place had long been far away except for Lin Xiao. Legend has it that outsiders are not allowed to participate in the thunder tribulation, or a great terror will descend to destroy the world. Feeling the endless and terrifying world-destroying thunder tribulation, even as Marshall exalts, they still had palpitations in their hearts. The energy was too frightening. Lin Xiao has already prepared himself for this situation, only to see that as he continued to change, an extremely dazzling light appeared in this area, and a curtain of light appeared, covering this place perfectly. 9 Heavens Xianxian Underworld Infernal Sky-Shaking Grand Formation. This formation was precisely Lin Xiao's means of dealing with the lightning tribulation. Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the center of the large formation, kept urging the alien energy in his body, and the formation had been urged to the extreme by him. Several channels of Earth Vein Dragon Qi lurking deep in the ground were hissing silently, and they also merged with this formation. Together, they rose up to the challenge and fought against this world-destroying thunder punishment that came down from the heavens. Boom! Boundless tremors shattered countless voids. The world-destroying thunder punishment and the 9 Heavens Xianxian Underworld Infernal Sky-Shaking Formation had a shocking explosion amidst the gazes of the crowd. Powerful fluctuations shattered countless buildings, and the Yi Clan's clan protection formation had long been opened. This terrifying fluctuation was so ferocious that it shattered the void, and countless cracks in the void appeared as the void turbulence from the abyss devastated everywhere in real space. Lin Xiao stared deathly at the sky above his head as the alien energy in his body was depleting at an extremely terrifying rate. The 9 Heavens Xianxian Underworld Infernal Sky-Shaking Grand Formation had actually forcefully blocked the world-destroying thunder punishment from the heavens. God is angry. It was as if he felt that the supreme dignity belonging to him was being offended. The thunder punishment became even more terrifying. Endless thunder roaring. This would be the fiercest punishment from the heavens. This world-destroying thunder punishment was enough to easily obliterate a strong martial exalt on the spot. It was the final attack from the heavens. Ha-hoa! Lin Xiao hissed as the Earth Vein Dragon Qi roared. The incomparably sparkling array of awnings rose up to the sky, seemingly tearing apart the endless thunder punishment. Today this thunder, he, Lin Xiao, will break it. Boom! Run! Buzz off! Thick smoke and clouds of mist, large areas of trees destroyed, countless shattered buildings sucked into the depths of nothingness. The lightning punishment has disappeared. The endless thunderclouds hovering overhead were also slowly dispersing, and there was an unwillingness lingering in the underworld, but it has been followed up. The crowd's eyes didn't dare to be distracted for a moment, staring dead on at the land boundary that had long been shattered beyond recognition. A long time ago, the misty smoke that filled the air gradually dispersed, and a curtain of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Countless cracks appeared on this light curtain, as if it would instantly shatter into countless pieces with a light touch. In the center of it a young man stood alone, with his arms folded, An elixir emitting endless light fell into the palm of his hand. The young man's face was pale, but his eyes were flashing with endless joy. 9 Turn Calamity Pill, TCM, Refined. Chapter 123 Attitude toward Lin Xiao. The appearance of this 9th grade elixir was too extraordinary. It's a thunderbolt that's destroying the world. The crowd outside the arena could no longer care about anything else and immediately surrounded them. The eyes of the formation Daozi were filled with heartache as he looked at the light curtain that was full of cracks, not daring to touch it with his hand for fear of accidentally destroying this transcendent formation. But it didn't work out that way. Ka-ching. Extremely crisp sounding. This light curtain eventually shattered into countless energy essences in its gaze and merged into the heavens and earth. After forcibly withstanding the wrath of the heavens, this 9 heavens metaphysical infinite sky-shaking formation also accomplished its mission and completely shattered apart. Seeing this scene, Lord Daozi almost cried out, "Old man, go aside if you want to be humiliated." Yi Bufan looked at him with disdain. How grown up, still crying, disgraceful or not, Yi Clan's clanland was hobbled into this way. He didn't even say a word. This is the steadiness that should be expected of a big person like him. I think Yi Bufan hasn't sensed the changes in the depths of the earth yet. The earth vein dragon energy belonging to Ye's mansion was also greatly injured after such a setback. Wanting to recover from it would require at least 10 years of warming up. The 3 8th grade alchemy masters surrounded Lin Xiao in the center. Their gazes stayed fixed on the elixir in Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao, can this elixir be given to the old? Give it to me for a look? Li Xiandan was the first to open his mouth, and there was a hint of respect in his tone, unlike the condescension he had in the beginning. Yi Bufan and Li Wudao likewise trembled a little, and the gazes they looked at Lin Xiao had a reverence that shouldn't have been there. Lin Xiao glanced at the several seniors, but still handed over this elixir. Is this the legendary 9th grade pill? It's too extraordinary. Surprisingly, it's still a 3-stripe elixir. The 9 Revolutions breakthrough Dan had undergone the baptism of the Dan tribulation and was truly flawless, with 3 Dan lines hovering around it, causing the 3 8th grades to be incomparably marvelous. The 3 of them observed it for a long time before they reluctantly returned the elixir to Lin Xiao. And just then, a number of figures suddenly appeared in the void. All of their bodies exuded an extremely powerful fluctuation that far exceeded that of a martial king. Witnessed. A few of the 8th grade masters weren't surprised. I wonder what you all came to my Yi clan for. Yi Bufan, as the Yi clan's oldest ancestor, and this was his Yi clan's clanland, only to see him take one step and appear in the void, locking eyes with countless silhouettes. Long time no see, Master Yi. When these silhouettes saw Yi Bufan's appearance, their faces immediately showed a complimentary face. Their gazes kept scanning the place, and they were even more surprised when they saw the presence of several other masters. One of them hesitated for a moment and looked at Yi Bufan in a very gentle tone. Just now, there was a huge vision in this place. A thunder punishment descended. We came with no other intention, but we have somewhat disturbed the masters. These people didn't realize that there were so many 8th grade masters gathered here, and they couldn't afford to offend any of them. Yi Bufan could not know the calculations in these people's hearts, but he had no desire to explain himself. Unless Lin Xiao himself was willing to be exposed, he wouldn't spill the beans about what had happened today. Since the moment that 9th grade elixir appeared in the world, Lin Xiao had reached an extremely high position in their hearts, sacred and inviolable. Several masters appeared in the air at the same time. The appearance of the 5 Tai Shan Beidus made this space depressing. Perhaps Lin Xiao's appearance had made them no longer at the top of a path, but they were still big shots that could make the entire Dragon Kingdom tremble. This scene made quite a few of the figures that appeared here regret it a bit. They didn't dare offend any of these big shots. The one who just showed up wanted to slap himself. Admittedly, something extremely significant must have happened here, but what could be as big as offending these 5 people at the same time? As for the 2 teenagers standing below, they were directly ignored by them. The 5 masters just stood silently in the air, none of them saying a word. The scene silenced all those who showed up, knowing that staying any longer would only damage their relationship with each other. 5 masters, please don't take it personally if you've bothered me much. One after another, people clasped their hands and apologized to the 5 masters before leaving the stage. After waiting for everyone to leave, Yi Bufan's face revealed a look of extreme disdain. Humph. Several people slowly fell down and looked at Lin Xiao's figure, and the scene appeared awkward for a while. Yi Bufan's eyes rolled. Brother Lin Xiao, you must be exhausted just now. Why don't you stay at my Yi clan for a few more days, so that I can do my best as a host? At these words, several other people instantly became anxious. Brother Lin Xiao, go to my place. I have an excellent stash of enlightenment tea leaves. Lin Xiao, I am the Li clan's old ancestor. Old me. Formation Daozi, Lin Xiaoyu, the strongest martial arts masters, all of them at the level of the originator, were bickering up here like grandpas buying vegetables at a vegetable market. Deng Ping was the only one who watched the scene silently. He looked at Lin Xiao. It still feels unreal even now. he suddenly walked up. Lin Xiao, do you know how to refine weapons? A few others stopped arguing instantly. The kid doesn't know how to refine weapons at the moment. Lin Xiao looked at Elder Tang's expectant eyes and spread his hands. It was true that he wouldn't be able to do it now, but he wasn't sure about the future. Have heard what was said. Dumping's emotions rose and fell a bit, both in relief and loss. Nothing else. His lifelong goal was also the realm of a 9th grade refiner, and no such figure existed in the Dragon Kingdom so far. Followed by, he asked again, Lin Xiao, what's next? Lin Xiao was brought by him, so naturally he should also ask the other party what he thought. He knew very well what kind of medicine those old guys were selling in their gourds, but as long as Lin Xiao didn't want to, he wasn't going to spoil it. Elder Tang, the boy's business is done. It's time to go back. Lin Xiao hugged his fist. This trip was quite successful. He should go back and let Principal Chu recover as soon as possible. Don't! A few others are getting a little antsy. How's this going? At this moment, Yi Bufan finally pulled off his old face and directly bowed to Lin Xiao under the stunned gazes of the other 3 people. Master Lin's Dan Dao is outstanding. I've admired it for a long time. I don't know if Master has any plans to take on a disciple. I'm willing to be Master Lin's head. The tone of his voice was deep and his face was serious. It didn't seem like a joke. Yi Silencer saw this scene. He was a bit at a loss for words. What's going on here? His master is actually going to worship the other side? Just now, he and the other party were still of the same generation, and now he had directly turned into a disciple and grandson? Old man, you're out of line. The other 3 were in a hurry. It's come to this. What's the face? No longer care. Master Lin, my name is Li Wudao. I am willing to take out half of the Li clan's property and give it to the master free of charge. I only ask that the master accepts me to follow him around. Good lord, this one's even tougher. I have to say that they all gave Lin Xiao a whole heartbeat. Master Lin, these guys are getting more and more outrageous and even almost started a fight. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao hurriedly stepped forward. A few seniors must not discount the kid. After a good talk, Lin Xiao and several masters left their contact information with each other. It was impossible to take on an apprentice, and this must not scare individuals to death if it were to be spread out. But Lin Xiao also agreed that if he had time he would definitely discuss the Dao with a few seniors. Seeing that their purpose had been achieved, the 4 old guys also subsided. Of course, if Lin Xiao was really willing to take them in, they would definitely worship them on the spot. Master Lin, come often when you have time. Before he left, Yi Bufan looked at Lin Xiao and waved, witnessing the other party disappear. Several of you, Yi, still have quite a few things to take care of, so I won't keep you all any longer. After Lin Xiao left, Yi Bufan directly issued an expulsion order, which made a few other people's teeth itch and break out in curses. Later, only Yi Bufan and Yi Silencer were left on the entire field. Master, do you think there is still hope for the apprentice to see his back? Yi Silence walked forward and looked at his master with some uncertainty. Ranner, there are always individual unreasonable demons that appear in this world, and we don't need to compare ourselves to such people. Are you kidding me? I can't even compete with your master, and you still want to see the back. Yi Bufan looked at the surrounding mess and suddenly sensed the extremely thin earth vein dragon chi in the air and detected a hint of something wrong. A few moments pass, and then the sadness sets in. Yi Silence only felt as if his master suddenly seemed to have lost his soul. What's wrong with you, master? Chapter 124, Chu Hantian's Resurrection. Senior Tang. Then the kid will take his leave. Thanks for this. Lin Xiao clasped his fists at Deng Ping. Lin kid, there's no need to be so polite. Do you really not need me to give you a ride? Deng Ping waved his hand. He was now treating Lin Xiao in a very amiable manner. There was no way around it. This teenager was demonically excessive. He was afraid that one day Lin Xiao would suddenly tell himself that he was actually a 9th grade weaponsmith. No need. Lin Xiao left the place after another salute. Looking at the teenagers departing back, Deng Ping had a dreamlike feeling. It's been an amazing trip. Who would have thought that such a young man would be both a 9th grade alchemy grandmaster and a 9th grade formation grandmaster at the same time? Even if they did, not many people would believe it. He was somewhat looking forward to the next time they met and what the other would surprise him with. Lin Xiao sparks with lightning all the way. Finally, back in my own home. Locked the door of the room tightly and set up a simple formation around the room. Carefully took out Chu Hantian's head from the system space. The wisp of breath was weak and pitiful, as if it would completely leave the world in the next second. Looking at this extremely dismal scene, Lin Xiao deeply blamed himself while his fists were clenched in death. He vowed to make the imperial capital Chu family pay the price in blood. An elixir was protected in his palm. The space-time god's eyes flickered incessantly. This 9 revolutions breakthrough pill entered Chu Hantian's mouth under Lin Xiao's very careful control. The potion melts in your mouth. An incomparably dense source of life exploded in Chu Hantian's skull. With only a head left, he began to repair himself under the source of life that was so dense to the extreme. Neck, chest, legs. A brand new body appeared. The 9 Revolutions breakthrough pill was worthy of being a 9th grade elixir, truly capable of producing white flesh and bones from the dead. Puff, flop, a faint beating sound came out of the air, which was Chu Hantian's heart starting to revive. The tempo was getting louder and smoother. Chu Hantian, who had only one breath left in his body, gradually reddened in color. The 9 Revolutions breaking pill not only provided an incomparably rich source of life, but there was also a powerful energy that was absorbed by this brand new body. Lin Xiao, who saw this scene, seemed to have thought of something and took out an elixir from his bosom. Without even thinking about it, I put this elixir into his mouth. This was precisely the first pill he had ever refined. The breakthrough pill. At some point, Chu Hantian's eyes suddenly widened. He was still at a loss for words when he suddenly heard a reminder from Lin Xiao. Principal Chu, meditate and concentrate. This is the best time to break through to Martial King. After hearing Lin Xiao's prompting, he had to throw away any other thoughts in his head as he felt the energy in his body that was so dense that it was extreme. Immediately, he sat down on the ground. Powerful energy explodes inside. The effects of the pill have kicked in. This breakthrough was actually a waterfall. Chu Hantian broke through directly to the peak of the middle Martial King stage in one breath before stopping. The energy contained in the 9 Revolutions breakthrough pill was too terrifying, and if he absorbed it completely, he might even use it to make a direct breakthrough to martial exaltation. But there's too much energy going through it. Chu Hantian opened his eyes. He was still a bit confused, under the impression that he should have died. Lin Xiao, what am I? Feeling the powerful fluctuations emanating from within his body. The fluctuations of a true and real Martial King powerhouse made him even more confused. Lin Xiao also slowly stepped forward. Looking at the restored Principal Chu, the boulder blocking his heart finally dispersed. So, Chu Hantian was finally accepting the fact that he hadn't died and had also broken through to a Martial King powerhouse. He looked at the teenager in front of him, and in this moment it just felt like what he was doing was worth it. Principal, next time you mustn't be so brave. You are dashing, but I, the student, can't sleep all night. Lin Xiao complained. These days his spirit was always in a tense state, afraid that something would happen in the middle of the journey. Ha ha ha, you kids have something to be afraid of too. Ha, Chu Hantian instead laughed out loud. Perhaps if he were to start again from scratch, he would still decisively blow himself up, not giving the enemy a single handle to threaten his students. After so many days away from home, I have to go back first. Chu Hantian now only felt soothed. Some residual historical injuries all disappeared, and his essence was unprecedentedly refreshed. Before he left, Lin Xiao took out the Martial King pill and the face resurfacing pill and gave them to the principal. Oh, I said, when did you kid learn how to make pills? Chu Hantian is not polite. His own students send things he polite what? He kept smacking his lips after hearing the medicinal effects of these 2 pills. If this exploded out, the Pinyin district would have to blow up. Without further ado, I thank you for my insider. And by the way, remember to come to my home for dinner on the night of the 30th. Chu Hantian waved his hand. This student of his was too demonic, and it seemed like he couldn't do anything to help. The laughter fades away. Lin Xiao looked at the departing principal and turned around with a chilling look in his eyes. The Chu family in the imperial capital. Now that he knew how attractive pills were to some powerful people, there was no need to wait. Several pill attributes appeared in Lin Xiao's mind, all of which were 8th grade level pills, and pills of this level were unattainable for a martial Zun powerhouse. After thinking for a moment, he took the initiative to contact Yi Bufan. In the Yi clan, Yi Bufan hadn't slowed down yet. The Earth Vein Dragon Chi had been consumed too much, and this kind of loss was too traumatic. He took out his communicator, and when he realized it was Lin Xiao, he immediately changed into a different person. Hello Master Lin, but is there anything I can help you with? The voice was full of flattery, and the tone was extremely gentle, without the slightest hint of anger. Lin Xiao felt a pang of numbness, but he did have something to ask the other party for. Elder Yi can just call me Lin Xiao. Master Lin is ashamed of it. What did Master Lin say? Since this is the case, I have the honor to call you Brother Lin Xiao. I don't know if Brother Lin Xiao has something he needs help with. I do have a matter that requires the help of Senior. What an outrageous, audacious, downright asshole. His voice was filled with endless anger. Yi Bufan's face was full of violent anger at this time. What kind of trashy thing was that imperial capital Chu family? How dare you secretly collude with the Heavenly Destiny sect, and send someone to assassinate Lin Xiao? Scumbags. Brother Lin Xiao, please don't worry. This matter is no longer about you alone. This damn imperial capital Chu family dares to do such dirty and bloody things. The lives of 1,000 boys and girls are used as bargaining chips in the eyes of this powerful family? Who gave him the nerve? If I remember correctly, the entire Chu family in the imperial capital has only 2 Wuzuns. Senior Yi, after all, this matter is because of me. I do want to ask for Senior's help to invite some more martial Zun powerhouses. As for the payment, after this matter is resolved, each Martial Zune powerhouse is willing to offer 3 8th grade elixirs under me. 3 8th grade pills per person? It's really worthy of you, brother Lin Xiao. Yi Bufan slightly smacked his lips. 8th grade pills were easy to say, but it was quite difficult to refine them, and even he, as an 8th grade alchemy master, didn't dare to guarantee that every furnace of 8th grade pills he made would be 100% successful. Since brother Lin Xiao is so atmospheric, old me, I will do it beautifully. In terms of connections, you found the right person. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were very few people who could compare to him. Yi Bufan, in terms of connections, then thank you, Senior Yi. Ha ha ha, brother Lin Xiao, you're too polite. Who's with who between the two of us? If you're free, you must remember to come to old brother's place to drink tea. Definitely. After breaking the connection, the coldness in Lin Xiao's eyes increased. Imperial capital Chu family, your grandpa Lin will be coming for you soon. Chapter 125, Gathering in the Imperial capital Chu family. The Imperial Chu family. Chu Jifeng was sitting alone in his study. He seemed to be a bit mentally restless these days, always feeling as if something was going to happen, making him very irritable. Is there still no news from the Celestial Destiny cult? He's called in his own personal bodyguard. Home Lord, there is no news coming from the Heavenly Destiny sect. What a bunch of crap things. Chu Jifeng face gloomy. This period of time their Chu family privately before and after has provided half of the boy and girl. The result of the other party even a sound are not. Tell them that they can only get the rest when Lin Xiao dies. An indifferent voice rang out. Just this simple sentence decided the fate of 500 children. Yes, the heartthrob, expressionless, disappeared. Having long been accustomed to this sort of thing, in this huge Chu family's territory, there were gold, silver and jewels everywhere, and the endless wealth was enough for ordinary people to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. And he, Chu Jifeng, was the contemporary Chu family head, in charge of everything, and the lives of ordinary people were even less than a dog in his eyes. The yeasts. Yi Bufan deserves to be called a titanic figure in the world of Dan Dao. It only took about half a day to contact 10 martial honor level existences. Most of these 10 martial honored ones were some lineage ancestor level existences, and a few were widowed and orphan casual cultivators. When they received Yi Bufan's message, they patted their chests and promised to be there. Upon hearing that the reward was 3 8th grade pills, their smiles grew even wider. Since Master Yi has opened his mouth, this favor is something that old me will have to help with no matter what. Humph. The Chu family of the imperial capital is a little too unscrupulous. How dare they kill people in such a rash manner? They all showed strong killing intent. Among them, there are many families that have business dealings with the Chu family, but the wall is falling down. What's more, an 8th grade alchemy master named his name, and the entire Chu family of the imperial capital, with only 2 martial Zunes in the entire family, was barely enough. Mr. Yi thanks you all again. In the future, if you have any needs in alchemy, Mr. Yi will help you refine ones for free. Yi Bufan was quite good at getting things done, and among the 3 8th grade alchemy masters, he was counted as the one with the widest network and the best connections. Master Yi is too polite. The attitudes of these 10 martial dunces were set quite low, and none of them were able to refuse the goodwill from an 8th grade alchemy master. In that case, Mr. Yi will inform you all of the exact time later. Yes, wait for news from the master. Yi Bufan contacted Lin Xiao immediately after contacting the helpers. Brother Lin Xiao, I've already made connections to find 10 of my closest friends to come and help, so I think it's more than enough to exterminate a small Chu family. In his words, Yi Bufan was quite proud of himself. If he wasn't worried about making Lin Xiao break too much of his bank, he would have been able to find even more martial Zune powerhouses. 10 strong martial honored ones are enough. Thank you, Senior Yi. Lin Xiao gave his thanks. AI, calling senior seems awkward. Brother Lin Xiao, if you don't mind, call me old brother. When do you think we'll move? Elder brother Yi. 3 days later. Good, then I'll see you in 3 days. Yi Bufan's expression was ecstatic. Lin Xiao was the first one to look for him when something happened. This was a very good signal. He had already fantasized about Lin Xiao coming to the Yi family to drink tea and discuss with the two of them when he had something to do. This was the only 9th grade alchemy master in the Dragon Kingdom. It's exciting to think about. Ha ha ha, those 2 old guys would be envious if they knew. At the thought, he hastily closed his mouth again, fearing that there would be ears through the wall. 3 days go by fast. Within these 3 days, Lin Xiao had smothered himself in refining quite a few pills, and had even bottomed out those medicinal herbs that he had gotten from the system check-in. Enough! Looking at the nearly 100 pill bottles piled up in the space, there was an 8th grade elixir within each bottle. In 3 days' time, he had actually refined hundreds of 8th grade level pills. Saying that out loud was something that no one would dare to believe. At this time, news of Yi Bufan came. Elder brother Lin Xiao, the hour is up. Lin Xiao raised his head. The gaze was extremely morose, with a cold light and killing intent. It stepped through the door and flew toward the sky. Imperial Capital. It's a place of mixed martial arts, where countless families are located. This is the most prosperous area of the Dragon Kingdom, and the most prosperous area of martial arts. Walking down the street, casually picking up a brick and throwing it into the crowd might hit an awakened person with great talent. There was even a martial saint family sitting here, and the martial saint family was already the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Zhao's shadow slowly appeared in the sky above the imperial capital. This was the second time he had come here. The last time he had come to participate in the freshman competition, but he hadn't expected that this time he had come to exterminate his clan. That's right, extermination. In Lin Zhao's heart, if he dared to touch the people around him, he would go to the Nine Hells and the Yellow Springs to exterminate everyone of his race. He was not a person who was addicted to killing, but if he touched his scales, then he would transform into an abyssal demon, killing people and Buddha. The Imperial Chu family. As soon as Lin Zhao appeared in the sky above him, he was scolded by a martial artist who was watching the gate below him. Chu family's boundary. It is forbidden for idle people to step into the air, and if you don't leave in 3 breaths, it will be considered a provocation and you will be killed on the spot. His voice was arrogant, and he had the arrogance of ignoring everything in his eyes. Lin Zhao looked at the martial artists below and smiled contemptuously. Truly worthy of being a luxurious family. Even a gatekeeper is so reckless, opening his mouth to kill me. Ha ha ha, old brother Lin Zhao, you finally come. Yi Bufan suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, 10 figures emitting powerful fluctuations stood in the void, and the space around each of them trembled slightly. They were all top-tier powerhouses that dominated a party, 8th-ranked martial artists that could reign over space, and martial exalted level existences. Master Yi, is this little friend the one you're waiting for? There was a martial honor powerhouse who looked at Lin Zhao suspiciously. This teenager looked somewhat familiar. Lin Zhao turned around and looked at the 10 martial zone powerhouses behind him and slightly clasped his fists. Kid Lin Zhao, once again, thank you all seniors for coming to help kid. Upon hearing this, these 10 martial zones frowned slightly. They didn't come for you kid. They all came for Master Yi's name and those 3 8th grade pills. Fellow Taoists, this brother Lin Zhao is your real employer. I'm just a handyman. Yi Bufan hemmed and hawed and explained. Master Yi, you really know how to joke. How can this little friend Lin refine an 8th grade elixir? Isn't this a travesty? He didn't dare to go too far when there was a martial master stepping forward. Elder brother Lin Zhao, what do you think? Yi Bufan looked towards Lin Zhao. The main character of today was this old brother Lin Zhao. He wouldn't steal its thunder. Lin Zhao gently waved his hand. 30 jade bottles appeared in the air and fell into the hands of each of the 10 martial arts masters. When the 10 martial exalted saw the jade bottle in their hands, they could detect a very strong fragrance of Dan emanating from it, and a look of shock appeared in their eyes. These 3 pills are the Tao Fusion Pill, the Supreme Sage Pill, and the God Concentration Pill, all of which are ranked as 8th grade pills. And as for their efficacy compared to what all of you seniors already know, the Tao Fusion Pill is an elixir suitable for cultivation at the Wu Zun level. 1 pill can replace several years of hard training. The Concentration Elixir is also an 8th grade elixir that can greatly increase an awakened person's spiritual cultivation. Its value is incalculable, and the most holy pill can be great. This in the ranks of the 8th grade pills can be called the existence of the top, because take this elixir of martial arts has a probability of 1 in 10,000 to touch the most subtle Tao law between heaven and earth. This is the road to martial arts saint of martial arts soon must go through. The way of the sage is the peak of this world. If you want to break through to the sage, you must master the laws of this world. The Supreme Sage Pill, on the other hand, would allow a martial master to have a probability of touching the laws of the Great Tao, even if the probability was negligibly small, but that was the laws of the Great Tao. Once there was a person whose luck was against the heavens. This was the threshold to martial sainthood. The palms of each of the strong martial exalts trembled slightly as they looked somewhat incredulously at the 3 jade bottles in the center of their palms. Isn't that too much pay? They even opened the 3 jade bottles one by one and doubted themselves even more after confirming the elixir. Could it be that the mission that came today was not to destroy the Chu family, but to destroy a martial saint family? Yi Bufan was also shocked by this large sum of money from Lin Zhao. Elder brother Lin Zhao, he's a little incoherent. Not since when are elixirs so worthless? That's the most holy Dan. Not to mention refining, the raw materials alone were frighteningly precious. He wondered for a moment who exactly was the ancestor of the alchemy family, and how he was so poor in comparison. In fact, this was the elixir that Lin Zhao had deliberately chosen. He had only one purpose, and that was to exterminate the Chu family. Not a single one would be left behind. And the martial artist below who was guarding the door for the Chu family had long since been scared out of his wits by the powerful fluctuations coming from above, paralyzed on the ground. Seniors, are you still satisfied? Lin Zhao's voice reached the ears of every martial exalt. The 10 martial exalted no longer suspected anything else at this moment. No matter what, The elixir was real. This couldn't be fake in any way. The vastness of power belonging to the level of a martial exalt was immediately emitted in this space in a gesture from Lin Zhao's eyes. The powerful fluctuations shattered the void, attracting countless void turbulence. Which Taoist friend has come? I hope to apologize for Chu's poor hospitality. A figure instantly appeared in the void, and the fluctuations it emitted also caused space to tremble. This man is the current head of the Chu family. Chu Monsoon. Chapter 126, The Miserable Chu Family. When they saw that there were 11 strong martial-honored ones simultaneously pressuring the Chu clan, Chu Jifeng's face changed instantly. There's even a few old acquaintances among them. Family Master Wang. He couldn't help but open his mouth and look at one of his old friends, also the head of a powerful family, trying to figure out what was going on. But the other party was playing dumb and flabbergasted, which made Chu Jifeng feel intensely uneasy. Master Chu. Lin Zhao's voice filled with killing intent drew Chu Jifeng's gaze over to him. Are you Lin Xiao? After carefully recognizing it, Chu Jifeng's heart appeared briefly angry as well as raging killing intent, but his surface was extremely calm, even with a hint of surprise. So it's Lin Tianjiu who has come to visit. What a great honor to welcome you from afar. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao looked at Chu Jifeng, who looked calm and even acted as if he was pleasantly surprised by his arrival, but the killing intent within his heart grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, another martial exalt of the Chu family also appeared in the sky. He didn't say anything and silently stood behind Chu Jifeng. Yi Bufan walked to Lin Zhao's side. Elder brother Lin. Do it? His voice did not have a trace of concealment, and his morose gaze looked across the room at Chu Jifeng and the others. The 11-strong Wu Zun exuded a horrible aura that made people chilled. Below the Chu clan there were already quite a number of people who could not withstand this pressure. The whole person pasted to the ground. Their heads could not be lifted. Unbridled. As the head of the family, Chu Jifeng must come forward at this time. He looked at the figures in front of him, and his gaze eventually rested on Lin Zhao's body. This is the imperial capital. What exactly do you want? Aren't you afraid of being sanctioned by those above you? He shouted. The commotion here was quite loud, and the confrontation of the 13 strongest martial masters caused many of the people from the imperial capital's powerful families to look at each other from afar. Chu family master. When you secretly colluded with the Heaven's Destiny sect and used the names of 1,000 children as a price to get the Heaven's Destiny sect to send someone to kill me, did you ever think that there would be today? Extremely morose. Lin Zhao's voice echoed in this heaven and earth, and many people heard it. What a load of crap. Chu Jifeng looked at Lin Xiao coldly. Lin Xiao, my Chu family is a grand family. How can I allow you to talk nonsense here? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to dare to slander a family? What qualifications? Lin Xiao took out the Major General's costume that was uniquely his and wore it on his body amidst the crowd's gaze. The red star shines brightly in the sun. Would I qualify now? When Chu Jifeng saw this scene, his pupils tightened, but immediately afterward, Lin Xiao, so what if you're Major General Lin? Without proof, even a Major General can't slander my Chu family. At the same time, he swept his gaze to the martial honor behind him. And you all, the Dragon Kingdom has the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. For a powerful martial Zun to be willingly dominated by such a brat, I really don't care to be in the company of the likes of you. Lin Xiao looked at the righteous Chu Jifeng. He already did not want to talk too much nonsense with the other party. Today the Chu family he will be destroyed. Kill. As the icy cold voice appeared, in the angry eyes of Chu Jifeng and the other Chu clan martial exalted, 10 martial exalted powerhouses instantly launched themselves toward them. You guys are crazy. Chu Jifeng was entangled by 5 existences of the same level as he hissed and roared. The killings of the martial exalted powerhouses were quite ferocious. They simply had no scruples, and the powerful battle fluctuations destroyed the Chu clan's boundaries beyond recognition. Space is trembling, unable to withstand the impact. Chu Jifeng's body already had multiple wounds, and he was constantly choking on blood. In his gaze, there were already quite a few clansmen who couldn't resist the aftermath of the battle and were shaken to death alive. The heart is like a knife. He roared up to the sky, endless killing intent and anger rushing up to the sky, but it was still to no avail. Each of the 5 martial Zun powerhouses was not weaker than him, and they were laying down their deadly hands, each move shocking the heavens and killing Chu Jifeng, who could only be forced to defend. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn it! The other Chu clan martial exalt was similarly beaten back. The two of them were simply no match for each other. Defeat is only a matter of time. When the alien energy in their bodies is exhausted, the only thing waiting for them is death. When something so important happens to the Chu family, the entire imperial capital explodes. Many people watched the scene from afar. It had been a long time since a great battle between powerful martial arts masters had appeared in the imperial capital. Who has the Chu family offended this time? I don't know, but it seems to say that the secret collusion with the Heaven's Destiny sect has been exposed. How could it be? Is this mongrel Chu family of the Heaven's Destiny sect crazy? Oh, so what? How many of these so-called powerful families are clean in secret? Lin Xiao had already killed his way into the Chu family's interior at this time. With Yi Bufan aiding him on the side, he basically saw one kill one. Under the frantic killing, blood dyed half of the sky red, and the original golden light of the Chu family was littered with corpses and remnants of bodies. The Chu family had more than a dozen martial king powerhouses, which was the backbone of their family. Under Lin Xiao's endless killing, two had already fallen, and Yi Bufan was truly shocked by this scene. Against all odds, it's really against all odds. The young man was like a god of killing, facing more than 10 strong martial king alone. Lin Xiao completely erupted, his powerful time and space abnormal ability making the opposite martial king unable to defend himself. Soul Needle. A terrifying spiritual attack stabbed a martial king. That martial king immediately let out an extremely miserable cry. He covered his head. His brain looked like it was about to crack. He instantly lost his fighting power and fell to his knees on the ground. Whoosh! Lin Xiao appeared beside this martial king in an instant. Fist breaks the sky. The great fist shakes heaven and earth. One punch directly exploded this Chu family martial king. Blood nourished his hands and splattered on his face. The hair that floated in the air covered half of his face. When Chu Jifeng in the air saw this scene, he couldn't believe it was true. Put! An attack struck his chest, shocking his internal organs with extensive damage, and his breath instantly shriveled down. Little, I want you dead. Chu Jifeng was a little crazy. He recklessly rushed towards Lin Xiao, determined to kill him with a single blow, but Yi Bufan blocked him to death. The attack behind them came again. The 5 martial Zun powerhouses erupted in a shocking and radiant attack, and this strike directly sank Chu Jifeng. Boom! Chu Jifeng was smashed into the ground, and a huge crater appeared. Cough cough, clear. Chu Jifeng's face was bloodless. His body was a bit disintegrated. His body was covered in bruises and blood. His body was already in a state of disrepair. Boom! Another figure was struck down and arrived, like a piece of trash being thrown to Chu Jifeng's side. The two Chu family's martial arts masters had no strength left at this moment. It's like a remnant of the wind. They lifted their heads to look at the 10 martial honored ones standing in the air. Not far away, Lin Xiao was still on a rampage, and wherever he passed, corpses and bones remained. Ahem! Chu Jifeng eyes somewhat lax. He knew that the Chu family after this completely finished. Facing a surprise attack by 10 strong martial masters, they had no means to resist it. Lin Xiao was still killing. The Chu family's martial kings were about to be slaughtered by him. This kind of crazy action eventually caused those 2 remaining martial kings to reveal their fear. They were truly afraid. Even being at the peak of the late 7th stage, they were scared by this teenager's killing frenzy. They tried to run, but they were deadlocked by Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao couldn't kill the other party, he could still do it by pestering and not letting the other party escape. Not a single member of the Chu family will escape today. As if the teenager from hell was exposing his endless frost in front of the world for the first time, the corpses all over the place were chilling and palpitating. Chu Jifeng looked at this scene. His heart was dead. He didn't expect this teenager to be terrifying to such an extent, and he didn't even think that the other party would have the ability to invite so many helpers. At this moment, the Chu family was truly powerless. It's almost time to stop. Abrupt, a voice rang out in the air, a voice that resounded through the heavens, and the entire imperial capital had the feeling of being deafened. A figure appeared in the sky above. His appearance caused the heavens and earth to be somewhat eclipsed. Chapter 127, Martial Saint, in Chong Kong. As soon as this figure appeared, the 10 martial arts masters who were still arrogant immediately converged on their own pressure. But Lin Xiao acted as if he hadn't heard and was still immersed in killing. The entire Chu family was killed by him alone for the most part. The figure looked at the teenager below and frowned slightly. I said, stop. This time, the voice carried a powerful pressure, causing Lin Xiao to stop his hand. Why create this killing? The man looked down at the crowd, wanting answers. This is the imperial capital, the hinterland of the Dragon Kingdom. Is there no law in the Dragon Kingdom now? Lin Xiao could feel the extremely terrifying pressure coming from the air, and even his physical body was vaguely unable to withstand it. This senior, I am Lin Xiao. I didn't ask for your name. I'm asking why you're killing so much. A glimmer of light appeared in the lax eyes of Chu Jifeng, who was lying in a huge pit. He cried hoarsely to the voice in the air. Lord Martial Saint, please still make a decision for my Chu family. Martial Sage. This silhouette that suddenly appeared was none other than the Dragon Kingdom's current Martial Saint, In Chong Kong, a supreme powerhouse standing at the top of the martial arts path. In Chong Kong was also frowning as he looked at the figure lying on the ground. He had just awakened from his seclusion when he realized that a fight was breaking out here. Speak clearly. Chu Jifeng even cried and shouted, throwing away the dignity of a strong martial exalted person. Lord Martial Saint, this son is ruthless. Not only did he kill my first daughter, but he also framed my Chu family, and he even brought a crowd of people to exterminate my Chu family's entire clan. I also ask Lord Marshal Saint to take action and return my Chu family's innocence. Yi Bufan couldn't listen anymore. He hurriedly clasped his fists towards Yin Changkong. Lord Marshal Saint, this person is full of nonsense. Their Chu family secretly colluded with the Heaven's Destiny sect, and even used the lives of 1,000 children as a bargaining chip to secretly exterminate the pride of my dragon kingdom. Such heartlessness is something that everyone should be punished for. Yin Changkong was silent. He suddenly had some regrets about interfering in this matter. It's not that he hasn't understood what these families have done in secret. It can be said that there is not a single family in the entire Dragon Kingdom that is clean. It's just that the people above have turned a blind eye to it. As long as it's not too much, I'll ignore it. Lord Marshal Saint, unjustly accused. My Chu family has never done this kind of persecution of ordinary people. They are spitting blood. Where is the evidence? Chu Jifeng hissed that he colluded with the Heavenly Fate sect. Where's the evidence? Yin Changkong pursed his lips slightly and looked toward Yi Bufan and the others. You said that his Chu family colluded with the Heaven's Destiny sect. Do you have any proof? Yi Bufan froze. Evidence? Where did the evidence come from? He looked toward Lin Xiao, and those 10 martial honored ones had completely wilted since the moment Yin Changkong appeared, looking as if they had stayed out of it. Lin Xiao shook his head. I have no proof in this. Damn kid. You have a cruel heart. Countless lives of my Chu family have died at your hands. If it wasn't for the appearance of Lord Marshal Saint, thousands of people up and down my Chu family would have completely cried out for death today. Chu Jifeng's face was filled with madness, endless killing intent flickering in the depths of his eyes. As long as he could make it through today, he swore that he would do everything in his power to exterminate this son. Yin Changkong's face was slightly cold. Lin Xiao right. Who gave you the guts to dare to act like this? The majesty of the sage of martial arts was revealed. This stern voice made everyone present unable to resist taking a few steps back. The powerful pressure was like the heavens were angry. Lin Xiao raised his head. I wonder what you're going to do, Lord Marshal Saint? These words caused Yin Changkong to freeze, and his expression was a bit ugly. Who is he? A generation of Marshal Saint powerhouse? An existence standing at the peak? When did a teenager dare to charge at himself like this? Extreme anger turns into laughter. If that's the case, then use your own life to pay for the killings you've committed. Yin Changkong's expression became indifferent. A teenager. If it was in the past, he wouldn't even look at him. Hearing those words, the heart of Chu Jifeng, who was lying on the ground, was filled with infinite joy. Yi Bufan was in a hurry. He couldn't just watch Lin Xiao being killed by the Marshal Saint Lord in this way. This was the only 9th grade Dan master in the Dragon Kingdom. He was just about to open his mouth, but he was stopped by a look from Yin Changkong that was incomparably cold. This is a warning. If you dare to open your mouth, then you will die with this teenager. Lin Xiao smiled. He wore the Major General's costume that belonged to him, the shining red star exposed to the sunlight. This move was seen by Yin Changkong, only that this alone was far from enough. Lord Marshal Saint, I don't believe that with your ability you can't see through the filthy nastiness hidden beneath the surface of luxury. Lin Xiao slowly levitated into the air. He was pushing against the Marshal Saint's pressure, which was undoubtedly an offense. A disregard for Yin Changkong. This made Yin Changkong's face even colder. When did he, Yin Changkong, need to look at other people's faces to do things? Don't you think you can rest easy with this uniform? Everyone didn't dare to breathe. They realized that this Marshal Saint Lord was angry. The consequences of an angry martial sage are extremely serious. Lin Xiao lifted his head, and his space-time god eyes, which emanated divinity, looked at Yin Changkong without fear. Good guts. Yin Changkong was angry, but at the same time he was somewhat high on Lin Xiao, only to see Lin Xiao walk to a certain place and throw a punch at the bottom. The Deshang fist intent shattered the buildings below with a devastating gesture, completely exposing the scene buried deep in the ground. Everyone swept their eyes over. What a bloody scene. This space hidden under the ground was fully enclosed and filled with an endless bloody aura that far surpassed even the Chu clan under Lin Zhao's killings. The bodies of countless young children have been cut up, some immersed in vats of medicine and covered with tubes. Some are out of breath, but the bodies are frozen and used as specimens for experiments. There are even humanoid aliens. This was forcibly grafting the cells of a foreign beast into a human body, which was strictly forbidden in the Dragon Kingdom. There were more heinous phenomena appearing, all kinds of fresh organs, huge pools of blood, countless piles of white bones. This scene caused everyone, including Lin Xiao, to fall silent. They didn't expect that in such a prosperous imperial capital, there was still this extremely dirty existence that people couldn't look at directly. Lin Xiao held back his inner rage and looked fearlessly at the silhouette that stood in the sky above him. Dare I ask, Lord Marshal Saint, does this count as the evidence you speak of? Chapter 128 Military Martial Sage. Military Unrepentant. Yin Changkong suddenly felt that he must have gone out today without reading the yellow calendar. If in the past, with his status as a martial saint, who would dare to contradict himself like that? Can't you see that even Yi Bufan, the 8th grade alchemist, is too polite to charge him? What's with this teenager? Why is he so rash, rushing himself over and over again? Did he really think that he, the martial saint, was without a temper? As for all the dirt below, to be honest, he didn't have too many waves in his heart to be able to cultivate to the level of a martial saint. He had experienced too much, to the point that he had encountered things even more infuriating than this. But right now, there were countless people's gazes converging in the large court, and as a martial saint, he naturally had to display the posture that martial saints should have. In the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, the sage is the sky, like a guardian god. Lying on the ground, Chu Jifeng had been completely spread to the ground. He didn't expect the secret that was hidden so deeply to be discovered. He knew the Chu family was finished. Such things as human-animal intermingling is research that is strictly forbidden by the Dragon Kingdom, and once discovered it will be a crime of exterminating the family. He had already felt the extreme coldness coming from the martial saint in the sky above him. In Shankong looked at this Chu Jifeng who was like a dead man. It was all because of this damned guy that caused him to be unable to get off the stage. Only a slight condensation of his palm was seen, and a great force of heaven and earth appeared, the terrifying fluctuations causing the heart palpitations of the martial exalted present, ignoring the laws of the Dragon Kingdom and brutalizing civilians. You deserve to die. In Shankong gently slapped a palm toward Chu Jifeng on the ground. The palm that covered the sky appeared, a simple palm but as if it encompassed the heaven and earth. Every move of the martial saint contained the laws of the great Tao. It's a punishment sent down from above. Chu Jifeng laughed at this moment. He knew he was going to die. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, a bunch of hypocrites. Sooner or later you'll all come down here with me. He's laughing a little crazy. Bang! Chu Jifeng, die, along with another Chu family's martial arts master. He was also reduced to nothingness under this palm. In Shankong do not even look at, as pinching the ants. For the martial saint, even the martial arts Zun can be wiped out with their hands. The two are not even in the same level. It's just that this mole pissed him off and made him lose face. Everyone didn't dare to squeak. It was really because the martial saint's pressure was too appalling. Lin Xiao was slightly aghast. The appearance of that great power of heaven and earth just now made him clearly feel his own insignificance. It was like a flat boat wandering in the middle of a riotous sea, which could be overturned by an inexplicable wave at any time. He knew that his current self was far from being a match for the martial saint, and that the other party might be able to put himself to death with just a move of his finger. The culprits have been executed. This matter ends here. In Shankong's voice spread throughout the four fields, and he once again showed the entire Dragon Kingdom the posture that belongs to a martial saint. His words are holy words. Martial saints are supreme, inviolable and undeceivable, or else, death. Yi Bufan and the others let out a gentle sigh of relief. It seemed that Lord Martial Saint's killing heart wasn't particularly heavy yet. He hurriedly gazed at Lin Xiao to indicate that he would take advantage of the present to say a few good words, bow his head and admit his mistake, and the matter would be turned over. Who would have thought? Lin Xiao actually forced himself against the pressure of the Martial Saint once again and stepped into the air. Lord Martial Saint, everyone in the Chu family must die today. The Chu family must be destroyed today. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. No matter what, Lin Xiao wouldn't let a person from the Chu family still live in the world. In Shankong narrowed his eyes, and his powerful Martial Saint pressure was pressing toward Lin Xiao step by step. I said, stop here. He was already very impatient. If ordinary people dared to charge at him like that, he would have already slapped him over. At this moment, the powerful Martial Saint pressure is his attitude. Martial Saints are sacrosanct. If this son doesn't know how to advance or retreat again, don't blame him for being merciless. No, the Chu family will be destroyed today. Lin Xiao had already felt the terrifying and incomparable heaven and earth momentum around him. This was Yin Shankong's warning to him, but he kept his head up and his eyes open. The Chu family has done such a heartless thing. You can tolerate it, Lord Martial Saint, but I, Lin Xiao, can't tolerate it. Not a single person in the entire Chu family from top to bottom is innocent. Yin Shankong looked expressionlessly at this teenager who had contradicted himself again and again. He really didn't understand. Was he no longer dignified? He's really pissed off. Thunder from a clear sky, idiom, a bolt from the blue. It was like the end of the world. The world was changing. Countless rules and regulations were evolving, and the space here couldn't withstand the fury of a martial saint. A large number of cracks in the void are visible, and that's just the martial saint getting angry. If they really move, this land will be sunk, and the entire imperial capital will be devastated. Lin Xiao, who was in the center, was already speechless. The strong and incomparable flesh was fighting to resist the terrifying pressure coming from all sides, and the bones were faintly rattling, so it was actually carrying it. But even so, Lin Xiao was sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked with sweat. This was suppression at the life level. The martial sage is already the pinnacle of the earth, the peak of the ultimate path. In Shankong was mildly surprised inwardly. This youngster like a mole cricket had actually carried his martial saint pressure. But that doesn't mean it can punch itself over and over again. Oomph, a light hum. But it caused Lin Xiao to feel a boundless pressure. His muscles began to fill with blood, a green vein bursting out of his body, and his face was reddened. There was a crackling sound in the air, a protest from the joints within the torso. No one knew what kind of pressure he was facing. If it was an ordinary 6th-ranked martial artist, he would have been crushed into a meat cake long ago. Yin Shangkong was forcing Lin Xiao to kneel down. Lin Xiao resisted this heaven and earth pressure to the death. He had tried his best not to let himself fall to his knees. The depths of the bloodshot pupils hid a touch of extreme madness. He was still too weak. If he was a martial saint himself at that time, who would dare bully him? The oppressive space made Yi Bufan and the others not dare to breathe a word. When a martial sage is angry, the earth will crumble. Only Lin Xiao's hiss of unwillingness to fate kept echoing in the air, which was somewhat heartbreaking to hear. A generation of Dragon Kingdom's greatest geniuses has fallen to such a state. Yin Shangkong, you passed. Just at the moment when Lin Xiao was about to be unable to carry on his knees, a rough voice rang out from the depths of the sky, and then the oppressive heaven and earth power disappeared. Lin Xiao dropped to the ground and gasped for air. So close. It was so close that he was about to fall to his knees in full view of the crowd. Yin Shangkong looked for the voice and saw a middle-aged man. This man who suddenly appeared had a stout figure, full of ferocious aura, and his body exuded extreme killing, which was an aura that could only be formed by having boundless killings. Army unrepentant. You're going to bail him out? Yin Shangkong spoke in a cold and clear voice. Military unrepentant. One of the Dragon Kingdom's current martial arts saints. A big shot in the military, with countless glorious legends on the battlefield. Yin Shangkong, you've really gone back the further you've lived, being so calculating even with a junior. Jun Buxiao looked at Lin Xiao and his voice was extremely rude. He's a junior who rushes at me like this. This is a violation of the law, so why shouldn't I step in to punish him? Yin Shangkong, even if that's the case, if we want to punish, it should also be carried out by my military. When did it become the turn of my military department to be taught a lesson by outsiders? Jun Buxiao was not at all accustomed to the other party, and after years of campaigning, he was an existence that was not afraid of the sky and the earth. Jun Buxiao, do you really want to clash with me because of a mole cricket? I said that even the punishment should be adjudicated by a military tribunal. In the Dragon Kingdom, the saints of martial arts are the heavens, and all the rules are made by the saints of martial arts. Impacting a martial sage can be big or small, and at this moment Yin Shangkong was extremely depressed. He didn't understand why he was just out of a past to have stumbled upon such a bad thing. Then I'll see you at the court-martial. The dignity of a martial saint cannot be violated. He turned around and directly disappeared. Before leaving, its palm clenched. A huge energy in the law of the Great Tao under the weight of a mountain top will cover the whole Chu. Bang! The huge Chu clan mansion disappeared without a trace under this palm, leaving no trace behind. A strong martial saint, a mountain and a sea of cold and anger. Chapter 129 Military Tribunals. A single blow from a martial sage wiped out the entire Chu clan. This once again let everyone clearly understand the power of a martial saint. Lin Xiao looked at the Chu family that had been razed to the ground. In any case, at least this hidden danger has been uprooted today. The 2 martial saints have all left the field and the oppressive atmosphere has disappeared. The 10 invited martial honored ones slightly cupped their fists toward Yi Bufan at this time. As things had already come to this point, there was no point for them to stay any longer. As for Lin Xiao, they struggled a bit, but in the end they didn't come forward and just disappeared into thin air. Perhaps in their minds, Lin Xiao, who had offended the martial saint, was no longer worthy of pulling down their faces to make good relations. The complexity of human nature is initially revealed in this moment. Yi Bufan didn't leave like the others did. He silently walked to Lin Xiao's side. Brother Lin Xiao, are you alright? The sound is like a breeze. Lin Xiao shook his head. Elder brother Yi, this time it has caused you to be implicated. Lin Xiao knew that in this world where force was supreme, strength always came first, and Yi Bufan's actions today might bring unbelievable effects to him and their family at some point in the future. Never doubt the influence of a martial saint. With centuries of accumulation in the Dragon Kingdom, martial saints are also a rare occurrence. He didn't care about himself. What about the martial sage? If it touches his bottom line, martial saint he will kill as he wishes. Elder brother Yi, I'll ask you about something. What is it? The military tribunal that the 2 martial saints mentioned just now. What is that? Lin Xiao calmly looked toward the sky, which was a bit gray. The sunlight above was blocked out, and the people below couldn't see a trace of brilliance. Yi Bufan knows what a court-martial is. His face was a little grave. A court-martial, described as the highest profile kind of trial in the Dragon Kingdom. Only martial saints are qualified to open the military court, which is a court used to try those who have committed great crimes. The crimes committed by those on trial will be made public and reviled by the entire Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, the Supreme Council of the Military Tribunal descends to punish. In the lesser case, with eternal life. In the greater case, with death. The more Yi Bufan spoke, the heavier it became. And military tribunals hadn't appeared a few times in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't expect that merely exterminating a Chu family would lead to such great difficulties. What's wrong with Manhwa? Is it just because of bumping into that martial saint? Lin Xiao gently nodded. He laughed a little to himself. It was that he had had such a good time for most of the year. And the people he had met had been so friendly. It makes him less cautious than he was at the beginning. Or perhaps the strength to improve too quickly. Some drift. Actually forgot that this world is ultimately the supremacy of strength. Is Lin Xiao at fault for this? Rest assured. If you're like the Chu family, it's a mercy that you didn't exterminate them. But the mistake was that he shouldn't have rushed the martial sage, and shouldn't have made him lose face in public. It's his biggest fault. Lin Xiao didn't blame anyone. He just lowered his head and looked at his hands. After all, it's still not as strong as it should be. System. Ding. Host, I am. Can I ask a question? Host, please ask. This Tuzi brother is happy today and can help the host out for free. Do you think the martial saint is strong? Ding. This question has long been answered in the host's mind. Lin Xiao smiled, laughing a little wildly. Maybe he never changed. What kind of martial saint is not even a hair in his eyes? If I respect you, I will call you a senior. If I don't, what can even God do to him? Buzz. A magical transformation from the inside out. Lin Xiao was instantly enlightened. His meditation mind was clear. The terrifying shadow from the martial saint that originally hung over his heart disappeared. At this moment, it was as if he had been cocooned by the spring wind and completely recognized himself. He, Lin Xiao, has always been the kind of person who is not afraid of the sky or the earth. If a man does not offend me, I do not offend him. If a man offends me, I will destroy his 9 clans. He has his own ambition in his heart. Yi Bufan, who was on the side, saw that Lin Xiao was silent, and his heart was a little saddened. What an excellent young man, originally destined to be a supreme figure who could stand at the top. How did he end up in such a situation? Apparently, even he felt that after being court-martialed, Lin Xiao's future was already in darkness. Even a generation of epic-spanning pride fell. It's like a comet. It's bright, but it's short-lived. Elder brother Yi, let's go. Lin Xiao calmed down. Things have come to this point. Take a step and see what happens. The big deal is to lift the table. Oh, good. Originally, Yi Bufan was going to invite Lin Xiao to head over to Yes for a cup of tea, but Lin Xiao refused. During this period, he couldn't let the Yi family get too close to him, but he remembered this love of Ye's oldest brother in his heart. Alone in the big villa that belonged to him, prepare yourself a tub of milk bath and take a soothing bath. Comfortable. He slept in the bathtub without being disturbed by anyone. The morrow, Lin Xiao received a subpoena. A subpoena from the Supreme Military Court ordered the suspect Lin Xiao to go to the Supreme Military Court on time tomorrow to receive his sentence. Lin Xiao's face was expressionless as he casually threw this summoning order, which symbolized the pinnacle of power, onto the ground and continued to soak in the milk bath. He found that the milk bath was a real comfort to soak in. Your own skin is all revitalized and clearer. The morrow, Lin Xiao tidied up his grooming and put on his Major General's attire. Looking at himself in the mirror, the hard and straight body, the outstanding appearance somewhat overshadowed the bright red star on the shoulder. If I had been like that in my last life, my days would have been dashing. He laughed, and, without a trace of nervousness at all, seized the door and went out to that Supreme Military Court, Imperial Capital, Military Tribunal. The place was very quiet in the old days, not much of a crowd, except for a very few stabilizing security personnel, but today the whole hall is full. There was even an army stationed on the outskirts of the venue. It was a grand scene. There are 2 special seats in the upper part of the hall, and this position overrides the judges. The Supreme Military Tribunal is officially open. Bring the suspect Lin Xiao to the hall. The thick voice did not dissipate for a long time. No one who can sit here today is simple. At least the strength alone is also the existence of the martial king level, the highest judge of the military court. It's even the 8th order of the Wu Zun level of power. Min Chansho, the title of the great generals. That door was opened. A teenager walked step by step towards the very center in front of the crowd's eyes. The young figure was a bit out of place with the clothes on his body, but the young man's uprightness was causing many people to nod slightly. As soon as Lin Xiao appeared, 2 martial saints also appeared at the highest position at the same time. Yin Changkong and Jun Buxian. Looking around at the scene, Lin Xiao was a little emotional. He was still the first time to participate in such a high-specification parliament, even if he was a suspect, but also claimed to have 13 grams. He looked slightly toward the 2 highest-ranking martial saints. Yin Changkong similarly looked at the teenager. To be honest, he didn't care if this teenager lived or died. All he cared about was his own face, his own dignity. Begin. The scene instantly became incredibly serious. The trial commissioner listed the faults committed by Lin Xiao one by one. Anything that violates the system of the Dragon Kingdom, such as running a red light, disrupting public order, etc., are all listed. A lot of people's brows furrowed when they heard it. But this is just a prelude. A prelude. When it was mentioned that Lin Xiao had abused his power without authorization and had forcibly led 10 martial Zun powerhouses to carry out a massacre in the imperial capital, the guys just got it. Lin Xiao, do you know your sin? The Inquisitor gave a commanding cry, his eyes unmistakably glazed, his voice appalling. Dare I ask the judge, what crime have I, Lin Xiao, committed? Lin Xiao had no fear on his face. He held his head high and looked straight ahead. Is it a fact that you used the identity of a major general to pull together 10 strong martial Zuns to follow you to the Chu clan and exterminate their family? Judge, I didn't pull the strings as a major general. I made a reasonable deal with the other party at a sky-high pay. Is that a crime? Lin Xiao, you were born from a humble family and your cultivation is only at the 6th rank. How do you have such great wealth to invite 10 martial Zuns? The military tribunal can't allow you to speak nonsense. Otherwise, you will be convicted of deceiving your superiors and concealing your subordinates again. Lin Xiao shook his head. He pulled out 3 jade bottles from his space. Judge, these are 3 8th grade pills, personally refined by me. Precisely the payment offered for completing this exchange. This scene caused many people's eyes to light up slightly. Some of them had made a point of learning the ins and outs, but there were some heavenly things that made them doubt the truth for a moment. And Lin Xiao's move was exactly what demonstrated his value to everyone present. He, Lin Xiao, could refine 8th grade pills. Although 8th grade pills had no effect on martial saints, they weren't martial saints. Yin Changkong at the highest place frowned slightly. He didn't expect this kid to have this kind of talent. After hearing a number of voices emerge from the field, he glanced faintly at Jun Bushue beside him. You said that you have evidence to prove that the Chu family has secretly colluded with the Heaven's Destiny sect to persecute you. Where is the evidence? As soon as the martial saint spoke, everyone immediately quieted down. Lin Xiao looked at this condescending person with an expressionless face. I have no proof. So what are you going to do, Lord Martial Saint? Chapter 130, The Battlefield of Eternal Havoc. Yin Changkong somewhat doubted himself. Isn't he a martial arts saint? How can anyone be so disrespectful? Why was this teenager called Lin Xiao so bold? Is he really not afraid of death? Or does he think he can't do anything about him with Jun Buxie? He glanced toward Army Unrepentant at his side. Being so unself-conscious will surely lead to a great disaster in the future. Are all the people in your military department so lawless? Army Unrepentant smiled faintly. It's normal for young people to be a little crazy. That's a direct dislike. Seeing this, Yin Changkong's face looked bad as he looked at Lin Xiao once again. Without evidence, you dare to kill so profusely. Do you know that the Dragon Kingdom has laws? And anyone must abide by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. If everyone was like you, ignoring the existence of the law, would there be any need for the Dragon Kingdom to exist? Yin Changkong stood directly on the high ground of the law. If you are not the top of the heap, then you have to abide by the law. That is the reality. Lin Xiao didn't want to argue about this matter because he knew it was pointless. Just repeating what I said. So, Lord Martial Saint, what are you going to do? This infuriated Yin Changkong. If not for Jun Buxie's presence, he would have hated to directly slice this mole cricket that disgusted him with his palm. No one in sight. Disregard for the law. Kill innocent people indiscriminately, and still don't know how to repent. In that case, you go down to accompany those people you killed. He was trying to condemn Lin Xiao to death. There was a sigh of relief in the arena, and they could kind of see that. There was a conflict between this Lin Xiao and the martial saint above him. Yin Changkong's gaze went to the Supreme Inquisitor directly below him. Feeling the gaze of the martial saints from above, the Supreme Inquisitor looked again at Jun Buxie, who was to the side. This scene caused Yin Changkong to grit his teeth secretly, and everyone looked at Army Unrepentant. To put it bluntly, the final outcome of this trial is still dependent on the game between these two. Yin Changkong also looked at him. Army Unrepentant was silent for a moment and slowly stood up in the crowd's gaze. Lin Xiao, age 17, awakening double SSS grade alien talent, crushingly taking the King of Heaven's pride in the same year, and participating in the National College Entrance Examination across the levels, hand-tearing the Alien Beast Alliance's Heaven's Pride, and taking the College Entrance Examination's top prize, freshman competition of 5 universities, representing the Military University solo to take the single and team double champion, participating in the Northern Battlefield. He created a great success, breaking the spell of the Dragon Kingdom's history, the reverse-felling Martial King, and was named the youngest Major General in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Is it you who I appealed to? Listening to the sound of a voice, many people had shocked looks on their faces. Most of them had been fighting all year round. They simply didn't know that such an unparalleled heavenly pride had appeared in the rear that they had guarded with their lives. Lin Xiao nodded in the midst of the crowd's gazes. Back to Lord Martial Saint. It is precisely me. After receiving the affirmation, Jun Buxia looked at the teenager appreciatively. Not bad, worthy of being a student of my military martial arts. This caused Lin Xiao to slightly light up. So this Lord Martial Saint was from the Military Martial University. He knew that a total of 3 martial saints had come out of his school, and one of them was none other than his own teacher, Lin Yaotian. Today, he met the second one. Army unrepentant. Army unrepentant. What do you mean? But this statement made In Shankong, who was sitting on the side, look extremely ugly. What's the matter with being a heavenly pride or not? So what if you're even more of a demon? He, In Shankong, had lived for so long, what kind of demons hadn't he seen before? But how many of them end up on top? Right now this teenager rushed himself and even ignored him again and again, singing against him. He couldn't bear it. Since when do mole crickets dare to defy the sky? In Shankong, I told you that you are small-minded. What kind of piss is that, Chu family? After doing such inhumane things behind their backs, they should have been exterminated a long time ago, and that's no reason for him to ignore the law. In Shankong grasped the legal high ground of the Dragon Kingdom's law. Once the law lost its checks and balances, the Dragon Kingdom would instantly fall into great turmoil. Army Unrepentant also knows the gravity of the situation. The Dragon Kingdom needs laws to control it. Lin Xiao, you are the Dragon Kingdom's supreme pride and have created a considerable amount of battle achievements, but you have violated the Dragon Kingdom's laws. Do you recognize all of this? I recognize it underneath. By now, Lin Xiao had realized the truth, which was that the fist was supreme. Yes, in that case, I'll punish you for going to the Eternal Tribulation battlefield to serve for 10 years, and if during that time you can exterminate 100 martial zoons and 10,000 martial kings of the enemy forces, you can also end it early. Can you accept that? The battlefield of eternity. In Shankong, who was standing next to him, heard this and his eyes flickered for a moment. In the end, he let out a soft cold snort and closed his eyes, as if acquiescing to the punishment. But the rest of the crowd was talking. I didn't expect it to be the battlefield of eternal destruction. That's an extremely dangerous place. The place where all the races of the starry sky fight. Countless people from the Dragon Kingdom die on that battlefield every year. I'm afraid this teenager doesn't even know the terror of this battlefield. 10 whole years? Isn't that the equivalent of a death sentence? Who could survive 10 years in that hellhole? Didn't you hear? Lord Martial Saint said that exterminating 100 martial exalted and 10,000 martial kings will allow you to come back early. Oh, you want to hear what you're talking about? Lin Xiao has heard a lot of these voices. I guess I know what this eternal battlefield is. It's just a battlefield. It's a far lighter punishment than he thought he'd get. Lin Xiao accepts. Eventual. The Supreme Military Tribunal declared the results of this. Sentenced Lin Xiao to go to the battlefield of eternal havoc to serve for 10 years. And he could be discharged if he met the conditions. All proceedings of the entire meeting are open to the public. Straight to the top of the list. Many people in the imperial capital were still immersed in the shocking tragedy of the Chu family. A powerful family. Exterminating their clan. And they were still wondering who had such energy. But I didn't expect it to be Lin Xiao. A teenager of only 17 years old had actually destroyed a powerful family. Asterisk. Seriously? Is my Lin God already bullish to this extent? A powerful family can be destroyed just by saying so? Dude, shouldn't you be concerned about that eternal war? I heard it's extremely dangerous there. What are you afraid of? I, Lin God, am invincible, alright. God kills God. Buddha kills Buddha. A mere eternal tribulation battlefield. The Lin God will directly fight through it. Too fierce. I'm also 17. I'm still in my sophomore year of high school. Will I ever be able to catch up to the heels of the Lin God in my life? The internet was full of lopsided voices. Unexpectedly, most people were on Lin Xiao's side this time. Didn't feel that Lin Xiao had gone too far. On the contrary, Lin Xiao was even taller in the hearts of the many young people of the Dragon Kingdom because of the impact of this incident. That's just it. So what if it's a powerful family? Whoever dares to stand in my Lin God's way directly destroys his family. That's a bit extreme. But Lin Xiao's fans have reached an extreme level of fervor. They were looking forward to it. Looking forward to the Lin God's great power once again. And the person in question, Lin Xiao, had already left the imperial capital. They gave him 3 days to deal with his personal affairs. They really didn't treat him like a criminal at all. As he walked, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. There was not a single fluctuation, giving Lin Xiao a fright. After seeing the visitor clearly, Lin Xiao was inwardly thrilled instead. Sensei, it was Lin Yaotian. Walk. The voice was ordinary, an old man who had no presence in the crowd. Lin Xiao immediately followed. He hadn't seen his teacher for a long time, and he didn't know how to find the other side himself. Lin Xiao, any thoughts? Lin Yaotian looked at the student. This time he didn't step in. If he did, perhaps the result would be different again. The student understands the truth that as long as one is strong enough, no one can be bullied. You're right and you're wrong. Lin Xiao listens quietly. If you are strong enough, it is true that no one can bully you, but while your strength is strong, your heart should be even stronger. Unless you, Lin Xiao, are invincible in the future in this vast universe, at that time, you can sense not care about anything else. Lin Yaotian takes one step and says one word. That Yin Shangkong might be strong enough for the current you, so he can sway you, but his heart isn't strong enough, and in my opinion, he's just like that. Lin Xiao heard the disdain in his teacher's mouth. It seemed that even martial saints had highs and lows. Obviously, one's teacher should be much more powerful than that Yin Shangkong. Remember, being strong inside is truly strong. No matter how far you grow in the future, you cannot lose your heart. Lin Yaotian stopped in his tracks as he turned his head to look at the teenager beside him. Deep pupils that looked like they could see through everything on the other side. Lin Xiao was austere. He still had an abnormal amount of respect for the teacher in front of him. The student keeps this in mind. Well, go on. There's another one waiting for you up ahead. Lin Yaotian came and left suddenly. Lin Xiao followed the teacher's direction and saw the back of an old man. The old man gently turned his head, and the aura he emanated from the inside out made Lin Xiao feel extraordinary. Lin Xiao student, we finally meet. Chapter 131 When the Eternal Havoc Returns. No one in the Dragon Kingdom can sway you. Upon learning the identity of the old man before him, Lin Xiao was greatly shocked. If you don't mind this old man of mine, then walk with me. After you. At sunset, an old man and a young man walking very slowly. The old man talked a lot about the internal and external problems of the Dragon Kingdom. Today's Dragon Kingdom looks powerful, but there are many lineages, each with their own agenda, and the same goes for the Starry Sky 10,000 races. He paused. This world is big, so big that we can't believe it, and our Dragon Kingdom is like a newborn baby in this rolling river, seemingly tenacious, but unable to take a single wrong step. Lin Xiao listened quietly. He didn't know what the significance of the old man in front of him saying this to him was. Student Lin Xiao, you are the most gifted person my dragon country has ever seen. I've actually noticed you since the day you successfully awakened. Ha! The old man spoke faintly, as if he were telling a story from the past. Lin Xiao didn't realize that his every move had long been exposed in the eyes of these big shots. It gave him a feeling of being watched, and deep down inside he had a strong revulsion. The old man may have sensed it. This is the case for every generation of extremely outstanding celestial pride. This is for fear that you will encounter strong assassinations from enemy forces as you grow. The 2 attacks you suffered from the Heaven's Destiny sect, there was actually someone watching from the shadows the whole time, and once you faced a life and death crisis, he would appear. But you did a great job. The old man really knows everything. Only, Lin Xiao frowned even more. He didn't know what he was supposed to say, but he desperately resented this kind of covert surveillance of himself under the guise of protection. But the old man didn't want to explain too much about it. Student Lin Xiao, if the Dragon Kingdom encounters a crisis of racial extinction in the near future, I hope that you will come forward and hold up the sky for the Dragon Kingdom. That's why the old man is here today. It's just a little sudden. Chief, I don't understand. Why me? This sudden burden was a tremendous strain on him, like an imposed fate that repelled him. Perhaps it's fate that since your rise to power, this world's great power has been like a rolling torrent, one wave after another. The Starry Sky 10,000 races have been unable to hold back, and the Alien Beast Alliance has completely revealed its claws and teeth. There's even a big messianic hand behind all this in the underworld. The old man's face was incredibly heavy as he said this. It's a race war. It's all or nothing. Starry Sky 10,000 races just so called, but which do not know how many races disappeared in the long river of history, like a stone thrown in the sea, did not set off a trace of waves. The Dragon Kingdom can grow to this point in just a few hundred years, not without the bloodshed of our forefathers and the struggle of every generation, but in this generation, the Dragon Kingdom has once again come to the brink of racial extinction. Last time, the Dragon Kingdom had a strong reversal of the absolute martial emperor, and this time, the Dragon Kingdom had yet to see such an invincible powerhouse. How could Lin Xiao not expect the situation to have gotten so serious? But he still doesn't understand. Why me? Because in you I see hope. A hope to bring the Dragon Kingdom out of this great swamp once and for all. The old man looked at Lin Xiao with a serious look in his eyes. His whole life had been dedicated to the Dragon Kingdom. This moment, Lin Xiao truly felt the conviction that was transmitted from the old man's body. Just like the forefathers we met on the battlefields beyond the realm. Even though he died in his homeland, he still had the heart of his homeland and squeezed the last ounce of value out of himself. The wax torch turns gray and the tears start to dry. This is the legacy of the Dragon Kingdom, hidden in the depths of the bloodline for generations. The old man left. He didn't let Lin Xiao vote on the spot but gave a promise. Return from the battlefield of eternal havoc. At that time, no one in the Dragon Kingdom will be able to sway you. In uttering these words, the old man displayed unparalleled self-confidence. Lin Xiao kept echoing the old man's words on the way back. He suddenly felt that he might have been destined for a long time. System. Ding. Host I am. Why me? Ding. Because the host has a good character, is handsome and has a lot of gold. Speak human. Ding. I'm a god-level cultivation system. Where's the why? If you're not convinced, just do it. Him to the end of time, him to the end of the sea. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're ing arrogant. But the system's words in turn made Lin Xiao smile. This dog system is as bad-tempered as ever. That's right. Where's the why? He, Lin Xiao, didn't care about the great power of heaven and earth or the fate of his race. He only cares about the people he cares about. Whoever dares to step over the line will die. For 3 days he was completely liberated. Instead of practicing, he found his nemesis Wang Yi and accompanied him on a trip to White Romance. With this relationship with Lin Xiao, Wang Yi's family business is developing quite well in the local area, and District Governor Ma has made a special effort to take care of it. We're also going to the principal's house. Bastard. Doing something so big without saying a word. Chu Hantian looked like he was lecturing, but a trace of extremely vague worry flashed in the depths of his eyes. The battlefield of eternal havoc sounds like a very dangerous place. Hey, headmaster. This visit is also specifically to report that the New Year's Eve dinner students are afraid they won't have the time to come and eat. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Only here at the principal's place did he have a trace of a sense of home, a feeling that he loved. If you don't come this year, it's just a matter of not coming, but you have to come the next year, or I won't spare you. Chu Hantian spoke very heavily, but Lin Xiao only felt incomparably cozy. The meal was a long one, and Chu Hantian and Lin Xiao talked a lot, just like family members, talking about anything trivial. 3 days went by in a flash. It's time to go. Specialized people came to take Lin Xiao away. The battlefield of eternal havoc is not within the Dragon Kingdom, but in a place of nothingness. It's filled with all kinds of rule power, an extremely chaotic battlefield for all races. It's a long way from the Dragon Kingdom. It took a whole day to get there, even by special plane. Lin Xiao looked at the barren realm in front of him, a glance filled with endless strangeness. Is this the battlefield of eternal havoc? It's more like a big, dark cage. At a glance, the sky was shrouded by a huge haze. Spacetime was chaotic, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, desolate to the extreme. He spent some time learning about this so-called eternal battlefield before he came here. It's a chaotic world that maximizes deceit. The only person you can trust here is you. Backstabbing can happen even to people of the same race. However, in such a place full of crises, the starry sky races, including the Dragon Kingdom, there are still countless people who rush to it every year. It's only because of the legends that have been told here. Legend has it that the battlefield of eternal havoc contains a chance to break through to martial sainthood. Martial saints are the absolute pinnacle of the starry sky races, and the words of one person can determine the life and death of hundreds of millions of people. Let me see just how terrifying this eternal tribulation battlefield is. Lin Xiao stepped in with 1 foot. This represented that the most chaotic realm of the 10,000 races was about to usher in its darkest hour. Chapter 132. There are no merciful people in the battlefield of the eternal tribulation. It's still a mess. Lin Xiao felt the surrounding. The incomparably riotous rule power in the air had no trace of regularity, and was even mixed in the energy of heaven and earth. If there is just come to the white accidentally inhaled into the body, it is very easy to cause the body of the alien energy riot. A control is not good is to explode and die. Help! The voice was very bleak, and there was a hint of compulsion. So Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a faint desire to protect him, only to see a delicate-faced woman with a face full of horror running in his direction. The clothes on his body have shown multiple signs of rupture. The warm jade-like skin was nakedly exposed, and the rising and falling waves shook Lin Xiao's mind a little dizzy. A flash of joy appeared in this woman's eyes when she saw Lin Xiao. Once again she uttered an extremely weak cry for help. Young warrior, save me, save the little woman. Lin Xiao looked at this strange woman and had to say that she had been born with a good skin. Phoenix eyebrows and bright eyes, delicate and greasy nose, Zhu Ruo red lips demonic, and its clothes broken also quite elaborate. The place that should be broken did not break at all, but its surroundings are uninterruptedly exposed, the snow-white skin without a trace left, insinuating that people want to be inappropriate between. Young warrior, I'm Su Daji, please save my life. This soft woman named Su Daji had already run behind Lin Xiao, and her jade arm inadvertently climbed onto Lin Xiao's left arm. The waves on her chest were rubbing against each other, intentionally or not. Lin Xiao was expressionless, for directly in front of his field of vision, there was a shadow approaching the place at a rapid pace. Run! You're running! Mother asterisk 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 error. A black shadow landed heavily on the ground, the powerful force smashing a crater out of the ground. Su Daji fearfully hid her body behind Lin Xiao and murmured in a fine voice. Young warrior, please save Daji. This bad man wants to molest someone, and they are unwilling to do so, so they have been chased here. Before Lin Xiao could say anything, the rough man on the opposite side of the room opened his mouth and scoffed. Where's the soft bone from? I'm in a good mood today. Leave quickly or I'll take your life. After saying that, his face was ferocious and his claws and teeth were showing. He was actually a martial king level powerhouse. And Sudaji's voice was still twisting against Lin Xiao's ears, soft to the bone and infinitely seductive. Lin Xiao stood still, his eyes were slightly hollow, and he really looked like he had been compelled. Perceived the scene. Suda slowly lowered her jade arm and gently leaned back. Bang! The rude man instantly launched a powerful attack, which was somewhat bizarre and actually directly pierced through Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao, who had been struck through his body, lay straight down. Until this moment, a trace of clarity flashed in his empty eyes, but it was too late. His pupils slammed shut, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't get anything out. Che, a poor man. What a waste of my feelings. Sudaji searched Lin Xiao's entire body and found nothing. Obscure beyond measure. I told you the little white boy was nothing. His eyes hoard out at the sight of you. The man's eyes kept staring at Suda's body, and his face was full of obscene faces. The deal was that you'd let me you once at the end of this ticket. He rubbed his hands together. This moment had been long awaited for so long. Sudaji, whose back was turned to the man, revealed a cold smile, but then her voice was like a hanging beam, and her bones were like the hearts of men. Aya, don't be so hasty, it's not like I won't give it to you. The obscenity in the man's eyes became more and more intense, and his hands directly wrapped around the beautiful woman in front of him, who had made his mouth water for a long time. It's right here. I can't wait. With that, he directly and rudely threw Suda onto the ground, extremely quickly removing his own clothing cleanly. Just as he was about to go straight for the jugular, a razor-sharp blade poked straight through his chest. Blood was flowing drop by drop, and the man was horrified at this moment, and a strong irony finally appeared on Suda's face as she viciously pulled the sharp blade out of her hand. Put! The man was kneeling on the ground in pain. His blood could not stop flowing. The knife had struck him straight in the vitals, and there was a horrible poison hidden in the blade, which was now spreading out in all directions in his body. Why? You want to touch me? You don't have to look at yourself. Can you touch me? Sudaji looked at this person coldly and directly took his head with a knife. This martial king powerhouse died a very suffocating death. Originally thought he was the hunter. Did not expect him to be in the eyes of the woman has always been a prey. Suda quickly searched the man's whole body once more. No, a puzzled look appeared in her eyes. It shouldn't be just this much treasure. She had worked with the other side many times and had robbed a lot of resources by cooperating. The duo had always split the bill 50-50. It shouldn't have been this small. Just as she was about to scavenge again, an incomparable fluctuation of killing intent appeared behind it. Bitch, go to hell. The powerful attack directly subdued Sudaji in place, unable to move. Rao, ah! Miserable screams resonate through the heavens and the earth. This man was the same martial king who had just been killed. This was the innate aptitude of his clan. Incarnation outside the body. It was his incarnation that was killed by Suda, and he had long sensed that the was ruthless. I was deliberately on guard, but I didn't realize he had guessed it. At this moment, Sudaji's entire body has been broken. She can't even move. She was lying on the ground, her face full of panic, and her mouth kept shouting to beg for forgiveness, letting her do whatever she wanted as long as she didn't kill her. Damn it, stinking, causing me to lose an out-of-body incarnation. Do you know how much it cost me to condense that? The man was incomparably angry, and the exasperated him directly and frantically threw his breath over Suda's body, rudely and unimaginably tearing all the few remaining clothes from his body. Idiom, the first sign of springtime. The man was rubbing non-stop without a trace of compassion, his powerful force leaving countless traces on this naked body of Suda's. ******ing. I'm going to play you. He was furious because this out-of-body incarnation was his only life-preserving card, and it was just gone. Just as he was about to strike the dragon, a hand poked right through his heart. He lowered his head incredulously, still holding a fresh heart in the palm of his bloody hand. Put! This heart was crushed directly. He was filled with despair, forcibly turning his head. Who was it? It's Suda. Suda was looking at him indifferently, and Suda, who was pressed by the man on the ground, slowly changed and eventually transformed into a tail. You're the Nine Tails clan? These were the man's last words to the world, and after they were spoken, his breath was completely cut off. This time, I'm really dead. My body plus my incarnation were all buried in the hands of the Sudaji. Suda pulled her hand out and shook off the blood stains on it. The original charming and bewitching demeanor disappeared, and was replaced by a face that was indifferent to the extreme. On the battlefield of eternal havoc, there were no soft-hearted people. Lin Xiao, who was hidden in a certain space, quietly watched this scene. He was really overwhelmed with emotion. It was really a good show for him to watch. It's a sudden change. He finally understood the gold content of the battlefield of eternal havoc. Is this the first day you've been here and you're this intense? Looking at Sudaji's extremely skillful movements, Under the eyes of the time and space god, this was Su Daji's true form. In that case, set. Chapter 133, The Nine-Tailed Clan, Su Daji. The appearance of this voice caused the originally cold Suda to immediately panic. She wanted to move, but her body was deadlocked in place by the powerful force of the rules, and she couldn't move a bit. Lin Zhao's figure stepped out of nothingness. This scene completely made Suda's heart fall to the bottom of the valley, as if she already knew her fate. She no longer struggled, and the intent to die was already in her eyes. The Nine Tails clan. Lin Zhao stood in front of Su Daji, a tribe he had only heard of but had never seen before. After half a day's thought, his eyes flickered slightly. Suda felt as if she could speak, but her body was still immobile. It instantly rekindled in her the idea of living again. My little daughter, Su Daji of the Nine-Tailed clan, pays her respects to your excellency. She minimized her posture. No longer the slightest bit of compulsion in her words. This might be her only chance to live. Give me one reason not to kill you. Lin Zhao looked at the other party icily. Originally he wanted to directly kill this woman, but after seeing the cruelty of the eternal battlefield, a new idea came to him. Suda said without hesitation, Nine-Tailed clan has a death contract. Where Nine-Tailed clan performs this contract, her life and death will be completely in the hands of the master of the contract. Su Daji is willing to make this contract with Gongzi. After that, Daji's life and death will be decided by Gongzi. She paused, and told all she was worth. Compared to the fact that you should be new to the country, the eternal tribulation battlefield is vast and sprawling, with 10,000 races, and Su Daji is willing to honor you with a humble service. The death contract you mentioned just now, can it be true? 1,000 times true. At this time, Daji no longer dares to play tricks with Gongzi. Lin Zhao was silent. System. Ding. Host I am. Do you understand the death contract of this Nine-Tails clan? Ding. The Nine-Tailed clan is a clan of Heaven's wrath. This contract is given by the heavens. Make this contract and you will be under the control of the Lord of the contract for life. The clan of the divine wrath? Lin Zhao didn't think that the Nine-Tailed clan had such a destiny, but it had nothing to do with him. As long as he made sure that what the other party said was correct, he didn't care about heavenly wrath. All he needs is a slave to obey him. If that's the case, Lin Zhao's eyes flashed with a brilliant divine aura, and this light shook Su Daji's heart as if she were facing a god. I'm only going to give you one chance to perform this pact. If you let me detect a hint of abnormality, die. Under the powerful pressure, Suda didn't dare to make the slightest small move at all, only to see his mouth and heart silently chanting. An incomparably complex and mysterious contract emerged. Su Daji forced herself to hold back her inner unwillingness and looked at Lin Zhao. Please also drop your blood to recognize your master. Lin Zhao looked at the contract in front of him. System. Is there a problem with this thing? Ding. This contract is the Nine-Tails clan's Heaven's Wrath contract, called the Death Contract. Only need to drop blood to become the Lord of the Nine-Tails who casts this death contract. Lin Zhao nodded with satisfaction. If the system said so, then there was no problem. Count on the woman's good sense. Then he squeezed out a drop of blood from his finger and dropped it on it. The drop of blood instantly dissolved in it, and along with the contract, it was hidden in Su Daji's forehead. This instant, Lin Zhao had a wonderful feeling, as if he could make the woman in front of him worse than death with just a thought. He moved his eyebrows. Only to hear Suda instantly screaming miserably. The pain that tore his heart and lungs filled the whole body, like 10,000 insects eating away at his heart, and the mournful screams that Lin Zhao's ears couldn't bear to hear. The results are not bad. Twinkle in one's eye. Su Daji immediately collapsed to the ground in a state of weakness, trembling and shaking, as if she were a dead person who was motionless. Her face was filled with fear. What had just happened to her gave her an inner urge to die, but the thought of living that lurked in the depths of her being made her swallow this unwillingness to die. Lord, the master of this sentence is weak and feeble, and has used up his whole body's strength. This is a punishment for what you just did. If there is a next time, you know very well what will happen. Lin Zhao looked at her indifferently, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Yes, master. Lin Zhao gave Su Daji an hour to recover. Later, master, the slave girl is already better. Thank you, master. Su Daji half-kneeled in front of Lin Zhao's body. Her chest's hidden whiteness was visible as long as Lin Zhao wanted to see it. You don't have to call me master in the future. Just call me Gongzi. Yes, my lord. Get up. Thank you, sir. Su Daji stood up trembling. She still buried her head extremely deeply, not daring to have the slightest speculation about Lin Zhao. After the contract is made, everything about her is up to the man in front of her. Even one's own inner thoughts can be probed whenever the other party wants to know. She just felt incredibly miserable and wondered what fate awaited her. The deal you just made with the other side. Lin Zhao spoke softly. Is it still coming? Su Daji gently bit her teeth. Although this result she had long expected, but when it really came there was still some. Does the gentleman want to be here? What do you want here? Lin Zhao was greatly puzzled. Su Daji bravely raised her head. Anyway, her life and death have been controlled by the Gongzi. Not to mention, at a closer look, her master is still very good looking. If the gentleman wants to, then come on. After saying that, she was ready to remove the clothes on her body. Her white and tender skin was once again exposed. Her soft bones and jade shoulders, and the faint fragrance that only belonged to a virgin escaped. She's still a virgin. Hey, what are you doing? Just as she was about to accept the ravages of fate, Lin Xiao's voice interrupted her. She opened her eyes to see her master's puzzled face. You don't want either, my lord? What do I want? Lin Xiao patted its forehead. I was asking how much of the deal you just said to that man was done, how much you've already robbed, and where are those treasures? Hand them over quickly. These treasures were all cultivation points in his eyes. Have heard what was said. Su Daji's face was flushed red as she hurriedly put the faded clothes back on her body, secretly annoyed and shy. Su Daji, what's in your head all day long? She hurriedly handed over all the treasures on her body. During this period of time she and the dead Fey people had intercepted and killed dozens of lone warriors, and she had also gained a considerable amount of resources. Lin Xiao didn't even look at them and directly waved his hand and pocketed them all. Following. System. Ding. Host I am. Let's see how many cultivation points these things can be worth. It's a mix of everything. Ding. A total of 1000 W of cultivation points can be exchanged. Please ask if you want to exchange them. Redemption. Lin Zhao's eyes brightened slightly. Not bad. It's kind of a nice opening. Seeing the smile that appeared on the gentleman's face, Su Daji guessed that her master should be a money grubber. This made her relieved and at the same time a little suspicious of herself. Is it possible that you are not as good as those rags in the eyes of the prince? Can't help saying that. Women are such complicated creatures. But in order to raise your value in front of the prince, Suda spoke crisply. My lord, there is a secret realm not far from here, and there might be quite a few resource treasures hidden in the secret realm. Oh, you're going to have to say this to get me in the spirit. Lin Xiao looked at Su Daji's face and once again resumed the indifference he had at the beginning. Elaborate. Su Daji's voice trembled slightly when she saw the male's face. That's a secret realm left behind after the fall of a martial exalt called the San Yuan's Secret Realm. San Yuan's Secret Realm? Chapter 134, The Source of Rules. That's right, Your Excellency. The Kanglan Secret Realm was left behind after the death of the Kanglan Martial Exalt, and I heard that the Kanglan Martial Exalt came from the most prolific 10,000 Spirits clan. Su Daji originally wanted to go and join in the fun, to see if there was a chance to make a fortune. Lead the way. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before indifferently opening his mouth to cause Su Daji to go forward in the direction of the secret realm, and he himself is hidden in space. Looking at the disappeared male, Su Daji can feel through the contract is nearby, but looking around is empty. Stop looking and go. An icy voice in his head. Su Daji repeatedly apologized to the air, and didn't dare to have any small-mindedness, for fear of upsetting the Gongzi. The battlefield of eternity is huge. The realm Lin Xiao was in could be said to be on the outermost perimeter. On the way to the Kanglan mysterious realm, Su Daji met quite a few people who wanted to travel in company. They all acted like such gentlemen, but Su Daji had been in this man-eating battlefield for many years, so how could she not know what these people were up to? After Lin Zhao's consent, it was no surprise that all these people who wanted to plot against him were chopped up under his hands, and the strength displayed during that time also made Lin Zhao's eyes light up slightly. Su Daji can be quite unimpressive, with a cultivation of the seventh order and a natural charmed image. Many people whose minds are not firm in front of them will be compelled if they are not careful. Without doubt, the resources and treasures left behind by these people after their deaths all fell into Lin Zhao's pockets. It's a really good feeling. My lord, we seem to have arrived. Su Daji thought inwardly. A number of people have already shown up. I don't know who leaked the news and spread the message that there is a secret realm here. It's caused a lot of people in the neighborhood to come and try to take advantage of the chaos to get a piece of the pie. Lin Xiao, who was in the middle of an alien spacetime, had a slight sensation. There are quite a few of the 10,000 races that have appeared here. He saw shadows of the demon and immortal races, as well as some other races. The middle of a stadium. A black-clothed man with a horn on his head was emitting powerful fluctuations. A demon race with a mid-7th stage cultivation. Behind him stood quite a few demons, with cultivation levels as low as the 6th rank. The demon race is one of the strongest among the star races. Among the starry sky races, the standard for judging the strength of a race is to see how many martial saints there are within their race. A single sage can be called a star power, but most races don't have the existence of martial saints, and the martial honor is already the highest combatant in the clan. The demon's name was Demon Isola, and he looked around without a hint of tension in his eyes. In his view, these were all mole crickets, and it was only the immortal race guys who might be a bit more troublesome. The immortal race is also a starry-eyed powerhouse, and the battle prowess of the saints within their clan is not much weaker than that of the demon race, and all kinds of friction often occurs between the two. often over the smallest things will fight. The leader of the immortal race this time is named Xianlan. His cultivation has also reached the middle of the 7th stage. This cultivation level is already the best in this area. The outskirts of the Eternal Havoc battlefield are usually where 6th-ranked martial artists hang out. Quite a few of the other races stayed quiet in their places. The man who spread the news said the secret world will open today. A secret realm at the level of a martial exalt could be a great opportunity for him. Moizora looked around, the contempt on her face undisguised. Sunran spread her sacred wings as well. The powerful aura has made many people secretly fearful. Something's up, someone couldn't help but exclaim, because there was a violent upheaval in this place, and some kind of strange change occurred between heaven and earth. A mysterious fluctuation appeared before the eyes of the people. The secret realm has appeared. Everyone looked at this scene with excitement. This was the entrance to the secret realm. It seemed that the news was true. Moizora and Senran and the others did not act immediately, but stayed where they were and watched in silence. But some of the other races can't stand it anymore. Put up a fight. As long as I can obtain the martial exalted inheritance, I will become the strongest most in the clan. The strength behind these races is very weak, and a martial arts master is already the pinnacle. Not caring about anything else, they rushed straight up, and their bodies actually disappeared directly through this mysterious fluctuation. Depart! Seeing this, Demon Isola immediately waved his hand, and the demons behind him all rushed into the secret realm at his command. Xianlan was not to be outdone, and similarly rushed in with his clansmen. After these two powerful clans had entered, the other talents chased after me, all wanting to enter the secret realm first. My lord, shall we go in? Standing at the very edge, Suda waits for an order. Lin Xiao also appeared from the other dimension. Let's go, and watch out for yourself once you're inside. Apparently, he was also interested in this secret realm. An instantaneous body directly entered the secret realm with great speed. Suda is right behind her. Secret world. Lin Xiao was walking alone and aimlessly. Abrupt. A powerful attack exploded out of the shadows beside him toward him. The attack was sudden, as if it had been planned. However, Lin Xiao did not have a trace of panic, only to see him raise his palm and directly forcefully catch this assassination with his hand. Seeing this situation, the person hidden in the shadows had a shocked look on his face, realizing that he seemed to have mentioned the iron plate. This person is too strong. Escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. As he prepared to flee, he felt his shoulders pressed down by a strong hand. No good. Immediately, he exploded the energy of his entire body, and without thinking, launched the fiercest attack behind him. Only Lin Xiao didn't give him that chance. Bang! A simple, unassuming punch that went straight through the man's body. Ding! Detected the host killing a 6th-order primary alien, rewarding 500 cultivation points. It's only 500. The system is so stingy. Lin Xiao withdrew his fist as he looked at the alien with only a head left. He didn't expect his opponent to be so weak. Am I too strong? Along the way, he encountered no less than 10 sneak attacks. These people really like to do sneak attacks. Maybe the secret realm isn't their main objective. This kind of robbery is what they do. Abrupt. A fluctuation appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. It's a message from Suda. My lord, I have appeared here with the rule source stone, but there are too many enemies who have their eyes on this item. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. The rule source stone counts as a unique product of this kind of secret realm. A strong martial exalted person can already forcefully control the countless rule forces in the heavens and earth, and it's easy for such a rule source stone to appear. It contains the source of the rules. If a martial king could master some of the power of the rules before breaking through to martial exaltation, his breakthrough to martial exaltation would give him a huge advantage. It's even stronger than the same period of time of a martial arts ancestor. At this stage of martial exaltation, what was being compared was the understanding of the power of rules. Send me your location. This source of rules, Lin Xiao was also very interested in it. In less than a moment, Su Daji shared her location with Lin Xiao. At this time, Suda is very careful and cautious, because besides her, there were more than 27th-ranked existences here, and they came from all races, each with an ulterior motive. But not one of them dared to make a move, because there were several pieces of rule source as big as a man's head in front of them, which was a great treasure for them. No one dares to take the lead for fear of being treated as the leader of the pack. Suda didn't put up a fight either. Since she appeared, a number of martial kings' gazes swept towards her, which made her inwardly gloomy. In such a stalemate, a youthful voice rang out. I'll take these rule sources. Su Daji was slightly startled. She could hear that it was the voice of the Gongzi. However, oh Gongzi, you're being too impulsive. There are more than 20 martial kings here, only to see a teenager hanging in the air amidst the gazes of the crowd, looking at the crowd present with a domineering aura. I'll take these rule sources. Chapter 135. One move to destroy 20 martial kings. Where did the arrogant brat come from? Looking for death. The 20 or so martial kings present reacted. They looked up at Lin Xiao, and a short-tempered martial king spoke morosely. Kid, Are you tired of living? Obviously, Lin Zhao's words had angered everyone present. Surprisingly, it's a 6th-ranked griffin. Upon noticing that Lin Zhao's cultivation level was only at the 6th rank, these martial kings were also a bit skeptical of life. Mud. This can't be the male son of any strong clan, can it? Really treating this place like home? This is the battlefield of eternal havoc. It doesn't matter what your background is, if you die, you die. Su Daji was also standing below, her face full of anxiety. She wanted to go forward, but was ordered by Lin Zhao to stand still. It's over. It's completely over. She was a bit tearful, not realizing that she had run into such a reckless and extreme master. If the master dies, she won't survive. This death contract has an extremely horrible chain reaction. If she dies, Lin Zhao is fine, but if Lin Zhao has an accident, she can't run no matter where she is at the end of the world. Lin Zhao, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened, and after saying this, he walked in the direction of the source of the rule. Just as he was about to reach out, a martial king finally couldn't help himself. Seek death. Strong attacks arrived instantly. Lin Zhao's disregard and arrogance made these martial kings intolerable. Shocking killing intent filled the air. Lin Zhao, on the other hand, did not seem to notice it and did not put up any resistance at all, still stretching his hand. More than 20 martial kings watched this scene with expressionless faces, their eyes filled with mockery and condescension. A mere 6th order ant dares to show off in front of them. If so, then go to hell. Evidently, in their eyes, they had long since viewed the sudden appearance of this boy as a dead person. Boom! This attack hit Lin Zhao solidly, and these martial kings stopped paying attention when they saw this and once again confronted each other. Suda was already hypnotizing herself. It's over. It's over. I'm going to die. Can't I? Su Daji, still escape the fate of death? She sat paralyzed, afraid to look, only feeling as if she were getting closer to death. Ah, I'm dying. She closes her eyes and waits for death, but a long time passed, and she opened her eyes, and looked at her intact self in doubt. No, I'm supposed to be dead, right? There's no way something can go wrong with a death contract. If the master dies, she'll be buried with him, but one didn't die, so doesn't that mean? Her beautiful eyes immediately looked toward Lin Zhao's position. As the smoke cleared, a young boy's figure reappeared in the crowd's view. The young man's body was undamaged, except for a little dust staining it. This scene once again attracted the attention of the martial kings here. Oh, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. So he really does have something. The martial king who had initiated the attack earlier realized that his attack had failed to kill a 6th-ranked mole, and was somewhat enraged inwardly. Damn kid, die! He was furious, and even rose directly into the sky, his strong martial king pressure crushing towards Lin Zhao with impunity. Immediately, the terrifying attack rushed toward Lin Zhao once again. This time he exerted his full strength and was bound to kill with one blow. Suda covered her mouth and closed her eyes again. It's over. It's over. She really wanted to go up and help, even if she died. At least it wouldn't be a tie death. But she couldn't refute her master's orders, much less disobey them. Just when everyone thought everything was settled, 2 slight murmurs came out one after the other. Set. The terrifying power of spatial rules seemed to follow the words, directly forcing this martial king to stay where he was. Even the attack it launched was forcibly interrupted. This martial king's eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. He was fighting back, pushing the energy in his body with all his might in the struggle. But Lin Zhao didn't give him any chance. Fist breaks the sky. The Deshang fist intent shocked the world. A silent roar, a reckless swagger. This fist power, under the enhancement of the grand completion fist intent, broke the sky with a single force and shook heaven and earth with a single punch. The terrifying power hit the brain right in the middle of the martial king's horrified gaze. Put. This foreign race martial king had his head blown off directly, and his breath was cut off on the spot. Ding. Detected that the host has killed an early 7th order alien, rewarding 3,000 cultivation points. May I ask if the body is recovered? Recycle. Ding. Successful recovery, rewarding 3,000 cultivation points. An early 7th stage martial king was just instantly seconded by Lin Zhao. This scene happened so quickly that the rest of the martial kings hadn't reacted yet. Hiss. Su Daji's eyes widened. Her cherry mouth couldn't help but open, looking at this scene with shock. Master, is he so strong? She didn't expect her master to be so strong. The reverse degradation martial king is rarely seen not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but even among the starry sky races, because the difference between the 7th and 6th ranks is qualitative. No good. The rest of the martial kings finally noticed the tricky nature of this teenager. One punch 2nd martial king. This strength, none of them dared to say that they could do it. All of them were at the early stage of the 7th rank, but at this moment, they were even simultaneously creating a kind of spiritual scorn for a 6th ranked teenager. Lin Zhao took one step. He's not holding back. Space obliteration. The space-time god's eyes were flickering, representing the supreme spatial rules forcibly enveloping all the martial kings within them. What's this? These martial kings felt a great terror. The space around them was collapsing and he was fighting back. Suda looked at this scene with a shocked expression. What did she see? His master had plunged more than 20 martial kings into a life and death crisis in the blink of an eye. These martial kings were all existences on the same level as himself. These martial kings had already exerted all their strength. He was hissing and resisting with all his might. The obliteration from space, the shattered void collapsing everywhere, and the chaotic and silent spatial turbulence were constantly disturbing him. But a martial king was a martial king after all, and with the joint efforts of a full 20 martial kings, they were able to resist this shocking killing attack. Damn it! Everyone worked together to break through this barrier and kill that kid. A martial king roared to the sky. This was too suffocating. 20 martial kings were actually teased by a 6th-ranked martial artist. They want him dead. See the situation. Suda's heart trembled again as she looked at her master's back. Lord, he didn't back down and he didn't chicken out. Only Lin Xiao waved his hands. The indifferent voice was filled with endless killing intent. Time storm. This powerful killing move, which was once considered the most terrifying undercurrent, was once again unleashed by Lin Xiao, and this time the time storm was even more shocking. An unknown river had actually appeared in the space controlled by Lin Xiao. It's like a river that runs through the past and the future, and above the rivers, sporadic splashes of water flowed into space, forming a huge storm. Everything dies under the storm. These martial kings felt a great terror. The river's shadow over the sky above them. They didn't dare to look up at all. The pressure was horrible. Not only, but also, he who is under the storm undergoes a drastic change in bodily functions. He is becoming old. The blood in the body is failing. In just an instant, all of the martial kings were like remnants in the wind. Their breath if left, and he had actually died of old age directly. Suda watched the scene with horror as she was backing up. It's horrible. This is horrible. She touched her face, inwardly overwhelmed with shock. More than 20 martial king powerhouses had been killed by their master with a single move. It was too much of a shock for her. Looking at the godlike teenager, she was in awe from the bottom of her heart at this moment. Chapter 136. Phew. Lin Xiao lightly exhaled. Don't look at him superficially relaxed. This time the spacetime storm is very different from the previous ones. When it was unleashed, the spacetime god's eye and the spacetime sacred Dharma origin were both trembling. The rate of depletion of alien energy in the body is several times more than before. The long river that had appeared inexplicably was so bizarre that even Lin Xiao himself did not know what it was. It can't be a time and space river. It's just his personal suspicion. Tap. Suda comes with a light step. Lin Xiao obviously felt a huge shift in the other party's mentality. Gongzi, you're so strong. Su Daji's voice was thin and weak, and her face was full of awe, which was overcome by Lin Xiao's strong strength. Unlike before it was forced by the covenant, there was still a trace of unwillingness deep in his heart. But after this battle, Su Daji had already recognized her master from the bottom of her heart. It's not really unacceptable to have such a super strong and good-looking master. My lord, can the slave girl take the liberty of asking you a question? Say it. Which star power clan is the male from? Suda was curious. Lin Xiao shook his head. I'm from the Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Nation. Suda didn't expect her master to be the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly pride. The Dragon Kingdom is very strong. Lin Xiao looked at the other party with some curiosity. What? No, the slave girl is just in a bit of a trance. The Dragon Kingdom is a very powerful race with countless heavenly prides roaming around. Oh, Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled. Could it be that you have seen other people from the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Xiao hadn't seen a single native during the time he'd been in the battlefield of eternal havoc. Su Daji recalled certain images of a flamboyant and unrivaled man, whose strength and talent had shocked all the races in the stars. Back to my lord. The slave girl has seen a Dragon Kingdom's heavenly pride from afar in the eternal tribulation battlefield. Who? Lin Xiao was a little curious. Himiko. This name caused Lin Xiao to tremble slightly. Himiko. He's seen that name before. When he was in the Heaven's Pride training camp, the person who dominated the first place of the Aurora ranking was named GZ. Couldn't help but inquire a little sharply. Where did you see this man? Seeing this, Su Daji hurriedly told all the news she knew in her head. At that time, she wasn't alone. Following the Nine-Tailed Clan's large troop, in the depths of the Eternal Tribulation battlefield, that's the real battlefield of the 10,000 clans, numerous melees break out every day. Every day, a new pride rises to become famous, and an old powerhouse falls. The top 10 races in the starry sky are all fighting in the deepest part of the Eternal Havoc battlefield. There are no martial saints in her Nine-Tails clan, and the strongest is only a martial honor. In this land of eating people without spitting out bones, the weak have no right of speech. At first, the entire Nine-Tails army was subjected to the demon race, and were used as cannon fodder in the war with the enemy power. That battle was unprecedented, involving 6 powerful clans. Countless corpses and bones spilled blood on the battlefield. At that time, her strength hadn't reached the martial king yet, and she didn't fight on the front line. In other words, back then, she wasn't even qualified to be cannon fodder, but she dodged a bullet because of it and didn't die in that battle. And from that unprecedented conquest, an incomparably bright and resounding name was born: Dragon Kingdom. Himiko. In that battle, this Dragon Kingdom heavenly pride named GZ killed like crazy, tearing down the enemy's martial exalted with his hands, and killing a large and powerful clan force alone in retreat. He alone had killed a full 10 martial exalted powerhouses. It's a martial honor. In the battlefield of the eternal havoc, a martial arts master is already a peak powerhouse. And this kind of powerhouse can even be called an ancestor in some Leek races. Even amongst the strongest clans, a martial honored one is a stalwart force, symbolizing the underpinnings of strength. Moreover, what was even more frightening was that back then, this GZ's true cultivation level was less than a martial zune, only the peak of martial king. This is the most outrageous and kills the enemy forces completely chilled. A martial king killed 10 enemy martial zunes in such a battle, and GZ's name resounded through the heavens among the starry sky races. Shortly after this battle, GZ managed to make a breakthrough and achieved the position of martial exaltation. I heard that when he made his breakthrough, the rival forces gathered a lot of companions. There were more than 50 strong martial arts masters gathered to kill the Dragon Kingdom's pride. The big battle was on the horizon, and that battle was so bad that the battlefield was sunk. Both sides fought each other for 3 days and 3 nights, and the heavens were weeping blood, raining blood, and a boundless gloom enveloped them, depressing them to the extreme. It is said that in order to completely exterminate GZ, these powerful clans even blocked the Dragon Kingdom's large force to prevent its rescue. But just when everyone thought that this Dragon Kingdom's pride would not survive 10 deaths, the shocking news came out. GZ's cultivation breakthrough was successful. 47 of the 50 besieging martial zunes died and 3 were seriously injured. When this news came out, everyone went crazy. Everyone, including Rukoku, is frantically searching for Himiko, because the 3 severely injured martial exalted who had barely escaped had sent word that GZ had suffered extremely serious injuries. But after searching for a full month, no one has found this Dragon Kingdom's pride of nature. Even Rukoku's own people don't have the slightest clue. Just when everyone thought that GZ was too injured and sat down somewhere, one of the strong clans that attacked GZ in the first place suffered a terrifying sneak attack. Its main camp suffered heavy losses, countless resources were looted, and more than a dozen strong martial exalted died. And there's only one enemy. That would be Himiko, who had disappeared for a long time. GZ's strong return, with unrivaled power, pressed that clan to catch their breath, truly dominating the world. After this battle, GZ completely established his position, and at the same time, he also made it onto the list of must-kill lists of all the major powerful clans, even rising to the top 10 at one point. As Suda spoke, her eyes gleamed with occasional admiration. Deep in her heart, she extremely admired this kind of invincible heavenly pride. The Nine-Tailed Clan, which is generally female, worships the strong, and it is said that in an extremely long time, their clan was a subordinate serving a certain powerful race. Later, because of a huge mistake, he was abandoned by that powerful clan and even put a curse on it. That's how the Divine Wrath clan came to be. Lin Xiao listened quietly. I have to say, this Himiko is extremely strong. It reminded him of a familiar man, Ji Xiangnan. A genius who had also made him recognize his strength was also quite extraordinary. As Su Daji thought about it, her gaze swept towards Lin Xiao's face. In the twinkling of an eye, she seemed to see greatness in her master's body. That dominating gesture just now kept surfacing in her mind, and the shocking scene of destroying 20 martial kings in one move lingered on. The Duke Su Daji was a little anxious inwardly. She felt that her master was likewise a peerless heavenly pride that transcended the mundane world. As soon as this thought appeared, it grew stronger. At the end of the thought, she actually knelt directly on the ground under Lin Xiao's gaze. Your Excellency, the Nine-Tailed Clan would like to wholeheartedly assist Your Excellency on his way to the top, so please give him a chance. It's defection. Su Daji was actually trying to pull the entire race to defect to Lin Xiao. Chapter 137, The Arrogant Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at Su Daji, who was kneeling in front of him, extremely plainly. He did not give it an answer, but left the place, to be contacted again if there was a treasure or a special circumstance. Su Daji's beautiful eyes looked at its disappearing back. Her breathing was a little constricted. Long ago, the Nine-Tailed Clan is not the cursed clan, but enjoys God's blessings. It's in the family. This is because the Nine-Tailed Clan's ancestor followed the invincible powerhouse that won the universe in the first place. This is the secret of the Nine Tails. She clenched her fists and took a deep breath. There's no rush. Sink your teeth into it. After calming down, she continued to grope her way through the secret realm. This Sang Yuan mysterious realm was much more complicated than she had imagined, but there were really a lot of treasures as well. Lin Xiao was walking aimlessly alone, and from time to time along the way, some spiritual medicines would appear, and he was coming and going. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise in the air. There was a fight directly in front of them. Have a glint in one's eyes. Lin Xiao once again hid himself in an otherworldly time and space. I saw two parties fighting over some treasure. Damn it, we found this first. One of the parties has a humanoid horse body, with a single attack mode. They are the Centaur race, which is considered to be a weak race among the Starry Sky races. So what if you guys found it? A bunch of trash. Since you don't want to leave, then all of you can stay. The other side was more ferocious, surpassing the Centauri in both aura and strength. On the battlefield of eternity, strength is always the greatest truth. The two sides were having a fierce fight. He might not have a blood feud with each other, but within the battlefield of the eternal tribulation, battles triggered for a certain treasure were staged every day. Lin Xiao, who was standing in the space, scanned the room, seeing three light masses hovering on the stage directly in front of him, emitting mysterious fluctuations. The space-time god's eyes twinkle. Under Lin Xiao's gaze, the situation inside these three light masses appeared clearly and distinctly in his field of vision. The two sides fighting below did not know that there was a person hidden in addition to them. Lin Xiao no longer hid after seeing everything, when the moment appeared overall. As soon as he appeared, the two sides that were still attacking were immediately alerted. But Lin Xiao didn't talk too much nonsense. Divine light erupted from his eyes, and the powerful power of the rules of space and time enveloped everyone present. Space obliteration. For these Starry Sky 10,000 races, Lin Xiao didn't have any mercy and came up with a big killing move. The strength of the two forces is too weak. The strongest one is only at the 6th rank. They were no longer as arrogant and domineering as they had been at the beginning, and their faces were filled with fear. Space is disappearing. It's collapsing. The power was too weird for him. Powerful. Irresistible. Spare. Life. In less than a few breaths, all the people there disappeared into thin air. Lin Xiao looked at this scene indifferently. These people have no grudge against him, and if he were in the Dragon Kingdom, he wouldn't exterminate people who have nothing to do with him. But since coming to the battlefield of eternal havoc, he realized he seemed to like it here. There are no rules here. Strength reigns supreme. Ding! Detected the host killing a foreigner, rewarding 1W cultivation points. A move to overthrow hundreds of foreigners, only to give 1W. The system is more and more stingy. Lin Xiao cursed and quickly stepped forward and reached out to pocket all three treasures suspended in the air. Just checking in. These three treasures are a fruit, a token and a weapon respectively. He recognized the fruit. It's a 7th order elixir, the purple diamond heart of heaven fruit. After taking this fruit, you can increase your spiritual power in a short period of time. Among the Starry Sky races, all spirit-related treasures are more valuable than their counterparts. Lin Xiao also didn't hesitate and ate it directly. Sweet in the mouth, tastes and feels a bit like an apple. Crunchy. A fruit was eaten by Lin Xiao in 3 tries, and the effect was also extremely remarkable. Lin Xiao could clearly feel a slight increase in his spiritual energy. It had almost grown by a few dozen more points or so. It was important to know that with his current spiritual value, it could be said that he was unrivaled in the crown of martial kings. If you were to cultivate normally, increasing a little bit would be quite a difficult task. Refreshment. Lin Xiao held the token in his left hand and the weapon in his right hand. It was a long spear, weighing 30,000 pounds, with a body like a dragon, and a sharp head that shone with an appalling edge. Lit. A single point of cold light shines 1,000 long arrows. Idiom, fig. A miracle cure for all ills. Only Lin Xiao doesn't use a gun. It's useless to him. What the hell is this token? The front of the token has the word spirit on it. It looks dated. It was also directly thrown in the space and Lin Xiao continued to walk forward. We're close to the center of the realm. The forces and people here are getting more and more complicated. He seems to have sensed Suda's fluctuations. When he arrived in front of a large hall, he looked faintly puzzled, because many forces have gathered here, led by the Devil race and the Immortal race. These two great Starry Sky power races were still overbearing even in the outskirts of the Eternal Tribulation battlefield. By virtue of their strong strength, they suppressed the other forces present into silence. There were quite a few people who glanced slightly toward Lin Xiao when he appeared alone in this place. Hey, this person really isn't afraid of death. A person who also dares to show up with such fanfare. The one who spoke was a foreign race martial king, who licked his tongue and looked at Lin Xiao recklessly. It looks fine and tender. It should taste good. When he realized that Lin Xiao's cultivation level was only at the 6th level, this alien martial arts king even evaluated it on the spot. He had eaten a lot of humans in the raw and loved the taste of them. The flavor stayed with him. Strangely enough, this speech did not cause anyone else to chortle, but felt normal instead. The devils and immortals at the head of the group were even higher, and they stood still as if they were waiting. And that martial king grew more and more arrogant. Perhaps a refreshing plate of gazpacho before the battle would be more appetizing. Seeing Lin Xiao's indifference, he thought that he was afraid, and the smile on his face became even more open as he took a step towards Lin Xiao step by step. Many people watched the scene with interest. That martial king's strength is not too weak here. Just pity that human. It's been hard to survive and come this far, but I didn't expect such a miserable end. Hey, don't be afraid. I'll eat you up one bite at a time, and you'll become one with me, which will be your supreme honor. This foreign race martial king arrived in front of Lin Xiao, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Xiao. He released his own martial king's pressure, thinking that he had suppressed Lin Xiao to death. At this moment he was the knife and chopping board and Lin Xiao was the fish. But is it really? Lin Xiao hadn't responded just now because he was observing the various forces in this place and was inwardly calculating whether he could exterminate them all by himself. These were all cultivation points in his eyes. It's not impossible if it takes a little effort. He spoke silently. Without even glancing at the alien martial king who was about to bite him, he directly stretched out his right hand and swiftly strangled the other party's neck. The palm of your hand is slightly harder. Ka-ching! The alien martial king lost his breath in an instant. When the crowd didn't react, Lin Xiao once again rose up in the air and stood over the heads of the crowd. Its cold expression, domineering and incomparable, opened its mouth to all the forces. I'm only going to say one thing. Either I will beat you to death alone, or all of you will be beaten to death by me alone. Arrogant to the core. Chapter 138 Endless Reincarnation. These arrogant words instantly gathered the gazes of all the forces present on its body. Hey, where's the guy from? You don't have to be so death-seeking to find presents, right? Some people looked up and laughed at Lin Xiao's words. There are also forces that don't take it seriously and clearly think they've met a madman. The devil race and the immortal race even glanced faintly at each other. And although they didn't say anything, their eyes already indicated everything. Seeing this scene, some forces that want to curry favor with it even came out to dominate the scene. I'm going to cut this arrogant guy down here, somewhere. Suda is watching the scene silently. She has also sensed the prince's fluctuations for a long time. At this moment, she looked at the godlike teenager in the air, her heart fluttering inside. This was because she sensed that the male was not joking. He was truly planning to suppress all the races present with the power of one man. Lin Xiao's eyes are like baked, slightly looking down at the outlier. In the midst of all the stares, he just looked that way. However, an extremely strong spiritual power filled the air, and all the men and horses of the force he had taken special care of were suppressed on the ground in just an instant. What? This strong and incomparable pressure from the spirit pressed down on him, and a flash of fear appeared on his face. The person in charge even revealed an unbelievable expression. How is that possible? A murmuring voice came out from Lin Xiao's mouth. Soul Needle. This is the S-class martial art Soul Needle. Lin Xiao basically hadn't used it much after getting it, but its killing power was truly violently amazing. With Lin Xiao's terrifying and incomparable spiritual thoughts, the Soul Needle was like a fatal ghost of death, and in an instant, it wiped out those hundreds of foreigners on the spot. He was foaming at the mouth, his eyes were dull, his brain and spirit had been completely and utterly destroyed. This scene stunned all the other forces. It happened so fast, the whole thing was a blink of an eye. This audacious, mouth-breathing teenager in front of him had actually destroyed hundreds with a single gaze. Feeling the inexplicable pressure in the air, no one dared to underestimate that. Even the devil race and immortal race, who were in the lead, had their gazes slightly condensed. Looks like you still haven't listened to me. Lin Xiao's expression was cold as he looked at everyone's reactions and raised his hands once again. 10,000 searches without destruction. There is no extinction of 10,000 culpas. One extinction of 10,000 culpas. This spatial system martial skill had already been practiced by Lin Xiao to its great completion. The essence of the space-time sacred law in his body is trembling. With the support from the two super SSS grade temporal and spatial supernormal ability talents, this move 10,000 evacuations without extinction truly achieved the level of a single extinction sealing 10,000 evacuations. The terrifying fluctuations encompassed everyone present. How dare you seek death? Damn kid, I want you dead. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations coming from the air, all the forces present finally couldn't hold back. The heavens did not expect that this teenager would actually dare to offend the crowd and directly strike out at all of them. The devil race and the immortal race even revealed a look of anger. When did an ant dare to violate their majesty? From the beginning to the end, he did not place Lin Xiao in their eyes at all, but he never thought that the one he regarded as an ant would strike out at himself. It's true that God's sins are forgivable, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. A move of 10,000 searches without destruction caused all the forces present to stand on a battle line in an instant and launch a powerful attack against Lin Xiao in unison. Ha ha ha, that's it. Pleasure me to your heart's content. Lin Xiao hung alone in the air as he opened his mouth to laugh recklessly. The strong flesh glowed through and through. Countless attacks came at him in unison, and he was actually not prepared to dodge. Boom! There was a violent explosion in the sky, and by rough calculation, there were at least thousands of figures at the scene as well. The convergence of thousands of attacks, What a powerful energy it was. Lin Xiao was hit square in the face. Oomph, really don't know the sky and the earth. Some people showed mockery. It had been a long time since they had seen someone who was looking for death so much. Some people were bloodthirsty and crazy, having their inner desires provoked by Lin Xiao, wanting to kill. Su Daji watched the scene from the back with trepidation. Cold sweat broke out on my palms. That terrifying fluctuation just now, if it had attacked her, she would have died on the spot, with no bones left. Clear up. A figure slowly appeared. Is that all the strength you have? What a disappointment. Lin Xiao stood unharmed in the air. He was expressionless as he looked down below. The attack from the party hadn't even broken his defense. One must know that his physical body was only one step away from becoming a saint. He dared to resist even the attacks of a martial exalt. What? No way. Not good. This kid is a monster. Everyone together. After seeing Lin Xiao appear unharmed in the field of vision, suspicious, unbelievable, and incomparably grave gazes appeared on the faces of quite a few people. At this moment, some of the thoughtful ones among them had already realized that Lin Xiao was extraordinary. The two parties of the Devil and Immortal clans also finally revealed a grave expression. What is the origin of this kid? Wah! In response, they were met with a cold and indifferent word and a punch in the sky. Fist breaks the sky. The Deshang fist intent is becoming more and more solid, and has a hidden flavor of a full circle. This fist carried the momentum of breaking thousands of pounds and smashed into the ground. A large, heavenly hand appeared in the crowd's gaze, and a fist shook the heavens. No good. Make a move to block it. This terrifying fist intent was so terrifying that it was as if everyone felt the oppression of the heavens. A lot of people will die from that punch. In the gaze of Suda, Lin Xiao stood alone above the void, shaking the heavens with only his hands. One person with one fist, suppressing countless starry sky 10,000 races. Boom! The sound was like a shocking thunder that roused the ground, and the ground was smashed out into a huge crater. Many weak foreign races could not resist under the power of this punch and were smashed into bloody foam, with no bones left. Ahem! Many people were half kneeling on the ground, spitting out blood stains and looking terrified. It's horrible. That punch just now was amazing. How could there be such a demonic person? And from which powerful clan did he come? The system's voice kept ringing in Lin Xiao's mind. There were numerous deaths and injuries under this punch. Only Martial King level existences are left alive in the field. Under the detailed count, there were actually hundreds of Martial Kings. In that case, let's try this move. The spacetime sacred Dharma origin was trembling violently, and the spacetime divine eyes erupted with a shockingly brilliant divine aura. Lin Xiao is like a god descending from the heavens at this moment. An icy cold voice came out of his mouth. Endless reincarnation. A glance for 10,000 years. The foreign races that were gazed upon by Lin Xiao all fell into the 10,000-year cycle. His eyes were dull and empty. 10,000 years are like a sea, and men are separated by years. The power of time is like a million waves of sand. It smooths out everything in the world. These hundreds of foreign race martial kings were then under Lin Xiao's gaze. Their bodies transformed into sustenance for the endless void. Bit by bit, they turned to dust. Under the endless cycle of reincarnation, he is truly a vicissitude of the sea, not knowing what was happening at all. Their souls were pulled, their consciousness was stripped away, and they were caught in a cycle of death, with nothing but the endless darkness of reincarnation awaiting them, the endless road ahead, the unseen future, the unseen dawn. He was in such endless fear that his heart and soul perished. The endless cycle of reincarnation, Buddhism, scary as hell. Chapter 139 Three Passes of Eternal Havoc. Jinlong, Pilgrimage. This scene completely freaked Suda out. She's never seen anything so bizarre. That was hundreds of martial kings. The entire Nine Tails clan doesn't have this many martial king level existences. The Duke just glanced at them, and those martial kings were as immobilized as if they had been set in their tracks. And then, under her gaze, grow pale, grow old, become a speck of dust. This is horrible. How strong was that godlike teenager? Suda didn't dare to think about it, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt a kind of unfathomable. At this moment, Lin Xiao was standing above the void, and that move endless reincarnation was a move that he had sensed when his awakening reached 50%. Ridiculously strong, I must say. This is an enhanced version based on Time Storm. Age is like a knife to cut down the pride of heaven. A line of reincarnation to explore the enchanting. The power of time is too terrifying. The Super SSS grade spacetime origin was revealing its loftiness step by step. Lin Xiao clenched his fists. The spirit of him who had just performed this move was also slightly dazed. Perhaps the power of time is taboo, forbidden by heaven and earth. God does not allow people who are beyond control. Ding! Detected the host killing a foreigner, rewarding 100 W cultivation points. Lin Xiao slowly landed. His gaze swept across the field. There was no one here anymore. What are you still hiding there for? Come here! Lin Xiao's cold and clear voice rang out. Suda, who was hiding in the distance, rushed over when she heard it. Gonzi, you're too powerful. Sudaji was a bit incoherent at the moment. It was really too shocking. She still hadn't slowed down until now. Cut the crap and do it quickly. Lin Xiao urged her to scavenge the treasures from these dead people. Thousands of deaths in this place. Another huge haul. Oh, okay Gongzi. Suda reacted. And with her hands full, she began her usual routine. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, walked to the entrance of the main hall, where everyone stood and waited before he arrived at this place. The main door of the hall looked very vicissitudes, somewhat ancient, and the material was of a kind Lin Xiao had never seen before. Bang bang. It's kinda hard. Lin Xiao flicked 2 punches and didn't smash them away. It seems that the treasure of this secret realm should be behind this door. Lin Xiao suddenly detected a fluctuation in that spirit word token in space. Wah! As soon as the token appeared, it flew somewhere. This is, under Lin Xiao's gaze, the token was perfectly embedded in a card slot, and immediately afterward, ka-ching, the gate appeared to vibrate, and a faint light peeked out from the center. The key was needed to open the door to the hall, and the key was the same spirit character token that Lin Xiao had gotten earlier. Lin Xiao stood still and thought for a moment. With a slight push of both hands, the door was pushed open. A long time later, Lin Xiao walked out of the hall with great satisfaction. It was worthy of being the life's collection of a powerful martial master. The hall is full of treasures, all kinds of exotic treasures, countless rare veins, and an extremely large number of exotic stones, roughly estimated. If it was converted into cultivation points it would be tens of millions again. It wasn't a wasted trip. Suda was still busy examining the dead. Thousands of corpses, even though some of them had been blown up by Lin Xiao, was still a physical endeavor. It took a long time to waste before she finished her scavenging. Your Excellency, it's all here. Looking at the sweaty Sudaji, Lin Xiao nodded his head slightly, and with a wave of his big hand, the mountains of resource properties in front of him all disappeared. Considering for a moment, Lin Xiao took out some resources and handed them to Sudaji. My lord, what are you? Suda slightly froze, and did not immediately reach out to catch the, take it, it's a reward for you. Lin Xiao didn't say anything else. Even though he was a slave, he still had to give some sweetness so that he would do things more attentively in the future. Thank you, sir. Suda accepted it cheerfully. In her opinion this was the master's recognition of herself, in which case it was one step further from the desire of her heart. This secret realm should end here. Let's leave. Lin Xiao once again resumed his state of indifference. It's already a lot to gain from a secret realm at the level of a martial master, and he couldn't care less about the rest of the small profits. It's the Duke. And so they left. Without doubt, there are still a lot of foreigners fighting over resources, but what he didn't know was that the great opportunity belonging to the secret realm had already been taken by Lin Xiao. He was even more incapable of believing that a young boy, by himself alone, had exterminated countless forces. This is the outskirts of the eternal battlefield. It's a place reserved for the underprivileged races to fight it out. They can only fight for the resources of this place. It's the sadness of the race. Sometimes it's a sin for the weak to even be alive. The two of them, Lin Xiao and Sudaji, were walking toward the depths of the eternal tribulation battlefield. You're saying that there are a total of 3 levels in this eternal tribulation battlefield? Lin Xiao listened quietly. Yes, my lord. The eternal tribulation battlefield is vast and boundless, and the closer you get to the center, the more precious the resources are, as well as the place where those strongest people gather the most. The eternal tribulation battlefield is divided into 3 major areas. The first pass has the widest range and belongs to the outermost realm. The second pass is known as the Dragonjin Pass, and the forces that can survive in this realm are all powerful forces that possess a martial Zune level existence. The third level is called Pilgrimage Pass. Those who are entrenched within the Pilgrimage Pass are basically the strong starry sky races, and the weaker races within just serve as cannon fodder. The periphery of eternity, Zhenlong, and Pilgrimage are the 3 passes of eternity. Interesting. This eternal battlefield was far more interesting than he had thought. Lin Zhao's expression narrowed slightly. He hadn't forgotten the conditions that Army Unrepentant had put forward in the military court back then. There are only 2 ways to get out of here. One is to serve for 10 years, which is impossible. He cultivated until now a full year had not yet arrived. 10 years was too long. That leaves only the second condition. Kill 100 martial honors, 10,000 martial kings. Originally, he thought it was a very difficult task, not to mention whether he could kill it or not. The number alone was too much. The king of Wushu is not a cabbage. The entire Dragon Kingdom might not even have 10,000 martial kings. Don't look at the fact that Lin Xiao didn't have too much trouble killing ordinary martial kings right now. That was because he was too perverted. The reason why a martial king was called a king was that it was truly a 1 in a million existence, and it was perhaps only possible for one martial king to appear out of 10,000 awakened ones. This place truly deserves to be the most chaotic and unrestrained eternal battlefield. Lead the way. Lin Xiao silently opened his mouth. Su Daji understood. During this time, the tacit understanding between her and Gongzi was much better than before. A look would know what it meant. This also made Lin Xiao nod slightly. A slave's got to have a slave's attitude. The two of them walked toward Junlong Pass step by step. There was nothing worth staying in this Yangzhou periphery for Lin Xiao. Junlong Pass. It was rumored that a pure-blooded true dragon was really suppressed deep in its underground. Lin Xiao and Su Daji came to two critical points, and after stepping through it was Junlong, simply because what appeared before them was a huge city gate. It was magnificent and horrifying.